His attack power is permanently 1, awakening the most useless rare class. Yet, he is blessed with a dual system, and his damage reflection skill receives an infinite enhancement. While all the geniuses are still painstakingly teaming up to fight monsters, he is already pulling the entire dungeon's worth of monsters to play bumper cars with him, letting them kill themselves in despair. Tickle damage? Sorry, I can level up just by standing still. In the awakening chamber of New City High School, the atmosphere was tense and fervent. Today will be the most important moment of your lives, boomed the instructor, Zhao Long. Whether you become a professional or remain an ordinary person, it all depends on today. More than a decade ago, the myriad world's paradise descended, granting everyone who turned 18 a chance to awaken. Becoming a professional meant power, status, and a chance to change one's destiny. The awakening ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, with most ending in failure, until a student named Chen Fan stepped out of the awakening pod. Cadet number 124 has successfully awakened the offensive class, Heavy Sword Warrior. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Heavy Sword Warrior, an all-rounder in both offense and defense, was an absolute top-tier class. Chen Fan walked out smugly, his gaze scanning the crowd before provocatively landing on Xiao Feng. Everyone in the class knew that Chen Fan had repeatedly bullied Xiao Feng, only stopping after the transmigrated Xiao Feng had kicked him away. Now that he had awakened a powerful offensive class, he clearly thought he was on top again. Xiao Feng ignored him, waiting quietly. Finally, it was his turn. The pod door closed, and a dark red energy infused his body. A moment later, a broadcast announcement echoed through the hall. Cadet number 139 has successfully awakened the rare class, Reverse Scale Battle Soul. A rare class. The hall erupted again, even instructor Zhao Long was shocked. A rare class, 1 in 10,000, symbolized mystery and power. He immediately reported the matter to the Alliance, his heart blooming with joy. However, when he pulled up Xiao Feng's data, the joy on his face froze, replaced by deep regret. Xiao Feng's heart tightened. He quickly opened his own system panel. The class was rare, and the initial stats were excellent. But when he saw the A attack column, it was like being struck by lightning. Attack 1 cannot be increased by any means due to unknown reasons. Permanent attack power of 1? How could he play this? He hurriedly opened his skill panel, hoping for some ridiculously overpowered talent to compensate. Thorn Sting, passive, reflects 10% of any attribute attack. Adamant, passive, reduces any attribute attack by 10%. That was it. 2 simple passives, with the only offensive means being a pitiful 10% damage reflection. In that moment, Xiao Feng went from a highly anticipated genius to the biggest joke in the room. Alright, the awakening ceremony is over. Chen Fan, stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. Zhao Long's tone was cold, showing no further interest in this rare class professional. Ha ha ha, a rare class? More like a rare piece of trash. 1 attack power, he can't even scratch a thing. This is hilarious. Amidst the discussions and mockery, Xiao Feng returned home in a daze. This home was his alone. A year ago, when he transmigrated, this body's parents had died in a car accident. I'm a transmigrator, for crying out loud. Don't I get any perks? He complained in despair, lying on the sofa. As soon as he spoke, an unfamiliar system prompt sounded in his mind. Host has activated the Myriad World's Paradise personal system. Infinite system is overriding. Override complete. Due to the presence of Myriad World's Paradise in this world, this system cannot contend with it before its energy is restored and can only hide within it. Xiao Feng's spirits lifted. This was his true golden finger. Current energy is insufficient. One of the following aids can be provided. 1. Permanently enhance the effect of one skill. 2. Grant you another chance to awaken. Reawakening was too risky. If he failed, he wouldn't even have this turtle shell. Xiao Feng didn't hesitate. Enhance Thorn Sting. Enhancement complete. The skill's effect and growth potential are permanently doubled. Xiao Feng immediately opened the panel. The effect of Thorn Sting had changed from reflex 10% to reflex 20%. Although his attack power was still 1, he sought his only way out. The next day, Xiao Feng, now renamed Black Knight, arrived at the Newbie dungeon, Forest of Newbies. Isn't that the rare class with only 1 attack power? Is he here to die? Mocking voices greeted him at the entrance again. Xiao Feng ignored them and walked straight into the dungeon. The system gifted him a beginner's wooden shield, bringing his total defense to 5. Soon, a level 1 monster, a red-eyed rabbit, leaped out from the bushes. Red-eyed rabbit, normal, level 1, HP 200, physical attack 4. It couldn't break his defense. Seeing the rabbit's 4 attack power, a bold idea came to Xiao Feng's mind. He didn't attack. Instead, he turned and ran, circling the forest. A few minutes later, more than a dozen red-eyed rabbits were chasing him. They surrounded him, biting frantically. However, all their attacks only showed a mandatory -1 damage. But the rabbits attacking him were constantly taking damage from Thorn Sting. After more than 8 minutes, all the rabbits had turned into experience points and copper coins. It works! A smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. If damage isn't enough, I'll use quantity. An hour later, he successfully leveled up, putting all 5 attribute points into Constitution and the skill point into Thorn Sting, increasing the reflect damage to 22%. He had found his own unique and highly efficient leveling method. He started to madly pull mobs, from red-eyed rabbits to level 2 herbivores, and then to level 5 iron-skinned rats by the hundreds. His level skyrocketed like a rocket, his defense grew higher and higher, and his reflect damage became more and more terrifying. While other newbies were still carefully teaming up to fight one monster, he was already pulling hundreds of them to play bumper cars. In just over 10 hours, while other players were celebrating reaching level 5, Xiaofeng had already blazed his way to level 15. Hint: you have reached level 15 within 10 hours, achieving Leveling Master. You have obtained 1 white achievement treasure box. Open. You have obtained the golden grade equipment, Silver Moon Shield. A shield glowing with golden light and carved with a wolf head appeared in his hand, providing a 20% boost to his base defense. Xiaofeng immediately allocated his new attribute points to Strength and Constitution and equipped the top-tier shield. With 2 shields in hand, his defense reached an astonishing level. At this moment, his Thorn Sting was at level 15, reflecting a staggering 50% of damage. With these stats, I can walk sideways in the newbie map. Just as he was feeling an unprecedented sense of security, the sky darkened, and a full moon rose. Awu! A resonant wolf howl echoed through the forest. At the edge of his vision, a massive, silvery white wolf, larger than a buffalo, was walking towards him under the moonlight. The boss of the forest of newbies, the Silver Moon Wolf King, had appeared. Warning: the final boss of the novice forest, the Silver Moon Wolf King, has appeared. The Silver Moon Wolf King, which Xiaofeng had seen on the forum, is the most powerful boss in the novice forest, appearing only on nights of the full moon with a very low probability. Few adventurers have encountered it, and killing it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It's not that its strength is overwhelming, any high-level adventurer should be able to take it down, but the problem is that high-level adventurers can't enter. The maximum level to enter the novice forest is 10. Very few people reach level 10 and continue to grind in the novice forest. At level 10, Silver Moon Wolves appear in packs, and without a professional and stable team, it's hard to kill them safely and quickly. It's more efficient and secure to level up in higher level maps. This has led to very few adventurers successfully killing the Silver Moon Wolf King. As the Silver Moon Wolf King approached, the system provided its information. Monster name: Silver Moon Wolf King. Rare boss. Note: boss types include normal, elite, rare, hidden, mutated, final, overlord, world class, etc. Different types have different difficulties and drop rates. Level: 15 health points, 3000 physical attack, 60 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 40 skill 1, Silver Moon Howl. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King howls at the sky, releasing a powerful sound wave attack. This sound wave spreads out from the Wolf King, dealing physical damage to enemies it hits, with a certain probability of inflicting a fear effect, causing enemies to lose control of their movement for a short time and flee in panic. During the skill's duration, the Silver Moon Wolf King's defense and attack power will be significantly enhanced. Skill 2, Shadow Moon Assault. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King charges at the target enemy with extreme speed. During the assault, the Wolf King will breach the enemy's defenses, dealing continuous physical damage to enemies along the way, and will unleash a powerful attack upon reaching the target location. If the target enemy is not defeated by the end of the skill, they will suffer an additional debilitate effect, reducing their movement and attack speed. Skill 3, Moonlight Domain. Skill effect: the Silver Moon Wolf King roars at the sky, summoning a domain filled with moonlight energy. Within this domain, the Wolf King's attributes will be greatly enhanced, while enemies inside will suffer continuous magical damage and have a certain probability of being afflicted with a silence effect, preventing them from casting skills. Additionally, if there are many enemies within the domain, the Wolf King will gain an extra layer of Moon Shield, which can absorb a certain amount of damage. These attributes are indeed not impressive, at least not for Xiaofeng. An attack power of 60 against Xiaofeng's 64 defense still can't break through. With 3000 health points, killing it is just a matter of time. As for the skill effects, they seem tailor-made for Xiaofeng to defeat it. Do the 3 debuffs of fear, debilitate, and silence affect Xiaofeng? Of course not. He doesn't need to dodge, nor does he need to output, he just needs to stand there and let it attack. The only threat to Xiaofeng is that the Silver Moon Howl will temporarily enhance the Wolf King's attack power. Once the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack exceeds 64 points, it can deal damage to Xiaofeng. Of course, it depends on how much the Silver Moon Howl can increase the attack power. If the increase is too small, it will still only tickle him. As Xiao Feng checked the Silver Moon Wolf King's data, the Wolf King was already less than 10 meters away from him. The great battle was about to begin. Fangge, we're already level 9. We must be the fastest levelers. Among this batch of newcomers, a charming female voice rang out at the edge of the grassland. The woman was none other than Ning Wan, and her teammate was Chen Fan, the awakened greatsword warrior. Chen Fan wrapped his arm around Ning Wan's slender waist and gave it a hard squeeze before speaking proudly. Of course. Although mages kill monsters a bit faster than I do, they need time to recover their mana, while our duo can almost infinitely farm monsters. Tomorrow we can head to a higher level map. Those mediocre talents will probably have to stay in the novice forest for several more days. This time, I must enter the warrior academy in the strongest posture, that way, I will gain the academy's favor. Fangge, you're the best. Let's keep going, let's level up to 10 so we can go back to sleep. Hearing the mention of sleep, a feigned coyness appeared on Ning Wan's face. Wu, a loud wolf howl interrupted their flirtation. Ning Wan quickly hid behind Chen Fan, showing a hint of fear. Wanner, don't be afraid, I won't let anyone hurt you. Fangge, look, isn't that the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King? Chen Fan focused his gaze and showed a hint of surprise. It really is the Silver Moon Wolf King. Let's run. It's said that the Silver Moon Wolf King is extremely powerful. Without a strong professional team, it's impossible to be its opponent. Chen Fan's face showed a thoughtful expression. If I can reach level 15 here, with you assisting me, who knows? Fangge, look. It seems someone is fighting it. What? The two focused their eyes. Just now, they couldn't see clearly due to the massive body of the Silver Moon Wolf King blocking their view. As the Silver Moon Wolf King changed positions, they finally saw the battle situation. They saw a person, holding a giant shield, standing firm against the Silver Moon Wolf King's frenzied attacks. One person single-handedly battling the Silver Moon Wolf King. What a sight! Wow! So cool. Ning Wan gazed at that imposing figure, her eyes sparkling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Fan frowned, muttering to himself, how powerful must one be to take on the Silver Moon Wolf King alone? Could that person be the legendary rare class? Rare class? At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Feng. Impossible, it can't be him. Fangge, what are you talking about? Do you know who he is? It's nothing. At that moment, Xiao Feng was engaged in a frenzied battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King. He stood his ground, wielding dual shields, allowing the Wolf King to attack him. -30, -30, -30 the system continuously displayed damage notifications. Of course, this was not the damage the Wolf King dealt to Xiao Feng, but the rebound damage from its attacks. During this time, the Wolf King used Moonshadow Assault multiple times, inflicting a crippled effect on Xiao Feng, greatly reducing his movement and attack speed. However, it was of no use, he didn't need to move or attack at all. As for the silence effect of Moonlight Domain, it was the same as the crippled effect. It had no effect on someone who didn't need to attack. 5 minutes later, when the Silver Moon Wolf King's health dropped below 50%, a louder howl erupted from its mouth. Skill 1, Wolf King Howl. A faint red glow enveloped its body. Here it comes. This was the skill Xiao Feng was most worried about, because this skill could enhance the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack power. Checking its attributes, monster. Name, Silver Moon Wolf King, Rare Boss, Level, 15 Health Points, 1485/3000 Physical Attack, 90 Physical Defense, 90 Magical Defense, 60 Both attack and defense increased by 50%. After activating Wolf King Howl, the Wolf King finally broke through Xiao Feng's defenses. -23, -45 the former is the damage caused by the Wolf King to Xiao Feng, while the latter is the rebound damage. Watching both his and the Wolf King's health points decrease simultaneously, he felt anxious but had no way to change the situation. He had no attack skills and no healing potions. He could only watch helplessly. To be safe, Xiao Feng began to move towards the edge of the battlefield while fending off the Wolf King's attacks. He decided to lure the Wolf King to the edge of the aggro zone, so that if the situation turned unfavorable, he could quickly escape the aggro. After all, this wasn't a game. If he couldn't win and got killed by the Wolf King, it would be the end for him. It was not worth sacrificing his life for a single boss. His direction of movement was towards where Chen Fan and the others were. As he moved, both his and the wolf's health points were rapidly declining. Fangge, they seem to be moving towards us. Should we run? Retreat, we can't withstand the Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Chen Fan suddenly stopped. As Xiao Feng got closer, he finally saw Xiao Feng's face clearly. Xiao Feng, hearing Xiao Feng's name, Ning Wan also stopped in shock, staring at the person fighting the Silver Moon Wolf King. Is it really him? Didn't they say he only has 1 point of attack? How could he possibly fight the Wolf King? At this moment, Chen Fan's expression was conflicted. After a moment, he turned to Ningguan and made a throat-cutting gesture. His and the Silver Moon Wolf King's health points are almost depleted, we might as well. Ningguan's eyes lit up. If he gets killed by the Wolf King, the Wolf King's health will also be low, and we might be able to snag the boss. If he kills the Wolf King, then we, the two, hid in a nearby bush, watching the battle between Xiaofeng and the Wolf King. -23-45A. Few minutes later, when Xiaofeng's health dropped to 468 points, the Wolf King's health was at 900. At this rate, the chances of both perishing together were high. However, he still had a trump card. Battle Soul. Awakening can be used on skills you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for up to 10 seconds. Without hesitation, he used the Battle Soul Awakening skill on Thorn Spike. His mana was rapidly depleting. At the same time, the Silver Moon Wolf King's rebound damage reached 68. Although his mana could only last for 6 seconds, it was enough. Just as the Silver Moon Wolf King was about to die, a roar came from behind him. Turning around, a heavy sword was cleaving towards him. Dang! A thick shield blocked in front of Xiaofeng, producing a crisp metallic clash. -11 points of damage. How is that possible? No, this isn't damage dealt to him, it's the damage that rebounded back. Seeing the damage information, Chen Fan was stunned. As a heavy sword warrior specializing in strong attacks, he had dealt no damage to Xiaofeng, indicating that he hadn't broken through the opponent's defense at all. How high must Xiaofeng's defense be to achieve this? Announcement: the Practitioner Knight successfully killed the rare boss Silver Moon Wolf King. ×3. At the same time, Xiaofeng received several system notifications. Notification: you have obtained warrior medals ×3. Notification: you have received a blue achievement chest. Warrior medal: collect 10 warrior medals to exchange for an honor medal. Notification: you have killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, gaining 300 experience points, Silver Moon Bracers ×1, Purple Chest ×1, 12 silver coins, and 35 copper coins. He did not rush to check the equipment and chests but turned to look at Chen Fan. A hint of malice rose in his eyes. That last strike was clearly aimed at killing him. If it weren't for his high defense, he might have already died under that heavy sword. He then calmed down. His attack power is only 1 point, and he simply cannot kill Chen Fan. To be precise, as long as Chen Fan does not actively attack him, he poses no threat to Chen Fan at all. Angering him to make him attack? Xiaofeng dismissed this idea. Even if he succeeded in provoking him, after a few attacks, he would realize the problem. By then, letting Chen Fan know all his means would only put him in a passive position. Looking at the ordinary Silver Moon wolves wandering around, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He had an idea. Xiaofeng cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan and sneered, "You want to get kicked again, huh?" This statement struck at the most painful point in Chen Fan's heart. Once arrogant and domineering at school, he had become the laughingstock ever since Xiaofeng kicked him. Although his classmates dared not mock him to his face due to his intimidation, they all whispered behind his back that he was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had been thinking about how to regain his dignity, but he still remembered Xiaofeng's cold gaze. Every time he thought of that gaze, a deep-seated fear surged within him, which had seemingly become a nightmare in his heart. Yesterday, after successfully awakening as a greatsword warrior, he finally overcame his fear of Xiaofeng. However, he did not expect Xiaofeng to awaken a rare profession, and just when he had resigned himself to fate, he learned that the profession was useless. But now, seeing Xiaofeng single-handedly battling the Silver Moon Wolf King and successfully killing it, the fear hidden in his heart surged once more. His emotional journey over the past 2 days had been tumultuous. Ningguan noticed the mix of anger and fear on Chen Fan's face and revealed a hint of disdain. Although he concealed it well, Chen Fan still caught on. This immediately ignited the anger within him. "Xiaofeng, don't be too arrogant." Xiaofeng didn't even glance at him, slowly stepping away. Faced with Xiaofeng's indifference and Ningguan's disdain, he could no longer contain himself. It was too arrogant. He dared to turn his back on him even when his health bar was nearly empty, which was a complete disregard. No man could tolerate such humiliation, especially in front of a woman. Just as Chen Fan hesitated, Xiaofeng had already distanced himself. "Brother Fan? Do you think he might be bluffing?" What do you mean?" "Think about it, Brother Fan. Ever since the car accident, Xiaofeng has been silent and withdrawn. He never retaliated against others' provocations, but today he actively provoked you. Something unusual must be going on." With Ningguan's words, Chen Fan also realized. Although that last strike did not harm Xiaofeng, it did not mean he could keep defending against his attacks. He did not believe that Xiaofeng's current defense could withstand his onslaught. Chen Fan steeled himself, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me. It's common for people to die in dungeons. Chen Fan brandished his greatsword, stepping toward Xiao Feng. With an agility of 18 points, he was naturally much faster than Xiao Feng. In no time, he caught up with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, don't be too arrogant in your next life. As he spoke, he swung the greatsword at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, of course, knew that Chen Fan was following him. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Clang! The greatsword was once again blocked by the shield, producing a crisp sound. -11. I don't believe you can keep blocking my attacks. At this moment, Chen Fan was blinded by rage, wildly hacking at Xiao Feng. -11, -11, -11. After more than 10 strikes, not only did he fail to kill Xiao Feng, who was left with only a sliver of health, but he also sustained significant injuries himself. At this point, he began to calm down, reluctantly admitting that he really seemed unable to break through Xiao Feng's defense. However, he was not disheartened. Instead, he felt a bit pleased. Because after attacking Xiao Feng for so long, Xiao Feng had been defending the entire time, never counterattacking. This was enough to prove that the rumors were true. Since Xiao Feng's attack was always stuck at one point, he posed no threat to him at all. Xiao Feng did not have any attack power. His level would eventually be surpassed by himself. When his level finally surpassed Xiao Feng's, he did not believe that he would still be unable to break through his defenses. Just as he was about to withdraw and leave, his expression changed drastically. Unbeknownst to him, he and Xiao Feng had been surrounded by dozens of silver moonwolves. If there were only 3 or 4, he and Ningguan could manage to kill them, but now there were a full 30 or 40 level 10 silver moonwolves. How could they fight that? With the howls of the wolf pack rising, dozens of silver moonwolves simultaneously launched an attack on the two. In just one encounter, Chen Fan was killed by the wolf pack, his body torn apart by the wolves. Seeing this scene, Ningguan, who was hiding nearby, turned pale with fear. Because Xiao Feng was walking step by step towards him, surrounded by a large group of silver moonwolves, moving in this direction together. Xiao Feng. I promised to be your girlfriend. Looking at the approaching Xiao Feng and the wolf pack, this was the only way she could think of. Xiao Feng didn't even glance at her. He simply walked past her, heading towards the exit of the instance. Xiao Feng, you won't have a good death. The scream abruptly stopped. Xiao Feng felt no psychological burden in luring the wolf pack to kill these two. He had crossed over and inherited Xiao Feng's memories, so he naturally knew Ningguan's true nature. Today could be considered revenge for the original Xiao Feng. From now on, he owed nothing to anyone in this world. He was himself. At this moment, he had reached level 15, and staying in the novice forest would yield no benefits. After fighting for more than 10 hours, he was physically and mentally exhausted. The combat rules in this world were quite similar to the games on Earth, but not entirely the same. As long as one did not die completely, they could recover through their own recovery abilities or recovery items, including but not limited to severed limbs. However, dying in battle meant true death. There was no resurrection. After all, people are not data, they can feel fatigue and hunger. As he walked towards the exit of the instance, he checked what he had gained from this novice forest. After more than 10 hours of fighting, he had leveled up from 0 to 15. He obtained 35 silver coins and 39 copper coins. Note, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Practitioner currency can only circulate among practitioners. Although the paradise coins could only circulate among practitioners, people still had worldly needs. Many practitioners would sell practitioner currency in exchange for some worldly necessities. The current exchange rate was roughly 1 copper coin equals 1 yuan. Based on this exchange rate, Xiao Feng's total earnings this time amounted to 3,539 yuan, which was much more profitable than going out to work. In addition, he also obtained the following items: leather armor times 1, iron shield times 1, silver moon shield times 1, silver moon bracers times 1, purple treasure chest times 1, blue achievement chest times 1. This was all he had gained from this novice forest. Tip: do you want to open the purple treasure chest? Open. A purple light flashed, and a scroll appeared in Xiao Feng's hand. Tip: you have opened the purple treasure chest and obtained a skill scroll. Did I actually get a skill? He checked the introduction of the skill scroll. Skill name, Wolf. Pack summon, skill level, level 1, skill type, active, usage requirement, summoner, intelligence above 20 points. Skill consumption, 100 mana points per summon. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes, skill effect, summons 2 silver moon wolves to fight for you. Note, the strength of the summoned beasts will increase according to the practitioner's intelligence. This skill was quite good, it was the most needed skill for a summoner. Its importance comparable to a mage's lightning spell. However, Xiao Feng could not use it, he could only find a way to sell it in exchange for what he needed. Tip: do you want to open the blue achievement chest? Open. Tip: you have opened the blue achievement treasure chest and received a skill scroll. To think it's another skill scroll, I must say Xiao Feng's luck is indeed impressive. Skill scrolls are among the hardest items to obtain, yet Xiaofeng has drawn 2 in a row. I just hope this skill is something I can use. Check the skill scroll description. Skill name, Power of the Silver Moon, skill level, level 1, skill type. Passive, usage requirement, melee class, must have over 30 points in constitution. Skill effect, restores 0.1% of maximum health per second. Note, can also restore while in combat. Looking at the skill description, Xiaofeng's eyes grew brighter. To be able to continuously restore health while in combat, combined with his exceptionally high constitution, this skill could be. Although the amount restored is indeed a bit low, it will surely improve as the skill level increases. Without hesitation, he directly used the skill scroll. Tip: do you want to use the Power of the Silver Moon skill scroll? Use. Tip: you have mastered the skill Power of the Silver Moon. Health plus 1. As soon as he used the skill scroll, his health began to recover continuously. Although the recovery rate was very slow, over time, a full recovery was just a matter of time. Finally, his gaze fell on the only piece of equipment dropped by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Equipment name, Silver Moon Bracers, rare equipment level, 10, equipment quality, golden equipment. Wearing. Requirement, strength 10 points required. Equipment position, arm, physical defense, 5 and magical defense, 3 additional attribute, increases base defense by 10%. What a good item! Not only does it increase defense, but it also enhances base defense. Although it doesn't add as much as the Silver Moon Shield, having such defense as bracers is already quite impressive. He directly equipped it on his right arm. Tip: you have activated the Silver Moon set attribute. You gain the Silver Moon Power buff bonus. Silver Moon Power, the additional attributes of the Silver Moon Shield and Silver Moon Bracers are increased by 50%. Set? According to what he understood, only mid to high tier equipment would have set attributes, but he didn't expect the bracers dropped by the Wolf King to actually be a set component. Moreover, it's a set that enhances base attributes. If it only enhanced equipment attributes, then the Silver Moon set would merely be top-notch beginner equipment. But these two pieces of equipment and the set attributes can enhance base attributes, and the increase is quite significant, which is terrifying. Just imagine, if Xiaofeng's base defense reaches 1000 points, how high would the increase from these two pieces of equipment be? After equipping the gear, his defense reached 79 points. It's worth noting that the ultimate boss of the Newbie Forest, the Silver Moon Wolf King, only has an attack of 60 points. Looking at the 4 pieces of equipment he was wearing, Xiaofeng felt quite satisfied. This trip to the Newbie Forest dungeon could be considered a perfect conclusion. Arriving at the dungeon exit, Xiaofeng stored all the equipment in his backpack and stepped out. The Newbie Dungeon Square is a safe zone, with the Professional Alliance stationed there, and no one dares to act here. The Professional Alliance was established by the Dragon Kingdom government, and its main responsibility is to manage and train professionals. At this moment, most newcomers had already exited the Newbie Forest. They were either excited or fearful, each person having a different mindset about today's dungeon journey. Brother Quang, you're amazing, leveling up to level 6 in just one day. I estimate in another 2 or 3 days, you'll reach level 10 and head to higher level dungeons. Don't you see what profession I am? Ha, it's your turn to shine, awakening as a gunsmith. A gunsmith is comparable to a mage. But this profession really costs a lot. Just one day of dungeon runs and I spent 3 silver coins on bullets, and I only earned 5 silver coins. Today. High investment leads to high returns, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly level up to level 6? By the way, who do you think will be the highest level among this batch of newcomers today? Isn't it obvious? It must be the mage Zhou Jie. Although the gunsmith is said to be on par with the mage, just look at Zhou Jie's background. That's true, with their family's strength, they must have prepared luxurious gear and endless mana potions before entering the dungeon. Sigh, there's really no way to compare people. Who can say what will happen next? If we happen to get a mythical level equipment drop, we might have a chance to rise against the odds. Look, Zhou Jie is out. A crowd gathered around. They looked at Zhou Jie's dazzling golden gear with envy. This is the benefit of coming from a wealthy family. Not only can he wear extremely luxurious gear during the novice stage, but he is also followed by 2 healers who are both stunning in figure and appearance. With such a setup, it's hard not to attract attention. Brother Zhou Jie, what level are you now? I guess he should be level 10, with such luxurious gear and being a mage. Reaching level 10 shouldn't be hard. I bet he's reached level 11 or even higher. Zhou Jie, feeling quite smug, waved his hand to the crowd, pretended to cough, and then said, I didn't really grind today, just reached level 12. What? You actually leveled up to 12 in one day, impressive. By the time we enter the Warrior Academy, he'll probably be the highest level person. Level 12, I doubt I could reach level 12 in 5 days, sigh. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. I suppose you are the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King? What? Zhou Jia is the knight mentioned in the system announcement? He actually killed the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King is said to be the super boss of the Novice Forest, and very few have seen it. Yet it was killed by Zhou Jia. That makes sense. Besides Zhou Jia, who else could kill the Silver Moon Wolf King? Hearing the crowd's flattery, Zhou Jia's expression turned slightly unnatural. After reaching level 12, he had stopped grinding and found a cave with the 2 healers to heal his injuries. Therefore, he hadn't even noticed the system announcement. After reading the announcement, Zhou Jia's face turned extremely ugly. Knight? The crowd could tell from Zhou Jia's expression that he was not the one who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King. At the back of the crowd, a tall and burly man carrying a heavy sword laughed mockingly. How could a mage and 2 healers possibly kill the Silver Moon Wolf King? Yeah, while mages have strong output, they can't take hits. Facing the Silver Moon Wolf King, not even 2 healers could keep up, let alone 10. If it's not Zhou Jia, who else could it be? It seems there aren't many experts among the newcomers entering the Novice Forest this time. The burly man showed a look of disdain. If anyone has the best chance to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King, it's undoubtedly our heavy sword warrior. He can take hits and deal damage, with no weaknesses. Only then did the crowd realize that not only Zhou Jia entered the Novice Forest this time, but also Chen Fan, who awakened as a heavy sword warrior. Seeing the burly man's eagerness to defend his own, it seemed Chen Fan had already joined the warrior guild. With the equipment and experience from the warrior guild, he might really have a chance to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Humph. Zhou Jia pushed through the crowd and angrily left the place. Xiao Feng walked out of the dungeon, not attracting much attention. After putting away his gear, he looked just like the onlookers, with neither flashy equipment nor beautiful healers by his side, appearing too ordinary. Time passed little by little, and the expression on the burly man's face gradually became unpleasant. He was the guide assigned to Chen Fan by the Swordmaster Guild. His main responsibility was to help new members quickly improve their strength. At this point, he should have already come out, but Chen Fan was still nowhere to be seen. Originally, as a newcomer, he didn't take it to heart. If it weren't for the benefits the guild provided to guides, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all. However, if Chen Fan really killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, it would be enough to prove that he was a person of great potential, and his status in the guild would rise rapidly. If he had known, he would have added him as a friend. And he wouldn't have to wait idly now. At that moment, he received a message in his friend list. After reading it, his expression changed drastically. What? Chen Fan is dead. He learned this news from a guild member. And his face was filled with disbelief. He had clearly explained to Chen Fan which areas in the Novice Forest were suitable for leveling up and which were too dangerous to enter. He never expected that something would go wrong in the end. Could it be that after he killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, he was surrounded and killed by other monsters while severely injured? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After a moment, he could only sigh helplessly and leave the Novice Square. This is how it is for professionals. Everyone only sees their strength and wealth, but few pay attention to those who have died. No matter how much potential one has, it means nothing if they haven't grown yet. Xiao Feng returned home, exhausted both physically and mentally after a day of battles. He took out yesterday's leftovers from the fridge, heated them in the microwave, and quickly finished a bite before going to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Feng was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked up the phone to check, and it was surprisingly his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, calling. He was already a professional, so he shouldn't need to go to school. Why was Zhou Ping calling? Hello, Teacher Zhou. Xiao Feng, I've heard about your situation. You've rested for a day, your mindset should be adjusted by now, right? Why haven't you come to class today? Even if you can't join the Warrior Academy, getting into a good university is still a good path. The college entrance exam is in just over 10 days. What will happen to your future if you continue to be depressed? Xiao Feng had a good impression of this homeroom teacher. During his hospitalization after the car accident, it was this teacher who ran around helping him with various procedures. He was able to continue studying at New City High School thanks to his help. If there was anyone Xiao Feng cared about in this world, it was definitely teacher Zhou Ping. Teacher Zhou, I've already become a professional. I don't need to take the college entrance exam, right? Xiao Feng, everyone knows about your situation. The Warrior Academy is very unlikely to recruit you. Let's just consider it a failed awakening. Studying hard to get into a good university can also lead to success. Teacher Zhou, For a moment, Xiao Feng didn't know how to respond. Should he tell him that his profession wasn't a waste? After a moment, Xiao Feng smiled. Hiding his strength? There was no need at all. That would only cause him to miss one opportunity after another. It was better to let everyone know about his strength and strive for more benefits, thus rising quickly. Teacher Zhou, I've already reached level 15 and even killed the Silver Moon Wolf King. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, there was a long silence on the other end of the line before Zhou Ping's voice finally came through. Xiao Feng, if you really haven't adjusted your mindset yet, then continue to rest at home for a few more days, but you must participate in the college entrance exam. The call ended. Xiao Feng stood there in a daze. Was it true that no one believed him when he spoke the truth? Thinking about it, it was normal. How could a profession with only 1 point of attack accomplish those outrageous things? That's fine, since Teacher Zhou doesn't believe me, I'll give him a surprise on the day of the college entrance exam. After getting up and quickly finishing breakfast, Xiao Feng headed to the Novice Square. There were a total of 5 dungeons in the Novice Square. They are the Novice Forest, Dark Cave, Sunset Dunes, Forgotten Tomb, and Death Swamp. The monster levels in the dungeons are as follows: Novice Forest levels 1 to 10. Dark Cave levels 11 to 30. Sunset Dunes levels 31 to 50. Forgotten Tomb levels 51 to 70. Death Swamp levels 71 to 100. Only after reaching level 100 in the Death Swamp and successfully advancing to the second tier can one be considered to have left the novice category. Today, Xiao Feng's goal is the Dark Cave. Arriving at the Novice Dungeon Square, the Novice Square is still bustling with activity. Here, not only are various professionals entering the dungeon to fight monsters and level up, but there are also many life-class professionals setting up stalls to sell items. Currently, Xiao Feng has only 1 skill scroll that he doesn't need and can sell. However, he is not familiar with the prices of professional items, so to avoid being scammed, he decides to hold on to it for now and see how things go later. Skill scrolls do not depreciate over time. Like equipment, skill scrolls are consumables. Once used, they disappear, and such items are always in demand. Approaching the entrance of the Dark Cave dungeon, Xiao Feng steps inside. At that moment, Zhou Jia also arrives at the dungeon entrance and, seeing Xiao Feng's back as he steps in, shows a look of confusion on his face. Zhou Ge, what's wrong? Nothing? I must be seeing things. He can't possibly reach level 10 in just 1 day. Let's go, and aim to reach level 20 today. Inside the dark cave, dim light filters through the sparse rock crevices, barely illuminating the winding path ahead. The cave walls are covered in moss and slippery rocks, with occasional water droplets falling, producing a crisp sound. The air is filled with a mix of dampness and earthiness, creating a sense of oppression and mystery. Tip: you have entered the dark cave, where the monster levels range from 11 to 30. After taking out his equipment from the backpack and re-equipping it, he walks deeper into the cave. The cave is quite spacious, with the sound of dripping water echoing, giving a cold and desolate feeling. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, suddenly 3 or 4 lizards leap out from the rock walls and pounce on Xiao Feng. Monster name: Mutated Lizard, Normal, Level, 11 Health Points, 1100 Physical Attack, 33 Physical Defense, 22 Magical Defense, 16. The level 11 Mutated Lizard has significantly higher attributes compared to the level 10 Silver Moon Wolf. However, it is still not enough to pose a threat to Xiao Feng, whose defense has reached 79 points. Fighting these monsters is simply a waste of time. He continues to move forward. Level 12, 13, 15, 18. The attack power of these monsters is insufficient to break through Xiao Feng's defense. Finally, he stops in a spacious area of the dark cave. Skeleton Archer. Monster name: Skeleton Archer, Normal, Level, 20 Health Points, 2000 Physical Attack, 72 Physical Defense, 23 Magical Defense, 18. The Skeleton Archer is a high attack, low defense monster in the dark cave. Its attack is significantly higher than that of other monsters, but its defense is much lower. Additionally, it attacks from a distance, which is undoubtedly a nightmare for most newcomers. A moment of inattention could lead to being shot dead by the Skeleton Archer. However, Xiao Feng is not among them. His defense is as high as 79 points. Although the monsters here do not have the ability to break through Xiao Feng's defense, he still chooses to level up here. This is simply because the Skeleton Archer is a ranged attacker. This way, more monsters can attack him, thus improving leveling efficiency. The monsters here are very dense. Just running a small lap brings at least 50 to 60 Skeleton Archers to attack him. -36, -36, -36. All the Skeleton Archers attacking Xiao Feng are suffering from the rebound damage of Thorn's Sting. In just 1 minute, all the Skeleton Archers attacking Xiao Feng are killed by the rebound damage. You have killed a Skeleton Archer, gaining 30 experience points and 15 copper coins. You have killed a Skeleton Archer, gaining 30 experience points. Killing a Skeleton Archer grants 30 experience points, and there is no increase in experience for defeating monsters above your level. Does this indicate that the Wanjia Paradise system does not encourage professionals to fight monsters above their level? To level up from 15 to 16 requires 56,250 experience points. Therefore, he needs to kill 1,875 Skeleton Archers. Given the density of monsters here, he can almost manage to kill 50 in a minute. This means he can reach level 16 in about 40 minutes. Though leveling efficiency is quite good, this will do. Xiao Feng calculated in his mind while pulling monsters. You have killed a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points and 23 copper coins. You have killed a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points. You have killed a skeleton archer, gaining 30 experience points and 12 copper coins. After 40 minutes, Xiao Feng successfully leveled up to 16, having killed nearly 4,000 skeleton archers, yet he didn't drop a single piece of equipment. The drop rate is indeed not great. Leveling from 16 to 17 requires 62,400 experience points. From 17 to 18 requires 68,850 experience points. From 18 to 19 requires 75,600 experience points. From 19 to 20 requires 82,650 experience points. In total, leveling from 16 to 20 requires 289,500 experience points. At the current monster killing speed, it will take nearly 3 hours to reach level 20. Grinding monsters is monotonous and tedious. This area is still a forbidden zone for this batch of newcomers. No one dares to come here, so no one can witness Xiao Feng's impressive display. 3 hours later. Tip: your experience points have reached 100% and your level has increased to tier 1, level 20, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. As per usual, all attribute points are allocated to Constitution, and all skill points are invested in Thorn Spike. As a result, his defense reached 97 points, and the rebound effect of Thorn Spike reached 60%. Level 20 monsters can no longer satisfy Xiao Feng's grinding needs. It's time to venture deeper into the dark cave. In the dark cave, the deeper one goes, the dimmer the light becomes, and the oppressive, suffocating feeling intensifies. Passing through the narrow cave, he encountered several higher-level monsters along the way, but after checking their attributes, he decisively gave up. Until Xiao Feng reached the deepest part of the dark cave. Here, the light was actually brighter and more spacious compared to the area where he fought the skeleton archers. The light came from some glowing crystals clinging to the cave walls, their pale blue glow illuminating the cave while making the environment even more desolate. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a skeleton warhorse engulfed in pale blue flames crawled out from below, with a skeleton soldier in tattered armor riding on its back. It looked much more impressive than the skeleton archers. Checking the attributes of the skeleton knight. Monster name: Skeleton Knight, normal, level 30, health points 4,000, physical attack 90, physical defense 75, magical defense 60. The attack power isn't particularly high, but their size is overwhelmingly large. This means that fewer skeleton knights can attack Xiao Feng at the same time, which will severely affect his leveling speed. However, after walking all the way from the skeleton archers, he hadn't found a better leveling area. Then this will do. As Xiao Feng approached, more skeleton knights crawled out from the ground, and in a moment, over 30 skeleton knights sprang forth. After surveying the area, Xiao Feng finally chose a spot where the skeleton knights were most concentrated. Although it won't improve his monster killing efficiency, it can save quite a bit of stamina by reducing the number of steps he has to take. -54 -54 -54 Dozens of skeleton knights surrounded Xiao Feng, unleashing a frenzied assault, while Xiao Feng stood motionless in the center, wielding 2 shields. Due to the large size of the skeleton knights, only about 20 could attack him at the same time. The attack speed of the skeleton knights was not fast, which meant it took him nearly 2 minutes to kill them by reflecting their attacks. You have killed a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points and 56 copper coins to. You have killed a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points and 18 copper coins to. You have killed a skeleton knight, gaining 45 experience points. Leveling up from level 20 to level 21 requires 90,000 experience points. This means he needs to kill 2,000 skeleton knights to level up. Based on his current monster killing efficiency, he can only kill about 15 per minute. Doing the math, it would take around 2 hours to level up. Xiao Feng frowned slightly. This efficiency was considerably slower than killing skeleton archers. Just then, several damage notifications appeared. -10 -10 Xiao Feng was startled. This was not the damage notification from the skeleton knights, but from himself. The skeleton knights had broken through his defenses. How could this be possible? At that moment, he spotted a relatively frail skeleton knight among those attacking him, with blue flames burning more fiercely. Checking its attributes, he discovered that it was not an ordinary monster. Monster name: Skeleton Knight, desperate, level 30 health points, 3,000 physical attack, 108 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 60 compared to ordinary skeleton knights. This one had much lower brightness and defense, but its attack power had increased by 20%. If the defense were sufficient, it would be a good thing, but his current defense was inadequate, meaning it could kill him. After observing for a moment, he found that desperate skeleton knights were not too common, about one would appear among every 100. The recovery from the silver moon power skill barely maintained the balance. This forced the otherwise relaxed Xiao Feng to take things seriously. He had to constantly pay attention to the number of desperate monsters around him and his own health. If he noticed his health was too low, he would need to retreat quickly. As long as he left this area and moved to a lower-level monster zone, he would be safe, as those monsters couldn't break through his defenses at all. You have killed a skeleton knight, gaining 90 experience points and 26 copper coins. The experience points from desperate monsters were actually double that of ordinary monsters, which was undoubtedly good news. 2 hours later, Xiao Feng finally reached level 21, with his defense reaching 100 points, and the rebound damage from Thorn Spike increased to 62%. Now, even if some desperate skeleton knights appeared, as long as their numbers weren't too many, it wouldn't be a problem. With the enhancement of Thorn Spike, his monster killing speed was steadily increasing, but the experience points required for leveling up were also gradually rising. It increased from 90,000 to 97,650. In the end, the leveling speed was almost balanced. After killing over 3,000 skeleton knights, he finally dropped the first piece of equipment in this dungeon. Equipment name, Knight's Greatsword. Equipment level, 30. Equipment quality, blue equipment. Wearing requirement, melee class, 30 strength points required. Physical attack, 20. Additional attribute, heavy strike, with a chance to add 20% of the base attack when attacking. Weapons, aside from special items, are the most precious equipment, and of course, they are also the most expensive. Especially for popular class equipment like the Greatsword, the price is often 20% to 30% higher than that of other class equipment of the same level. Moreover, this piece of equipment has the additional attribute of heavy strike, which can definitely fetch a good price in the market. Conservatively estimated, this equipment could sell for 50 silver, which is about 5,000 yuan. If one fails to become a professional, after working hard through college, the estimated income for the first month after graduation would be about the same. This is also why most people aspire to become professionals. Compared to ordinary people, the speed of making money is vastly quicker. Putting away the equipment, he continued to grind monsters. After 5 hours, his level reached 24. His defense had hit 111 points, and his damage reflection was at 68%. At this point, the skeleton knight, which attacked recklessly, could no longer break through his defense. He had already been in the dungeon for 11 hours. He was starving and his muscles ached terribly. That's enough for today. Back home, Xiao Feng looked at the empty refrigerator and sighed helplessly. Looks like if I have money, I need to hire a housekeeper. After ordering takeout, Xiao Feng slumped onto the sofa and then noticed that he had dozens of friend requests. After deciding to hunt the Silver Moon Wolf King, he had set his messages to do not disturb. Looking back, this decision was incredibly wise, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grind monsters in peace. Each friend request had a message attached, and it wouldn't hurt to take a look at them out of boredom. Bro, are you a newbie? The Casual Players Guild welcomes you. Big shot, please carry me. Buying various equipment at high prices. Knight brother, please carry me. Attached, photo and black stockings. A whole bunch of random messages made Xiao Feng's head spin. He thought for a moment and didn't reject them all. He chose to accept one friend request. Notification, you have accepted Xian Duoduo's friend request. As soon as he accepted, Chen Duoduo sent a message. Xian Duoduo, Knight brother, do you have anything to sell? Indeed, the person he accepted was the one who left a message about buying equipment at high prices. Knight, Chen Duoduo, show me what good stuff you have. Yi Chen sent over the introduction information for the Pack Wolf summoning skill scroll and the Knight's Greatsword. Xian Duoduo, Knight brother, not bad, you got such good stuff in just 2 days. Knight, how do you want to buy? Chen Duoduo, do you want professional coins or real-world currency? Note, professional coins are the gold, silver, and copper coins traded among professionals through the system, while real-world currency is the universal currency issued by the government in the real world. Choosing between the two isn't difficult, although professional coins have a relatively clear exchange rate with real-world currency. This is a result maintained by the Professional Alliance and the government. In private transactions, professional coins often sell for about 20% more. Knight, professional coins. Chen Duoduo, Pack Wolf summoning skill scroll for 50 silver, Knight's Greatsword for 100 silver coins. In the past 2 days, he had gained some understanding of the prices through forums and other means before resting, and Chen Duoduo's prices were not low, even slightly higher than the market price. Xian Duoduo, how about that, am I sincere enough? Knight, deal. Immediately, he received an email from Chen Duoduo. Opening the email, Attachment: 150 silver coins were credited to his account. Xiaofeng didn't dawdle and sent the 2 items to Qian Duoduo via email. Transaction completed. Qian Duoduo was not a fool with too much money, he already had information on several outstanding professionals among this batch of newcomers, but none of them were like Knight. With his intelligence network, there was only one conclusion that could lead to such a situation. That is, Knight was a casual player without an organization. He was very confident in his intelligence network. Talents nurtured by large organizations naturally have no shortage of trading channels, so his main source of business was those casual players. Ordinary casual players have limited strength, making it difficult to kill bosses, and naturally, they also struggle to produce top-tier equipment and items, while their purchasing power is very limited. Individuals like Xiaofeng, who possess immense potential, are naturally the targets of their efforts. This is why there was an acquisition of Xiaofeng's equipment at a price above market value. Yesterday, he harvested a total of 35 silver and 39 copper in the Newbie forest. Today, he collected 43 silver and 72 copper in the dark cave, plus the 150 silver coins he just sold. Now, his profession currency has reached 229 silver and 11 copper. Based on the conversion rate of 1 copper coin to 1 yuan, he has earned a total of 22,911 yuan over these 2 days. Of course, this does not account for the several pieces of equipment he is wearing. If he were to work a regular job, who knows if he could earn over 10,000 a month before turning 30. Having only been a professional for 2 days, he is already making over 10,000 a day. It must be said, making money as a professional is indeed fast. The next day, when Xiaofeng returned to the dark cave, more people had started to appear. Many rapidly leveling professionals had already reached level 10. After reaching level 10, most people would not choose to stay in the Newbie forest, as the silver moon wolves are not ideal monsters to farm. Passing by the area with level 11 mutated lizard monsters, a small team was chatting. Come on, brothers, let's aim to reach level 15 today. Level 15? You're dreaming. Leveling up isn't that easy. Our coordination as a 4-man team is pretty good. If we put in the effort, we might just make it. Let's work hard and aim to break 50 levels by the time we report to the Warrior Academy. Yeah, I heard that if you don't reach level 50 by the time the Warrior Academy starts, your personal rating will be much lower. And the resources allocated will be significantly reduced. Sigh, I don't know how freaks like Zhou Jie level up. I heard he's already at level 18. With his equipment and 2 dedicated healers who don't need experience, if I had that set up, I'd definitely be over level 20. You're the only knight without a mount? Alright, stop bickering. Does anyone know who that guy was who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before? Yesterday? He probably changed his name, it's hard to say who he really is. That's a true expert, he leveled up to 15 in just 1 day and even killed the Silver Moon Wolf King. Not necessarily, maybe he's not a newbie awakened through official channels but found the awakening stone himself. He might have already awakened and leveled up to 10 in advance, equipped with excellent gear, just waiting for the Silver Moon Wolf King to respawn before going in to kill it. Even if what you say is true, it's still impressive for one person to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Are you stupid? If it was premeditated, how could they possibly send just one person in? The way you say it, it does seem possible, otherwise, how could an ordinary professional achieve that? Xiaofeng didn't stop along the way and headed straight for the deepest part of the dark cave. When he passed the level 20 skeleton archer monster area, he saw 3 people farming monsters. One of them was dressed in very extravagant gear, and even from a distance, the light emitted from his equipment was captivating. Behind him were 2 exceptionally attractive girls frantically casting various healing spells on him. These 3 were Zhou Jie from Class 1 and the 2 caretakers his father arranged for him. Crack, crack. Lightning spells struck the skeleton archers as if they were free, each head dealing considerable damage to the skeletons. It was truly enviable. As Xiaofeng quietly moved deeper into the cave, Zhou Jie caught sight of his back. Hey, do you want to die? That's a high-level area in there. Xiaofeng, with his back to Zhang Jie, waved his hand without saying a word, leaving behind a cool silhouette. This guy must be crazy. Does he really think he can go deep into the dark cave alone? Be careful, Jiegu. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaofeng appeared at the leveling spot from yesterday. Let's get started. With the increase in levels, the speed of killing monsters became faster and faster. 10 hours later, he finally reached level 30. Tip: your experience points have reached 100% and your level has been upgraded to Tier 1, level 30, gaining free attribute points times 5. Skill points times 1. Tip: you have activated the skill Soul Resurrection. Skill name, Soul Resurrection. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill cost, none. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill effect, immediately restore 20% of health after using this skill. Reaching level 30 also activated a new class skill. It must be said that the class skills of this profession are very perfect, all related to enhancing survivability. This skill has no cost and the cooldown time is not long. It greatly increases Xiao Feng's sustained combat ability. Tip: your level has reached 30 and the regional public communication channel is now open. Note: the regional public communication channel is limited to practitioners within a certain range. He opened the regional communication channel to check. It was completely empty, with only him present. It seems that he was in a dark cave, and the regional communication channel could only be joined by practitioners in this dungeon. Currently, only Xiao Feng has reached level 30 in this dungeon, which is why this situation occurred. After continuously grinding monsters for 10 hours, he had killed at least 20,000 skeleton knights. Today's harvest was not bad, totaling over 80 silver, along with 2 pieces of white quality level 30 equipment, and a blue quality weapon. His defense had also increased to 133 points, and the rebound damage of Thorn Spike had reached 80%. After reaching level 30, he did not plan to continue leveling up here. The skeleton knights were too large, making it an unsuitable place for leveling. Just as he was about to leave, the ground began to tremble, and stones fell from the top of the cave with the vibrations. However, these stones could not cause much damage to Xiao Feng. Could it be an earthquake? Just then, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a quiet passage glowing with green light. A monster the size of an elephant emerged from the passage. It was an even more powerful and ornate skeleton knight. This larger skeleton knight was covered in shattered silver armor, shimmering with a cold light. In its hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames flickered occasionally, and the longsword in its hand, though mottled, remained incredibly sharp. It rode a gaunt, skeletal warhorse, with black vines entwined around its bones, adding an air of mystery and eeriness. The warhorse moved silently, treading across the desolate land, leaving faint tracks behind. Warning! Warning! Due to the excessive number of skeleton knights dying in this area in a short time, a hidden boss has been activated. Monster name: Undead Knight, Hidden Boss, level, 35 health points, 12,000 physical attack, 120 magical attack, 80 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 100 skill 1 Undead. Holy Sword: the Undead Knight's longsword burns with ghostly flames, dealing both physical and magical damage upon attack. Calculated separately, not stacked. Skill 2 Ethereal Charge: the Undead Knight charges forward at an astonishing speed, dealing physical damage to enemies in its path and applying a slowing effect. After the charge ends, it will leave behind an ethereal domain that lasts for several seconds, within which enemies will suffer continuous magical damage and reduced healing effects. Skill 3 Death Gaze: the Undead Knight stares at an enemy, inflicting a fear effect that prevents them from moving or attacking for 3 seconds. Skill 3 Undead Summon: the Undead Knight summons a group of small skeleton warriors to fight for him. These small skeleton warriors will attack nearby enemies and explode upon defeat, dealing area damage to surrounding foes. Skill 4 Shadow Shield: the Undead Knight casts a shadow shield on himself. While the shield is active, he can absorb a certain amount of damage and convert it into his own health. Skill 5 Death Spin: the Undead Knight swings his long sword, performing a rapid spinning attack that deals continuous damage to surrounding enemies. Enemy units within a 10-meter radius will be forcibly drawn closer. During the spin, the Undead Knight is immune to all control effects. It's hard to say whether Xiao Feng was lucky or unlucky. Rare bosses and hidden bosses are extremely hard to come by, yet he encountered one. After carefully reviewing the attributes of the Undead Knight, Xiao Feng checked his own current attributes. Name: Knight Class, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Class, Level, First Stage, Level 30, Health Points, 1530 Mana. Points: 60 Constitution, 153 Strength, 10 Physical Defense, 133, including equipment bonuses, Magical Defense, 125, including equipment bonuses, Combat Power Assessment, 210 Skill 1 Thorn Spike, Level 30. Reflects 80% of attack damage. Skill 2 Rock Solid, Level 1, reduces damage taken by 10%. Skill 3 Battle Soul Awakening, Level 1, can be used on skills you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for up to 10 seconds. Skill 4 Battle Soul Revival, Level 1, immediately restores 20% health upon using this skill. Skill 5 Silver Moon Power, Level 1, restores health equal to 0.1% of maximum health per second. Note: can also restore while in combat. After comparing the attributes of both, Xiao Feng's eyes gradually brightened. He could kill. The Undead Knight's mount raised its 2 front hooves high and stomped towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng did not retreat, bringing his dual shields together in front of him. Clang! The iron hooves struck the shield, producing a deafening roar. Under the immense force of the mount's stomp, Xiao Feng did not budge an inch. -60 A red number rose above the Undead Knight's head, while Xiao Feng remained unscathed. Boom! A ghostly blue flame burned on the undead knight's longsword, illuminating the dark cave significantly. The flame was not scorching, instead, it had a chilling sensation. The blue flame indicated that the undead knight had used the skill Holy Sword of the Undead. This was the first time Xiaofeng faced an enemy with magical attacks. As the skeletal warhorse charged, the longsword engulfed in blue flames lunged towards Xiaofeng. With dual shields in hand, the world was his. Xiaofeng stood firm, the silver moon shield positioned in front of him, colliding with the flaming longsword. The massive metallic clash echoed throughout the cave, spreading outward. Even Zhou Jie, several kilometers away, faintly heard the sound of the collision. -60, -40. Two damage numbers floated above the undead knight's head. The undead knight did not care whether his attacks were effective, relentlessly attacking Xiaofeng. After more than a dozen strikes, not only did Xiaofeng sustain minimal damage, but the undead knight's health also dropped by over 1,000 points. The undead knight ceased his attacks, and the warhorse slowly retreated. The ghostly blue flames surged around him as he charged towards Xiaofeng. Skill 2, Ethereal Charge. The speed of the charge was incredibly fast, and Xiaofeng could not evade it at all, nor did he need to, because the opponent simply could not break through his defense. The warhorse collided with the shield, and the charge abruptly halted. The undead knight, blocked by the shield, stood still for a moment, seemingly dazed from the impact. Second skill, Death Gaze. Ineffective. Fourth skill, Shadow Shield. Ineffective. Fifth skill, Death Dance. Still ineffective. After a dazzling display of various attacks, Xiaofeng not only received no damage, but the undead knight's health also dropped to around 50%. Just when Xiaofeng thought he was safe, a large number of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground with the summoning of the undead knight. Skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton knights, and various other skeletons appeared in an endless stream, surrounding Xiaofeng. After checking the attributes of these little skeletons, Xiaofeng felt relieved. The attack power of these little skeletons was at most comparable to the skeleton archers and skeleton knights he had previously killed, and they were even slightly weaker. With his high defense, they posed no threat at all. Instead, Xiaofeng gained quite a bit of experience. 20 minutes later. The hidden boss, the undead knight, finally fell, the flames in its ghostly blue pupils gradually dissipating as they fixed their gaze on Xiaofeng, as if expressing its unwillingness. Announcement: the player knight successfully killed the hidden boss, the undead knight. At the same time, Xiaofeng received several system notifications. Notification: you have obtained warrior medals ×5. Notification: you have obtained a purple achievement chest. Notification: you have killed the undead knight, gaining 1,000 experience points. Undead shield, purple chest ×1, 32 silver coins, 89 copper coins. That's a wrap. Today marked over 10 consecutive hours of battle, and the rewards were quite rich. Dragging his tired yet happy body, he walked out of the dungeon. Xiaofeng didn't think much of killing the boss, but the outside world was in an uproar. Many players in the Novice Square noticed this system announcement and were now discussing it fervently. Did you see the announcement? Someone killed the hidden boss, the undead knight. So what? Isn't it the case that no boss gets killed every day? Did you see who killed it? Knight, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Knight? Isn't that the person who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before yesterday? Just a day later, he killed a hidden boss. His luck is really good. Luck? Humph. Ignorant. Who are you calling ignorant? Do you know what level the undead knight is? Level 35. So what? Any one of us could easily kill it. He killed the Silver Moon Wolf King the day before yesterday, and the Silver Moon Wolf King is in the Novice Forest, which means he couldn't have been over level 10 when he entered the Novice Forest. Just one day later, he killed a level 35 boss. Can you do that? Who exactly is this knight? In just 2 days, he went from level 10 to over level 30. This leveling speed could only be rivaled by a superclass, the Necromancer. You're overthinking it, necromancers aren't that strong in the early stages. Then how did he do it? Once this person enters the Warrior Academy, he will definitely be a core student. The legend of Knight was gradually spreading among this batch of newcomers, and everyone was speculating about what class Knight was and what organization he belonged to. Xiaofeng knew there was no food left at home, so on his way back, he casually found a restaurant to grab a bite before returning home. After washing up, he comfortably lay on the sofa and checked today's gains. Including the loot from the undead knight, he had a total of 118 silver today, and combined with the previous day's earnings, he had 347 silver coins, equivalent to 34,700 yuan. Once copper coins reach 100, the system will automatically convert them into silver coins. Converting silver coins into gold coins requires players to do it manually. He had now earned over 10,000 daily for 3 consecutive days. This amount of money could only cover his daily expenses, and he was still far from improving his quality of life. It seemed he needed to keep working hard. In addition to silver coins, he also obtained 2 pieces of level 30 white quality equipment and 1 level 30 blue quality weapon. He didn't plan to sell this piece of equipment right now. After all, the quantity was too small, which would affect his status in Qianduoduo's eyes. The final highlight fell on the undead shield that dropped after killing the undead knight. He checked the equipment attributes. Equipment name, undead shield, rare equipment level, 30 equipment quality, golden equipment. Wearing requirement, level 30, strength 20 points. Required. Equipment position, left hand. Physical defense, 30. Magical defense, 30. Additional skill undead shield. Using this skill grants a 30-second shield to oneself, which can absorb a total of no more than 1,000 points of damage, and converts 50% of the damage into one's own health. What a stroke of luck! The attributes of this equipment were simply tailor-made for Xiaofeng. Whether it was the high dual defenses or the undead shield, which was a bug-level defensive skill. The only downside was the requirement of 20 points in strength. Xiaofeng currently only had 10 points in strength, so he would need to level up twice to wear this equipment. Just 2 levels, which wasn't a big deal for Xiaofeng. At his current leveling speed, it would only take 1 or 2 hours. He checked the friend request list and found that more people had applied to add him as a friend today, reaching several hundred requests. After flipping through, he noticed that most were invitations to join guilds or requests for him to help them level up. One particular request caught Xiaofeng's attention. Big shot, high price for help. Most of the other messages asking him to help level up were mostly offers of free views of black stockings or drinking companionship, but this one seemed relatively reliable. He also wanted to understand how much income there was from helping others level up. Tip: you have accepted the friend request from Haomei. As soon as he accepted, Haomei sent a message. Haomei, Knight big shot. You finally accepted. Knight, how much? Haomei, how much for what? Haomei, oh. I almost forgot the message content. What level are you now? Knight, level 30. Haomei, that's good, if you were over level 30. We couldn't enter the same dungeon. I'm only level 13. Haomei, how about this? I'll follow you to level up until you reach level 35. I'll take whatever I can get, and I'll give you 500 silver coins. Of course. All monster loot will belong to you. What do you think? 500 silver coins. That's 50,000 yuan. Xiaofeng's chest heaved violently. Their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, as a well-known high school teacher in the province, earned less than 20,000 a month with various benefits. Just by helping a girl level up, he could earn 50,000 in just a day or two. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Knight, alright, tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., let's meet at the entrance of the dark cave dungeon. Haomei, okay, see you then. After closing the chat with Haomei, he found that there were 99 plus unread messages in the regional chat channel. He opened it to check. Chen. Duo, high price for various rare equipment. Zhang Daolong, Dark Abyss Guild invites all kinds of talented individuals to join. Brother Dao, high price for a first tier 90 level red quality two-handed great sword. Most of the messages were invitations to join guilds and buy or sell various equipment and items. Just as Xiaofeng was about to close it, he saw a message that made his eyes narrow. Rakshasa, the other day. Our guild's new member Chen Fan was killed in the Newbie forest, a reward of 100 silver coins for information on the murderer. The system of the 10,000 realms parody the attitude of the professional alliance towards the mutual slaughter among professionals is completely different. Although the terms introduced explicitly prohibit such actions, some professionals are simply too powerful, and the professional alliance cannot completely prevent such incidents from occurring. Eventually, they stopped caring about these matters altogether. They would only intervene if someone extremely important was killed. The Rorschach should be from the Swordsman Alliance. The message they sent is likely not to genuinely find the murderer, but rather to express their concern for their members to the outside world, thereby attracting more people to join. What started as a message similar to an advertisement, surprisingly, someone believed it and even replied in the public communication channel. Shu Shuz at Rorschach, I know who killed Chen Fan. Rorschach completely ignored Shu Shuz, pretending not to see. But Shu Shuz kept tagging him repeatedly, and with no other option, he had to reply in the group. Rorschach, let's hear it. Shu Shuz, what if I tell you and you don't pay? Rorschach, our swordsman guild wouldn't be so cheap as to default on 100 silver coins. Shu Shuz, everyone, please bear witness for me. I'll tell you here, the one who killed Chen Fan must be Hei Yi. Rorschach, Hei Yi? Who is Hei Yi? Shu Shuz. You don't even know this? It's the person who killed the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Newbie forest the day before yesterday. Oh, and today he also killed the hidden boss, the undead knight, in the dark cave. Rorschach. Little girl, don't make things up. How could someone level up over 20 levels in just one day and kill the undead knight? Shu Shuz, it's all in the system announcement, am I supposed to lie? Monk, Shu Shuz is right. There are still people posting screenshots of the announcement on the forum. I have to say, that little guy Heiyi does have some skills. Xiamo, yes, I saw it too. Rorschach at Shu Shuz, I believe what you said is true. But how can we prove he killed Chen Fan? Shu Shuz, are you stupid? How many people were in the Newbie forest the day before yesterday? Who has the ability to kill Chen Fan? Isn't that obvious? Rorschach was so angry. His teeth itched. He just wanted to make an advertisement, and in his view, the death of a newbie was nothing significant, but he didn't expect to encounter Shu Shuz, this headstrong girl. If he continued to evade, it would surely damage the guild's reputation. Rorschach at Shu Shuz, we will verify the information you provided, and once confirmed, we will naturally pay you for the clues you provided. Shu Shuz, that won't do, you must pay. Now. What if you default on the payment? Rorschach, you. Moments later, Rorschach posted a screenshot of a transfer of 100 silver coins in the regional chat channel. At the same time, he issued a bounty for Heiyi. Seeing this, Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. Although Chen Fan's death was indeed related to him, Shu Shuz was clearly just making things up for the sake of 100 silver coins. He initially wanted to add Rorschach as a friend to clarify the matter, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Because Rorschach's bounty did not mention any reward, it seemed he was just trying to save face for the guild and would not actually take action against him. The next morning, Xiaofeng had breakfast and arrived at the Newbie Square. Through a chat with friends, he learned that Haomei was already waiting at the entrance of the dark cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a short-haired girl holding a magic wand. Her hair had a slight natural curl, shining with a healthy luster in the sunlight, her eyes bright and spirited, and her smile radiant, exuding endless vitality and enthusiasm. As if she could ignite every inch of air around her at any moment. Xiaofeng walked past her and softly said, "Follow me." Then he walked straight into the dark cave. Hey, just as Haomei was about to call out Xiaofeng's name, he suddenly turned to look at her and said, "Shut up." Faced with Xiaofeng's cold gaze, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, Haomei could only obediently respond with an "oh" and followed him into the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Haomei sent a party request to Xiaofeng. Tip, you have accepted Haomei's party request. Party successful, all items will be randomly distributed during the party, and experience points will be evenly distributed. Tip, the maximum effective distance for the party is 500 meters. If a member is more than 500 meters away from the leader, they will automatically leave the party. Tip, your teammate Haomei has voluntarily given up her right to obtain any items from this party. You will receive all currency and item rewards from this party. Tip, Haomei has opened the personal information viewing function for you. Note, to view the information of a professional, the other party must enable this function first, excluding the use of skills, items, etc. After forming the party, Xiaofeng turned to look at Haomei and checked her information. Name, Haomei, profession, summoner, level, first stage, level 13, health points, 200, mana points, 450, physical attack, 5, magical attack, 38, physical defense, 22, including equipment. Bonuses, magical defense, 18, including equipment bonuses, combat power assessment, 97. Haomei's attributes were a standard configuration for a newcomer, and her equipment was not as flashy and exaggerated as Zhou Jie's. This made him start to doubt whether Haomei could afford the commission of up to 500 silver coins. It seemed Haomei sensed Xiao Feng's doubts and explained, "I have money, but..." Upon hearing "but," Xiao Feng's expression darkened. She quickly added, "But it's all in real currency, I haven't had the chance to exchange it for professional currency yet. If you don't mind, I can offer you 60,000 dragon country coins as a reward. How does that sound?" Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment but agreed to Haomei's request. After all, he really was out of money. After crossing over, he encountered a car accident involving his parents, and the perpetrator had fled, leaving them still unapprehended. Without finding the culprit, there was naturally no compensation. His parents were from the lowest tier of the working class, and after deducting his medical expenses, there was just over 10,000 yuan left. Over the past year, various living expenses had drained most of it, and he had initially planned to drop out of school and use the knowledge from his previous life to make a comeback, but after truly understanding this world, he realized that it was simply not feasible. The two worlds were too similar, and his past experiences were of no use here. It was only under the strong persuasion of his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, that he continued to stay in school, not to aim for the college entrance examination but to wait for his awakening as a professional. This had led to his current financial struggles. "Dark Knight boss, there's no network inside the dungeon, can I transfer the money after we go out?" Haomei asked cautiously. Just follow me." Xiaofeng turned and walked deeper into the cave. Haomei followed closely behind him like a good girl, almost pressing her body against his back. The two walked carefully through the quiet cave, and when they encountered monsters, they simply detoured, avoiding any direct confrontation. This made Hame feel deeply touched, thinking that this boss was indeed considerate, taking such care to protect her fragile self from harm, even while traveling. Little did she know, the reason Xiao Feng was so cautious was that he had no protective abilities whatsoever. He had neither offensive means nor control capabilities. Apart from taking hits, he was utterly useless. What should have been a half-hour journey took them nearly an hour to complete. We've arrived. Looking at the vast, empty cave ahead, Hame showed a puzzled expression. Dark Knight boss, there's nothing here. Based on his experience from the battle yesterday, Xiao Feng found the safest spot and instructed Hame to stay put. Then he took out two half-height shields from his backpack. On one side was a silver moon shield marked with a wolf's head, and on the other was an iron shield. If it weren't for his lack of strength, his equipment would be even more magnificent now. Ha! What is this operation? Hame was dumbfounded beside him. She knew about shield warriors, but this was her first time seeing a dual shield warrior. Don't move here, or don't blame me if you die. After saying that, Xiao Feng turned and walked towards the open ground. When Hame saw the terrifying skeletal knights emerging from the ground, her face was filled with fear. These skeletal knights not only looked exceptionally terrifying, but the deep red names above their heads, indicating extreme danger, were even more horrifying. A monster of this level could easily kill her, a fragile low-level summoner, in one hit. Be careful. More than a dozen skeletal knights burst forth from the ground, surrounding Xiao Feng in just a few breaths. It was already too late to escape. Just when she thought Xiao Feng was about to be severely injured, she was stunned. She rubbed her eyes hard to see clearly. Indeed, Xiao Feng stood there holding two shields amidst the swarm of monsters, allowing them to attack without any intention of fighting back. In just over a minute, the skeletal knights attacking Xiao Feng fell in droves. At the same time, a series of monster kill notifications flooded the screen. Your team has killed a skeletal knight, you gain 13 experience points. Your team has killed a skeletal knight, you gain 13 experience points. Your team has killed a skeletal knight, you gain 13 experience points. Note, team experience overall increased by 20%, experience points distributed according to team members' levels. Looking at the message notifications, Hame was dumbfounded. This method of farming monsters, this efficiency, she had never seen with her own eyes, nor had she even heard of it before. Xiao Feng's experience points dropped from 45 to 38, which was still acceptable. Farming monsters to level up was tedious and materialistic, especially with Xiao Feng's method. Aside from the initial novelty, it had no entertainment value at all. There were no flashy moves, no thrilling battles, it looked extremely plain and unadorned. It even made people feel a bit drowsy. Is this what it means to be a master in solitude? Hame sighed beside him. In her boredom, she squatted in a corner, took out her phone to play a game, and captured the scene of Xiao Feng farming monsters. Eventually, Hame even let out a slight snore. It wasn't until Xiao Feng tapped her on the head that he woke her up. Who? Is there danger? Hame awakened, looked around in confusion. It took her a while to remember their current situation. A look of embarrassment crossed her face. Dark Knight boss, I'm really sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Feng took the lead towards the dungeon exit. Only then did Hame come to her senses, looking at the dim and quiet environment, shivering all over. Wait for me. After leaving the dungeon, Xiao Feng directly disbanded the team and left. Remember to transfer the money, I've sent you the account number. When Xiao Feng's figure disappeared into the crowd, she finally reacted. At this point, her level had reached 25, a full 12 levels up. Checking the friend list for Dark Knight, that freak had actually leveled up to 35. It was then that she felt as if she had just woken from a dream. She leveled up 12 levels after a nap. That 60,000 yuan was well spent. With such great leveling efficiency, she naturally wouldn't delay and immediately transferred 60,000 to Xiao Feng. After dinner, when she returned home, Xiao Feng, lying on the sofa, saw the payment record and smiled slightly. Today, in addition to earning 60,000 yuan, his other gains were also quite good. His level steadily rose to 35. At the same time, he earned 112 silver coins, bringing his total silver coins to 459. With today's 60,000 cash, his assets had surpassed the 100,000 yuan mark. As for the equipment, it still wasn't very impressive. After killing tens of thousands of skeleton knights, I barely obtained a few decent items, so I could only hold on to them to sell later for more money. After allocating some points, the undead shield could finally be equipped. Once equipped with the undead shield, Xiao Feng's physical defense reached a terrifying 169 points. The rebound damage from the Thorn of Thorns also reached 90%. He was only at level 35, how terrifying would it be if he reached level 100, second tier, or even higher? It was simply unimaginable. After awakening to become a reverse-scale battle soul class, Xiao Feng had also searched for information about this class online. Logically, even without system enhancements, this class would perform well once it got through the initial tough period, but why was that awakened reverse-scale battle soul practitioner so obscure? Even if he was developing quietly under hidden protection, why did the practitioner alliance ignore him? Could it be that he never developed and simply died? After thinking it over, that seemed to be the only possibility. At night, Xiao Feng suddenly woke up. A cold gleam flashed by. If he hadn't dodged in time, his throat would have been pierced by now. He quickly took out his equipment from the system backpack and put it on. He felt a bit more at ease when the two shields appeared in his hands. The shadow flashed away at an incredible speed, and Xiao Feng didn't even catch a glimpse before it vanished. However, Wu Chen didn't believe he would leave just like that. He must be hiding nearby, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Although Xiao Feng had avoided a fatal blow, he had still lost nearly a third of his health. This person had extremely high attack power. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed at his back, but Xiao Feng was already prepared. A giant shield appeared behind him. Clang! The dagger collided with the giant shield, producing a crisp sound. -112 -265 after the strike, both of them were stunned. The assassin's full force attack only dealt 112 points of damage to Xiao Feng, while the rebound damage he inflicted on the assassin reached 265. The assassin had seen rebound damage before, but he had never encountered such outrageous rebound damage. The stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown time. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Feng had just used the rebound skill, he immediately launched another attack. This time, he used a more powerful output skill. Shadow Assault. Clang! The two giant shields, over a meter tall, left Xiao Feng with almost no blind spots in defense, and the assassin's attack was still blocked by the shields. -272 -397. He actually blocked it again. 4. A little guy in his 30s to block 3 of my strikes is already quite impressive. Now you shall die. The man's dragon language was somewhat awkward, sounding as if he wasn't a native, which made Xiao Feng even more curious. 3 consecutive strikes appeared at various tricky angles. Unfortunately, the two shields were too large, nearly covering all of Xiao Feng's vital spots. -112 -265 -112 -265. Assassins, by nature, have high attack and low health, and the continuous rebound damage had already reduced his health to about 50%. Xiao Feng was about the same, with his health dropping from 1680 points to 960. The battle between the two seemed very strange for a moment. One person kept attacking while the other remained motionless, like a sandbag, allowing the assassin to strike. Yet, the attacker's health was dropping even more. After a series of attacks, the assassin had to admit that Xiao Feng's rebound skill could be used continuously. Since you can rebound physical damage, what about magical damage? As he spoke, the assassin cut his palm with the dagger, and bright red blood was absorbed by the dagger, which then glowed with a faint red aura. Blood shadow strike. A red flash passed, and the dagger sparked as it collided with the shield. -234 -358. The assassin was stunned. Again, he couldn't believe that even magical damage could be rebounded. It seems the intel was correct. I cannot allow you to grow stronger. For the first time in the battle, Xiao Feng asked, "Who exactly are you?" The assassin did not answer, and 3 clones emerged behind him. "Since you can reflect damage from my main body, what about the clones?" The 3 clones charged at Xiao Feng simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. A series of attacks fell, all blocked by the shield. -28 -28 -28 -180 -180 -180. After all, clones are not the main body. Having half the attack power of the main body is already quite formidable. Faced with Xiao Feng's extremely high damage reflection, the life points of the assassin's 3 clones were rapidly decreasing. When the 3 clones were killed by the thorn's reflection, Xiao Feng's life points had already dropped to just over 320. This was a dangerously low amount of health, especially in front of an assassin with extremely high burst damage. Now's my chance. With Xiao Feng's health at just over 320 and the assassin's health still over 1300, he was at the assassin's kill threshold. Blood shadow triple strike. 3 streaks of blood red light shot out rapidly, and Xiao Feng was already prepared. Suddenly, a ghostly blue light illuminated the undead shield, forming a magical shield similar to that of a wizard, enveloping Xiao Feng. Undead shield. This skill grants a 30-second shield that can absorb up to 1000 points of damage, converting 50% of the absorbed damage into health. At the same time, Xiao Feng activated the Battle Soul Awakening skill and the Battle Soul Revival skill. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on skills you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for up to 10 seconds. Battle Soul Revival instantly restores 20% of health upon using this skill. The result was predictable. After using the Battle Soul Revival skill, his health instantly recovered to 742 points. The assassin was taken aback by this scene, but the skill had already been cast and could not be retracted. -540 -540 -540 notification, you have killed the professional, 11 Lang. Xiao Feng's undead shield hadn't even been broken when the assassin was killed by the reflection. After the assassin's death, his equipment dissipated into light, leaving only a body dressed in ordinary clothes and a chest glowing red. The equipment that had dropped from the monster had already been reclaimed by the system. From what he learned through school and online, he knew that items crafted by professionals and those dropped by monsters that exceeded ordinary items were all notarized by the system. Once their owner died, the system would automatically reclaim these items. Although he did not know the true intentions behind the system's actions, Xiao Feng felt it was a good thing. Otherwise, those low-tier professionals would have no chance of survival. Killing people for their treasures was much easier than slaying monsters. 11 Lang? With that name and his accent, it was not hard to guess his identity. The assassin must be from the Sakura country in the East Sea. But why would he come to assassinate him? Was it for the bounty from the Swordsman Guild? This was the only explanation Xiao Feng could think of. Since arriving in this world, he had hardly had any direct conflicts with anyone except for Chen Fan. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and the blood-red chest was stored in his backpack. Notification. You have obtained blood-packed chest ×1. Blood-packed chest has a chance to drop from killing professionals. Opening the chest guarantees one item owned by the chest's creator. He did not rush to open the blood-packed chest but instead looked at the assassin's corpse on the ground, deep in thought. After a moment, he opened his friend request list and found the person who claimed to be the administrator of the professional alliance, approving the request. Notification, you have accepted Lao Pao's friend request. Xiao Feng sent a message directly. Knight, are you there? After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, a message finally came back. Old Canon, who is it, disturbing people at this late hour? Xiao Feng then remembered that it was already past 3 in the morning. Dark Knight, I encountered an assassin from Sakura country. Old Canon, are you the one who continuously killed the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Death Knight? Dark Knight, yes. Old Canon, since you can still message me now, it means the assassination failed. Did the assassin escape? Xiao Feng glanced at the corpse on the ground and replied. Dark Knight, no. Old Canon, where are you right now? We'll arrange for someone to come over immediately. By the way, you should head to the nearest adventurers alliance office, you'll be safe there. Dark Knight, no need, he's already dead. You can send someone over to handle the body. Old Canon, what? You killed him. Dark Knight, he came to my house to assassinate me. That should count as self-defense, right? Old Canon, send me the address, and I'll arrange for someone to come over. Forget it, I'll come personally. Dark Knight, New City, Lianhua District, Sunshine Community. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Xiao Feng's door. When he opened the door, 3 men dressed in matching black trench coats stood there, all exuding a murderous aura similar to Zhao Long, who had presided over his awakening ceremony. Are you Mr. Dark Knight? Xiao Feng nodded and invited them inside. When the 3 saw the corpse on the floor, their expressions changed immediately, and they looked at Xiao Feng with much more seriousness. Mr. Dark Knight, let's talk in the living room. The 2 men went to the living room while the other 2 staff members stayed behind to handle the body. Once seated, the man spoke. I'm Old Canon. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Canon. Hello, Brother Canon. The man nodded, scrutinizing Xiao Feng carefully before continuing. The man you killed is named Shi Lang, an assassin from Sakura country. Their main purpose for coming to my dragon country is to eliminate promising new adventurers. Old Canon's words explained the reason for Xiao Feng's assassination. This made Xiao Feng take the matter seriously. How? Did he know my address? I never. At this point, his voice abruptly stopped. After the awakening ceremony, Xiao Feng's useless profession had spread, and the subsequent kills of the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Death Knight were done by Dark Knight. What did that have to do with him? Before tonight, only one person knew his true identity, and that was Hao Mei. So, there were only 2 possibilities for his assassination. 1. The infiltration organization from Sakura country knew that the reverse-scale battle soul profession would become very powerful later on. They began preparing to kill him as soon as they learned that Ji Chen had awakened this profession. 2. Hao Mei revealed that she was Dark Knight, and regardless of what profession Dark Knight was, being able to kill 2 bosses in a very short time was enough to demonstrate his potential. Old Canon lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and then spoke. Xiao Feng, New City High School, Class 3 of Senior Year, awakened the rare profession Reverse Scale Battle Soul 4 days ago. Reverse Scale Battle Soul 4 unknown. Reasons, causes attacks to always deal only 1 point of damage and cannot be increased by any means. At this point, he frowned and glanced at the corpse of Shi Lang in the bedroom. Am I right? Xiao Feng nodded, but did not speak. Then how did you kill Shi Lang? I killed him by rebound. Xiao Feng did not hide it and directly stated the truth. What? Killed by rebound? Old Canon seemed not to understand Xiao Feng's words, and repeated them. Xiao Feng recounted the general course of events, of course, omitting some key information, such as the enhancement skills from the infinite system. After listening to Xiao Feng's account, Old Canon fell into a long silence. After a while, he exhaled a deep puff of smoke. It seems that many years ago, that was not an accident. What? Xiao Feng was somewhat confused by Old Canon's words. Nothing much. Xiao Feng, I officially invite you to join the Professional Alliance. Are you willing? Xiao Feng was slightly taken aback, not expecting to receive an invitation from the Professional Alliance. I'm about to attend the Warrior Academy, can I still join the Professional Alliance? Ha ha ha, isn't the Warrior Academy part of the Professional Alliance? Most outstanding students will join the Alliance after graduation, you're just joining early. Even so, Xiao Feng did not immediately agree but instead asked, what do I need to give, and what will I get in return? Facing Xiao Feng's frankness, Lao Pao laughed heartily, straightforward. The Professional Alliance is established by the Dragon Kingdom government, and its main purpose, besides managing and restraining professionals, is an even more important responsibility. What responsibility? To resist foreign invasions. Foreign invasions? That's right. Ever since the multiverse paradise descended upon Blue Star, the strength of professionals has surged, with some high-level professionals even able to withstand nuclear bombs. Therefore, conventional troops are no longer very effective. The success or failure of wars now mainly depends on the high-end combat power among professionals. Our Dragon Kingdom has a large population and strong power. After the arrival of the multiverse paradise, talents have emerged in droves, and those small countries naturally do not dare to act recklessly. Lao Pao's words were powerful and confident. Then why did he appear here? Xiao Feng pointed at the corpse of Shi Lang and asked. Well, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Lao Pao's face. It's precisely because our Dragon Kingdom is too strong that other small countries fear us even more, so they united to resist us. Alright, enough of that. Once you become stronger, you'll understand everything. Let's talk about what you're most interested in. Please go on. Lao Pao lit another cigarette and said, joining the Professional Alliance has many benefits. Not only can you obtain more information, but you can also purchase high-end equipment within the Alliance first. Of course, the most important thing is that if you become a core member of the Alliance, you will receive strong support from the Alliance. Yi Chen was not deceived by Lao Pao's words but instead asked, what do I need to give? Very simple. Be a civil servant. Civil servant? That's right, a civil servant, it's just that the work content and treatment are different. Without a second thought, Xiao Feng directly refused. Although being a civil servant is easy and stable, the benefits would certainly go to the public and then be redistributed. Xiao Feng did not want his hard-earned gold and equipment to be taken away like that. Lao Pao seemed to have anticipated Xiao Feng's decision. Of course, for outstanding talents, the Alliance has another set of management methods. What methods? Join a secret organization under the Alliance, Shadow. Shadow, as the name suggests, is a shadow hidden in the dark. Their main job is to do things that are inconvenient for the Alliance to handle. The Alliance has almost no restrictions on Shadow members and will not force them to do anything. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. To gain benefits, one must make corresponding contributions. The Alliance will issue some tasks to Shadow members, which they can choose themselves. Once they complete the tasks, they can earn corresponding Shadow points, which can be exchanged for the items they need in the Shadow Treasury. So, are you interested in joining Shadow? After saying this, Lao Pao looked at Xiao Feng with great interest. Was there any need to think about it? There were no restrictions, and one could gain official information channels and additional sources of equipment. Xiao Feng immediately agreed. Tip, Lao Pao invites you to join the New City Shadow Communication Channel. Yes/no? Yes. Tip, you have joined the New City Shadow Communication Channel. The other two staff members had also packed up Shi Lang's corpse, and Lao Pao stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, I turned to Xiao Feng and said, I will classify your personal information as top secret, so you don't have to worry about it being leaked by government departments. However, if you leak it yourself, that's not our concern. Thank you. Lao Pao looked at Xiao Feng's shabby place and shook his head, saying, this place has already been exposed, you should move out as soon as possible. After Lao Pao and the others left, Xiao Feng found himself unable to sleep. There were quite a few others who hadn't slept yet, and at that moment, new messages were coming in from the Shadow Group. Zhang Tiancher, oh? A new member has joined? Blood Monk, Black Knight, that name sounds a bit familiar. Blood Monk, I remember now, it should be that little guy who recently killed several low-level bosses in a row. Zhang San. Welcome to the group, Brother Black Knight. At Chu Shu. Blood Monk, Zhang San, why are you calling Chu Mei Zi? Chu Shu, Brother Black Knight, welcome to our warm, united, and loving family. Cute emoji, dot. Zhang San. Vomiting emoji, dot. Chu Shu, Zhang San, do you want to die? Angry emoji, dot. Zhang San, shut up emoji, dot. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and decided to send a message. Black Knight, hello, everyone, dot. Chu Shu, Brother Black Knight, you just turned 18, right? Can you send a photo for your sister to see? Zhang San, Aunt Chu, are you trying to seduce a young man again? Chu Shu, get lost. Black Knight, next time you have a business selling my information, remember to split the reward with me. Dot. Chu Shu, innocent blue, Zhang San, Aunt Chu, isn't it night time? Chu Shu, angry emoji, am I not allowed to be in America? Chu Shu, Brother Black Knight, you already know. I was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect those brainless swordsmen to actually believe it. Sword 11, question emoji, Chu Shu, I didn't say you, although you don't have much brain either. Dot. Swordsman 1, give the address. Dot. Chu Shu, I'm not afraid of you, New City 4, East District. Dot. Zhang San, cursing emoji, that's my address, don't send it around, okay. Xiao Feng was quite impressed by the energy of these night owls. However, he had to go to a new dungeon tomorrow to level up, so he didn't have time to chat with them. Just as he was about to lie down on the sofa to sleep, he received a new friend request. Who was still awake at this hour? Opening the request list, he found that the person requesting to be friends was Chu Shu, the one who had sold his information for money. After thinking for a moment, he decided to accept Chu Shu's friend request. He wanted to see what this ant was up to. Notification, you have accepted Chu Shu's friend request. Dot. As soon as he accepted, Chu Shu sent a message. Chu Shu, Brother Black Knight, how about a handsome photo? Flirty emoji, dot. Xiao Feng was speechless. Black Knight, is there something you need, Aunt Chu? Chu Shu, who are you calling Aunt? Angry emoji, Black Knight, don't they all call you that? Isn't it? Chu Shu, go die. Black Knight, Chu Shu, alright, I have something serious to discuss with you. Dot. Black Knight, what is it? Chu Shu, your level should be able to go to the Sunset Dunes now, right? Black Knight, yeah. Dot. Chu Shu, I have a business deal here, are you interested? Black Knight, let's hear it. Dot. Chu Shu, there is a hidden boss in the Sunset Dunes, and killing it has a chance to drop an item I need. If you can help me get that item, I can offer you a corresponding reward. Dot. Black Knight, what item? Chu Shu, a piece of equipment blueprint, you'll know when you get it. Dot. Black Knight, how do we find the hidden boss? Chu Shu. It's next to a dry well in the southwest direction of the level 50 area, but it only has a chance to appear when it rains. Dot. Hey ye, got it. Dot. The hidden boss does not necessarily appear just because the conditions are met. Chu Shu is merely letting Xiao Feng try his luck. Whether it can be achieved depends on luck. The next morning, after having breakfast, Xiao Feng arrived at the Novice Square. Due to last night's events, he came a bit late today, and there were not many people left in the Novice Square aside from those selling goods. Most of the players had already entered the dungeons. After a brief pause, Xiao Feng headed towards the entrance of the Sunset Dunes dungeon. Upon seeing Xiao Feng walk towards the Sunset Dunes dungeon, some people in the Novice Square showed disdain on their faces. This rookie is entering a dungeon for the first time, and he can't even find the right dungeon. What if he really reached level 30? He looks like a student, since he just awakened 4 days ago. How could anyone reach level 30 in just 4 days? He really went in. He actually reached level 30. Who is this person? Do you think he could be that Hei Yi who has been continuously killing bosses? The environment of the Sunset Dunes was not much different from what Xiao Feng had imagined. In the vast desert, aside from some sparse desert plants, there was nothing else. The lines of the sand dunes were graceful, like the fingerprints of the earth, appearing even more magnificent in the glow of the setting sun. Tip, you have entered the Sunset Dunes. The monster levels in this dungeon are 31-50. After taking out his equipment from his backpack and re-equipping it, he walked deeper into the desert. After just a few steps, Xiao Feng stopped. Golden sand grains rolled, and moments later, several scorpion-like creatures emerged from the sand. They were not large, only about half a meter long, with sharp mouthparts glinting like metal. Monster name, Fiery Sandworm, normal, level, 31 health points, 3100 physical attack, 93 magical attack, 22 physical defense, 62 magical defense, 28 bite, launch a fierce attack on the target, causing bleeding damage equal to 20% of its own attack per second for 30 seconds. Before Xiao Feng could get close, several fiery sandworms launched an attack on him. -84, -84, -84. This amount of damage could not break through Xiao Feng's high physical defense of 169 points. Now, his thorny spike skill had a damage reflection rate of 90%. Each time the fiery sandworm attacked Xiao Feng, it would reflect 84 points of damage. The monster killing efficiency increased significantly. Suddenly, one fiery sandworm leaped high, its mouthparts enlarging more than twice, lunging at Xiaofeng to bite. This was the fiery sandworm using its bite skill. -17, -84, -17, -84. Watching the red numbers floating above the fiery sandworm's head, Xiaofeng, although already aware, couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the thorny spike skill was. It could even reflect continuous bleeding damage. This skill not only reflected the damage from its attack but also the continuous damage caused by the opponent's skill effect, which was extremely terrifying. Just imagine what would happen if the opponent inflicted a similar continuous damage effect on oneself when they were on the brink of death? Just thinking about it is frightening. The fiery sandworm, with 3,100 health points, died completely in just half a minute under the high reflection damage of the thorny spike. You have killed the fiery sandworm, gaining 31 experience points and 53 copper coins. You have killed the fiery sandworm, gaining 31 experience points. You have killed the fiery sandworm, gaining 31 experience points and 8 copper coins. The experience points gained from killing monsters in the novice dungeon matched the level, which seemed to be a result of the system being lazy. The monster killing efficiency here was decent, but the sandworms were too scattered, making it not an ideal leveling place. He continued walking deeper into the desert. Level 32 monster. Blazing Sun Spider has control abilities, hard to pull monsters, give up. Level 33 monster, Gravel Troll, too large, give up. Level 34 monster, Storm Sand Eagle, floats in the air periodically, wasting time, give up. It wasn't until he reached the level 40 monster area that Xiaofeng finally stopped. Monster name, Scorching Scorpion King, normal, level, 40 health points, 5,000 physical attack, 150 physical defense. 88 magical defense, 68 combo, has a chance to trigger 2 consecutive attacks when attacking enemies. This is the one. The Scorching Scorpion King perfectly matched Xiaofeng's monster farming needs in terms of attack method, size, and attack power. Most importantly, the Scorching Scorpion Kings appeared in groups, which was even more beneficial for farming and leveling up. After searching around, Xiaofeng found a golden farming spot, which seemed to be the lair of the Evil King, with a steady stream of evil kings crawling out of the sand pit. He even skipped the part of running around to pull monsters. -135, -135, -135, 50 or 60. Scorching Scorpion Kings surrounded Xiaofeng, dealing damage frantically. In just half a minute, all the Scorpion Kings attacking Xiaofeng were dead. You have killed the Scorching Scorpion King, gaining 40 experience points and 21 copper coins. You have killed the Scorching Scorpion King, gaining 40 experience points and 5 copper coins. You have killed the Scorching Scorpion King, gaining 40 experience points. The efficiency of killing monsters was simply terrifying. If Zhou Jie saw this scene, he wouldn't know what to think. Xiaofeng's current level was 35. To level up from 35 to 36, he needed 122,500 experience points. At his current farming speed, he could almost kill 2 batches of Scorpion Kings per minute, with each batch containing about 60 Scorpion Kings. This meant he could kill 120 Scorching Scorpion Kings per minute, gaining 40 experience points for each one. Therefore, he could earn about 4,800 experience points per minute. 122,500 experience points would only take 25 minutes. Calculating this result, he wasn't even surprised. The leveling efficiency from killing skeleton knights in the dark cave over the past 2 days was simply incomparable to this. Tip: your experience points have reached 100%, your level has increased to stage 1, level 36, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Tip: your experience points have reached 100%, your level has increased to stage 1, level 37, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. In just 4 hours, he had leveled up from 35 to 40, averaging over 1 level per hour. This leveling speed would probably make even a necromancer shed tears. While farming monsters, Xiaofeng allocated his points. After all the skill points were allocated, the Thorn Spike skill had reached level 40, with a rebound damage of a terrifying 100%. Now he had 1 skill point left, but the Thorn Spike skill could no longer be upgraded. This made Xiaofeng frown. Could it be that the Thorn Spike skill has reached its limit? This was after the enhancement from the Infinite system. If it hadn't been enhanced, wouldn't the skill limit for Thorn Spike only be 50%? If that were the case, it would be quite frustrating. If he encountered a meat shield warrior and they both fought for a long time without losing health, that would be awkward. He could only see if there would be any changes after breaking through to stage 2. Since Thorn Spike couldn't be upgraded, the skill points gained from future levels would naturally be allocated to Rock Solid. As the monster levels continued to rise, his defense was quickly falling behind. This would severely affect his leveling speed. After nearly 4 hours, he had killed close to 20,000 scorching scorpion kings, yet only 5 pieces of equipment dropped, none of which he could use. The highest quality of these 5 pieces was only blue. The drop rate is truly touching. He wonders if other players are experiencing the same as him. If everyone's drop rate is the same, then others probably won't get a single piece of equipment in a day or two. The Thorn of Thorns can no longer be upgraded, but leveling up must continue. The leveling efficiency in this place is quite good, so he doesn't plan to change locations for now. 6 hours have passed. His level finally reached 45. Staying here has lost its meaning. Checking the time, he realizes he has been in the dungeon for almost 10 hours. It's time to go home and continue tomorrow. Finding such a monster farming spot is indeed a stroke of luck. In just 10 hours, he leveled up by 10 levels, averaging 1 level per hour. Aside from the low equipment drops, the other gains are quite good. His silver coin income has reached 353 coins, and his paradise coins have now reached 812 silver coins. The total value exceeds 80,000 yuan, and with the 60,000 yuan transferred from the rich girl, he has now become a small wealthy man. With over 100,000 yuan, earning over 10,000 a day doesn't seem difficult. The next day, Xiao Feng returned to the sunset dunes. This time, he didn't stop at the front but headed straight to the deepest part of the desert. Killing monsters below level 40 no longer yields any benefits. Levels 41, 42, 43. He went directly to the area of level 50 monsters. The beach surged, countless grains of sand wriggled, and moments later, sandmen, seemingly without lower bodies, rose from the ground. It was as if a force was gathering the sand particles in the desert to form these monsters. Monster name, Lava Sand Demon, normal, level 50, health points 8,000, physical attack 198, magical attack 172, physical defense 135, magical defense 98, undying sand body, reduces 90% physical damage. Looking at his impressive physical defense of 205, Xiao Feng immediately decided this was the one. The attack method of the lava sand demons is quite special. They somehow control the sand particles around Xiao Feng to condense into spikes as hard as rock, stabbing at him. This not only surprised Xiao Feng but also delighted him. These dim-witted lava sand demons are actually ranged attack monsters. He had just been worried that their large size would mean too few monsters could attack him at once, affecting his leveling. Now, he no longer has to worry about that. -198, -192, -188. The output of the lava sand demons is not fixed, fluctuating around 198. Their undying sand body does not reduce the rebound damage. From the Thorn of Thorns, the damage that rebounds is actually real damage, which further confirms the power of the Thorn of Thorns skill. The only downside is that their attack frequency is relatively low, taking about 3 seconds to launch a sand spike attack. It makes sense for ranged attack monsters to have a slow attack speed, otherwise, how could those fragile mages withstand it? While enduring the attacks of dozens of lava sand demons, Xiao Feng continuously attracted more monsters to attack him. After a few minutes, he found the best monster farming spot. Here, he could attract over 120 sand demons to attack him simultaneously. This means he could kill around 120 lava sand demons in about a minute. Killing a sand demon grants 50 experience points, so he could earn 6,000 experience in a minute. An average of 100 experience points per second. What leveling speed can rival this? To level up from 45 to 50 requires a total of 1.1 million experience points. After 3 hours, his level reached 50. It was still early in the day, and with such high farming efficiency in this place, how could he leave? He continued leveling up. After reaching level 50, the experience required for leveling up nearly doubled. Level 49 to 50 requires 240,000 experience points, while leveling from 50 to 51 requires 500,000 experience points. From level 51 to 55, the experience needed reaches 2.7 million. At his current monster farming speed of 100 experience points per second, it would take a full 7.5 hours. As time passed, Xiao Feng became increasingly familiar with the terrain and monster spawning patterns here, and his farming efficiency improved once again. After 7 hours, his level finally reached 55. It took him over 10 hours to level up from 35 to 45, and the time from 45 to 55 was even shorter. This leveling speed was terrifying. He had already reached the upper limit of this dungeon, and fighting monsters no longer yielded any benefits. Just as Xiao Feng was preparing to end his dungeon career for the day, he suddenly remembered Chu Shu's commission. It was still early, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Who knows, he might actually encounter something worth killing. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon again. According to the information provided by Chu Shu, he indeed found a well in the southwest direction of the desert. The well was Deep, and he couldn't see the bottom. From deep within the well came echoes that sounded like the howling of the wind, but nothing else seemed special. Looking up at the sky, the swirling yellow sand couldn't obscure the brilliant starry sky. Xiaofeng had spent 2 days in the Sunset Dune dungeon, and the air was extremely dry. It seemed unlikely to rain in the near future. Just as Xiaofeng was about to give up and leave, a dark cloud suddenly floated across the sky, blocking the brilliant stars. Thunder and lightning followed closely. Could his luck be this good? Was it really going to rain? In the blink of an eye, large raindrops fell from the sky, splattering onto Xiaofeng, which felt quite refreshing. At that moment, a sound like a dragon's roar suddenly came from the dry well. The beast's roar was so sudden that it startled Xiaofeng. A snake-like creature, thicker than a barrel, sprang out of the well. Its body was covered in dazzling golden scales, and its skin was patterned with wind and sand, resembling flowing sand dunes. The tip of its tail split into sharp blades, serving both as a weapon and a tool for digging caves. Its head bore sharp golden horns, and against the backdrop of the thunderstorm, it resembled the legendary Jiaolong. Warning! The sudden thunder has awakened the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake hidden deep within the dry well. The hidden boss Sand Emperor Spirit Snake has appeared. Warning! The Sand Emperor Spirit Snake is extremely powerful. You are no match for it. Quickly escape! At the same time, the system provided information about the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake. Monster name, Sand Emperor Spirit Snake. Hidden boss, level, 55 health points, 50,000 physical attack, 285 magical attack, 285 physical defense, 198 magical defense, 232 skill. 1 Golden Sandstorm. The Sand Emperor Spirit Snake can summon a fierce golden sandstorm, engulfing enemies within it, obstructing their vision and limiting their movement. Within the sandstorm, the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake can move freely, launching deadly strikes under the cover of the wind and sand. Skill 2 Binding Sands. The Sand Emperor Spirit Snake can summon invisible hands of sand from the desert to tightly bind its enemies, rendering them immobile. Bound enemies will be thoroughly suppressed. Skill 3 Soul Devouring Golden Light. The Sand Emperor Spirit Snake's eyes can emit golden light, directly attacking the souls of its enemies. Enemies struck by the light will feel their souls being gradually devoured, causing their health points to rapidly deplete. After using this skill, the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake will enter a weakened state. Skill 4 Sand Escape Teleportation. The Sand Emperor Spirit Snake can instantly merge into the desert, achieving short-distance teleportation, catching enemies off guard whether attacking or fleeing. Skill 5 Heart of the Desert. As the guardian of the desert, the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake can harness the power of the desert to create a powerful shield for itself, resisting all external attacks while restoring its own vitality and strength. After carefully observing the attributes and skills of the Sand Emperor Spirit Snake, Xiaofeng began to proceed with caution. This is the first boss that can truly break through his defenses with basic attacks. Its health reaches 50,000, while his own health is only 2,680 points, a nearly 19-fold difference. How can he fight like this? The only good news is that its 5 skills have little effect on Xiaofeng. Most of them are ambush, evasion, and control skills. There aren't many skills that can enhance its attacks. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng's gaze became resolute. He could fight. Clang! The sound of 2 large shields colliding echoed like the horn signaling the start of battle. The Sand Spirit Serpent was enraged by the sound of the shield collision and lunged at Xiaofeng with its gaping maw. The 2 shields were Xiaofeng's impenetrable wall, capable of blocking any attack. -35 -285 At this moment, Xiaofeng had reached level 55, with 2,680 health points. Physical defense of 241, and magical defense of 236. Coupled with the fact that his rock-solid skill had reached level 10, reducing damage by 20%. With such high defense, the Sand Spirit Serpent only dealt 35 points of damage to him. At the same time, the Sand Spirit Serpent received 100% rebound damage from the thorn spike. Seeing that this weak human had not suffered significant damage from its strike, the Sand Spirit Serpent hissed and launched a series of attacks on Xiaofeng. After 30 consecutive hits, Xiaofeng's health dropped to 61%, while the Sand Spirit Serpent still had 83% health remaining. When the Sand Spirit Serpent's health fell to 80%, it finally unleashed its skill, Golden Sandstorm. Suddenly, the sand on the ground was swept up by the airflow expelled from the serpent's mouth, forming a tornado filled with sand particles. Xiaofeng found himself at the center of the tornado, his vision obscured, unable to see the outside situation. Suddenly, a massive maw shot out from the tornado, lunging at Xiaofeng to bite him. -207 -500 This hit dealt 207 points of damage to Xiaofeng, bringing his health down to 45%. Meanwhile, the Sand Spirit Serpent still had 78% health left. The boss's attack pattern was simple. It mostly used normal attacks, only resorting to skills when its health dropped to a certain level. When Xiaofeng's health fell to 5%, the Sand Spirit Serpent's health finally reached 60%. Upon reaching 60% health, it indeed launched another attack. Sand binding, Xiaofeng's legs were suddenly gripped tightly by two large hands made of sand, rendering him immobile. At the same time, the Sand Spirit Serpent activated its third skill, Soul-Devouring Golden Light, a massive, dazzling beam shot from the serpent's eyes directly at Xiaofeng. Now's the time. Undead Shield. The Undead Shield suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light, forming a protective barrier around Xiaofeng similar to a wizard's magical shield. Undead Shield. This skill grants a 30-second shield that can absorb up to 1,000 points of damage, converting 50% of the absorbed damage into health. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng also activated another skill, Battle Soul Awakening. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on skills you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for a maximum duration of 10 seconds. Where should Battle Soul Awakening be used? No need to think. Of course, on the Undead Shield. Minus 1,200-600. The Undead Shield not only withstood the Sand Spirit Serpent's most lethal strike but also restored 600 health points to Xiaofeng. The Sand Spirit Serpent could summon a fierce golden sandstorm, engulfing enemies within, obstructing their vision and limiting their movement. Within the sandstorm, the Sand Spirit Serpent could move freely, launching deadly strikes under the cover of the wind and sand. Seeing that one strike had not killed Xiaofeng, the Sand Spirit Serpent became even angrier, launching a flurry of fierce attacks on him. Now, both the Undead Shield and Battle Soul Awakening skills had not yet expired. Minus 285,142, minus 285,143, minus 285,142. After 3 consecutive attacks, the Battle Soul Awakening skill time ended, and the Undead Holy Shield was also broken. At this moment, Xiaofeng's health had recovered to over 1,100, while the Spirit Serpent's health still stood at a staggering 28,000 points. At this rate, he was undoubtedly doomed. Just as Xiaofeng was preparing to flee, he noticed that the attack of the Sand Emperor Serpent had suddenly decreased significantly. It couldn't break through his defenses. Recalling the skill introduction provided by the system about the Sand Emperor Serpent, this should be the weakened state after using the third skill, Soul Devouring Golden Light. Minus 199, minus 199, minus 199. Based on the reflected damage, Xiaofeng judged that the Sand Emperor Serpent's attack power had decreased by at least 30% at this moment. This eased his anxious heart considerably. He just didn't know how long this weakened state would last. When the Sand Emperor Serpent's health dropped to 20%, the weakened state was lifted. At this time, Xiaofeng's health was still at 42%. Next, the Sand Emperor Serpent used skills like Sand Escape Teleportation, Sand Binding, and Heart of the Desert. But these skills were of no use to Xiaofeng. When the Sand Emperor Serpent's health dropped to 10%, Xiaofeng still had 17% health left. Minus 35, minus 285, minus 35, minus 285. Both the man and the serpent's health were rapidly declining. When Xiaofeng's health was only 50 points left, the Sand Emperor Serpent still had 1560 points. Xiaofeng remained unperturbed, because he still had one skill that had not been used. Battle Soul Revival. After using this skill, immediately restore 20% health. After using this skill, Xiaofeng's health instantly recovered to 22%. Moments later, the hidden boss, the Sand Emperor Serpent, collapsed weakly at Xiaofeng's feet. The Sand Emperor Serpent has been slain. Announcement: the practitioner Black Knight has successfully killed the hidden boss Sand Emperor Serpent. Times 3 consecutive kill announcements caused the public channels in every area of New City to explode. Is this for real? It's only been 2 days, and he's killed another hidden boss? Does anyone know what level the Sand Emperor Serpent is? We saw it on the forum before. It seems to be a level 55 boss, extremely powerful. Level 55, no way. 5 days ago he killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, 3 days ago he killed the Undead Knight, and today he can kill a level 55 Sand Emperor Serpent. Is this something a normal human can do? Who told you he's a normal human? I don't even know who this Black Knight is, but this time the core students of the Warrior Academy should have a spot for him. That's hard to say. After all, the Warrior Academy has top practitioners from all over the country, and there are quite a few special and hidden professions. It's tough to become a core student there. Of course, Xiaofeng was completely unaware of this. After successfully killing the Sand Emperor Serpent, he received a series of system prompts. Prompt: you have killed the Sand Emperor Serpent, gaining 5,000 experience points. Spirit Serpent Set Crafting Blueprint, Golden Treasure Chest ×1, 65 silver coins, 89 copper coins. Prompt: you have obtained 8 warrior medals. Prompt: you have received a Golden Achievement Treasure Chest. Spirit Serpent Set Crafting Blueprint? This must be the item that Chu Shu wanted to obtain. Spirit Serpent Set Crafting Blueprint, a necessary item for crafting the Spirit Serpent set. Spirit Serpent Set. Collecting this set grants one of the following skills: Sand Emperor Serpent's Golden Sandstorm, Sand Binding, Soul Devouring, Golden Light, Sand Escape Teleportation, Heart of the Desert. Any one of these 5 skills obtained by a practitioner is an extremely overpowered ability. Especially skill 4, Sand Escape Teleportation, isn't this just the blink ability from the game League of Legends on Earth? This skill is god tier whether in chasing enemies or escaping. No wonder Chu Shu, as a high-level professional, actually entrusted herself to the Xiao Huang Spirit Snake. It turns out that such good things can still be alive. However, gathering the Spirit Snake set is too difficult. This is merely one of the crafting blueprints for the set components. To complete the set, similar crafting blueprints are needed, 4 in total, along with other crafting materials, and one must also find a master equipment maker with extremely high crafting skills to have any chance of success. With Xiao Feng's current strength and economic level, obtaining the Spirit Snake set is almost impossible. Today, after killing the Xiao Huang Spirit Snake, he earned a total of 453 silver coins. His current silver coin count has reached 1265 coins, making him a small fortune. He also obtained 2 golden treasure chests, 1 ordinary golden chest and 1 golden achievement chest, along with the blood contract chest obtained from killing 11 Lang and the purple achievement chest dropped by the Undead Knight. He now has a total of 4 chests. Looking around, there is no one and no monsters that can harm him here. He does not plan to leave until his health is fully restored. After all, outside, only the Novice Square has a relatively safe professional alliance, other places are filled with danger. He is now somewhat famous, so being cautious is never a bad idea. Tip: do you want to open the blood contract chest? Open. You have opened the blood contract chest, and you have received a Frostlight Dagger. Frostlight Dagger, a first-tier golden quality weapon, usable at level 100. The attributes of this weapon are quite good, but for Xiao Feng, it is only useful for selling. Tip: do you want to open the purple achievement chest? Open. You have opened the purple achievement chest, and you have received a Flame Staff. Flame Staff, a first-tier purple quality weapon, requires 50 intelligence to use. Another weapon, and looking at the attributes of this one, it should sell for a good price. There are still 2 chests left. Continued tip: do you want to open the golden chest? Open. You have opened the golden chest, and you have received the Spirit Snake Armor. Xiao Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately checked the equipment attributes. Equipment name: Spirit Snake Armor, Rare Equipment, Equipment Level 50, Equipment Quality, Golden Equipment. Wearing requirement: Level 50, 50 points in Constitution. To use: Equipment Position, Clothing. Physical Defense, 60. Magical Defense, 20. Additional attribute: Spirit Snake Protection. This equipment is made from the old skin shed by the Xiao Huang Spirit Snake, and wearing it increases the wearer's base constitution by 10%. The attributes of this equipment are not to be underestimated. It is definitely the most suitable clothing for Xiao Feng at this stage. He directly took off the leather armor dropped from the Novice Forest and replaced it with this brand new Spirit Snake Armor. After putting on the Spirit Snake Armor, it felt as if countless delicate tentacles were clinging to Xiao Feng's body, resonating with him in some way. His constitution increased accordingly. The armor was a glossy black, reflecting specks of starlight under the starlight, giving it a beautiful appearance. Finally, Xiao Feng's gaze fell on the most valuable chest. The first 2 chests obtained from killing the boss yielded good items. He wondered what good things this higher quality achievement chest would reveal. Tip: do you want to open the golden achievement chest? Open. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the chest, blinding Xiao Feng. This is a sign of opening a top-notch item, and Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. You have opened the golden achievement chest, and you have received 5 first-tier skill point vouchers. First-tier skill point voucher. After use, you can gain 1 skill enhancement point, limited to first-tier professionals. This thing can actually be opened? This is not equipment or materials, but skill enhancement points obtained through upgrades. I didn't expect to find them in a treasure chest. If there were no tier restrictions, this item could definitely sell for a sky-high price. Even if it could sell for a fortune, Xiao Feng has no intention of selling it. This is the item he needs the most right now. As the monster levels increase, his defense has gradually fallen behind. Unlike other professionals, he cannot rely on kiting or other methods to kill monsters and level up. The Thorn of Thorns has reached its limit, and now he can only continuously improve his defensive capabilities to withstand stronger monsters and continue leveling up quickly. Tip: you have used a first-tier skill quality and gained 5 skill enhancement points. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng allocated all 5 skill enhancement points to Rock Solid. At this moment, Rock Solid reached level 21, and the damage reduction effect also reached 30%. If he were to face the Sand Huang Spirit Snake again now, it would definitely not be as thrilling. This time, he earned 8 warrior medals from defeating the San Huang spirit snake, bringing his total to 16 warrior medals. Collecting 10 warrior medals allows for the exchange of an honor medal. Now, it's time to exchange for the honor medal. Tip: you can choose from the following medals for exchange. Blazing Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your base physical attack by times 10%. Magic Flame Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your base magic attack by times 10%. Holy Shield Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your base physical and magic defense by times 10%. Holy Body Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases your health and mana by times 10%. All-Purpose Medal 1 star, wearing this medal increases all base attributes by times 5%. There are a total of 5 types of medals to choose from. The Blazing Medal and Magic Flame Medal both increase output, so they can be directly excluded. Among the remaining 3 medals, the Holy Shield Medal, Holy Body Medal, and All-Purpose Medal are all suitable for Xiaofeng. Should he increase his dual defenses by 10%, his health and mana by 10%, or all 4 base attributes by 5%? After a moment of thought, Xiaofeng made his decision. Tip: yes/no to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for an honor medal. Exchange. Tip: you have successfully exchanged for All-Purpose Medal 1 star. After equipping the medal, Xiaofeng's attribute panel underwent a significant change. Name: Knight. Profession: Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare. Profession: Level, First Tier, Level 55, Health, 3082, Mana, 63, Constitution, 268, Strength, 20, Physical Defense, 319, 154 Base Defense plus 165 Additional Defense, Magic Defense, 285, 154 Base Magic Defense plus 131 Additional Magic Defense. Combat Power Assessment, 400 Skill 1, Thorn of Thorns, Level 41, reflects 100% of attack damage. Skill 2, Rock Solid, Level 21, reduces damage taken by 30%. Skill 3, Battle Soul Awakening, Level 1, can be used on skills you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for up to 10 seconds. Skill 4, Battle Soul Revival, Level 1, immediately restores 20% of health upon using this skill. Skill 5, Silver Moon Power, Level 1, restores health at a rate of 0.1% of maximum health per second. Note: can also restore while in combat. Equipment skill, Undead Shield, cannot be upgraded. Using this skill grants a 30-second shield that can absorb up to 1000 points of damage, converting 50% of the absorbed damage into health. It has only been 6 days since Xiaofeng awakened to become a professional, and having such a dazzling attribute panel would surely drop many jaws if he shared it. After leaving the dungeon and having dinner, he returned home. Xiaofeng lay on the sofa, checking messages. Since he successfully killed the Sand Emperor Serpent today, more people have been applying to add him as a friend. Scanning through, his gaze landed on a friend request message. Hello, I am the admissions director of the Warrior Academy. Here it comes. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Although he had already joined the Shadow Organization under the Practitioner Alliance, the Shadow Organization was a clandestine group that couldn't offer him much help. Joining the Warrior Academy was still his best choice. Notification: you have accepted Long Ge's friend request. Long Ge was not like others who were idle, sending messages more than 10 minutes after the friend request. Long Ge. Hello, I am the admissions director of the Warrior Academy, you can call me Director Long. Black Knight. Hello, Director Long. Is there something I can help you with? Long Ge, Xiaofeng from Class 3, Senior Year at New City High School. I am now officially inviting you to join the Warrior Academy. Do you accept? Xiaofeng was not surprised that he could find his information, since his identity was already known to the veterans of the Practitioner Alliance. The Warrior Academy, being part of the same system, naturally knew as well. Black Knight, I accept. Long Ge, haha, great. I will send the official admission notice to your email shortly. Long Ge, by the way, you can report to the Warrior Academy in 3 days. Black Knight, aren't we supposed to report a week after the college entrance exam? Long Ge, that's for ordinary students, core members, you understand. Black Knight, got it. Ending the call, the heavy stone in Xiaofeng's heart finally fell. He was still worried about how to enter the Warrior Academy, but now it was good. Not only did he successfully enter, but he also directly advanced to a core member. After closing the call interface, he found that Chu Shu had sent him multiple messages. Chu Shu, Little Black, are you there? Chu Shu, Little Black, did you understand the crafting blueprint? Chu Shu, Little Black, say something. You're making me anxious. It seemed Chu Shu was really anxious, which made Xiaofeng ponder the value of the serpent set crafting blueprint might be beyond his imagination, otherwise, Chu Shu wouldn't be so restless. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng sent a message to Chu Shu. Black Knight, here. Chu Shu, Little Black, you finally replied. Tell me, did you get the blueprint? Black Knight, yes, I did. Shoo, really? You're not lying to me, are you? Black Knight, here's the image, serpent set crafting blueprint. Shoo, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? It really came out. You're like a European emperor. Winking emoji, Black Knight, it's alright. Shoo, actually, this crafting blueprint is just okay, I just happen to need it. Shoo, your level is too low to use this thing, why not sell it to me first? I have something you can't refuse. Black Knight, what is it? Shoo, skill scroll. Click to view, Xiaofeng clicked on the skill scroll to check. Skill name. Ruthless Taunt skill level 1 skill type, active skill cost, each use of this skill requires 50 mana points. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes usage requirement, melee class, with a constitution of over 50 points. Skill effect, using this skill will ruthlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you, forcing the taunted enemy units to attack you with normal attacks for a duration of 10 seconds. Seeing the skill effect, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened even more. This skill was too important for him. For others, this skill was merely a control skill for drawing aggro. But for Xiaofeng, it was not only a control skill, but also a powerful output skill. The only downside is that it can only force enemy units to use normal attacks against themselves. If they could be forced to use skills on themselves, that would be quite the fun. Xiaofeng knew that while this skill was quite good, it was only really useful for him. To other professions, it was just average. Compared to the value of the Spirit Snake set crafting blueprint, it certainly fell short. If the Spirit Snake set crafted from the blueprint could grant teleportation, that would be a real windfall. Shoo must have understood the uniqueness of her profession to offer this item in exchange. Xiaofeng did not immediately reply to Shoo but instead found Chen Duo in his friend list. He directly sent over the attribute link for the Spirit Snake set crafting blueprint. In less than 3 seconds, Chen Duo sent multiple messages, showing how much he cared about this item. Chen Duo, Brother Knight, awesome. You managed to get such a precious item. Chen Duo, Brother Knight, tell me, how do you plan to trade? As long as it's not too far above market price, I can accept it. Chen Duo, Brother Knight, you have to trust me, with my reputation, I definitely won't cheat you. Brother Knight, can I exchange for a few skill scrolls like Ruthless Taunt? Chen Duo, Ruthless Taunt, skill scroll? Chen Duo, I just checked that skill scroll, it can be bought for at most 10 gold coins. The current market price for the Spirit Snake set crafting blueprint is at least 100 gold coins, I can offer 120 gold coins for it. 100 gold coins. That's 1,000,000. Xiaofeng knew this blueprint was valuable, but he didn't expect it to be worth this much. Luckily, he was cautious. Otherwise, he might have been tricked by Aunt Shoo. Brother Knight, let me think about it. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and sent the chat screenshot with Chen Duo to Shoo. Moments later, Shoo replied. Shoo. Brother Knight, this. I really don't know much about the prices of these low-end items. Shoo, how about this, a Ruthless Taunt skill scroll plus 100 gold coins for the blueprint? This is my greatest sincerity. Brother Knight, deal. Shoo, damn, did I offer too much? Brother Knight, you can back out. Shoo, forget it, let's go with this. Then the two traded through the mail function of the system. The reason Xiaofeng was willing to sell to Shoo at a slight loss was that she provided this information and they both belonged to the Shadow Organization. It was reasonable and fair to sell to her. Losing 10 gold coins was just like buying this piece of information. After receiving the skill, Xiaofeng immediately used the skill scroll. He finally had an attack skill now. He wouldn't have to watch the low-health enemies flaunt their power in front of him without any way to respond. Chen Duo, Brother Knight, how's it going? The price I offered is quite a bit higher than the market price. Brother Knight, sorry, this item was already reserved, I was just consulting you about the price. After all, Chen Duo was a businessman and was used to Xiaofeng's behavior. Chen Duo, since it's reserved, I have nothing to say. If you have any other good items in the future, make sure to find me. Brother Knight, are you interested in other equipment? Chen Duo, send them over to take a look. Xiaofeng sent the Frostlight Dagger, Flame Staff, and over 10 white equipment pieces alone, with 6 other items to Chen Duo. After some back-and-forth bargaining, they finally settled on a bundled price of 10 gold coins. Being able to sell at such a price was mainly due to the high value of the Frostlight Dagger, which was a top-tier equipment of golden quality. Now that there were a lot of newly awakened players, stockpiling in advance was a common tactic for merchants. By now, Xiaofeng had 110 gold coins and 1265 silver coins. After manually exchanging the silver coins for gold, his gold coins reached 122, with 65 silver coins remaining. Converted to Longwa currency, that's 1,226,500 yuan. In just 6 days of becoming a professional, he has earned 1.22 million. This is a fortune that ordinary people would take a lifetime to accumulate. Looking at the dilapidated and somewhat desolate house, Xiaofeng sighed softly. He has lived here for almost a year, and he has some feelings for it. This is the only valuable thing left to him by the parents of this world. However, this place has already been exposed, and he is about to leave this city for the warrior academy, so he can only give it up with reluctance. I'll find an agent tomorrow to sell the house. Becoming a professional makes earning money easy, but spending it is even easier. Having sufficient funds on hand is always wise. Just as Xiaofeng was about to sleep, his phone rang. At this late hour, the only person who would call him besides salespeople would be Teacher Zhou Ping. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Xiaofeng, it's been 5 or 6 days, you should be coming to school now. The college entrance examination is in 3 days. Teacher Zhou, I am already a professional and have been admitted to the Warrior Academy, so I really don't need to take the college entrance examination. Xiaofeng, I specifically verified with instructor Zhao Long, you are not on the admission list. Xiaofeng was speechless. This homeroom teacher was too serious and responsible, leaving him at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. Teacher Zhou, I wouldn't joke about my future, what I said is true. Really? But there's no record of your name. With instructor Zhao Long. I was directly specially recruited by the admissions office of the Warrior Academy. I need to report to the academy in 3 days. Special recruitment? Teacher Zhou, don't worry, what I said is true. Well, okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofeng felt somewhat speechless. Encountering an overly responsible teacher isn't entirely a good thing. There are only 3 days left before he heads to the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy is just a general term used by ordinary people. In fact, there isn't just one, but they are spread all over the country. The government intentionally keeps this information under wraps, allowing ordinary people to only know that the Warrior Academy is mysterious and powerful, without understanding the specifics. Before this, Xiaofeng was just like everyone else. It was only through an email from Brother Long that he learned the true nature of the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy that invited Xiaofeng is the largest in the southwestern region of Longwei, Shijing Warrior Academy. According to the email, this academy ranks among the best in strength among many academies. This made Xiaofeng even more interested. It has been a year since he crossed over, and he has only now come into contact with the true face of this world. There are 3 days left. He aims to reach level 70 or above. He wants to go to the academy in the best condition so that he can be valued. In any world, only by demonstrating one's worth can one be reused. Xiaofeng, having lived 2 lives, is acutely aware of this. Just as Xiaofeng was about to sleep, another message came through on his friend list. Opening it, he was surprised to see it was from Hame. Could it be that she was looking for him to level up again? With only 3 days left before heading to the Warrior Academy, he didn't want to slow down his leveling speed for a few thousand yuan. Opening the message, Xiaofeng's expression gradually turned grim. Hame, night boss, you've gone viral. Hame, I posted a cool photo of you standing firm while fighting dozens of skeleton knights on the professional social platform, and it has caused a strong reaction. Now everyone is guessing who you are. At the same time, Hame sent a screenshot of the video on the social platform. The number of likes and views on the screenshot was shockingly high. The only good news was that the filming distance was far, so their faces were not clear, only a rough outline could be seen. It seems that the reason 11 Lang could find him was very likely because of this video. It seems that in the future, I should try to team up less with brainless people, otherwise, I won't even know how I died. As his fame grew, other organizations would definitely not allow him to continue growing unchecked. They would surely send more and stronger assassins to kill him. He needed to quickly increase his strength, or he would truly be in danger of losing his life. After thinking it over, since he hadn't exposed his true identity, he might as well use the name Black Knight to create some hype and increase his visibility. Upon further reflection, it didn't seem entirely bad, provided he had enough self-defense capability. The next morning, Xiaofeng arranged to meet with the downstairs agent to discuss selling his house, entrusting them with all matters related to the sale. The agreed timeframe was only 3 days, and he could accept a slightly lower price. He, of course, continued to head to the novice dungeon to level up. At this point, Xiaofeng was already level 55, and he could no longer enter the Sunset Sand Dunes. There were a total of 5 novice dungeons, and he had already cleared the first 3. Now only the Forgotten Tomb and the Death Swamp remained. Xiaofeng's goal for today was the Forgotten Tomb. The monsters in the Forgotten Tomb ranged from level 51 to 70, and with his current defense, he should be able to head straight to the deepest part of the tomb. As Xiaofeng stepped into the Forgotten Tomb, two ordinary-looking men quickly dialed their phones not far from the dungeon entrance. The Forgotten Tomb had an environment similar to a dark cave, dim and damp, but with some differences. Compared to the naturally formed environment of the dark cave, this place was almost entirely marked by artificial excavation. Stone Shadow Guardian, level 51, attack power 168. Trash. Yinming Bat, level 55, attack power 185. Too weak. Rotten Fleshworm, level 60, attack power 208, still not enough. Eventually, Xiaofeng arrived at the deepest part of the Forgotten Tomb. It was a very spacious stone chamber, illuminated by candelabras that suddenly lit up the surrounding environment. 9 incredibly thick iron chains were embedded in the surrounding stone walls, with the other ends fixed to a bronze coffin in the center of the chamber. It had a strong resemblance to the image of 9 dragons pulling a coffin. As soon as Xiaofeng approached the stone coffin, figures began to materialize out of thin air, floating in mid-air, their forms flickering in and out of visibility. These monsters wielded scythes and wore black cloaks, beneath which were skulls devoid of flesh, with 2 green flames burning fiercely in their eye sockets, giving off a strong vibe reminiscent of Western Death Knights. Monster name: Undead Sorcerer, normal, level 70, health points 9,800. Physical attack 138, magic attack 276, physical defense 999 plus, magic defense 140, energy body, immune to all physical damage. They are actually immune to all physical damage. 276 points of magic attack is a terrifying number for ordinary players, but Xiaofeng was not among them. Fortunately, after the significant boost from yesterday, his magic defense had reached 285 points. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to level up here. The attack method of the undead sorcerers was quite special. The enormous scythes in their hands, almost as long as their bodies, swept through the air, and a green blade floated down towards Xiaofeng. No matter how he moved, those blades seemed to have eyes, always following him. They only dissipated when the attack landed on Xiaofeng. This attack even had an absolute lock-on feature. -276, -276, -276. Their attacks did not inflict any damage on Xiaofeng. However, a series of damage values appeared above their heads. The attack frequency of the undead sorcerers was not fast, about every 2 seconds. Fortunately, there were enough monsters here, densely packed, and they were also long-range attacks that locked onto targets. This undoubtedly greatly increased Xiaofeng's leveling speed. After circling around the stone coffin, he surprisingly attracted over 100 undead sorcerers. You have killed an undead sorcerer, gaining 70 experience points and 88 copper coins. You have killed a necromancer and gained 70 experience points. You have killed a necromancer and gained 70 experience points and 3 copper coins. It takes about 70 seconds to kill a necromancer through rebound. Killing each necromancer grants 70 experience points and can attract 100 necromancers. By this calculation, he can gain approximately 6,000 experience points per minute. That amounts to 360,000 experience points per hour, and if he trains here for 12 hours a day, he could gain around 13 million experience points in 3 days. To level up from 55 to 70, a total of 12 million experience points is required. Therefore, it seems feasible to reach level 70 before heading to the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Leveling up is tedious and monotonous. As Xiaofeng leveled up, he opened the regional chat channel to observe the conversations of others. It never hurts to gather more information about other players. Pin Chen Duo, buying and selling various rare items at high prices. Pin Haomei, looking for a high-priced carry. Pin Daogu, the Zodiac Guild is recruiting members long-term. Upon opening the regional chat channel, he immediately saw these 2 wealthy players' pinned messages. The cost for pinning a message in the regional chat channel is not low. It requires 1 gold coin per hour, and that's just the base price without competition. There are only 3 positions for pinned messages, with a base price of 1 gold coin per hour, and if there's competition, the highest bidder wins. In this small place of New City, especially in the novice dungeon area, not many are willing to spend money to compete. In some popular areas, the pinned message prices can be astronomical. Sanguad Haomei, send a photo over. If you're pretty, I'll carry you for free. Haomei, what level are you? San. Go, I'm a gunsmith, currently level 29, and I can go level up at Sunset Dunes tomorrow. Haomei, I'm already level 32. Sangu, are you trying to disgust me on purpose? Level 32 and still need someone to carry you? Is there anyone in this channel who can carry you? Haomei, of course there is. I got to this level because someone carried me. Joj, yeah, Haomei, do you want me to carry you? I'm already level 40. Haomei. Forget it, if I follow you, who knows what others will say about me. Sangu, Jojia, you're so strong, already level 38. Among this batch of newcomers in New City, you should be the strongest. Joj, yeah, just average. I'll work hard to reach level 50 before entering the Warrior Academy. Sangu, the higher you go, the harder it gets to level up. With your speed, you should be fine in a week. How may, level 50? Wasn't the hidden boss killed last night level 55? Didn't he reach level 50 yesterday? As soon as this was said, the chat channel fell silent. On the first day of entering the Forgotten Tomb, Xiaofeng reached level 62. On the second day, he leveled up 6 times to level 68. The third day was his last day in the novice dungeon area of New City. Tomorrow, he would head to the Western Capital Warrior Academy. The Necromancer was indeed a good spot for farming monsters. As he became more familiar with the terrain here, farming also became easier. After just 5 hours, his level had already reached 71. After some thought, Xiaofeng decided not to continue farming. Here, since he was about to leave, he should check out the final dungeon in the novice area. 20 minutes later, Xiaofeng appeared in the New City Novice Square, standing alone in front of the Death Marsh dungeon. Tip: you have entered the Death Marsh, where the monster levels range from 71 to 100. The Death Marsh, true to its name, is a vast swamp filled with poisonous insects and miasma, with very low visibility. This environment gives an extremely oppressive feeling, which is quite uncomfortable. After searching around, he did not find a suitable leveling place and left the Death Swamp. Back home, he tidied up his valuables and went to bed early. The house had already been sold, and its new owner would arrive early the next morning. This would be his last night in the new city, and it was highly likely he would not return. At night, the admissions office of the Western Capital Warrior Academy was brightly lit. More than a dozen teachers in the admissions office were engaged in intense discussions. Among them, a thin old man wore a proud smile on his face. Haha, our magic department has recruited a genius magician who is said to have reached level 60 now. This leveling speed is unmatched by other professions. An elderly woman with a hoarse voice replied, "Isn't it natural for beginners to level up quickly in the novice dungeon? If they can maintain such a speed at the first tier, then that would be impressive." Wang Pa, did your necromancy department recruit anyone this year? The old woman sighed. The necromancy profession is mostly rare, although there are fewer, there are still some. That's true, every one of your necromancers is tough. If there were more of you, other professions wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes spoke up. The swordsmen aren't doing well this year either. They're all ordinary professions, not a single special profession like the swordmaster has emerged. Jianwu, don't complain, at least your department can still recruit enough every year, unlike our necromancy department, which only gets 3 to 5 people. Jianwu glanced at the big guy next to him. We have quite a few people, but it's still not a third of your meat shields. This strong middle-aged man was none other than Long Gu, who had invited Xiaofeng. Long Gu shot a glance at Jianwu and said unhappily, having more people doesn't mean being weak. We also have powerful existences among our meat shield warriors, you know. Heh, how strong can a meat shield be? At most, they can take a few hits. If there are no other professions to team up with you, leveling up becomes a problem. Hearing Jianwu's mockery, Long Gu, who usually had a fiery temper, smiled and said, Jianwu, your swordsman department has some special professions that level up quickly, but our meat shield warrior department has them too. How about we have a competition this time? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Jianwu's face. Compete in what? Who is more tanky? Long Gu wasn't angry. Competing in that would be bullying. Let's compete in something more intense. Let's see which department has the highest level among the new recruits this time. Are you brave enough to compete? The two mages, a magician and a necromancer, watched this scene with great interest, as two slow-leveling professions were actually competing. Jianwu wasn't a fool. Usually, Long Gu wouldn't dare to say a word about leveling speed, but today he was suddenly fired up, which indicated he had found a student with an extremely fast leveling speed. However, as far as he knew, the meat shield department had never had a profession with a fast leveling speed, including rare professions. Seeing Jianwu hesitate to respond, Long Gu laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid to compete with our meat shield department in leveling speed? Has your swordsman department fallen to this level? Let's compete. Are you afraid of me? We can't just play around, right? How about we add some stakes?" "Oh? It seems you're quite confident. Tell me, what stakes do you have in mind?" "How about this? Whoever loses gives the other department's highest level student a piece of growth-type equipment." "Old Long, you're going big. Do you know how much growth-type equipment costs? Isn't it just 5 or 600 gold coins? I can afford that." 5 or 600? That's true. After all, your meat shield department doesn't place much emphasis on weapons, mainly focusing on armor, which is relatively cheaper than weapons. Less nonsense, just say it. Are we competing or not? After a moment of hesitation, Jianwu said, "I happen to have a piece of red quality armor that I don't need. If you have the ability, take it." Alright, it's a deal. The two had just reached an agreement when the magician, old Li, shook his head helplessly and said, Xiao Long, you've been tricked. Brother Long was taken aback, looking at old Li in confusion. What do you mean? Although the swordsman department didn't recruit any sword masters this time, they did recruit a magic swordsman who was no less capable than a swordmaster. What? A magic swordsman? That profession has appeared again? Upon hearing this, Brother Long was greatly surprised. It's too late to back out now. After the shock, Brother Long sighed helplessly. Your swordsman department really has a lot of talent, but old Long, keep my word. Alright then. The magician Old Li and the necromancer Wang Po exchanged a smile. Leveling up had inherent advantages for their two departments, so they weren't too concerned. What they focused on was real combat power. The next morning, the real estate agent was already waiting at Xiao Feng's door. Upon seeing Xiao Feng come out, he took the keys thrown by Xiao Feng and led the new owner into the room. From this moment on, he had no more ties to this city. Looking at the various promotional slogans for college entrance exams, Xiao Feng felt as if he had returned to Earth. After a brief pause, he walked in the opposite direction of the rising sun. Taking the intercity high-speed train, he arrived in the largest city in the entire western part of Long Country, Shijing City, after 3 hours. Driver, take me to Shijing Warrior Academy. The taxi driver turned to look at this ordinarily dressed young man and smiled. Young man, are you going to school or just visiting? Ha? Xiao Feng asked. The taxi driver chatted casually. While starting the vehicle, Shijing Warrior Academy is the most powerful academy in the entire western part of Long Country, both in reputation and strength. It belongs to the top tier in Long Country. Naturally, many people want to visit, but that place is not somewhere ordinary people can just walk into. If you're here to visit, I can only drop you off 5 kilometers away from the school in the East District, and you'll have to walk the rest. Hearing this, Xiao Feng frowned. Can't I go in directly? If ordinary people were allowed in, wouldn't it turn into a market? In front of the gate of Shijing Warrior Academy, a number of young people had already gathered, seemingly there to report to school early. However, they were all stopped by the academy's security and not allowed to enter. One young man with yellow hair shouted loudly at the security guard. Why can't we go in? We are all students of this academy. The security guard, with a cigarette in his mouth, impatiently replied, It's not the start of school yet, you can only enter in 7 days. Who are you? Trying to fool? Those 2 young people just went in, didn't they? The security guard mocked. They're not the same as you. How are they different? Aren't they all students of the academy? The security guard extinguished his cigarette and looked at the yellow-haired youth with disdain. They are special recruits, got it? Special recruits? What the hell is that? Are they people who got in through connections? Don't think of this place like those ordinary universities. This is Shijing Warrior Academy. The security guard emphasized the name of the academy, and a powerful aura spread from his body. The students felt this aura and immediately fell silent. Seeing that these people had quieted down, the security guard coldly said, Go back where you came from, the academy doesn't start for another 7 days. At that moment, a young man dressed plainly stepped out from the crowd. Can I enter the academy from here? Everyone turned to look at this oblivious young man in unison. The security guard had just made it clear that only special recruits could enter, yet this young man seemed to disregard the guard's words. The newcomer was, of course, Xiao Feng. Noticing everyone staring at him, Xiao Feng confirmed that he had washed his face today, and although he was dressed plainly, it was still decent. Why was he attracting everyone's attention? The security guard felt his authority was being challenged, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Xiao Feng's expression turned icy. This was the Western Capital Warrior Academy, and a security guard could be so arrogant? After a moment's thought, Xiao Feng decided not to engage with the guard. He opened his communication list and found Longgu. Heavily Knight, Longgu, I've arrived, but I've been stopped by the guard at the entrance. Longgu quickly replied. Longgu, I'm on my way back. Just tell the guard my name, and he will let you in. He closed the message. Xiao Feng looked at the guard. I am Longgu, a student recruited by Teacher Long. Longgu? Never heard of him. Kid, don't think you can just throw around names and get away with it. I've seen plenty of people like you. Xiao Feng suppressed his anger and patiently explained, Longgu from the admissions office. The guard, growing impatient, said, I've already told you, I've never heard of any. Longgu. Hurry up and get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone he was no pushover. Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly, you should check the records or make a call. Faced with the crowd of onlookers, the guard felt his authority was being greatly challenged, and his expression turned even colder. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Xiao Feng didn't respond. Just quietly stared at the guard. The guard had seen that look before, filled with disdain and contempt. It reminded him of some unforgettable past experiences, and anger surged within him. Looks like you're just here to cause trouble. If that's the case, then die. As he spoke, the guard threw a punch at Xiao Feng. The tremendous force made Xiao Feng stagger back more than 10 steps. Without any gear, his defense was only 197 points. With that punch, his health dropped by over 800 points. Minus 835 minus 1032. Meanwhile, the guard's health decreased by 1032 points due to the recoil from Xiao Feng. Hey, this is interesting. The guard was very confident in his defense. Even a second-tier strong attack class wouldn't necessarily deal such high damage to him, yet this young man in front of him was clearly a first-tier rookie, and he had caused such significant damage. Wait, this young man hadn't even attacked just now. How had he inflicted damage on him? Could it be the recoil? After estimating based on his own attack and the damage received, he arrived at a shocking conclusion. This young man's recoil damage was actually over 80%. This was definitely a genius of the tank class. Just as the guard was about to strike again, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Stop! Hearing the reprimand, the guard was about to explode in anger when he saw a figure approaching. When he recognized the person's face, the guard immediately wore a fawning expression. Director Long, what brings you here? The newcomer was indeed Long Gu from the Special Recruitment Office. Upon hearing Long Gu introduce himself, the guard's face turned pale. He had thought Xiao Feng was just an ordinary student, and there was no teacher with the surname Long among the admissions and teaching staff for ordinary students. But who would have thought that the Long Gu Xiao Feng mentioned was actually the director of the genius tank class? He had never even considered that possibility, and coupled with being disturbed by other students earlier, his anger had flared up. He never expected to provoke such a person. Long Gu, as the director of the genius class at the Western Capital Warrior Academy, had both strength and authority that an ordinary security guard like him could not afford to offend. Just as he was about to explain himself to Long Gu, he saw Long Gu and Xiao Feng walking slowly into the campus. Long Gu didn't even glance at the guard, and his voice came from behind. You're fired, and now wait for the academy's investigation. Daring to act like this towards a student, if it were someone with a weaker constitution, you would have beaten them to death. The security guard, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now hung his head like a deflated balloon. Regret filled him. This scene left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Of course, for Xiao Feng, this was merely a minor episode. He didn't take someone like the security guard, who only bullied the weak, to heart. He scanned the crowd and finally his gaze landed on Xiao Feng. You must be classmate Hei Yi, right? I'm Long Gu. Xiao Feng was puzzled. He had never met Long Gu in person, only communicated through the system. How could he recognize him at a glance in the crowd? Don't be surprised. I saw that punch from the security guard just now. Not many can withstand it. Besides, since I invited you in, how could I not know your information? Upon hearing Long Ji's explanation, Xiao Feng immediately understood the reason. Follow me. The Western Capital Warrior Academy was vast. Calling it an academy was an understatement. It resembled a well-equipped city within a city. Various buildings towered, each topped with a unique emblem. These emblems represented different professions. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a building adorned with a shield emblem at the top. Long Gu looked up at the shield emblem and said to Xiao Feng, see that? That's our teaching building for the Meat Shield department. But this is just a place for ordinary students to study. You don't need to be here. Follow me. Since the semester hadn't started yet, the teaching building appeared very desolate. Under Long Ji's guidance, they passed through the hall and continued deeper into the back courtyard. After another 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a low building resembling a warehouse. Long Gu approached the entrance, and after 2 beams of light scanned him, the door opened. As the door swung open, Xiao Feng was stunned by the environment inside. This was a teaching building? Is this really a school? Xiao Feng was taken aback by the scene before him. This was no teaching building. It could easily be described as a comprehensive venue that combined fitness, entertainment, and dining. Inside, there were not only well-equipped fitness areas and a gourmet section with professional chefs, but also a gaming zone, and even a foot massage and relaxation area. Xiao Feng turned to Long Gu. This is a teaching building? Long Gu looked at Xiao Feng, a radiant smile on his face. Of course it's a teaching building, but this area is reserved for elite students of the Meat Shield department. The building we just passed is where ordinary students stay. Seeing Xiao Feng's bewildered expression, Long Gu chuckled and asked, what do you think a warrior academy should look like? Xiao Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. What should a warrior academy look like? Before the awakening ceremony, the students had discussed this question. Some thought it should be like an ordinary university, while others believed it should resemble a military base, but no one had ever imagined it would be like this. In the gourmet area, a few muscular young men, well, they should be young men, saw Long Gu and Xiao Feng arrive. While gnawing On a roasted leg of lamb that was as thick as their arms, one of them turned around and shouted, "Teacher Long, come over here. The freshly roasted leg of lamb is delicious." Long Go quickly pulled Xiaofeng to the gourmet area, grabbed a chair, and sat down, taking a bite of the roasted leg of lamb. It really does taste good. After a few big bites, he remembered Xiaofeng, put down the lamb leg, coughed a couple of times, and said, "Let me introduce you, this is the new student, Hei Yi." Then he pointed to the other three and said, "These three are triplets, their names are..." The muscular man gnawing on the lamb leg interrupted Long Gu enthusiastically, "No need to be so formal, just call me De Choi, he's Air Choi, and he's Xiao Choi." Looking in the direction pointed by Big Hammer, the other two were vigorously gnawing on two even thicker lamb legs. Their physiques were no less impressive than Big Hammer's, especially Little Hammer, whose arm muscles were thicker than Xiaofeng's thighs. Noticing Xiaofeng staring at him, Little Hammer showed a shy expression and, after a moment of hesitation, managed to squeeze out a sentence, "We are the Iron Hammer brothers." At that moment, Big Hammer pulled out a chair and warmly invited Xiaofeng to sit beside him. "Classmate Black Knight, my two younger brothers aren't very talkative, but their strength is indeed remarkable." Brother Long smiled and asked, "Wang Dazue, what level are you guys?" Big Hammer patted his chest proudly and said, "We three brothers reached level 52 just yesterday. As tank warriors, I doubt anyone can level up faster than us." This level was absolutely terrifying elsewhere, and even among the special recruits of the Warrior Academy, it was not low. Moreover, since they were tank warriors, their level stood out even more. "By the way, Brother Black Knight, what level are you?" "Level 71. Level 71, that's pretty good." "What? You said you're level 71? Not only was Big Hammer surprised, but even Brother Long beside him was shocked. Brother Long had received news 4 days ago about Xiaofeng killing a level 55 hidden boss, and now, just over 3 days later, he had reached level 71. This leveling speed was likely beyond what mages and necromancers could achieve. "That's insane, tank warriors can level up this fast. By the way, Brother Black Knight, what is your profession?" Xiao Feng looked at Brother Long, showing a questioning expression. "It's fine, go ahead, with your strength, you'll become famous in the academy sooner or later." Xiaofeng nodded and replied, "Reverse Scale Battle Soul." "Reverse Scale Battle Soul? What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it." Brother Long crossed his legs and smiled. "Reverse Scale Battle Soul is a very rare profession." "Rare profession?" The three brothers simultaneously put down their roasted lamb legs, looking at Xiaofeng in shock, their eyes filled with envy. "Alright, don't envy others, you three brothers are not bad, especially your combination skills, which are quite impressive." Combination skills? This was the first time Xiaofeng had heard of it. Brother Long nodded, looking at the three big guys with a satisfied expression. "Yes, they are triplets. Although they all awakened as ordinary shield warriors, they possess a special talent." "What talent?" "As long as these three brothers are in the same team, they can activate a buff called Cooperative Heart, which allows their skill effects to stack." Stacking effects sounded ordinary, but when applied to certain special skills, the results could be terrifying. For example, a buff skill that reduces skill cooldowns by 35% could allow the three to release skills without any cooldown. Or a skill with a 35% chance to stun, when stacked by the three, could achieve infinite stuns. If used properly, this skill would be practically a bug-level existence. Indeed, those who could be specially recruited were not simple at all. Just as they were talking, a young man covered in tattoos wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. "Oh, Old Long, another newcomer has arrived." "Brother." Long frowned upon seeing the tattooed man. "Zhang Hu, although this isn't an ordinary academy, please pay attention to your image." Zhang Hu shrugged it off. "It's just us big guys here, no need to be so formal. If you can bring us a pretty junior sister, I guarantee I'll dress more formally than any of you." Brother Long showed a helpless expression. "I'll let you be for these few days, but it can't be like this once school officially starts." "Old Long, don't worry, I know my limits. By the way, who is this?" Zhang Hu casually picked up a roasted lamb leg and asked while gnawing on it. "Knight." "Oh." Zhang Hu replied casually, then continued to gnaw on a leg of lamb. Xiaofeng didn't care about this. If he wanted respect, he needed to have a strong enough fist, everything else was nonsense. Besides, what others thought of him was none of his business, as long as they didn't interfere with him. Classmate Zhang Hu has also awakened a rare profession, and his profession is a bit special. How should I put it? Brother Long introduced while organizing his thoughts in his mind. His profession is called Titan Barrier, and its defensive power is almost at the top level. Let's put it this way, among practitioners of the same level, almost no one can break through his defense. A proud look appeared on Zhang Hu's face, but he indeed had the capital to be proud. Brother Long continued, "Although this profession is strong, it has a common flaw of being a meat shield warrior. The leveling speed is too slow. I've arranged for a few mages and healers to help him level up, and he's only at level 43 now." Zhang Hu scoffed at this. Old Long, you need to think long term. Just think, if my level increases, wouldn't I have a chance to kill those top-tier bosses? Brother Long truly had no way to deal with Zhang Hu. Although Zhang Hu's personality wasn't particularly likable, who could blame him when he was the hope of the Meat Shield class? Not to mention him, the entire academy was paying close attention to Zhang Hu. Indeed, as Zhang Hu said, the Titan barrier profession is almost universally recognized as one of the toughest professions, and many difficult bosses would indeed rely on him. This was the reason Brother Long indulged him so much. Brother Long ignored Zhang Hu and spoke solemnly, "Alright, let's talk about some serious matters." Although the few of them usually joked around with Brother Long, they became serious when it came to important matters, and even the sound of gnawing on roasted lamb legs quieted down significantly. Seeing this, Brother Long's expression improved a bit. This year's special recruits for the Meat Shield Warrior class are still missing a few people. Some are likely to arrive only when the school officially starts, so we won't wait for them. The reason I had you come to the academy early is not just to familiarize yourselves with the environment, there's something more important that needs to be done. Awakening a profession and talent is certainly important, but without growth, no matter how strong the potential is, it remains just potential. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Zhang Hu, as if implying something. He then continued, therefore, every time the Warrior Academy starts, there are 2 assessments, and these 2 assessments will determine your future treatment within the school. The treatment I'm talking about is not just the usual benefits, it also includes rare items, skills, and other rewards. Some outstanding individuals may even receive rewards that would make me envious. In short, the results of these 2 assessments are very important for your future development. The first assessment is the level ranking at the start of the school year. I don't need to say much about levels, of course, the higher, the better. In past years, some students even reached level 100 at the start of school. Of course, such freaks are too rare to be a reference standard, but there are not a few who reached level 70. At the same time, level 70 is also the most basic standard for excellent students. Students below level 70 at the start of school, except for some exceptionally promising special professions, will be downgraded to ordinary students. There are still 7 days until the start of school, so reaching level 70 shouldn't be too difficult for you. As for the other assessment, it's quite special. It's to challenge the first level trial tower. Only practitioners of first level or below can enter the first level trial tower. Challenging the tower not only allows you to receive rewards from the tower itself, but the outstanding ones can also receive rewards from the academy. There are very few trial towers, and there happens to be one in Shijing City. You won't find this treatment elsewhere. The difficulty of the first level trial tower is very high. The monsters inside have reached level 100, so it's best for you to level up to 100 before challenging it. However, don't worry. The results from the trial tower within the first month of school will still be valid. If you can't reach level 100 by the end of the month, then there's no point in further training. Whether you challenge the trial tower or not becomes less important. As he spoke, Brother Long tossed each of the 5 a badge, which bore a shield design identical to the emblem atop the previous teaching building. This badge represents the elite students of the Meat Shield department. With this badge, you can freely enter and exit most areas of the academy. At the same time, the badge will serve as a tool for carrying academy points. You can use this badge to purchase and trade various items within the academy. In short, academy points are the only universal currency within the school. Of course, if you have money, you can buy academy points from other students. As long as they are willing to sell, the school does not interfere. Hint, you have activated the internal system of the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Hint, the internal system of the Western Capital Warrior Academy is an internal system recognized by the Infinite System through the activation of special items, possessing certain system privileges. Click to view. Student name, Black Knight. Student ID, 35421. Department, Meat Shield Department. Student level, First Order level 71. Student combat power, 374, not wearing equipment. Academy points, 0 points. There's no need to mention how powerful the 10,000 Realms system is. The fact that the Western Capital Warrior Academy could obtain some privileges from it gave Xiaofeng a direct understanding of the Academy's strength at this moment. Brother Long continued, there are many ways to earn Academy points, with the main source being the rewards distributed based on monthly assessment results. Any student who passes the assessment can receive a considerable amount of Academy points. Of course, the better your assessment results, the more points you earn. Additionally, you can also earn points by completing tasks issued by the school. In short, there are many ways to earn points. I won't go into detail, as you can check the point rules through the Academy's internal system. Alright, I've said about everything that needs to be said. You all should rest well today, and tomorrow, I want you to level up. I have things to attend to. Dechue, take Black Knight to his room later, he can stay next door. Okay, Teacher Long. After Brother Long left, Zhang Hu casually asked, Brother Black Knight, what level are you? 71, what? Your level. 71? Xiao Feng didn't say much. After finishing his meal, he checked the time, it was just past 2 o'clock. It was still a bit early to rest, so he thought for a moment and asked, is there a dungeon entrance in the school? Dechoi burped and laughed, Brother Black Knight, we were thinking the same thing. The three of us also plan to level up for a while longer, why not join us? Zhang Hu lazily chimed in, you guys go ahead. I'm a bit tired today and need to rest well, I'll level up tomorrow. After lunch, under the guidance of the Iron Hammer brothers, they navigated through the complex terrain to arrive at a square. The layout of the square was almost identical to that of the novice area in the new city. 5 novice dungeon entrances were lined up in order, but unlike the new city's novice square, there were no hawkers shouting. Here, people could trade directly through the academy's internal system, eliminating the need to waste time setting up stalls. Looking at the 5 dungeon entrances before them, the Wang Dechoi brothers headed straight into the forgotten ancient tomb. Xiao Feng entered the last dungeon. The novice dungeon content in all areas was the same, it was just that the dungeons entered from different entrances existed separately and did not connect. Once again, entering the Death Marsh dungeon, the feeling remained dreadful. The sounds of various insects and birds echoed in the marsh, and toxic bubbles occasionally surfaced in the dark green puddles. Poisonous insects roamed everywhere, and the miasma was thick, making visibility very low and creating a suffocating atmosphere. After taking out his gear from the storage space and equipping it, his combat power returned to 493. A few minutes later, Xiao Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away, he actually saw a living person. Xiao Feng halted, and on a patch of grass nearby, a girl with an incredibly stunning figure was battling a group of poisonous frogs. To call it a battle would be inaccurate, it was more like a massacre. She stood in the center of the grass, with a steady stream of poisonous frogs gathering around her. The girl methodically shot arrows from her position, her speed astonishing, with each arrow capable of taking down a poisonous frog in one shot. This left Xiao Feng in shock. The monsters here were at least level 71. If a regular arrow could instantly kill a level 71 monster, how strong must her attack power be? The level 70 monster, the undead sorcerer, had a health pool of 9,800. The undead sorcerer was already a high attack, low defense monster, so a level 71 monster would likely have even more health. If that were the case, this woman was terrifying. Suddenly, a poisonous frog lunged at Xiao Feng, and the system provided information about the frog. Monster name, Poisonous Frog. Summon creature of the rare boss, Demon Frog, level, 71 health points, 300 physical attack, 199 magical attack, 299 physical defense, 55 magical defense, 55 skill toxic, attack inflicts continuous poison damage. The poisonous frog shot out a long, bright red tongue that struck against Xiao Feng's massive shield, causing some green liquid to appear on the shield, which continued to bubble. At the same time, he received a system notification for the kill. You have killed a poisonous frog, gaining 7 experience points. Seeing the information about the poisonous frog and the experience gained from the kill, he understood what was happening. The girl was not actually killing true level 71 monsters, but rather the small creatures summoned by a rare boss. Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment but decided to move forward. The woman was also greatly surprised to see Xiao Feng. The reason she leveled up so quickly was not only because she had awakened the rare class of elf archer but also due to the strong support from her family. The bow in her hand, which could increase attack speed by 300%, was obtained at great cost by her family. Even so, she spent over 18 hours a day leveling up in dungeons just to barely reach level 71. She was absolutely confident that she would rank among the top in this batch of new students. But who was this newcomer? Holding 2 shields taller than herself, he was clearly a meat shield warrior. A meat shield warrior at level 71? She couldn't believe it, she thought. This man must have awakened his class through other channels ahead of time, or perhaps he was simply a student from the previous cohort. Xiao Feng stopped about 30 meters away from the woman and, after thinking for a moment, asked, classmate, do you need help killing this hidden boss? The girl was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Feng to have that intention. No need, our combined strength isn't enough to kill the demon frog. And besides, I still needed summon creatures to level up. Since the girl said so, Xiao Feng didn't press further. Indeed, with his current strength, he might not be able to kill a rare boss of over level 70. Ignoring the girl, Xiao Feng continued deeper into the swamp. The girl watched Xiao Feng's retreating figure, unsure of what to think, then shook her head and continued to grind monsters for experience. The previous location was indeed an excellent leveling spot for the swift girl. Without her, Xiao Feng might have chosen that place. It wasn't easy to find a suitable leveling area for Xiaofeng in the Death Swamp. It wasn't that there were too few monsters, but rather that most areas were submerged in the swamp, making it difficult for Xiaofeng to pull monsters. Finally, Xiaofeng stopped on a patch of grass overgrown with vines. Not far ahead, there was a large tree draped in vines, its trunk covered with dense clusters of fist-sized black beetles. Monster name, Iron Beetle level, 75 health points, 7500 physical attack, 350 magic attack, 280 physical defense, 200 magic defense, 98 skill iron armor. When health drops below 50%, physical defense increases by 50%, lasting for 10 seconds. That's the one. Xiaofeng stepped forward, and the two shields clashed together with a loud metallic sound. The dense swarm of iron beetles surged towards Xiaofeng like a black fog. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng was overjoyed. With such a large number, wouldn't the leveling speed be? The health points of these iron beetles weren't particularly high, but as minor monsters, their attack and defense were somewhat excessive. However, this had no effect on Xiaofeng. His rebound damage was real damage. Unrelated to the opponent's defense, the damage they received depended on their attack strength. The stronger the attack, the higher the rebound damage would naturally be. Although there were many iron beetles, they couldn't break through Xiaofeng's defense, so the more there were, the better. The attack frequency of the iron beetles wasn't high, about every 3 seconds. Each rebound damage was around 350, which meant approximately 120 rebound damage per second. With 7,500 health points, it would take over a minute to kill them. This speed wasn't particularly fast, but the sheer number made up for it. The iron beetles were small, allowing a significantly larger number to attack Xiaofeng simultaneously. Roughly estimating, there were about 200 iron beetles attacking him at the same time. This way, he could kill around 200 iron beetles per minute. Each iron beetle gave 75 experience points, so in a minute, he could earn 15,000 experience points, totaling 900,000 experience points in an hour. This leveling speed was more than 4 times faster than grinding against the undead sorcerers. After reaching level 71, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly. Level 71 to 72 required 500,000 experience points. Level 71 to 75 required 2.3 million experience points. Level 75 to 80 required an even greater 3 million experience points. In other words, Xiaofeng needed about 5.3 million experience points to reach level 70. At the current grinding speed, he could reach level 80 in just 6 hours. When Xiaofeng calculated this result, he was astonished for quite a while. If others knew about his leveling speed, who knows what they would think? You have killed an iron beetle, gaining 75 experience points in 12 copper coins. You have killed an iron beetle, gaining 75 experience points. You have killed an iron beetle, gaining 75 experience points and 67 copper coins. Tip: your experience points have reached 100%, and your level has increased to Tier 1, level 72, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Tip: your experience points have reached 100%, and your level has increased to Tier 1, level 73, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. 6 hours passed in a flash. Tip: your experience points have reached 100%, and your level has increased to Tier 1, level 80, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Xiao Feng's level successfully reached 80. After reaching level 80, killing iron beetles no longer yielded any benefits. Checking the time, it was already past 8 p.m. Xiaofeng decided to call it a day and continue tomorrow. His goal for today was originally to reach level 75, and he had now exceeded that. The Hammer brothers also sent a message, urging him to return for dinner, as the chef would be off duty soon if it got too late. As they passed through the magic frog zone, the girl was still leveling up, and Xiaofeng ignored her, heading straight out of the instance. When he returned to the restaurant, the Hammer brothers were already feasting. Hey, Knight brother, come over. The food tonight is amazing, braised pork knuckle. The braised pork knuckle on the table was a bright red color, with a crispy and slightly wrinkled skin, as if gently embraced by a rich sauce. The meat was plump, with distinct marbling, glistening with an enticing sheen. Its overall shape was round, resembling a work of art placed on the plate, exuding a rich aroma that instantly whetted the appetite. After dinner, Xiaofeng followed the Hammer brothers to the basement of the activity area. This puzzled Xiaofeng. Weren't they supposed to head to the accommodation area? Why go down to the basement? After passing through a long corridor and opening a heavy iron door, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened upon seeing the interior. Knight brother, this is your room. We 3 brothers live next door, call me if you need anything. Thanks. Entering the room and closing the heavy iron door behind him, he felt a strong sense of security. The room was spacious, with a bedroom, bathroom, lounge, and living room all included. The decor and living amenities Inside were incredibly luxurious, rivaling any five-star hotel suite outside. What amazed Xiao Feng the most was the lifelike garden outside the window. At that moment, a smart robot that looked like a trash can spoke up. "Welcome home, master. I am your intelligent robot butler, and I can handle everything in the room." The robot noticed Xiao Feng was looking out the window and explained, "Master, this is a simulated image using holographic projection technology, equipped with 9D viewing effects. Would you like me to demonstrate?" Seeing that Xiao Feng did not refuse, the robot used its smart operating system to change the outdoor environment. The starry night sky suddenly transformed into a snow-covered world. A gust of cold wind blew in from the outside, causing Xiao Feng to shiver. Then the scene changed again, the sun was setting, and warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Xiao Feng, making him feel cozy and comfortable. With this simulation system in place, it completely alleviated the oppressive feeling of living in a basement. Eventually, Xiao Feng fixed the scene on a picturesque view filled with mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of a summer countryside. He half-reclined on the sofa, with a cup of handcrafted coffee freshly brewed by the smart robot on the coffee table. Listening to the gentle sound of a flowing stream outside while sipping the steaming coffee was incredibly enjoyable. The environment here was far better than the dormitory he had stayed in before. Upon arriving at the Warrior Academy, he would automatically join the regional chat channel for this area. With nothing to do, he opened the regional chat channel. Perhaps because the school hadn't officially started yet, there weren't many people in the channel, and the chat content was sparse. Most of the discussions were about how impressive the academy's facilities were. After closing the regional chat channel, he fell into a deep sleep in this highly secure room. The next morning, when Xiao Feng arrived at the restaurant, he saw a slender and quiet girl already seated and eating. At another table, the Hammer brothers were vigorously enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu was squatting in a corner of the restaurant, arms crossed, with his head buried between his knees. If it weren't for the tattoos on his arms, it would have been hard to recognize him. Xiao Feng approached the Hammer brothers' table and asked Zhang Hu, "What's going on?" De Choi pointed discreetly at the girl at the next table and whispered, "Zhang Hu got thoroughly beaten by that girl." Air Chue chuckled, I've never liked Zhang Hu. That girl is really something. She didn't hesitate to give him a good thrashing when he harassed her, and now she has him squatting there, not allowed to move, or else he'll get hit again. Is fighting allowed in the academy? Well, technically, it's not allowed, but since it hasn't officially started yet, even if school starts, I guess no one will care. After all, that guy is just asking for it. Hearing a few people discussing, the girl turned her head to look. She made eye contact with Xiao Feng. The girl had shoulder-length short hair and a very delicate face. How could such a girl, who looked like the girl next door, beat up the so-called strongest defender, Zhang Hu, to the point where he didn't dare to get up? This was too unconvincing. Facing Xiao Feng's puzzled gaze, the girl shyly explained, "My mom said that bad people like him should be beaten hard, otherwise, he will continue to bother me next time." After hearing the girl's explanation, Xiao Feng felt even more speechless. How could such an innocent-looking girl do something so brutal? Xiao Feng didn't express any opinion on the matter. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He nodded to the girl and continued to eat, ignoring her. "Brother Knight, we leveled up 5 levels in just half a day yesterday, and now we're already level 57. At this rate, in at most 2 days, the 3 of us will reach level 70, and then we can level up together with you." "Not bad, keep it up. How many levels did you level up yesterday?" "About the same as you guys." Wang Dachui gave Xiao Feng a thumbs up. "You're still amazing, already over level 70, and you can level up 5 levels in half a day, impressive." Xiao Feng didn't tell them the truth to avoid discouraging their confidence. The short-haired girl, hearing their conversation, gasped in disbelief. "What did you say? He's over level 70? How is that possible? Isn't he one of our tank class students?" "Brother Knight is definitely one of our tank class students, and he has a rare profession too." The girl questioned, "Aren't most of the people who can come here these days rare professions?" "Not all of us, the 3 of us are just ordinary professions." The girl waved her hand. "That's not important. What's important is, since he's one of our tank class students, why is his leveling speed so fast? Did he awaken early? I don't know about that." Unable to get an answer from Wang Dachui, the girl turned her gaze back to Xiao Feng. Her big, watery eyes were full of curiosity. Just as Xiao Feng was about to answer, Zhang Hu, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly fell to the ground with a cry of ouch. Seeing Zhang Hu fall, the girl put down her bowl and chopsticks and rushed over. The next scene left Xiao Feng dumbfounded. The girl, who had just seemed so innocent, started punching and kicking Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was probably scared of being beaten and didn't even have the courage to resist. He had no idea what kind of horrific things had happened here before he arrived at the cafeteria. The beating lasted for about 5 minutes, and it was only when Zhang Hu lay on the ground and gave up struggling that the girl reluctantly stopped her assault. I'll let you off today, but if you dare to mess with me again next time, I'll make sure you can't have children. Hearing the girl's words, Xiao Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Zhang Hu, upon hearing this, not only wasn't angry, but instead seemed to feel as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly getting up from the ground. Aside from a bit of swelling on his face, he was mostly unharmed, indicating that while the girl seemed to have gone all out, she still held back to some extent. After stopping, the girl returned to the dining table as if nothing had happened and continued eating. The others looked at the girl, who was eating quietly and slowly, and then recalled the scene of her fiercely beating Zhang Hu, feeling a strong sense of cognitive dissonance. Zhang Hu, while fixing his messy hair, cursed, "I can't believe such a quiet girl is so violent. She must have come to the wrong place, our tank class can't possibly have such a violent profession." At that moment, Long Gu walked in from outside. Seeing Zhang Hu's bruised face, he was first taken aback, then looked at Xiao Feng with an understanding expression. Xiao Feng was extremely speechless but didn't explain. The girl saw Long Gu coming, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and obediently called out, "Good morning, Teacher Long." "Brother." Long was very happy to see the girl. "Ha ha ha, why are you up so early, Sister E?" Teacher Long, I'm going to try to reach level 60 today. I definitely won't embarrass you." Seeing how obedient and well-behaved Xiaomei was, Brother Long's smile grew even wider. Good. With such great talent and hard work, I have high hopes for you." Xiaomei nodded earnestly, looking both cute and obedient. Brother Long turned to introduce Xiao Feng and the others. "This is our new special recruit from the tank class, her name is Xiaomei. I believe you all have met her already." The others remained silent, only looking at Xiaomei with strange expressions. Brother Long, unaware of the oddity, looked at Xiao Feng and Zhang Hu and said, "Xiaomei, like you too, has a rare profession, but hers is a bit special. Teacher Long, let me explain." Xiaomei stepped forward and spoke up. "My name is Xiaomei, I just turned 18 half a month ago. The profession I awakened is called Flame Armor, also known as Flame Guardian. This profession can condense fire elements to form a flame armor, which not only has strong defensive capabilities but can also create a small area of flame domain, causing continuous damage to enemies within the domain. At the same time I awakened my profession, I also gained the ability to devour flames. The flames I devour can not only enhance the defensive capabilities of my flame armor but also grant me powerful fire attack abilities. Therefore, I still belong to the tank class, but my future development may lean more towards a strong attack type." After hearing Xiaomei's self-introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. A delicate and lovely neighbor girl was not only a tank but also a strong attack tank. "Alright, after breakfast, you all go level up. The other classes have already gone to the dungeons. Although our tank class can't level up as fast as them, we can't fall too far behind." After saying this, he looked at Xiao Feng. "You are the exception, but don't be complacent. For the next few days, don't think about challenging the trial tower, focus on leveling up first." After finishing their meal, all members of the tank class set off together for the dungeon square. The Iron Hammer brothers and Xiaomei were all over level 50, so the best leveling spot was naturally the forgotten ancient tomb. Zhang Hu was only in his 40s, but his profession was special, and with the academy's permission, he brought a few mages and healers to level up with him. Watching the large team enter the sunset sand dunes, Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly and then entered the death swamp alone. After reaching level 80, Xiao Feng had allocated all his attribute points to Constitution. As for skill points, he had also invested them all in the rock solid skill as before. At this point, the damage reduction effect of rock solid had reached 50%. His physical defense was 419, magical defense was 385, and his health had reached 4,520 points. These attributes were definitely considered a bug-level existence among this year's new students. Entering the death swamp, he passed through the poisonous frog area where the archer girl was still grinding monsters. This indicated that her level had not yet broken through 76, otherwise, continuing to grind here would yield no benefits. Continuing deeper, in the area with level 72 monsters, he saw a few new faces. However, they were all mages. As long as mages have good equipment and enough magic recovery potions, their leveling speed is naturally very fast. Just by looking at the faint golden light emanating from this group, one could tell their equipment must be quite valuable. When he arrived at the area with level 74 monsters, he saw someone commanding dozens of skeleton knights and skeleton archers to fight monsters. This was the legendary rare profession, Necromancer. Watching those monsters fall in droves under the fearless attacks of the undead army made Xiao Feng feel some pressure. When Xiao Feng arrived at the area where the armored beetles were grinding yesterday, he was surprised to find that there were still people there. The man carried a transparent container that was almost as large as his body, from which green gas continuously spewed out. The iron beetles chasing him silently perished under the erosion of the green gas. This leveling speed was surprisingly faster than that of a necromancer. He continued deeper into the dungeon. To his astonishment, there were still people in the level 78 monster zone. A young man was seen sitting on a large piece of blue stone, surrounded by countless flying insects charging towards him. Yet the young man remained unfazed, just as the flying insects were about to attack him. 5 flying swords, each over 10 centimeters long, suddenly shot out from behind him, piercing towards the attacking insects at high speed. Each flying sword shimmered with a faint golden light, indicating that they were at least of golden quality. The flying swords crisscrossed, and in just over 10 breaths, all the attacking insects were dead. This was definitely not a sword master. Xiaofeng had seen on the forum that a sword master could only control 1 flying sword. Yet this young man could control 5 flying swords simultaneously. The sword master was recognized as one of the fastest leveling professions among swordsmen, but he was on a completely different level compared to this young man. The special recruits from the Western Capital Warrior Academy were truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was because of this young man that Jianwu dared to gamble with Long Gu. Along the way, he had seen almost all rare professions, and compared to his own reverse-scale battle soul, he felt rather unremarkable. The sword master saw Xiaofeng continuing deeper into the death marsh with 2 large shields. A hint of mockery appeared on his face, just for show. He continued on his way but found no suitable monster grinding spots. It wasn't until he reached a muddy swamp that he finally stopped. In the mud, he saw a creature resembling a leech, but much larger than an ordinary leech, about the size of a water snake. At that moment, the system also provided detailed information about the monster. Monster name: Venomous Leech. Level: 86 health points, 14500 physical attack, 399 magical attack, 354 physical defense, 235 magical defense, 258 skill. Bone clinging: the venomous leech attaches to the enemy, dealing continuous damage. Skill: Venom: the venomous leech's attack carries venom, causing the enemy to suffer continuous damage and reducing their attack power by 30%. Just as Xiaofeng was checking the information on the venomous leech, several leeches nearby sprang out of the swamp and attached themselves to him. -399, -88, -123, -88. In an instant, he had bounced back multiple instances of damage, yet he remained unharmed. This made Xiaofeng's eyes light up as he took a few more steps forward. With each step he took, he drew closer to more venomous leeches. As long as he approached them within a certain range, the leeches would shoot towards him and attach themselves. At that moment, Xiaofeng was like a giant magnet, while the leeches were like iron filings being continuously attracted to him. Moments later, he was completely enveloped by deep brown, venomous leeches. But in less than a minute, these leeches would automatically die and fall off, only for new leeches to come shooting in. This cycle continued. To conserve energy, Xiaofeng jumped onto a rock in the center of the swamp and sat cross-legged like the sword master from earlier. Compared to the sword master, Xiaofeng found leveling up much easier. If it weren't for the terrible environment, he could even lie down and level up here. Hint: you have killed a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points and 121 copper coin stock. Hint: you have killed a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points and 46 copper coin stock. Hint: you have killed a venomous leech, gaining 86 experience points. Watching the flood of kill notifications, Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaim, this must be the easiest way to level up. The leech's attack frequency was slower than that of the armored beetle from yesterday, but the 2 types of continuous damage skills made its blood loss speed no less than that of the armored beetle. Moreover, the leech's ability to exploit openings was far superior to that of the armored beetle. At this moment, Xiaofeng resembled someone clad in a camouflage suit woven from countless vines, with hardly any part of his body exposed. Roughly estimating, the number of venomous leeches attacking him had reached at least 300. If it were any other profession, they would probably be killed instantly. This method of monster grinding was somewhat disgusting, but the efficiency was undeniably impressive. Xiaofeng could only endure the nausea and force himself to persist. After reaching level 80, the experience required for leveling up had escalated. From level 79 to 80, 640,000 experience points were needed, while from level 80 to 81, the requirement doubled to 1,310,000. From level 80 to 85, a total of 6,900,000 experience points were needed. The total experience required from level 80 to 90 reached an astonishing 14,630,000. Such experience demands were simply jaw-dropping. Each time he killed a venomous leech, he gained 86 experience points, and on average, he could kill around 300 in a minute. Doing the math, he could earn about 26,000 experience points in a minute, which amounted to 1,560,000 experience in an hour. Therefore, it seemed that he could complete the 14,630,000 experience requirement in less than 10 hours. In this light, while the experience needed for leveling up appeared to be substantial, it was still manageable. Xiaofeng had one doubt, whether he himself was cursed. After killing over 70,000 armored beetles yesterday, he had only obtained some silver and copper coins, along with a few low-level white-quality equipment, the best of which was merely blue-quality gear. In contrast, the Hammer brothers, who had killed far fewer enemies than him, had reaped considerable rewards. Could it be that the drop rate for monsters killed by rebound is significantly lower? However, the drop rate was not something he could control. He could only kill as many monsters as possible to level up quickly. Most of the early-stage equipment was merely transitional gear. Only after leveling up could he kill higher-level monsters, which would yield more valuable equipment. Bored, he opened the regional public channel. Today's regional public channel was not as quiet as it had been yesterday. Ouyang Feng, leveling up is so boring. Is anyone out there to chat? Ouyang Feng, come on, say something. Hello? Is there anyone alive? Ouyang Feng, Sai, Tianzai, are you that bored? Everyone is busy leveling up. Who has time to chat with you? Jin San, there are only 6 days left until school starts. Hurry up and level up. I heard the rewards for the top-ranked new students this semester are very generous. Ouyang Feng, what kind of rewards are there? Jin San, I'm not sure about the specifics, but you won't be disappointed. Ouyang Feng, that's like saying nothing at all. Tianzai, what level are you all at? Ouyang Feng, Sai, I'm leveling up too slowly, only at level 74. Lan Yan, you're already impressive, I'm at level 73. Tianzai, as a necromancer, I'm only at level 75, feels a bit embarrassing. Jin San, level 77. Ouyang Feng, what kind of monsters are you? Your levels are so high. Lan Yan, I saw a strange person yesterday. Ouyang Feng, what was strange about them? Lan Yan, how should I put it? That person was holding 2 large shields, probably a tank-type profession, but they could appear in this dungeon. Ouyang Feng, I just saw them too. That shouldn't be their real equipment. They probably equipped themselves like that to hide their true profession. Tianzai, it didn't seem like a disguise. Just now, when they passed by me, I noticed a level 75 monster attacking them, and they didn't even need to dodge, plus it seemed they didn't take any damage at all. They must be a tank profession. Jin San, I just saw them heading towards the level 80 area. Natural disaster, level 80 area? Does he dare to solo it? Ouyang Feng, what class is he? So fierce, even I would be in trouble if I let my guard down over there. It seems this year's special recruit is not simple. Closing the regional chat channel, Xiaofeng also felt a bit of pressure. Of course, it was just a bit. Jin Sancher should be that ruthless person who controls 5 flying swords to kill monsters, actually. Reaching level 77. Time passed quickly. At 8 p.m., Brother Hammer sent a message to Xiaofeng on time. The message content remained unchanged, telling him to go back for dinner. At this point, Xiaofeng's level had already reached 91. Without Brother Hammer's reminder, he also planned to leave. The reason was simple, there was no profit in killing monsters here anymore. Today's luck was a bit better than yesterday's, converting everything into silver coins. He earned about 700 silver today, compared to 260 silver yesterday. In just these 2 days, his coin income was close to 1,000 silver. He also obtained more than 10 pieces of ordinary equipment, but none were usable, only fit for selling. Arriving at the restaurant, not only had the others gathered, but even Brother Long took the time to come to the restaurant. Seeing Xiaofeng arrive, Brother Long was very enthusiastic. How was leveling up today? Not bad. Not bad? How many levels did you gain? Xiaofeng did not hide it and replied directly, 11 levels. What? Not only was Brother Long shocked, but even the others, who were normally eating, were astonished. Wang Dachui was like a deflated balloon. Brother Knight, you're really a freak. The 3 of us worked our butts off today and only gained 7 levels. You're so much higher than us and still gained 11 levels. You're simply not human. Just luck. Brother Long looked at Xiaofeng with fiery eyes. Brother Knight, what level are you now? Xiaofeng opened his attribute panel, confirmed it, and then answered, level 91. Level 91. Everyone was shocked again. At this rate of leveling up, wouldn't he reach level 100 by tomorrow and be able to take the advancement assessment? With this answer, Brother Long could no longer remain calm, his face filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, we're definitely going to win this time. The others looked at Brother Long in confusion. Ha ha ha, it's like this, I made a bet with the teacher. From the swordsman class, Brother Long then explained the details of the bet and the stakes. Growth-type equipment? This term was something Xiaofeng heard for the first time. Yes, growth-type equipment is a very rare kind of gear. The attributes of this equipment may not be very strong, but it can be upgraded through some special methods, and as the equipment's grade increases, its attributes will also improve. Teacher Long, wouldn't it be simpler to just buy equipment that matches your current level cap? In response to Ishiome's question, Brother Long patiently explained, not the same. At mid to high levels, it's very difficult to find equipment that perfectly matches your current strength, and as levels increase, the expensive equipment you bought will quickly become outdated. Therefore, having a piece of equipment that can grow with you is particularly important. Moreover, this type of equipment has another important feature, which is that each time it levels up, it can randomly gain new attributes, and before each upgrade, there's a chance to lock in an attribute. Do you all understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened even more. If what Brother Long said was true, then this equipment was indeed the most suitable for newcomers. However, this type of equipment has a fatal limitation, and it is this limitation that greatly reduces its price. What limitation? Once this equipment is worn, it will bind to the player and cannot be resold. At the same time, this equipment will advance along with the practitioner's own progression, so it is most cost-effective to obtain and wear this equipment at the first level. If worn after reaching the second level, one will lose an opportunity for advancement and the chance to choose equipment attributes, otherwise, its price will be astronomical. Although everyone wanted to obtain this equipment, they knew it would only belong to Xiao Feng. Because only Xiao Feng could help Long Gu win this gamble. Long Gu, is the final condition for victory based on who has the higher level? Yes. Xiao Feng continued, Long Gu, at this rate, I can reach level 100 in at most 2 days. Am I supposed to stop advancing just for this equipment? Long Gu was taken aback, realizing that this freak, Xiao Feng, was already at level 91. They had never considered that someone would reach level 100 before the school year started. Although there had been a few cases of people reaching level 100 before the school year, those were extremely rare. It was only when Xiao Feng reminded him that he recalled this matter. No way, I absolutely cannot waste an opportunity for equipment advancement. I'm going to find Jian Wu and change the rules. Hey, Teacher Long, you haven't eaten yet. No need to wait for me. After Long Gu left, everyone's gaze refocused on Xiao Feng. Ahem, the food is getting cold. At the Western Capital Warrior Academy, in the admissions office, the old necromancer Wang Po looked at Long Gu with disbelief. Xiao Long, you're not joking, are you? Your new meat shield class has reached level 91? Our little guys in the necromancer class are still under level 80. The old magician Li also looked at Long Gu in disbelief. Xiao Long, you mean level 71, right? Oh, I haven't had a drink today, how could I confuse level 91 with level 71? That student is really at level 91, and he is indeed a meat shield warrior. What is his profession, if you don't mind saying? There's nothing to hide, it's the reverse scale battle soul. Have you heard of it? Reverse scale battle soul? That sounds a bit familiar, let me think. Oh, it can't be that useless profession. With an attack power that is always just 1 point. I remember now, over a decade ago, there was a profession that awakened the reverse scale battle soul at the Tokyo Warrior Academy, but then something unfortunate happened. What do you mean by having an attack power that is always just 1 point? The old magician Li shook his head. It is said that the reverse scale battle soul profession cannot increase its attack power by any means. Xiao Long, are you really not mistaken? How could someone with only 1 attack power reach level 91 in such a short time? Oh, everyone, I'm telling the truth. Long Ji's face was full of helplessness. Finally, he turned to Jian Wu and said, how about this, if I'm lying, then consider me the loser, but the competition rules really need to be changed, otherwise, winning wouldn't mean anything. Jian Wu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Regardless of whether what Long Gu said was true, even if it was, losing just 1 piece of equipment was nothing he couldn't afford. But if such a person really appeared, it would be of great benefit to the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Although they belonged to different departments, they were all teachers of the academy, and cultivating true strong warriors was their ultimate goal. Then it's settled, whoever reaches level 100 first wins. Jin Wu glanced at Long Gu coldly and said, don't worry, I, Jin Wu, can afford to lose. Ah, that's good. Get your things ready, I'll come to take them in at most 2 days. Long Gu immediately informed Xiao Feng of the news. This further boosted Xiao Feng's motivation to level up. Back in the basement room, Xiao Feng lay on the sofa checking his attributes. At this point, his health had exceeded 5,000, reaching 5,152 points. Physical defense was 463 points, and magical defense was 429 points. The skill Rock Solid has already reached level 50, with damage reduction effects increased to 50%. Once the reduction effect reaches 50%, it can no longer be enhanced, much like the thorns of a bramble. One can only see if it can continue to improve after reaching the second tier. It stands to reason that a normal Profession would never grant a skill that provides 100% damage immunity. The continuous warnings from the Infinite system when it upgraded his rock-solid skill were enough to illustrate this point. At this moment, Xiaofeng's personal information had gradually spread within a small circle. Xiaofeng was completely unaware of this. The next day, deep within the Death Swamp dungeon, Xiaofeng directly bypassed the level 90 monster area and headed to the deepest part of the Death Swamp. When he arrived at a grove of completely withered trees, he was astonished to find that the trunks of those dead trees had actually opened their eyes. Pairs of crimson eyes were all fixed on Xiaofeng, and as he moved, their eyes shifted positions as well. It wasn't just the eyeballs moving, the entire eyes turned together. It looked extremely eerie. Monster name, Decayed. Treant level, 99 health points, 22,000 physical attack, 428 magical attack, 399 physical defense, 399 magical defense, 299 skill. Wrath of Nature. The Decayed Treant can utilize its deep connection with nature to summon nearby trees and plants to attack. This skill temporarily activates the plants around the Treant, causing them to grow rapidly and extend their branches to entangle and attack enemies. Enemies that are entangled will suffer continuous physical damage and may be exposed to the Trent's other attacks due to their inability to move. Skill Touch of Decay. The Decay Treant can spread a special decay magic by touching enemies with its decayed roots. Enemies that are touched will gradually lose vitality, as if eroded by time. Skill Endless Cycle. When the Decayed Treant attacks enemies, it leaves seeds on the target, which will hatch rapidly with each attack from the Treant. Once successfully hatched, a new Decayed Treant will emerge. These Treants are level 99, but their physical and magical attacks are not particularly strong, at least not enough to break through Xiaofeng's defenses. However, their massive size and slow movement make them unsuitable for leveling. Wait a minute, Xiaofeng suddenly found the three skills of the Decayed Treant quite interesting. Wrath of Nature can summon surrounding plants to launch a group attack against him, which is exactly the skill Xiaofeng hoped to see. The second skill, Touch of Decay, allows for ranged attacks through the roots, which can also avoid the issue of too few monsters being able to attack him simultaneously due to their large size. As for the third skill, it was the key reason Xiaofeng decided to grind monsters here. The third skill represents an endless source of new monsters, allowing them to spawn continuously. Originally an unsuitable area for leveling, it became a perfect grinding spot with the addition of these three skills. After observing the surroundings, Xiaofeng moved to an area densely populated with withered trees. Here, more than 10 decayed Treants could attack him through their roots right from the start. With each attack from the Treants, gray-black seeds began to cling to Xiaofeng's body. These seeds would grow a segment each time the Trent's roots attacked. Due to the large number of Treants attacking him simultaneously, the seeds on his body grew and sprouted at an astonishing rate. In just a few seconds, a new decayed Treant had fully grown. After only half a minute, he was surrounded by withered trees, leaving him with no gaps to escape. He had no idea how many decayed Treants could attack him. If someone were watching from the outside at this moment, they would not think it was hundreds of trees crowded together, they would only perceive it as an incredibly thick giant tree. Hint: you have killed a decayed Treant, gaining 99 experience points and 121 copper coins. Tip: you have killed the decayed Treant, gaining 99 experience points and 221 copper coins. Tip: you have killed the decayed Treant, gaining 99 experience points and 46 copper coins. There was no way to visually observe how many Treants could attack him at the same time. He could only judge based on the experience gained. To his surprise, after 1 minute, he had actually gained 56,000 experience points. The speed of monster farming was more than double that of the leeches from yesterday. However, the experience required for leveling up also increased significantly. After reaching level 90 yesterday, the experience needed for leveling up rose sharply again. From level 89 to 90, it required 1.62 million experience points, while from level 90 to 91, it reached 3.3 million. The total experience required from level 92 to 100 was an astonishing 36.5 million. No wonder in previous years, new students rarely broke through level 100, and even reaching level 90 was a rarity. Who wouldn't be confused by such experience requirements? After 10 minutes, the number of decayed Treants seemed to have reached some kind of limit. His leveling speed also stabilized. He could almost consistently gain around 60,000 experience points per minute. In 1 hour, that would be 3.6 million experience. In 10 hours, wouldn't that be? With this realization, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Could he reach level 100 today? Although leveling up in this place was exhilarating, it was indeed too boring. He was completely surrounded by decayed Treants, with not a single gap. Even the irritating swamp scenery was out of sight. Xiaofeng felt like a puppet trapped in the center of the dead tree, unable to move. Time passed slowly. After 10 hours, Tip: your experience has reached 100% and your level has been upgraded to Tier 1, level 100, gaining 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Tip: your level has reached the Tier 1 limit, please complete the promotion trial task as soon as possible. Tip: before promoting to Tier 2, you will not gain any experience from killing monsters. Tip: you have reached level 100 within 12 days, achieving the accomplishment of leveling up. You have received a Tier 1 Golden Achievement treasure chest as a reward. Seeing the system notification, Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. He had unexpectedly received an achievement treasure chest and it was of golden quality. This was a complete surprise. However, just 2 minutes later, Xiaofeng's happiness faded. He was now faced with an awkward situation. He was still tightly squeezed by countless decayed treants, and even moving his body was a problem. How could he get out? Just as Xiaofeng was troubled about how to leave, he received several more system notifications. Tip: you have reached level 100 and activated the skill Battle Soul Charge. He opened the skill panel to check the skill description. Skill name: Battle Soul Charge. Skill level: level 1. Skill type: active. Skill cost: each use of this skill requires 50 mana points. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. Skill effect: charge forward, with a distance of 10 to 100 meters. During the charge, you are uncontrollable and unstoppable. Inflicts 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. What a coincidence! Just when he was worried about how to leave, now he had a solution. But what was with inflicting only 1 point of damage to enemies? Forget it, he had long since gotten used to it. Since awakening this profession, he had accepted it, and it was completely within his range of acceptance. Battle Soul Charge. Xiaofeng directly activated the newly acquired skill. The roots and stems of the surrounding decayed treants snapped apart, and he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Everything in his path was knocked aside, and some solid boulders were even shattered into pieces. The effect was simply terrifyingly strong. After breaking free from the decayed treant's restraints, Xiaofeng felt an incredible sense of relief. When Xiaofeng arrived at the restaurant, the others had not yet returned. It seemed they were still feeling the impact of their defeat and were diligently leveling up. However, Long Gu was unusually relaxed, enjoying his meal in the restaurant. Upon seeing Xiaofeng return, Long Gu immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly asked, "How's the leveling going today?" "Not bad. What level are you now?" Hearing Xiaofeng say it was not bad, a look of joy appeared on Long Ji's face. "Put in some effort, and try to reach level 100 within 2 days. Then I can go find Jianwu for equipment. I'm already level 100. What? Even though he was aware of Xiaofeng's leveling speed, he was still taken aback by Xiaofeng's words. They both knew how much experience was needed to go from level 91 to 100, it was more than double that of going from 81 to 90. The fact that Xiaofeng could level up 9 times in a row was simply unbelievable. They were all too familiar with the monsters in the Death Swamp. In his memory, there was no place in the Death Swamp that could provide such high efficiency. Monster farming. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, "Did you kill the level 99 decayed treant?" Xiaofeng nodded slightly, "Yes. Hahaha, the level 99 decayed treant is a nightmare for most newcomers. But I didn't expect it to become your monster farming paradise. I'll go get you the equipment right now." With that, Long Gu ran outside. After taking a couple of steps, he quickly returned and pulled Xiaofeng along. "Forget it, to make those guys convinced, you should come with me." Xiaofeng didn't want to attract too much attention, but thinking of the benefits, he could only endure it. 10 minutes later, Xiaofeng followed Long Gu to the admissions office. The other admissions teachers had not yet finished work, and upon seeing Long Gu bringing a student, they showed strange expressions. "Xiaolong, what's going on here?" "Ha ha ha. Wang Pa, this is our tanking department's genius, he has already reached level 100 today." Not only Wang Pa, but even the other teachers put down their work and turned to look at Xiaofeng. "Classmate Hei Yi, please grant everyone access to view your personal information. Note, professionals can set whether to allow other professionals to view their personal information through the system, only after enabling the viewing function. Can others see their basic information?" After the other teachers checked Xiaofeng's information, they fell into silence. "Xiaolong, based on what I know about you, you wouldn't fabricate anything just for a piece of growth equipment. Why are you doing this?" Hearing Wang Po's words, Long Gu was first taken aback, then suddenly furious. "Wang Pa, I respect you as a senior, but while food can be eaten carelessly, words cannot be spoken carelessly. Who in the West Capital Warrior Academy doesn't know my character? Don't say just one piece of growth equipment, even if it were 10 or 100 pieces, I would never resort to deceit." At this moment, the mage oldly spoke up. "Xiaolong, don't be angry, we're just stating the facts. In this special recruitment of new students, there have been many powerful rare professions, such as necromancers, poison masters, elf archers, and even mine swordsmen. Each of these professions is known for their fast leveling speed, yet even so, the highest level among them has barely reached level 80. For your tanking department to keep pace with them is already quite remarkable, and now you are actually ahead of them by more than 20 levels. That is indeed hard to believe. A middle-aged woman sitting in the corner by the window sneered, "Long, do you know the consequences of cheating at the West Capital Warrior Academy?" Longo was momentarily enraged. Xiaofeng stepped forward, scanning the crowd with a cold gaze and said, "I am Xiaofeng from Class 3 of the senior year at New City High School. I awakened as a professional 12 days ago at school. If you don't believe it, you can check through the education system. By the way, I'm still an external staff member of the Professional Alliance. If you need to verify my identity, you can contact Lao Pao." Seeing Xiaofeng's serious demeanor, the other teachers fell silent and quickly verified Xiaofeng's identity through the system. One of them even unreservedly called Zhao Long, who had conducted the awakening ceremony at Xinqing High School. After they all received affirmative answers, they looked at Xiaofeng, whose expression had become extremely complex. "Reverse scale battle soul, you should be the second one since the arrival of the multiverse paradise. It seems our previous understanding of this profession was still too superficial. Alas, Xiaolong, I'm getting old and my eyesight is failing, I didn't see clearly. I apologize to you." One must admit that Wang Po was also someone who could bend and stretch. Upon realizing her mistake, she immediately apologized to a junior, without any airs of seniority. Just for this, Xiaofeng's attitude towards her changed. At this moment, Jianwu, who had been silent, took out an item from his storage bag and tossed it to Brother Long. "You have to accept the bet." He then looked at Xiaofeng, a look of approval on his face. "You, not bad." After receiving the item, Brother Long's previously grim expression instantly brightened with joy. "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, we haven't eaten yet." After Xiaofeng and Brother Long left, the quiet office immediately buzzed with discussion. A long-buried document regarding the reverse-scale battle soul profession was also unearthed. Soon after, a new document about the reverse-scale battle soul profession was compiled and uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom Warrior database. In the new document, the evaluation of the reverse-scale battle soul profession was raised from E level directly to A level. After leaving the teaching building, Brother Long directly tossed two pieces of equipment to Xiaofeng. A pair of boots and a belt. "Kid, you got lucky. I didn't expect that stingy Jianwu would bring out this belt. I just happen to have a matching growth-type equipment, so I'll give it to you together." Receiving the equipment, Xiaofeng felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you. Hey, you're a genius I personally recruited, so of course, I'll nurture you vigorously. Don't embarrass me later, or I'll make you regret it." Alright, now that everything is settled, I won't join you for dinner. 2 more tank-type geniuses have emerged from the southwest, and I must recruit them for our academy." Watching Brother Long's carefree figure as he left, Xiaofeng remained silent. However, he kept those who treated him well in his heart. At this moment, saying more words of thanks was pointless. It would be better to provide actual benefits and help when the opportunity arose, as that was Xiaofeng's way of dealing with the world. Returning to the dining hall, the others still hadn't come back. It seemed they all felt the pressure from Xiaofeng and had to work harder to level up. Otherwise, if other students in the academy asked, they would be embarrassed to say they were core students of the Tank Warrior class alongside Xiaofeng. After dinner, he returned alone to his personal room in the basement. He opened his equipment to check. Equipment. Name, Rock Battle Boots, Growth-type equipment, equipment level, 99 equipment quality, golden equipment. Wearing requirement, requires 200 points of constitution to use. Equipment position, boots. Physical defense, 99. Magical defense, 99. Additional skill wind speed resilience, movement speed plus 20%, resilience plus 20. Attachment attribute power of promotion, once bound, this equipment will level up with the professionals. Advancement, and after leveling up, it will gain an additional new attribute. Note, resilience is a very important attribute, it effectively reduces the duration of control effects on the professional. Equipment name, Rock Belt, Growth Type Equipment, Equipment Level, 99. Equipment Quality, Golden Equipment. Wearing requirement, requires 200 points of constitution to use. Equipment Position, Belt. Physical defense, 99. Magical defense, 99. Additional skill, Power of the Rock, restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. Attachment attribute, Power of Promotion, once bound, this equipment will advance as the practitioner progresses, and upon advancement, an additional new attribute can be obtained. The attributes of these two pieces of equipment almost perfectly match Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. This was no coincidence. It must have been carefully selected by Long Gu for him. It seems that accepting Long Ge's invitation to join the Warrior Academy was an extremely correct decision. Tip: do you want to equip this item? Once equipped, it will become bound, and bound equipment cannot be traded. Equip. After putting on the two pieces of equipment, Xiaofeng was surprised to find that he had activated the set attributes. Tip: you have activated the rock set attributes. You gain the unmoving like a mountain buff. Unmoving like a mountain, when the wearer is in combat and remains still, this buff will activate, increasing base defense by 10% every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50%. The unmoving like a mountain buff is the greatest gain Xiaofeng received from these two pieces of equipment. Although the base attributes are also quite good, they pale in comparison to this attribute. Check personal attribute panel. Name, Knight, Profession, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Profession, Level, First Order, Level 100, Health, 5670, Mana, 63, Constitution, 567, Base. Attribute 493 plus Equipment Skill Bonus 74. Strength, 20, Agility, 5, Intelligence, 6, Physical Defense, 697, 283 Base Defense plus 414 Additional Defense, Magical Defense, 663, 283 Base Magic Defense plus 380 Additional Magic Defense, Combat Power Assessment, 758. If the unmoving like a mountain buff is triggered during combat and stacked to the maximum, his dual defenses will become even more terrifying. As for skills, there is also a significant improvement. Thorn Spike, level 41, reflects 100% damage. Solid as a Rock, level 41, reduces damage by 50%. Battle Soul Awakening, level 1, can be used on skills you have mastered. After use, the skill effect is enhanced by 50%, lasting up to 10 seconds. Battle Soul Revival, level 1, immediately restores 20% health after using this skill. Battle Soul Charge, level 1, charges forward, with a distance of 10 to 100 meters. During the charge, the user is uncontrollable and unstoppable. Deals 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. The above 5 skills are the professional skills of the Reverse Scale Battle Soul. In addition, there are universal skills. Silver Moon Power, level 1, restores health at a rate of 0.1% of maximum health per second. Note, can also restore health in combat. Ruthless Taunt, level 1, uses this skill to ruthlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter. Taunted enemy units will be forced to attack you with normal attacks, lasting for 10 seconds. The other 3 skills are equipment skills. Undead Shield uses this skill to apply a 30-second shield to oneself, during which the shield can absorb damage not exceeding a total of 1000 points, and converts 50% of the absorbed damage into health. Power of the Rock restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. Unmoving like a mountain, when the wearer is in combat and remains still, this buff will activate, increasing base defense by 10% every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50%. Professional skills and universal skills can be enhanced using skill points, while equipment skills cannot be leveled up. There are still 25 skill points unallocated. How to choose? Aside from the already non-upgradable Thorn Spike and Solid as a Rock, as well as the 3 equipment skills, only 5 skills can be enhanced. Although the Battle Soul Awakening is powerful, its duration is too short to consider for now. The Battle Soul Revival skill can easily be replaced by recovery potions and is not the most urgent skill to enhance at the moment. As for the Battle Soul Charge, there's even less need to upgrade it. Leveling up would merely increase the charge distance or reduce the cooldown time. In the end, only 2 options remain: Silver Moon Power and Ruthless Taunt. Silver Moon Power, combined with the Rock Belt skill Rock Power, allows him to recover a significant amount of health per second even during combat. With a focus on vitality development, Xiaofeng's health points are destined to be absurdly high. If passive health regeneration can be enhanced, it would be like having several full-time healers by his side. Prompt: upgrade skill Silver Moon Power? Upgrade. Prompt: skill Silver Moon Power has been upgraded to level 2. After checking the skill attributes, Silver Moon Power at level 2 increases health recovery from 0.1% to 0.15% per second, an increase of 0.05%, which is decent. Then, Xiaofeng allocated all remaining 24 skill points to Silver Moon Power. After spending all the skill points, Silver Moon Power reached level 26. The health recovery per second also reached 1.35%. Coupled with the stacking effect of Rock Power, Xiaofeng's recovery per second reached 1.85%. It may not seem like much, but it's important to remember this is the recovery rate per second. At this point, his health cap reached 5,670 points, meaning his recovery per second would be 105 points. This recovery amount will continue to increase as his health points rise. If he can upgrade Silver Moon Power to the highest level, he would become a moving health regeneration machine. How powerful would that be? Combined with the Thorn Spike skill, it would be hard to die. At this moment, Xiaofeng was filled with confidence about his future development. He closed the skill panel and took out a first-tier golden achievement treasure chest from his storage space. Prompt: open first tier. Golden achievement treasure chest? Open. A brilliant golden light shot out from the treasure chest, accompanied by a prompt. Prompt: you have obtained a rare skill scroll chest. Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. Rare. Skill scrolls usually belong to special skills, and special skills often represent power. Prompt: use rare skill scroll chest? Using it will randomly grant you a rare skill scroll. Use. Prompt: you have obtained the rare skill scroll Blood Chi Shockwave. He checked the skill attributes. Skill name: Blood Chi Shockwave. Skill type: active skill. Skill cost: using this skill requires consuming 10% of your maximum health. Skill cooldown: none. Skill effect: by consuming your own health, it sends out a Blood Chi Shockwave with a radius of 50 meters centered on yourself, stunning affected targets for 1 to 3 seconds, consuming 100 health points. Results in 1 second of stun. Consuming 1000 health points results in 2 seconds of stun. Consuming 10,000 health points results in 3 seconds of stun. It also reduces the opponent's attack power by 1 to 1000 points. With the reduction depending on the amount of health consumed, for every 100 health points consumed, the opponent's attack power is reduced by 1 point. After reading the skill description, Xiaofeng's heart raced. This skill is absolutely god tier for a tank warrior. Not only does it have strong control, but it also carries a weakening attribute, and the skill has no cooldown. As long as he has enough health, theoretically, he can use it infinitely. The premise is that his health recovery speed can keep up. And Xiaofeng just happens to be able to master this skill perfectly. His current self-recovery speed has reached 1.85% per second, meaning he can use this skill every 5 seconds or so, provided he doesn't lose additional health when attacked. The reduction of the opponent's attack effectiveness and duration depends on the amount of health points consumed by oneself. Lowering the enemy's attack power is equivalent to increasing one's own defense. With the addition of stunning, Xiaofeng has a very large operational space. The only drawback is that to achieve a 3-second control time, he needs to consume 10,000 health points, meaning his health must reach 10,000 points to control for 3 seconds. With his current health, he can only control for 1 second. This skill will become stronger as time goes on. He closed the skill list. Xiaofeng looked at the sunset outside the window, sipping hot coffee, contemplating what he needed to do next. He had already reached level 100, and there was no experience gained from killing monsters before advancing to the second tier. He must break through to the second tier as soon as possible. However, before that, he still needed to challenge the trial tower. Once he broke through to the second tier, he would lose the qualification to challenge the first tier trial tower. It is said that challenging the trial tower not only provides generous rewards from the system, but if the performance is good, there will also be rewards from the students. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. When the Universal Paradise descended on Blue Star, 72 trial towers also appeared. However, most of these trial towers landed in remote areas, some even in the depths of the ocean, and some even on the clouds. The trial towers accessible to ordinary challengers are mostly occupied by powerful descending creatures. Therefore, there are less than 1/3 of the trial towers that ordinary people can reach. The Dragon Country has 5 trial towers, one of which is located in Shijing. It is because of this trial tower that the Shijing Warrior Academy is established here. This has also caused Shijing, once a third-tier city, to become a top-tier city in the Dragon Country within just over a decade. The rankings in the trial tower are not limited to a specific area, but are a collective ranking of all professionals. After more than 10 years of development, the number of professionals on Blue Star has surpassed hundreds of millions, with low-tier professionals making up the majority. This has led to unprecedented fierce competition in the trial tower rankings. The rankings in the trial tower will not be removed due to professionals advancing. Their names will remain on the trial tower unless forcibly pushed down by others. More powerful professionals will emerge from time to time, surpassing the rankings set by some early strong figures. Surpassing the rankings of currently prominent strong figures is a matter of great honor. Whether for benefits from the trial tower, for development, or for reputation, challenging the trial tower has become the most direct and effective means. Some factions spare no resources to gather top-notch equipment and skills for professionals who are likely to challenge the higher levels of the trial tower. This shows how intense the competition in the first-tier trial tower is. Just as Xiaofeng was preparing to sleep, Longgu sent a message. Longgu, hey, Knight, are you asleep? Knight, not yet. Longgu, are you going to challenge the trial tower tomorrow? Knight, yes. Longgu, do you have confidence in making it to the top 10,000? Knight, I don't know. Longgu? Knight, I don't know much about the trial tower. Longgu, I almost forgot, you haven't officially started school yet, and no teacher has explained the trial tower to you. It's normal not to understand. Longu, the knowledge related to challenging the trial tower has formed a system after more than 10 years of organization, and explaining it takes a lot of time. I haven't been in frontline teaching for years, so I'm not very clear on the latest information. You should try to challenge it yourself first, and once school officially starts, there will be a teacher to explain it to. You. Night, okay. Longu, by the way, you must not advance to the second tier in the next few days. If you do, you will lose the qualification to challenge the first tier trial tower. Xiao Feng frowned slightly. There were still 3 days until school started. After the school started, it was uncertain how long it would take to explain the content of the trial tower. Calculating this, it was unclear when he would be able to advance to the second tier. However, attempting the trial tower would likely take a considerable amount of time as well, so it should be about the same. Xiao Feng agreed to it. Shijing, the practitioner square. As the largest square in Shijing City, it was always bustling with people. Not only were there a large number of practitioners gathered here, but many ordinary people also congregated. Most ordinary people came to visit the 3 mysterious trial towers of Long Country, while some were looking for business opportunities. In the center of the square stood a giant metal pillar resembling a metallic column, with a diameter of over 50 meters, its top disappearing into the clouds, leaving its exact height unknown. Its surface was incredibly smooth, and countless people had tried various methods but failed to leave any marks on it, which was enough to demonstrate its hardness. This was the trial tower. Ordinary people could only watch from a distance. Anyone who approached within 100 meters would be forcibly pushed away. Xiao Feng squeezed through the crowd, and as he got closer to the 100-meter range of the trial tower, the throng of people suddenly thinned out. Just as Xiao Feng was observing the trial tower, he overheard a discussion from a few people nearby. Did you see that person who just went in? I heard he has already reached the 6th tier. He probably came today to challenge the 6th tier trial tower. The 6th tier stronghold is too far from us. Let's focus on the first tier trial tower. What's there to focus on with the first tier trial tower? They haven't even left the novice village yet. Watching them challenge the tower is no different from watching chickens peck at each other. You country bumpkin don't understand anything. The first tier trial tower is where the competition is the fiercest. Many practitioners without a strong background can only make a name for themselves by challenging the trial tower. Once they gain recognition from those major powers, they can rise to prominence. Moreover, if they achieve a high level in the challenges, they might even receive rewards from the state, though such rewards are generally unattainable for ordinary practitioners. Zhang Guo, you also challenged the trial tower when you were at the first tier, right? How many levels did you reach back then? Well, let's not mention it. Really? I remember it was less than 10 levels. 10 levels? Is that low? Low? Do you know the difficulty of the trial tower? Every 10 levels is a checkpoint, and each checkpoint has a boss guarding it. It's not that easy for a single person to defeat a boss. That's true. Last time we defeated a boss, we had to gather more than 10 people to barely manage it. In that case, 10 levels are indeed not easy to pass. Not just not easy, at least 9 levels of practitioners' paths in the trial tower end at the 10th level. So how do you think those who reach hundreds of levels manage to get through? Who knows? If I knew, I wouldn't have only reached the 10th level. As soon as he approached the trial tower, Xiao Feng received a system prompt. Prompt, yes/no to enter the trial tower? Enter. Immediately, a gentle energy enveloped Xiao Feng, and then he felt as if he was weightless. When he could see his surroundings clearly again, he found himself inside the trial tower. This was not the first level of the trial tower, but rather a place similar to a preparation room. Welcome to the trial tower of the 10,000 Realms Paradise. Detected challenger is a first tier level 100. The system has automatically selected the first tier trial tower for you. Prompt, challengers can challenge the trial tower multiple times, with no limit on the number of attempts. Prompt, if the challenger dies or exits through the system, it is considered a challenge failure. After a challenge failure, your score will drop 1 level, and you will need to challenge again. Prompt, you have 3 chances to revive. This revival opportunity is only valid when challenging the first tier trial tower. Tip. Each time you pass a level, the trial taker's health, mana, and other physical attributes will be fully restored. Additionally, all your skills will be refreshed. Tip, using any items is prohibited in the first level of the trial tower, except for the equipment you are wearing. After carefully reading all the tips, having 3 resurrection opportunities is undoubtedly good news. Before running out of resurrection chances, there's no need to worry about dying and hesitating to challenge higher difficulties. Each time a challenge ends, your status will return to its optimal state, and skills will completely recover from cooldown, saving a lot of time for those challenging the trial tower. The last tip completely eliminates the possibility for some people to pass using powerful one-time items. Once ready, Xiao Feng walked straight to the teleportation portal. In the center of the hall. Tip: you have entered the first layer of the first level trial arena. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 30 minutes is considered a successful clearance. An endless grassland stretched out, with a few scattered low trees standing in the distance. At the end of the grassland, a giant wolf, as massive as a water buffalo, was slowly approaching, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Monster name: Grassland Giant Wolf, Trial Monster, Level 100 Health Points, 20,000/20,000 Mana Points, 2,000/2,000 Physical Attack, 499 Magical Attack, 399 Physical Defense, 299 Magical Defense, 299. The basic attributes of the Grassland Giant Wolf are quite decent, significantly stronger than the level 99 Decay Treant, but it has no skills at all. Considering this is only the first layer of the trial tower, it's understandable. The Grassland Giant Wolf howled and charged towards Xiaofeng. With an attack power of 499, it posed no threat at all. 2 minutes later. Tip: you have killed all monsters in the first layer of the trial tower, clearance successful. You have gained trial points ×1. Xiaofeng was completely unaware of the challenge content of the trial tower. Longgu hadn't explained any relevant information about the trial tower to him. Yesterday, Xiaofeng didn't know what trial points were for, but it wasn't hard to guess they should be similar to academy points that can be exchanged for items. The only difference is that the exchange target has become the trial tower. After searching around the preparation layer and not finding a place to use trial points, it seems that a certain number of layers is required to unlock the exchange privileges. Since that's the case, let's continue. The second layer of the trial tower was identical to the first, except the number of grassland giant wolves increased from 1 to 2. This had no impact on Xiaofeng. He still passed the second level easily in just 2 minutes. In the third level, the number of grassland wolves increased to 3. This would be 3 times the difficulty for other professions, but for Xiaofeng, it made no difference. More than 10 minutes later. Tip: you have killed all monsters in the 9th layer of the trial tower, clearance successful. You have gained trial points ×1, now totaling 9 points. The 9th layer was the same as before. With 9 grassland giant wolves, these monsters, which couldn't break through Xiaofeng's defense, posed no threat to him regardless of their number. Entering the 10th level, the map still showed no changes. The number of grassland giant wolves increased as expected from 9 to 10. However, a new monster appeared behind them. A wolf, entirely blood-red and much smaller than the other grassland giant wolves, caught Xiaofeng's attention. Monster name: Blood Wolf King, Trial Boss, Level 100 Health Points, 40,000/40,000 Mana Points, 5,000/5,000 Physical Attack, 499 Magical Attack, 499 Physical Defense, 299 Magical Defense, 299. Still hidden stealth. The Blood Wolf King utilizes its exceptional concealment abilities and keen perception of the environment to approach prey or evade threats without being detected. Its stealth effect is significantly enhanced at night or in complex terrains. Skill group coordination. The original wolves exhibit a high level of cooperation within a group, capable of formulating and executing complex tactical plans, such as distracting enemies, surrounding, and besieging prey. During team combat, each Blood Wolf King can flexibly adjust its strategy based on the actions of its companions. Skill Rapid Assault. In a short period, the Blood Wolf King can unleash astonishing speed and power to perform lightning-fast short-distance assaults, quickly capturing prey or escaping danger. This skill often determines life and death at critical moments. After reviewing the attributes and skills of the Blood Wolf King, it can only be described as garbage. In less than 5 minutes, the powerful Blood Wolf King and 10 prairie giant wolves were all killed by their own reflected attacks. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 10th floor of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points ×10, now totaling 19 points. After clearing the 10th floor, you directly receive 10 points, more than the total from levels 1 to 9 combined. The only regret is that killing monsters in the trial tower does not yield coins or equipment. From levels 1 to 10, Xiaofeng didn't even use any skills, simply standing still and allowing them to attack to easily clear the level. The Blood Wolf King, which ordinary professionals could do nothing against, died as pathetically as a minor monster. After a short rest, he continued the challenge. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial arena, 11th floor. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 30 minutes is considered clearing the level. The map of the 11th floor is still the same as the previous 10, an endless vast grassland. However, the monsters that appear are completely different from before. More than 10 wasps, the size of crows, appeared from all directions. The buzzing of the wasps' wings is irritating. After checking the attributes of the wasps, Xiaofeng simply sat down on the ground. Half an hour passed. Xiaofeng directly passed the 20th floor of the trial tower. Starting from the 11th floor of the trial tower, each cleared level grants 2 points. Clearing the 20th floor grants a direct 20 points. He now has a total of 67 trial points. Following that, Xiaofeng charged forward like a raging tide. 5 hours later, he arrived at the 100th floor of the trial tower. If the 10th floor was the first watershed, eliminating over 90% of professionals, then the 100th floor is the second watershed, where again over 90% of professionals will be eliminated. Among all first-tier trialists, only a rare few can pass the 100th floor. Only those who pass the 100th floor will appear on the global leaderboard. For the strong, passing the 100th floor is a challenge, and the real beginning. Tip: you have entered the first-tier trial arena, 100th floor. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered clearing the level. Entering the 100th floor map, it is still an endless vast grassland. Surrounding the grassland are all the monsters from levels 1 to 99, including 9 bosses among them. Looking at the overwhelming variety of monsters, an ordinary professional would probably submit a withdrawal application at this moment. Yet Xiaofeng smiled. What does it matter if 10 or 100 times more of these monsters that cannot break his defense come? In just 10 minutes, all monsters, including the bosses, were dead. Regional announcement: the Practitioner Knight has successfully passed the first 100 levels of the first-tier trial tower. Times 3. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 100th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the stage. You have earned trial points times 100, now totaling 1055 points. Tip: you have entered the leaderboard for the first-tier trial tower, currently ranked 16321. Tip: you have unlocked the Trial Tower Points Mall, where you can exchange for corresponding items in the trial tower. Preparation room. All practitioners within a 100-kilometer radius of the Shijing Trial Tower received this system announcement. Some high-level contractors looked down on this, believing that no matter how high the levels, it was still just the first tier. First-tier practitioners were almost like ants in their eyes. To them, it was merely children playing house, not worth their attention. Only those who could enter the top 100 of the first-tier trial tower would be worthy of their notice. However, this news stirred quite a ripple among some small factions and low-tier practitioners. Especially those who knew the name Knight were shocked beyond measure. Just 13 days ago, Xiaofeng had only just awakened to become a practitioner, and he had already made it onto the global leaderboard, albeit only in the first tier and with a very low rank. Anyone who had passed through the first-tier trial tower knew the difficulty involved. At this moment, the happiest were Long Go, and of course, Chen Duo, the fat moneybags. After entering the trial tower, Xiaofeng activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Although he had few friends, he had to do so to avoid interruptions. Returning to the trial tower preparation room, he did not rush to continue the challenge. Instead, he approached a large screen that had newly appeared near the wall. This large screen was the operation platform for exchanging items in the Trial Tower Points Mall. The Trial Points Mall only displayed resources that could be exchanged by the individual. Xiaofeng had just barely reached the initial stage to activate the mall, so naturally, he had the least points. The items available for exchange were very limited, but each one was valuable. The currently exchangeable items were as follows: free attribute points, exchange price 200 points/point, limit of 100 points per person. Skill enhancement points, exchange price 1000 points/point, limit of 10 points per person. Instant health recovery potion, exchange price 500 points/bottle, limit of 10 bottles per person. Using it can immediately restore 50% of health. Instant mana recovery potion, exchange price 200 points/bottle, limit of 10 bottles per person. Using it can immediately restore 50% of mana. Currently, there were only these 4 types of items available for exchange in the Trial Points Mall. From this, it can be seen that practitioners have other ways to obtain attribute points besides leveling up. The growing gap between strong and ordinary practitioners in the later stages is precisely due to the continuous accumulation of resources. Xiaofeng only earned 1055 trial points after clearing the 100th level. Over 1,000 points may seem like a lot, but it could only be exchanged for 1 skill point. This shows how difficult it is to obtain additional skill points outside of those gained from leveling up. This also proves how incredible Xiaofeng's luck was when he obtained the skill point certificate from the achievement treasure chest last time. After pondering for a moment, Xiaofeng decided against exchanging now. Exchanging these items at this moment would not greatly help him in challenging the trial tower. It would be better to save the points and wait until after the challenge to exchange. Perhaps as the points increased, more useful items would be added to the mall. Closing the points exchange mall page, Xiaofeng began the challenge again. Tip: you have entered the 101st level of the first tier trial arena. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered clearing the stage. The environment of the 101st level of the trial tower finally changed. It was no longer an endless grassland, but a dense jungle. The jungle was filled with the sounds of insects and birds, with sunlight filtering through the thick trees, creating a dim and secluded atmosphere. Xiao Feng suddenly looked up. A giant python, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly lunged at Xiao Feng. Until that moment, he had not noticed that the python was coiled on a tree trunk not far above his head. Instinctively, Xiao Feng raised his shield to block. Clang! The snake's head collided with the shield, producing a tremendous sound that sent various small animals hidden in the jungle scattering in all directions. Just then, several more giant pythons appeared on the tree trunk, launching themselves at him. The two massive shields trapped Xiao Feng in between, leaving the pythons unable to strike. Monster name: Jungle Python, Trial Monster, Level 100 Health Points, 40,000/40,000. Mana Points: 4,000 Physical Attack, 599 Magical Attack, 499 Physical Defense, 399 Magical Defense, 399 Skill Camouflage Ambush. The jungle python excels at using its surroundings for camouflage. Before launching an attack, the python blends its scales with the surrounding leaves and soil, becoming nearly undetectable. When the enemy lets down their guard, the python will suddenly launch a swift ambush, subduing the enemy in the blink of an eye. Skill Constricting Strangle. The jungle python uses its long and powerful body to swiftly attack its enemy. Once it gets close to the target, it will tightly wrap around the enemy, gradually increasing the pressure to control them. Skill Venom Spray. The jungle python sprays deadly venom from its mouth, causing damage while also paralyzing the enemy's nervous system. After reading the delayed information about the python, Xiao Feng felt completely at ease. The python's attributes had improved significantly compared to the monsters from the first 100 levels, and it even had 3 skills. However, it was still of no use. It could not break through Xiao Feng's impressive 700 points of defense. Since it couldn't breach his defense, the jungle python posed no threat to him. Xiao Feng stood firm like a rock in the center, allowing the pythons to attack without moving an inch. 3 minutes later, the 5 pythons attacking him collapsed to the ground. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 101st level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You gain trial points times 50, now totaling 1105. During levels 91 to 99, he could only earn 10 trial points per level, but on level 101, it jumped directly to 50 points, a 5-fold increase. These monsters felt little different to Xiao Feng, but for other professionals, the difficulty had increased by more than 5 times. When a monster's various attributes reach a certain value, each additional point significantly raises the difficulty for professionals. It was akin to the difference between monsters that could break through Xiao Feng's defense and those that could not. Therefore, a 5-fold increase in points was not excessive. Levels 102 to 109 were similar to the first 100 levels. The types of monsters did not change, only their numbers increased. By the 9th level, the number even reached 60 or 70. Level 110 also featured a small boss. Upon checking its attributes, he found that the gap in strength between the boss and the smaller monsters in the trial tower was not as vast as expected. The trial tower did not allow for multiplayer teams like other dungeons. Some large map bosses even required thousands of players to defeat. The trial tower could only be challenged solo, and while the difficulty was present, it was not absurdly high, otherwise, no one would be able to clear it. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 110th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You gain trial points times 500, now totaling 2005. 5 hours later, dozens of bosses and countless smaller monsters lay dead across the field, while Xiao Feng stood alone in the center, his health still at full, having taken no damage whatsoever. Regional announcement: Professional Black Knight has successfully cleared the first stage of the trial tower, reaching level 200 times 3. Tip: you have killed all the monsters on the 200th floor of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points times 1400, now totaling 19105. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 8864. Tip: your trial tower points mall has unlocked more redeemable items. 3 consecutive announcements appeared on the system panels of all practitioners within a 100-kilometer radius of the Western Capital Trial Tower. This made some who had previously scoffed at Xiao Feng for clearing 100 floors begin to reassess this newcomer. Meanwhile, more people started to gather information about Xiao Feng through various channels. However, after the veteran had encrypted Xiao Feng's personal information, very few could access his details. This did not include the various warrior academies. At this moment, in the special recruitment office of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Brother Long was in high spirits. Looking at the other teachers in the office, he no longer held his head low as before. Especially when he glanced at Jianwu, the pride on his face was unmistakable. The necromancer Wangpa spoke up: we all underestimated him before, I didn't expect that kid to make it this far. Mage Oldly smiled: I thought this little guy had an extraordinary aura, my judgment has always been quite good. Hearing this, the other people in the office couldn't help but twitch their faces. However, since he was the oldest and most qualified here, everyone felt it was inappropriate to undermine his authority. Xiaolong, did you give him a full set of luxurious equipment? Otherwise, how could that little guy rush to the 200th floor in just one day? Wang Pa, what are you talking about? You all know how much I have, right? I only gave him the equipment that Jian Wu lost to me and the one I used for gambling. I haven't given him anything else, not even explained the situation inside the trial tower. What? Everyone turned to look at Brother Long. As a newcomer, and based on his background information, it seemed likely that Xiao Feng had no prior knowledge of the trial tower's existence. This meant he entered the trial tower completely unaware of what lay within. To reach the 200th floor in such ignorance could only mean one thing. Xiao Feng had charged through the trial tower purely on absolute strength. Under normal circumstances, most organized trial takers would receive training and explanations before attempting the trial tower. They would be briefed on what monsters were in each level, the challenges to overcome, the strategies summarized by predecessors, and how to match equipment, among other things. Only after thorough preparation would they begin their challenges. Yet Xiao Feng had recklessly rushed in without any preparation and had successfully passed 200 floors. How could this not astonish them? At this moment, Wang Pa seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke. Xiaolong, contact him immediately and tell him to stop challenging. What's wrong, Wang Pa? Xiaolong, if he can pass 200 levels without knowing any information, with our careful guidance and training, he might be able to achieve the best results in the Western Capital Warrior Academy. If he carelessly wastes all 3 of his resurrection chances, he won't have any opportunity to make mistakes. Upon hearing Wang Pa's words, everyone remembered this matter. Brother Long tried to contact him several more times but still couldn't get through. He could only shake his head helplessly. I tried to contact him when the announcement for clearing 100 levels was made, but I couldn't reach him no matter what. Then we're in trouble. Xiao Feng was completely unaware of the events outside. At this moment, he was standing in front of the large screen in the trial preparation room, looking at the points mall. In addition to the previous 4 items, many new items had been added, but most were one-time use items that offered little help in enhancing oneself. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Feng decided not to exchange just yet. He would go back and ask Long Gu, gather more information, and see if there were better items to exchange for later. It had been 11 hours since he started the challenge, and it was time to head back. Leaving the trial tower, Xiao Feng did not attract anyone's attention. Even though it was already dark, the place was still crowded. As a professional, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he needed much less sleep. At higher levels, it was normal to sleep only once every 10 days or so. Back at the academy cafeteria, the others had not returned yet, but Long Gu was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Xiao Feng arrive, Long Gu stood up excitedly. You finally made it back. I was about to lose my mind. Xiao Feng was puzzled and looked at Long Gu in confusion. What's going on? You said you were fine, so why did you turn on Do Not Disturb? I couldn't reach you at all. It was then that Xiao Feng remembered to open the system settings and turn off the Do Not Disturb mode. It was a good thing he opened it. As soon as he did, a flood of friend requests started pouring in. It took a few minutes for it to gradually slow down. Xiao Feng knew that after successfully clearing 200 levels, many people would add him as a friend, but he didn't expect so many. A few of his friends also sent greetings and congratulations. Closing the system panel, he asked, Long Laosher, what's up? Kid, how many times did you use your resurrection chances today? It was then that Xiao Feng understood why Long Gu was so eager to contact him. Once. Before he could finish, Long Gu let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you only used it once. Long Gu, it wasn't just once. What? Do you mean you only have one left? Xiao Feng was speechless. Could he not finish a sentence? I didn't use any at all. What? You're telling me you cleared the first level of the trial tower without using a single resurrection? Seeing Xiao Feng nod in acknowledgement, Long Gu was overjoyed. Great, great, great. As long as you didn't use any. Long Gu, what's going on? Long Gu was in a great mood at this point, pulling Xiao Feng to sit at the dining table. After ordering a few dishes and some good wine from the chef, he slowly began to explain the situation. After listening to Long Ge's account, Xiao Feng's eyes brightened even more. Kid, after discussing among ourselves, we decided that if you can enter the top 1,000 students in the first level of the trial tower, you will receive a special reward. If you can make it into the top 100, the rewards will be even more generous. As for higher rankings, forget it, that's almost impossible. Xiao Feng was fairly confident about entering the top 1,000, but he didn't hold much hope for the top 100. As the levels increased, the monster's strength would also grow stronger. As long as the monster's attacks exceeded his defense by too much, he would have no way to cope. After all, Unlike other professions, he couldn't rely on skills or tactics to kill monsters. His only way to defeat monsters was to take hits. As long as he didn't die, there was basically no monster he couldn't kill. Alright. I've told you everything you need to know. There are still 2 days until the official start of school, and it seems you can't wait that long. Here's some information about the first level of the trial tower that I got from the teaching staff. Take a good look, it will help you with your challenges. Thank you. Hey, I brought you in, so it's my responsibility to look out for you. Back in his room, he had the smart robot make him a cup of coffee and comfortably half lay on the sofa. Initially, he didn't care much about his performance in the trial tower, but now he had changed his mind. Not to mention the various rewards from the students, just the trial points earned from clearing the trial tower could be exchanged for many good things. Since he had decided to take the trial towers seriously, he needed to make the necessary preparations. The quickest way to enhance his strength now was to improve his defense, and the fastest and most effective way to boost his defense was, of course, to get better equipment. The professional has a total of 15 equipment slots, which are 1. Main weapon slot, currently equipped with the Silver Moon Shield. 2. Offhand weapon slot, currently equipped with the Undead Shield. 3. Helmet slot, currently vacant. 4. Armor slot, currently equipped with the Spirit Serpent Armor. 5. Boot slot, currently equipped with the Rock Solid Boots. 6. Belt slot, currently equipped with the Rock Solid Belt. 7. Right wrist slot, currently equipped with the Silver Moon Bracers. 8. Left wrist slot, currently vacant. 9. Glove slot, currently vacant. Gloves can only be worn in pairs, counting as one piece of equipment. 10. Necklace slot, currently vacant. 11. Left bracelet slot, currently vacant. 12. Right bracelet slot, currently vacant. 13. Left ring slot, currently vacant. 14. Right ring slot, currently vacant. 15. Metal slot, currently equipped with the all-purpose metal. Out of the 15 equipment slots, he is currently wearing 8 pieces of equipment, leaving 7 vacant. Most of the vacant slots are for accessory equipment, which are relatively rarer and thus more expensive than other equipment. The reason accessory equipment is more expensive, aside from its relative scarcity, is that it is one of the few types of equipment that can increase attack power. Equipment that adds attack is always favored by professionals over that which adds defense. Therefore, although defensive accessories are rare, they are generally cheaper than attack accessories. He opened his backpack to check. He currently has a total of 138 gold and 65 silver, which converts to 1.38 million Dragon Country currency. Selling his house also earned him over $1 million, theoretically allowing him to exchange for 100 gold coins. Altogether, his assets amount to around 240 gold coins. There are also more than 30 pieces of ordinary white equipment and a small number of green and blue equipment in his backpack. Every time he sees the equipment in his backpack, Xiaofeng feels a sense of helplessness. In the past few days, he has killed at least 100,000 monsters, which means he would need to kill about 3,000 monsters to obtain one piece of ordinary equipment. This drop rate is indeed touching compared to other professionals. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng opened his friend list and found Chen Duo. Black Knight, are you there? Chen Duo, brother Black Knight, you finally contacted me. If I wasn't afraid of disturbing your quest, I would have reached out to you earlier. Chen Duo, brother Black Knight, is there anything I can help you with? Black Knight, I have a batch of equipment that I need you to handle. Chen Duo, brother Black Knight, you picked the right time. The major warrior academies are about to start, and many newcomers are out buying equipment. Don't worry, I will definitely get you a high price. After sending dozens of pieces of equipment via mail to Chen Duo, he continued, Black Knight, there's one more thing I need your help with. Chen Duo, brother Black Knight, please go ahead. I will do my best as long as I can manage it. Black Knight, help me buy a batch of equipment. The requirements are, Chen Duo, that's easy. Is it urgent? Black Knight, as soon as possible. Chen Duo, understood, wait for my news. Since Xiaofeng cleared level 200, Chen Fatty's attitude towards him has been even more enthusiastic than before. He didn't even ask Xiaofeng for money before going to procure equipment. He closed the chat window with Chen Duo. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask Long Gu about the trial points exchange items. He initially thought about contacting him, but then decided against it. He could ask tomorrow morning, and it would still be timely. Just then, Long Gu suddenly sent him a message. Long Gu, kid, are you asleep? Black Knight, not yet. Long Gu, hurry to the activity room, there's something important. What could be so urgent? Xiao Feng wondered as he quickly made his way to the activity room. Not only was Long Gu there, but Wang Pa and Jian Wu were also present. Upon seeing Xiaofeng arrive, the three quickly surrounded him. Knight, you need to go to the Death Swamp dungeon right now. What's going on? A mutated boss has appeared in the death swamp, and countless professionals are heading there. Mutated boss? What is that? Brother Long patiently explained, there are many types of boss, the common ones being normal boss, elite boss, and the final boss of a certain map. These three types of boss are quite common. Generally, they refresh in a specific area at regular intervals in most dungeons. Besides these, there are also some special boss types, like the hidden boss you have defeated, as well as more powerful world-class boss, unique boss, and so on. A mutated boss is a new boss formed from these types due to some unknown reason, and this type of boss is often stronger than before the mutation. But if you can defeat it, there's a high probability of dropping top-tier equipment that surpasses the current golden quality, and you might also obtain extremely rare items. Old Wang added, due to the appearance of the mutated boss, the system has opened up the passage connections of dozens of surrounding dungeons, meaning that professionals from other areas can enter the same dungeon through different entrances to compete for the mutated boss. I'm not particularly concerned about what items the mutated boss might drop, but if someone outside our academy kills the boss, it would greatly damage our academy's reputation, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Doesn't our academy have so many excellent students? As soon as this was said, several teachers fell silent. Xiaofeng also realized he had misspoken and added, since they can't kill the boss, I probably can't either. This boss is a bit special, it's not something that can be defeated just by having more people. You'll understand once you go. Then I'll go take a look. Alright, but be careful. If it's truly impossible, then give up. After all, you are only at the first level and don't have resurrection rights in normal dungeons. Xiaofeng nodded and quickly walked towards the dungeon entrance. Upon re-entering the Death Swamp dungeon, the number of people inside had increased, but most were not stopping to level up. Instead, they were rushing towards the deepest part of the dungeon. The small monsters along the way had been completely cleared out, which allowed Xiaofeng to move much faster. When he arrived at the place where he had killed the decayed Trey Ant last time, the entire map was filled with people. 200 meters away in the crowd, a small sapling only half a person tall emitted a faint green glow, and on the sapling was a fruit resembling a heart, rhythmically pulsing like a living heart. Each time the heart-like fruit pulsed, it sent ripples spreading outwards. Some professionals who got too close to the energy ripples found their health dropping significantly within just a few seconds. If it weren't for their teammates behind them forcibly pulling them back with special equipment, they would have likely collapsed by now. This was one of the reasons why all professionals dared not approach the small tree. At that moment, a burly man holding a giant shield snorted coldly, You fragile one, stay back, this is not a boss you can handle. This statement instantly made most professionals grit their teeth in anger. Although the burly man was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. He had his support teammates cast several buffs on him before cautiously stepping forward. As soon as he made contact with the energy ripples, his expression changed drastically, because the energy ripples not only caused continuous damage to those who entered but also had a powerful attraction. Once inside the energy ripples, with the heart on the small tree pulsing, a rhythmic pulling sensation emerged, forcibly dragging the professionals who entered towards the small tree. No matter how the burly man struggled, he could not break free from his restraints. A few teammates behind him, seeing this, dared not rush in to rescue him and could only stand at a distance to provide treatment. In less than 30 seconds, the burly man slowly fell to the ground. After he collapsed, countless red plant roots surged from the ground, piercing into his body. In just a moment, the burly man's body turned into a pile of white bones, his flesh and blood completely drained by the plant roots. Look, that little tree seems to have grown a bit taller. The crowd turned to look and indeed found that the little tree had grown taller. Someone beside them echoed, when we arrived, it was less than 20 centimeters high, but now, thanks to some reckless professionals providing nutrients, it has grown this tall. From my observations, this strange tree's attack power has been increasing as it grows, and the range of energy ripples it emits is also expanding. No, if there are still people who recklessly seek death, this strange tree will become even more powerful, and then no one will be able to kill it. It's hard to persuade those who want to die, among these deceased professionals, who hasn't been warned? At that moment, 5 arrows shot towards the heart fruit of the little tree. As the arrows entered the energy ripple range, they encountered immense resistance, falling to the ground after flying less than 50 meters. Not only the arrows, but even the mage's lightning spells and fireballs were similarly affected, their energy rapidly consumed within the energy ripples, dissipating in mid-air. Over 100 people had gathered at the scene, yet until now, not a single attack had been able to reach that little tree. Someone in the crowd shouted, if flesh and blood life and energy weapons don't work, can undead creatures get close? Is there a necromancer here? Xiaofeng scanned the crowd and finally locked his gaze on a necromancer from the Warrior Academy. The necromancer, named Catastrophe, was a special recruit from the Western Capital Warrior Academy, just like Xiaofeng. After awakening his necromancer profession, he received invitations from various organizations, even from the 4 major warrior academies. In the end, it was unclear what conditions Wang Pe used to persuade him to join the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Catastrophe noticed Xiaofeng examining him and shook his head. Can't undead creatures work either? Xiaofeng did not rush to act. With so many people watching, even if he had the strength to kill the tree demon, what would happen afterward? If something valuable were to drop, he might be attacked by the crowd. Moreover, he wasn't absolutely sure he could kill the tree demon at this moment. The safest approach was to wait until the equipment that Fatty Qian bought for him arrived, and then confront it in the best possible state. During the waiting period, more professionals continued to arrive. Some, unable to contain themselves or disbelieving, rushed into the energy ripple range, and without exception, they all died. This also caused the tree demon's height to rise from half a person to about 2 meters. As the tree demon continued to grow, the range of energy ripples expanded rapidly. This made the already impossible situation of getting close even more severe. The range of energy ripples had now expanded to about a 500-meter radius and was still growing. At this moment, someone in the crowd loudly asked, "What will happen if no one can kill this mutated tree demon? What else? This dungeon will become a forbidden zone, and no one will dare to enter again. Is it that serious? Pay attention, even if no one seeks death, it is still slowly growing. Given enough time, it will be a matter of time before the energy ripples cover the entire dungeon. Then won't the area connected to this dungeon permanently lose the Death Marsh dungeon? What will happen to leveling up then? What else can we do? Either go to dungeons in other areas or level up in the wild. This reminds me of the Death Zone in the Land of the Stick, where there was once a boss that could continuously grow. At that time, we failed to kill it in time, and it eventually grew to a point where no one dared to approach within 100 kilometers. Well, at least this tree demon is contained within the instance and won't harm ordinary humans. What if this tree demon has survived outside until now? Any second or third tier professional could easily take it down." Time passed slowly, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger, while the number of those willing to take action dwindled. It wasn't just that more people had come to understand the terror of the demon tree. When someone attempted to enter the energy ripple, the surrounding professionals no longer stood by idly but actively prevented them from entering. This was now a matter of their personal interests. If the energy ripple emitted by the tree demon truly covered the entire instance, they would have to venture further away to level up. Although they could quickly reach other cities and enter different novice instances by taking intercity transport, this was still their home. Once the instance here became inaccessible, many would choose to leave the city. Xijing City was relatively safe, as it had the trial tower, but the smaller cities around Xijing were not so fortunate. Aside from the governments of those small cities, the most anxious at this moment was undoubtedly the Xijing Warrior Academy. As a nationally renowned academy, what would happen if there was no place for students to level up? Without a doubt, the Xijing Warrior Academy would either have to relocate or be replaced by other academies. When the academy's higher-ups learned of this news, they could no longer remain calm. They not only issued a bounty task to all faculty and students but also sent out a special mission to graduated alumni. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng also received a bounty announcement from the academy's internal system. Bounty announcement: a mutated boss that can grow indefinitely has appeared in the Death Swamp near the Xijing Warrior Academy's novice instance. If allowed to continue growing, the Death Swamp instance will become a forbidden zone for first-tier professionals, and new students at the Xijing Warrior Academy will lose their leveling grounds. To protect the interests of all faculty and students, the Academy has initiated a bounty announcement. Those who successfully kill the mutated tree demon will receive 1,000 gold coins and a piece of top-tier red quality equipment of first-tier rank. Setting aside the piece of top-tier red quality equipment, the 1,000 gold coins alone made Xiaofeng decide he had to take on this bounty task. After all, 1,000 gold coins was equivalent to 10 million Dragon Country coins. Just over 10 days ago, he would never have dreamed he could amass such wealth. Not only the Xijing Warrior Academy, but even the surrounding governments that had built cities around novice instance entrances also issued special missions, though the bounty rewards were certainly not comparable to those of the Xijing Warrior Academy. However, Xiaofeng was currently unaware of these bounties, otherwise, he would be even more proactive. Just as Xiaofeng couldn't help but want to give it a try, a group of people pushed through the crowd and appeared at the front. Judging by their golden glowing equipment, they were undoubtedly professionals sent by some organization to kill the tree demon. Seeing them approach, Xiaofeng withdrew his foot that was about to step forward. Let this group test the waters. His equipment hadn't arrived yet, so waiting a bit longer was fine. You all step back. This kind of boss that can enhance mutations is not something you can meddle with. If you Get caught in the crossfire and die, don't blame us, one of the newcomers said, shoving aside a few nearby professionals with an extremely arrogant demeanor. The pushed-back individuals could only suppress their displeasure and retreat upon seeing the newcomers' equipment and their visible levels. There were 4 newcomers in total. All had reached level 100, and it was easy to discern their professions from their gear: a tank warrior, a melee mage, a blood cow priest, and a blood cow healer. The 4 individuals share a common characteristic in their professions: they have an exceptionally high health pool, placing them firmly in the top tier for their level. This group clearly came prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have assembled such an unusual lineup. I must say, this configuration does have a genuine chance of taking down the tree demon. To defeat the tree demon, they must get close, but facing the high damage of the energy ripples, any practitioner with too little health would be eroded and die before even approaching. Thus, a tanky lineup is naturally the best choice. Seeing this formation, the onlookers felt a certain confidence. The priest and healer cast a plethora of buffs on the 4, and the tank warrior was the first to step into the range of the energy ripples. As soon as he entered, that pulling sensation reappeared. With a yellowish light glowing beneath his feet, his body unexpectedly halted. At this point, the crowd of onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the tank's health was declining, the rate of decline was much slower than that of the previous individuals. With the priest and healer's healing, his health stabilized, allowing him to maintain a balance. Witnessing this scene, the crowd grew even more excited. If he could withstand the damage, there was hope for a kill. However, the tank's expression was far from good. The 4 of them were stuck at the first tier, primarily aiming to venture into areas accessible only to first-tier players to slay bosses for rare materials and equipment, thereby accumulating wealth. They planned to consider leveling up only after amassing enough wealth. Once they advanced to the second tier, both their equipment and skills would be top-notch, making future upgrades much easier. After long-term cooperation, they were very familiar with each other's skills. The tank could sense that the priest and healer were now fully unleashing their healing on him, yet even so, it was only enough to maintain balance. If the tree demon had only this one attack method, it would be manageable, but how? Could a mutated boss capable of infinite growth have only one attack skill? After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned around and activated his skill in the opposite direction of the tree demon, Barbaric Charge. Unlike Xiao Feng's War Soul Charge, which would stop if obstructed by too much force, the Barbaric Charge had a different nature. As he initiated the charge, the yellowish light beneath his feet vanished, leaving his body in an extremely bizarre state. It appeared as if he was charging outward into the energy ripples, yet his body remained motionless in place, merely maintaining the action of charging. Not good, the tank priest shouted, rapidly casting 3 or 4 skills at the tank warrior. Their accompanying mage also cast Earth Wall on the tank warrior, aiming to block him from being pulled by the tree demon once the barbaric charge skill dissipated. Without the priest's assistance, the tank's health rapidly declined. Some enthusiastic practitioners in the crowd joined in to heal him, barely managing to keep his health afloat. Just as the Earth Wall was about to disappear, a decaying iron chain made of energy suddenly snagged the tank, pulling him out. Once free from the energy ripples, the tank sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Thank you all for your help, otherwise, I would have been done for today. After this incident, the onlookers gained a more intuitive understanding of the tree demon's power, making them even more hesitant to act recklessly. For a moment, the entire dungeon fell into a stalemate. Hundreds of people surrounded a small tree over 2 meters tall, yet no one dared to step forward. Xiaofeng's expression shifted as Chen Duoduo finally sent a message. Chen Duoduo, Brother Knight, all your items have been sold. You made a total of 53 gold and 28 silver. Xian Duoduo, you're already level 100 and will soon advance to the second tier, so the equipment I bought for you won't last long. I only selected some high-value gear for you. Shen Duoduo, the total cost for the equipment was only 18 gold, and I've sent the remaining amount along with the gear to you via mail. Xian Duoduo. Brother Hai, this time I helped you sell things without earning a single penny. Consider this a friendship. In the future, I will charge a small service fee, but rest assured that the items sold through me will definitely be priced higher than the market rate, ensuring you won't suffer any losses. Hi, thank you. Closing the chat interface, he opened his email. He found not only the returned gold coins but also 7 pieces of equipment. All these pieces were uniformly level 100 green gear, with basically no additional attributes. However, they all shared a common feature: they increased defense. That's right, even the bracelets and rings boosted defense. After equipping all 7 pieces from the mailbox, his gear was finally complete. At this moment, his physical defense had reached 912 points, and his magical defense had also hit 878 points. With such high dual resistances, he should have no problem facing the tree demon. The tree demon was still growing. Now the energy ripples it emitted had exceeded a radius of 600 meters. The professionals were retreating one after another, and among them, a few unfortunate souls who were slow to back away had already turned into piles of white bones. As the range of the energy ripples expanded, more terrain was engulfed. Xiao Feng thought it best not to be too conspicuous. Perhaps there were assassins from Sakura country among this group. He made his way to a marshy lowland and slowly stepped into the water. The crowd was focused on the tree demon, and no one noticed that Xiao Feng had vanished. The surface of the water was covered with many floating plants, effectively blocking the view of others. Xiao Feng quietly approached a protruding piece of bluestone, perfectly avoiding everyone's sight. This bluestone was at the boundary of the energy ripples. If he took a few more steps, he would enter the energy ripple range of the demon tree. Just as he was about to step into the energy ripples, he suddenly stopped. After considering it, he turned his back to the demon tree and began to retreat. The reason for this was that if he found himself unable to withstand the pressure, he could still use the battle soul charge to retreat in time. He didn't want to risk his life just to kill a boss. Having crossed into this world for a year, he hadn't truly begun to rise yet. He couldn't just fall here. That would be too much of a loss, wouldn't it? With everything ready, Xiao Feng took a deep breath and stepped back. As soon as he came into contact with the energy ripples, he received a series of system prompts. Prompt: you have entered the domain of the mutated boss, Bloodthirsty Tree Demon. Prompt: the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon is a mutated boss, and its information is not included in the system database. The system cannot provide you with related information. Prompt: you are taking damage from the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's Bloodthirsty domain. This skill is an attribute judgment skill, judging attribute, magical defense. Note: judgment skills are rare skills. In the world paradise, casting a judgment skill will perform a certain attribute judgment on the target. If the judgment is successful, the skill takes effect. If it fails, the skill is ineffective, and there may even be a backlash effect. Magical defense judgment in progress. The Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's magical defense is 892, and your magical defense is 878. Since both magical defenses are very close, the Bloodthirsty domain skill only partially takes effect. As the system message appeared, the force that had been pulling Xiao Feng suddenly dissipated. Although the pulling force receded, the damage from the energy ripples continued. Xiao Feng's health was rapidly declining. Minus 312,105, minus 315,105. Xiao Feng's health fluctuated with the beating of the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's heartfruit. Minus 312, that was the damage inflicted by the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon on Xiao Feng. With both of his defenses close to 900 and the rock-solid skill reducing damage by 50%, even so, he still took 312 points of damage, highlighting just how high the Bloodthirsty Tree Demon's damage was. Now, looking back at that meat shield warrior from earlier, one would realize that its ability to withstand for so long without dying was already quite impressive. Plus 105 is the recovery effect from the combined powers of Silver Moon and Rock Solid. With both effects counteracting each other, Xiao Feng suffers 207 points of damage per second, and his current total health is 5,670 points. If he doesn't use any healing skills, he can last a maximum of 27 seconds. However, 27 seconds is definitely not enough to defeat the Bloodthirsty Treant. The safest way to ensure its defeat is to continue upgrading his equipment. If his defense increases by another 300 points, he will be able to withstand the Trent's attacks. After 13 seconds, Xiao Feng's health drops to around 50%. Just as he plans to retreat, he notices that the damage from the Treant has decreased somewhat. Checking his attributes, he realizes that this is due to the newly acquired set bonus. Immovable as a mountain. When the wearer remains still in combat, this buff activates, increasing base defense by 10% every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50%. This brightens Xiao Feng's eyes. Perhaps he can indeed hold on. Another 10 seconds pass, and the immovable as a mountain buff reaches 2 layers, further reducing the damage from the Bloodthirsty Treant. However, his health has also dropped to just 20%. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng directly uses the Battle Soul Revival skill, instantly increasing his health by 20%, bringing it back to 40%. When the immovable as a mountain buff stacks to the 3rd layer, the damage from the Bloodthirsty Treant drops to around 120 points. After offsetting this with the 105 points of health he recovers every second, he now only takes 27 points of damage per second. Seeing this, Xiao Feng feels completely at ease. When the immovable as a mountain buff reaches the 5th layer, the damage dealt by the Bloodthirsty Treant is only 102 points. At this point, his recovery rate has surpassed the damage rate. His health not only stops declining but begins to slowly recover. Thus, Xiao Feng hides at the edge of the Bloodthirsty domain and launches an attack on the Bloodthirsty Treant. His current position is somewhat awkward. Although others cannot see him, their line of sight is also blocked, preventing them from seeing the Trent's current state. Unable to see the Trent's Health bar, he has no idea whether the Thorn Spike skill has inflicted any rebound damage on it. After all, this is the first time he has encountered such a large-scale area attack skill. As time passes, just when Xiaofeng can no longer hold back and wants to stand up to check the status of the bloodthirsty Treant, gasps suddenly arise from the crowd. Look, the Trent's health seems to have decreased a bit. Are you seeing things? No one is attacking it, how could its health possibly drop? No, look closely, the Trent's health really does seem to have decreased a little, even if it's not by much. Hearing the conversation, others also turn to look at the Treant and find that, indeed, as the first person said, its health has decreased a bit. However, the reduction is so small that it would be hard to notice without careful observation. Who is attacking the Treant? The onlookers begin to search around but find no one has entered the bloodthirsty domain. Do you think it could be withering on its own? Now that you mention it, that is a possibility. Look, the heart fruit it has produced is absorbing its energy. Perhaps when that fruit ripens, it will be the Trent's death. This young brother is right, many plants will inject most of their energy into their fruits when they bear fruit. This process can deplete the plant's energy, leading to its eventual death. It seems that is what's happening now. The crowd immediately buzzes with excitement. Then won't this crisis resolve itself in no time? Hey, if it dies on its own, will the fruit it bears remain? As soon as this was said, the crowd fell silent. Anyone could see the extraordinary nature of that fruit. If the Treant dies, and that fruit is truly left behind, many people have already begun to covet that fruit. Once the demon tree dies, a bloody storm is sure to erupt here. The news of the demon tree withering is spreading rapidly in the outside world. If it weren't for the lack of signal in the instance, the outside world would probably be able to watch a live stream of this event right now, and the number of viewers would definitely be high. Although this is just a first-tier novice instance, the mutated boss is too rare. Many have been professionals for years without ever encountering one. This has led to both low-tier and high-tier professionals paying close attention to this matter. Some high-tier professionals, upon hearing that the mutated boss is automatically withering and dying, find it hard to believe. They have never seen any monster die on its own since becoming professionals. This is too illogical. Unless it is undergoing a transformation. That's right, it is very likely for this reason that heart fruit should not be a fruit but a brand new powerful life form. This speculation quickly spread among the professionals and gained the recognition of most. The tree demon is already so powerful, if a stronger new entity is allowed to be born smoothly, then the Death Marsh instance will truly become a forbidden zone. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiaofeng confirmed that the Thorn of Thorns had taken effect. Most tree-type monsters cannot move their bodies and can only attack enemies with ranged skills. Since Xiaofeng is too far from the bloodthirsty tree demon, its other skills cannot reach him at all, resulting in the current situation. Xiaofeng is hiding under the bluestone, leisurely listening to everyone chat while fighting the boss. If the hundreds of onlookers knew about his current situation, they wouldn't know what to think. Time passed little by little, and the bloodthirsty tree demon's health slowly decreased. The crowd of onlookers not only did not diminish but actually grew larger. This is unavoidable. If the bloodthirsty tree demon cannot be dealt with, they will have to go to other more distant places to level up. 2 hours passed, and Xiaofeng still had not received the system's kill notification. Reflecting 1248 points of damage per second for 2 hours without dying means that the bloodthirsty tree demon must have at least tens of millions of health points, right? Of course, this is assuming it has no recovery skills. Reaching this conclusion gave Xiaofeng a new understanding of the power of the mutated boss. Half an hour later, the crowd of onlookers began to stir. It's almost there, only about 1% health left. I wonder if the tree demon will drop rare fruits or give birth to an even more powerful monster upon death. Do you think we should take a gamble? There are hundreds of people here. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Yeah, in this situation, even if something good drops, it won't be something we can snatch. What if we kill it when the tree demon has its last bit of health? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell silent. The bloodthirsty tree demon dying on its own means that whoever delivers the final blow will claim the kill. They are still at the first tier, with the system granting them automatic looting rights, so there is no risk of being robbed by others. Moreover, once the items enter their bags, even if others kill them, they won't get what they want. At most, a treasure chest will drop, and what it contains is all up to luck. Killing the bloodthirsty tree demon has been announced with a bounty by both the Shijing Warrior Academy and the local government. Who would risk offending these two colossal entities by killing them? The risk and reward are completely disproportionate. The eyes of the crowd grew brighter. When the bloodthirsty tree demon's health dropped to 0.5%, some people could no longer hold back and charged at the demon. Seeing someone take the lead, some professionals who believed they could survive quickly rushed toward the tree demon as well. However, more people chose to retreat. Those who entered the range of the bloodthirsty domain saw their health rapidly decline, with some low health professionals turning to bones in less than 3 seconds, dying silently. Meanwhile, those with strong defenses and high health could barely hold on. They completely abandoned resistance against the bloodthirsty tree demon's pull and instead actively cooperated. Their goal was to reach the tree demon as quickly as possible for a final strike. As long as they successfully killed the tree demon, they would not only obtain items dropped by the rare boss but also receive bounties from various places. Most importantly, only by successfully killing the bloodthirsty tree demon could they survive. The scene was filled with screams, and those who overestimated their abilities fell one after another. However, most of those daring enough to take the risk still had some real skills, and one 5-person team, through cooperation, had actually approached the bloodthirsty tree demon. Just as they prepared to launch their final attack on the demon tree, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, dozens of root-like spikes shot out from beneath their feet, stabbing towards them. The few who were still at half health were instantly pierced by dozens of roots, their health bars emptying in an instant. They didn't even have time to scream before dying. Seeing this, the faces of some professionals approaching the tree demon changed drastically, but by then, there was no chance to retreat. The powerful pull of the bloodthirsty domain made it impossible for them to break free. The scene was filled with screams, and only a very few who had the ability to break free from control and quickly escape managed to avoid disaster. Not good. With dozens of people dying simultaneously, the small tree gained an energy boost, and its body grew taller once again. As the strength of the demon tree increased, Xiaofeng's health balance was also disrupted. The rebound damage jumped from 1200 to 2000, an increase of over 800. Meanwhile, the damage Xiaofeng received rose from 88 to 488. After deducting the 105 points he recovered per second, he was still taking nearly 400 points of damage every second. At this rate, he could last at most a little over 10 seconds. After the bloodthirsty tree demon's strength increased, the range of the bloodthirsty domain expanded once more, forcing the crowd to retreat even further. Those who had rushed in to loot had all died. With the tree body growing taller, Xiaofeng could see the tree demon's health bar through the gaps. At that moment, the tree demon's health bar was below 0.3%. He intended to use the battle soul charge to retreat, but seeing this, Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go for it." After more than 2 hours of battle, all his skills had cooled down. When Xiaofeng's health dropped to 1000 points, he decisively used both the Battle Soul Awakening and Battle Soul Revival skills. Under the enhancement of Battle Soul Awakening, the recovery amount of Battle Soul Revival increased from 20% to 30%. His health was directly restored by 1700 points, bringing it back to about 47%. When the bloodthirsty tree demon's health dropped to around 0.1, Xiaofeng's health fell again to 1000 points. Undead Shield, activate Undead Shield. This skill applies a 30-second shield to oneself, which can absorb a total of no more than 1000 points of damage during its existence, and converts 50% of the absorbed damage into health. In just 3 seconds, the Undead Shield exploded, and during this time, Xiaofeng restored over 3000 health points. This was already Xiaofeng's last healing skill. He now found himself in an awkward position. As the strength of the bloodthirsty tree demon increased, its defenses surely rose as well. The reason Xiaofeng had not yet been drawn in was that his skill, still as a mountain, had also increased his defense significantly. If he moved even slightly, this balance would be broken. Originally, he was positioned at the edge of the bloodthirsty domain, and using the Battle Soul Charge skill could allow him to escape quickly. But as the strength of the bloodthirsty tree demon increased, the range of the bloodthirsty domain had also expanded greatly. The radius had visibly expanded by at least 200 meters, while the maximum distance of the Battle Soul Charge was only 100 meters. This meant he couldn't escape using the Battle Soul Charge. Should he take the chance to flee while he still had health? That was even less of an option. Once he moved, the immovable mountain buff would disappear, and his defenses would drop significantly, leading to a quicker death. Now, Xiaofeng deeply regretted not exchanging for a life-restoring potion back in the trial tower, knowing this situation would arise. There was no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. He could only endure and see whether he would die first or the tree demon would fall. As Xiaofeng's health dropped to 1000 points again, his chest heaved violently. His eyes were fixed on the blood bar of the bloodthirsty tree demon. Life and death hung in the balance of the next second. Hint: you have killed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon. Do you want to announce it? Seeing this prompt, Xiaofeng's anxious heart finally settled. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from death. With the death of the bloodthirsty tree demon, the bloodthirsty domain faded, and his health was rapidly recovering. Looking at the system prompt, Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment but decided to announce it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to claim the Academy's bounty. Announce. Announcement: the professional knight has successfully killed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon, in the Death Swamp. Announcement: the professional knight has successfully killed the mutated boss. Bloodthirsty tree demon in the death swamp. Announcement: the professional knight has successfully killed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon, in the death swamp. 3 consecutive announcements popped up on the system panels of all professionals connected to the entrance of this dungeon. The impact of this announcement was much stronger than previous rare boss kills, covering an area dozens of times larger. The professionals who received this system prompt were all bewildered. Who is Knight? Weren't we told that no one could kill the tree demon? Could it be that he succeeded in killing the tree demon by ambushing it when it had only a sliver of health left? That can't be right. Everyone saw clearly that there wasn't a single living person within the energy ripple range. Maybe he used some method to hide nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In no time, everyone was speculating about how Xiaofeng had killed the bloodthirsty tree demon. Meanwhile, more people rushed towards the location of the tree demon as soon as they saw the bloodthirsty domain disappear. Although the hope of obtaining the fruit was slim, there was no loss in taking a look. Xiaofeng had no time to pay attention to the outside situation and received several system prompts. Hint: you have killed the mutated boss, bloodthirsty tree demon. You have received 30 warrior medals. Hint: you have received a first-tier red achievement treasure chest. Hint: you have killed the bloodthirsty tree demon. Gaining 1000 experience points, 2 life rings, 1 heart of life, 2 golden treasure chests, and 1000 silver coins. As the kill prompts appeared, these items automatically appeared in Xiaofeng's inventory. At the same time, a faint red energy, invisible to ordinary people, silently entered Xiaofeng's body. He felt nothing from it. Now was not the time to check the properties of the items. A large crowd rushed to the spot where the bloodthirsty tree demon had been, creating a chaotic scene. Taking advantage of the commotion, Xiaofeng fell into the water. As he climbed out of the puddle and prepared to leave, the disaster, the undead mage, was staring at him expressionlessly. Xiaofeng was taken aback, gestured for silence, and then quickly walked towards the exit of the dungeon. The disaster was equally stunned, not expecting Xiaofeng to completely ignore him and leave directly. This made him, who was always the center of attention wherever he went, feel quite uncomfortable. After giving Xiaofeng's back a deep look, he also left straight away. It was already late at night, but the special recruitment activity room for the Meat Shield Warrior class was brightly lit. Not only were the other students awake, but even Brother Long was still there. Since the main reason for gathering here in the middle of the night is naturally those 3 system announcements. When Xiaofeng appeared in the activity room, everyone who was skewering meat stood up in unison, including the previously unruly Zhang Hu. Brother He Yi, you're amazing. The mutated boss that hundreds of people couldn't handle was taken down by you. You're a role model in my heart. Zhang Hu had only thought that Xiaofeng's leveling speed was decent before, but after successfully killing the mutated boss today, his attitude towards Xiaofeng underwent a huge transformation. The way he looked at him not only returned to normal but also carried a hint of excitement and admiration. Brother He, awesome. The Iron Hammer trio gave Xiaofeng a thumbs up. The sweet and lovely He Xiaomei handed Xiaofeng a cup of ice-cold mineral water, showing great consideration, which was a stark contrast to her previous attitude towards Zhang Hu. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Xiaofeng felt a bit unaccustomed for a moment. Ah, you kid or something. The mutated boss that so many people couldn't handle was actually snatched by you. Tell us how you managed to take down the boss. I didn't snatch it. Didn't snatch it? Then why does the system announcement say you killed the mutated boss? The system shouldn't allow someone to have the same name, right? Xiaofeng helplessly replied, because I was the only one who killed the mutated boss from start to finish, so how could there be any talk of snatching the boss? What are you saying? The mutated boss didn't die of its own decay, but rather it was your attacks that caused its health to continuously decrease? Xiaofeng nodded, saying I attacked isn't entirely accurate. You all know my attack power is only 1 point, so I couldn't possibly deal damage to it. Then how did you? Long Gu suddenly paused here, recalling the situation when he exchanged blows with Xiaofeng at the academy gate. Could it be reflected damage? Xiaofeng nodded again. Long Gu suddenly realized, so that's it. It makes sense, you have no attack power, yet level up so quickly, it must be reflected damage that made it possible. Not bad. Very impressive. Everyone surrounded Xiaofeng, urging him to detail the process of killing the mutated boss. To avoid being disturbed, I hid under a rock and then the monster just died. That's it? The process was that simple? What else could it be? After hearing Xiaofeng's brief account, everyone felt extremely bored. Zhang Hu waved his hand, it's too late, I'm going to sleep. I still have to level up tomorrow, and today has exhausted me. You don't even help with leveling up, and you're tired? After all the other students left, Xiaofeng looked at Long Gu and asked, Long Gu, when will the school's reward for the bounty be issued? Longo smiled. You kid, don't worry, the Western Capital Warrior Academy isn't so petty as to default on such a small amount of money. By the way, this time the bounty was issued not just by the Academy, but also by the Western Capital City government, and several surrounding small city governments have also put out bounties for the mutated boss. Remember to go collect it. There's this good news? You're lucky. Just this bounty reward is enough for me for several years' salary. Then Xiaofeng became troubled. Longo, I still need to continue challenging the trial tower in the next few days, and I don't have time to go to each place to collect the bounty rewards. Could you do it for me? You kid, fine, who told you I brought you in? It's almost 2 a.m., go to sleep. After sending Longo off, Xiaofeng returned to his personal room in the basement. After a quick wash, he wasn't in a hurry to sleep. He first checked the rewards from killing the mutated boss, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. This time, the rewards from killing the mutated boss were quite substantial. Previously, he had only received 8 warrior medals for killing the Shaohuang spirit snake, but this time he directly received 30. Clicking on the warrior medals showed no changes. Open the equipment panel to check the medal attributes. A prompt appeared behind the medal. Prompt: you can devour medals of the same attribute for fusion enhancement. Currently, upgrading requires devouring an all-purpose medal. So that's how it is. To exchange for an all-purpose medal, 10 warrior medals are needed. Click to exchange. Prompt: do you want to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for an all-purpose medal? Exchange. Prompt: do you want to devour an all-purpose medal for attribute enhancement? Yes. Prompt: equipment fusion successful. Your all-purpose medal has been upgraded to 2 stars. Check the equipment attributes. All-purpose medal 2 stars. Wearing this medal increases all basic attributes by times 10%. You can devour medals of the same attribute for fusion enhancement. Currently, upgrading requires devouring an all-purpose medal. Only by devouring medals of the same attribute can it be enhanced, which means he now needs to devour a 2-star all-purpose medal to continue upgrading. He currently has 26 warrior medals, just enough to synthesize another 2-star medal. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged and synthesized. Prompt: equipment fusion successful. Your all-purpose medal has been upgraded to 3 stars. After upgrading the all-purpose medal to 3 stars, the increase in basic attributes reached 15%. This was a significant boost for Xiaofeng. After killing the mutated boss, in addition to receiving warrior medals, he also obtained a red achievement treasure chest. The highest achievement treasure chest he had received before was only gold. This was the first time he had received a red quality treasure chest. Before opening the red achievement treasure chest, he first opened the 2 gold treasure chests dropped by the boss. Prompt: yes/no to open gold treasure chests times 2? Open. The golden light flashed twice. You have obtained a first-tier golden quality weapon, life staff, and a first-tier golden ring. After checking the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, Xiaofeng was greatly disappointed. Both pieces of equipment had decent attributes, but neither was suitable for him. Selling them would definitely fetch a good price. He put away the equipment and turned his gaze to the last red quality achievement treasure chest. Every time he opened an achievement treasure chest, he gained significant rewards. He hoped this time would be the same. Taking a deep breath, Xiaofeng opened the red quality achievement treasure chest. Brilliant red light radiated from the chest, dyeing the entire room red. Prompt: you have obtained attribute enhancement scrolls times 50. Attribute enhancement scroll. After use, you can gain 1 free enhancement point. The fact that the achievement treasure chest could yield attribute enhancement points was something Xiaofeng had never expected. Attribute enhancement points are a hard currency. To become stronger than others, one must acquire more attribute enhancement points. Currently, the only stable way to obtain attribute enhancement points is by leveling up. However, every practitioner can gain them through leveling up. To become stronger than others, one must find ways to acquire additional attribute enhancement points. The trial tower. Exchange is one way, but that method is only for the strong. Ordinary trialists have no qualifications to exchange. Moreover, the attribute enhancement points exchanged in the trial tower will automatically enter the exchanger's personal attribute panel and cannot be traded. The attribute enhancement scrolls obtained from treasure chests can be sold and traded externally. If this item is sold, it will surely fetch a high price. However, Xiaofeng did not plan to sell them. He wasn't short on money right now. To be precise, he was quite wealthy. With the bounty reward arriving tomorrow, his gold coins would exceed 1,000. Converted to Longwei currency, that would be over 10 million. Among ordinary people, he was undoubtedly a small wealthy individual. Prompt: yes/no to use attribute enhancement scrolls times 50? Use. You have gained free attribute enhancement points times 50. Xiaofeng did not rush to allocate the points. Previously, he had hurriedly allocated points, which resulted in him being unable to equip many better pieces of equipment. It took a lot of effort for him to find a set of equipment that he could wear. Now that he has money, he needs to find a way to get a set of finished equipment before challenging the trial tower. At that time, he will surely reach a higher level. Finally, Xiaofeng's gaze fell on the 3 pieces of equipment obtained from killing the mutated boss. After defeating the bloodthirsty tree demon, he received a total of 3 pieces of equipment, 2 life rings, and 1 heart of life. He checked the equipment attributes. Equipment name, Heart of Life. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, golden equipment. Wearing requirement, intelligence 200 points required. Equipment position, necklace. Magical attack, plus 99. Physical attack, plus 99. Additional skill, life blessing. Using healing skills increases healing effect by 20%. This is a support type equipment, which is also useful for Xiaofeng. After all, he has healing skills himself, such as Battle Soul Revival. However, it requires 200 points of intelligence to wear, so he directly gave up. He wouldn't increase his intelligence by 200 points, just for a slight improvement in healing effect. He continued to check the equipment. Equipment name, Life Ring. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, golden equipment. Wearing requirement, Constitution 200. Points required. Equipment position, ring position, either left or right. Physical defense, 99. Magical defense, 99. Additional skill, life praise, increases the effect of self-recovery skills by 20%. Very good. It perfectly matches Xiaofeng's current needs. Risking his life to kill the bloodthirsty tree demon, just getting these 2 pieces of equipment is already a win. His self-recovery speed has now reached 1.85%, and 1 life ring can increase the recovery effect by 20%. Wearing 2 together can increase it by 40%. Adding 1.85% plus 1.85% times 40%, his recovery amount will reach 2.59%. He took off the 2 ordinary rings and put on the newly acquired life rings, and to his surprise, it activated a set effect. Tip: you have activated the life set February 5th. You have gained the set skill, Life Set Resonance. Life Set Resonance, all basic attributes of this set are increased by 30%. As the set effect took effect, the dual defenses of the life rings directly changed from 99 to 129 points. This increase is decent. He just doesn't know what attributes he would gain if he wore all 5 pieces of the complete set. Xiaofeng shook his head. Just to wear the necklace requires an additional 200 points of intelligence, and he doesn't have that many extra attributes to waste on useless places. The life set should be suitable for Blood Cow Milk Mom or Blood Cow Priest. For Xiaofeng, wearing just the 2 rings is the best choice. Wearing 5 would actually be unsuitable for him. A new day arrived. And at Xiaofeng's reminder, the intelligent robot woke him up at 10 a.m. the next morning. Looking at the bright sunlight outside the window, Xiaofeng felt refreshed. Bang bang bang, a heavy banging sound came from outside the room. Xiaofeng was startled. This is the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Who dares to attack here so brazenly? The intelligent robot immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from outside. Upon seeing the footage, Xiaofeng was speechless. It wasn't an attack at all, it was clearly Long Good knocking on the door outside. However, his strength was so great that it felt like someone was crashing into the door. When he opened the door, Long Good did not enter Xiaofeng's room but urged him to go to the activity room. Something good was happening. Xiaofeng certainly knew what the good news was. The bounty reward must have come in. After a quick wash, he hurried to the activity room. The other students had already gone to level up, leaving only Xiaofeng and Long Gu in the activity room. The restaurant staff brought 2 steaming cups of coffee for the 2 of them and then wisely returned to their workstations. Looking at Xiaofeng's calm eyes, Brother Long laughed and said, "Kid, you really know how to keep your cool. Aren't you curious about the rewards? Aren't the things to be curious about still the same? Ha ha ha, you have a point there. I won't keep you in suspense." As he spoke, Brother Long sent all the bounty rewards he had obtained to Xiaofeng via email. Opening the email to check the attachments, Xiaofeng was astonished. How can there be so many? Brother Long smiled and said, "Do you know how many disparate task rewards this is?" Seeing Xiaofeng shake his head, Brother Long directly stated, 13 families. Why so many? This is easy to understand. If you hadn't killed the bloodthirsty tree demon, the appeal of those small to medium cities relying on the novice dungeon entrance would have greatly diminished. That's why they are so eager to post bounties. I've given you the items, but I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. By the way, you can challenge the trial tower before school starts, but don't use up your resurrection chances. After school begins, the school will hire a group of seniors who have passed the trial tower to come back and explain things to you. Their explanations will be much more useful than the rigid materials I gave you. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that he hadn't had the chance to look at the challenge materials Brother Long had given him. However, it didn't matter, the ways others had cleared the challenges held almost no reference value for him. The number of gold coins in the email Brother Long sent him reached a staggering 2,800 coins, with 1,000 coins awarded by the Western capital Warrior Academy, while the rewards from other places were relatively much less. After all, not every place is as wealthy as the Western capital Warrior Academy. Additionally, there was a piece of red quality equipment. Checking the equipment attributes. Equipment name, Blood Soul Guardian Helmet. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirement, level 100 to wear. Equipment position, helmet. Magical attack, plus 150. Physical attack, plus 150. Health points, plus 1,500. Additional skill. Blood Soul Guardian, restores 1% of the wearer's maximum health per second. Additional skill. Blood Soul Shield, when the wearer's health drops below 30%, it automatically triggers a Blood Soul Shield that absorbs 50% of all damage taken for the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. After the shield ends, the wearer gains a brief movement speed boost lasting 3 seconds to help escape danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Red equipment indeed has attributes that are significantly stronger than other equipment. The helmet is the only piece of equipment that can increase health among all equipment positions, and all professions have a demand for health. Moreover, wearing this equipment only has a level requirement, with no other restrictions. If this equipment were to fall into the market for auction, its price would definitely be outrageous. Coincidentally, all the equipment Xiao Feng had recently obtained had no other attribute requirements, allowing him to allocate all 50 attribute points to his constitution. After equipping the new gear and allocating all attributes to constitution, Xiao Feng's strength increased significantly once again. Checking his attributes. Name, Knight. Profession, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Profession, Level, First Stage, Level 100, Health Points, 8288, Base Health 6788 plus Equipment Bonus 1500. Mana Points, 69. Constitution, 679, Base Attribute 543 plus Equipment Skill Bonus 136. Strength, 23 Agility, 6 Intelligence, 7 Physical Defense, 1383 Magical Defense, 1349 Combat Power Assessment, 1175 at the same time. His health recovery speed per second also reached 4%. His combat power even broke through to 1000 points. Now, his attributes were not just a little stronger than when he challenged the trial tower yesterday, but had increased significantly. An hour later, Xiao Feng reappeared in the trial tower square. Today, there were more people in the trial tower square than in the previous days, likely due to the upcoming start of classes at the Western Capital Warrior Academy, with some ordinary students and their families arriving early. Xiao Feng walked directly into the trial tower. He currently had 19,105 trial points, but he wasn't considering redeeming them for now. According to the information provided by Longo, once he passed the 500th level of the trial tower, the points shop would offer more rare items. However, the items that appeared each time were not fixed, and he would also have 3 chances to refresh the shop. What could be refreshed depended entirely on personal luck. Since he called himself a professional, aside from having poor luck with small monsters, his luck had actually been quite good. Once he reached the 500th level, with his luck, he might really be able to refresh some good items. If he couldn't redeem them due to insufficient trial points at that time, it would be a huge loss. After all, trial points could not be obtained through any other means. Consuming 1 point meant 1 less point. Tip: you have entered the 201st level of the first tier trial arena. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a pass. Yesterday's equipment could easily pass the 200th level, and today his strength had significantly improved compared to yesterday, making it naturally easier to clear the levels. The requirement was to pass within 60 minutes, but Xiao Feng spent less than 5 minutes killing all the monsters to clear the level. The subsequent levels were the same as before, merely with an increased number of monsters. For Xiao Feng, killing 1 monster was not much different from killing 100. 8 hours later. Regional announcement: the professional Knight has successfully passed the 300th level of the first tier trial tower. Times 3. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 300th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained 3,000 trial points, bringing your total to 58,815. Tip: you have entered the leaderboard for the first tier trial tower, currently ranked 3521. As soon as the announcement was made, those who received the news were once again astonished by the professional Knight. A total of 1,055 trial points were gained from clearing levels 1 to 100. From levels 101 to 200, he earned 18,050 points. However, the points gained from clearing levels 201 to 300 were only 39,710. It was clear from this that the rewards For the first 100 levels of the trial tower were relatively low, while the points increased significantly after clearing 100 levels. This indicated that the purpose of the trial tower was to cultivate true strong individuals, distinguishing between ordinary professionals and those with potential through this method. The rewards made the strong even stronger. The name Knight had become unstoppable since it first appeared on the professional system panel around the western capital city. In just 5 short days, how many times had the name Knight appeared in announcements? He had consecutively cleared the 100th and 200th levels of the trial tower, and in between, he had even killed a mutated boss that no one else could handle, and just over 10 hours later, he had passed the 300th level. At this rate, even if others didn't eat, drink, or sleep, they probably wouldn't catch up. It's important to note that the time spent clearing each level was not short, and the time required would only increase as one progressed. To clear 100 levels daily, those monsters standing still. For them to kill would also take a long time. This knight seemed to have some method to clear levels, as his time was surprisingly shorter than that of other strong individuals. In no time, legends about Knight spread throughout the western capital city. Countless individuals and organizations were inquiring about Knight's personal information. Fortunately, the dual information encryption from Lao Pao and the academy prevented others from finding out Xiao Feng's personal details, otherwise, he would have been endlessly disturbed. Returning to his personal room in the evening, he lay on the sofa deep in thought. The day after tomorrow was the start of classes. On the first day of school, the academy would hold a grand opening ceremony, and all faculty and students would be required to attend. At that time, student rankings and resource allocations would also be announced. That moment would determine the fate of this batch of new students. Xiaofeng didn't need to worry about that, he was only concerned with whether he could secure first place, and what benefits that would bring. During dinner, the Hammer brothers, He Xiaomei, and even Zhang who hadn't returned. It seemed they were all making their final push. The next day, Xiaofeng arrived at the trial tower early. His goal today was to conquer the 500th floor. Looking at the trial tower rankings, the 500th floor was indeed a major checkpoint. Many people were stuck at the 499th floor. But once they passed the 500th floor, they could enter the top 1,000. Those who made it into the top 1,000 were undoubtedly the top-tier experts of the first rank. Hint: you have entered the first-rank trial ground, 301st floor. Hint: kill all monsters in the map within 60 minutes to clear the level. 6 hours later, Xiaofeng passed the 400th level. Area announcement: the practitioner Hai has successfully passed the 400th floor of the first-rank trial tower. Times 3. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 400th floor of the trial tower, clearing the level successfully. You have gained trial points times 6,000, current total points 138235. Hint: you have entered the first-rank trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 2132. Those who saw this system announcement had become numb. How many times had it been? Would it ever end? Another 6 hours passed. Hint: you have entered the first-rank trial ground, 500th floor. Hint: kill all monsters in the map within 60 minutes to clear the level. Xiaofeng finally arrived at the 500th floor of the trial tower. The 500th floor had trapped countless prodigies. If the 100th floor was a sieve for ordinary practitioners and those with potential, then the 500th floor was a filter for true geniuses. Anyone who could pass this level was undoubtedly a true talent. The map of the 500th floor was on an island with a diameter of less than 2 kilometers. The island was barren except for yellow sand. When Xiaofeng appeared on the beach, countless monsters erupted from the ground, and the already small beach was instantly crowded with monsters. These monsters were mostly those Xiaofeng had killed on the 401st to 499th floors. But in the center of the island appeared a monster he had never seen before. This monster stood about 30 meters tall, massive in size, covered in a hard shell formed from a fusion of sand and unknown mineral crystals, displaying a flowing pattern of gold and dark brown. Its eyes were like 2 burning hot amber orbs, illuminating everything around it in the dark. Sharp sand spines grew from its back, serving as both defensive weapons and allowing it to dig and move quickly through the desert. Its limbs were sturdy, ending in enormous claws capable of easily tearing apart rock and metal. At the same time, the system provided information about the monster. Monster name: Sand-Devouring Giant, Trial Boss, Level, 100 Health Points, 80,000/80,000 Physical Attack, 999 Magical Attack, 999 Physical Defense, 588 Magical Defense. For 88 Skill. Sandstorm Summon: the Sand-Devouring Giant can manipulate desert weather through special organs within its body, instantly triggering a fierce sandstorm that obscures vision, reduces enemy movement speed and accuracy, while providing cover for itself. Skill Sand Escape Stealth: it can quickly merge into the surrounding sand, almost blending into the desert environment, achieving invisibility, with only its glowing eyes faintly flickering beneath the sand, waiting for prey to approach. Skill Sand Binding, utilizing powerful magnetic control abilities, the Sand Devouring Giant can summon sand flows from underground, entangling and immobilizing enemies, restricting their movement, and then delivering a fatal blow. Skill Thermal Jet, it can spray a mixture of high temperature gravel and flames from its mouth, possessing not only powerful physical impact but also causing severe burn effects, making it the primary means of long-range attack. Skill Regenerative Sand Armor, in battle, if its shell is damaged, the sand-devouring giant can absorb sand from the surrounding environment to quickly repair and strengthen its defensive layer, making it even harder to break through. Monster Introduction, the Sand Devouring Giant is the guardian of the ancient desert god, existing as a protective beast to shield this land from external disturbances. However, as time passed, the power of the desert god gradually weakened, and the sand-devouring giant was controlled by evil forces, becoming the most terrifying threat deep within the desert. Legend has it that only a pure heart and a steadfast will can find its true lair and lift its curse. Over the desert. Xiaofeng looked up at the towering sand-devouring giant, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This boss was incredibly powerful in both appearance and attributes. But so what? Xiaofeng's defenses had now reached over 1300, and his life recovery rate was an impressive 331 points per second. This seemingly powerful boss was no different from other minor monsters in Xiaofeng's eyes. Alone, Xiaofeng faced hundreds and thousands of monsters without fear. Holding dual shields, he slowly approached the sand-devouring giant. Roar! With the sand-devouring giant's furious roar, all the monsters on the island simultaneously launched an attack on Xiaofeng. Centered around Xiaofeng, thousands of monsters surrounded him, queuing to attack. The reason for the queue was that there were simply too many monsters, some that were farther away couldn't even get close. Apart from the monsters that were already relatively close to Xiaofeng, only a few with ranged attacks could harm him. 20 minutes later, all monsters except the sand-devouring giant were dead. After death, their bodies turned into a handful of yellow sand, merging back into the beach. It was no small feat for the sand-devouring giant to hold on until now. If it weren't for its staggering 80,000 health and its excessively slow attack speed, it would have already turned into a handful of yellow sand like the other monsters. Yet even so, it still could not escape the fate of being killed by Xiaofeng. Regional announcement: the Practitioner Knight has successfully passed the 500th floor of the first-tier trial tower. ×3. Note: announcements are categorized into ordinary announcements, regional announcements, major regional announcements, national announcements, and global announcements. Each type has a different coverage area and requirements for posting. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 500th floor of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points times 20,000, now totaling 312,959 points. Tip: you have entered the leaderboard for the first tier trial tower, currently ranked 1665. Killing the sand-devouring giant unexpectedly triggered a major regional announcement. From the information provided by Longo, it was understood that the coverage area of the major regional announcement was very broad, almost covering the entire southwestern region of Long Country. Of course, this announcement also covered the city where Xiaofeng was previously located, New City. After seeing this news, some were delighted while others were troubled. The most troubled person was naturally Zhao Long, who was overseeing Xiaofeng's awakening. As Xiaofeng's performance at the Warrior Academy became increasingly impressive, the complaints from Zhao Long's Warrior Academy about giving up on Xiaofeng grew louder. When he saw this major regional announcement, he knew his career was over. Meanwhile, those who had cooperated amicably with him, like Shen Duo, were now filled with excitement. Being among the top 1,000 in the global first-tier trial tower meant that as long as they didn't die, they would absolutely become incredibly powerful beings in the future. Xiaofeng was not concerned with external matters. At this moment, he was in the preparation room of the trial tower. In front of him was a massive display screen showing countless redeemable items. Since he broke through the 500th level, the permissions for the trial points mall had been further enhanced. The exchangeable items within have also undergone significant changes. Free attribute points exchange price 200 points/point, limited to 200 points per person. Skill enhancement points exchange price 1000 points/point, limited to 20 points per person. Instant health recovery potion exchange price 500 points/bottle, limited to 20 bottles per person. Using it can immediately restore 50% of health. Instant mana recovery potion exchange price 200 points/bottle, limited to 20 bottles per person. Using it can immediately restore 50% of mana. Xiaofeng observed that while the prices of some previous items had not changed, the purchase limits had increased significantly. Looking at his over 310,000 points, he did not hesitate. He had to get these few items. Prompt: do you want to consume 40,000 trial points to exchange for 200 points of free attribute points? Exchange. Prompt: do you want to consume 20,000 trial points to exchange for 20 points of skill enhancement points? Exchange. Then Xiao Feng spent another 10,000 points to exchange for 20 bottles of instant health recovery potions. As for the mana recovery potions, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to forego the exchange. After all, his current mana was only 69 points, and using such high-level potions would be too wasteful. By exchanging for these three items, Xiao Feng consumed a total of 70,000 trial points, leaving him with over 240,000 trial points remaining. He continued to browse the items in the store. Most of the other exchangeable items were one-time consumables and equipment. These items were not very helpful for Xiao Feng's special profession, so he naturally would not exchange for them. There were also some special equipment, which had very good attributes, generally a level higher than the equipment outside. However, these pieces of equipment had two fatal flaws. First, they could not be used in the trial tower. Second, once exchanged, they would be automatically bound, and bound items could not be traded. These two restrictions greatly diminished their value. Those who had the strength to exchange for these items could break through to the second tier and quickly level up whenever they wanted. At that time, they could purchase and wear higher tier equipment, so why waste trial points on exchanges? Given this, it seemed a bit strange that these pieces of equipment still appeared in the trial point store. Forget it, school starts tomorrow. I'll ask someone with experience then. Xiao Feng's current demand for equipment was not high. He was already well equipped with what he had, at least for now, it was completely sufficient. Finally, Xiao Feng saw an item at the very bottom of the trial point store that caught his eye. Skill advancement. Certificate exchange price 500,000 points/certificate, limited to one per person. Skill advancement certificate. Using this item can allow the current skill to advance, and after advancement, the growth limit of that skill will be increased. Note, some special skills cannot use this item for enhancement. Isn't the effect of this thing similar to the enhancement of Thorn Spike given to him by the Infinite System? If he could raise the limit of the rock-solid skill to 100%, wouldn't he be invincible? After reading the note, Xiao Feng knew it was highly unlikely, but it wouldn't hurt to try, even if it couldn't break through rock-solid, advancing. Thorn Spike would still be a good thing. That was his only means of attack right now. Previously, during the trials, he had encountered some monsters with high health but low output, which made him very uncomfortable. He urgently needed to increase his attack power. And this skill advancement certificate was the best way to enhance it. With 500,000 points, he was still 260,000 short. As long as he cleared level 600, it should be enough. Looking at the time, it was already 9 p.m. In order to exchange for the skill advancement certificate as soon as possible, Xiao Feng decided to stay up tonight and continue challenging levels. Prompt: you have entered the first tier trial arena, level 501. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered clearing the level. The map of level 501 changed once again. Xiao Feng stood on a desolate land filled with silence, as an endless legion of undead charged towards him from a distance. Watching the boundless army of the undead approach, Xiao Feng found himself lost in thought. He wondered if there were truly others, aside from his own profession, who could clear such a level. However, recalling the myriad of bizarre professions he had encountered before, he felt a sense of relief. Even the sword master, a profession akin to a cultivator, existed. It was not impossible for even more outrageous professions to appear. The levels after the 500th were completely different from the previous ones, no longer just battling singular monsters, but an entire system of monsters. For instance, among the undead army attacking Xiao Feng, there were at least a dozen different types of monsters. Among them were elite monsters and minor bosses, but with Xiao Feng's current defense, he didn't need to concern himself with these small fries. He only needed to find the boss hidden within the legion and check its attributes. As long as the opponent's attacks couldn't break through his defense, killing them was just a matter of time. Clearing levels was as monotonous and tedious as leveling up. The next morning, countless new students entered the Western Capital Warrior Academy with high spirits. Among them were quite a few familiar faces to Xiao Feng. Hao Mei, Zhou Jia, and other relatively outstanding professionals were prominently among them. The once quiet campus suddenly became lively, as they were all astonished to see a campus comparable in scale to a small city. The school's efficiency was remarkably high. The enrollment procedures for over 10,000 new students were completed in less than half a day. At 2 p.m., in the largest square of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, all the new students stood in neat rows, looking as spectacular as a military parade. A massive screen rose in the center of the square, and even from hundreds of meters away, the content on it was still clearly visible. A middle-aged man in military uniform appeared on the big screen. He stood tall like a pine tree, dressed in a neat military uniform, with shoulder epaulets shining in the sunlight, exuding the authority and glory of a soldier. Just his presence silenced the noisy crowd. Once everyone quieted down, the man in uniform cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, I am the president of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, named Shui Lonin, and I am a 7th tier professional. As soon as he said this, the quiet crowd erupted into a buzz. 7th tier. What does that even mean? It was said that a 6th tier powerhouse could single-handedly topple a small nation. How powerful would a 7th tier powerhouse be? With just one sentence, Shui Lonin made the newcomers below understand the strength of the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Silence. With a booming shout, the crowd immediately quieted down. This is the Western Capital Warrior Academy, not some fly-by-night university. You must abide by the Academy's rules. Here. The Warrior Academy is different from ordinary universities. There are no cultural classes, no art classes. Here, you will only learn how to kill monsters, defeat enemies, survive, and rapidly enhance your strength. Here, you will receive the best resources and the highest quality education related to your profession. As long as you don't die here, you will quickly become powerful, becoming a professional as strong as I am, and it's even possible to surpass me. However, there is one thing you must remember. At this point, Shui Lonin paused, scanning the entire crowd before continuing. You are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. When you were weak, the Dragon Kingdom protected you. Once you become strong, you will transform from being the protected to the protector. The Dragon Kingdom stands strong for 5,000 years on Blue Star. Because of people like you and me continuously guarding it. A passionate speech ignited the fervor of the new students in the square. After the dean finished speaking, a tall and exceptionally beautiful woman took the podium. The audience, made up of 18 and 19-year-olds, stared wide-eyed at the beauty on stage. Their school was not without attractive women, but they had never seen a woman so poised and exuding such mature charm. Thank you, Principal Shui, for your speech. Next is the segment everyone is most concerned about. Before that, I will summarize the data for this year's new students. This year, the Academy has enrolled a total of 13,511 students, including 588 rare profession students and 5 hidden profession students. This is the largest enrollment in terms of both total numbers and rare and hidden professions since the establishment of the Shijing Warrior Academy. To ensure the safety of these students, their information will not be made public. Next is the core member criteria, which you are all most concerned about. The Academy has a limit on the number of core members it enrolls each year. This year, the enrollment situation is relatively good, so the requirements to become a core member are slightly higher than in previous years. The minimum level requirement to enter the core members is level 75. As soon as this was said, many students immediately pounded their chests in frustration. If they had put in a little more effort to level up just one more time a few days ago, they could have met the criteria to become core members today. However, more people expressed indifference, even some taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, as they naturally hoped those around them would be in the same situation since they themselves were not qualified to become core members. Of course, some special professions or those with unique talents can have their requirements lowered. For specific situations, please consult your instructors. Becoming a core member will directly grant you 100 Academy points, which can be exchanged for various items in the Academy store. You can also use points to post tasks in the internal system or even purchase a spot to become an internal member. In short, within the Academy, points can almost buy you most of what you want. There are many ways to earn points. I won't go into detail here. After the opening ceremony, you can consult your mentors. Students who do not become core members should not be discouraged. Besides purchasing qualifications with points, all of you still have one chance to become core members. That is to challenge the first level trial tower. As long as you can successfully pass all 100 levels of the trial tower, you will be directly promoted to core members. However, there is a time limit. You only have 1 month. If you exceed 1 month, even if you pass all 100 levels, you cannot become core members. Just then, everyone received 3 announcements simultaneously. Regional announcement. The practitioner named Black Knight has successfully passed the 600th level of the first level trial tower. Times 3. The woman on the podium also received this news, and a staff member quickly approached her, whispered a few words, and then left. The woman hesitated for a moment and then said, I believe you all received the regional announcement just now. The practitioner named Black Knight is also a student of our academy and is a new student in the same cohort as you. Upon hearing this news, the students in the audience erupted again. Those who truly understood the difficulty of the trial tower were even more shocked into silence. From level 501 to level 600, Xiaofeng spent nearly 15 hours in total. The reason it took so long was that some of the levels featured monsters that Xiaofeng least wanted to encounter. These monsters had a common trait: thick health, low attack, and a healing skill. Xiao Feng had no way to deal with such monsters. Every time he encountered one, he could only rely on patience to wear them down. Fortunately, these monsters were not too outrageous. Their attack was significantly higher than their healing, otherwise, relying solely on rebound damage would not have been enough to kill them. The 15 hours were not in vain, and he ultimately succeeded in clearing the 600th level. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 600th floor of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have earned trial points times 40,000, now totaling 592,407 points. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 1445. Once again, he arrived at the trial points shop. Tip: yes/no to consume 500,000 trial points to exchange for a skill advancement certificate. Exchange. Exchange successful, you have obtained skill advancement certificate times 1. Tip: yes/no to use the skill advancement certificate now? Use. Tip: please select the skill you want to advance. As solid as a rock. Tip: this skill has reached its limit and cannot be upgraded with this item, please choose another skill. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Feng's heart sank. It really wouldn't work. Since the as solid as a rock skill couldn't be upgraded, he would continue to enhance the Thorn Spike instead. Enhance Thorn Spike skill. Skill enhancement in progress. Warning: anomaly detected in this skill. System judgment in progress. Anomalies exist in the skill data, and your attack attributes are also detected to be abnormal. System judgment in progress. Judgment complete. Due to your attack attributes being permanently limited to 1 point for unknown reasons, the system has comprehensively assessed and allowed the Thorn Spike skill to continue to be enhanced. Skill enhancement complete. Tip: the upper limit of the Thorn Spike skill has been increased by 100%. Now can be enhanced up to 200%. Seeing this series of prompts, Xiao Feng finally felt relieved. Although there were setbacks, the final result still satisfied him. If the Myriad Realms system discovered that he had modified the skill values using the infinite system, he didn't know what the consequences would be. He opened the skill to check. He found that the rebound damage of the Thorn Spike skill was still 100%. Upon carefully observing the system prompt, Xiao Feng realized that the skill advancement certificate only increased the upgrade limit and did not enhance the skill level itself. He needed to use skill points to raise the level of Thorn Spike before the rebound damage could continue to increase. Fortunately, the attribute enhancement points and skill enhancement points exchanged for trial points yesterday had not been used. After allocating all 20 skill points to Thorn Spike, the skill reached level 61. The rebound damage increased from 100% to 140%. After thinking for a moment, he allocated the 200 attribute points he exchanged for according to the usual practice, all into Constitution. After the enhancement, his health finally broke through 10,000 points, reaching 10,788 points. His dual resistances exceeded 1,500 points. If only comparing health and defense, Xiao Feng could even surpass some seasoned second-tier experts now. After all, who would be foolish enough to allocate all attributes solely to Constitution? Even a tank-type warrior wouldn't do that. Tank-type warriors also need to level up by defeating monsters. Leveling up requires attack power. How can one level up without attack power? Not everyone has a skill like Thorn Spike, even if some skills have partial rebound damage. That pitiful rebound damage is simply insufficient to support their leveling up. Moreover, such skills often have long cooldown times, making them even less viable for stable output. At this point, Xiao Feng had been fighting continuously for over 24 hours. Although enhancing his constitution made him much stronger than an ordinary person, he was still just a robust ordinary person before any genetic breakthroughs, and he still needed to eat and sleep. Leaving the trial tower, it was already past 3 p.m. The number of people in the trial tower square was much less than yesterday, likely because students had entered the Western Capital Warrior Academy with its official opening, and accompanying family members had returned to their hometowns. As Xiao Feng drowsily walked into a small path leading to the back gate of the school, he suddenly jolted awake, all drowsiness vanishing. In an instant, 2 shields appeared instantly in his hands. Ding 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 -2000 -2000 -2000 3 arrows were consecutively blocked by the giant shield, producing a crisp sound of impact. Ever since the last night attack, Xiao Feng had developed a habit of never removing his gear until he was in a safe place. Fortunately, aside from the 2 large shields, the rest of his equipment was not much different from that of an ordinary person. With the appearance of the 2 shields, he was in peak condition. These 3 arrows had great power, with rebound damage reaching 2,000 each. This indicated that the opponent's attack power was at least 1,400. If the one who ambushed him was an ordinary professional, they would have to be at least second tier, or even a strong second tier, otherwise, such high attack power would be impossible. The person hiding behind the distant tree was also startled. Once in combat mode, both sides could see the health bars above each other's heads. Those 3 arrows just now were his ultimate skill, the triple arrow, and even if the opponent was a genius, he thought that being hit by these 3 arrows would leave them with less than half their health. But not only did the opponent withstand it, their health seemed to be still full. This indicated that his deadly triple strike had not even broken through the opponent's defense. Not only did the triple strike fail to injure the opponent, but it also caused a significant drop in his own health. As a shadow archer, his health was already low, and the 6,000 points of damage he had just rebounded had brought his health down to below 30%. As an experienced assassin, the usual operation was to escape immediately after a failed strike. Just as he was preparing to use a skill to flee, he suddenly turned his head. Heartless taunt, use this skill to taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter, forcing the taunted enemy units to attack you with normal attacks for 10 seconds. Seeing the faintly mocking expression on Xiao Feng's face ignited an inexplicable rage within him. Die! As the assassin shouted in slightly awkward Mandarin, he drew an arrow, pulled the bow, and shot. Then the unfortunate thing happened. -2000 The assassin died from the rebound of his own attack in extreme fear and unwillingness. Tip: you have killed the professional 8. Lang. Seeing the name 8 Lang, combined with the assassin's accent, Xiao Feng immediately understood what was going on. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Feng frowned. Have the assassins from Sakura country become so arrogant? They actually came to ambush him near the Western Capital Warrior Academy. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng did not contact Longgu. Today was the day of the academy's opening ceremony, and Longgu would surely be too busy. He found Lao Pao on his friend list and sent a message. Knight, are you there? In less than 30 seconds, Lao Pao replied. Lao Pao, kid, you're famous now, how do you have time to contact me? Knight, I just encountered another assassination attempt. Lao Pao, what? You can still be assassinated at the Western Capital Warrior Academy's opening ceremony? Knight, I'm not at the school. Lao Pao, where else could you be if not at school? Wait, kid, I just saw the announcement, you passed the 600th level of the trial tower so quickly? Impressive. Lao Pao, no wonder you were targeted for assassination. If you were a professional from an enemy country, I would find a way to take you down too. Knight, Lao Pao, alright, let's get down to business. You should be on your way back from the trial tower now, right? Knight, yes. Lao Pao, I can't handle the situation over in Western Capital, but I'll introduce a colleague from there to deal with it. Don't worry, his abilities and strength are on par with mine. His name is Lao Yen Chang, and he will contact you within 3 minutes. Remember to accept his friend request. Before long, Lao Yen Chang sent a friend request. Xiao Feng sent him his current address. In less than 10 minutes, an old man with a hunched back appeared beside Xiao Feng, holding a more than 20-centimeter long old-fashioned pipe. The old man glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at Xiao Feng and asked in a hoarse voice. Kid, are you the one who just passed the 600th level of the first stage trial tower? It's me. Balang, affiliated with the Sakura country's Yelong organization. The main task of this organization is to lurk in our country and eliminate some potential low-tier professionals. This organization is almost everywhere across various levels of power, making it easier for them to carry out assassination missions in different places. Balang has killed quite a few promising newcomers at the first stage and has also taken down some second-stage strongmen, never missing a target. Who would have thought that today he would fall to you, and it seems you haven't sustained any injuries. To be able to pass the 600th level of the trial tower, you're indeed not simple. Kid, your recent prominence has likely put you on their priority assassination list. Xiao Feng frowned tightly. The assassins from Sakura country are so rampant within the borders of Long country, don't you have any countermeasures? The old smoker, seemingly exhausted, sat beside the corpse, took out a bundle of tobacco wrapped in rags from his pocket, stuffed it into the pipe, lit it, and took a few deep puffs before slowly speaking. The current era is different from the past. Ever since the arrival of the Universal Paradise, professionals have their own systems, and communication methods are much harder to track. Professionals possess all sorts of bizarre abilities that make them easier to hide, making it no easy task to find them in the vast sea of people. After hearing the old smoker's words, Xiao Feng fell into contemplation. Indeed, as he said, not to mention those professional assassins with stealth and escape skills, even Xiao Feng himself could infiltrate places that ordinary people could not reach, and even hold his breath for extended periods. Is there really no way at all? The old smoker's eyes suddenly sharpened. There's only one way. What way? That is to kill one, kill until they are terrified, kill until they dare not appear anywhere in my Long country. Whether in his previous life or in this world, Xiao Feng's perception of Sakura country had always remained unchanged. Moreover, with the repeated attempts on his life by Sakura country's assassins, he had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. The old smoker's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. Got it, then I'll leave this to you. I'm going back to sleep. Kid, wait. Xiao Feng stopped, turned around to look at the old smoker. Is there something else? Be careful in the academy. Are there assassins in the academy too? The old smoker nodded slightly. According to our observations, there may be some core members among this batch, but we can't confirm it yet. Just be cautious. This batch of students? The old smoker understood what Xiao Feng meant. He smiled and said, don't think that just because you passed the 600th level, you can look down on this batch of students. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Understood, I'm off. Xiao Feng didn't go to the classroom or the cafeteria but headed straight to his personal room. After taking a hot shower, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. He slept straight through to the next day. Bang bang bang, Xiao Feng's door was knocked on again. Opening the door, a woman in her 30s with glasses and fair skin appeared at the entrance. Seeing Xiao Feng bare-chested, the woman frowned slightly. Classmate, hi, I am your mentor by Jiangxue. Please get dressed and come to the activity room on the second floor as soon as possible. With that, she turned and left. Closing the door, Xiao Feng checked the time and realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. He then remembered that the academy had officially started today. He was also curious about what the Warrior Academy would teach. After a quick wash, with no time for breakfast, he headed straight to the activity room on the second floor. After so many days here, he had never been to the second floor of the activity room. Pushing open the only door on the second floor, Xiao Feng found 7 or 8 people already sitting cross-legged on the ground inside. The Iron Hammer Trio, Zhenghu, and Xiaomei were all there, along with a few others Xiao Feng had not seen before. The layout of the second floor of the activity room was completely different from that of the first floor. There was only a spacious hall, approximately 100 meters in length and width, and about 10 meters high, with an unknown material making up the floor and ceiling. Upon seeing Xiao Feng enter, Bai Jiangshue's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. What are you still doing standing at the door? Hurry up and come in. Only then did Xiao Feng enter the classroom, sitting cross-legged on the ground like the others. Alright, our core class of the Meat Shield system has gathered. The lesson officially begins now. First, let's do some self-introductions. Bai Jiangxue pointed at Zhenghu and said, you go first. Today, Zhenghu was different from usual. Not only was he dressed very neatly, but his attitude had also become as obedient as Xiaomei's. Seeing the way Zhenghu looked at the instructor by Jiangxue, Xiao Feng understood what was going on. Zhenghu stood up, walked to the center of the hall, looked at everyone, and spoke proudly. My name is Zhenghu, I am 18 years old, and I am level 58. At this point, the other new students frowned. How could someone at level 58 enter the core class of the Meat Shield system? There was only one possibility, Zhang whose profession was very special. Noticing the puzzled looks from everyone, Zhang Hu smiled slightly and said proudly, the profession I awakened is Titan Barrier, and Titan Barrier is the hardest profession, bar none. Hearing Zhang Hu's words, the new students thought to themselves that it was indeed the case. Following that, the Iron Hammer Trio and Xiaomei introduced themselves one by one. A short and stout man stood up from the ground and stepped into the center of the venue. With each step he took, the flesh on his body shook a few times. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even realize he was human. Ahem, my name is Jin Sanpang, you can just call me Jingu. I am currently level 73, and my awakened profession is Fatty Guardian. Upon hearing this name and seeing Jin Sanpang's physique, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, but seeing Bai Jiangshue's serious expression, they all forced themselves to hold it in. Bai Jiangxue added, the Fatty Guardian profession is quite special. Its defense and health points are not only related to level and equipment but also to the individual's fat weight. In simple terms, the fatter he is, the higher his defense and health points. There really is a profession for everything. It was surprising that a fat person's profession was related to their fat weight. As long as he kept eating, he could grow stronger. Xiao Feng thought about the food in the core class and looked at the fatty, realizing that this guy would definitely have a bright future here. After the fatty finished his self-introduction, a man even more robust than the Iron Hammer Trio stood up. He was an astonishing 2.5 meters tall. My name is Tainyo, level 75, awakened profession Thunder Guardian. Instructor by Jiangxue also added, the Thunder Guardian profession can summon lightning to form an electromagnetic shield, which is very effective against magical defenses, and it also has considerable attack power, somewhat similar to Xiaomei's flame Guardian. The last person was a slender man wearing glasses. If it weren't for the knowledge that only those over 18 could awaken as professionals, everyone might even suspect he was underage. The man was very quiet, speaking softly, and he didn't seem like a student of the Meat Shield system at all. Hello, Teacher Bai and fellow classmates, my name is Minghui, I am level 81, and my awakened profession is Holy Light Knight. The Holy Light Knight profession is also extremely rare among rare professions. This profession receives comprehensive enhancements in places with light. The stronger he becomes, and vice versa. The recruits in this year's tank class are all geniuses, significantly stronger than those from previous years. In the past few sessions, let alone these extremely special professions, even rare professions were seldom seen. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng stood up and said, imitating them, Dark Knight, level 100, profession, reverse scale battle soul. As soon as the name Dark Knight was mentioned, the three new students were simultaneously shocked and looked at Xiaofeng. You are the one who cleared the 600th level of the trial tower yesterday? Bai Jiangxue did not comment on Xiaofeng's profession, as she didn't even know how to evaluate the reverse scale battle soul. Once they realized Xiaofeng's existence and his rapid leveling speed, they reassessed his profession. However, no matter how they deduced, they felt it was impossible to achieve such results in such a short time. It completely exceeded their understanding. They ultimately concluded that Xiaofeng must have had some extraordinary encounter. After everyone finished their self-introductions, Bai Jiangxue stepped to the center of the hall and spoke. As our class is the core class of the tank department, I won't go into detail about the general knowledge of the multiverse paradise system. You can refer to the student internal system for anything you don't know. Before we start the formal lessons, let's distribute the benefits of becoming core students. As core members, you will receive a certain amount of points sponsored by the Academy, and I don't need to elaborate on the uses of these points. According to the Academy's point rules in your individual situations, the points you have earned are as follows. The Iron Hammer Trio each received 1,000 points. Zhang Hu, you received 2,000 points. Just as Zhang Hu was feeling proud, Bai Jiangxue continued, after deducting the fees for the professional player hired by the school, your remaining points are 260. What? There are fees? The Academy is not a charity, isn't it reasonable to charge fees? If you think the Academy's fees are too high, you can level up on your own, but if you don't meet the level standard in the monthly exam a month later, even if your profession is steel barrier, you will be downgraded to a regular student. The school will not cultivate a waste who only knows how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Zhang Hu's face turned red from Bai Jiangxue's reprimand. He no longer had that indifferent attitude towards everything. Bai Jiangxue ignored Zhang Hu and continued, He Xiaomei, you received 1,800 points. Jin Sanpang received 1,600 points. Tainyo received 1,400 points. Minghui received 2,500 points. Finally, she looked at Xiaofeng, carefully checking the numbers on the paper several times before confirming, Dark Knight, you received 175,000 points. As soon as this was said, Zhang Hu immediately became displeased. Teacher Bai, there must be a mistake, right? The highest among us only has 2,500 points. How does he have 175,000 points? Xiaofeng also didn't know how the students' points were calculated, so he didn't rush to speak. To dispel everyone's doubts, Bai Jiangxue explained, the methods and rules for earning points can be found in the school's internal system. Since you asked, I'll tell you. As of today, reaching level 70 grants you 1,000 points, level 80 grants an additional 2,000 points, and level 90 grants another 3,000 points. Reaching level 100 not only grants an extra 4,000 points, but as the first student to reach level 100, he also receives a bonus of 10,000 points. But that still doesn't add up. Calculated this way, he only has 20,000 points. So where did the remaining 100,000 points come from? Facing Zhang Hu's question, Bai Jiangxue was not angry but replied seriously. This is what you all must do once you reach level 100, clear the trial tower. Within a month of the start of school, reaching a certain level in the trial tower will earn you rewards from the Academy. The higher the levels you clear, the richer the rewards you receive. The over 100,000 points that Heiyi has are all obtained through the trial tower. In 1 month, students who clear 100 levels can earn 5,000 points, 10,000 points for clearing 200 levels, and 20,000 points for clearing 300 levels. And Heiyi has already cleared the 600th level yesterday. Now you understand why he has so many points, right? As long as you can do it, you can also earn as many points as he has. Teacher Bai, if I only clear 100 levels in the trial tower after a month, will there still be rewards? He Xiaomei raised her hand to ask, looking completely like a good girl. Bai Jiangxue looked at He Xiaomei's obedient demeanor with great fondness. As core members of the Academy, as long as you reach level 100 and have suitable equipment, most of you can clear 100 levels. Just think, if everyone who clears the 100th level can receive such high rewards, would the Academy points still be valuable? Teacher Bai, does that mean there will be no benefits for clearing the trial tower after a month? Of course not. You can still earn Academy points by clearing the trial tower after a month, but the number of points you earn will be significantly less. You can check the specific rules through the internal system. However, this month after school starts will be your golden time to earn Academy points. After a month, it will be much harder to earn points. So if you want to earn more points and more resources, you need to show all your strength this month and demonstrate your potential. Only by letting me and the Academy see your potential will the Academy invest more in you. Teacher, you've said so much, but what exactly is the use of Academy points? Bai Jiangxue raised her fair wrist, looked at the time, and then spoke. Use? You'll know as soon as you open the campus internal system. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly opened the Academy's internal system to check. Xiaofeng also opened the campus internal system. He had opened it a few times before and found that the option was not yet available. It must have been because school hadn't started at that time. The campus internal system has three main options. First, the daily application mall. In the mall, you can buy almost all the ordinary items you want, and the prices are very cheap. Comparing the points required for redemption with the prices of these items outside, he found that 1 point is equivalent to the purchasing power of 1,000 Manhwa coins. This means that any student who reaches level 70 at the start of school can receive a subsidy of 1 million yuan from the Academy for free. That's quite a substantial subsidy. Suddenly, Xiaofeng was stunned. He currently has 155,000 points, and if each point is calculated at 1,000 Manhwa coins, he has. After calculating for a while, Xiaofeng figured out that if he exchanged it all for Manhwa coins, he would have 155 million. This is all the rewards the Academy has given him. In just a few days, he has reached a small goal mentioned by a certain big shot from the world he came from. After the shot, he opened the second option. Second, the campus task system. Through this system, students can post tasks to all students in the school. The tasks can be for purchasing equipment, finding someone to level up, or even looking for boyfriends or girlfriends. As long as it does not violate Manhwa laws, everything is allowed here. However, posting tasks requires a certain fee, and you also need to pay the corresponding commission. Since you can post tasks, you can also accept tasks here. However, newcomers with first-tier strength can only accept first-tier tasks. Just as he was about to close the task system, a task title caught Xiaofeng's attention. Find someone task, help me contact classmate Hei Yi. Task commission, 100 points. Xiaofeng did not contact the other party for this 100 points. Ever since he cleared the 600th level of the trial tower, too many people had sought him out. If it weren't for the school and government strictly keeping his identity confidential, along with the core student area being off limits to others, he would have been overwhelmed by now. He then opened the last option. 3. Academy Points Mall. This is where the Academy points are most useful. Upon opening the points mall, most of the exchange items were primarily equipment. Among them were some top-tier golden quality gear, and there were quite a few red equipment as well, but their prices were exorbitantly high. Of course, what caught Xiaofeng's attention even more were some items that could permanently enhance his strength. For example, the free attribute point scroll and skill enhancement scroll. These two types of items were in high demand by everyone, and their output was extremely low. Every time they appeared, they would be snatched up immediately. The fact that they were currently available here should be intentional by the Academy, naturally aimed at motivating students. Free attribute point scroll. Exchange price, 500 points/point. Skill enhancement scroll, exchange price, 2,000 points/point. Looking at his 155,000 points, Xiaofeng directly chose to exchange. When he pulled the quantity of free attribute point scrolls to 200 points, a system prompt appeared. Prompt, current inventory limit reached. Only 200 points? After spending 100,000 points to exchange for 200 points of free attribute points, he still had 55,000 points left. The skill enhancement scroll still had a quantity limit. Moreover, it was even less, only 20 points. Xiaofeng chose to exchange all of them. The attribute points and skill points he had just used returned in an instant, which greatly improved his mood. At this moment, the teachers and students from other classes were in an uproar. When they opened the mall to check, they found that there were no attribute enhancement scrolls or skill enhancement scrolls as the teachers had mentioned. Looking at the noisy students, the teachers were also confused. Just a few minutes ago, they had checked the mall and indeed found these two items. How could they disappear in the blink of an eye after the mall had only been open for less than 3 minutes? This mall was only open to freshmen, while upperclassmen had a separate exchange mall, and the prices were different from those for freshmen. The only ones who could exchange for these items must be this year's freshmen. Among this batch of freshmen, only core members could obtain initial points, and the vast majority only had 1,000 points. Each person could exchange for at most 2 scrolls. Such precious points should not be used to exchange for 2 points of attribute points. For them, the best choice would be to exchange for equipment and recovery items to level up faster. Who would have thought these 2 items would be so sought after, disappearing in an instant? Upon learning this result, the Academy's higher-ups were left speechless after checking the back end. In the end, the academy's higher-ups had to take out some inventory again to add to the points exchange system. To prevent such incidents from happening again, they limited the quantity each person could exchange. Only then did this uproar come to an end. Xiao Feng's academy points were now down to 15,000, and after thinking for a moment, he decided not to continue exchanging. Bai Jianshui glanced at Xiao Feng with deep meaning before continuing. There's no need for me to elaborate on the importance of academy points, you have already seen their uses. Therefore, your most important task next is to level up. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Let me first explain to you about leveling from 70. At this point, he looked at Zhang Hu and then changed his words. Let me first explain the leveling techniques and suitable leveling areas for levels 60 to 100. Bai Jianshui paused again, looking at Xiao Feng. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly and said, Classmate Hei Yi, today's lesson is of no use to you. You can go and have some free activities. Remember to come to class on time tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng stood up to bid farewell and then hurried downstairs towards the cafeteria. He hadn't eaten anything since the morning of the day before, and by now, he was so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. The others looked at Xiao Feng's departing figure with envy. The treatment for core students was indeed quite good. After the semester started, the entire activity room was open 24 hours a day. During mealtime, Xiao Feng opened the internal system of the academy again. He found that the reward for the task he was looking for had increased, jumping from 100 directly to 500. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Feng accepted the task and contacted the person who posted it. Black Knight, what do you want from me? Cool guy, Black Knight. I finally got in touch with you, it wasn't easy. Cool guy, here's the thing, we found a first-tier boss in the wild, but it's too strong for us to handle. Black Knight, why come to me? Wouldn't it be simpler to find a second or even third-tier powerhouse? Cool guy, brother Black Knight, you may not know, high-tier powerhouses can easily kill a first-tier boss, but their levels are too high, and they gain no rewards from killing low-tier bosses. Xiao Feng then remembered this rule. Indeed, the system had such a regulation. Just like how he wouldn't gain rewards for killing monsters that were 5 levels below him. Black Knight, what kind of boss requires you to spend 500 points to find me to help kill it? It's important to know that the value of 500 points is already very high. Even for ordinary bosses, killing them might not yield such rewards. Cool guy, to be honest, it's a hidden boss, but this boss is a bit special. Black Knight, how is it special? Cool guy, I can't tell you right now unless you agree to join our team. Black Knight, then forget it. Cool guy, come on, can't we talk about it? Cool guy, I've searched for this boss online and in the system, and found no information about it, which means it's likely a first-time appearing boss. Do you know what that means? Black Knight, what does it mean? Cool guy, it means if we kill it, we might be the first to do so. First kills of bosses have a chance to drop super rare equipment and also grant extra rewards. First kill? What a distant term. If the Infinite Paradise were compared to a game, then this game had been running for over 10 years. The fact that there was still a first-tier boss that had never been killed sounded almost like a fairy tale. At that moment, Xiao Feng suddenly recalled what the old smoker had said. Since this person could post a task to find him through the school's internal network, it meant he was also someone from the academy. Was he fabricating such a bizarre excuse to lure him out for an ambush? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Feng sent the name Cool Guy to the old smoker, asking him to investigate this person's background. Not long after, the old smoker confidently sent a message assuring him that this person was definitely trustworthy, vouching for him with his character. Although he didn't explain why, since the old smoker said so, Xiao Feng still believed him. Black Knight, what benefits can I gain? Cool guy, the items dropped will be auctioned off, and the final profits will be shared equally among everyone. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and decided to go. First kill bosses were very rare. It was said that they not only had a chance to drop growth type equipment but also had a high probability of dropping attribute enhancement scrolls and skill enhancement points. The most important goal was to obtain the warrior medal by killing the boss, and the first kill would grant even more warrior medals. His current all-purpose medal was only 3 stars, yet it had already provided him with considerable attributes. Continuing to enhance it would yield even more significant effects. After agreeing on a meeting place, Xiao Feng finished his meal and rested for a while before setting off. The meeting place was a cafe not far from the West Capital Warrior Academy. When Xiao Feng arrived at the cafe, he was surprised to find 2 familiar faces. Calling them familiar might be a bit of a stretch, as they had only exchanged glances and had never spoken. One was the necromancer Calamity, and the other was the mind sword master. Both of them looked taken aback when they saw Xiao Feng. Besides the 2, there was also a young man with green hair, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, the green-haired guy quickly stood up to greet him. Are you the Night Brother? Xiao Feng nodded slightly. Ha ha ha, great. Night brother, I'm brother Xiaosa. With your joining, we will surely achieve our goal this time. Time waits for no one, let's go. The sooner we strike, the less chance for complications. At the entrance, a 7-seater business vehicle was already waiting. After getting in, the car drove towards the outskirts of the city. After the arrival of the Universal Paradise, monsters appeared all over the globe, and at that time, Blue Star felt like the end of the world. Fortunately, everyone over the age of 18 had the chance to awaken as professionals. Countless professionals awakened that year, and it was their rapid rise that repelled the monsters and secured some cities. After more than a decade of development, the current situation was formed. There were no monsters in the cities, but the wilderness remained dangerous. Many areas still had residual wild monsters, and ordinary people could only move in places confirmed to be free of them. As for unknown areas, ordinary people would never dare to step in, even high-level professionals avoided some remote places. The location they were heading to today was on the edge of a government-designated safe zone. The car drove for over an hour until the road ended. Young master, we can only go this far. Hui Ge, I told you to call me brother Xiaosa outside, don't call me young master. Alright, young master. Brother Xiaosa could only shake his head helplessly at the stubborn driver. You three will have to walk from here. None of them were delicate people, so they naturally had no objections. All four were professionals, and they were among the best of this year's new students, with physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. In just over a decade, the original factories, farmlands, and villages had all returned to their primitive state. Along the way, Xiaofeng and the others rarely spoke. Perhaps to ease the atmosphere, Brother Xiaosa said, no need to mention Night Brother, I assume you've already reached level 100. Calamity and Sword Brother, what levels are you at? Without Xiaofeng, these two would definitely be the most outstanding among this batch of students. But with Xiaofeng around, they suddenly felt as ordinary as passers-by. However, knowing Brother Xiaosa's identity, they felt it would be rude not to answer his question. Calamity replied coldly, level 97. Sword 33 glanced at Calamity, surprised at how quickly he had leveled up. Level 99. Upon hearing their levels, Brother Xiaosa sighed, you're both indeed monsters, I'm only level 94. The three turned to look at Brother Xiaosa simultaneously. They hadn't expected this seemingly non-mainstream youth, who appeared to be a second-generation official, to have reached level 94. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. It seemed that Brother Xiaosa, this second-generation official, was not without merit. Once they entered the danger zone, they occasionally encountered some monsters, but their levels were low, and with the current strength of the four, it was no challenge to deal with them. After more than an hour of trekking, the four arrived at an abandoned mine. The mine had long been deserted, overgrown with dense weeds and shrubs. However, within a radius of several dozen meters around the mine entrance, not a single blade of grass grew. Occasionally, strong winds blew out from the mine, and now, at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, it was the hottest time of year, yet the wind sent shivers down their spines. Even in a place with temperatures below -10 degrees, a few people's physical fitness could withstand it, but here, just a gust of wind made them feel the cold. It was evident that this place was anything but ordinary. Brothers, that boss is deep within the mine. A fugitive escaped here to avoid capture, and if it weren't for someone in the enforcement team using a tracking skill, we wouldn't have found this place at all. Tianzai's expression was serious. Now that we're here, can you tell us what kind of monster it is? Xiao Sago revealed a mysterious smile, don't rush. Soon, the three received a party invitation from Xiao Sago. Tip, you have received a party invitation from Xiao Sago. Party mode, auction, do you want to join the team? Yes/no, join. Tip, you have joined the team. After all three joined Xiao Saji's team. He smiled slightly, watch closely. A mouse appeared out of nowhere and quickly darted into the mine. To their surprise, Xiaofeng and the others could see the situation inside the cave through the mouse's eyes. I am a beast master, and the skill I'm using is called vision sharing. This skill was very practical, especially suitable for exploring new maps. Entering an unfamiliar environment recklessly could easily lead to encountering powerful monsters and putting oneself in danger. With this skill, they could effectively avoid such risks. Following the mouse's vision, the cave was surprisingly not pitch black. Some stones embedded in the rock walls emitted a faint blue glow, illuminating the internal environment. There were still no plants inside the cave, not even a hint of life. After the summoned mouse ran a few kilometers through the narrow passage, the view suddenly opened up. Through the mouse's perspective, they couldn't directly see the exact dimensions of this underground space, but it was estimated to be at least over 100 meters in length and width. There should be a hole at the top of the cave leading directly to the surface, with sunlight streaming down through it, landing perfectly on a large tree. This large tree, lush and green, was completely out of place in the surrounding desolate environment. Suddenly, the image shook violently and then the connection was lost. Before the image cut off, they vaguely saw a massive bloody mouth. It seemed that the monster that killed the summoned mouse was the boss Xiao Sago mentioned. You've seen it, that's the situation inside the cave. Tianzai asked, are you sure that monster is only a first tier? Of course I'm sure. There was a team that fought it before. If it weren't a first tier boss, those people wouldn't have come back. Xiao Sago thought for a moment and added, besides, this time I will fight alongside you. Would I sabotage myself? The others thought about it and indeed found it reasonable, so they didn't press further. By the way, Hey Yi, what is your profession? Xiao Feng was speechless. They had invited him to fight the boss but still didn't know what his profession was. Tianzai and Jian San also looked at Xiao Feng, equally curious about his profession. Xiao Feng didn't hide it and directly replied, reverse scale battle soul. Reverse scale battle soul. I've never heard of that profession. It must be a very powerful rare profession. Jian San looked at Xiao Feng in surprise. Impossible. Seeing Jian San suddenly lose composure after being silent all this time puzzled Tianzai and Xiao Sagu. Reverse scale battle soul is said to be a useless profession, with an attack power that is always only 1 point and cannot be increased by any means. If your profession is reverse scale battle soul, how could you possibly level up to 100 so quickly? Facing everyone's doubts, Xiao Feng didn't explain, only saying lightly, you'll know soon. After saying that, he took out his equipment, and 2 massive shields appeared in his hands, then he strode towards the mine. As teammates, seeing Xiao Feng pull out the 2 large shields instantly gave them a strong sense of security. Their team has relatively strong individual strength among first-tier players, but they are not a good team. A standard team configuration should include a tank, damage dealers, crowd control, support, and healing roles. However, their team is almost entirely composed of damage-dealing classes. Fortunately, their individual strength is strong enough, which gives Xiao Shuaigu the confidence to lead them in taking down this boss. Seeing Xiaofeng pull out 2 large shields is undoubtedly good news for them. With Xiaofeng's impressive achievements in the trial tower, it should be no problem for him to withstand this boss. He has already defeated mutated bosses, and now that his strength has increased again, if this boss is indeed first tier, Xiaofeng has no reason not to hold his ground. After more than 10 minutes of walking, the 4 of them arrived at the spot where the summoned rat had died. Be careful, Xiao Shuaigu exclaimed from behind. Dang, a massive, gaping maw lunged at them. Xiaofeng, at the front, raised his shield high to protect everyone behind him. After the strike, Xiaofeng remained unmoved, while the monster attacking him was knocked back 5 or 6 meters by the rebound force. Looking up, they saw a gigantic mutated worm, entirely black, lying on the rock wall, staring at them. Its eyes were fixed on them, a posture indicating it was about to launch an attack on its prey. After checking its attributes, Xiaofeng found that although this boss was much stronger than an ordinary boss, it still fell short compared to the bloodthirsty tree demon. That's it, Xiao Shuaigu said with a serious expression. I've searched for this boss multiple times online and found no information about it. Killing it will likely yield a first kill. Reward. The 5 flying swords behind Jian Sancher had all been summoned, swirling around him, looking like a sword immortal descending to the world. Seeing this, the plague did not back down. As the chanting began, undead creatures appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them formed an attacking formation. There were undead knights, undead archers, undead mages, and various other classes, creating an imposing atmosphere that even overshadowed Jian Sancher. Xiao Shuaigu summoned 3 massive earth dogs. Yes, earth dogs, each the size of a Siberian tiger, stared at the worm boss, baring their deep white fangs, looking equally imposing. Everyone had taken their attacking stances. Only Xiaofeng remained still, holding 2 giant shields at the front. The 3 looked at Xiaofeng. Green-haired Xiao Shuaigu reminded him from the side. Brother, hi, go for it. Xiaofeng felt a bit troubled. He didn't know how strong the others' attack power was. If their attack power was too high, the monster's aggro would surely shift to them, and he would have to use control skills to pull it back. But they only had 1.5 control skills, and after that, the aggro would likely not be on him. At that point, the others would be in danger. Their identities were not simple. And if they all died here, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng said, how about you all take a break and let me handle it alone? Upon hearing this, the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. It felt as if he didn't take them seriously at all. The undead mage, Plague, turned to glare at Xiaofeng. Classmate, hi, are you looking down on us with that statement? Xiaofeng realized they misunderstood his intention, but he couldn't explain. Just as Xiaofeng was about to engage the monster, Jian Sancher spoke coldly from behind. This boss is strong, but I believe that even without Classmate Hai, the 3 of us should be able to handle it. How about Classmate Hai rests on the side, and if we really can't manage, you can step in. Xiao Shuaigu wanted to say something to ease the tension, but after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately remained silent. These three were all top geniuses, each with their own pride. Saying anything before fully convincing the other party would be useless. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng paused for a moment. Then he took a few steps back and gestured for them to proceed. The others didn't waste any words and launched a fierce attack on the worm boss. In an instant, sword energy surged, and the sound of barking dogs filled the air, while the undead army charged fearlessly, marking the beginning of the battle. The three were undoubtedly the top-tier warriors among this batch of newcomers, demonstrating remarkable proficiency in their skills and timing. The only drawback was that their coordination was somewhat awkward, as it was their first time working together, which was inevitable. After watching for a while, Xiaofeng felt confident that the three of them should be able to handle the worm boss without much trouble. This worm boss didn't have particularly strong attack power, but its health was exceptionally high, and it had a healing ability. Given the current state of the three, it would take them quite some time to defeat it. Bored, Xiaofeng walked over to the large tree. Ever since he entered this cave, he had felt an inexplicable sense of attraction. It was as if something within the cave was drawing him in, and the deeper he went, the stronger that feeling became. Upon seeing the strange tree, this sensation intensified. He was certain that it was the tree that was attracting him. After observing it closely for a while, he found nothing particularly unusual about it. When he touched the trunk, the mysterious energy he had obtained from the bloodthirsty tree demon resonated with the tree. The mysterious energy ignited the long-dormant tree like a spark. A surge of immense energy rippled out from the tree, causing the fighters to momentarily pause. They all turned to look at Xiaofeng. He turned to them, showing an apologetic expression. But the looks they gave him were filled with fear. No, it wasn't him they were afraid of, but the tree behind him. A chilling sensation crept up Xiaofeng's back. Boom! A tremendous force struck against his shield. Xiaofeng's physique had already reached 929 points, granting him high health and defense, as well as a significant boost against impact. Otherwise, just that one hit would have sent him flying. Xiaofeng turned around to face the awakened tree demon. The tree was no longer the tranquil and vibrant entity it once was. An evil, bloodthirsty aura surged from its trunk. This feeling was very similar to that of the bloodthirsty tree demon, though it was far more imposing, yet lacked its purity. At that moment, the system also provided detailed information about the tree. Monster name, Spirit of the Ancient. Tree Lord of the Forest, Pseudo-Overlord level boss, level, 2nd stage 100, health points 5000000/10000000, physical attack, 2000, originally 4000, magical attack, 2000, originally 4000, physical defense, 1200, originally 2400, magical defense, 1200, originally 2400, skill 1, nature's entanglement. The Lord of the Forest releases rapidly growing vines that can quickly bind enemies, restricting their movement and attacks, while continuously draining their health over a period of time. Skill 2, life drain. By extending its roots deep into the earth, the Lord of the Forest can absorb the life force of surrounding creatures, converting it into healing or enhanced strength. This skill is particularly powerful when the boss's health is low, allowing for rapid recovery of a large amount of health. Skill 3, Wrath of the Forest. Summons a sudden storm, including strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning, dealing massive AoE damage to all enemies within range, while reducing their defense and movement speed. Skill 4, Thorn Spike, Sharp. Thorns suddenly erupt from the ground, dealing physical damage to enemies standing on them and having a certain chance to inflict a stun effect. This skill is often used to control enemy positioning, creating opportunities for subsequent attacks. Skill 5, Soul Resonance. The Forest Overlord establishes a connection with every tree in the forest, significantly enhancing its defense and attack power for a short period, while also summoning several small tree ants to assist in battle. Although these tree ants are not strong in combat, they can disrupt enemies and divert attention. Ultimate skill, Ancient Woods Fall. When the Forest Overlord's health drops to a critically low level, it sacrifices a portion of its life force to summon a massive seed, which explodes after a brief delay, releasing a toxic spore cloud that covers the entire battlefield, dealing massive damage to all enemies and inflicting a lasting poison effect. If the Forest Overlord is not defeated in time, the spore cloud will persist until the battle ends. Important note, the Spirit of Ancient Wood Forest Overlord was originally a top-tier second-level Overlord boss. Due to certain reasons, it fell into silence, and although it has now revived, its strength has not yet reached its peak state. As time passes, its power will gradually recover, making now the best time to defeat it. As the Forest Overlord revived, dark clouds unexpectedly appeared at the already low ceiling of the underground space, accompanied by gusts of fierce wind. This was the Forest Overlord unleashing its third skill, Wrath of the Forest. Crack, thunder rumbled from the ground, and several bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously above the four of them. Even though the Forest Overlord's strength had not fully recovered, its attack power was still over 2000. Multiple bolts of lightning struck, causing the health of the three, except for Xiaofeng, to drop significantly. The three no longer maintained their previous composure and looked at Xiaofeng in terror. They could not understand why an ordinary tree had suddenly transformed into a second-level overlord boss. Xiaofeng also did not know how to explain it. He was even unclear about the reason himself. You are no match for it, run. Just as the word run left his lips, green vines suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around the calves of the few, rendering them unable to move an inch. This was the Forest Overlord's first skill, natural entanglement. The dark clouds above gathered once more, and if the other three were struck by lightning again, they would surely meet their end. Seeing this, Xiaofeng activated his skill, Ruthless Taunt. Ruthless Taunt, this skill targets all enemy units within a 30-meter radius, forcing them to attack you with normal attacks for a duration of 10 seconds. Upon using the Ruthless Taunt skill, the vines entangling the calves of the other three fell away, then quickly wrapped around Xiaofeng instead. I'll hold them off, you guys hurry and leave. The other three hesitated for just a moment before sprinting towards the cave exit, their speed astonishing. Brother Xiao still had a bit of conscience. While running, he turned back and shouted loudly, Brother Knight, you must survive. Notice, you have exceeded the maximum distance from the team leader, and you have automatically left the team. After the few left, Xiaofeng prepared himself. The Forest Overlord's attack power was 1,800 points, while his defense was only a little over 1,500. Each had dealt about 150 points of damage to him after a 50% reduction from his rock-solid defense. Once in battle mode, his recovery rate reached over 300 points per second. Logically, the Forest Overlord should pose no threat to him. However, moments later, Xiaofeng realized things were not as simple as he had imagined. Suddenly, sharp thorns burst from the ground, each thorn capable of dealing normal attack damage to him. In just 1 second, he was attacked 7 or 8 times in quick succession. This was the Forest Overlord unleashing its fourth skill, Thorn Spike. With his current recovery speed, he could withstand at most 2 attacks per second, exceeding that frequency would prevent his health from recovering. Seeing this, Xiaofeng immediately allocated all the attribute points he had exchanged for with Academy credits into his constitution. Originally, he wanted to keep it for preventing insufficient attributes when changing equipment, but now he couldn't care less. After his physique improved, his defense also increased significantly. Now his dual defenses reached around 1750. With the increase in defense, his pressure dropped sharply. Coupled with high recovery, the Forest Overlord no longer posed a threat to him. The other skills of the Forest Overlord had no threat to Xiaofeng. As long as the damage dealt to him did not exceed his recovery strength, Xiaofeng was invincible. 5 million health points seemed like a lot. But in front of Xiaofeng, it was nothing. After allocating all 20 skill points obtained from the exchange to the Thorn Spike skill, it had already reached level 81. The reflected damage had reached a terrifying 180%. When the Forest Overlord did not activate the Thorn Spike skill, it attacked approximately twice per second with other skills, reflecting around 7,200 damage per second. However, once it activated the Thorn Spike, the reflected damage instantly increased 7 to 8 times. The activation frequency of the Thorn Spike skill was not high, roughly every 60 seconds, lasting about 5 seconds each time. Thus, every minute, Xiaofeng dealt around 600,000 reflected damage to the Forest Overlord. With 5 million health points, it could be dealt with in less than 10 minutes. Before killing the Forest Overlord, that worm boss was surprisingly killed first by Xiaofeng's reflection. First kill announcement: the professional Black Knight successfully killed the rare boss Blood Shadow Magic Worm, completing the first kill of Blood Shadow Magic Worm. Times 3. Tip: you have killed the Blood Shadow Magic Worm, gaining Blood Shadow Sword times 1, 12 silver coins, 35 copper coins. Tip: you have reached level 100 of the first tier, you cannot gain experience before advancing. Tip: you have obtained Warrior Medal times 14. Tip: you have received Boss First Kill Reward Chest times 1. First Kill Reward Chest: opening this chest grants Attribute Enhancement Scrolls times 20, Skill Enhancement Scrolls times 5. There is a chance to obtain Growth Type equipment. The three waiting outside the cave for Xiaofeng were speechless upon seeing this announcement. They had been out for 5 or 6 minutes, and Xiaofeng still hadn't escaped. In their view, he had likely died inside. After all, when the Forest Overlord attacked them, they had seen its terrifying attributes. Although the Forest Overlord's strength had not yet returned to its peak, it was still a second-tier Overlord level boss, which a mere first-tier professional could not contend with. Just as they were worrying about how to report back to the academy, they suddenly received Xiaofeng's first kill announcement. Not only had Xiaofeng survived, but he had also successfully killed the Blood Shadow Magic Worm, which the three of them had struggled to defeat for a long time. In comparison, the gap in strength between the three of them and Xiaofeng was immense. The previous arrogance dissipated significantly at that moment. Just as they accepted the fact that Xiaofeng was powerful, they received 3 more announcements. With the appearance of these 3 public announcements, the last shred of pride in their hearts vanished completely. Regional announcement: congratulations to the professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-overlord level boss Ancient Wood Spirit Forest Overlord. Regional announcement: congratulations to the professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-overlord level boss Ancient Wood Spirit Forest Overlord. Regional announcement: congratulations to the professional Black Knight for successfully killing the pseudo-overlord level boss Ancient Wood Spirit Forest Overlord. The green-haired suave guy sat down on the ground. Looking at the 2 from the disaster team inside, what kind of monster is he, able to kill a second-tier overlord level boss at the first tier? The disaster team also felt speechless. The necromancer was recognized as a powerful profession, but compared to Xiaofeng now, it was completely on a different level. As for the awakened legendary profession Mind Sword Master, Jin 33, he remained silent. He even began to doubt whether Xiaofeng's profession was truly as rumored, with a permanent attack of only 1 point. After the forest overlord's death, the trunk rapidly withered, turning into a pile of ashes and disappearing in less than 10 seconds. It was as if a great tree had never existed here. At the moment of the death of the forest overlord, a surge of energy, identical to that which was absorbed upon the death of the bloodthirsty tree demon, was absorbed by Xiaofeng's body. Of course, Xiaofeng was completely unaware of this. He only felt that after killing the forest overlord, his body suddenly received a deep healing. He felt incredibly relaxed. Hint: you have killed the ancient wood spirit forest overlord, received forest gloves ×1, forest armor ×1, 38 gold coins, 35 silver coins. Hint: you have reached level 100 of the first stage, you cannot gain experience points before advancing. Hint: you have received warrior medals ×50. Hint: you have received a second stage overlord level treasure chest ×1. Second stage overlord level treasure chest has a chance to yield second stage overlord level equipment. After leaving the cave, the 3 were still waiting at the entrance of the mine. Seeing Xiaofeng emerge unscathed, although they already knew the outcome, they still breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Knight, you're amazing. After holding it in for a long time, this was the only thing he could manage to say. But Calamity also gave Xiaofeng a thumbs up. Only Jian Sanshi remained indifferent. Brother Knight, what did you gain? Xiaofeng did not hide anything and displayed the only piece of equipment he obtained from killing the Blood Shadow Demon Worm, the Blood Shadow Sword, for everyone to see. Equipment name: Blood Shadow Sword. Equipment level: 100. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: 300 agility points required. Equipment position: main weapon. Physical attack: plus 399. Additional skill attack enhancement: increases base physical attack by 20%. Additional skill: bleeding damage. Attacking an enemy will cause continuous bleeding damage equal to 300% of total attack for 10 seconds, effective only once on the same target within 20 seconds. Additional skill: armor break. Attacking an enemy will inflict an armor break effect, reducing the enemy's physical defense by 30% for 10 seconds, effective only once on the same target within 30 seconds. Upon seeing this equipment, Jin Sanshi's eyes widened. If he could obtain this weapon, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. It would greatly assist him in leveling up and later challenges in the trial tower. In addition, Xiaofeng also took out the boss first kill reward treasure chest. Seeing Xiaofeng's impressive haul, the 3 were filled with envy. Although they had previously agreed to auction off the items obtained and then share them equally, they now felt too embarrassed to speak up. Not only had they not killed the boss, but they had also nearly lost their lives. If it weren't for Xiaofeng controlling the boss, the 3 of them would have already perished under the forest overlord's attacks. Moreover, after they escaped, the team had automatically disbanded. This boss was completely killed by Xiaofeng alone, with no relation to them whatsoever. Even the thick-skinned among them could not bring themselves to ask for a share. But this weapon was too important to Jian Sanshi. In the end, Jian Sanshi couldn't help but ask, "Are you selling the weapon?" Xiaofeng thought for a moment and tossed the weapon to Brother Xiaosa. Brother Xiaosa looked at Xiaofeng in confusion. "Brother Knight, what is this?" As previously agreed, the gains will be auctioned, and then everyone will share. You handle this equipment. Brother Xiaosa initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Jian Sanshi's hopeful gaze, he ultimately threw the weapon directly to Jian Sanshi. "This is for you, you can discuss the price with Brother Knight. I can't just take advantage without contributing." But Calamity also expressed that he hadn't been of any help, so he didn't need to be considered. Jian Sanshi took the Blood Shadow Sword and stood there momentarily stunned. He was not good at communication, and in this situation, he didn't know how to handle it. After a long pause, he took out a piece of equipment from his storage space and tossed it to Xiaofeng. Checking the equipment, Equipment name, Dragon Scale Guardian. Equipment level, 100. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirement. 300 points of constitution required. Equipment position, offhand weapon. Physical defense, plus 299. Magical defense, plus 299. Attached skill life resonance, passive skill when the holder's health is below 30%. The shield will automatically release a faint healing glow, restoring 2% of the holder's maximum health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Attached skill Courageous Heart, passive skill. The holder can activate this skill after successfully blocking the same enemy's attacks 10 times in battle, increasing their attack and defense by 20% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Equipment description. The Dragon Scale Guardian Shield was once a relic of the ancient Dragon Knights, said to have been personally gifted by an ancient and wise giant dragon to its most trusted warrior. It not only contains the powerful strength of the dragon race but also embodies the spirit of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. The holder must possess a sense of justice to unleash its true power. The attributes of this shield are outstanding, rivaling even the Blood Shadow Sword. In terms of attributes and rank, it is far superior to the two shields currently worn by Xiao Feng. Currently, the main weapon position is occupied by a level 10 Silver Moon shield. Although this equipment is of a lower level and has modest attributes, it is very special. This is one of the rare shields that can be worn in the main weapon position. Shields are generally worn in the offhand position, even for a tank warrior. The main weapon position is usually equipped with a one-handed weapon. After all, there are hardly any people like Xiao Feng who use two shields. The offhand position is currently occupied by the Undead Shield. The Undead Shield is merely a level 30 golden quality equipment, and the main reason it can still be worn is due to its attached skill, Undead Shield. Undead Shield, this skill applies a 30-second shield to the user, which can absorb damage up to a total of 1000 points, and converts 50% of the absorbed damage into the user's health. The Undead Shield skill has saved Xiao Feng's life multiple times. It is a very powerful and practical skill. However, as Xiao Feng's strength has increased, the monsters he faces have become increasingly powerful, and this equipment has gradually fallen behind. Now, this new equipment is just right to replace the Undead Shield. Xiao Feng took the weapon and nodded slightly to Jiansan, indicating his agreement to the trade. After equipping the new shield, Xiao Feng's defense increased once again. Both defenses have now surpassed 2,000 points. As for the first kill boss chest, Xiao Feng did not take it out to share with everyone, and the others did not dare to bring it up. This dungeon run has been quite fruitful for Xiao Feng. Looking at the time, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and they needed to return quickly. Even though they were currently in a low-risk area, spending the night outside was still very dangerous. The dangers of the wilderness come not only from powerful monsters but also from other professionals. Killing professionals can yield rewards based on luck, but the drop rates are still quite good compared to killing monsters. Many professionals enhance their strength by killing others. An hour later, the four arrived at the parking area, and their expressions changed drastically. The driver of the Swath brother lay beside the van, blood pooling around him. The blood had already congealed, indicating that he had been dead for some time. Based on the timing, it seemed he had been murdered shortly after the four left. The Swath brother did not act impulsively. Instead, he summoned a few mutated rats to scout the area and, finding no ambush, approached the driver to check. A single shot, no traces left behind. It must be the work of a professional. There are hardly any monsters in this area, and it's rarely visited. How could a professional be here? Could their target be one of us? These four are all geniuses of this generation and are certainly the primary targets for assassination by foreign organizations. Moreover, Brother Xiaosa might be the son of a high-ranking official from Longgu, making his assassination a high-probability event. All four could potentially be targets of this assassination. Since the enemy has tracked us this far, they will not easily give up, and the assassin is likely lurking nearby. We must leave here as soon as possible. As long as we return to the city, we will be safe. After all, the city has a law enforcement team composed of high-level professionals, and attempting an assassination in public there would be many times more difficult. Even if successful, the assassin would only have a dead end. Looking at the damaged fuel tank, the group realized that the car was no longer usable. It was already around 7:30 p.m. Walking back to the city would take at least 4 to 5 hours, even without any obstacles. Traveling back to the city overnight is too dangerous. The group fell into silence. After a moment, Brother Xiaosa broke the silence and said, I have carefully observed this place on WeChat maps and am quite familiar with the surroundings. There is an abandoned military facility 5 kilometers to the west. Although it is abandoned, given the military's quality standards for buildings, it should provide some defensive effect. We can go there to spend the night and return early tomorrow morning. This seemed to be the best plan for now, and the other three did not refuse. Half an hour later, the four arrived at the entrance of an abandoned military camp. The camp's walls had collapsed significantly, covered in vines, and the inside was overgrown with weeds, desolate to the extreme. The sky had darkened, and under Brother Xiaosa's lead, the four entered the abandoned camp and found a relatively sturdy and dry building to settle in. Night fell. A campfire was lit, and various instant drinks were spread across the ground. It looked less like they were avoiding a crisis and more like they were camping and cooking outdoors. Tianzai, sipping a can of beer, casually asked, "Why can the monsters in the dungeons respawn infinitely, while the monsters in the wild cannot?" This was a question that Xiaofeng had also pondered, even researching it online, but the answers were varied and none were universally convincing. Jian Sancher gave Xiaofeng a meaningful glance and said, "Have you ever thought about why the monsters in dungeons and regular bosses can respawn after being killed, while mutated bosses, unique bosses, and overlord-level bosses cannot?" Upon hearing this, the others fell into contemplation. They had indeed not thought about this question in detail before. Brother Xiaosa remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I know a bit about this." The three turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. The reason monsters in dungeons can respawn infinitely is that there is a special energy within the dungeon. As long as this energy exists, the monsters can respawn according to the rules set by the multiverse system. Wild monsters could also respawn infinitely when the multiverse paradise descended, but later it was said that this energy was somehow taken away, resulting in their inability to respawn. At this moment, Tianzai seemed to think of something and said, "After reaching the second tier, one can have a chance to respawn. Are those respawn items also using this kind of energy?" Brother Xiaosa nodded thoughtfully. "It should be. But no one knows exactly what this energy is. Hey Yi, among the four of us, you are the only one who has killed mutated bosses and overlord bosses. Besides the regular items, did you obtain anything else?" "No. It seems that killing these monsters does not yield that kind of energy. There must be other hidden truths." In the dead of night, the campfire gradually died down, and the four had already entered a light sleep. Suddenly, Brother Xiaosa opened his eyes, and at the same time, Xiaofeng and the other two also opened theirs. Weapons appeared in their hands in an instant, and within moments, they were fully armed. "5 professionals are closing in on us," said Brother Xiaosa in a low voice. "What are their strengths?" "Unclear, but they should all be above the first tier." This immediately made the four tense. No matter how strong they were only first tier. Breaking through to the second tier would result in a qualitative leap in strength. Even the most ordinary second tier could rival top first tier experts. Moreover, the ones coming to assassinate them were definitely not ordinary second tier experts. "Damn it, it looks like we might really be done for this time," Brother Xiaosa said, frustrated. With his status, he was usually protected by experts when going out, but this time he had sneaked out to prove his strength to his father, only to encounter this situation. It was already too late to call for reinforcements. "You guys escape, their target should be me." Just then, a man's voice with poor Mandarin came from outside. "Escape? None of you four are getting away." A man shrouded in black mist was slowly approaching. All the plants covered by his black mist withered away. This time, the system did not provide any information about the opponent. As newcomers, their information probing permissions granted by the system had limits, and the current enemy clearly exceeded their maximum probing level. The man waved his hand, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped the four. Under the black mist, their health points were rapidly decreasing. In just one move, their health points dropped by a third. The black mist man's attack was surprisingly comparable to that of the overlord-level boss, the sinister overlord. At that moment, the black mist man showed a look of confusion. Because among the four, one person was not harmed at all by the black mist attack. Instead, he himself had received a significant rebound damage. That person was none other than Xiaofeng. Although the system did not provide information about the opponent, the rebound damage revealed the nature of the attack. Just from that last strike, the Grey Mist man suffered a rebound damage of as much as 2,200 points. The rebound ratio of Thorn of Thorns was 180%, meaning that the man's previous attack was approximately around 1,200 damage. A 1,200 point attack, even if not fully unleashed, certainly wouldn't be too low. At this point, Xiaofeng felt relieved. Meanwhile, several other figures quickly surrounded them, 5 figures encircling Xiaofeng and the others. Little did they know that the 5 of them had already been surrounded by Xiaofeng. Since he was confident he could take them all down, Xiaofeng was not in a hurry. He stepped forward calmly and asked, "Night wolves?" The black mist man laughed heartily. "Ah, it seems our night wolves have left an indelible and terrifying impression in the hearts of your Dragon Kingdom professionals." "So it really was the night wolves?" Xiaofeng continued to ask, "How did you track us down? Though you are about to die, I prefer you to die with reluctance and confusion. Now, prepare to meet your end. Kill them." As he spoke, the five simultaneously launched an attack on Xiao Feng and the others. Ruthless taunt. As soon as this skill was unleashed, the Night Wolf's team members attacking them froze, then turned to look at Xiao Feng, their faces filled with rage. All their attack targets shifted to Xiao Feng. Normal attacks and various skills flew toward Xiao Feng as if they were free. Under Xiao Feng's 180% rebound damage, in less than 10 seconds, all five were on the ground, dead. Seeing this scene, the other three looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief. Now they understood why Xiao Feng leveled up so quickly. His defense and rebound damage were simply outrageous. Those five were all second-tier experts. Xiao Feng didn't even move from his spot, and the 5 second-tier experts were all killed by their own rebound damage. This was indeed a bit absurd. Killing 5 in a row without a single treasure. Chest dropping left Xiao Feng speechless. When he killed the boss, the drop rate was still considered normal, but the drop rate for killing small monsters and other players was ridiculously low. According to other players, the chance of dropping a treasure chest when killing another player was about 50%, yet he had killed 5 people without a single chest dropping. His luck was truly unmatched. Brother Black Knight, you've saved us once again. Brother Handsome stammered after a long pause. Both Natural Disaster and Sword 33 also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Feng. Wait a moment, this person's soul is still quite powerful. Let me see if I can extract it, Natural Disaster said, looking at the corpse on the ground. He then took out his staff and quietly chanted a spell that the others couldn't understand. They then saw a semi-transparent, slightly blue shadow being extracted from the corpse. The soul that was extracted looked bewildered, as if it didn't know what had happened. After a moment, its semi-transparent face was filled with fear. It uttered words that only Natural Disaster could hear. The others watched as Natural Disaster and the soul engaged in a silent exchange that lasted 3 minutes. Then, with a single hand gesture, Natural Disaster crushed the soul, which transformed into a myriad of starlight and dissipated into the air. What did he say? Once the exchange was over, Brother Handsome eagerly asked. But Natural Disaster's expression was grave. This time, their target is not us. Not us? Upon hearing this, the others looked confused. Yes, their target is not us, but the entire Dragon Kingdom. The entire Dragon Kingdom? What does that mean? According to the soul, they came here to search for something called the essence of all things. What is the essence of all things? Do you remember the mutated boss that Black Knight killed? It was a monster cultivated by these people using a mysterious energy. These people want to turn all the dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom into forbidden zones, thereby cutting off the path for new players in the Dragon Kingdom to grow stronger. But the good news is that the stronger the monster, the more mysterious energy it requires. They are currently only implementing this plan in the novice dungeons. However, if their plan succeeds, the new generation of players in the Dragon Kingdom will indeed face great trouble. After hearing Natural Disaster's account, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. No, I need to inform my father about this as soon as possible. In the wild, there was no signal, and conventional communication methods were useless. Fortunately, they were all players and could contact each other through the player-friend function. After Brother Handsome informed his father of the news, he looked at the others. It's not too late, there are only 18 novice dungeons that have become forbidden zones, and the mutated boss in other dungeons were killed before they could grow. Now, various player alliances have regulated the entrances to important novice dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom. Only those whose identities have been verified as not being spies can enter. Have 18 dungeons already become forbidden zones? Yes, out of those 18 novice dungeons, 8 are in the Death Marsh. At this point, the three of them looked at Xiao Feng simultaneously. What was a forbidden zone for others might not be the same for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng understood their meaning. If the strength of those mutated bosses was similar to that of the bloodthirsty tree demon, he could handle it, but if they continued to grow, he might not be able to manage. Brother Handsome hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Black Knight, I know it's a bit presumptuous to ask this, but for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, I must inquire, if it's convenient, could you please tell me your true strength right now? Killing mutated bosses could yield many good items and also earn warrior medals. After advancing to the second tier, strong players were everywhere, and even if he encountered a boss, Xiao Feng might not necessarily be able to claim the kill. Now is the best time for him to reap his rewards. Xiao Feng directly opened his personal attribute viewing permissions to the three of them. After they checked Xiao Feng's personal information, they exclaimed that he was a freak. They had never seen such an extreme way of allocating points. In terms of health and defense, Xiao Feng had already surpassed most second-tier powerhouses. Normally, a professional gains only 5 attribute points for each level up. At level 100, that amounts to just 500 attribute points. After reaching the second tier, the points gained per Level increased to 10, and even so, reaching the maximum level of 200 in the second tier would only yield 1,500 attribute points. Most professionals would at least choose to develop 2 to 3 attributes. No one had ever allocated all their points solely into constitution like Xiao Feng. His constitution had now reached an astonishing 1179 points. His health had broken through 13,000, and his dual defenses had exceeded 2,000 points. Even compared to second-tier tanks, he was not lacking. Upon seeing Xiao Feng's attributes, Brother Xiaosa's eyes lit up. The reason those novice dungeons had become forbidden zones was that only first-tier professionals could enter. If second-tier, third-tier, or even higher-level professionals could enter, it wouldn't be considered a forbidden zone. Any high-tier professional could easily handle it. It was precisely for this reason that the people of Sakura country had an opportunity to exploit this, directly severing the foundation of Dragon country. Xiao Feng's appearance might just be the key to breaking the deadlock. Sichuan City. Professional Alliance. It was now past 2 in the deep night, and the high-ranking members of the Alliance sat in the conference room, all with serious expressions, silent. After a long while, the middle-aged man sitting in the first seat finally broke the silence. In the entire western region of Dragon country, 20 novice dungeons have already become forbidden zones. The novice professionals in these areas have begun to evacuate. If this continues, it won't be long before there are no professionals left in these places. You should all be very clear about the consequences of having no professionals to protect us. Everyone, speak up. Do you have any good solutions? At this moment, a man sitting in the first seat on the side, who bore some resemblance to Brother Xiaosa, spoke up. Just now, my useless son sent an important message. Speak. The speaker was indeed Brother Xiaosa's father, the second in command of the Professional Alliance's Southwest District, named Unrestrained. The names of this father and son were indeed not very impressive. Unrestrained briefly recounted the message he had just received from Brother Xiaosa. Upon hearing this, the man in the first seat became furious. It's those Sakura country people again. It seems we must launch a national war to crush them for peace. Boss, calm down. That's only a matter of time, but we need to find a way to solve the immediate problem first. The Wanjia Paradise system is also a mess. A weak first-tier mutated boss has us stumped. After a moment, the man in the first seat calmed down. Everyone, speak up. Is there any way to resolve this? There is a way, but it depends on luck. Speak. An elderly woman in the first seat on the right slowly began. Among this year's freshmen at the Shijing Warrior Academy, there are quite a few powerful professionals. If we fully cultivate one of them, we might just be able to resolve this issue. Another elder shook his head. If we had controlled these mutated bosses when they first appeared, it would have been fine, but now they have grown. Many mutated bosses are already comparable to top-tier second-tier bosses. It's too difficult to cultivate a first-tier professional capable of killing a top-tier second-tier boss. I remember a little guy named Knight successfully killed the bloodthirsty tree demon a couple of days ago, right? It is said that the bloodthirsty tree demon withered on its own, and that little guy named Knight only made a move at the last moment to seize the kill. Moreover, the bloodthirsty tree demon probably hasn't reached the level of a top-tier second-tier strength. So that's how it is. The crowd fell silent once more. At this moment, the carefree one spoke again, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. I've found a powerful first-tier professional. Here, if he can take action, he will definitely be able to resolve this crisis. Everyone's gaze turned to the carefree one in unison. He didn't say anything, directly projecting the attribute panel image sent by his son onto the big screen. After everyone looked at Xiao Feng's attribute panel, their expressions turned grim. The man on the main seat's face darkened even more. Carefree, this person has good health and defense, even surpassing most top-tier second-tier tank professionals, but what's with that 1 point of attack? Are we supposed to rely on him to kill those mutated bosses with just 1 point of attack? Boss, don't be anxious. He's also a new student from the Western Capital Warrior Academy this year. If he didn't have strong attacking means, how could he have leveled up to 100 in just over 10 days, and still possess such outrageous attributes? The first man turned to the old woman sitting in the first position on the right. He's a student from your academy. Do you know what his situation is? The old woman showed a look of confusion. Is it convenient to ask what his name is? The carefree brother didn't directly reveal Xiao Feng's name in the attribute panel he provided to his father, to prevent this image from spreading and causing unnecessary trouble for Xiao Feng. I'll ask right away. After a moment, he uttered 2 words, Knight. What? It's actually him. It seems that killing the bloodthirsty tree demon was not a fluke. Although the old woman was the actual manager of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, the academy was not only composed of new students but also had senior students and many other matters. A somewhat powerful newcomer was not enough to catch her attention. The old woman then contacted the admissions teacher from the special recruitment office. After learning about Knight's true situation from the half-asleep Longu, she became increasingly interested in Xiao Feng. Once everything was clarified, she slowly uttered two words, rebound. Rebound damage? The old woman nodded slightly. According to his admissions teacher, the student Knight awakened the profession of reverse-scale battle soul, which had appeared over a decade ago, but was deemed a useless profession due to its permanent one point of attack. However, this student Knight has upheld our academy's excellent tradition of not giving up and persevering. The first man directly interrupted the old woman. No need for formalities here. The old woman paused for a moment before continuing. I'm used to saying it this way. According to his admissions teacher, his rebound damage has reached at least 80% or more, and it should be able to sustain for a long time. Over 80% sustainability. These 2 points were enough to compensate for the flaw of having only 1 point of attack permanently. Combining these 2 points with the attribute panel on the big screen, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. After pondering for a moment, the first man spoke. You two will handle this matter. If that little guy can resolve it, I can give him a backup spot to enter the Dragon Seed Squad. Upon hearing the words Dragon Seed Squad, everyone present was astonished. The Dragon Seed Squad is the strongest talent reserve team in the Dragon Kingdom, and the minimum requirement to enter the Dragon Seed Squad is to be among the top 100 in the Trial Tower. Clearly, Xiao Feng does not yet possess such qualifications. The core students of the Western Capital Warrior Academy are already standing at a high point in the starting line of professionals, but they are still far from the Dragon Seed Squad. Every person who graduates alive from the Dragon Seed Squad is a stabilizing force for the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people have tried desperately to send their children into the Dragon Seed Squad, but no one has ever succeeded. Those who can truly enter the Dragon Seed Squad are all top-tier geniuses. With a solution to the crisis in sight, everyone's heavy hearts lightened considerably. The carefree one immediately contacted Brother Xiaosa and arranged for someone to pick them up overnight. Originally, he planned to give the kid a good beating when he returned, but now not only did he not need to beat him, he also had to give him a proper commendation. This kid had been fooling around for so many years and finally made a decent friend. If that kid named Hei could successfully resolve this crisis, he would have to be credited for it. The Dragon Seed Squad, I wonder if it can be manipulated? In less than an hour, a helicopter landed in the open space outside the abandoned military camp. The visitors were naturally the people sent by Brother Xiaosa's father to pick them up. Although the few of them already knew that the green-haired guy had an impressive background, they were still shocked at this moment. In an era where technology had severely regressed after the arrival of the Universal Paradise, being able to mobilize a helicopter to pick them up meant that at least in Shijing, power was indeed sky-high. Seeing the few of them staring at him, Brother Xiaosa helplessly waved his hand. Don't look at me, I don't have this kind of treatment, we're all just riding on Brother Hei's coattails. Xiao Feng looked at the green-haired guy in confusion. I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but it should be related to the instance's restricted area. The others immediately understood what was going on. In less than half an hour, the helicopter landed at a military airport near the Shijing Warrior Academy. Brother Tianzai, Brother Jian, I appreciate the trouble you two have taken on this trip. I will definitely repay you in the future. The two exchanged a deep glance with Xiao Feng before taking their leave. Xiao Feng and Brother Xiaosa then followed the person who came to pick them up and got into a business vehicle to set off again. 20 minutes later, Xiao Feng and the green-haired guy arrived at an unremarkable small courtyard. However, once they entered the courtyard, the interior environment opened Xiao Feng's eyes. The decor inside looked quite simple, but anyone with an eye for quality could tell that every piece of furniture here was worth a fortune. If Xiao Feng hadn't had the experience from before his transmigration, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the value of these furnishings at all. However, thinking about how he was now also a person with assets worth over 100 million, he couldn't help but chuckle. These worldly possessions were no longer what they pursued. The two had barely sat down when a middle-aged man and an old woman burst in through the door. Dad, you're back so late? The newcomers were none other than the carefree one and the old woman from the Warrior Academy. The carefree one glanced at Brother Xiaosa and said irritably, next time you run off like that, be careful I break your legs. He then turned to Xiao Feng, instantly changing his demeanor to a smiling one and asked, this must be classmate Hei? Xiao Feng nodded and politely greeted, hello, uncle. That's right, this time we owe it all to you, otherwise, this useless thing would probably have died out there. By the way, this is the vice president of your Shijing Warrior Academy, you can just call her Grandma. Jiang. Xiao Feng was taken aback. The vice president of the Warrior Academy was definitely one of the most powerful figures in Shijing City. But seeing how the green-haired guy's father showed little fear towards Grandma Jiang, and more respect for the elder, indicated that his power might even surpass hers. Xiao Feng thus gained an intuitive understanding of the power held by Brother Xiaosa's father. Hello, Director Jiang. Seeing Xiao Feng Being so polite, Grandma Jiang also revealed a rare smile. Indeed, the elites cultivated by our Shijing Warrior Academy are truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the carefree one's mouth twitched. Grandma Jiang really did have a habit of bringing up the Shijing Warrior Academy at every opportunity, as if afraid others wouldn't know she was the vice president. Alright, everyone sit down. Following that, under the narration of the carefree one and Grandma Jiang, the whole story was recounted. That's basically how it is. If you can successfully handle this matter, there's a high probability you can enter the Dragon Seed Squad. The benefits of joining the Dragon Seed Squad have already been clearly explained by Grandma Jiang, so there's no need for me to repeat it. After listening to the two of them, Xiao Feng's eyes brightened even more. The benefits were far greater than he had imagined. Not only could he independently obtain all the rewards from defeating the boss, but he also had the chance to join the strongest team in Longwa, which was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. Well, now all the novice dungeons are under strict control, and the strength of the mutated boss inside won't see a significant increase in the short term. You two haven't rested well all night, so take a break here. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., someone will lead you to various dungeons to defeat the mutated boss. Xiao Feng did not refuse. It was already past 5 a.m., and returning to the academy for rest would indeed waste too much time. After sending off Granny Jiang, he returned to the living room. He looked at Xiao Feng seriously and said, "Classmate Hei Yi, I have a request." The carefree brother looked at his father with a strange expression. In his memory, his father had never spoken to anyone in this manner, especially not to a junior like Xiao Feng. "Uncle, please go ahead. I will do my best as long as it's within my capability." "Alright, I'll be straightforward. If you can handle this matter well, there's a high probability you can enter the Longzhong team. I want my son to accompany you on this task." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng hadn't spoken yet, but the carefree brother couldn't sit still. "Dad, you know my son's strength, right? Even if you dislike me, you can't send me to my death. You brat. If this works out, you might have the chance to join the Longzhong team with classmate Hei Yi. Do you know what it means to enter the Longzhong team?" Hearing this, the green-haired boy fell silent. Thinking about his father's tone when speaking to Xiao Feng, he suddenly felt a bit choked up. His father was a powerful figure in Shijing City, revered wherever he went. And to lower himself like this was actually to pave the way for him. How could he not be moved? "Uncle, I certainly have no objections, but I can't guarantee his absolute safety. After all, I don't have healing abilities." Don't worry about that. As my son, he won't die so easily. In that case, I have no problem. Good, then I'll leave my son in your hands. After pondering for a moment, the green-haired father took out a box from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Feng. "This is a gift from your uncle, it should be of some use to you." Xiao Feng took the box and opened it to check. Inside was an ancient-looking scroll. Hint, you have obtained a potential limit scroll times 1. Potential limit scroll. Using this scroll will permanently increase your potential limit. The description of this scroll left Xiao Feng puzzled. What was a potential limit? Was it something like the cultivation talent in fantasy novels? But in this world, strength was all data-driven, and everything relied on leveling up through monster hunting to gain power. What use was potential? "Uncle, what exactly does this scroll do?" The green-haired father looked a bit surprised. "You don't know?" Xiao Feng was speechless. Was he supposed to know? Facing Xiao Feng's confusion, the carefree brother was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at your attribute panel, you should have used this kind of scroll before, otherwise, your attributes couldn't have reached this level of strength. Xiao Feng was even more confused. "Uncle, I've used quite a few attribute point enhancement scrolls." The carefree brother waved his hand. "I know that, but there's a limit to the number of attribute point enhancement scrolls each person can use, otherwise, how could my son still be so weak?" At that moment, the confusion that had lingered in Xiao Feng's mind suddenly cleared up. Indeed, if everyone could use attribute enhancement scrolls infinitely, those newcomers nurtured by big families would have long been invincible. How could it be his turn to stand out? So the problem lay here. The carefree and skeptical look at Xiao Feng. "From the way you're acting, you haven't used the potential limit scroll before?" "Yes, I only just learned of its existence." The carefree one tapped the table lightly with his fingers while muttering to himself. "Could it be that the uniqueness of your profession leads to a significantly higher potential limit than others? That must be the reason." Hearing the carefree one's words, Xiao Feng also agreed with this statement. After all, his attack power was permanently only 1 point. The flaw of this profession was so great that it seemed very reasonable to provide some compensation in other areas. "Alright, it's getting late, and in a few hours, you all will be setting off. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Little brat, take classmate Hei Yi to rest. Dad, you should go rest too. Tomorrow, just watch me and brother Hei Yi perform." Under the guidance of the suave brother, they arrived at an elegantly decorated guest room. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to rest, although he was Confident in his strength, it was safer to enhance it a bit more. The items obtained from killing the 2 bosses yesterday must be quickly converted into strength. This time, after killing the 2 bosses, he obtained 64 warrior medals, plus the remaining 6 from before, totaling 70 medals. It takes 10 warrior medals to synthesize a 1-star universal medal, 20 for 2 stars, and 40 for 3 stars. The universal medal he was currently wearing was a 3-star medal. Now, the number of warrior medals could only support him in upgrading the universal medal to 4 stars. Tip: do you want to consume 10 warrior medals to exchange for 1 universal medal? Exchange. Tip: equipment fusion successful. Your universal medal has been upgraded to 4 stars. Universal medal 4 stars. Wearing this medal increases all basic attributes by times 20%. To upgrade the universal medal to 5 stars, he still needed 1 4-star universal medal. Synthesizing a 4-star medal requires 80 warrior medals. He currently had 30 left, which meant he needed to obtain 50 more warrior medals to upgrade his universal medal to 5 stars. Each star increase in the medal would raise all basic attributes by 5%, making this equipment an absolute artifact in the later stages. Additionally, he received 2 treasure chests. One was the boss first kill reward chest obtained from killing the Blood Shadow Demon Worm, and the other was a second-tier Overlord level chest obtained from killing the Sanluo Overlord. Both of these chests were highly valuable. The boss first kill chest would definitely yield 20 attribute enhancement scrolls, 5 skill enhancement scrolls, and had a chance to obtain growth type equipment. Xiaofeng did not hesitate and directly chose to open the boss first kill chest. Tip: yes/no to open the boss first kill chest? Open. A flash of golden light filled the room, and seeing the flickering gold, Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was a good haul. You have obtained Attribute Enhancement Scroll times 20, Skill Enhancement Scroll times 5, Spirit Beast Heart Necklace times 1. In addition to the guaranteed items, he also received a necklace. Just by looking at the name, he knew it should be exclusive. Equipment for Summoners. Equipment name: Spirit Beast Heart, Growth Type Equipment, Equipment Level 100, Equipment Quality, Golden Equipment. Wearing requirement: Intelligence 200 points to use. Equipment position: Necklace. Physical attack plus 99. Magical attack plus 99. Additional skill: Spirit Beast Inspiration. After wearing this equipment, the attributes of all summoned creatures of the wearer increase by 20%. Additional skill: Spirit Beast Heart. After wearing this equipment, the existence time of all summoned creatures of the wearer increases by 20%. Attachment Attribute Power of Promotion. After binding, this equipment will advance with the profession's progression, and after advancement, it will gain an additional new attribute. The guess was completely correct. This is a piece of growth equipment unique to summoners, and its additional attributes are quite impressive. He put away the equipment and turned his gaze to the second-tier Overlord level treasure chest. The Overlord level treasure chest has a chance to yield Overlord level equipment. Equipment grades are divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, legendary, and finally, Overlord level equipment. Overlord level equipment is almost the highest rating for all equipment, and it almost only appears in high-tier gear. Each piece of Overlord level equipment is unique, with no duplicates. There are many legends about Overlord level equipment, but very few have actually seen it, let alone own a piece. If he could open an Overlord level piece, even if he couldn't use it himself, it could be exchanged for a massive amount of resources. When Xiaofeng was about to open the Overlord level treasure chest, a prompt appeared. Prompt: your level is insufficient to open this chest. This left Xiaofeng speechless. There was actually a level restriction to open the chest. Helpless, he could only put the chest away. Finally, his gaze fell on the 2 pieces of equipment obtained from defeating the Sanluo Overlord, the Sanluo gloves and the Sanluo armor. He checked the equipment. Equipment name: Sanluo gloves. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: level must reach second tier, and physique must be 500 points. To use. Equipment position: gloves. Physical defense plus 388. Magical defense plus 388. Additional skill: equipment resonance. After wearing this equipment, the basic attributes of the weapon held increase by 30%. Additional skill: power of technique. After wearing this equipment, the wearing requirements of the weapon held are reduced by 30%. Note: only the attribute requirements for wearing equipment can be reduced, level requirements cannot be lowered. Equipment name: Sanluo armor. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: level must reach second tier, and physique must be 800 points to use. Equipment position: clothing. Physical defense plus 588. Magical defense plus 588. Health points plus 4000. Additional skill: wild growth. After wearing this equipment, basic health points increase by 20%. Additional skill breath convergence after wearing this equipment, enemies find it harder to detect your presence, reducing their perception range of you by 50%. Note, set attributes can only be viewed after wearing. Both pieces of equipment have very good attributes and are quite suitable for Xiao Feng. The only problem is that he cannot wear them yet. The minimum requirement to wear these two pieces of equipment is to reach level 2. As for the attribute requirements, he fully meets them, meaning that as soon as his level rises to tier 2, he can immediately equip these two pieces. Second-tier treasure chests and second-tier equipment all require tier 2 to use. It seems he needs to level up to tier 2 as soon as possible, otherwise, his strength improvement will be greatly restricted. Besides the two pieces of equipment he is currently wearing and the two newly opened second-tier pieces, he also has quite a few good items in his backpack. The life staff, heart of life, golden ring, and the undead shield he just replaced, along with a growth-type equipment, the spirit beast heart necklace. These items should sell for a decent price, conservatively estimated to be several thousand gold coins. However, he is not short on money right now. To be precise, he is quite well off at the moment. So, there is no rush to sell. Finally, Xiao Feng took out the potential limit scroll that was just given to him. Although he hasn't encountered a bottleneck yet, raising the potential limit is not a bad thing. Xiao Feng chose to use it directly. Prompt, yes/no to immediately use the potential limit scroll. Use. Prompt, you have used the potential limit scroll, your current attribute limit can be increased by plus 200 points. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Feng understood the meaning of the potential limit. Everyone's potential limit is the maximum attribute enhancement they can endure. The higher the potential, the higher the limit of attribute enhancement one can naturally withstand. If an ordinary professional's attribute endurance limit before breaking through to the second tier is 700 points, then after reaching level 100 and fully enhancing the 500 attribute points gained from leveling up, they can use a maximum of 200 additional attribute enhancement points before they can no longer improve. By using the potential limit scroll, they can again use 200 attribute enhancement scrolls to raise their limit. Moreover, this limit is not confined to the first tier, the enhancement is permanent. If the limit for a second-tier ordinary professional is 2,000 points, then after using the potential breakthrough scroll to increase it by 200 points, the limit after reaching the second tier will become 2,200 points. This may not be particularly useful for ordinary professionals, but for the strong, it is undoubtedly the most effective means of widening the gap. Xiao Feng did not know exactly what his potential limit was, but before using the potential limit scroll, he had already used 450 points of extra attribute enhancement points. This means he can still enhance using at least 150 points of attribute enhancement. From his carefree words, it is not hard to see that Xiao Feng's potential limit is significantly higher than that of most people. Could it really be, as he said, that the uniqueness of his profession led to this result? Xiao Feng always felt that things were not that simple. He still had 20 unused attribute enhancement points. According to convention, he would allocate them all to Constitution. As for the 5 skill enhancement points, there was no question, they would all go into the Thorn of Thorns skill. Fully armed and after allocating his points, Xiao Feng's attribute panel became even more splendid. Name, Knight Profession, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Profession, Level, First Tier, Level 100, Health Points, 14019, Base Health 12519 plus Equipment Bonus 1500, Mana Points, 72 Constitution, 1252, Base Attribute 963 plus Equipment Skill Bonus 289, Strength, 24 Agility, 6 Intelligence, 7 Physical Defense. 1958 Magical Defense, 1924 Combat Power Assessment, 1901 At the same time, his Thorn of Thorns skill had also reached level 86, with rebound damage as high as 190%. Who wouldn't be dazzled by this attribute panel? Now, both his health points and dual defenses were about double what they were when he killed the bloodthirsty Treant. If he were to encounter the bloodthirsty Treant again now, it would be unable to break through his defenses. Seeing these attributes, Xiao Feng was filled with confidence for the journey to kill the mutated boss a few hours later. A few hours later, Brother Carefree knocked on Xiao Feng's door. Brother Knight, it's time to set off. Opening the door, Xiao Feng thought for a moment and directly tossed the Spirit Beast heart necklace over. When Brother Carefree saw the attributes of this equipment, his eyes widened. Brother Knight, what is this? It's a gift for you. You're giving me such a valuable item? Xiao Feng smiled slightly. This thing is only worth selling for me, you can use it first. If you find any suitable equipment for me, remember to get it. Alright, I won't be polite. This is exactly the equipment I need. The two walked out the door, where 2 middle-aged men in professional attire were already waiting. Xiao Feng and his companion followed them into an off-road vehicle, then arrived at yesterday's military airport, where they transferred to a helicopter heading to the nearest novice dungeon occupied by a mutated boss. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at a novice square. In a small town. It had already been fortified by the Dragon Country soldiers, prohibiting anyone without permission from entering. After showing their credentials, Xiaofeng and Brother Carefree were allowed inside. As for the two who led Xiaofeng, their ranks had long surpassed the second tier, so they naturally could not enter together with him. This instance was still the Death Swamp, but what should have been a bustling instance now appeared. Very desolate, the two walked along the path and did not encounter a single person. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and sent a party request to Brother Xiaosa. Notification: Brother Xiaosa has accepted your party request. Party successful, all items will be randomly distributed during the party, and experience points will be evenly distributed. Notification: the maximum effective distance for the party is 2,000 meters, if a member is more than 2,000 meters away from the leader, they will automatically leave the party. Note: as levels increase, the party distance will also increase. The maximum party distance for first-tier professionals is 2 kilometers. Notification: your teammate Brother Xiaosa has voluntarily given up all item acquisition rights for this party. You will receive all currency and item benefits from this party. Xiaofeng glanced at Brother Xiaosa but said nothing. This was the distribution plan they had agreed upon earlier. The two continued deeper into the instance and eventually saw a leech the size of a giant python in the area where Xiaofeng had killed the leeches. There was no doubt that this giant leech was the mutated boss of this instance. The leech did not possess area skills like the bloodthirsty tree demon. However, as they approached within a kilometer of the giant leech, countless leeches suddenly shot out, startling Brother Xiaosa, who quickly retreated. It wasn't until he had retreated beyond a kilometer from the giant leech that the other leeches stopped attacking him. 2 shields appeared in Xiaofeng's hands, yet he stood still. Judging by the rebound damage, these ordinary leeches had also undergone some mutation, and their attack power was far stronger than that of the previous ordinary leeches. It seemed that this giant leech could not only enhance its own strength but also empower the surrounding ordinary leeches. This should be one of the abilities of a mutated boss. Notification: the underworld swallowing spirit is a mutated boss. Its information has not been included in the system database, and currently, no information regarding the underworld swallowing spirit can be provided to you. The giant leech was named Underworld Swallowing Spirit. And like the bloodthirsty tree demon, the system did not provide any related attributes or skills. Although he did not know its attributes and skills, Xiaofeng was very confident in his own strength. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be instantly killed. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could use the battle soul charge to retreat quickly. The giant leech did not have long-range attack capabilities and could only command the ordinary leeches to attack. This wouldn't do, he had to make the giant leech attack him so that the rebound damage would take effect. Xiaofeng took a step forward. As he got closer, the number of ordinary leeches attacking him increased. Under Xiaofeng's impressive 190% rebound damage, these leeches all perished in less than 30 seconds, and then new leeches quickly filled the gaps. From the outside, Xiaofeng now looked like a person in a constantly writhing bodysuit slowly moving forward. In the distance, Brother Xiaosa finally understood why Xiaofeng leveled up so quickly. This gave him a whole new understanding of the reverse-scale battle soul profession. It wasn't until Xiaofeng was within 20 meters of the giant leech that it launched an attack on him. A blood-red mouthpart shot out directly from the giant leech's gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The sharp, pointed mouthpart was blocked by the shield but did not retract. Instead, it stuck to the shield, inflicting continuous damage on Xiaofeng. -3,000, -3,000, -3,000. A series of rebound damage notifications appeared above the giant leech's head. Seeing the -3,000 damage notification, Xiaofeng felt relieved. This indicated that the giant leech's attack power was only over 1,500, which was still a considerable distance from breaking through his impressive 2,000 defense. Since it couldn't break through his defense, Xiaofeng had no further worries. At this moment, he was hanging with a bunch of ordinary leeches, which were quite heavy. Standing for too long was tiring, so Xiaofeng simply found a spot and lay down. This scene left the nearby Xiaoxuage completely dumbfounded. Leveling up was one thing, but now they were fighting a mutated boss in a forbidden zone that no one dared to approach. What was he doing? Lying down, sleeping? This completely overturned Xiaoxuage's understanding of fighting bosses after more than a decade. At that moment, he even began to envy Xiaofeng, this so-called useless profession with only a bit of attack. Due to not sleeping much last night, Xiaofeng actually lay on the ground and dozed off, even letting out soft snores. Seeing this, Xiaoxuage was utterly speechless. About an hour later, Xiaoxuage's voice rang in Xiaofeng's ear. "Hey! Brother Knight, wake up, the boss is down." Only then did Xiaofeng slowly get up from the ground. With the giant leech's death, the ordinary leeches also lost their enhancement abilities, returning to their normal size, and their flying distance was greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would have taken Xiaoxuage quite a bit of effort to reach Xiaofeng's side. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul Devouring Leech. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul-Devouring Leech. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul-Devouring Leech. Checking the system announcements, Xiaofeng noticed something different. Since he was in a party with Xiaoxuage, his name also appeared in the announcements. This must be what the Carefree wanted. Continuing to scroll down, the kill notifications appeared one after another. Tip: you have killed the mutated boss Soul-Devouring Leech, you gain Warrior Medals times 30. Tip: you have received a first-tier red achievement treasure chest. Tip: you have killed the Soul-Devouring Leech, Moonlight Ring times 1, Stardust Boots times 1, Golden Treasure Chest times 1, 1000 silver coins. Tip: you have reached first-tier level 100, unable to gain experience before promotion. At the moment the giant leech died, a mysterious energy was also absorbed into Xiaofeng's body. However, Xiaofeng still didn't know this. He only felt that although the nap was short, he felt much better both mentally and physically upon waking. Xiaofeng stood up, stretched his shins, and felt completely relaxed. Let's go, next one. Far away in Shijing, the Carefree, who was Xiaoxuage's father, smiled upon seeing the announcement screenshot forwarded by others. At this moment, not only he but also other high-ranking members of the Shijing Adventurers Alliance felt a sense of relief upon seeing this news. According to the data, the appearance time of these mutated bosses was roughly the same as the adventurers who killed them, so their strength likely wouldn't differ too much. Since Xiaofeng could take down one, he could naturally handle other mutated bosses as well. In less than 2 hours, the system announcement rang out again. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul-Devouring Water Demon. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul-Devouring Water Demon. Announcement: Adventurer's Knight and Xiaoxuage successfully killed the mutated boss of the Death Swamp, Soul-Devouring Water Demon. With a helicopter on the way and 2 powerful high-tier adventurers providing escort, Xiaofeng and his companion had a smooth journey. Many government officials in various places were even hoping that Xiaofeng would arrive soon to resolve the hidden dangers for them. After all, as time passed, these mutated bosses would gradually grow stronger. If they arrived too late, the mutated boss in that area might grow to a point where even Xiaofeng couldn't handle it. By then, finding another first-tier adventurer stronger than Xiaofeng would be even more difficult. From noon until night, Xiaofeng and Greenhair rushed tirelessly. Even dinner was resolved on the helicopter. After 10 p.m., Xiaofeng had already dealt with the mutated boss in 4 locations, but when they arrived at the 5th, they suddenly received a system announcement. Announcement: Professionals D. Kuan, MOT, and God of Death successfully killed the mutated boss Green Poison Lizard in the Death Swamp. Times 3. This left Xiaofeng, Brother Cool, and the 2 staff members accompanying them momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that besides themselves, there were others who could also kill mutated bosses. The local residents were naturally very happy to hear this news. However, Brother Cool was not pleased. If it had been difficult for Xiaofeng to kill the mutated boss, perhaps Brother Cool would have worried about Xiaofeng taking risks or getting tired. But after witnessing Xiao Feng's overly relaxed state while dealing with the mutated boss, he changed his mind. In his view, these bosses belonged to Xiaofeng and him, and now they were being snatched away by others, which was completely unacceptable. The 2 staff members immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Professionals Alliance upon learning this news. That is, Brother Cool's father. The reply from the Carefree leader was very straightforward. He instructed Xiaofeng and the others to skip this dungeon and continue their actions. This was because that trio was a top expert brought in at a high price from another region by another high-ranking member of the Professionals Alliance. Not only to resolve this crisis but also to claim credit for themselves. The time the trio entered the dungeon was almost the same as when Xiaofeng and his team entered the first dungeon. Xiaofeng's team had already cleared 4 mutated bosses, while that group had only dealt with 1. If travel time is not counted, Xiaofeng's team's speed in dealing with mutated bosses was at least 7 times faster than theirs. With such a comparison, the difference was clear. Upon learning this result, the Carefree leader was not only not angry but even happier. As the saying goes, comparison brings pain. Without this high-priced extermination team, how could his son's duo team's strength be highlighted? After another 6 hours, after Xiaofeng dealt with the 8th dungeon, the other team finally cleared another dungeon. By now, all the mutated bosses in the Death Swamp dungeons had been eliminated. What remained were some lower-level dungeon bosses, which were relatively much easier. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If possible, Xiaofeng wouldn't mind taking them out as well. After all, they could still drop warrior medals. However, Xiaofeng and his partner's levels had already exceeded the upper limit of those low-level dungeons, so they could only helplessly give up. Xiaofeng's team had continuously handled 8 dungeons, and more than 10 hours had passed. Although they were not exhausted given their physical condition, there was nothing they could do since they couldn't enter anymore. Let the rest be handled by others, we're done. For the day. Brother Cool was in high spirits at this moment. Today was undoubtedly his most triumphant day. His name had appeared continuously in the regional announcements across various areas, giving him the illusion that he was on the same level as Xiao Feng. The two staff members reported Xiao Feng's team's intentions to the higher-ups of the Professionals Alliance. The higher-ups readily agreed to their request to return. After more than 10 hours of continuous killing of only the super-strong mutated bosses, excluding the time spent traveling, their actual combat time with the mutated bosses did not exceed 6 hours. This means that on average, the time to kill a mutated boss was no more than 1 hour. Such a killing speed was enough to earn recognition from the management of the Dragon Species team. As for the remaining low-level dungeon bosses, others would handle them. After returning to Shijing, Xiao Feng went straight back to his exclusive room at the Shijing Warrior Academy. After taking a hot shower, he turned off all communications and fell into a deep sleep. Bang bang bang, the next morning, Xiao Feng's door was knocked on again. Opening the door, he saw his mentor Bai Jiangxue outside and suddenly remembered that he had class today. Xiao Feng felt a bit disoriented. He had been tirelessly running around and killing bosses for the past 2 days. Classmate, hi, don't think that just because you've reached level 100 and cleared the 600th floor of the trial tower, you can ignore the Academy's rules. If you continue to disregard the Academy's regulations, I have the right to demote you to an ordinary student or even expel you. Seeing Bai Jianshua's furious expression, Xiao Feng felt speechless. Teacher Bai, what do you mean I? You have 3 minutes to appear in the classroom on the 2nd floor, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. With that, she turned angrily and left. Xiao Feng was helpless. He wanted to explain that it was Vice Dean Zhang who asked him to resolve an issue, but before he could finish, Bai Jiangxue had stormed off. 3 minutes later, Xiao Feng appeared in the empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Only Bai Jiangxue was present. It seemed the other students had already entered the instance to level up. After all, the most important thing before reaching level 100 was to increase one's level. Seeing Xiao Feng arrive within the time she set, Bai Jiangshue's expression softened a bit. What followed was a lengthy criticism and psychological counseling that lasted over 10 minutes. It wasn't until Bai Jiangxue stopped, her throat dry from talking, that Xiao Feng finally had a chance to speak. Teacher Bai, I was invited by Vice Dean Zhang yesterday to deal with a mutated boss in the instance, and I only returned to school after 4 a.m. today. Who? Bai Jiangxue seemed not to have heard clearly. Vice Dean Zhang from the Shijing Warrior Academy. Bai Jiangxue looked as if she was both amused and exasperated. Classmate, hi, while sleeping in is indeed a violation of the Academy's rules for new students, it's not that serious. There's no need to cover it up with a bigger lie. Do you know how serious it is to casually drag the name of a high-ranking official from the Academy into your lies? Just as Xiao Feng was about to explain, a stooped old man appeared at the classroom door, looking kindly at Xiao Feng. Dean Jiang, what brings you here? The newcomer was indeed Vice Dean Jiang. A figure of her stature would only appear on particularly important occasions. It was unexpected for her to show up in the new student classroom today, something Bai Jiangxue never anticipated. What was even more unbelievable to Bai Jiangxue was that the usually stern Vice Dean was wearing a broad smile. Today. Dean Jiang, is there something you need? Bai Jiangxue was so nervous she even stuttered. Just came to take a look. Vice Dean Jiang simply replied, her gaze falling on Xiao Feng, her smile growing wider. Seeing this, Bai Jiangxue finally understood Vice Dean Zhang's intentions. Could this kid be a relative of Vice Dean Zhang? A thought suddenly popped into Bai Jiangshue's mind. After all, in all her years at the academy, she had never seen Vice Dean Zhang treat any student this way. Vice Dean Zhang walked over to Xiao Feng, smiling as she spoke. Little Black, how did it go yesterday? Hearing the term Little Black, Xiao Feng felt goosebumps rise on his skin. As one of the people responsible for this incident, how could Vice Dean Zhang not know about their progress and results? There must be other reasons for her coming to find him. It went well, we cleared a mutated boss in the instance yesterday. Vice Dean Jiang naturally knew this, but she still feigned surprise. 8 of them, that's quite an achievement. If only my granddaughter were half as capable as you. Hearing Vice Dean Zhang's words, Xiao Feng understood her true intention for being there. It was likely similar to what Xiao Shaoji's father had in mind. But now, there were no mutated bosses left for him to kill. Grandma Jiang hesitated for a moment, then turned to Bai Jiangxue and said, Xiao Bai, I need to talk to Xiao He about something. Could you please step outside for a bit? Hearing this address made Bai Jiangxue feel quite awkward. First, she called Xiao Feng Xiao He, and now she was calling him Xiao Bai. Wasn't this just inviting all sorts of speculation? However, given that Grandma Jiang was the vice president of the academy, she could only comply and walked out of the classroom. If it had been someone else, Bai Jiangxue would have already exploded in anger. Once Bai Jiangxue left, Xiao Feng spoke directly, Director Jiang, if there's something to discuss, just say it. Grandma. Zhang's face showed a hint of difficulty. Xiao Hei, I'm not here as the vice president of the academy, but as a girl's grandmother. Director Jiang, please go ahead. Xiao Feng did not promise to help. After all, people of Grandma Zhang's status could usually resolve most matters themselves, and if even he couldn't solve it, how could he expect to? Xiao Feng was still only at the first tier. While he seemed impressive now, it was all due to specific conditions. Once he advanced to the second tier, or if those conditions disappeared, his importance would significantly decline. You did an excellent job assisting the Practitioner Alliance with the dungeon crisis. I, along with some colleagues from the Practitioner Alliance, strongly recommended you for the Dragon Seed team, and it looks like your chances of joining are very high. The Dragon Seed team is where the Dragon Kingdom cultivates its top talents. This year marks the 9th session since the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise on Blue Star. Every session of Dragon Seed members ultimately becomes a super powerful existence, and the members from previous sessions have already become the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. Our Academy's Director of Water Dragon Chant, the one who spoke at the opening ceremony, is a member of the second session of the Dragon Seed team. Do you know how many warrior academies there are in the Dragon Kingdom? There are a total of 36, and each warrior academy enrolls over 10,000 students every year, meaning at least hundreds of thousands of practitioners are born each year. This does not even include some special groups and practitioners who awaken through hidden channels in the civilian sector. Roughly estimated, the number of practitioners awakening in our Dragon Kingdom each year is no less than 500,000. But do you know how many members the Dragon Seed team recruits each session? Xiao Feng was astonished. He knew there were many practitioners, but he didn't expect the number to be so high. During the awakening ceremony, only 3 people from their entire class awakened, which was almost consistent with the official data. When the Multiverse Paradise descended, the human population on Blue Star dropped by 70%, yet even so, the numbers were similar to those before Xiao Feng's crossing. He couldn't imagine how crowded this world was before the arrival of the Multiverse Paradise. Grandma Jiang continued, the Dragon Seed team only recruits 5 members each year. What? Only 5? Xiao Feng was taken aback by this number. It should be noted that the Shijing Warrior Academy, as one of the top 4 warrior academies in the country, enrolls over 1,000 core students each year. The total number of core students across all academies exceeds 10,000. Most of these 10,000 are rare professions. But the Dragon Seed team only recruits 5 members each year. How high must the value of these 5 be? Seeing Xiao Feng's surprise, Grandma Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Now you understand how difficult it is to become a member of the Dragon Seed team. And you, very likely, will become one of them. The difficulty and benefits of joining the Dragon Seed team had already been discussed with him by the Carefree One, although not as detailed as Grandma Jiang's explanation. Xiao Feng had a rough understanding. What did Grandma Jiang mean by reiterating these points now? Xiao Feng felt a bit confused. Director Jiang, if there's something to say, just say it. You don't need to call me Director Jiang anymore. If you don't mind, just call me Grandma Jiang. Grandma Jiang, please go ahead. Do you know that after becoming a Dragon Seed team member, each member can recruit 4 attendants? The main purpose of these 4 attendants is to compensate for the shortcomings of the official members, and at the same time, these 4 attendants can form a complete small team with the official members, allowing them to execute tasks independently. So there's no need to find outsiders to coordinate actions. Whether it's leveling up by fighting monsters or cooperating to kill a boss, the assistance of attendants is essential, so every member is extremely strict about their choice of attendants. Xiao Hei, I have a small request. Please, Granny Jiang, go ahead. My granddaughter is also a new student this year, and she has awakened a rare profession. If you become a Dragon Seed team member, could you choose her as one of your attendants? Xiao Feng was stunned for a while before he reacted. As the vice president of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang stood at a high level in the Dragon Kingdom in terms of both power and strength, and her granddaughter had awakened a rare profession. Logically, her future should be bright, so why would she lower her status to become his attendant? Is the identity of a Dragon Seed team member really that high? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng spoke, Granny Jiang, why is that? Sigh, although my granddaughter has awakened to a rare profession, she is merely a support type. No matter how powerful a support type is, they are ultimately just support. Without strong teammates, it is very difficult to level up or survive. Therefore, every support type will look for a fixed team. I ask you, which team in the entire Dragon Kingdom can be stronger than the Dragon Seed team? I know my granddaughter's qualifications. It is almost impossible for her to become a formal member of the Dragon Seed team, so she has chosen to become your attendant as a second option. This way, she can indirectly join the Dragon Seed team. I wonder what you think, Xiao Hei. Everything became clear. Granny Zhang's good attitude was indeed because of this matter. However, Xiao Feng had not yet become a formal member of the Dragon Seed team, so it was still too early to discuss this. Moreover, even if he did become a formal member, the choice of attendance should not be solely up to him, right? Granny Jiang, I am not a formal member yet, isn't it a bit early to talk about this? I believe in your strength, Xiao Hei, you will definitely become a formal member of the Dragon Seed team. This is a small gift from me to you, and it can be considered a special reward for outstanding students from the Vice President of the Warrior Academy. Granny Jiang handed Xiao Feng a wooden box. This wooden box was identical in size and style to the one that green-haired old man had given him. Could it be another potential limit scroll? After sending off Granny Jiang, Bai Jiangxue returned to the classroom. When she was chased out of the classroom by Granny Jiang, she had already inquired about Xiao Feng's achievements through some channels. When she learned that Xiao Feng had cleared 8 Forbidden Zone dungeons continuously from the afternoon to the evening yesterday, she was stunned. She never expected that this student, whom she had just criticized, had accomplished such an incredible feat, but now she was troubled. Xiao Feng, as a new student, was too outstanding. Her previous teaching methods aimed at core members seemed completely unsuitable for Xiao Feng. However, it was not practical for her to come up with a set of teaching methods suitable for Xiao Feng in a short time. For a moment, she didn't know how to guide Xiao Feng. Seeing Bai Jiangxue in difficulty, Xiao Feng spoke first. Teacher Bai, do you know if there are any high-value items worth exchanging in the first-level trial towers? Small? Xiao Feng's words just relieved Bai Jiangxue's embarrassment. The reason I called you over today is to explain the relevant content of the first-level trial tower. The trial tower is not only a place to test the individual strength of practitioners but also a place to create a gap between ordinary practitioners. And the way to create that gap is through the rewards in the trial tower. The items that can be exchanged in the trial tower Small are numerous, so don't be fooled by the variety of items inside. Most of the items are consumables and temporary boosts to strength. These equipment and items can only make you stronger for a time, but they cannot make you permanently stronger. The items that can truly enhance a professional's strength permanently are very limited. Among them are attribute enhancement scrolls and skill enhancement scrolls. I believe you must have exchanged for these already. Right? Xiao Feng nodded, indicating that he indeed had exchanged for them. Bai Jiangxue nodded slightly, thinking that this kid wasn't too foolish after all. She continued, there are 2 types of items that can truly enhance a professional's strength. One of them is the potential limit scroll. This type of item can. Bai Jiangxue noticed that Xiao Feng did not seem surprised upon hearing about the potential limit scroll, indicating that he already knew about or had even used such an item. It made sense. If he hadn't used such an item, he wouldn't have the strength he had now. She paused and continued, the other type of item is even more important. What item? Seeing this, Bai Jiangxue finally revealed a smile. This kid finally found something interesting. Without keeping him in suspense, Bai Jiangxue said directly, Gene Breakthrough Essence. What is that? Do you know? Why a newly promoted second-tier professional can crush the vast majority of top first-tier professionals? Xiao Feng was puzzled. He had killed quite a few second-tier professionals and didn't feel they were particularly strong. Bai Jiangxue realized her explanation wasn't precise enough and corrected herself. You, as a monster, don't count. After advancing to the second tier, one still needs to level up by defeating monsters to gain attribute enhancement points. Before obtaining those enhancement points, why do they experience such a significant boost in strength right after promotion? Everyone must undergo a special trial to advance from the first tier to the second tier. Only by passing this trial can they obtain the Gene Evolution Essence. Although their various attributes do not change after taking the Gene Evolution Essence, the enhancement of the 4 main attributes to the derived attributes is greatly improved. Let me put it this way, for a first-tier professional, every 10 points of strength increases their physical attack by 5 points, and for every 10 points of mana, their magical attack also increases by 5. But after advancing to the second tier, every 10 points of strength increases physical attack by 7.5. Compared to the first tier, this is a 50% increase. This is why the second tier is far stronger than the first tier. Xiao Feng suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Can the Gene Evolution Essence be reused? Bai Jiangxue nodded, yes, at least for now. I haven't seen anyone reach the usage limit. However, the Gene Evolution Essence is very difficult to obtain. Currently, there are only 2 known stable channels for acquisition. One is to complete the advancement trial task. Once the trial task is successfully completed, you can obtain a bottle of Gene Evolution Essence 100% of the time, but this essence can only be used by yourself, cannot be traded, and cannot be discarded. The quantity of Gene Evolution Essence obtained through this method is constant, and breaking through to the second tier in this way will only yield the minimum breakthrough standard, which is a 50% increase in strength relative to your strength at the time of breakthrough. If you want a greater Boost during your breakthrough, you'll need to obtain more gene breakthrough essence from other sources. Currently, the only known place to obtain gene breakthrough essence with 100% certainty is the trial tower. Similarly, the gene breakthrough essence obtained in the trial tower can only be used by yourself and cannot be traded. Teacher Bai, I didn't find any various items in the trial tower. Small? Bai Jiangshu smiled and said, isn't it too easy to obtain gene breakthrough essence? There are 2 requirements to obtain gene breakthrough essence in the trial tower mall. First, the trial tower must reach 800 levels, and second, the trial points must reach 2 million. Xiao Feng calculated in his heart. He currently had 94,207 trial points left, having gained around 350,000 points from clearing levels 501 to 600. Every 100 levels cleared, the number of points earned would nearly double. This meant that the trial points he would earn from clearing 800 levels would be enough to exchange for a bottle of gene evolution essence. Previously, Xiao Feng had little confidence in clearing 800 levels, but now, it shouldn't be a big problem. Teacher Bai, using the gene evolution essence won't lead to an automatic advancement, right? No, even if you use the gene evolution essence obtained from clearing advancement trial tasks, it won't automatically advance. The advancement needs to be confirmed by the practitioner. With this answer, Xiao Feng felt relieved. Alright, I've told you everything you need to know. As for clearing levels, I won't go into detail. Your profession is quite different from the traditional tank type, and explaining it wouldn't be of much help to you. I'll send you the materials, you can look at them yourself. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me directly through the friend system. Thank you. This was a heartfelt gratitude from Xiao Feng. Okay, you can act freely for the next few days. After bidding farewell to Bai Jiangshu, Xiao Feng returned to his personal room. He didn't return to catch up on sleep but to organize the gains from yesterday. Yesterday, he had killed 8 mutated bosses, and the rewards were quite substantial. Before challenging the trial tower, he aimed to maximize his strength. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. After enhancing his strength, he would be safer and more efficient in clearing levels. Before organizing his gains from yesterday, Xiao Feng first took out the items given to him by Granny Jiang. He opened the box to check. Inside the box were not potential limit scrolls but attribute enhancement point scrolls. Xiao Feng was not disappointed by this. Because he had no idea where his limit was, at least he hadn't touched it yet. The attribute enhancement point scrolls could genuinely boost his strength. Granny Jiang was very generous, directly giving him 50 attribute enhancement point scrolls. This kind of item that could permanently enhance strength was never considered for sale or exchange for other items. Xiao Feng chose to use them directly. Prompt: use attribute enhancement point scroll times 50? Use. Prompt: you have gained free attribute enhancement points times 50. Xiao Feng did not directly allocate all the attribute enhancement points to his constitution. He remembered that among the equipment he had obtained yesterday, there were a few pieces that suited him, but they required higher strength and agility attributes to wear. His current attribute panel was very extreme. His constitution had reached 1,252 points, while his strength was only 24 points, and his agility was merely 6 points. He couldn't wear some level 20 or 30 equipment that required strength and agility attributes. Yesterday, he had killed a total of 8 mutated bosses, each of which was comparable in strength to the bloodthirsty tree demon. It was precisely because of this that he had gained so much. Besides various treasure chest items, the biggest gain was obtaining 500 warrior medals. He learned from Green Hair that not all bosses would drop warrior medals upon defeat, only the first kill of a boss would yield warrior medals. Moreover, the bosses that ordinary practitioners could encounter were already rare, with only a few common types. It was very difficult to obtain a large number of warrior medals. The reason he could acquire so many warrior medals this time was that each mutated boss was unique. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many new bosses to farm warrior medals. Additionally, the number of warrior medals obtained from killing ordinary bosses was also very low. Up to now, the only ordinary boss Xiao Feng had truly killed seemed to be the Silver Moon Wolf King. The other bosses were either hidden bosses or mutated bosses. The chances of encountering hidden boss and mutated boss are very low. Even if ordinary professionals come across them, it may not be good luck, they might not even be able to escape. This shows that the warrior medals are not so easily obtained. With the previous 30 remaining, he now has a total of 530 warrior medals. To upgrade the all-purpose medal from 1 star to 4 stars requires 150 warrior medals. After consuming 150 warrior medals, the all-purpose medal finally upgraded to 5 stars, with its attributes increasing from 20% to 25%. However, Xiao Feng did not stop there. He still has 330 warrior medals left. To synthesize a new 5-star all-purpose medal, he only needs 310 warrior medals. 2 5-star medals can be combined to create 1 6-star medal. Moments later, a brand new 6-star medal was born. 6-star all-purpose medal. Wearing this medal can enhance all basic attributes by times 30%. If other professionals knew that Xiaofeng upgraded his medal to 6 stars at the first level, they would probably curse him as a cheater. After upgrading the all-purpose medal to 6 stars, he only has 20 warrior medals left. To upgrade the medal to 7 stars requires 2 6-star medals, leaving him short by 300. The enhancement brought by the medal to professionals is significant, but the difficulty of obtaining the medal is equally considerable. Moreover, the number of warrior medals required increases as one progresses to the later stages. Warrior medals are non-tradable and cannot be purchased by any means. The only way to obtain them is by defeating boss. Therefore, the difficulty of enhancement is extremely high. After putting away the medals, Xiaofeng took out 12 treasure chests at once. Among them, 8 are achievement chests, and the other 4 are chests dropped by boss. All 8 achievement chests are of red quality, while the 4 boss chests are only of gold quality. The quality of achievement chests is already very high, especially since these are red quality chests awarded by the system for defeating mutated boss. Xiaofeng is full of anticipation for the items that can be opened from these chests. However, before that, let's have a little appetizer. Prompt: do you want to open the gold chests times 4? Open. Golden light flashed continuously in the room, dyeing the entire space in gold. After the golden light dimmed, he checked the system prompt. He obtained a total of 3 pieces of gold quality equipment and 1 piece of purple quality equipment, along with a fair amount of gold coins. However, none of them were suitable for Xiaofeng. He then took a deep breath and placed the 8 red quality achievement chests in front of him. Prompt: do you want to open the gold chests times 8? Open. A series of red and gold lights flashed, dazzling to the eyes. If he were still living in the previous apartment building, people outside would surely think he was partying at home in broad daylight. Opening 8 red quality achievement chests at once is something that probably no one but Xiaofeng would do. Anyone else who received such high quality chests would be praying devoutly and carefully opening them one by one. This way of opening chests completely lacks the thrilling feeling usually associated with it. The reason Xiaofeng felt little excitement is that he has received too many high quality chests. In less than 20 days of becoming a professional, how many high quality chests has he obtained? As the light faded, Xiaofeng carefully read each system prompt. The red quality achievement chests indeed did not disappoint him. They yielded quite a few good items. Among them, there were 200 attribute enhancement scrolls and 40 skill enhancement scrolls. The value of just these 2 types of items is comparable to over 100,000 points at the Western Capital Warrior Academy, not to mention that these items cannot be bought with points now. In terms of equipment, several red equipment pieces were open, but only 2 were usable for Xiaofeng. Equipment name: Source of Life. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 500 points in Constitution to use. Equipment position: necklace. Physical defense, plus 99. Magical defense, plus 99. Additional skill: Source of Life. Passive can continuously provide vitality and recovery effects, restoring 1% of maximum health per second after equipping this item. Can also recover in combat. Most necklace equipment primarily increases attack or critical hit. This time, Xiaofeng killed 8 mutated bosses, including those that dropped directly in from treasure chests, and he obtained a total of 4 necklaces, with only this one increasing defense. Moreover, its additional passive skill is health recovery. Both attributes along with the additional skill are what Xiaofeng needs. Although the defense increase is not substantial, it is still more useful to him than other necklaces that boost attack. Additionally, Xiaofeng just found another useful piece of equipment in his bag. Equipment name: Scale Wrist Guards. Equipment quality: red equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 200 points in Constitution to use. Equipment position: wrist guards, left. Physical defense, plus 188. Magical defense, plus 188. Additional skill: scale defense, increases base physical defense by 20%. Armor skill: water mastery, increases movement/attack speed by 20% when fighting in water. Xiaofeng has obtained quite a few good pieces of equipment this time, but most require extremely high wearing requirements. He cannot afford to consume too many attribute enhancement points on strength and agility just to wear 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. This piece of equipment is relatively suitable for him among many, especially the additional skill scale defense, which can increase base defense by 20%. The source of base defense comes only from the bonus provided by Constitution, the panel defense. After removing all equipment and skills can be considered as base defense. Therefore, Xiaofeng's base defense is not high, only 482 points, and increasing 20% of base defense only adds an extra 96 points of physical defense. Compared to equipment or skills that provide overall defense bonuses, the defense increase from this equipment is indeed not high. However, as a bracelet, its base defense reaches 188, which is already top tier in terms of defense. Overall, this equipment is not particularly outstanding, but it is completely sufficient for transition. Looking at a pile of high-quality equipment, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. These pieces of equipment are no longer useful to him and can only be sold for money. In terms of gold coins, he still has over 3,000 in his bag, equivalent to over 30 million Dragon Country coins. In just over 10 days, Xiaofeng has gone from having nothing to now being worth tens of millions. He found that making money as a professional seems particularly easy. So much so that he now doesn't even know what to do with this money. Buy equipment? He doesn't lack equipment. Now, buy items that permanently enhance strength? It seems those things can't just be bought with money, at least he hasn't seen anyone selling them in the market. Looking at the pile of equipment, Xiaofeng ultimately decided to sell them all. These pieces of equipment can only fetch a good price when someone needs them. Now that the various academies have just started, it shouldn't be long before a large number of newcomers reach level 100. At that time, they will rush to the trial tower, which is precisely when they will need to purchase high-tier equipment. At that time, this batch of equipment will definitely sell for a good price. He opened his friend list and found Xian Duo. This person is quite capable in both handling matters and as a person, so he could try to cooperate. With the system's contract constraints in place, he is not worried that the other party will sell the items and not pay. Knight, are you there? Xian Duo, brother Knight, your name has been appearing frequently in announcements across various regions lately. I knew I didn't misjudge you. One word, awesome. Knight, I have a batch of top-tier first-level equipment that needs to be sold. Do you have any connections? Xian Duo, brother Knight, may I ask weekly, what does top-tier mean? What does a batch mean? Black Knight, 7 pieces of red quality equipment, 11 pieces of gold quality, purple quality. Xian Duo, brother Black Knight, how many boss nests did you raid? Black Knight, do you have any channels? Xian Duo, don't worry, brother Black Knight, this little bit of goods is nothing for me. By the way, we've been cooperating for so long, and I haven't introduced myself to you yet. Chen Duo, I'm the head of the new city branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You must have heard of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, right? Black Knight, no. Xian Duo, awkward expression. Brother Black Knight, you just became a professional not long ago, so it's normal not to have heard of it. Chen Duo, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is at least in the top 10 in Longwa, whether it's reputation, material strength, or trading channels, we are the best. Black Knight, alright, just handle these equipments as you see fit. Black Knight, by the way, if there are any items that can permanently increase my strength, please keep an eye out for me. As for the equipment, please pay attention to the second-tier top-grade equipment. Chen Duo, brother Black Knight, at your level of strength, it's already very difficult to buy the equipment you need through ordinary channels. So, the day after tomorrow, we will have an online auction hosted by our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and the equipment you provided will also appear at the auction. If you're interested, you can log in and participate then. Black Knight, okay. Looking at the empty package, Xiaofeng felt relaxed. Having too much equipment can be overwhelming. It's better to sell it off quickly, converting it into strength is the best, and if that's not possible, having gold coins in the package is also comforting. According to Xiaofeng's estimate, this batch of equipment could conservatively sell for 5,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to 50 million. Of course, Xiaofeng is no longer interested in ordinary people's currency. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng decided to use all his skill enhancement points and attribute points to enter the trial tower in the best possible state. He still had 40 skill attribute points, and naturally, he prioritized maxing out the Thorn Spike skill. The Thorn Spike skill is now level 86, with a rebound damage of 190%. According to the upper limit, raising it by 5 levels would reach a 200% rebound cap. After spending 5 skill points, the plus sign behind the Thorn Spike skill disappeared, indicating that it could not be further enhanced. Now there are still 35 skill enhancement points left. Where to allocate these 35 points? Do I need to think about it? Naturally, all of them go to Silver Moon Power. This skill, which can restore based on a percentage of his maximum health, is definitely the most significant enhancement for him right now. After spending 35 skill points, Silver Moon Power reached level 56, and the recovery speed also reached 2.85%. However, his overall recovery speed reached a terrifying 6.09%. Why is it so high? The calculation formula is as follows: Silver Moon Power 2.85% plus Blood Soul Guardian Helmet 1% plus Rock Belt Equipment Skill Rock Power 0.5% plus Life Source Necklace Additional Skill 1% totals to 5.35%. Is that it? Of course not. On top of the 5.35%, we also add the bonus from the Life Ring's additional skill Life's Praise. Life's Praise increases the effect of self-recovery skills by 20%. Xiaofeng equipped 2 life rings, so the 2 stack, increasing recovery effects by 40%. 5.35% times 140% equals 7.49%. Now Xiaofeng's health has reached 14,982 points, and this is without adding the 250 points of constitution. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng allocated all 250 points of constitution to his constitution. After adding the 250 attribute enhancement points, Xiaofeng still hadn't hit the so-called bottleneck. It seems that his potential limit is significantly higher than that of ordinary people. After changing his equipment and allocating his attribute points, Xiaofeng's attribute panel looked completely refreshed. Name, Night Class, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Class, Level, First Stage, Level 100, Health Points, 18482 Mana Points, 78 Constitution, 1698 Strength, 26 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 8 Physical Defense, 2585 Magical Defense, 2429 Combat Power Assessment, 2452 Thorn Spike reflects 200% damage. Health recovery per second is as high as 1384. With this health and recovery rate, it's no exaggeration to say he is a blood tank warrior with a built-in healer. Looking at the time, it was only 11 a.m. After being disturbed by Jiang Shui and Granny Jiang, he had lost his sleepiness. Just as he was about to take a break with a cup of coffee and then head to the trial tower, a message from Brother Xiaoshua came in. Brother Xiaoshua, Night brother, still resting? Night, what's up? Brother Xiaoshua, not good, something's happened. Night, Brother Xiaoshua, my old man just told me that there's been a change regarding entering the Dragon Seed team. Night, what's the situation? Brother Xiaoshua, recently, several other advanced warrior academies have produced some remarkable geniuses. The Dragon Seed team only has 5 spots, the first 3 are already locked in, and now only 2 spots remain. The higher-ups have stated that entry into the Dragon Seed team will depend on strength. Night, what do you mean? Brother Xiaoshua, the last 2 spots will go to whoever can break into the top 100 globally in the first stage trial tower first. Night, do you know the current progress of the other competitors? Brother Xiaoshua, right now, your main competitors are 4 people, and they have all reached over level 600. The specific rankings haven't come out yet, but they are likely pushing through the trial tower. Night, now that's interesting. Brother Xiaoshua, Night brother, don't underestimate them, these people are very strong. My old man told me that the 3 who have already locked in their spots are not to be mentioned, and the few competing with you would have been geniuses who could directly enter the Dragon Seed team in previous years. Night, top 100, huh? Got it. Brother Xiaoshua, I think I have no hope now, I can only stick with you from now on. Night brother, you must not abandon me. Xiaofeng naturally understood what green hair meant, but he wouldn't make any promises until the Dragon Seed team spots were truly locked in. Night, let's talk later. Closing the chat interface, Xiaofeng was in no hurry. The further one went in the trial tower, the greater the difficulty and the longer the time spent. 1 hour was not enough to affect the final outcome. After leisurely finishing a cup of hot coffee brewed by the smart robot, he slowly got up and walked towards the trial tower. After a couple of days of delay, more people had reached level 100, and they began to attempt challenges in the trial tower. In the plaza of the trial tower, he encountered 2 familiar faces: Natural Disaster and Sword 33. The 3 merely nodded to each other without exchanging words, then each entered the trial tower. Hint, you have entered the first stage trial ground, level 601. Hint, kill all monsters in the map within 60 minutes to clear the level. It had only been 2 or 3 days since his last challenge, but Xiaofeng's strength had undergone a tremendous change. The monsters at level 601 were not significantly stronger than those at level 500, they were just more difficult to deal with due to their combinations. However, this had no effect on Xiaofeng. With his dual defenses around 2,500, these monsters were still far from breaking through his defenses. Now, his thorn spike reflected damage had reached 200%, and his monster killing speed was faster and more efficient than before. 6 hours later, a giant ape, as large as a mountain, crashed to the ground. Regional announcement: the practitioner Black Knight has successfully passed the 700th level of the first tier trial tower. Times 3. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 700th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points times 30,000, now totaling 791,303 points. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial tower. Leaderboard, currently ranked 1328. Looking at the time, it was only a little past 7 p.m. Xiaofeng decided to push through to the 800th level in one go, first exchanging for the gene evolution essence that Jiang Shui mentioned. If this item had a stock limit like the internal shop of the Warrior Academy, and someone else snatched it away first, it would be a loss. Tip: you have entered the 701st level of the first tier trial tower. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered clearing the level. Challenge begins. The strength of monsters after the 700th level had increased significantly compared to those at the 600s. Some monsters with strong attack power had attacks nearing 1500. If Xiaofeng hadn't had this significant boost, his journey would have ended here. Besides the increase in attack power, the attack styles and skills of monsters after the 700th level had also become more diverse. One type of monster's skill made Xiaofeng realize a major flaw in himself. That was armor penetration. Xiaofeng's greatest reliance for farming monsters without taking damage was his defense, and once the defense was breached, he would be in a lot of trouble. The monsters with armor penetration skills resembled giant mosquitoes, with extremely sharp and pointed mouthparts. Their attacks came with an armor penetration effect. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's defense was high enough. Even after a 20% armor penetration, his defense still reached 2000. If these monsters had a higher armor penetration effect and stronger output attacks, Xiaofeng would indeed be in quite a bit of trouble. After a stealth monster gradually became visible and fell to the ground dead, 6 hours had already passed. The system announcement followed. Regional announcement. The practitioner Black Knight has successfully passed the 800th level of the first tier trial tower. ×3. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner Black Knight for entering the top 1000 of the first tier trial tower, currently ranked 997. Tip: you have killed all monsters on the 800th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points times 60,000, now totaling 218,9095 points. Tip: you have entered the first tier trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 997. After clearing the 800th level, the regional announcement changed to a district announcement. District announcements have a wider reach, and the district where Xiaofeng was located almost covered the entire western part of Long Country. It was only at this moment that the name Black Knight truly spread throughout the western part of Long Country. Although it was only the first tier, how could a practitioner who entered the global top 1000 be an ordinary person? Those familiar with Xiaofeng and who had a good relationship with him were all astonished and shocked when they saw this district announcement. There was no comparison between the top 1000 and those outside it. The 800th level of the trial tower was a significant hurdle. Countless geniuses had been stuck at the 800th level and couldn't get through. Yet Xiaofeng had done it. It was already late at night, and not many people saw the system announcement. Otherwise, the chat channels in various regions would surely have sparked a wave of discussions about Black Knight. Xiaofeng returned to the trial tower preparation room. He opened the trial tower points exchange shop. Flipping back, he finally found the gene evolution essence that Bai Jiangxue mentioned at the end of the shop. Tip: yes/no. To consume 2 million trial points to exchange for gene evolution essence ×1? Exchange. Tip: you have obtained gene evolution essence ×1. Gene evolution essence. After use, it can improve one's genes, thereby enhancing the efficiency of using the 4 basic attributes. Today, when challenging the 800th level of the trial tower, Xiaofeng had felt a slight pressure. If he continued to challenge higher levels, his current defenses would surely not hold up. Using this bottle of gene evolution agent was undoubtedly the best choice now. Prompt: use gene evolution agent now? Yes/no. Prompt: using this agent will undergo deep transformation of the body, causing certain pain to the user. Please use this agent in a safe place. Xiaofeng looked around. Was there a safer place than here? Each practitioner's preparation room for challenging the trial tower was a separate space, not interconnected. Without the system's permission, no one could appear in this room. This could be said to be the safest place Xiaofeng could find, without exception. Use it. The crystal bottle in his hand exploded, and an invisible energy instantly surged into Xiaofeng's body. This energy entered his body and quickly spread to every part of him. In an instant, every cell in Xiaofeng's body was enveloped by this energy. Then came the pain. Excruciating pain that spread through every cell in his body. Even Xiaofeng couldn't help but roar out in agony. His body collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. This pain was not localized but emanated from every cell in his body, with no part escaping this extreme suffering. Xiaofeng nearly fainted several times but ultimately gritted his teeth and endured. Half an hour later, the pain gradually subsided. A foul odor emanated from his sweat-soaked clothes. That was the impurities expelled from his body during the gene evolution. The sticky, grayish-black impurities clung to him, making him uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Xiaofeng felt incredibly light. An unprecedented sense of power surged in his heart. Prompt: gene modification completed. Current gene strength 100 points. For basic attributes provide a 50% bonus to derived attributes. Prompt. You have reached the minimum requirement for promotion to the second tier. Do you want to promote to the second tier now? Yes/no. He hadn't expected that after using the gene evolution agent, he could directly promote to the second tier. Promote to the second tier now? Of course not. What a joke. If he promoted to the second tier now, he would lose the qualification to challenge the first tier trial tower, let alone join the dragon species team. Moreover, judging from the system prompt and what Bai Jiangxue had informed him, his gene strength could still be further enhanced. Although the gene purification agent was rare, there was still a promotion trial task waiting for him to complete. At that time, he could also obtain a bottle of gene purification agent, which would further increase his strength. Checking his attributes, the 4 basic attributes had not changed. However, his health points, mana points, attack power, and both defenses had all increased by 50%. His health points had now reached 26,973. His physical defense had even surpassed 3,000, and his magical defense had reached 2,854. This time, the increase was substantial. If he could use a few more bottles of gene evolution agents, who knows how powerful he would become. Sensing the foul odor coming from his body, Xiaofeng quickly left the trial tower and returned to his personal room at the academy. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street, otherwise, the smell would surely draw a lot of attention. Back in his personal room, he took a hot shower, had a simple meal in the cafeteria, and then fell into a deep sleep. To avoid being disturbed, he activated the Do Not Disturb mode. In a dimly lit office within the Warrior Academy of Magic City, an old man sat across from 2 young men. The old man lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and slowly spoke. Zhengjue, Feng Chang, how many levels did you clear today? 756 levels. 788 levels. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded slightly, quite satisfied with their performance. You both still have your trial points, right? Old Mu once said that keeping points is very useful, and we naturally still have some left. Good, after you two pass the 800th level tomorrow, you must exchange for the gene evolution essence. Once you use the gene evolution essence, your strength will increase significantly again, and it will definitely be much easier to challenge higher levels, thus increasing your chances of joining the Dragon Seed team. Old Mu, we will do our utmost. The old man was very satisfied with their attitude, a kind smile appearing on his face. Now there are only 2 spots left in the Dragon Seed team, and I hope both of you can get in. Just then, the old man received a message. After checking it, his expression suddenly became serious. What's wrong, Old Mu? After closing the chat interface, the old man looked at the two with a grave expression and said, Your opponents have appeared. Who? One is from the South Sea Warrior Academy, named Bozai. He passed the 800th level just half an hour ago. The other is from the West Capital Warrior Academy, named Hai, who also passed the 800th level an hour ago. You two need to put in some effort, otherwise, it's hard to say who will end up with the last 2 spots. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's other competitors felt the pressure from their opponents. At their level, their equipment was undoubtedly in the best condition possible, and it was very difficult to further enhance their strength. However, due to the special nature of their professions, they could compensate for insufficient hard power with techniques and tactics. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, had no room for maneuver and could only rely on his strength to push through. Fortunately, his strength was strong enough, and he still had considerable room for improvement. At least so far, he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. There was still a lot of room for improvement in terms of equipment. The bracelet and gloves were still transitional items casually bought by Qian Duo. His main weapon was still the level 10 Silver Moon Shield. His clothing was merely a level 50 Spirit Snake Armor. It was very easy for him to enhance his strength. Xiaofeng had not yet encountered any bottlenecks in his challenges, so there was no need to upgrade his equipment for now. He was on the verge of advancing to the second tier, and once he did, he could purchase better equipment, so there was no need to waste money on first tier gear. Although he was already quite wealthy, saving money was a habit ingrained in him, and it wasn't easy to change. Long Gu and Bai Jiangxue both received notifications from Vice Dean Zhang, telling them not to disturb Xiaofeng and to let him focus on challenging the trial tower. This meant that no one came to knock on his door, and Xiaofeng slept until noon before getting up. Upon opening his messages, he found that Greenhair was even more anxious than he was, sending him more than 10 messages in a row. Most of the content urged him to hurry up and challenge the levels. There were also several screenshots of announcements showing other competitors who had passed the 800th level of the trial tower. Xiaofeng began to take things seriously. Yesterday, he had passed 200 levels in a row, and that speed and efficiency were already quite impressive. He didn't expect that there would be others who could keep up with his pace. The Dragon Country truly had hidden talents. After lunch, Xiaofeng returned to the trial tower. His goal today was to pass the 1000th level. No one knew exactly how many levels the trial tower had, as no one had reached the top since the arrival of the Paradise of All Realms. It was said that after the 1000th level, the strength of the monsters would increase dramatically. According to those who had passed it, although the system still classified the monsters in the trial tower above the 1000th level as first tier, their attributes had far exceeded that. Based on his speculation, the higher one went in the first tier trial tower, the higher the level of the monsters would be, and it was even possible that monsters with attributes comparable to second or third tiers might appear later on. Some even suspected that the highest point of the first tier trial tower was actually the 1000th level. Beyond the 1000th level, one would have already entered another tier. This view was accepted by most people. Therefore, most strong individuals only set the 1000th level as their ultimate goal. Tip: you have entered the 801st level of the first tier trial arena. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a successful clearance. Challenge begins. The strength of the monsters on the 801st level has once again increased. Moreover, each small monster possesses 2 consistent skills, which are varied and diverse. As long as the skills do not enhance attack or armor penetration, they pose no threat to Xiaofeng. Starting from level 801, each small monster's strength is no weaker than that of a level 100 ordinary boss. However, in front of Xiaofeng, they still seem no different from small monsters. As long as Xiaofeng does not move to attract monsters, his dual defenses are significantly boosted under the effect of the immovable as a mountain skill. No matter how strong these monsters are, they are still just first-tier creatures and cannot break through his defenses. At least the monsters from over 800 levels do not possess that capability. After level 800, the monster's attack power becomes even more formidable, but their health seems to have reached a certain limit and does not increase much. It makes sense, after all, each level has only 60 minutes for clearance. If the monster's health were to increase indefinitely, even if the trial taker had the ability to kill them all, the time would be completely insufficient. This results in Xiaofeng clearing levels faster than from 700 to 800. In just under 4 hours, Xiaofeng passed the 900th level. Regional announcement: the professional player Black Knight has successfully cleared the 900th level of the first tier trial tower. ×3. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the professional player Black Knight for entering the top 500 of the first tier trial tower, currently ranked 498. Tip: you have killed all monsters in the 900th level of the trial tower, clearance successful. You have earned trial points times 120000, current total points 2889095. Tip: you have entered the leaderboard of the first tier trial tower, currently ranked 498. After clearing the level, Xiaofeng did not rush to continue but instead opened the trial points shop to see if there were any new item updates. After carefully browsing through it, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The shop had updated with more items. However, it still consisted of one-time use items and some equipment that could only be worn at the first tier and were non-tradable. There were a few pieces of equipment quite suitable for Xiaofeng, but the exchange prices were exorbitantly high. Xiaofeng suppressed his urge and closed the shop. He had a hunch that after breaking through the 1000th level, the trial points shop would likely update with even better items. If he wasted his points now and later found good items that he couldn't purchase, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, as the levels progressed, the difficulty increased, and Xiaofeng was not confident he could keep pushing forward. Points could only be obtained through tower challenges, and if he ended up just short of points needed for an exchange, it would be a significant loss. Continue. Tip: you have entered the 901st level of the first tier trial arena. Tip: killing all monsters in the map within 60 minutes is considered a successful clearance. Challenge begins. The map of the 901st level has changed again. It is an ancient border city. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the ancient city walls are mottled and colorful, with moss spreading between the stones, telling tales of 1,000 years of vicissitudes and solitude. On top of the city walls, the arrow towers are dilapidated, faint traces of past fierce battles can be seen, and every brick and tile is engraved with the profundity of history. The streets are narrow and winding, the cobblestone path uneven, marked by the imprints of hooves and iron shoes, recording the glory and sorrow of countless battles. In this ancient land filled with traces of combat, every breeze and every tile carries a heavy history, making one inevitably intoxicated by the distant and glorious past, feeling the unique charm and immortal soul of the ancient city. At this moment, there are no living beings in the city. Xiaofeng walks alone on the stone streets marked by the passage of time, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. A sense of inexplicable sadness rising in his heart. The originally peaceful and tranquil evening was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, and dark clouds that appeared in the sky hastened the arrival of night. There was a sense of foreboding, as if the black clouds were about to crush the city. Crack! A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. The thunder illuminated the entire ancient city. In that instant of lightning, Xiao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This was no empty city, he was now surrounded by a dense crowd of human warriors clad in tattered armor. They should be considered human, right? Aside from their bodies being covered in rotting flesh and their hollow, lifeless eyes, they looked almost identical to ancient warriors. As the lightning flashed, everything returned to silence, as if the figures he had just seen never existed at all. But Xiao Feng knew those people were right beside him. He could even feel the gusts of wind brought by their movements behind him. Could it be that all these people are invisible monsters? Crack, the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, and the lightning became more frequent. Each time lightning struck, he could clearly see those soldiers. When the third bolt of lightning flashed, the soldiers suddenly turned to look at Xiao Feng. Boom, accompanied by a loud rumble of thunder, the lightning became more persistent. At that moment, the entire ancient castle was illuminated as if it were daytime. And at that same time, all the soldiers seemed to come to life, their gazes fixed intently on Xiao Feng. Gradually, a faint blue flame ignited in their eyes. In that moment, they seemed to let out a silent roar as they charged forward. Then, everything went dark. The difficulty of this level lay in the fact that the enemies could only be seen when lightning flashed. At other times, one had to rely solely on instinct. And these monsters themselves were not particularly strong. At least, they couldn't break through Xiao Feng's defenses. Thus, Xiao Feng wandered through the ancient city out of boredom. In the instant the lightning flashed, he could see where the monsters were concentrated and would head in that direction. The goal, of course, was to clear the level faster. According to the pattern of the previous 900 levels, levels 901, 1000 were all set in this map. The strength and number of monsters that appeared varied, however. Other professionals might be much stronger than Xiao Feng in this level, but they definitely wouldn't find it as easy. Because he didn't need to attack at all, he just had to let the monsters attack him to clear the level smoothly. Finding the monsters accurately and hitting them while they were invisible was extremely difficult. But Xiao Feng had no such worries. He strolled through the monster-filled ancient city as if he were taking a leisurely walk, and as he walked, those invisible monsters would automatically die. In more than 10 levels, Xiao Feng didn't even see what the boss looked like before the clearing prompt came through. Thus, Xiao Feng wandered through the ancient city again, and before he knew it, he had cleared the level. In level 1000, the sky was even thicker with clouds, but the lightning had become less frequent. The heavy clouds created an even more oppressive atmosphere, as if it were the calm before a storm. Xiao Feng continued to head towards the areas with more monsters, just as he had in the previous 99 levels. He only needed to keep an eye on his health and whether he was in a broken armor state. Everything else was irrelevant. Time passed second by second, and due to the low frequency of lightning, Xiao Feng could only wander through the ancient city based on his instincts. Calculating the time, the monsters in the ancient city should have mostly perished by now. Just as Xiao Feng was waiting for the system prompt to appear, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to swirl. Occasionally, flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds. A very bad feeling surged in Xiao Feng's heart. No way, just as he finished speaking, the entire sky suddenly lit up as bright as day. A bolt of lightning struck directly at Xiao Feng. Damn, minus 4,000. Seeing this damage value, Xiao Feng couldn't help but be shocked. His magical defense was over 2,000, yet even so, he still received 4,000 points of damage. How terrifying this is. No, Xiao Feng realized that this should be real damage. Otherwise, the damage should be so standardized, at least it should be zero or whole. Real damage can indeed pose a threat to Xiao Feng. To avoid being struck by lightning any further, Xiao Feng quickly hid inside a dilapidated house. Crack, the lightning struck directly above his head, causing no damage to the house overhead. What's going on? Is this like the tribulation in cultivation novels, or it cannot be avoided by any means? How did others who passed through the 1000 levels manage to get through such terrifying damage? Crack, the lightning struck again. Minus 4,000. Xiao Feng's health points dropped once more. After 3 consecutive attacks, Xiao Feng felt relieved. The lightning attack dealt a fixed 4,000 points of damage each time, with an attack frequency of about every 3 seconds. His current recovery rate was already 1,643 points per second. Before the next lightning strike, Xiao Feng's health had fully recovered. Since there was no threat to him, Xiao Feng stopped hiding. He stepped out of the shabby little house and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, with flashes of lightning flickering deep within the clouds. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened. Just now, a giant creature flashed through the clouds. He believed his eyes, he definitely did not see it wrong. However, the appearance of that giant was too brief for him to see its full form. Just then, the system prompt finally appeared. But after seeing the content of the system prompt, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. This was not a system prompt for clearing the level at all. Prompt: due to unknown reasons, you have triggered a hidden mission to kill the hidden mutated unique overlord level boss, Cloud Hidden Sanling. Click to view task details. Prompt: since you have triggered a hidden mission, the trial tower challenge is paused and will continue after completing this task. Prompt: item usage restrictions have been lifted and will be restricted again after the task is completed. What's going on? As far as Xiaofeng knew, only when a professional's strength reached the 3rd tier would they receive a mandatory task issued by the system. He was only at the 1st tier. Moreover, no one had ever told him that he could receive tasks within the trial tower. Hidden, mutated, unique, overlord level boss. What on earth are these titles? Xiaofeng's expression grew serious as he opened the task list. He found that a task had indeed appeared in the previously empty task list. Task category: mandatory task. Task content: kill the hidden mutated unique overlord level boss, Cloud Hidden Sanling. Task difficulty: SSS. Note: task difficulty ranges from E to SSS, with SSS theoretically being the highest difficulty. Task time limit: 48 hours. Task reward: gene evolution essence times 2. Failure penalty: forced execution. Task description: in a distant era, there was a forgotten ancient city called Thunder Abyss. This ancient city was once a center of thriving civilization but sank into the dust of history due to a sudden natural disaster. According to legend, that disaster was not caused by natural forces but was triggered by a lightning serpent demon hidden within the clouds above the ancient city, Cloud Hidden Sanling. Cloud Hidden Sanling is the product of the first ray of lightning in the world fused with the spirit of a mysterious serpent from the ancient forest. It possesses the ability to control wind, rain, and lightning, its body like a winding silver lightning, weaving through the dark clouds, with no one able to glimpse its full form. Its eyes shine like the brightest stars in the night sky, flickering with wisdom and coldness, capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. Killing it will make you the hero of the Thunder Abyss ancient city. After carefully reading the task introduction, Xiaofeng's brows furrowed tightly. The words forced execution made him realize the seriousness of the situation. If he wasn't careful, he might end up paying with his life here. As for the rewards, he had no mood to pay attention to them at this moment. The only thing he was grateful for was that this mission gave him 48 hours. That is, 2 days' time. Within these 2 days, even if he miraculously survived, if he failed to kill the thunder serpent in the sky, he would face forced execution by the multiverse system. He closed the mission panel and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds above were growing thicker, and he could only catch a glimpse of the thunder serpent's silhouette from the occasional flashes of lightning. Watching the thunder serpent hidden within the dark clouds, Xiaofeng furrowed his brows. He had no flying ability, nor any long-range attack capability. If the thunder dragon did not come down, how could he possibly harm it? Wait, could it be that the lightning that struck him earlier was not naturally occurring, but came from that thunder serpent in the sky? It must be so. Is there such a regular pattern of lightning in nature? If this lightning truly was an attack from the thunder serpent, then perhaps he could actually kill it. The system only provided background information about the thunder serpent, with no mention of its strength. Looking at the thunder serpent in the clouds, Xiaofeng felt utterly helpless. The only thing he could do was endure the lightning strikes. Thus, the lightning continued to strike him at a frequency of once every 3 seconds, causing continuous damage. Fortunately, after clearing the 800th level, Xiaofeng immediately exchanged and used the gene evolution elixir, otherwise he would have already died under this lightning attack. This kind of attack persisted for over 3 hours without any change. This allowed Xiaofeng to relax a little. If the lightning truly came from the thunder serpent, then his thorn spike would definitely deal rebound damage to it. The premise was that the lightning was indeed emitted by the thunder serpent. Another 3 hours passed. The thunder serpent in the sky still flickered in and out of the clouds, and the lightning continued to fall precisely every 3 seconds, without fail. However, Xiaofeng did not dare to be careless. If the frequency of the lightning increased, or if the thunder serpent unleashed other skills, this balance would be broken. At that time, he could only use a few healing skills to resist. He had no idea how long he could hold out. Thus, a standoff ensued between one man and one serpent. Outside, over 20 hours had passed since Xiaofeng cleared the 900th level of the trial tower. According to Xiaofeng's previous pace, he should have already cleared the 1000 levels by now. Even though the difficulty of the 1000th level was much higher than the 900th, it had been over 20 hours, and he should have emerged by now. Upon realizing this, Brother Xiaosa, Granny Jiang, and others began to worry. If it weren't for the fact that the avatar in their friend list had not turned gray, they might have thought Xiaofeng had died in the trial tower. Meanwhile, Chen Duoduo also started to worry about Xiaofeng's safety. Last night's online auction, Xiaofeng did not attend on time, and he had been trying to contact Xiaofeng, but no matter what, he couldn't get through. However, they had no way to help and could only continue to wait anxiously. Another 10 hours passed. By this time, it had been over 30 hours since Xiao Feng cleared the 900th level. He still could not be contacted. Just then, a nationwide system announcement appeared. National announcement: the professional player Bozai has successfully cleared the 1000th level of the first-tier trial tower, entering the top 100 of the first-tier trial tower rankings. Times 3. As soon as this news broke, ordinary players would only think that another promising newcomer had emerged. However, some stakeholders were naturally both happy and anxious. Among them, the most anxious were Zhang Zhuo and Fang Chang. With Bozai successfully entering the global top 100, there was only one spot left in the Dragon Seed team. Yet there were two of them. This meant that at least one of them would not be able to join the Dragon Seed team. Their teammate relationship instantly turned into a competitive one, and seeing this, Old Mu could only shake his head helplessly. Similarly, when Granny Jiang and the Carefree One saw this announcement, they began to worry. After all, there was only one spot left, and if Xiao Feng couldn't secure it before everyone else, he would lose his chance to join the Dragon Seed team. At that point, both the green-haired one and Granny Jiang's granddaughter would also lose their indirect opportunity to enter the Dragon Seed team. While various speculations circulated outside, Xiao Feng was extremely anxious. After being struck by lightning for 10 hours, the lightning in the sky occasionally triggered continuous attacks. First, 2 bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously. Just a single double strike of lightning could deal 8,000 points of damage to him. Fortunately, the frequency of the double strikes was not high, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to recover his health. During this time, Xiao Feng also removed a few pieces of equipment and found through testing that, as he suspected, the lightning dealt true damage to him, rendering all defensive gear and skills ineffective. As for whether the rock-solid skill was effective, he couldn't know for sure. After all, there were no reference points here. But if rock-solid was indeed active and reduced damage by 50%, then this attack was terrifying. Is there really a first-tier professional who can withstand such a horrific attack for dozens of hours? The occasional lightning double strike had little effect on Xiao Feng. His current recovery rate reached 2,020 points per second, totaling 6,060 points in 3 seconds. The lightning double strike occurred approximately once every 10 strikes. He could still recover. As time passed, what was meant to come eventually arrived. This time, a triple strike occurred. Fortunately, the frequency of the triple strikes had not changed, it still happened once every 10 lightning strikes. The lightning triple strike instantly dealt 12,000 points of damage to him. Every 3 seconds, there was one lightning strike, and the last of every 10 lightning attacks would trigger a triple strike. This meant that every 30 seconds, Xiao Feng would suffer 12 lightning strikes. Each lightning attack dealt a fixed 4,000 points of damage, totaling a staggering 48,000 points of damage over 30 seconds. Xiao Feng could currently recover 2,020 points per second, with a total recovery of 60,600 points in 30 seconds. For now, this posed little threat to him, but as time went on, the quadruple strike arrived as expected. 4 consecutive lightning strikes instantly dealt 16,000 points of damage to Xiao Feng. His total health was only 26,973 points. A quadruple strike brought his health down to about 41%. However, at this moment, the damage was still within Xiao Feng's tolerance, as the total damage over 30 seconds was only 52,000 points, while his total recovery in 30 seconds reached 60,600 points, leaving him with some buffer. If the number of strikes continued to increase, Xiao Feng's pressure would also grow, and it was very likely that this balance would be broken later on. At that point, he would have to rely on the few recovery skills he had left to withstand the lightning serpent's attacks. Looking up at the sky, a sense of helplessness surged within Xiao Feng. Without any attack skills, he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, the lightning serpent hovered high above the clouds. Even if he had attack skills, the distance might not be enough to reach it. How could he fight back? Was this boss really something a first-tier professional could kill? Xiao Feng even wondered if the system had discovered that he had another system, thus using this method to eliminate him. Overthinking was futile, now it was just a matter of who could hold on until the end. Several hours passed again. Crack, 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 5 consecutive bolts of lightning struck Xiao Feng. He sighed helplessly. As expected, it has come. The 5-hit combo caused Xiao Feng's health to drop by 20,000 points, bringing it down to about 25%. With his health below 30%, the Dragon Scale Guardian equipment skill, Life Resonance, was triggered, significantly increasing his health recovery rate. At the same time, the helmet's additional skill, Blood Soul Shield, was triggered. The activation of these two skills immediately alleviated Xiao Feng's pressure. The appearance of the 5-hit combo meant that every 30 seconds, the damage to Xiao Feng would reach 56,000 points. Currently, Xiao Feng's recovery amount in 30 seconds was only 60,600 points, so the balance had not yet been broken. Xiao Feng could still hold on. However, continuing like this was not a solution. Since there was a 5-hit combo, there would definitely be 6-hit and 7-hit combos as well. When the 7-hit combo appeared, it would instantly deal 28,000 points of damage to him. And his total health at that moment was only 26,973 points. It would not give him any time to recover, resulting in an instant kill. He had to fight before the 7-hit combo arrived. Xiaofeng looked up at the sky. He had to find a way to fight. But the Thunder Dragon was far above in the sky, and he couldn't get close at all. How could he fight? His several active skills had casting ranges, and none of them were attack-type skills. Not to mention hurting the Thunder Dragon, he couldn't even touch it. After pondering for a moment, Xiaofeng looked up at the tallest building in the ancient city. It was an abandoned beacon tower, standing over 50 meters high above the ground. As the dark clouds grew thicker, the cloud layer was getting closer to the ground. A bold idea surged in Xiaofeng's mind. A few minutes later, Xiaofeng reached the highest point of the beacon tower. Here, he was very close to the cloud layer, and he tried to use the skill Ruthless Taunt on the Thunder Serpent in the clouds. Tip: target exceeds maximum casting distance. Still not working? Finally, gritting his teeth, Xiaofeng activated the skill Battle Soul Charge. Battle Soul Charge, charge forward, with a charging distance of 10 to 100 meters, during which he is uncontrollable and unstoppable. Deals 1 point of damage to enemies along the way. After acquiring this skill, Xiaofeng had tested it. It only required a designated direction to charge forward, ignoring any rules. Whether there were rocks, mountains, or even in the air, he could charge straight through. But the consequences of charging through would need to be borne by himself. For example, if he charged into a rock wall, he would have to figure out how to get out. It was the same now. He charged towards the sky, and when the skill ended, he would inevitably fall down. The damage from falling from a high altitude would also need to be borne by himself. He shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Just as the charge was about to reach its maximum distance, Xiaofeng activated the skill again. Ruthless Taunt. Roar. The Thunder Dragon in the clouds suddenly stiffened. A gigantic snake head broke through the clouds and looked at Xiaofeng, its eyes filled with human-like anger. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng smiled. The skill had successfully activated. Boom! Xiaofeng fell straight down from a height of 100 meters, crashing onto the roof of a dilapidated house before rolling down to the bluestone ground. This fall caused Xiaofeng's health to drop by 8,000 points. Now he had 10,840 points of health left. However, Xiaofeng did not rush to use a skill. Instead, he looked up at the sky. The massive body of the Thunder Serpent had already emerged from the clouds. Upon seeing the full appearance of the Thunder Serpent, he couldn't help but gasp. It was estimated to be at least 100 meters long, with a body diameter of over 3 meters, and its enormous body occasionally flashed with arcs of lightning. It looked like a divine dragon from myth and legend. At this moment, the system finally provided detailed information about the Thunder Serpent. Monster name: Cloud Hidden Azure Spirit, Hidden, Mutated, Unique, Overlord Level Boss, Level, First Order 100 Level. Health points: 9,600,000/80,000,000 Physical Attack, 8,000 Magical Attack, 8,000 Physical Defense, 4,000 Magical Defense, 4,000 Skill 1 Hidden Thunder Escape. The Cloud Hidden Azure Spirit can instantly merge into the surrounding clouds, becoming almost completely invisible, leaving only a faint trace of electric light as a clue. In this state, its movement speed is greatly enhanced. Skill 2, Thunderstorm Domain. Cloud Hidden Sangling summons a thunderstorm area, filled with dark clouds and crackling lightning. Within this area, it will be immune to all magical attack damage. Skill 3, Lightning Strike. Cloud Hidden Sangling moves between the lightning with an elusive speed, launching continuous lightning attacks on a single target. Each attack carrying a penetration effect that can ignore defenses. Skill 4, 10,000 June Thunder Binding. Cloud Hidden Sangling condenses powerful thunder energy, forming several thick thunder chains that bind the target, rendering them immobile. Skill 5, Final Thunder Punishment. The ultimate move of Cloud Hidden Sangling. It gathers all the thunder power from the sky, forming a massive thunder pillar that descends from above, delivering a devastating blow to the target area, almost impossible to withstand. After reading the information on the Thunder Serpent, Xiaofeng fell into silence. Is this really a first-tier boss? A first-tier boss with a health pool of up to 800 million? Upon seeing a series of titles like Hidden, Mutated, Unique, and Overlord, Xiaofeng accepted this reality. After more than 30 hours of counter damage, the Thunder Serpent's health had dropped from 400 million to 9.6 million. The Thunder Serpent's attack power reached 8,000 points, and through Skill 3, it could launch lightning attacks that ignore defense. With the rock-solid damage reduction, each hit could deal 4,000 points of damage to Xiaofeng. High attack means high rebound damage. Each attack from Thorn Spike could rebound 16,000 damage. Over 30 hours of continuous counter damage had dealt about 790 million damage to the Thunder Serpent, which adds up correctly. This completely aligns with Xiaofeng's previous assumptions. Both the Thorn Spike skill and the Rock Solid skill have priority effects. Whether it's ignoring defense or dealing true damage, both can be mitigated by Rock Solid. This is enough to demonstrate the power of this skill. With 9.6 million health, at the current rate of rebound damage, it could be finished in just half an hour. The premise is that he can withstand the Thunder Serpent's attacks for that half hour. The Thunder Serpent's first, second, and fourth skills can be ignored. Either they are stealth or defense and control skills, which have no effect on Xiaofeng. The third skill, however, is the lightning skill that continuously attacks Xiaofeng. The only concern is the final ultimate skill, Final Thunder Punishment. From its skill description, this skill's damage will be terrifying, and Xiaofeng is not confident he can withstand its ultimate skill. However, he has no choice but to endure. Failing to withstand it means death. At this moment, the Thunder Serpent's health is only 1.2% left. Xiaofeng dared not be the slightest bit careless. Various healing skills were ready, and he had several bottles of rapid health recovery potions he purchased from the Trial Tower Points shop in hand. Once he realizes he is about to be unable to endure, he will not hesitate to drink the potion. Can any item be more important than life? When the Thunder Serpent's health dropped to 1%, the 6-hit combo arrived as expected. 6 consecutive attacks landed on Xiaofeng, instantly reducing his health to 11%. A series of 5 lightning strikes caused Xiaofeng's health to drop by 24,000 points, but fortunately, he had used the Battle Soul Revival before the 5-hit combo arrived, significantly boosting his health. Otherwise, he could have been taken down unexpectedly. Even so, his health had reached a very dangerous level. Without hesitation, he downed a bottle of instant health recovery potion. Instant health recovery potion restores 50% health immediately upon use. His health instantly returned to a safe level. To withstand the Thunder Serpent's final move, Xiaofeng stood still. The immovable as a mountain effect triggered, and as time passed, he directly reached the 5th layer. The Thunder Serpent only has the third skill that ignores defense. The description of the ultimate skill does not mention any defense ignoring properties. Increasing defense can effectively reduce some damage. Xiaofeng kept a close watch on the status of the Thunder Serpent in the sky and his own health points. This Thunder Serpent possessed attributes that were absolutely extraordinary for a first-tier creature, but its attack methods were quite lacking. It only had the ability to summon lightning as an attack. When Xiaofeng's health dropped to 40% again, he decisively used another instant health recovery potion. He still had 8 potions left, and at this rate of consumption, he could definitely outlast the Thunder Serpent. The premise was that he could withstand the Thunder Serpent's final ultimate move. As the Thunder Serpent's health continued to decline, Xiaofeng's breathing grew increasingly tense. Just when the Thunder Serpent had only a sliver of health left, dark clouds rapidly churned in the sky, with lightning flashing within the clouds. However, no trace of lightning power was released, as if it was gathering strength. Seeing this, Xiaofeng wasted no time and quickly drank 2 instant health recovery potions in succession. His health shot back up to 100%. At the same time, the Dragon Scale Bracer skill, Braveheart, was activated. Braveheart, passive skill when the holder successfully blocks the same enemy's consecutive 10 attacks in battle, it activates, increasing both attack and defense by 20% for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. This skill lasts only 30 seconds, during which his defenses are greatly enhanced. The Braveheart skill does not enhance basic defense but increases overall defense. This means an additional 20% on top of Xiaofeng's already impressive 2,500 defense. This boost is greater than any other skill's contribution to defense. At this moment, Xiaofeng's physical defense reached 3029, and his magical defense soared to 2843. But that wasn't all. To withstand this final powerful strike, Xiaofeng used the Battle Soul Awakening skill on his Rock Solid skill for the first time. Battle Soul Awakening can be used on a skill you have mastered, enhancing the skill's effect by 50% for up to 10 seconds. With the support of the Awakening skill, the damage reduction effect of Rock Solid reached 75%. The enhanced Rock Solid skill, Unmoving as a Mountain, and Braveheart skill all activated simultaneously. At this moment, Xiaofeng had reached his strongest state. The lightning energy within the clouds had reached its limit. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the sky. The entire world lit up, the brightness more intense than noon. Everything was obscured except for white. A massive lightning pillar, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, descended directly toward Xiaofeng. Boom! Xiaofeng felt excruciating pain all over his body, a pain only second to that experienced when using a gene evolution elixir. The buildings around him turned to ashes the moment the lightning struck. As the lightning made contact with Xiaofeng's body, his health rapidly plummeted. Alert, your health has dropped below 30%. The Blood Soul Guardian Helm skill, Blood Soul Shield, has been triggered. Additional skill Blood Soul Shield. When the wearer's health drops below 30%, it automatically triggers a Blood Soul Shield, absorbing 50% of all damage taken in the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. After the shield ends, the wearer gains a brief movement speed boost for 3 seconds to help escape danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The cooldown for the Blood Soul Shield is only 10 minutes, and it had just finished cooling down, reactivating now. Xiaofeng was unsure whether the damage absorption effect of the Blood Soul Shield was effective. At this moment, he had no time to focus on that. He bit down on the 2 instant health recovery potions in his mouth and swallowed them. As the potions entered his body, his health returned to 100%. However, the lightning pillar did not disappear, it continued to rain down on Xiaofeng. In less than 3 seconds, his health dropped again to around 10%. Quickly taking out 2 bottles of instant life recovery potions from the package again, Xiaofeng swallowed them down. Just like that, his health bar fluctuated like an electrocardiogram, making one's heart race. If he let his guard down for even a moment, he could be taken out by the damage from the light beam. He had to constantly watch his health bar and swallow the instant life recovery potions just before it emptied. Even a slight delay could lead to his death. To endure longer, he had to use them only when his health dropped below 50% to avoid waste. When Xiaofeng had only 2 bottles of instant life recovery potions left, the terrifying lightning beam finally dissipated. He sat down heavily on the ground, already drenched in sweat. At the same time, the system notification finally arrived. After seeing the content of the system notification, Xiaofeng was finally able to relax completely. Notification: you have killed Yunin Songling. This was the most difficult battle Xiaofeng had faced since becoming a professional. Any slight enhancement was a boost that could help him survive this ordeal, even a little less could mean he wouldn't make it through. Fortunately, the final result was satisfactory. A series of system notifications appeared, but Xiaofeng had no mood to check them. He lay on the hard bluestone floor, gasping for breath. After more than 10 minutes, his heartbeat and breathing gradually calmed down. He opened the system notifications one by one to check. Notification: you have killed Yunin Songling, mandatory task completed. National announcement: the professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 1000th floor of the first level trial tower, entering the top 100 of the first level trial tower rankings. Times 3. Regional announcement: congratulations to the professional Black Knight for entering the top 500 of the first level trial tower, currently ranked 498. Notification: you have killed all monsters on the 900th floor of the trial tower, successfully cleared. You have gained trial points times 300,000, current total points 8389095. Notification: you have entered the first level trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 96. The national announcement that Xiaofeng successfully cleared the 1000th floor and entered the global top 100 appeared on everyone's system notifications. As soon as these 3 announcements appeared, the Shijing Warrior Academy erupted in excitement. The dean had personally stated at the opening ceremony that Black Knight was a new student among their cohort. Most of them hadn't even reached level 100, yet Xiaofeng had managed to clear the 1000 floors of the trial tower and entered the global top 100. Before coming to the academy, they had no idea what clearing the 1000 floors of the trial tower represented. But in the past few days, through explanations from the academy's teachers, they had learned about the difficulty of the trial tower. The more they understood the difficulty, the more incredible they found it that Xiaofeng could clear 1000 levels in such a short time. They all belonged to the first level. Why was there such a huge gap in strength? Granny Jiang, upon seeing the system announcement, finally relaxed her anxious heart and could finally get a good night's sleep. Similarly, Green Xiaoshui and his father were also relieved. Where there was joy, there were also those who were troubled. The troubled ones were naturally those competing with Xiaofeng for the last spot in the Dragon Seed team. Among them, Zheng Zhuo and Fang Chang were the most disappointed. However, none of this concerned Xiaofeng. At this moment, he was in the preparation hall of the first level of the trial tower, counting his gains. Notification: you have killed Yunin Songling, mandatory task completed. Notification: you have received task rewards, Gene Evolution Essence times 2. Notification: you have received Warrior Medals times 500. Notification: you have received the rare achievement title Thunder Abyss Warrior. Note: titles are an important element of the Wanjia Paradise system, usually representing a professional's achievements, status, identity, or some special attribute. Titles have various uses, and different titles have different effects. More about titles needs to be explored by the professionals themselves. Notification: you have received a first level Rare Overlord level achievement chest times 1. You have killed Yunin Songling, and you have received attribute enhancement scroll times 100, skill enhancement scroll times 20, rare quality random universal skill chest times 1, Yunin armor times 1, gold times 100. Tip: you have reached level 100 of the first stage, and you cannot gain experience points before advancing. After checking the system prompt following the kill of the Thunder Serpent, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled. This time, he had exhausted all his strength to spend over 40 hours to painstakingly defeat the Thunder Serpent, which held numerous titles, and the rewards were quite gratifying. Among them, 2 bottles of Gene Evolution Essence were task rewards, while the other gains were additional rewards from defeating the Thunder Serpent. Xiaofeng did not examine these items one by one. He had already been fighting for nearly 50 hours straight and was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. What he wanted now was to return to his personal exclusive room at the academy for a good long sleep. However, before that, he had one more thing to do. After clearing 1,000 levels, his trial points had returned to over 8 million. Moreover, the Trial Tower shop had unlocked more exchange items for him. Arriving at the Trial Tower points exchange shop, he opened the shop. The items in the shop had not changed at all, but a new option had appeared next to the shop, Trial Core Shop. Tip: you have cleared the 1000th layer of the first stage Trial Tower, and the Trial Core Shop access has been permanently unlocked. Opening the Trial Core Shop and looking at the items inside, a smile gradually appeared on Xiaofeng's face. The number of products here was not many, but each one was extremely precious. Free attribute point scroll, 10,000 points each, limited to 500 per person. Skill enhancement scroll, 50,000 points each, limited to 100 per person. Rare attribute random scroll, 1 million points each, limited to 10 per person. Potential limit scroll, 1 million points each, limited to 5 per person. Gene Evolution Essence, 5 million points each, limited to 1 per person. Skill Advancement Certificate, 10 million points each, limited to 1 bottle per person. Rare Profession Random Job Change Card, 50 million points each, limited to 1 per person. Note: all items purchased in this shop are bound items. The items in the Trial Core Shop overlapped with those in the regular trial shop, but the prices were dozens of times higher. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, not everyone could reach the 1000th layer of the Trial Tower. If there were no items to attract strong players in the regular shop, the Trial Tower would become a mere decoration. The prices in the Trial Core Shop were the original normal prices. Xiaofeng had obtained all 5 types of items: attribute points, skill enhancement points, potential limit scrolls, skill advancement certificates, and gene evolution essences. Each one could make a strong player even stronger and were precious items that were very difficult to obtain outside. Here, as long as he had points, he could exchange for them. He checked the attributes of the other items. Rare Attribute Random Scroll. Using it can randomly grant 1 point of rare attribute. Note: in addition to the 4 main attributes, professionals can also gain some rare attributes, such as luck, soul power, willpower, charm, etc. Each rare attribute is extremely rare. Although it cannot directly enhance the professional's strength, it can have remarkable effects in certain specific scenarios. Rare attributes? Xiaofeng had seen someone mention this type of attribute on forums and websites before. These attributes could not be obtained through conventional means, and each had mysterious uses. For example, luck may seem to have little effect, but with high luck, whether it's monster drop rates or opening treasure chests, one can obtain better items than others. At higher levels, some monsters with special attack attributes would appear, among which the most difficult to defend against was soul attack. Without the support of soul power, one could easily fall victim. Although rare attributes are good, Xiaofeng does not plan to exchange them right now. They are too expensive. 1 million points can only get him 1 point of rare attribute, and the attribute is random. He is currently only at the first level, and improving his visible strength is the most important thing. As for the random job transfer card, Xiaofeng might have considered it before he awakened this profession, but now he finds that not having an attack is also a good choice. At least he doesn't have to work himself to death like others just to kill monsters. He can easily find a place where monsters respawn quickly and lie there to level up. From being powerless to resist before, he has gradually fallen in love with this profession. He currently has 8,389,095 trial points. How to exchange? After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng decided not to exchange. That's right, he won't exchange. The reason is simple: the things he wants, he doesn't have enough points for right now. The only item that would truly enhance him is the Skill Advancement Certificate. If the Thorn of Thorns skill can be upgraded again with the Skill Advancement Certificate, then his monster killing speed will greatly increase. After all, this is his only means of attack. The next day, Xiaofeng slept until the afternoon before slowly waking up. After returning from the trial tower yesterday, he had a hearty meal in the cafeteria, took a hot shower, and then lay in bed, sleeping soundly. The academy did not disturb him after knowing he was back. They all understood that Xiaofeng must have been exhausted after fighting for dozens of hours straight. Everything could wait until he had rested well. After waking up and washing up briefly, Xiaofeng half lay on the sofa. In front of him was a steaming cup of coffee brewed by a smart robot. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and a gentle breeze blew through, making the white curtains flutter slightly. This scene was simple yet warm. Xiaofeng paid no attention to the mountain of friend messages. Instead, he began to check his gains from yesterday. After killing the Thunder Serpent, he unexpectedly received 500 warrior medals all at once, which was more than he had gained from killing dozens of bosses before. The all-purpose medal was now 6 stars, and he only needed to consume 320 warrior medals to synthesize another 6-star medal. 2 6-star medals could be combined into a 7-star medal. A few minutes later, the medal Xiaofeng wore had already changed from 6 stars to 7 stars. The attributes of the all-purpose medal also changed accordingly. 7-star all-purpose medal. Wearing this medal can increase all basic attributes by times 35%. To upgrade the medal to 8 stars, 640 warrior medals are needed. He currently has 200 left, so he still needs 440 more to complete it. If he can kill another boss like the Thunder Serpent, he can achieve his goal. But such bosses are not so easy to encounter, and even if he does, there's a high probability he will die first. Not every boss has an attack pattern as simple as the Thunder Serpent. With a thought, 2 treasure chests appeared on the coffee table. The value of these 2 chests is definitely the highest Xiaofeng has seen since becoming a professional. The last time he killed the pseudo-overlord boss, the Sinluo overlord, the treasure chest that dropped was a second-tier overlord level chest. He still cannot open that chest, but the names show the difference between the two. One is an ordinary overlord level chest, and the other is a rare overlord level achievement chest. The words rare and achievement may not be surprising elsewhere, but when they apply to a single chest, their significance is completely different. Xiaofeng has obtained quite a few achievement chests, and each one has yielded him many good items, so he has greater hopes for this chest. Prompt: do you want to open the first-tier rare overlord level achievement chest? Xiaofeng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, open. Colorful light flickered in the room, and seeing this light, Xiaofeng knew he was about to get something good. Tip: you have opened a first-tier rare overlord level achievement treasure chest. You have received attribute enhancement scroll times 100, skill enhancement scroll times 20, cloud concealment shield times 1. This time, not only did he obtain equipment, but he also got attribute enhancement points and skill enhancement scrolls. The items obtained from the treasure chest are different from those exchanged in the points mall. These items can be traded. However, this makes no difference to Xiaofeng, as he could never sell such things. The cloud concealment shield. Filled with anticipation, Xiaofeng clicked to view the attributes of this equipment. Equipment name: Cloud Concealment Shield. Rare equipment. Equipment quality: Overlord level equipment. Wearing requirement: must have obtained the title of Thunder Abyss Warrior to wear. Equipment position: main weapon slot. Note: shields are secondary weapons, and shields that can be equipped in the main weapon slot are extremely rare. Physical defense: 999. Magical defense: 999. Additional attribute: Cloud Concealment power, super rare attribute immune to all armor-breaking effects. Additional attribute: Absolute defense, with a 2% chance to reduce 100% damage when attacked. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Xiao Fang's chest heaved violently. This equipment turned out to be a rare main weapon shield. Shields that can be equipped in the main weapon slot are exceedingly rare. Xiaofeng had previously been incredibly lucky to obtain the Silver Moon Shield when he killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, which he has used ever since. During this time, Xiaofeng had dropped a large number of shield equipment, including several golden quality shields. But what good were those pieces of equipment? Ordinary shields could only be equipped in the secondary weapon slot, and if they couldn't be worn, they were of no use at all. This equipment might not sell for a high price. After all, a Meat Shield Warrior also needs to equip a weapon in the main weapon slot. Who would give up a weapon to use 2 shields? But for Xiaofeng, this weapon was a divine artifact. As a rare Overlord level equipment, the quality was maxed out. It is said that Overlord level equipment is hard to come by below the 3rd tier. Overlord level quality generally only appears in 3rd tier and above equipment. If that's the case, Xiaofeng has struck it rich. This time, this equipment provides only 2 additional attributes, but each one is incredibly powerful. The first additional attribute, Cloud Concealment Power, noted as a super rare attribute, can negate all armor-breaking effects. Even without any other attributes, just this one would make Xiaofeng choose it without hesitation. What he worries about most when killing monsters is the enemy's armor-breaking effects. Once the enemy has armor-breaking effects, Xiaofeng's defense will significantly decrease, and at that point, the enemy could very likely break through his high defense. After breaking through his defense, Xiaofeng would have to constantly monitor his health, unable to level up leisurely. Just thinking about it is exhausting. The other attribute, absolute defense, although the chance of defense is only 2%, if luck is on his side, that 2% chance could save his life. Although this equipment does not have the basic attribute bonus of the Silver Moon Shield, its high basic defense is enough to make up for that. Xiaofeng was extremely satisfied with this equipment. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that when he killed the Thunder Serpent, he also dropped another piece of equipment, the Cloud Concealment Armor. He checked the equipment attributes. Equipment name, Cloud Concealment Armor, Rare. Equipment quality, Overlord level equipment. Wearing requirement, must have 1000 points in Constitution to wear. Equipment position, clothing. Physical defense, 999. Magical defense, 999. Additional attribute, Azure Spirit Body, super rare attribute basic constitution increased by 30%. Additional attribute, absolute defense, with a 2% chance to reduce 100% damage when attacked. Previously, when he killed the Thunder Serpent, Xiaofeng had been bouncing back and forth on the edge of life and death, so he hadn't had the mood to check the attributes of this equipment. Now, seeing the attributes of this equipment, he felt as if he had returned to that state of excitement. It turned out to be equipment of the same quality as the Cloud Concealment Shield. Its attributes were not inferior to those of the Cloud Concealment Shield at all. The value of this equipment was far greater than that of the Cloud Concealment Shield, not because its attributes were stronger, but because it was a piece of clothing. Clothing-type armor provides the highest defense for professionals, without exception. Cloud Concealment Shield, Cloud Concealment Armor. I wonder if these two pieces of equipment are part of a set. With great anticipation, Xiaofeng put on both pieces of equipment. Hint, you have activated the Cloud Concealment set attributes, gaining the Immovable King buff. Immovable King, immune to knockback and control. It really is a set. The set effect of Immovable King grants immunity to knockback and control. These attributes are simply incredible. The rewards from this kill of the Thunder Serpent were immense. The enhancement brought by just these two pieces of equipment was already immeasurable. Stowing away the equipment, Xiaofeng's gaze fell on another treasure chest. Rare quality random universal skill chest. Opening it will randomly grant one rare universal skill. A universal skill is one that all professions can learn and use. Hint, do you want to open the rare quality random universal skill chest? Open. Hint, you have obtained the dual space skill scroll. Dual space, using this skill allows you to pull an enemy into the dual space, which is an independent area, unaffected by any external interference. This space lasts for 5 minutes, and once one side dies or the duel time ends after 5 minutes, the space will dissolve, and the duelists will return to their original positions. Note, activating this skill will involve a random basic attribute determination. This skill is essentially a strong control skill, and it is also a powerful skill that can take the head of an enemy commander amidst a sea of troops. Moreover, it is a life-saving skill. Just imagine, when you are surrounded by enemies and on the brink of death, using this skill to pull a weak enemy unit into the duel space, what would happen? 5 minutes is enough time to do many things, such as going from low health to full health, or waiting for skill cooldowns, etc. With this skill, whether it's killing enemies, preventing them from escaping, or saving your own life, it has remarkable effects. The series of titles of the Thunder Serpent was indeed not to be underestimated. Although the kill was difficult, the rewards were quite considerable. Hint, do you want to use the dual space skill scroll? Use. Hint, you have mastered the skill dual space. Check the skill description. Skill name, dual space skill type, active skill cost, none. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Skill effect, using this skill allows you to pull an enemy into the dual space, which is an independent area unaffected by any external interference. This space lasts for 5 minutes, and once one side dies or the duel time ends after 5 minutes, the space will dissolve, and the duelists will return to their original positions. The lack of skill cost is good news, but the cooldown time is a lengthy 12 hours, indicating that this skill can only be used as a trump card. Moreover, the success of this skill's activation relies entirely on luck. This is a rare determination type skill. When using dual space on an enemy, the system will randomly select one of the 4 basic attributes for determination. If the determination fails, the skill will fail to activate. This is bad news for Xiaofeng. Among the 4 basic attributes, unless he selects Constitution, he is bound to lose. He has hardly enhanced the 3 main attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence, and even some newly awakened professionals are higher than him. If he chooses Constitution, as long as the opponent is not significantly higher in level, he is almost guaranteed to win. This means the success rate of activating this skill is only 25%, or even lower. It's entirely a gamble on luck, but the good news is that Xiaofeng has always had good luck. Finally, Xiaofeng took out 2 bottles of potions from his storage space. Gene Evolution Essence. This item is obtained from a quest, cannot be traded, and can only be used by himself. The function and value of the Gene Evolution Elixir need no further explanation. The value of the 2 vials of elixir even surpasses that of the Cloud Concealment Shield and the Cloud Concealment Armor. After hesitating for a moment, he gulped down the strong coffee on the table. Then he drank a vial of the Gene Evolution Elixir. The pain from using the Gene Evolution Elixir was still fresh in Xiaofeng's memory. If he could, he would truly prefer not to use it. As the elixir entered his system, the pain arrived as expected. However, with the experience from the last use, this time the pain seemed to be significantly less. Half an hour later, the pain subsided. Hint: gene modification complete, current gene strength 150 points. For basic attributes provide a 75% bonus to derived attributes. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaofeng frowned. The last time he used the Gene Evolution Elixir, he gained 100 points of gene strength, but this time it only increased by 50 points. Could it be that the concentration of the elixirs was different? He quickly dismissed the thought. If they were indeed different, the system would have provided a prompt. If that's the case, there could only be one reason. Each practitioner can only achieve the maximum effect of the elixir the first time they use it. Just like an ordinary person taking a bath, the first time often washes away more dirt, while the second time results in significantly less. Once the pain completely faded, Xiaofeng took another vial of the Gene Purification Elixir. The pain during the third use seemed to diminish again. In fact, it wasn't that the pain had lessened, but rather that Xiaofeng's improved constitution allowed him to endure the pain better. Hint: gene modification complete, current gene strength 200 points. The 4 basic attributes provide a 100% bonus to derived attributes. Seeing the evolution prompt from the system, Xiaofeng let out a long sigh of relief. The pain was worth it. Finally, Xiaofeng had 200 attribute enhancement points and 40 skill enhancement points, and he decided to use them all. His equipment was nearly maxed out, and it would be difficult to obtain even the few subpar items. Even if he managed to get them, the improvement would likely be minimal. What he needed to do now was to push his strength to the limit, then challenge the trial tower, giving it his all, and see how far he could go. Staying at the first level was definitely not an option. Xiaofeng felt a vague sense of crisis, which became clearer as his strength increased. If he didn't quickly enhance his power, he could very well die in the future crisis. As per usual, he allocated all 200 attribute points to his constitution. After adding the points, he still didn't feel the so-called limit. This left him puzzled about why his potential limit was so high. Could it be due to the reverse scale battle soul profession, which permanently had only 1 point of attack, leading to compensation from the system? Xiaofeng always felt that things weren't that simple. He didn't plan to use the 40 skill points just yet. He was only a little over 1,000,000 points away from exchanging for the skill advancement certificate. As long as he passed through a few more levels, he could redeem it. If the Thorn of Thorns skill could be upgraded again, those skill points would naturally be spent on Thorn of Thorns first. Now, Xiaofeng's health and defense had reached an astonishing level. The only thing lacking was attack. After successfully slaying the Thunder Serpent, another surprise awaited him. It turned out that this kill earned him a very rare achievement. Title: Thunder Abyss Warrior. This was something he had never obtained before. Although Xiaofeng had received quite a few achievement chests prior to this, a unique and meaningful achievement title like this was a first. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, he couldn't wait to open his attribute panel to personally verify the changes brought by this new title. Sure enough, just as he had hoped, a brand new section appeared above the originally simple and clear attribute interface, the title system. And the title Thunder Abyss Warrior, shining with brilliance, lay quietly within it. Tip: titles are an important element of the 10,000 Realms Paradise system, usually representing a practitioner's achievements, status, identity, or some special attribute. The uses of titles are varied, different titles have different effects, and more about titles needs to be explored by the practitioners themselves. Click to view title attributes. Title name: Thunder Abyss Warrior. Title quality: rare title. Title attributes: none. Title effect: 1. Lone Walker. After equipping this title, if there is only one enemy within a 100-meter radius, your 4 basic attributes increase by 10%. Title effect: 2. Group battle. After equipping this title, if there are more than 100 enemies within a 100-meter radius, your 4 basic attributes increase by 10%. Titles are extremely rare and can only be obtained with a very low probability under fortuitous circumstances. Moreover, most titles do not provide direct enhancements in combat, but rather serve more as auxiliary and symbolic meanings. The fact that Xiaofeng obtained the Thunder Abyss Warrior title, which can actually enhance basic attributes, is simply outrageous luck. After equipping the title, the Lone Walker effect was triggered immediately. Looking at the attribute panel, a huge change had already occurred. Name, Knight Profession, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Profession, Level, First Stage, Level 100, Health. Points, 50955 Mana Points, 174 Constitution, 2473 Strength, 29 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 9 Physical Defense, 6201 Magical Defense, 6058 Combat Power Assessment, 4030. It is rare for a first stage practitioner to reach a combat power of 1000 points. Yet Xiaofeng's combat power assessment had reached a terrifying 4030 points. Some top-tier second-stage experts did not even surpass Xiaofeng. If this state could not secure a place in the top 10 of the first-stage trial tower, he could only imagine how terrifying those who had long occupied the forefront of the trial tower would be. After consuming 2 bottles of gene evolution elixir, a large amount of filth was expelled from his body, leaving an extremely unpleasant odor. After taking a hot shower, the intelligent robot had already cleaned the room again and activated the air circulation system. Fresh air poured in, carrying away the foul smell. Xiaofeng sat on the sofa and opened the 99+ friend messages. He began to check them one by one. Most of them were congratulatory messages for him having passed the 1000 levels of the trial tower. Long Gu and Xiao Sagu sent the most messages. Their messages were quite consistent, both expressing concern for his safety. Although they had other motives, their concern was genuine. Since he entered the warrior academy, he hadn't spent much time with Long Gu, but every time Long Gu met with Xiaofeng, he brought him some good news. In terms of interests, he fought hard for him. This reminded him of his homeroom teacher Zhou Ping from New City High School. After the news of passing the 1000 levels of the trial tower spread, these two had not sent any new messages, because that meant Xiaofeng was already safe. Seeing this detail, a sense of inexplicable emotion surged in Xiaofeng's heart. Continuing to scroll down, when he saw an email with an attachment, he finally remembered Qian Duoduo. He opened the email sent by Qian Duoduo to check. The attachment contained only 2 items. Freedom Attribute Point Scroll times 50, 2,125 gold coins. Postscript, Brother Knight, all the equipment you provided sold for a total of 7,500 gold coins. Originally, according to the rules of the Merchant Association, a handling fee of at least 10% should be charged. However, after you cleared the 1000th floor of the trial tower, you have been promoted to a VIP client by our association, and the handling fee has been reduced to 5%. Therefore, the handling fee was only 375 gold coins, and you received 7,125 gold coins. As per your request, I bought you 50 free attribute point scrolls, each costing 100 gold coins, totaling 5,000 gold coins. After purchasing the items, you have 2,125 gold coins left. After extracting the attachment from the email, I closed the email panel. 100 gold coins for a free attribute point scroll is really not expensive. This item has always been in high demand in the market and is often sold out as soon as it appears. Right now, it is the peak time for this year's new students to challenge the trial tower, and the price of attribute point scrolls has risen significantly. Being able to buy them at 100 gold coins each is already a great deal. As for the 5% handling fee, Xiaofeng didn't mind at all. If he were to sell these items himself, not to mention whether he could sell them at such a high price, he wouldn't even have the time to handle it. He still has a lot of things to do. Xiaofeng did not use the 50 free attribute points, he decided to save them for now. His current strength is already sufficient to handle the trial tower. If he can't clear it with this level of strength, using those 50 points would be of no help. For him, 50 attribute points are merely a drop in the bucket, and the improvement they offer is too limited. Continuing to browse through his friend's information, 2 messages caught Xiaofeng's attention. They were from the Carefree brother, also known as the Carefree guy's father, and the vice president of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang. Carefree, kid, congratulations on successfully clearing the 1000 levels of the trial tower. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, you are truly remarkable. I have already received an invitation letter from the Dragon Seed Squad manager, formally inviting you to become a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. Granny Jiang's message was quite similar. From the attitudes of Granny Jiang and Carefree, one could see how difficult it is to join the Dragon Seed Squad. He is not yet clear on the specific benefits of becoming a member of the Dragon Seed Squad, but the fact that both Granny Jiang and Carefree are eager to have their juniors join, even if it means Xiaofeng has to follow along, speaks volumes. Thinking about the benefits of joining the Western Capital Warrior Academy gives him some insight. Xiaofeng is also filled with anticipation regarding this. He replied to both of them and agreed on a time and place to meet in the evening before closing the chat panel. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng appeared in the cafeteria on the first floor of the core teaching building of the Meat Shield department. Today, the cafeteria was not as deserted as before. Most of the core students of the Meat Shield department were present. They gathered together, enjoying delicious food while chatting. Xiaofeng did not disturb them. He ordered a meal and sat aside, savoring it slowly. The three of us have reached level 100 today, and we're going to challenge the trial tower tomorrow. Big brother, it seems that we have to challenge the trial tower separately. Our strength will be greatly reduced if we split up. Choi was stunned, and after a long pause, he spoke, "Oh, if we three split up, we would be just like ordinary practitioners. Wouldn't that be a disaster?" For a moment, the Iron Hammer brothers looked dejected. You three brothers don't need to worry. Just give up on the trial tower and quickly level up your strength. As long as your levels are up, what can those first tier strong ones do to you? Brother Tainyo is right, high levels are the hard truth. We'll go directly to do the advancement trial tasks tomorrow. In fact, there are quite a few people who have chosen the same path as you. Many professions are simply not suited for clearing levels, going there is just a waste of time. It's better to level up quickly. That's true, not everyone is as abnormal as classmate Hei Yi. We've worked ourselves to the bone to reach level 100, and he has already cleared the 1000 levels of the trial tower. Hey, isn't that brother Hei Yi? When did you come? We didn't even notice. Wow, a big name. Brother Hei Yi, quickly give me an autograph. Your signature is worth a lot now, many people have asked me to get one from you. I want one too, I want one too. In an instant, Xiaofeng was surrounded by his classmates, leaving him utterly speechless. He wasn't a big star or anything, so what was the point of getting autographs? Fortunately, Brother Long arrived just in time to free Xiaofeng from the situation. Now that school had started, the recruitment teacher, as a special talent, was naturally free. At this moment, the other teachers had already left, leaving only the two of them. After taking a seat, Brother Long lit a cigarette, looked at Xiaofeng, and wore a satisfied expression. Xiaofeng, you know about the Dragon Seed team, right? Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Brother Long's face showed both pride and disappointment. After a long silence, just as the cigarette was about to burn out, he extinguished it. With a solemn expression, he looked at Xiaofeng and said, I have an unusual request. Since knowing Brother Long, Xiaofeng had never seen him so serious. For Brother Long to make such a serious request, it must be extremely important to him. Brother Long, go ahead. After hesitating for a moment, Brother Long slowly spoke, if you have the ability, try to reach the highest level of the trial tower before leaving the West Capital Warrior Academy for the Dragon Seed team. Xiaofeng was puzzled as to why Brother Long would make such a request. This was something he intended to do anyway. Even if Brother Long hadn't mentioned it, he would still do it. Seeing Xiaofeng's confusion, Brother Long explained, our West Capital Warrior Academy is one of the 4 major warrior academies of the Dragon Kingdom, producing many strong individuals with immense power. However, we have always lagged behind the other 3 academies in terms of breaking through the trial tower, resulting in us being ranked last during exchanges with them. The academy has always wanted to prove its strength through the trial tower, but has never succeeded. Your appearance has given us hope. Brother Long was not thinking of himself but rather considering the academy. Brother Long, how many levels have the other academies reached? West Capital Warrior Academy ranks 4th, with the highest record of 999 levels in the first-tier trial tower. Next is the South Ocean Warrior Academy, with their best score being 1099 levels. Then there's the Magic City Warrior Academy, with their best score of 1149 levels. Ranked first is the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, with their best score of 1199 levels, which is currently the 4th best score in the world. As for the top 3, it's better not to mention them, those few have become legendary figures, and surpassing them is nearly impossible. You have now set a new highest record for the West Capital Warrior Academy. Xiaofeng nodded slightly, I'll do my best. With Xiaofeng's promise, Brother Long was in a great mood. I believe in you. With your strength, while you may not surpass the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, you still have a good chance of exceeding the South Ocean Warrior Academy. Xiaofeng made no promises, as he had no understanding of the trial tower beyond 1000 levels. The sky gradually darkened. Xiaofeng arrived at the most bustling city center of West Capital at the agreed time. Following the address, he eventually found a quiet courtyard in the city center. Inside the courtyard sat an old man in a tank top, leisurely drinking cool tea under a banyan tree with a fan in hand. Seeing Xiaofeng hesitating at the door, the old man reminded him, this is a private residence, not a commercial area. Xiaofeng took 2 steps back, checked the address again, and confirmed he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Old man, I was invited here by the unrestrained. Who? The unrestrained? The unrestrained? I haven't heard, you mean that guy from the Practitioner Alliance? Xiaofeng was taken aback. Since this old man knew the identity of the green-haired old man and could still address him like that, it could only mean that his own identity was not simple, perhaps even dismissive of the green-haired old man. How terrifying must the old man's true Identity B? The old man looked at Xiao Feng with great interest. You must be the night kid, right? Xiao Feng was not surprised that the old man knew his name. What puzzled him was why such a free-spirited person would invite him to meet in this place. This did not seem like a location suitable for someone of his kind. That's me. The old man casually waved the fan in his hand, and a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the calm courtyard, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground. When this breeze touched Xiao Feng, a tremendous force surged through him, nearly causing him to lose his balance, indicating just how powerful this breeze was. Minus 6,000. Xiao Feng suffered no harm, but the old man received a rebound damage of 6,000 points. This meant that the attack damage from that breeze had reached 3,000 points. It was just that Xiao Feng's defense was so high that it did not break through. Oh. Rebound damage, interesting. As he spoke, the old man struck the fan again, unleashing a stronger gust of wind. The sound of the wind howled, and Xiao Feng remained unmoved. The gale was more powerful than before. But Xiao Feng was prepared this time, and with his physique exceeding 2,470 points, this wind was not enough to push him back. Minus 9,000. Xiao Feng still took no damage, while the old man suffered 9,000 points of rebound damage. This kid has decent defense, quite resilient. Let me hit you with another move. The old man's previous attack had already reached 4,500 points, and without wearing dual shields, Xiao Feng's defense was only around 4,800. Given the old man's stance, it was clear that he would increase his attack power this time. At that moment, with a thought, two large shields appeared in Xiao Feng's hands. The appearance of the two shields startled the old man. What was this operation? He had seen many strange weapons used by professionals, but it was indeed rare to see someone wielding two shields. After equipping the two shields, Xiao Feng's physical defense reached 6,201 points. And his magical defense also hit 6,058 points. Boom boom, the fierce wind came, and Xiao Feng stood his ground like a rock, not budging an inch. The attack came. Minus 442. Minus 13,000. The old man had directly raised his attack power to 6,500 points. Wind-based attacks belonged to magical damage, and 6,500 points of damage had broken through Xiao Feng's defense. After the damage reduction of his rock-solid defense, he ultimately received 442 points of damage, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng's health had fully recovered. After 3 consecutive attacks, the old man finally broke through Xiao Feng's defense. At the same time, he also received 28,000 points of rebound damage from Xiao Feng, but looking at the old man's health bar, it had only decreased slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Feng had a preliminary judgment of the old man's terrifying strength. Strong. Terrifyingly strong, conservatively estimating, the old man was at least a 5th-tier powerhouse. The old man did not continue to attack. He had already tested Xiao Feng's strength, and his purpose had been achieved. The old man nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, reaching 6,000 defense at the 1st tier, and possessing 200% rebound damage, barely qualifies you to join the Dragonborn team." Dragonborn team? Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable terrifying old man was the manager of the Dragonborn team? Xiao Feng put away his shields and approached the old man respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am the knight, originally named Xiao Feng." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "You passed my test. Come back to this place in 7 days. By the way, my name is Fubo." The old man was clearly sitting less than 3 meters in front of Xiao Feng, yet his voice gradually faded away. As Fubo's voice receded, the surrounding environment began to change gradually. The originally quiet courtyard gradually became transparent, and finally, the small courtyard completely vanished. As the view shifted, Xiao Feng realized that he was not in some dilapidated courtyard, but clearly in a luxuriously decorated private room. Had he just fallen under an illusion? Creak, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the carefree brother and his father, both with a carefree smile, walked in. Upon seeing Xiao Feng sitting alone in the room, the two were momentarily taken aback. The carefree brother scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Feng, asking, "Did you see an old man?" Xiao Feng glanced at the paper in his hand, which proved that what he had seen earlier was not entirely an illusion. He laughed. Laughed? Did he say anything to you? He told me to go to the imperial capital in 7 days. Ha, night boy, congratulations on passing Uncle Fu's test, which means you have already stepped half a foot into the Dragon Seed Squad's door. Half a foot? Xiao Feng was puzzled. Hadn't he already cleared the 1,000th floor of the trial tower and just passed Uncle Fu's test? The carefree brother laughed heartily. Night boy, you don't need to worry. Since you've already passed the first 2 stages, the last stage will naturally be a piece of cake. It's said that the final stage is just a formality, and so far, no one has been eliminated because of the last assessment. This eased Xiao Feng's mind. Since Uncle Fu has left, let's have a meal with just us tonight. Just then, the door was pushed open again. The visitor was Grandma Jiang, the vice president of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, but today she was not alone. Behind her was a girl in a floral dress, with delicate features and long, shiny black hair cascading down, making her look extremely beautiful. The moment the carefree brother saw the girl, his eyes nearly fell to the ground. "Sister Yuling, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." In response to the carefree brother's enthusiasm, the girl merely shot him a glance and ignored him, turning her attention to Xiao Feng. "Your knight? Not much to look at. Yuling? Shut up. Grandma, you want me to follow him? Look at what he's wearing. Following him, I can't imagine how much suffering I'll endure." Xiao Feng was utterly speechless. What was he wearing? That was a rare, priceless, Overlord-level equipment, the cloud-hidden armor, but to avoid drawing too much attention, he wore a black hooded sweatshirt over it. It made him look somewhat out of place compared to the others. Xiao Feng didn't respond. He just greeted Grandma Jiang and sat down directly. Seeing Xiao Feng's expression, Grandma Jiang shot a fierce glare at Yuling, then changed the subject and quietly said to the door, "The dishes can be served." Before long, various exquisite dishes were brought to the dining table. Come, night classmate, try these dishes, you can't find them outside." The carefree brother sat next to Xiao Feng and whispered in his ear. "Brother Knight, these ingredients are not ordinary food, they come from mutated beasts and mutated plants." Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at the carefree brother with a questioning expression. The carefree brother explained with a smile, "Monsters that reach the 3rd tier and above can no longer be called monsters. They not only become much stronger, but their intelligence is also comparable to that of humans. Some monsters can even speak human language, so practitioners collectively refer to 3rd tier and above monsters as mutated beasts or mutated plants. Besides the increase in intelligence, there's another significant change in mutated beasts and plants. When they are killed, their bodies do not disappear. They remain like the regular organisms of our blue star and slowly decay, but the stronger the mutated beast, the slower its body decays. By the way, have you noticed that your appetite has increased a lot compared to before?" Xiao Feng hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now, after the carefree brother's reminder, he thought about it. Recently, he often fought for more than 10 hours straight, and last time he even fought for over 40 hours continuously. During this time, he didn't eat any food, attributing this to the benefits of increased physical fitness. Yet every meal, his appetite exceeded that of ordinary people by several times, even tenfold. Looking back now, it seems completely illogical, not to mention whether he could digest it. The volume of food in his stomach had long surpassed the size of the stomach itself. If it were an ordinary person, their stomach would have burst by now. Yet even after consuming so much food, he still didn't feel very full. This must be one of the reasons why the Warrior Academy provides various high-calorie foods for free around the clock. If he was like this, how much food would those 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even higher-level professionals need to consume to meet their body's demands? As Xiao Feng looked at the food on the table, he suddenly understood the answer. Brother Xiaosa continued to explain, "It seems Brother Hai already knows the answer." That's right, as a professional's strength increases, the energy required by the body will also increase, and at that point, ordinary food can no longer meet their needs. These mutated beasts and mutated plants are the best ingredients. The energy in the same volume of ingredients is at least 10, 100, or even 1,000 times that of ordinary ingredients. Of course, as first-tier professionals, our bodies don't have such strong endurance yet, and we can only eat a small amount of food that has been processed to be less intense. Tonight, these ingredients are all from the most ordinary 3rd-tier mutated creatures. By the way, do you know how much this table of food costs? Brother Xiaosa made a 8 gesture to Xiao Feng. 80,000? Brother Xiaosa shook his head and said, "It's not that expensive, 800 is enough." So cheap? Xiao Feng was puzzled. With such luxurious decor and such high-quality ingredients, how could it only be 800? Wait, could it be that Brother Xiaosa wasn't talking about Dragon Country currency? Sure enough, Brother Xiaosa's next words confirmed Xiao Feng's suspicion. Brother Hai is indeed wealthy, spending 800 gold coins on a meal and still thinking it's cheap. 800 gold coins. This was a revelation for Xiao Feng. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Country coins, so this meal would amount to 8 million in Dragon Country currency. More than 10 days ago, Xiao Feng couldn't even dream of a meal costing 8 million. Seeing Xiao Feng's astonished expression, Yuling looked even more disdainful. "Grandma, I don't want to follow him. Look at his clueless face. If I follow him, I probably won't even get a decent meal." Grandma Jiang shook her head helplessly, giving Xiao Feng an apologetic look. Xiao Feng ignored Yuling and slowly savored what 8 million worth of food tasted like. He had to admit that these dishes were far superior in taste and texture compared to ordinary food. As the food entered his stomach, a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. He hadn't eaten much, yet Xiaofeng already felt a hint of fullness. If it were ordinary food, finishing everything on the table wouldn't have achieved the same effect. At this moment, brother Xiaosa and Yuling had already put down their chopsticks. Judging by their flushed faces, it was likely due to the excessive heat they had absorbed in a short time. Only Xiaofeng, the carefree one, and Grandma Jiang remained at the table, slowly enjoying the delicacies. Soon after, Xiaofeng also set down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang and the carefree one also put down their chopsticks. Xiaofeng knew that the main event of the night was about to begin. The green-haired old man spoke first. Kid, hi, I'll be straightforward. I want my son to become your retainer and join you in the Dragon Seed team. I wonder what you think. Everyone turned to Xiaofeng, waiting for his response. Xiaofeng did not agree immediately but instead looked at the green-haired man. Finally, his gaze turned to the green-haired old man. Uncle, you should know the particularity of my profession. It's hard to protect my teammates in battle. The green-haired old man dismissed it, saying, you don't need to worry about that. I know my son's strength. He will soon reach the second tier, and once he does, he will have a certain level of self-protection. Moreover, how could one become a professional without experiencing life and death? Choosing this path means being prepared for death long ago. Since the green-haired old man said so, Xiaofeng had nothing more to say, and he indeed had a good impression of the green-haired man. Besides, his father was a high-ranking member of the Professional Alliance, which should provide him with considerable support. Since uncle trusts me so much, then from now on, brother Xiaoso will be my teammate. Ahaha, good, good. At this moment, Granny Jiang also spoke up. Classmate, hi, what do you think of my Yuling? Before Xiaofeng could respond, the girl immediately retorted, Grandma, I don't want to follow him. Granny Jiang looked at the girl with a helpless expression. Linger, do you know how rare this opportunity is? If you miss this chance, it will be hard to join the Dragon Seed team again. The girl was unconcerned. Grandma, joining the Dragon Seed team doesn't have to be with him, there are still 4 others, right? Granny Jiang finally sighed helplessly and could only apologize to Xiaofeng. Since Linger disagrees, then let's drop the matter. Xiaofeng had never liked the willful and headstrong Yuling, so he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Granny Jiang's words. If Granny Jiang insisted on entrusting the girl to him, he really wouldn't know how to refuse. Director Jiang, I've already used the things you sent. I will find a way to repay you later. Granny Jiang waved her hand. Ah, just consider those things as rewards for outstanding students from me as the director. Finally, after Xiaofeng and brother Xiaoso agreed on the time and place to set off for the imperial capital, the banquet came to an end. By the time the banquet ended, it was already past 10 p.m. Xiaofeng declined the offer of a driver arranged by the carefree Xiaosa to take him back and took a taxi to return to the West Capital Warrior Academy. The city center was not far from the West Capital Warrior Academy. It only took about half an hour by car to reach. Xiaofeng sat in the back seat of the taxi, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a faint sense of crisis surging in his heart. Could it be another assassination? Just then, a sudden explosion sounded ahead. Boom! Several vehicles collided in a chain reaction, and the highway was thrown into chaos. The taxi was forced to stop, but fortunately, the driver was experienced and did not crash. As soon as the car came to a halt, Xiaofeng threw out a few hundred yuan bills and jumped out. Just as he got out of the car, 3 or 4 vehicles crashed into each other from behind, crushing the taxi into a heap. Blood flowed from the driver's seat. Crack! Xiaofeng suddenly looked up. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and lightning struck down intermittently. The cloud was somewhat strange, notably because it was too close to the ground, completely unlike a naturally formed one. Xiaofeng immediately thought of the Thunder Serpent, as the current situation was almost identical to when the Thunder Serpent attacked him. Moments later, Xiaofeng realized something was wrong. Because not only was there lightning striking from the cloud, but there were also meteors falling down. The car accident on the road was caused by the vehicles ahead being struck by meteors. This was a skill possessed only by high-level mages. Heaven's Punishment. Heaven's Punishment is a forbidden skill of high-level mages, with immense attack, range and destructive power. How could such a skill appear over West Capital City? Xiaofeng would not narcissistically think that the commotion was solely to kill a mere first-tier professional like himself. A mage capable of using such a skill must have reached at least the 6th tier. Creating such a commotion in the heart of Longwish Shijing City has resulted in countless casualties among ordinary people. Want to leave safely? That's a dream. If he really manages to escape unscathed, what face would the Longwood government have left? The sky is filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, countless bolts and meteors pouring down, and the area shrouded in dark. Clouds are struck with devastating force, terrifying enough to rival a small nuclear attack. Xiaofeng jumped onto a high platform and looked around. Everywhere he could see was like a hell on earth. Just then, a deep voice of a middle-aged man echoed. The voice was so loud it sounded like thunder, causing pain in the eardrums. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Shijing, seeking death? A figure rose into the air, but due to the distance, his exact appearance was unclear. However, it was vaguely visible that the man was rising step by step without any external support, as if there were invisible stairs beneath his feet. The man seemed to be moving slowly, yet each step he took elevated him by dozens of meters. In the blink of an eye, he stood at a height level with the dark clouds. The dark clouds in the sky not only did not cease but instead churned more violently. Crack, more than 10 bolts of purple lightning struck towards the middle-aged man. The man paid no heed to the incoming lightning, and a layer of golden light shone around him. The purple lightning struck the golden light shield, disappearing as if it had hit a mud cow entering the sea, causing no harm to the man whatsoever. No more words, die. As he spoke, a long knife appeared in the man's hand. He gripped the knife with both hands and swung it down. A golden blade of light, hundreds of meters long, extended from the knife, cleaving the dark clouds in the sky in two, causing them to dissipate rapidly. As the clouds dispersed, a figure dressed in a wizard's robe, whose gender was indiscernible, gradually emerged. However, this wizard was now covering his chest with one hand, bright red blood dripping down his pure white arm. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's physique exceeding 2,000 points, coupled with the deep evolutionary modifications to his eyes from 3 rounds of genetic evolution, he would not have been able to see these details clearly at this moment. After the clouds cleared, the middle-aged man recognized the opponent's face, his body slightly stunned, as if he had recognized the other's identity. Finally, the middle-aged man looked down at the ground, just in time to meet Xiao Feng's gaze. At that moment, Xiao Feng finally saw the middle-aged man's face. He was none other than the dean of the Shijing Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin. Xiao Feng did not attend the opening ceremony. Later, through video playback from an intelligent robot, he learned what Shui Longyin looked like. This Dean Shui Longyin was not only the head of the academy but also the strongest figure in Shijing City, the guardian of Shijing City. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people within dozens of meters around Xiao Feng, yet he felt that Shui Longyin was looking directly at him. This intuition could not be wrong. Why was he looking at himself? Could it be related to that wizard? It shouldn't be, as the strongest person Xiao Feng had encountered so far should be of the reckless type, and he had been getting along well with those strong individuals. There was no reason for them to cause trouble for him, especially to create such a huge commotion just to kill him? That made no sense at all. Wait, Xiao Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. The quota for the Dragon Seed team was so precious that even the reckless type and Vice Dean Zhang were willing to lower their status to seek his help. What about the others? Although the quota for this year's Dragon Seed team had already been determined, what would happen if a member died? Would they just leave it vacant? Xiao Feng turned his gaze towards the wizard, who seemed to sense Xiao Feng's hostility and suddenly looked down at him. When Xiao Feng's eyes met the wizard's, a feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake surged in his heart. Xiao Feng could almost confirm that the wizard in the sky had come for him. This feeling had no reason behind it, it was simply an instinct. But he had unwavering faith in this instinct. Shui Longyin sighed again. You shouldn't have come. The voice was not loud, and under the cover of thunder, ordinary people couldn't hear it at all, but Xiao Feng could hear it clearly. It seemed Shui Longyin intended it that way. Shui Longyin, are you really going to stop me? Mo Shui, look below. How many ordinary people have died at your hands? This has already touched the bottom line of the professional alliance. No matter how great your past contributions were, they cannot offset today's sins. In this era, what's the difference between ordinary people and ants? If they die, they die. Do you really want to avenge them? Mo Shui, why don't you understand? If there weren't a continuous stream of new strong individuals, could the Dragon Kingdom be as powerful as it is now? Dragon Kingdom? Again with the Dragon Kingdom. We are already so strong, not much different from the legendary gods, and yet you want to bind me with the concept of a nation? It's utterly ridiculous. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. As she spoke, a more brilliant golden light erupted from Shui Longyin. 3 consecutive sword lights slashed out, and before the sword lights reached the body of the mage, 3 layers of light shields lit up around the mage, each layer a different color. Xiao Feng recognized the outermost layer. It was a skill that all mages must learn: Magic Shield. The Magic Shield is the most powerful defensive skill of a mage, and when enhanced to a high level, it is said to withstand about 80% of damage, stronger than Xiao Feng's Rock Solid. One could only imagine how strong a magic shield from a suspected 7th-tier mage would be. Yet, such a powerful magic shield shattered like glass under Shui Longyin's swordlight. After breaking the magic shield, the swordlight's momentum remained undiminished, continuing towards the second layer of the light shield. The second layer was clearly stronger than the first, causing the sword light to pause slightly, but that was all. After just a moment's delay, the second layer of the light shield shattered. Ultimately, the sword light completely dissipated under the third layer of the light shield. But let's not forget, the sword-like Shui Longyin unleashed this time was not just one, but three in succession. The third layer of the light shield was significantly stronger than the previous two, managing to withstand the second sword light. However, it shattered under the third sword light. Impossible, have you already? The words stopped abruptly. The mage's body was split in two by the sword light. As the mage died, the dark clouds enveloping the sky quickly dispersed, revealing a brilliant starry sky. Shui Longyin stood alone high in the air, her golden light dazzling to the extreme. At that moment, she resembled a deity. It was only then that Xiao Feng awoke from his shock. Powerful, too powerful. Is this the true strength of a high-tier professional? If I reach the 7th tier, can I be as strong as Shui Longyin? Xiao Feng had never felt such a thirst for power as he did at this moment. As the golden light faded, Shui Longyin looked down, giving Xiao Feng a meaningful glance, but she said nothing and turned to leave. Shortly after Shui Longyin departed, various police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances arrived at the scene. There were even some vehicles resembling armed police units that arrived to maintain order, but those who got out were not regular armed police, but special teams composed entirely of professionals. With the arrival of this group, some eager professionals who were ready to cause trouble immediately settled down. It was evident how strong the deterrent power of this professional team was. The powerful mage was slain by Shui Longyin with a single strike. How strong must Shui Longyin's power be? And did that mage really die? Some ordinary professionals have resurrection items, how could a stronger mage not have resurrection items? Was such a grand display really just to kill me? Wouldn't it be easier to sneak in quietly? A series of questions surfaced in Xiao Feng's mind, but no one could provide him with answers. He could only wait until his strength improved before seeking answers himself. Returning to his personal exclusive room, he lay on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the day. First, there was Uncle Fu, who could silently trap him in an illusion, then the sorcerer who could invoke divine punishment, and finally, the water dragons. Song that had slain the sorcerer in one stroke. This truly made Xiao Feng realize the power of professionals. He had never desired to become strong as much as he did now. The ability of professionals in the later stages. To soar through the skies and traverse the earth like deities was the goal he yearned for and pursued. After a long while, he pulled back his thoughts. In just 7 days, he would head to the imperial capital to join the Dragon Seed team. On a higher platform, he would surely be able to improve faster. His primary goal in the coming days was to give his all to conquer the trial tower. The first level of the trial tower granted 3 chances for resurrection, allowing him to invest all his strength without any reservations. Reaching a higher level would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. For this, Xiao Feng was filled with anticipation. The next morning, Xiao Feng returned to the trial tower. After donning his gear, he stepped directly into the trial teleportation portal in the preparation room. Welcome to the 1001st level of the Universal Paradise Trial Tower. Notice, if the trialist dies or exits through the system, the challenge is considered a failure. The challenger has only 3 chances to fail. After 3 failures, you will permanently lose the qualification to challenge the first level of the trial tower. Notice, you have 3 resurrection opportunities remaining. March 3rd. Notice, each time you pass a level, the trialist's health, mana, and other physical attributes will be fully restored. Additionally, all your skills will be refreshed. Notice, the use of any items is prohibited in the first level of the trial tower, except for the equipment you are wearing. Notice, the difficulty of the 1001st level of the trial tower has significantly increased. Please prepare accordingly. The trial begins. Upon entering the portal, Xiao Feng arrived in a completely new space. This place was unlike any of the previous spaces. It was merely a space, with nothing but a mirror-like floor. As he looked around, it was pitch black in all 4 directions, devoid of anything. Xiao Feng stood above the water's surface, waiting for the monsters to arrive. Suddenly, ripples spread across the calm mirror surface. They were coming. Ding! A tremendous force hit him, nearly causing Xiao Feng to stumble. Checking his health, he found that he had not taken any damage, indicating that the enemy had not breached his defenses. His current strength had improved significantly compared to when he had cleared over 900 levels. Before his enhancement, he could easily conquer the 1000th level. Even if the monsters on the 1001st level were twice as strong, it would not be enough to break through his defenses. The shortcoming he had worried about regarding defense had now been compensated. As long as he did not encounter enemies dealing true damage, he was absolutely confident in clearing the level. Each ripple, resembling water patterns, represented an invisible monster. This level seemed easier compared to the 900s, at least he could gauge the general direction of the enemies. The only difference was that he could not see any monsters at all from start to finish. He could only judge the presence of enemies through the water ripples and the attacks he received. The ripples on the ground multiplied, all moving towards Xiao Feng. Seeing this, he devised a plan. To save time, he specifically chose areas with more monsters and would switch locations once the surrounding monsters decreased. In less than 20 minutes, the completion prompt appeared. Next came the 1002nd level, 1003rd level. As he became more familiar with the map of this level, the completion time continued to shorten. It stabilized at around 10 minutes per level. Even so, it took Xiaofeng nearly 18 hours to reach the 1100th level. The map of the 1100th level remained unchanged, but after waiting for a few minutes, he did not see any ripples appear on the ground. Just as he was puzzled, he felt a vibration from his shield as it was struck by an attack. However, he still couldn't break through his defenses. This made Xiaofeng start to become alert. Bang bang bang, suddenly, a series of attacks appeared without warning, all striking against the shield. The force of the attacks was significantly greater than before, but it was still within his tolerance range. Xiaofeng suddenly looked up at the pitch-black sky. Could this strange monster be from above? No wonder so many powerful individuals couldn't pass this level. It turned out these monsters all had the ability to fly. The invisible ranged aerial monsters made it impossible for many to attack. When they were over 900 levels, the professionals could still see the monsters through the occasional flashes of lightning, allowing them to lock onto a general location to launch their attacks. This monster could only use large area AoE skills, and whether it hit or not depended entirely on luck. What was the point of the Wanjia Paradise setting such a level? Xiaofeng actually didn't know that this level was a test of the experimenter's perception. As long as the perception reached a certain height, one could determine the monster's location through air fluctuations, but Xiaofeng was unaware of this. His perception was, cough cough, too weak. Since he couldn't see, Xiaofeng didn't bother to care. He sat cross-legged, waiting for the monsters to be rebounded to death. He was attacked for over 30 minutes before he managed to kill all the monsters. At the same time, a national announcement appeared again. National announcement: the professional Black Knight has successfully passed the 1100th level of the first-tier trial tower, entering the top 36 of the first-tier trial tower overall ranking. ×3. Hint: you have killed all monsters on the 1100th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points ×1,000,000 and a total of 5 million trial points from levels 1001 to 1100, now totaling 13,389,095 points. Hint: you have entered the first-tier trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 36. After passing the 1100th level, the global ranking jumped from 96 to 36. This indicated that 60 top experts were stuck. Within these 100 levels, those who could break through 1000 levels were undoubtedly not the top geniuses. Yet even so, 2/3 were still eliminated. This was enough to demonstrate the difficulty of these 100 levels. Especially the 1100th level. After returning to the trial tower preparation room, Xiaofeng did not leave immediately but went to the core trial mall of the trial tower. His current points had reached 13.39 million, enough to exchange for a skill advancement certificate. Hint: yes/no to consume 10 million trial points to exchange for a skill advancement certificate. Exchange. Looking at the skill advancement certificate that appeared out of thin air in his hand, Xiaofeng felt excited. Whether he could continue to enhance the Thorn of Thorns skill depended on now. Hint: yes/no to use the skill advancement certificate. Use. Hint: please select the skill you want to advance. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and chose the rock solid skill again. What if it could succeed? There was no cost to trying. Rock solid. Hint: this skill has reached its limit, and this item cannot be used for enhancement. Please choose another skill. As expected, it still didn't work. Since the rock solid skill couldn't be enhanced, he would continue to enhance the Thorn of Thorns. Enhance the Thorn of Thorns skill. Skill enhancing. Warning: anomaly detected in this skill. System judgment in progress. This skill data has anomalies, and your attack attributes are also detected to have anomalies. System judgment in progress. Judgment complete. Since the system has already compensated you for the attack anomaly, it is now determined that this skill cannot continue to be advanced using the skill advancement certificate. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaofeng's heart sank. The Thorn of Thorns skill was his only means of attack. If he stopped here, his future achievements would surely be much lower. However, Xiaofeng was not discouraged, as he still had ways to enhance the Thorn of Thorns. That is the infinite system. During this time, he has killed a massive number of monsters, and he believes that it won't be long before he can reactivate the infinite system. At that time, he will be able to enhance the Thorn Spike skill with the help of the infinite system. Since both Rock Solid and Thorn Spike skills cannot be upgraded, he needs to carefully consider which skill to enhance. He currently possesses 5 professional skills: Thorn Spike, Rock Solid, Soul Awakening, Soul Revival, and Soul Charge. Each of these 5 skills is incredibly powerful. Thorn Spike and Rock Solid need no further explanation, they are the core skills among all his abilities. Additionally, there are 4 universal skills: Silver Moon Power, Ruthless Taunt, Blood Pact Shockwave, and Dual Space. The other skills are equipment skills that cannot be upgraded. Excluding the equipment skills and the non-upgradable Thorn Spike and Rock Solid, he only has 7 skills available for enhancement. How should he choose among these 7 skills? Dual Space is the first to be eliminated by Xiao Feng, simply because the success rate of this skill is too low, with only a success rate of below 25% for him. Moreover, even after enhancement, it is likely that it would only increase the duration of Dual Space. Both Ruthless Taunt and Blood Pact Shockwave are control skills that are currently sufficient, so he will not consider them for now. Soul Charge is merely an escape skill for him. After reaching the upper limit, it will likely only increase the charge distance. Currently, it doesn't have much effect for him, so he will not consider it either. This leaves him with only 3 skills to choose from: Soul Awakening, Soul Revival, and Silver Moon Power. The Soul Revival skill is like a reusable instant life recovery potion, but it restores less than half of what an instant life recovery potion would, and it has a long cooldown time. Enhancing it now holds little significance for him. Finally, Xiao Feng's gaze turns to the last 2 skills, Soul Awakening and Silver Moon Power. Choosing between these 2 skills is very difficult. Silver Moon Power can provide him with a continuous source of recovery, currently playing a role only second to Thorn Spike and Rock Solid. However, Soul Awakening is equally powerful. He tested this skill during the battle with the Thunder Dragon. It can be used on Rock Solid, allowing the damage reduction effect of Rock Solid to reach 75%. If the enhancement effect of the Soul Awakening skill can be raised to 100%, then using Soul Awakening on Rock Solid would result in a 100% damage reduction effect. This way, he would have at least 10 seconds of invincibility. Between these 2 skills, Xiao Feng leans more towards enhancing Soul Awakening. The reason is simple: there are many ways to recover health, but currently, there is only this one way to achieve invincibility. Before choosing to enhance the Soul Awakening skill, Xiao Feng needs to conduct an experiment. Currently, Soul Awakening is still at level 1, and he is not clear about the specific increase brought by enhancing the level of Soul Awakening. If the original upper limit of the Soul Awakening skill is indeed a 100% enhancement, then enhancing it would be a loss. Fortunately, he still has 40 skill enhancement points that he hasn't used. Xiao Feng directly uses 10 skill enhancement points on Soul Awakening. He checks the skill attributes. Skill name: Soul Awakening skill level, level 11 skill type, active skill cost, consumes 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown: 1 hour. Skill effect can be used on skills you have mastered. After use, the effect of that skill is enhanced by 55%, lasting a maximum of 11 seconds. After reaching level 10, the skill effect increased from the previous 50% to 55%, with each level increase only raising it by 0.5%. According to Xiao Feng's guess, it is very likely that its upper limit effect is only 75%. Using the skill advancement certificate for enhancement may very well reach 100%. Moreover, as the skill level increases, the duration also increases by 1 second. Every 10 levels increases the effect by 5% and the duration by 1 second. If the skill's cap is raised to level 100, he will have a 100% boost plus a duration of 20 seconds. At that time, if he uses this skill on an indestructible target, he will have 20 seconds of invincibility. Thinking of this outcome, Xiao Feng unhesitatingly chose to upgrade the Battle Soul Awakening skill. Prompt: confirm upgrade of Battle Soul Awakening skill? Yes/no upgrade. Moments later, a system prompt appeared. Prompt: your Battle Soul Awakening skill cap has been raised, now it can be upgraded to a maximum of level 100. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face. It was done, and the system even directly provided the upgrade cap, which reassured him. Now, all he had to do was gather skill points to max out the Battle Soul Awakening. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng allocated all of his remaining 30 skill enhancement points to the Battle Soul Awakening skill. At this point, the Battle Soul Awakening skill had reached level 41. The skill boost had reached 70%, and the duration had reached 14 seconds. To elevate the skill to level 100, he still needed 60 skill enhancement points. Currently, there was no method to obtain skill points. He could only wait until he leveled up to the 2nd tier to steadily acquire skill enhancement points. At this moment, Xiao Feng suddenly thought of a way to obtain skill enhancement points, though he wasn't sure if it would work. That was to ask the Western Capital Warrior Academy for them. He had already helped the academy break records, so he should be entitled to a reward. However, what that reward was, the academy's higher-ups probably hadn't decided yet. If he proactively asked for it, he might very well succeed. Moreover, after enhancing his strength, he would continue to challenge levels, and perhaps even surpass the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. The next morning, After breakfast, Xiao Feng contacted Brother Long. If Brother Long wasn't worried about disturbing Xiao Feng's rest, he would have come to find him long ago. Last night, he was awakened by several messages and was about to get angry when he saw the content of the messages, which excited him so much that he couldn't sleep all night. The content of the messages was naturally the system announcement that Xiao Feng had cleared the 1100th floor of the trial tower. Xiao Feng clearing the 1100th floor meant that the Western Capital Warrior Academy had officially surpassed the Southern Ocean Warrior Academy to become third. This was the first time the Western Capital Warrior Academy had shed the title of being at the bottom of the first-tier trial tower. As Xiao Feng's recruitment teacher, his contributions would naturally be remembered by the academy. More than 10 minutes later, Brother Long rushed into the dining hall, his face full of excitement and joy. Classmate Hei Yi, you're amazing. You cleared the 1100th floor so quickly. After exchanging pleasantries with Brother Long, Xiao Feng got straight to the point. Brother Long, I came to find you today to consult about something. Classmate Hei Yi, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely give it my all. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng spoke. Brother Long, to be honest, my strength has not yet reached its peak. If my strength continues to improve, I am confident I can reach even higher floors. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's eyes brightened even more. Not at your peak yet? Classmate Hei Yi, your potential limit is quite high. Yesterday, I exchanged and used a skill advancement certificate in the trial tower, so one of my core skills has once again broken its cap. If this core skill can be enhanced, my strength will see a significant boost and I will be more confident in clearing the subsequent levels. The problem now is that I do not have enough skill enhancement points to strengthen this skill. Xiao Feng was very direct in his words, subtly implying a request for all the Academy's skill enhancement point scrolls, with an underlying hint of threat. After listening to Xiao Feng, Brother Long was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Brother Long smile, Xiao Feng rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. He knew his little thoughts had been seen through by Brother Long. Brother Long took out a wooden box and placed it in front of Xiao Feng. Open it and take a look. Xiao Feng took the wooden box and opened it to check. Inside the box was a neatly arranged stack of skill enhancement scrolls. Hint, you have obtained 100 skill enhancement scrolls. Seeing so many skill enhancement scrolls, Xiao Feng's heart raced. He looked up at Long Go and asked in confusion, Long Go, what is this? Long Go laughed heartily. Classmate Hei Yi, the Academy isn't that stingy. You've made great contributions to the Academy, so naturally, they won't treat you poorly. This is a personal delivery from Dean Shui. Dean Shui, could it be? That's right, it's the Dean of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Shui Longyin. Long Go continued, it seems Dean Shui values you highly. In all my years at the Academy, I've never seen him pay such attention to a new student. Is that so? He always felt that things weren't that simple. The meaningful glance Shui Longyin gave him during the battle with that mage seemed to hint at something. Those past questions he could only bury deep in his heart. Right now, he was too weak to have a direct conversation with a powerhouse like Shui Longyin. However, receiving 100 skill enhancement scrolls was indeed an unexpected joy. Long Go continued, after you cleared the 1100th level yesterday, the Academy's higher-ups held a special meeting regarding the rewards for your achievements. Xiao Feng interrupted, Long Go, wasn't there already a reward given? Long Go was slightly taken aback. That doesn't count, that was just a personal reward from Dean Shui to you. Besides that, the Academy has additional rewards. As expected, the skill enhancement scrolls given by Shui Longyin were not arranged by the Academy, but were for personal reasons. This indirectly confirmed Xiao Feng's suspicions. Ultimately, the Academy decided that if your ranking surpasses that of the Magic City Warrior Academy, you will receive special rewards. If you exceed the ranking of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, the rewards will be even more generous. But there is one condition, you must complete the challenge before you leave the Warrior Academy to join the Dragon Seed team. You should know the reason. Once you report to the Dragon Seed team, you will automatically leave the Western Capital Warrior Academy, and at that point, your achievements in the challenges won't count towards the Academy. As for what the specific rewards are, that's not something a small admissions teacher like me can know, but given the school's financial resources, they must be quite valuable. At least that's the case for you first-tier students. Xiao Feng looked at Long Go and sincerely said, Long Go, thank you. Hey, you're my student, so of course, I have to be responsible for you. Long Go waved his hand dismissively. Kid, you have 6 days left, make the most of this time. After Long Go left, Xiao Feng went straight to the trial tower. Trial tower preparation room. Xiao Feng took out the skill enhancement scrolls and used them all. Hint, you have gained 100 skill enhancement points. A few minutes later, he directly leveled up the Battle Soul Awakening to the maximum level. He checked the skill attributes. Skill name, Battle Soul Awakening skill level, level 101 skill. Type, active skill cost, consumes 10 mana points per second. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes skill effect, can be used on skills you have mastered. After use, the skill effect is enhanced by 100%, lasting up to 20 seconds. After reaching level 100, the Battle Soul Awakening skill, as Xiaofeng had anticipated, had its effect increased by 100%, and the duration reached 20 seconds. Upon closer inspection, Xiaofeng discovered an unexpected surprise. The cooldown time had actually decreased from 1 hour to 30 minutes. The skill cooldown time was reduced by half, which was a significant improvement for Xiaofeng. With this, 3 of his 5 major professional skills had reached the maximum level. Now, he still had 40 skill enhancement points remaining. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng decided to allocate all of the remaining 40 skill enhancement points to Silver Moon Power. With the 40 skill enhancement points spent, the level of Silver Moon Power reached 96, just 5 points away from the maximum level of 101. Now, the recovery speed of Silver Moon Power had reached 4.85%. Adding the helmets 1%. The rock belts 0.5% and the necklaces 1%, his base recovery speed had now reached 7.35 per second. Furthermore, with a pair of life rings providing an overall bonus of 40% from the skill life tribute, his total recovery speed had reached a terrifying 10.29%. His health limit had now surpassed 50,000, meaning his recovery speed was an astonishing 5,200 points per second. Coupled with several other skills triggered when his health dropped below 30%, how strong would he be? Once everything was ready, Xiaofeng stepped into the Trial Tower's teleportation portal once more. Welcome to the Trial Tower of the 10,000 Realms, level 1101. Tip, you have 3 resurrection opportunities, remaining resurrection times March 3rd. Trial begins. As his gaze shifted, Xiaofeng quickly took in his surroundings. Here, the light was distorted by an invisible force, transforming into strange streams of light that flickered in and out, moving like phantoms. All around was an endless void, yet it did not feel like pure emptiness, for the air was filled with an indescribable energy fluctuation that sent chills down one's spine. Within this space floated several massive black rocks, their surfaces covered in peculiar patterns resembling ancient runes or the eyes of the abyss, quietly watching every intruder. Occasionally, a cold wind swept through, bringing whispers that seemed to be the wails from distant times or the calls of ancient souls. In this forgotten realm, time and space wove a complex web, making it difficult to discern direction. The Abyssal Rift, a bizarre space that transcends reality and fantasy, was both the ultimate destination for explorers and the beginning of eternal loss for countless souls. Welcome to the Abyssal Rift. Xiaofeng stood on a black rock with a diameter of about 10 meters. The rock floated in this strange air, with only a few floating rocks available as landing points. With a leap, Xiaofeng landed on another rock. The rock seemed fixed in this space, and his jump did not budge an inch. This venue is quite interesting. Just as Xiaofeng marveled at the peculiarity of this space, he suddenly looked up. In the depths of the endless void, dozens of meteor showers streaked across. Breathtakingly beautiful. No, those meteor showers were heading straight for him. The meteor showers moved at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were close to Xiaofeng. 2 large shields appeared in his hands. Boom boom boom, the tremendous impact forced Xiaofeng to stagger backward. If it weren't for a protruding rock behind him blocking his retreat, he would have been sent flying into the void by the force of the impact. This was the first time since becoming a professional that he had been knocked back by a monster. Once he stabilized himself, Xiaofeng realized that those were not meteor showers at all, but rather uniquely shaped monsters. These monsters had a liquid flowing over their surfaces that resembled mercury, their bodies shining silver, somewhat similar to the aliens from movies. They looked like a fusion of biological and mechanical artistry. More than a dozen monsters all stared at Xiaofeng, suddenly opening their mouths wide and spitting out silver, metallic like spikes from the air, aimed directly at him. Xiaofeng was already prepared for this. The large shield was raised in front of him, blocking all the incoming spikes. The immense force transmitted through the shield to Xiaofeng's arms, and even with his physical strength, he felt his arms go numb from the impact. Just how strong was this monster's attack? Looking up, he saw the -7,000 damage number appear above the head of the silver monster attacking him. This indicated that their attack power reached as high as 3,500 points. Was this still a first-tier monster? How could its attack power be so high? In fact, Xiaofeng didn't know that the most troublesome aspect of these monsters was not their high attack, but rather their 80% physical damage reduction. It was just that Xiaofeng hadn't attacked, so he couldn't feel it. These troublesome monsters would ultimately meet a tragic end against Xiaofeng. In less than 5 minutes, all the silver aberrant monsters perished under Xiaofeng's reflected damage. After Xiaofeng passed level 1120, new monsters appeared. These monsters looked almost identical to the silver aberrants, except their color had changed from silver to multicolored. As they engaged, Xiao Feng frowned. He felt that these monsters didn't seem to differ much from the previous ones. If there was a difference, it was merely in their method of attack. They no longer used spiked mouths to attack Xiao Feng, but instead spat out beams of light. Without being able to break through Xiao Feng's defenses, he couldn't determine the specific attributes of these monsters' attacks. However, it was not hard to see from their attack methods that the silver aberrants used physical attacks, while these multicolored aberrants used magical attacks. This combination of monsters placed high demands on both defenses for professionals. If one only leaned towards a single type of defense, they would certainly not be able to pass this level. Similarly, Xiao Feng still didn't know that the most troublesome aspect of these multicolored aberrants was not their attack, but their defense. These multicolored aberrants had an 80% reduction effect against magical attacks. Levels 1100 to 1200 were like hell for those who specialized only in physical or magical abilities. While this level was hellish for other professionals, it felt completely indifferent to Xiao Feng. He didn't even know that these monsters had such terrifying defensive capabilities. In front of Xiao Feng, all defenses were ineffective, because the Thorn Spike skill reflected real damage. In the Warrior Academy of the Imperial Capital, far from Shijing, although it was already late at night, a conference room was brightly lit. The high-ranking officials of the Warrior Academy were drinking tea while waiting. Tonight, they would witness history. Among this new batch of students, a monster had emerged, named Feng. Feng, with the awakened profession of Wind Fury Warrior. This profession could manipulate all the gases around it for its own use, not only condensing powerful attacks but also compressing air to form a strong defensive effect. It could even briefly tear space to create a dimensional blade, delivering a fatal blow to enemies. The Dimensional Blade skill was one of the strongest single-target skills exclusive to top mages, and it was unexpected that Feng, a mere first tier, could also wield it. This matter even stirred the true high-ranking officials of the Warrior Academy. Later, through their careful observation and comparison, they discovered that the Dimensional Blade Feng unleashed was not the true Dimensional Blade. It merely resembled it in appearance and attack characteristics, but it could not achieve the powerful destructive force of cutting through all things. Testing revealed that Feng's Dimensional Blade could actually inflict considerable damage on third-tier powerhouses. This was already quite terrifying. Even the weakest third-tier powerhouse had strength that a first-tier professional could not compare to, with a power gap of at least dozens of times. Being able to injure a third-tier powerhouse across so many levels was enough to demonstrate Feng's strength. Ultimately, the Dimensional Blade Feng unleashed was defined as a pseudo-dimensional blade. Today, Feng was challenging the highest record of 1199 levels set by predecessors at the Warrior Academy of the Imperial Capital. If he could break through level 1200, he would create new history as the first professional of the Great Xia to reach level 1200. The Wind, if it could truly accomplish this feat, would not only become a hero of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy but also a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. The Wind had long before Xiao Feng locked in a spot as a member of the Dragon Seed team. He became one of the first 3 members to enter this year's Dragon Seed team. Being able to secure a spot in advance indicated that his strength had already been recognized by the management of the Dragon Seed team. The records of the trial tower from levels 1100 to 1199 had only been minimally documented by the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, and the difficulty was such that even at the first tier, very few could pass, let alone at the third tier. As for the records of level 1200, not only in the Dragon Kingdom but worldwide, very few knew about it. Because so far, only 3 people had successfully passed level 1200. These 3 were lone travelers from small countries, so no relevant information about their achievement at level 1200 was left behind. Over the years, these 3 had grown to an incredible extent. Feng reached level 1158 yesterday. Calculating the time, he should be close to level 1200, right? It's been over 10 hours, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be close. Haha, if Feng breaks through level 1200, it will be almost impossible for the other 3 major academies to catch up with us. But don't celebrate too early, a powerful professional has emerged from the West Capital Warrior Academy, who passed level 1100 yesterday. Level 1100 is nothing to worry about. Yeah, the difficulty from level 1101 to 1200 is not comparable to levels below 1100. There are extremely high requirements for physical attacks, magical attacks, and dual defenses. Any weakness will prevent passage. Let's wait, it should be soon. Not long after, everyone's eyes lit up as an announcement appeared, and it was the highest level global announcement. Everyone eagerly opened the system announcement to check. Global announcement. The professional Black Knight has successfully passed the first tier trial tower level 1200, now ranked 4th in the first tier trial tower. Times 3. When everyone saw this system prompt, their faces were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Wait, this name isn't Feng. What the hell is Black Knight? Who knows? Black Knight? It seems he is that genius from the West Capital Warrior Academy. Didn't he just pass level 1100 yesterday? To clear 100 levels in just one day, this speed, this efficiency. Just after Xiaofeng passed level 1100, a new global announcement appeared. Global announcement: the professional Feng has successfully passed the first tier trial. Tower level 1200, now ranked 5th in the first tier trial tower. Times 3. Within less than a minute, two system announcements shocked the world. Although Feng had also passed level 1200, the higher-ups were not particularly excited, because the West Capital Warrior Academy's results were ahead of theirs. The four major warrior academies seemed to consider the West Capital Warrior Academy the weakest, but that was not the case. Since Xue Longyin took over as the president of the West Capital Warrior Academy, experts had emerged one after another, and it had subtly begun to overshadow the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. However, whether a school is strong or not is not only determined by high-end combat power but also by the continuous emergence of new strong individuals. Where do these new strong individuals come from? Naturally, they are the newly recruited students. The more powerful the academy, the easier it is to recruit true geniuses. Just like the two top geniuses that Longu had previously set his sights on, who were offered extremely generous conditions, yet those two geniuses still chose the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. This is the head effect. The head effect refers to the phenomenon where the first place in a field often receives more attention and has more resources. And now, the head of the Magic City Warrior Academy is gradually being surpassed. Once the head effect is lost, the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy will not only fall drastically but will also not fare well. At the same time, at this moment, the higher-ups of the West Capital Warrior Academy also received these two global announcements one after another. For a moment, he was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng was completely unaware of the commotion he had caused. The monsters appearing at level 1200 were not much different from the previous ones, just varying in color and size. Their attack methods were merely a fusion of the two types of monsters before. This had no effect on Xiaofeng. In fact, he guessed correctly, the boss at level 1200 was indeed a combination of these two types of monsters. They not only possessed extremely high physical and magical attacks but also had a dual damage reduction, effective up to 90% for both physical and magical attacks. The monsters after level 1101 were already incredibly powerful, let alone this boss that combined many advantages of these monsters. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for most strong players. Enduring its attacks was already immensely difficult, not to mention successfully defeating it within 60 minutes. This boss could stand still, and even if other players attacked for 60 minutes, they might not succeed in killing it. It was precisely for this reason that even the top-tier strong players stopped here. In fact, the vast majority of those whose strength was not balanced could not even pass the earlier minor monster levels. Level 1200 was a comprehensive assessment of the four basic attributes and skills of the players. Any shortcoming would make it impossible to pass. But Xiaofeng was completely oblivious to this. He even felt that levels 1101 to 1200 were easier compared to the previous levels. Hint: you have killed all monsters at the 1200th level of the trial tower, successfully clearing the level. You have gained trial points times 2 million. With a total of 1 million trial points from levels 1101 to 1200, now accumulating a total of 13,389,095 points. Hint: you have entered the first tier trial tower leaderboard, currently ranked 4th. Note, this ranking is based solely on the order in which players cleared the first tier trial tower's 1200 levels, not ranked by the strength of the players. Hint: the 1200th level is the final level of the first tier trial tower. Hint: you have cleared all levels of the first tier trial tower, and the Infinite World Trial Tower has been unlocked for you. Hint: the Infinite World Trial Tower is open to all players in the Infinite World Paradise, no longer limited to Blue Star players. Hint: the Infinite World Paradise Mall has been opened for you. Seeing this series of hints, Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. What on earth is the Infinite World Trial Tower? Could it be that there are truly 10,000 existences like Blue Star in the Infinite World Paradise? If that's the case, how many strong players must there be? Many things he previously didn't understand became clear after seeing these system prompts. If there really are 10,000 paradises, it would explain why high-level players are rarely seen in the real world. It seems they have already entered a more powerful world or perhaps engaged in battles in dungeons. Through the system. That is the true Infinite World Paradise. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng's emotions surged. This was the Infinite World Paradise he had imagined, an incredibly powerful high martial world. After returning to the trial tower preparation room, he followed the usual routine and went to check the points exchange mall for any new exchange items. He opened the trial tower points mall. Checking the previous items, he found no changes. However, a new option appeared behind the core mall: Infinite World Paradise Mall. Clicking on the Infinite World Paradise Mall, a system prompt appeared. Hint: to open the Infinite World Paradise Mall, you need to have 100 Infinite World Trial Points. You do not currently meet the conditions to open it. What are Infinite World Trial Points? Could it be that the points obtained from clearing the Infinite World Trial Tower are Infinite World Trial Points? Then his current points would be useless in the Infinite World Paradise Mall, right? He currently only had 13.39 million points, and using these points to exchange for tangible benefits and prioritizing the enhancement of his strength was the hard truth. As for the Infinite World Paradise trial points, he would get them sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Return to the Core Points Mall. The items available for exchange remain unchanged, and the inventory has not been refreshed. Free attribute points scroll 10000 points each, limited to 500 per person. Skill enhancement scroll 50000 points each, limited to 100 per person. Rare attribute random scroll 1000000 points each, limited to 10 per person. Potential limit scroll 1000000 points each, limited to 5 per person. Gene evolution essence 5000000 points each, limited to 1 per person. Skill advancement certificate 1000000 points each, limited to 1 per person. Sold out, rare profession random job change card 5000000 points each, limited to 1 per person. After clearing 1200 levels, his trial tower points reached 13,390,000 again. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofeng made his decision, and the exchange content was as follows: 1 bottle of Gene Evolution Essence, 100 skill enhancement scrolls, and 338 free attribute points. The reason he did not choose the potential limit scroll was that he had not yet felt the existence of a bottleneck. He could exchange for it later when he reached the bottleneck. As for the rare attribute random scroll, which relied entirely on luck, it was not currently on Xiaofeng's consideration list. After the exchange, Xiaofeng's trial tower points were reduced to 9,095. He probably wouldn't come back here in a short time. He had just checked in the preparation room that there was no entrance to the 10,000 Realms trial tower here. It seemed that he could only enter the 10,000 Realms trial tower through other means. As for how to enter, he would ask Old Dragon when he got back. They, as high-level professionals, should know how to get in. Finally, he glanced back at the trial tower and turned to leave. When Xiaofeng returned to the Warrior Academy, he was stopped by Brother Long. Under Brother Long's guidance, Xiaofeng arrived at a conference room. There were not many people in the conference room, only 4. One of them was someone Xiaofeng recognized, the vice president of the Shijing Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang. The other 3 were unfamiliar to Xiaofeng, but seeing them chatting and laughing with Granny Jiang indicated that their status was likely similar to hers. Little Long, thank you for your hard work. You can go back and rest now. After Brother Long left, Granny Jiang turned her attention to Xiaofeng and spoke warmly. Classmate, hi, you are quite remarkable, breaking records consecutively and even surpassing the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy to become the #1 in Long Country. Come over and sit. The other 3 looked at Xiaofeng with great interest, their faces showing admiration. Xiaofeng was not polite and found a spot to sit down directly. A staff member brought Xiaofeng a cup of hot tea before exiting the conference room and closing the door. Only the 4 high-ranking officials from the Warrior Academy and Xiaofeng remained in the conference room. Granny Jiang spoke first. Classmate, hi, we called you here so late because we have important questions to ask, and we hope you can answer truthfully. This is very important for the academy. Director Jiang, please go ahead. Xiaofeng did not act arrogantly like other geniuses, feeling proud after achieving a little success, and Granny Jiang was very satisfied with his attitude. After taking a sip of hot tea, Granny Jiang asked, Classmate, hi, could you please tell us in detail about the clearing process from the 1000th to the 1200th level and the relevant information about the monsters there? Xiaofeng was not very surprised by Granny Jiang's question. After all, the best result from the Shijing Warrior Academy before him was only 999 levels, so it was understandable for the academy to collect this information. As for obtaining relevant information from the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, the chances were slim. After all, several top warrior academies in Long Country were in competition, and they would never share such precious information unless it involved the safety of humanity and Long Country. After a brief thought, Xiaofeng decided to tell the truth. After all, sharing this information with the Warrior Academy would not cost him anything. Although he had not been at the Western Capital Warrior Academy for long, he felt quite good about it so far. In a few days, he would leave the Western Capital Warrior Academy to report to the Dragon Seed Team in the Imperial Capital, at which point he would be departing from the academy. This could be considered a contribution to the academy. Next, Xiaofeng explained in detail the monsters from level 1000 to level 1200. Of course, he omitted the details about triggering the hidden mission and defeating the Thunder Dragon at level 1000, as that sounded too unbelievable. For the monsters from level 1001 to level 1100, Xiaofeng simply stated that they were invisible and skipped over them. The description for levels 1101 to 1200 was also very simple. There were only 3 types of monsters, including the final boss. Besides noting that these 3 monsters had different attack methods, he had nothing more to say. This made the 4 high-ranking officials of the Western Capital Warrior Academy look very grim. Xiaofeng had said everything, yet it felt as if he had said nothing at all. They were skeptical of what Xiaofeng had said, but they had no way to verify it. As for the clearing techniques, Xiaofeng bluntly stated that just getting hit was enough, which left them utterly speechless. What was this all about? It seemed as if Xiaofeng had just strolled around and cleared the levels. In fact, that was exactly how it was. Seeing their speechless expressions, Xiaofeng felt quite helpless. Every word he said was the truth, without any exaggeration. Finally, Elder Jiang spoke up. Classmate Hei's situation is quite special, and it's understandable that his clearing method is also unique. Then, classmate Hei, can you tell us what happened after clearing level 1200? Xiaofeng thought for a moment and shared the matter of the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower, as he also wanted to learn more about it from them. What? 10,000 Realms Trial Tower? Upon hearing these words, the 4 of them stood up in shock simultaneously. For people of their age and experience, there were not many things that could astonish them like this. Meanwhile, a similar situation was unfolding at the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. The high-ranking officials of the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy were equally shocked when they learned about the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower from the wind. Seeing their expressions, Xiaofeng realized that the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower was not as simple as he had imagined. Director Jiang, what exactly is the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower? After recovering from her shock, Elder Jiang slowly sat down, finished the cold tea in her cup, and then began to speak slowly. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower, as the name suggests, is a trial tower where 10,000 paradises, like Blue Star, compete in trials together. Of course, 10,000 is just a general term. There may not actually be 10,000, but there could be even more. The 10,000 Realms Paradise is more mysterious and powerful than we can imagine. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower gathers the top-tier powerhouses from various worlds and different levels of strength. Some powerful professionals from Blue Star can be defeated in one move upon entering the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower, highlighting the vast gap in strength. That place is where true powerhouses compete. Although it is dangerous there, the benefits and opportunities gained are far beyond what ordinary trial towers can compare to. It is said that the attribute enhancement points and skill enhancement points there have no purchase restrictions. As long as you have enough accumulated points, you can exchange them freely. Similarly, skill breakthrough scrolls and gene evolution agents are the same. As long as your body can withstand it and you have enough accumulated points, you can exchange them infinitely. These are just ordinary items. There are also some treasures that are unheard of and unseen. It is said that obtaining just one of those treasures can enhance your body several times, even tenfold or 100-fold. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower is a place that countless powerhouses strive to enter, but unfortunately, Elder Jiang sighed, looking at Xiaofeng with envy as she continued, unfortunately, the vast majority of powerhouses do not qualify to enter. You are quite lucky to have obtained the entry qualification for the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower at just the first level. Xiaofeng asked, Director Jiang, how do I enter the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower? Granny Jiang was taken aback. You don't know how to enter? Xiaofeng shook his head. No, I've tested inside the trial tower and couldn't enter directly. Granny Jiang chuckled in disbelief. It seems you haven't studied it carefully. It's actually quite simple. Just open your personal system panel and you'll see. Xiaofeng hadn't opened his personal system panel since clearing the 1200th level, so he didn't know if there had been any changes. He opened it to check. On the main system page, there was indeed an additional option, 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. Xiaofeng tried clicking it, and a system prompt appeared. Prompt, yes/no to enter the 10,000 Realms Trial World? Prompt, the 10,000 Realms Trial World is a special small world located deep in the universe, extremely far from your current Blue Star world, requiring ultra-long-distance teleportation to reach. Warning, due to the extreme distance, the spatial force from teleportation will place a great burden on your body. It is advised not to attempt this unless your physique reaches 5,000 points. Warning, there is a 98% chance that practitioners with a physique under 5,000 points will not withstand the burden of long-distance teleportation and will die instantly. Xiaofeng helplessly closed the system panel and informed Granny Jiang and the others of this situation. Upon hearing this, Granny Jiang sighed helplessly. No one has ever qualified to enter the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower at the first level before you, except for those few freaks, so naturally, no one knows about these restrictions. And those who can go to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower are all high-level powerhouses, so they haven't received this prompt. It seems you'll have to wait until you become stronger to go to the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. But this is also good. You have just become a practitioner, and whether it's your control over your own strength or your experience against enemies, you still have some shortcomings. It would be better to hone your skills before challenging the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. Your success rate should be higher. The 10,000 Realms Trial Tower is not like an ordinary trial tower, which offers 3 free revives. It is said that any revival items and methods will be ineffective inside the 10,000 Realms Trial Tower. Once you die there, it is true death. Because of this, some strong individuals have a love-hate relationship with that place. Having understood everything, Granny Jiang finally stood up and handed Xiaofeng a box. Classmate Hei Yi, in light of your outstanding contributions to the academy, this is the academy's reward for you. You are about to leave the academy to report to the Dragon Seed team. Although you are no longer a student of the Shijing Warrior Academy in name, this will always be your alma mater. I hope you can come back to visit whenever you have the time. After receiving the box and expressing his gratitude to the others, he left the conference room and returned to his personal exclusive room. After Xiaofeng left, the 4 senior members of the academy did not leave immediately but continued to discuss something. Of course, none of this concerned Xiaofeng. Back in his room, he opened the box that Granny Jiang had given him. Prompt: you have received 300 attribute enhancement point scrolls. Receiving these was within Xiaofeng's expectations, but the quantity surprised him a bit. Clearing the 1200th level had directly placed the Shijing Warrior Academy's first-level trial tower ranking at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, and he had provided such valuable information about the trial tower to the academy, yet the reward was only 300 attribute enhancement point scrolls. In his expectations, the number should have been much higher. As for skill enhancement scrolls, he didn't receive a single one. Why was the quantity so small? Xiaofeng thought of 2 reasons. First, he was about to leave the Shijing Warrior Academy to report to the Dragon Seed team, so the academy had no need to expend too many resources on someone leaving the Warrior Academy. Second, Granny Jiang's granddaughter, Yuling, did not choose him, so there was no need for her to invest too many resources in him. Regardless of which reason it was, Xiaofeng had no way to change it. After all, these rewards are not explicitly stated by the academy. Whether to give them and how much is entirely up to the higher-ups. Setting aside these thoughts, Xiaofeng took out the gene evolution essence he had just exchanged for from his storage space. Prompt: use gene evolution essence? Yes/no use. Half an hour later, the pain subsided. Prompt: gene modification complete, current gene strength 250 points. The 4 basic attributes provide a 125% bonus to derived attributes. The first time he used the gene evolution essence, he gained 100 points of gene strength, but subsequent uses only granted him 50 points each time. However, Xiaofeng was already very satisfied with this, as it was a good thing that it hadn't continued to decline. Next was the enhancement of attributes. He currently had a total of 688 in used attribute points. Among them, 50 points came from Chen Duoduo spending a fortune to buy attributes for him, 338 points were from the trial tower exchange, and the last 300 points were a reward from Granny Jiang on behalf of the academy. He wondered if he could reach a bottleneck with 688 points of attribute enhancement. This time, Xiaofeng did not choose to allocate all points to his physique. As he acquired more skills, the number of skills requiring mana was also increasing. His base intelligence was only 6 points, and with attribute bonuses, it only reached 9 points. Even though the gene modification had increased his intelligence derived magical value by 125%, his current mana was only 196 points. This amount of mana was completely insufficient for combat. Currently, he only had 3 skills that required mana to use. Soul Awakening consumed 10 points of mana per second and could last up to 20 seconds. If he wanted to be invincible for 20 seconds, he would need 200 points of mana. Soul Charge required 100 points of mana. And Ruthless Taunt required 50 points of mana. If he wanted to cast all 3 skills simultaneously and maintain their maximum effect, he would need 250 points of mana. Xiaofeng currently had only 196 points of mana. Investing 4 points into intelligence enhancement was completely sufficient. With 4 points allocated, his base intelligence reached 10 points, and with the attribute amplification effect, his total intelligence reached 15 points, bringing his mana to 326 points, which was temporarily enough. Since his intelligence had reached 10 points, to make his stats look better, he added 5 points to agility, bringing both his intelligence and agility base attributes to 10 points. His base strength still remained at 20 points. Who would have thought that a Strong individual who had passed the 1200 levels of the first trial tower would have such poor strength, agility, and intelligence as the three main attributes? Finally, with 679 attribute enhancement points remaining, he allocated them all to physique. After adding over 600 points, he still hadn't touched the so-called bottleneck. Xiaofeng even doubted whether he truly had a potential limit. At this point, his base physique had reached 2092 points, and with various equipment and skill bonuses, his overall physique reached a terrifying 3,661 points. His health points soared to 83,873. He was not far from breaking the 100,000 barrier. Closing the attribute panel, he opened the skill panel. He still had 100 skill enhancement points just exchanged from the trial tower. He spent 5 skill enhancement points to raise Silver Moon Power to level 101, its maximum level. The recovery speed of Silver Moon Power alone reached 5.1% per second, and combined with other equipment and skills, Xiaofeng's current recovery speed reached 10.64% per second. The recovery amount per second was a terrifying 8,924 points. Even if all of the opponent's attacks were real damage, as long as their damage per second was below this number, it would mean they could not inflict any damage on Xiaofeng. With 95 skill enhancement points remaining, Xiaofeng did not plan to use them right now. Currently, all his core skills had been upgraded to maximum level. While other skills were useful, they were not urgently needed. Moreover, he planned to break through to the second tier in the next few days, and once he did, it was very likely he would awaken new class skills. The reverse scale Battle Soul Profession has exceptionally powerful skills, almost with absolute priority. If one awakens a strong skill but lacks skill points for enhancement in a short time, it would be a loss. The next day at noon, after having breakfast in the cafeteria. After lunch, Xiaofeng rarely came to the classroom. He found that in other classrooms, only Bai Jiangxue was present. Seeing Xiaofeng arrive, Bai Jiangxue was taken aback. She didn't expect this famous person to come to the classroom today. What brings you here? Xiaofeng was also slightly surprised. Teacher Bai, I'm a student here, it's quite normal for me to come. That made sense. She almost forgot that Xiaofeng was still a freshman in their cohort. Ahem, I meant to ask if you have something to discuss? He seemed powerful now, but after all, he had only recently become a professional and had not attended a formal class at the academy, knowing very little about many basic concepts. The main purpose of coming here today was to inquire about the promotion to the second tier. After hearing Xiaofeng's question, Bai Jiangxue took a moment to confirm the fact that Xiaofeng was merely a first-tier newcomer. Once she adjusted her mindset, Bai Jiangxue began to explain to Xiaofeng about the information related to breaking through to the second tier. As we all know, breaking through from the first tier to the second tier requires a special trial. Only by completing this trial and obtaining the gene evolution essence can one break through to the second tier. At this point, Bai Jiangxue paused and changed her wording. Of course, it is also possible to obtain the gene evolution essence through some special channels to break through to the second tier. But even if you obtain the gene evolution essence through other channels, do not promote directly. The gene evolution essence is extremely rare, acquiring it is incredibly difficult, and any opportunity to obtain it should not be missed. I believe you already understand this. Next, I will tell you about the trial task. The first tier trial task is a separate trial instance. The overall difficulty of this instance is not too high, and the danger level is also relatively low. About 80% of professionals can pass it. As long as you pass, you can complete the task and thus break through to the second tier. However, it is said that someone has triggered a hidden task within the trial instance, allowing them to obtain more gene evolution essence, but there is currently no concrete evidence to prove this. Hidden tasks, even if they do exist, are hard to encounter, and Xiaofeng did not hold much hope for this. Teacher Bai, where is the trial task instance located? The location of the trial task instance is not fixed, it randomly appears in different locations after a certain period. The instance location can change? Yes, not only the trial instance, but also the locations of some special instances will appear randomly, and even the timing is not fixed. This was the first time Xiaofeng had heard of such a thing, but given his limited knowledge, it was normal not to have heard of it. Teacher Bai, where is the trial instance now? Bai Jiangxue shook her head. I don't know, it was not far outside the city yesterday, but it has disappeared today. Disappeared? Yes, the first tier trial instance generally exists for only 3 to 5 days after appearing before it disappears. It won't be long before it reappears, right? No, generally speaking, it will appear once every 3 days or so. The longest it has lasted is no more than a week. Moreover, there is not just one trial instance. Although the number is not particularly large, it is not few either. This was not hard to understand. If there were only one, the chances of it appearing near professionals would be too small. The wilderness in this World is still dangerous for ordinary professionals. It is impossible to risk crossing thousands of kilometers to search for it. Even if someone is willing to go, by the time the professional arrives at such a distance, the trial instance would likely have disappeared again. So what should I do now? Bai Jiangxue simply said one word: wait. Besides waiting for Xiao Feng, there's no other way. Remember to pay attention to the internal system announcements of the academy. This period is the peak time for new students to advance, and many are looking for trial dungeons. Once a trial dungeon appears, it will be reported to the academy for points, and the academy will inform all students through an announcement. Understood. After finishing the conversation with Bai Jiangxue, Xiao Feng returned to his personal exclusive room. He would have nothing to do until the trial dungeon appeared. With nothing to occupy his time, Xiao Feng opened the long unopened Dark Abyss group. Upon opening the Dark Abyss group and checking the previous chat records, Xiao Feng found it was all just casual chatter. Just as he was about to close it, he suddenly noticed a pinned message in the group. Special Mission Recruitment, Mission Brief. A group of first-tier practitioners from Sakura country hid in a novice dungeon while the Practitioner Alliance was pursuing foreign destructive forces. This batch of trial takers is extremely powerful among first-tier practitioners and numerous, causing heavy losses to the first-tier enforcers of the Practitioner Alliance. They urgently need first-tier strong individuals to go and eliminate them. Mission requirements: first-tier practitioners. Note, this mission is extremely dangerous. Whether to accept the mission is at your own discretion. Any casualties will not be the responsibility of the organizers. Mission reward: 1 attribute enhancement scroll for each enemy killed. Mission deadline: until all foreign practitioners hiding in the dungeon are eliminated. Another group of practitioners from Sakura country. How audacious! Xiao Feng had been assassinated by Sakura country assassins multiple times and was already seething with anger. Now that he had time, he could vent his frustrations while also earning some attribute points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the mission. It wasn't long before someone contacted Xiao Feng. When the Dark Abyss management learned that the one accepting the mission was Xiao Feng, they were overjoyed. Who is the strongest first-tier practitioner in the world today? Naturally, it's Xiao Feng in Feng. The first-tier trial tower has 1,200 levels, and only 5 people in the world have passed it, with the top 3 having advanced many years ago. Currently, only Xiao Feng and Feng remain at the first tier. It can be said that these two are the strongest first-tier practitioners in the world, at least in Blue Star. With Xiao Feng taking action, dealing with that group of small fry would be a piece of cake. Through the information sent by the Dark Abyss manager, Xiao Feng confirmed the location of the dungeon where the thieves were hiding. It was not far from Shijing City, just a 2-hour ride on the intercity high-speed train. After resting for a while, Xiao Feng bought a ticket online and set off. Changhua County. Changhua County is a small county located 300 kilometers away from Shijing City. Before the arrival of the multiverse paradise, it was one of the few impoverished counties in Long Country. However, everything changed after the multiverse paradise arrived, and this county was fortunate enough to have a novice dungeon entrance appear. Because of this, the county rapidly developed after their arrival, becoming one of the more famous counties in western Long Country. At this moment, the most bustling novice square for practitioners in Changhua County was surrounded by members of the Practitioner Alliance dressed as armed police. No one was allowed to enter or exit without their permission. The crowd of onlookers had no idea what was happening and gathered in the square to watch the commotion. Some newcomers waiting to enter the dungeon became anxious when they realized they couldn't get in. Relying on their identity as practitioners, they stepped forward to argue. In the end, they were severely educated and some overly aggressive. Newcomers ended up with bruised faces. Just then, the entrance of the dungeon shimmered with a ripple of light, and 3 practitioners walked out. These 3 practitioners looked utterly miserable. The staff of the Practitioner Alliance quickly stepped forward to administer several bottles of recovery potions to the 3. After swallowing the potions, their injuries recovered somewhat, and the leader spoke up. Everyone else is dead, it's just the 3 of us left. If it weren't for our life-saving skills, we would have died too. 50 people, we had a full 50, and just like that, they're all dead. Those bastards deserve to die, we must kill them. The onlookers finally realized that a significant change had occurred within the instance. The leader of the Practitioner Alliance wore a grave expression. This was already the 5th group to enter. Each group consisted of the best among the first tier, yet the first 2 groups had all perished. This group had only 3 survivors returning. It seemed these outsiders had come prepared. Before the real experts arrived, no one else could be allowed to enter and die. Just then, Xiao Feng managed to squeeze his way to the front from the back of the crowd. Seeing the severely injured individuals, Xiaofeng's anger intensified, and he strode directly toward the instant's entrance. Several staff members from the Practitioner Alliance appeared in front of him to block his path. Xiaofeng halted and spoke in a deep voice, "I received a commission to handle this matter." The two blocking him looked to their leader. The middle-aged man in charge turned to Xiaofeng and, seeing he was alone, furrowed his brow. "Young man, do you know what's inside?" "Enemies." The man asked again, "Do you know how many?" "The more, the better." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned serious. "Nonsense. Didn't you see how heavily the first-tier experts who just went and suffered? It's good for young people to dare to kill enemies, but you should also weigh your own strength. Don't let a moment of passion cloud your judgment. Throwing away your life is not a wise choice." Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. Did he look like someone who would go back to die? After a moment's thought, Xiaofeng granted the man access to view his personal attributes. When the man saw Xiaofeng's attributes, he was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to come, I'll leave those little devils to you." Xiaofeng nodded and stepped toward the instant's entrance. At that moment, the man's assistant hurried over and asked, "Boss, why did you let him go in alone?" The man glanced at his assistant. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "The one who cleared the 1200th floor of the first-tier trial tower yesterday." "What? It's actually him." As soon as he entered the instance, Xiaofeng was met with a barrage of attacks. Boom! A series of explosions erupted beneath his feet, accompanied by various arrows, bullets, and other ranged attacks aimed at him. Xiaofeng stood there motionless, allowing them to attack. The sounds of screams echoed around him. "Stop! He has a reflection skill," someone in the crowd shouted, but once the skills were unleashed, there was no way to retract them, and some skills had been set up in advance. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of those attacking Xiaofeng were dead or injured. If it weren't for some people stopping in time, they would have met the same fate as those who had died. As the dust settled, everyone finally saw Xiaofeng's figure. There was only one person, and his health bar was still full. "This is impossible." They had focused their fire on him with dozens of people, not to mention the first tier, even a third-tier expert could have been taken down by them, yet this person stood there unscathed. He must have used some special item that allows for extremely high damage reduction for a short time. "I don't believe he has such an item." Everyone attacked together and kill him. With the lead man's roar, the others gritted their teeth and continued their assault on Xiaofeng. Under the 200% reflection damage, another 7 or 8 people were killed by the backlash. At this point, no one dared to attack Xiaofeng anymore. The practitioners from Sakura country faced Xiaofeng, and not a single one dared to make a move. Xiaofeng simply stood there quietly, with no intention of attacking. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, it was that he had no attacks to make. To be precise, he had only one attack. Xiaofeng now found himself in an extremely awkward position. His only means of output is the Thorn of Thorns, and this skill requires enemies to attack him, using their own attacks to inflict fatal damage upon themselves. There is only one skill that can force enemies to attack him. Ruthless Taunt. This skill ruthlessly taunts all enemy units within a 30-meter radius, forcing the taunted enemies to launch normal attacks against him for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. The coverage of this skill is only 30 meters, making it impossible to encompass everyone at once. After using this skill, it will enter a cooldown period of up to an hour. During that hour, if he does not attack the enemies, they will surely notice his abnormality, and it will be troublesome if they all avoid him. To decisively deal with everyone at once, he must have them all within the coverage of his skill. Xiaofeng scanned his surroundings and found at least 70 or 80 people nearby. It was clearly unlikely to gather all these people within 30 meters of himself. After pondering for a while, Xiaofeng could not come up with a good plan. He now had two choices. He could directly use the skill in the area with the most people, killing as many as he could, while leaving the rest to be dealt with by the hired members of the other professional alliance he would lead. The other option was to allocate all remaining skill points to Ruthless Taunt. He believed that upgrading the skill level of Ruthless Taunt would definitely increase its taunt range. After weighing the options, Xiaofeng decided to choose the former. Facing the predatory gazes of dozens of people, Xiaofeng walked into the crowd as if he were in an empty space. With each step he took, others retreated a step. One person intimidated the entire scene. Reaching the center of the crowd, Xiaofeng coldly scanned the area and casually said, "Baka." As soon as these words left his mouth, they ignited the fury of the Sakura country professionals around him. They all surrounded Xiaofeng, yet none dared to strike. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's disdain deepened. A bunch of trash. This statement shattered the last shred of dignity among the Sakura country professionals. Some radicals, unable to endure Xiao Feng's taunts, launched attacks against him. However, they were not foolish. They did not use damaging skills but instead employed control skills or skills that inflicted negative buffs on the enemy. Seeing this, Xiao Feng thought to himself and stored the cloud concealment shield in his storage space. Wearing the cloud concealment set would activate the set attribute Immovable King. The Immovable King can immunize against all knockback control effects. Xiao Feng's action thoroughly enraged the professionals from Sakura country. Facing dozens of top-tier first-level experts from Sakura country, he dared to put away the highest defensive shield, which was a blatant act of contempt. However, due to Xiao Feng's extremely high rebound damage, no one at the scene dared to attack. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Control skills are effective. He has been bound by me." Upon hearing this, others began to cast various control skills on Xiao Feng. Since control skills are effective, why don't you try debuff skills? A whole bunch of control and debuff skills flew towards Xiao Feng. Among them were skills that could break armor, reduce magical defense, and even lower maximum health. Xiao Feng was not worried at all. Even if these people reduced his defense to 0, or even into the negatives, so what? He had 20 seconds of absolute invincibility. Haha, this dragon country person is not weak, but it seems his brain isn't very useful. He's not attacking us and is instead actively taking off his equipment. Colonel, be careful, dragon country people are always cunning. This could very well be his scheme. The leading man slapped the speaker across the face in anger, saying, "Do I look like a fool to you? Can't I see such an obvious scheme?" As Xiao Feng was bound and unable to move by various skills, the others gradually grew bolder and began to close in on him. "Colonel, this kid has never attacked us since he came in. Could it be that after using that high rebound skill, he can't use attack skills anymore?" This statement was acknowledged by most, otherwise, there would be no reason for Xiao Feng to refrain from attacking them with such powerful strength. If that's the case, then we need to find a way to make him attack us. Once we break that reflection skill of his, won't we be able to easily kill him? Do you have a plan? The man who had just been hit showed a sly expression. "It's simple, just watch me." The man walked up to Xiao Feng and looked up at him. Indeed, he was looking up. This man was less than 1.5 meters tall, making him appear like a dwarf under Xiao Feng's height of 1.85 meters. Xiao Feng frowned slightly, unsure of what disgusting thing this dwarf man would do. Xiao Feng scanned the surroundings. Due to being controlled by various skills, the others were no longer as fearful of him and began to gather around to see how the short man would provoke Xiao Feng. Suddenly, the short man jumped up. Yes, he actually jumped. Xiao Feng knew what the short man was trying to do. Seeking death. At this moment, Xiao Feng no longer cared about anything else and directly activated the skill Ruthless Taunt. In an instant, all the practitioners from Sakura country within a 30-meter radius of Xiao Feng paused, then turned to look at him in unison, their faces filled with anger. Following that, a torrent of attacks came crashing down. Xiao Feng quickly took out his shield and equipped it, activating the shield's attribute, Cloud Concealment, which immunized him against all armor-breaking effects. At the same time, the set skill, Immovable King, activated, instantly shattering all the control skills binding his body. Xiao Feng regained his freedom, as countless attacks rained down on him, some of which even dealt real damage. However, with Xiao Feng's healing power reaching up to 8,924 points per second, these attacks seemed weak and powerless. The group of Sakura country assassins attacked Xiao Feng in anger while letting out cries of agony. The first to die were those with higher normal attack power, followed by those with balanced development, and finally, the tank-type professions. The duration of Ruthless Taunt was only 10 seconds, and time passed in a flash. The few surviving practitioners from Sakura country looked on in terror at the scene before them. What kind of monster is this? Under their siege of dozens, not only did he suffer no damage, but he also rebounded and killed most of them. A few survivors had completely forgotten to escape, standing there in a daze. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground and checking the kill notifications from the system, a smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face. Not bad, 68 points of attributes. This time, luck was indeed on his side. He not only killed 68 practitioners from Sakura country but also dropped 7 blood contract chests. However, this drop rate was still relatively low compared to other practitioners. Based on the experience of other practitioners, Xiao Feng learned that the probability of dropping blood contract chests when killing practitioners of the same tier was about 50%. He had just killed 68 first-tier practitioners and only dropped 7 blood contract chests, giving a drop rate of about 10%. The drop rate was only 1/5 of others. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng was very satisfied with this. Compared to the drop rates when leveling up by killing small monsters, this was already quite considerable. After putting away the blood contract chests, Xiaofeng glanced at the few who were scared out of their wits and then turned to leave. Indeed, Xiaofeng ignored them and left directly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these people, but he truly had no way to do so. Outside the dungeon, the staff of the practitioner alliance were anxiously waiting for the outcome of Xiaofeng's battle. Although Xiaofeng was powerful, it was still concerning for one person to face over 80 others, and these were not ordinary practitioners, each one was formidable. The entrance of the copy shimmered with ripples as Xiaofeng stepped out unscathed. Seeing this, the members of the professional alliance couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It had taken Xiaofeng less than 2 minutes to go in and come out, killing over 80 practitioners from Sakura country in just 2 minutes was simply impossible. Even if the enemies stood still and let Xiaofeng kill them, 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to take them all down. Xiaofeng glanced at a few people and said, "It's all taken care of. But there are still over 10 half-dead ones inside, you can handle them yourselves." After saying that, Xiaofeng left without looking back. It wasn't that he was trying to act aloof. In situations like this, the more one spoke, the more information one would expose. If the enemy knew his weaknesses, there were many ways to target him. Maintaining an air of mystery and depth was very necessary for him. On the way back, Xiaofeng forwarded the kill notifications to the leader of the Dark Abyss team. Upon seeing these kill notifications, the leader fell silent. He knew Xiaofeng was strong, terrifyingly so at the first level. But in such a short time, he had easily completed the task. Soon, Xiaofeng received an email. The email contained 69 attribute enhancement scrolls. The reward was in hand. This trip was not in vain. By the time he returned to the academy, it was already evening. After dinner, he returned to his personal room. 7 blood contract treasure chests were laid out before him. It was time to open the treasure chests again. However, the value of these chests couldn't compare to those Xiaofeng had obtained before. Blood contract chest has a chance to drop from killing practitioners, and opening the chest will definitely yield one item owned by the chest's creator. The blood contract chest can only yield items owned by its creator, which include equipped gear and items stored in their storage space. Any item that has been notarized by the system can be placed in the storage space, also known as the backpack. How many items can a practitioner's storage space hold? Take Xiaofeng for example. At his peak, he had no less than 100 pieces of junk gear in his storage space. The chances of drawing the most valuable item from so many were extremely low. Tip: do you want to open blood contract chest times 7? Open. There was no flash of light, and disappointment welled up in Xiaofeng's heart. Tip: you have obtained leather gloves times 1, ordinary mana recovery potion times 1, maple leaf pendant times 1, moldy bread times 1, charming bra times 1, magic cigarette times 1, worn notebook times 1. Looking at the various items that appeared in the system notification, Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. What were these things? The leather gloves and maple leaf pendant were low-level common gear, and Xiaofeng found it troublesome even to sell them. The ordinary mana recovery potion was decent. It could restore 100 mana points within 10 minutes after use, but it couldn't be used in battle. It belonged to the lowest tier of recovery potions. The moldy bread was also a type of recovery potion, but it only restored 500 points, which was hardly enough for Xiaofeng, whose health was close to 90,000. As for the charming bra, it was a rare piece of equipment that could increase charm value. However, it had to be worn on the outside to be effective, and this item could be worn by both men and women. Xiaofeng certainly wouldn't wear it just for a bit of charm value. However, selling it should fetch a decent price, as many practitioners were said to be fond of such things. The magic cigarette was an item that could temporarily numb pain. It was relatively rare. If lit while using a gene enhancement agent, it would likely have a good effect. Finally, Xiaofeng turned his attention to the worn notebook. It was just an ordinary notebook with slightly yellowed pages. Could this thing also be notarized and placed in the storage space? He checked the notebook's attributes. The worn notebook, an unremarkable notebook where you write down your wishes along with the price you are willing to pay, with a very low probability of having your wish granted. Upon seeing the system's introduction to the worn notebook, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened even more. Could there really be such a thing? Isn't this the legendary wish book? He opened the notebook. Inside, the text was written in the language of the Sakura country, which had borrowed heavily from the culture of the Dragon country. Most of the characters were still recognizable after hundreds of years of evolution. However, Xiaofeng did not intend to guess. Previously, he had found a service in the system. By spending gold coins, he could instantly master a foreign language. In the service section of the system, Xiaofeng found the Sakura language, but the price was indeed steep, requiring 500 gold coins to master. Xiaofeng currently had over 5,000 gold coins, which were of little use to him at the moment. Choosing to master a foreign language seemed like a reasonable option. Prompt: yes/no to spend 500 gold coins to instantly master the Sakura language? Yes. When Xiaofeng clicked the confirm button, a vast amount of knowledge about the Sakura language flooded into his mind. In less than 30 seconds, he had completely mastered all the knowledge of the Sakura language. After mastering the Sakura language, he could now see the meanings expressed in the writings of the notebook more clearly. I am willing to pay 100 gold coins to make my little grow 10 centimeters longer. I am willing to pay 500 gold coins to make my little grow 10 centimeters longer. I am willing to pay 100 gold coins to make my little grow 10 centimeters longer. I am willing to pay 1,000 gold coins to make my little grow 5 centimeters longer. Seeing the wishes written on the first few pages, Xiaofeng was speechless. To obtain such a miraculous item just to do this? The people of the Sakura country truly have a perverse obsession with such things. However, from these messages, Xiaofeng could tell that their wishes had not been granted, otherwise, they wouldn't have written so many wishes in succession. If all these wishes were fulfilled, how long and how perverse would it be? He continued to flip through the pages. I am willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to gain a chance to reclassify. I am willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to gain 100 attribute enhancement points. I am willing to spend 1,500 gold coins to gain 50 attribute enhancement points. The following dozens of entries were all wishes to spend gold coins to become stronger. Some wanted to gain attribute enhancement points, others wanted skill enhancement points, and some wished for equipment, but none had received a response. It wasn't until he saw a line that was different from the others that Xiaofeng stopped flipping. It seemed that the original owner of this notebook felt that no matter what they wrote, they would not receive a response, so they simply gave up and wrote a random wish. I am willing to spend 10 years of my life to gain 1 attribute enhancement point. Behind this message appeared a symbol that Xiaofeng had never seen before. This symbol was very complex, and upon closer inspection, he found it to be quite special. If this symbol were enlarged, it would be revealed that it was actually made up of countless identical symbols stacked together. After staring at it for a while, Xiaofeng felt a bit dizzy. He immediately closed his eyes to steady his mind. After a moment, he recovered from the dizziness, and the symbol appeared ordinary again. This symbol is definitely not ordinary. Humans, at least low-tier professionals, could not possibly create such a complex symbol. Unless the one who wrote the symbol was not human. Not human? Could it be a god? An absurd thought suddenly popped into Xiaofeng's mind. Perhaps it really was the case, the existence of the infinite paradise. And the infinite system could not be explained otherwise. Who but a god could accomplish all of this? If this old notebook can truly grant wishes, does its owner possess godlike powers? If this hypothesis is true, then that wish has likely already been fulfilled. In other words, as long as the price paid is significant enough, the wishes in this notebook could indeed come true. He continued flipping through the pages. Xiaofeng discovered that since the wish had been marked with a special symbol, the subsequent wishes were no longer so outrageous. The other party began to be more cautious. The cost demanded was increasing, while the returns sought were decreasing. He skipped over all the wishes without special symbols. It wasn't until he saw another wish marked with a special symbol that Xiaofeng stopped flipping. When he read the content of this wish, his expression turned very grim. I am willing to spend 1 million gold coins to open a passage to any novice dungeon in the Dragon Kingdom for 1 minute. If that symbol indicates that the wish has been fulfilled, then this group of people likely used this passage to enter the Dragon Kingdom. No wonder they hadn't been discovered by the Dragon Kingdom's professional alliance before. Xiaofeng continued to flip through the pages, and the further he went, the grimmer his expression became. Most of the wishes were directly or indirectly aimed at the Dragon Kingdom. When Xiaofeng reached the last wish marked with a special symbol, his expression grew even darker. I am willing to spend 5 million gold coins to enter the nearest first-level trial dungeon passage ahead of time. This wish also had that mysterious symbol behind it, and it seemed that the wish was made not long ago. This meant that a group of first-level powerhouses from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had likely entered the trial dungeon ahead of time, just waiting for these newcomers to come for their trials. Just then, Xiaofeng suddenly received an announcement from the academy. Announcement: the first-level breakthrough trial dungeon has been opened, located 10 kilometers southwest of Chanha County. Upon seeing this announcement, Xiaofeng knew it was bad. This was the peak period for new students to reach level 100 and need to advance. With this announcement, many newcomers would surely head to the trial dungeon to complete their advancement tasks. There must already be people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom lying in ambush within the trial dungeon, and once these trial takers entered, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. Those who could reach level 100 now were considered very promising newcomers. If this group of newcomers were to die, the Western Warrior Academy and even the entire western part of the Dragon Kingdom would suffer a heavy blow. While there might not be a complete breakdown in strength, it would be greatly weakened. These people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are truly relentless. If possible, Xiao Feng would want to take a trip to the first level dungeon of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom himself. After thinking it over, Xiao Feng immediately informed Long Gu of this news. Of course, he concealed the matter of the old notebook, as it was a bit too unbelievable. Moreover, he didn't want to expose that the old notebook was in his possession. As for an excuse, that was very simple. He had just returned from Changhua County, and everything seemed so logical. After Long Gu learned of this news, he took it very seriously and immediately reported it to the Academy's higher-ups. Shortly after, Xiao Feng received an announcement directed at all students. Announcement: there are unknown hazards in the first-level trial dungeon located in Changhua County. All students are advised to suspend their visits until the hazards are resolved, after which further notice will be given. This announcement was sent out 3 times in a row, showing how much the Academy valued the matter. The reason the Academy was willing to believe this without any verification was that it was based on what Xiao Feng had said. Given Xiao Feng's current status and future position, he could not possibly lie about this matter. Once the announcement was made, Long Gu immediately contacted Xiao Feng, asking him to come to the conference room for a meeting. Such meetings were not something a small first-level student like Xiao Feng was supposed to participate in. But this matter was discovered and reported by Xiao Feng, and it was highly likely that he would need to handle it, so it made sense for him to attend the meeting. When Xiao Feng arrived at the conference room, a heated discussion regarding the issue was already underway. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Granny Jiang couldn't wait to ask, "Classmate Hei Yi, is this matter true?" Although the announcement had already been made, she still wanted to hear Xiao Feng's answer in person. Xiao Feng nodded slightly. "I can't be 100% sure, but at least I have a 90% confidence that it's true." 90%? That's enough. Even if there's a 10% chance, we can't take that risk. Xiao Feng agreed with Granny Zhang's words. These newly promoted level 100 rookies had no combat experience against enemies, and suddenly facing prepared hostile professionals would likely be no different from sending them to their deaths. After receiving Xiao Feng's confirmation, the higher-ups of the Warrior Academy immediately reported the matter to the Professional Alliance. They instructed the staff of the Professional Alliance to seal off the dungeon entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering. At the same time, they arranged for Xiao Feng to lead some of the new recruits to handle the situation. 20 minutes later, under Long Ji's leadership, a 5-member team boarded a helicopter heading to the first-tier trial dungeon. The other 4 team members on the plane were basically old acquaintances of Xiao Feng. Among them were the Undead Mage Disasters, the Mind Swordmaster Jin San, and the Poison Master Ouyang Feng, who Xiao Feng had seen running around with a poison barrel in the dungeon. The last person was even an old friend of Xiao Feng, Xiao Sagu. It was unclear whether the Academy had intentionally arranged this or if these individuals were simply suited for the task, but they were all people Xiao Feng was familiar with or had met before. Disasters and Jin San merely nodded at Xiao Feng, acknowledging him. However, Xiao Sagu was incredibly excited to see Xiao Feng. He never expected that after Xiao Feng broke through the 1000th floor of the trial tower, he would continue to break records and ultimately surpass the 1200th floor. Ouyang Feng sat opposite Xiao Feng, carefully observing this recently prominent legendary figure. Under Xiao Saji's incessant questioning, time passed quickly, and soon the helicopter landed on an open grassy area. Jumping off the helicopter and walking less than a kilometer, they soon saw a vortex-like space resembling a teleportation portal in a steep mountain hollow. That was the entrance to the first-tier trial dungeon. At this moment, the entrance to the trial dungeon had already been surrounded by staff from the Professional Alliance, just like the entrance Xiao Feng had dealt with in the novice dungeon that afternoon. However, there were more people here. Led by Long Gu, the 5 entered without any obstacles. When Xiao Feng saw the manager responsible for sealing off the area from the Professional Alliance, he was also taken aback. What a coincidence, it was indeed the middle-aged man who had sealed off the novice dungeon that afternoon. Upon seeing Long Gu and his group, the middle-aged man immediately approached. "Teacher Long, hello, I am the captain of the crisis response team from the Professional Alliance, named Zhang Chen. It's good that you all are here. We really don't have many ways to deal with such low-level dungeons. Who would have thought that this group of Sakura Country rascals would cause trouble here? We really need your academy to step in to resolve this matter. As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiaofeng, and upon seeing him, he knew that there would be no problem with this matter. Long Go asked, "What's the situation now? How many have gone in?" "Not clear. By the time we arrived, quite a few people had already gone in, and no one has come out yet. Moreover, we checked the friends of those who went in, and they haven't died, but they aren't responding to messages. It seems they must have been controlled or knocked out." Long Go frowned. "Why don't they just kill these people directly?" Zhang Chen said, "Based on my years of experience as a criminal investigator, they should be fishing." "Fishing?" "Yes, what they're doing is to lure more people into the instance to investigate, thereby controlling and then killing them one by one." Upon hearing this, Long Gu laughed in anger. "These little devils really aren't afraid of death, daring to act like this in my dragon country." Zhang Chen reminded, "Be very careful, their audacity indicates they must have confidence in their own strength." Long Gu turned to glance at Xiaofeng and the others, a hint of a smile on his face. "Once you five go in and see the little devils, just kill them directly. No need to leave any alive." Zhang Chen wanted to stop him but thought better of it. These little devils were too low in rank. It was unlikely they would yield any useful information, so it was better to just kill them. However, Long Gu still cautioned, "Your strengths are among the top tier in the first rank, but don't let your guard down. These people dare to act this way, surely they have some backing." The five of them donned their gear and arrived at the entrance of the instance. Xiaofeng turned to the others and said, "I'm the only tank among us, so I'll go in first." The others naturally had no objections. Xiaofeng said this to give them face. After all, apart from Xiaofeng, the others were not confident they could remain unscathed if they were focused on. Xiaofeng nodded to them and then stepped into the portal. As the sensation of teleportation hit him, his vision blurred, and Xiaofeng found himself in the trial instance. However, the anticipated attack did not come. Scanning his surroundings, he found nothing unusual. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. "Prompt, you have entered the first rank trial instance, and the trial task has been triggered. Click for details." He clicked to view the task. Task category, Advancement Trial Task, First Rank, Task. Content, kill the monsters within the instance and collect 1000 points of genetic energy. Task difficulty, A, note, task difficulty ranges from E to SSS, with SSS being the highest. Task time limit, 24 hours. If the task is not completed or submitted within 24 hours, it will be considered a failure. Task reward, genetic evolution essence times 1. Failure penalty, none. The task content was very straightforward: kill monsters to collect genetic energy, which he assumed was the energy source for creating the genetic evolution essence. The task had a 24-hour limit, but there were no penalties for failure. The task should be quite simple, he just didn't know how much genetic energy could be obtained from killing a single monster. He closed the task panel. Confirming that there was no danger for the moment, Xiaofeng sent a message to the others. Soon, they appeared beside him. After entering the instance, they all received the system trial task prompt. The trial task posed no difficulty for them, but whether they could use this opportunity to complete the task and advance was up to them. Xiaofeng immediately summoned over a dozen mutated rats to explore various directions of the instance. "Wait a moment, I'll scout ahead to see where these little devils are hiding." Tianzai stepped forward and said, "Something's off. Logically, ambushing at the entrance of the instance would be the best choice for us to focus fire, but they haven't done that. There must be something wrong." Ouyang Feng also chimed in, "Is there a more suitable place for setting traps than here?" As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. At that moment, Xiaofeng seemed to have discovered a clue and reminded, "Something's not right. I scouted within a 2-kilometer radius of the instance and didn't find a single monster. This is too abnormal." "What? Not a single monster within a 2-kilometer radius?" Jian Sanshur also expressed surprise. "The monsters in the dungeon can respawn infinitely. Even if they kill all the monsters, they will definitely reappear. But why haven't we found a single monster?" Suddenly, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he recalled something from before. The others had also thought of it. Last time, when Xiaofeng and a few others went out to take down the first kill boss, they discussed why many wild areas no longer spawned monsters. Brother Xiaosa's father is a high-ranking member of the Adventurers Alliance, so he knows some secrets. According to Brother Xiaosa, these monsters can respawn infinitely because the area has some mysterious energy. It is this mysterious energy that allows the monsters to respawn endlessly. However, the little devils somehow managed to steal this mysterious energy, causing the area to stop spawning monsters. At the same time, they could use this energy to mutate some monsters, and the bloodthirsty tree demon was created using this method. Now, the fact that monsters in the trial dungeon are No longer respawning is likely also due to their manipulation of this method. Suddenly, the group exchanged glances. Had the little devils all hidden away? Were they using the stolen mysterious energy to create even more powerful mutated bosses? This was an extremely dangerous signal. The trial dungeon is not like the novice dungeon, based on the experiences summarized by other adventurers. Although the locations and times of the trial dungeons keep changing, the dungeon itself remains the same. Moreover, the number of trial dungeons is far fewer than that of novice dungeons. It is only the constant change of location that makes others feel there are many. If this plan truly succeeds, the consequences would be far more severe than destroying a novice dungeon. Some novice dungeons could become forbidden zones, but adventurers could still go to other areas' dungeons to level up. However, if a trial dungeon becomes a forbidden zone, it wouldn't be so easy. The number of trial dungeons is already extremely limited, and they keep changing locations. If one trial dungeon becomes a forbidden zone, then even if a trial dungeon appears nearby, it certainly wouldn't be that forbidden zone dungeon, right? Even if the little devils only turned one trial dungeon into a forbidden zone, it would still cause everyone to feel insecure and hesitant to enter. The group realized the seriousness of the situation and exchanged glances. I'll inform my father about this discovery first. Brother Xiaosa immediately contacted his father and reported everything that had happened here along with their suspicions. The Adventurers Alliance took this very seriously. However, they were already the strongest first-tier team, and it was hard to find a stronger first-tier team in the entire Dragon Country. After closing the chat interface with the Adventurers Alliance, Brother Xiaosa spoke up. Everyone, the Adventurers Alliance and the Western Capital Warriors Academy have jointly issued a mission, giving us 5 full authority to handle this matter. If we resolve it smoothly, we will be rewarded. Brother Xiaosa continued with a cheeky grin. This is a double reward from the Adventurers Alliance and the Western Capital Warriors Academy, so the rewards will definitely be quite generous. The Calamity spoke up. Don't think about the rewards for now. What we need to do is find them as soon as possible. Once our suspicions are confirmed and the mutated boss grows stronger, things will become even more troublesome. Brother Xiaosa scoffed at this, with Brother Hai around. How strong can a first-tier boss really be? The Calamity was taken aback, remembering that Xiao Feng was someone who could even past the 1200th floor of the trial tower. Such a small situation would naturally not be difficult for him. Alright, let's find them first, Xiao Feng said, moving straight ahead. The other 4 quickly followed. As a tank-type adventurer who was also incredibly powerful, following Xiao Feng was undoubtedly the best choice. Once separated from Xiao Feng, they really had no confidence in handling this matter alone. They might even end up dead here. The trial dungeon map is completely random, and previous experiences hold no reference value. The 5 of them could only explore within the trial dungeon. Throughout the entire dungeon, they had not seen a single monster. Similarly, neither a trial practitioner nor any little goblins were spotted. No matter how large the dungeon was, it had its limits. The 5 spent 2 hours searching every nook and cranny of the dungeon, yet still found nothing. What's going on? Did they just disappear into thin air? That shouldn't be the case. Could they have left through some kind of teleportation array? Jen Sanson shook his head, denying this idea. No, if they came here just to prevent the dungeon from respawning monsters, they could have done it quietly without making it known to everyone. Xiao Shuaigu countered. Aren't they doing it quietly? If it weren't for Heiyi discovering their scheme, we'd still be in the dark. Tianzai frowned, deep in thought. Green hair is right. Since they've already captured the incoming trial practitioners, why not just kill them directly? The goal is to make their friends unaware of their deaths, leading them to believe they can't respond for some reason while in the trial dungeon. It seems they have likely achieved their goal and left the dungeon through some special method. At that moment, Xiao Feng shook his head. They probably haven't left. Everyone turned to Xiao Feng, waiting for his explanation. Xiao Feng, of course, didn't know they hadn't left. Instead, the feeling of attraction he experienced when facing the Lord of all Beasts resurfaced. It was this feeling that led Xiao Feng to this judgment. However, after searching the dungeon, he still couldn't determine where that attraction was coming from. After careful sensing, Xiao Feng arrived at a stone wall. This place had the strongest sense of attraction in the entire dungeon. If these people were still hiding in the dungeon, they must be behind this stone wall. Xiao Feng took a step back and said, "You guys try to see if you can break this stone wall." The others were taken aback, looking at Xiao Feng in confusion. The dungeon was a magical place. The rules here were completely different from the outside world. Here, fixed structures like the ground, water surface, and rocks were indestructible. Even the strongest force couldn't damage them in the slightest. No one had ever thought of breaking the original rock formations in the dungeon. While the others hesitated, Xiao Shuai Gu unhesitatingly summoned 3 large yellow dogs to launch a fierce attack on the mountain. 5 minutes later, the 3 large yellow dogs had their heads smashed and bleeding, and they seemed a bit unsteady, as if their heads had suffered severe trauma. Stop. It was only when Xiao Feng spoke that Xiao Shuaigu breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the 3 powerful summoned dogs he had painstakingly raised would commit suicide here. The rock walls in the dungeon cannot be destroyed. This is a well-established rule. Xiao Feng did not agree with Tianzai's words. When he used the battle soul charge towards the sky on the 1000th floor of the trial tower, he fell and destroyed a room. Before the thunder dragon appeared, he couldn't cause any damage to the monsters on the 1000th floor of the trial tower, but after the thunder dragon appeared, he could. This indicated that the structures in the dungeon were not indestructible, they just required some kind of opportunity. What could that opportunity be? Xiao Feng pondered continuously in his mind. Just then, the dungeon suddenly shook violently, with stones continuously falling from the cave ceiling. The tremor lasted only a moment before stopping. Was that an earthquake? This is a dungeon, it exists in an independent space, how could there be an earthquake? What was that just now? The group's expressions turned serious. This trial dungeon had been filled with oddities since they entered. No monsters respawning, everyone missing, and now a strange tremor had occurred. All these signs indicated that this matter was anything but simple. Xiao Feng closed his eyes, fully sensing the direction of that summoning feeling. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and there it was, the stone wall ahead, not too far away. Xiao Feng had a way to get in, although his battle soul charge skill could only be used against professionals and monsters. It was unstoppable against non-living entities. So far, Xiao Feng had never seen anything that could block the battle soul charge. As he delved deeper into the profession of reverse-scale battle soul, Xiao Feng increasingly felt that this profession was extraordinary. Every skill of the reverse-scale battle soul was incredibly powerful, possessing absolute priority. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng said to the others, "Step back." The group didn't know what Xiao Feng was planning, but they still took a few steps back. Battle Soul Charge. Xiao Feng activated the Battle Soul Charge skill directly, setting the target to the maximum distance of 100 meters. Boom! Xiao Feng shot forward like an unstoppable cannonball, charging straight at the dungeon's rock wall. Just when the others thought Xiao Feng would be knocked dizzy like a few big yellow dogs, they gaped in disbelief at the cave that appeared before them. Indeed, Xiao Feng had succeeded. The seemingly indestructible dungeon rock wall crumbled like tofu under the Battle Soul Charge, creating a cave. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng vanished from their sight. Xiao Shagu looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, he kicked a rock that had fallen to the ground with all his might. Ouch, the rock didn't budge an inch. But Xiao Shaji's toe nearly broke, causing him to scream in pain. This demonstrated the immense force behind his kick. Even so, the piece of rubble remained completely still. This indicated that the rule of indestructibility within the dungeon had not changed. But how could Xiao Feng achieve this? Power of the rules. Jian Sanshur said lightly from the side. Tianzai looked at Jian Sanshur in disbelief, then turned to the depths of the cave. Impossible, he's only at the first level, how could he possibly gain the power of the rules? Maybe it's a professional talent. Regardless of whether Tianzai wanted to admit it, Xiao Feng had indeed broken the rules. Xiao Feng's performance made the others start to reassess his strength. A first-level professional mastering the power of the rules, how terrifying that must be. After charging over 80 meters into the rock wall, Xiao Feng's vision suddenly opened up. He didn't expect that hidden deep within the dungeon's rock wall was another vast space. The environment here was completely different from the trial dungeon. It felt like two entirely different realms. The entire space was made up of black rocks, with a prominent rock in the center that sparkled like a diamond, with nothing else around it. What attracted Xiao Feng was this protruding rock? As for the little devils, he hadn't seen a single one. At this moment, Xiao Shagu and the others also arrived through the cave that Xiao Feng had broken through. As they stepped out of the cave, they suddenly felt a series of tremors coming from behind. Turning around, they were astonished to find that the cave Xiao Feng had broken through was rapidly restoring itself. Before the group could react, the cave had returned to its original state. However, since they weren't in a hurry, and since Xiao Feng could break through once, he could do it a second time. The group gathered around Xiao Feng, observing the colorful rock that had emerged. Is this diamond? Ouyang Feng looked at the rock with shining eyes. As a dandy, Xiao Shagu understood these things better than anyone else present. He circled the colorful rock twice and said, "It shouldn't be, diamonds don't have such vibrant natural colors, they are more about light refraction." Then what is this? I don't know, I've never seen it. This time, Xiaofeng didn't directly reach out to touch it. Last time, when he felt that sense of summoning and touched it, he activated the Forest Overlord. If this time he activated an even more powerful boss, he might be fine, but the other four wouldn't be so lucky. Even if we are to make contact, we must wait until the cooldown of the Battle Soul Charge skill is over. By then, even if we can't win, we can break through the rock wall and escape using the Battle Soul Charge. Brother Xiaosa released the summoning mouse again to scout the area. Brother Hai, what is this place? I don't know. You don't know? Then how do you know there's such a space here? Intuition. Tianzai was utterly speechless at Xiaofeng's response. After a moment, all the summoning mice returned, and Brother Xiaosa shook his head, saying, I didn't sense any traces of someone having been here, not even a scent. This place should have nothing to do with the little devils. Yang Feng suddenly spoke up, I've heard that among the little devils there's a profession called ninja, which can not only become invisible but also change their body size. Is it possible they are hiding in some corner of this space? There's such a profession? What's so strange about that? You can still summon the undead as a necromancer. That's true. Yang Feng cast a skill on each of the four, and a green mist suddenly enveloped them. What I cast on you is the antidote skill. Next, I will use a large-scale poison attack skill. If that group of little devils is really hiding in this space, I will ensure they die without a complete corpse. As he spoke, Yang Feng opened the transparent container he was carrying on his back. As soon as the lid was opened, a dense green gas surged out. Within a few breaths, the entire space was shrouded in green poisonous mist. The mist lasted for more than 10 minutes, and there was still no sign of anything unusual. It seems this place really isn't related to the little devils. Just as he spoke, a noise came from the far corner, and the group turned simultaneously to look. They saw that a stone block, which had just been identical to the material of this place, had actually transformed into a person. At that moment, the person was lying on the ground, twitching continuously, and foam was spilling from their mouth. Seeing the person's miserable state, the group gained a new understanding of Yang Feng's poison attack. However, Yang Feng did not retract the poisonous mist but continued for a few more minutes, only twisting the switch on the transparent container when he found no one else appeared. Moments later, the green poisonous mist that had filled the air all retracted into the transparent container, and the entire space returned to clarity. The group quickly approached the person lying on the ground. After Yang Feng checked the person's condition, he said, he won't die, I just cast the antidote skill on him. Sure. Enough. After a while, the person slowly woke up. When he saw Xiaofeng and the others, his eyes were filled with disbelief. At #UN a string of incomprehensible words spilled from his mouth. The group exchanged glances. Do you know what language he is speaking? I've read countless scripts, and I can confidently say this is not a language from Blue Star. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could this person be an alien? Or perhaps from another world in the paradise of all realms? Cough cough cough. Baka, you are the aliens. As the man spat out a large mouthful of green liquid, his speech gradually became clearer. However, as soon as he spoke, he exposed his identity. The little devil knew he had been exposed and no longer hid. How did you find this place? Brother Xiaosa was the most conversational among them, so it naturally fell to him. He approached the man slowly, a strange smile on his face. Little devil, be honest, what is your purpose this time? The little devil scanned the surroundings, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter what method you used to get here, since you have come, there is only one way out, death. Upon hearing this, Brother Xiaosa's expression changed slightly, but he concealed it well. Brother Xiaosa continued to ask without changing his expression. Little devil, you still haven't figured out the current situation, have you? We're not sure if we'll die, but I can guarantee you will die first. Ha ha ha, what's so scary about death? My mission is already complete, even death is worth it. The suave guy showed a look of disdain on his face. We're all here now, do you still think your skills can succeed? To be honest, your plan has long been seen through by us. Otherwise, do you think we would have appeared here in such a short time? The little devil was shocked by the suave guy's words. Impossible. Our plan is so secretive, how could you possibly know in advance? Seeing the little devil's expression, the suave guy revealed a smile of triumph. To be honest, you guys have long been targeted by the professional alliance of Dragon Country. All your movements are under our control. Impossible. The methods we used could never be detected by you. Oh? Is that so? Think carefully, haven't your recent plans all been successfully thwarted by us? Did your plans really succeed? The little devil fell silent, his expression changing as if he were genuinely contemplating the matter. Starting from the bloodthirsty tree demon to various novice dungeon-bred mutated bosses, and then being hunted to the novice dungeon in Changhua County, it seemed that this series of tasks had all failed recently. And these few people today were even more bizarre. Not only did they appear here in an extremely short time, but they also accurately found a place that this ordinary professional could never reach. If their plan hadn't been leaked, he himself wouldn't believe it. The little devil looked up at the suave guy, who appeared confident, just as he was about to resign himself to fate. Suddenly, he glanced at the colorful rock in the center of the venue. Then he laughed heartily. I almost fell for your trick. At this moment, the suave guy also smiled. It's your turn, Disaster. The little devil suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition in his heart and turned to look at Disaster beside him. He saw Disaster extending his hands forward, like a zombie. 10 fingers were pointed at him, each with a faint light blue energy thread. These energy threads were all connected to his body. Disaster nodded at Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng snapped his fingers, and the sound seemed like a death warrant for the little devil. With the snap, the little devil let out a scream and fell dead on the spot. After the little devil died, a semi-transparent soul was pulled out by the energy threads controlled by Disaster. Seeing this, Disaster revealed a slight smile. It worked. It turned out that when they discovered the little devil, they had already formulated a plan through their team chat. The reason they didn't kill the little devil directly was to extract useful information from him. However, the necromancer couldn't always successfully imprison the soul of the deceased. There were many restrictions to successfully cast the soul binding skill. First, the skill had to be cast within a minute after the enemy's death. Second, the enemy had to have a relatively strong soul power, otherwise, their soul would dissipate immediately after death. Of course, there were many other factors as well. What they were truly worried about was that the little devil's soul power wasn't strong enough and his soul would dissipate upon death. Just now, the suave guy spoke to him to divert his attention, preventing him from committing suicide. Immediately, the little devil was notorious for his penchant for suicide. The suave guy learned from his father's few words that those little devils who came to Dragon Country to cause destruction were mostly specially trained. This group of people disregarded their own safety to complete their tasks. Once a mission failed, they would immediately commit suicide, never giving the enemy a chance to extract information from them. This was also why they went to great lengths to talk to him. Not letting him die immediately was naturally to buy time for Disaster. As the little devils engaged in friendly communication with the natural Disaster, the Disaster was quietly casting a skill on the little devils. The sole purpose of this skill was to temporarily enhance his soul. However, this skill was a continuous one. As the duration increased, the soul energy added to the little devils became more powerful. Only by strengthening the little devil's soul energy could they avoid having their souls unable to be confined after death. After some effort, they finally succeeded in confining the little devil's soul. Once the soul was confined, under the necromancer's innate skills, it would answer any question asked without the possibility of lying. Only in this way could the answers obtained be credible. Not long into the exchange, the little devil's soul suddenly exploded, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. Seeing this, the suave brother immediately asked, "How is it?" The Disaster frowned. "Their souls have been restricted by high-level soul profession practitioners. Did you get anything out of them?" "Got some information." "Not much." "Quickly tell us, what exactly are their plans?" The Disaster retracted the soul confinement skill and approached the colorful rock formation. With a serious expression, he said, "This is their plan. Hurry up and tell us, it's frustrating when you only speak halfway." The suave brother was quite dissatisfied with the Disaster's way of speaking. "This is a powerful mutated creature." The Disaster, with a grave expression, circled the colorful rock a few times before slowly speaking. "Do you know what is inside?" The crowd did not respond, merely looking at the Disaster, waiting for his next words. "Inside this rock is a monster, a creature that has gathered the energy of all the monsters within the trial dungeon. At the same time, it also absorbs the mysterious energy from the trial dungeon. That allows monsters to respawn infinitely." Upon hearing this, the others felt the seriousness of the situation. If this monster successfully came into being, the trial dungeon, which could only be entered at the first level, would truly become a land of death. Not to mention them, even Xiao Feng would not be confident in being able to kill it. "How long until it is born?" "At most 1 hour. Is there a way to deal with it before it is born?" In response to the suave brother's question, the Disaster pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know, I only learned this information from its soul." Jin 33 summoned 5 flying swords, which hovered around him, including the blood-red flying sword he had exchanged with Xiao Feng last time. He knew that Xiao Feng had no attack power, so among the 5 present, he was undoubtedly the strongest in terms of attack. "You all step back, let me try." The others stepped back. Jin 33 brought his hands together and shouted, "Rise!" The 5 flying swords quickly converged, transforming into a giant sword over 3 meters long. Heavenly Break Slash. Jin 33 gripped the giant sword with both hands and swung it down. The giant sword, carrying an unstoppable force, struck down towards the colorful rock. Clang! The giant sword collided with the colorful rock, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the space, the tremendous noise causing pain in people's eardrums. Such a terrifying strike, however, did not leave a single mark on the colorful rock. Jin 33 did not stop attacking, he shouted again, and the giant flying sword, which was over 3 meters long, did not continue to grow but instead began to shrink. Shrink again. Jin 33 shouted once more, and the sword, now over a meter long, shrank again, finally becoming a small sword only about 10 centimeters long. Yet the energy emanating from the small sword was even more terrifying. Heavenly Break Stab. The small sword began to spin rapidly, and when the rotation reached a terrifying level, it shot directly towards the colorful rock. Compared to the previous Heavenly Break Slash, this stab was more concentrated in power, naturally causing greater localized destruction. But even so, it still left not a single trace on the colorful rock. In the end, Jin San could only helplessly retract his flying sword. These 2 strikes have already been my strongest attack method at the moment, with single target damage reaching at least 6,000 points. Yet it still had no effect. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Jin San was only at the first level. To be able to unleash an attack that dealt 6,000 points of damage, the Mind Sword Master was indeed one of the strongest attacking professions among sword masters. It should be noted that most top-tier second-level experts could not reach such attack power. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Xiaofeng. Among the 5 present, although Xiaofeng had no attack power, he was the only one likely to break through this colorful rock. After all, Xiaofeng seemed to have mastered some kind of rule power. Half an hour had passed since they entered this space, and the Battle Soul Charge skill had already refreshed. Even if unexpected changes occurred, Xiaofeng could use the Battle Soul Charge to lead everyone to retreat. To be safe, Xiaofeng had the others step back to the farthest point of the underground space. Xiaofeng walked slowly to the rock and then extended his palm to touch it. Indeed, it was a touch. He did not use powerful attack power like Jin San. Last time, he awakened the tree to become the forest overlord by simply touching it with his hand. This time should work as well. The sensing within the colorful rock grew stronger. When Xiaofeng's palm made contact with the colorful rock, a mysterious energy within him connected with it. Surprisingly, the colorful rock began to crack under the influence of the mysterious energy from Xiaofeng's body. Crack! Xiaofeng stepped back a few paces, and large shields appeared in his hands, ready for battle. The cracks on the colorful rock multiplied, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire rock. Boom! The colorful stones on the surface of the rock shattered. As the colorful stones fell away, several small dogs, all gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared inside. Yes, it was a small dog. This little dog was less than 30 centimeters long, with part of its body made of flesh and blood, and part made of black metal. It looked like a combination of mechanical and biological elements. The feeling this little dog gave Xiaofeng was completely different from other monsters. It lacked the violent, bloodthirsty aura of other monsters and instead gave Xiaofeng a sense of warmth. The little dog looked up at Xiaofeng, its eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng relaxed his guard as well. He was very fond of dogs, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen 3 big yellow dogs as his first aggressive summoning skill. Seeing such a cute little dog, he couldn't help but want to step forward for a closer look. Just as Xiaofeng moved his foot, the little dog suddenly turned its head to look at him, and an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura erupted from its small body. The level of terror even surpassed that of the Thunder Serpent. This made everyone feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As Xiaofeng's hand stroked the little dog's head, the violent emotions gradually dissipated, replaced by docility and gentleness. Witnessing this, Xiaofeng dared not act rashly. He cautiously said from a distance, "Hey Yi, it seems like it considers you its master." Master? Xiaofeng was taken aback. Could it be because he broke the colorful rock, allowing the little dog to be released early? Or was it the mysterious energy within him that made the little dog feel a sense of familiarity? Xiaofeng himself was unsure of the exact reason. He casually picked up the little dog, which was very well behaved in his arms, showing no signs of resistance. Turning to Xiaofeng, he asked, "What should we do now?" Xiaofeng hesitated. If this little dog were an enemy, it would be easier to deal with, just find a way to kill it. But now it was clear that it had a good impression of Xiaofeng, and this little dog was obviously not simple. If they could gain its recognition, it would surely become a great asset in the future. Just then, Xiaofeng suddenly received several system notifications. Hint: a highly intelligent mutated creature has appeared near you, and its affinity for you exceeds 80 points, meeting the prerequisites to become a companion pet. Hint: do you want to spend 5,000 gold coins to activate the companion pet contract? Pet contract: once the pet contract is signed, the pet will be 100% loyal to the owner, and the pet will unconditionally execute any command from the owner. Hint: each practitioner can only have one pet at a time, please choose wisely. After carefully reading the system prompt, Xiao Feng's eyes brightened even more. He could actually take this little dog as a pet. However, the price for signing the contract was indeed steep, requiring 5,000 gold coins. He currently had only 5,025 gold coins in his backpack, which made Xiao Feng suspect whether the Wanjia Paradise system had customized the price based on the specific amount in his backpack. 5,000 gold coins was almost all of his remaining wealth. Xiao Feng looked down at the little dog in his arms and finally gritted his teeth to spend 5,000 gold coins to activate the pet contract. Watching the 5,000 gold coins vanish from his backpack, Xiao Feng felt a pang in his heart. That was 50 million, just to tame a pet. He couldn't tell if it was a gain or a loss. After deducting the gold coins, the system lowered 2 halos, enveloping him and the little dog. As the halos surrounded them, Xiao Feng could clearly feel that he had established some kind of connection with the little dog. As this connection deepened, Xiao Feng's fondness for the little dog grew even stronger. Hint: contract signing in progress? As the halos enveloped them, the little dog seemed to sense something, and a certain energy within it began to resist. A frenzied look appeared on its face. Hint: due to the excessive ferocity of the energy within this creature, the system has suppressed its strength, which will gradually recover as your strength increases. Under the powerful suppression of the system, the little dog could not resist at all. In just a moment, the ferocity in the little dog's eyes gradually faded, returning to clarity. Hint: pet contract signed successfully. Hint: your companion pet has gained some practitioner privileges. Hint: everything your companion pet does is considered your tacit approval, and it will bear the same consequences. Please be sure to restrain its behavior. For more details, please refer to the Wanjia Paradise Companion Pet Contract Regulations. With the successful signing of the contract, this meant the little dog posed no threat anymore. The little dog would absolutely obey his commands. What's your name? Xiao Feng asked. Woof woof woof. Xiao Feng felt a black line on his forehead. What was wrong with him to actually expect a dog to talk? Looking at the few people standing in the corner, Xiao Feng said, "It's fine now." Brother Knight, is it really fine? This dog is not simple. The others were still haunted by the terrifying pressure the little dog had emitted earlier. Don't worry, it's fine. After receiving Xiao Feng's affirmative answer, Ji Ran came back to Xiao Feng's side, curiously examining the little dog in his arms. Seeing such a unique and adorable little dog, Brother Xiaoso was filled with envy. Brother Knight, what's the situation with this little dog? Why is it so affectionate towards you? Xiao Feng naturally wouldn't tell him about the sense of summoning he had felt earlier. He simply replied, personal charm. The others looked at Xiao Feng speechlessly. This excuse was ridiculous. Opening the system panel, a new option appeared on the system panel, Pet Panel. He opened it to check. Pet name, to be determined, can be changed permanently once. Pet race, to be determined. Since this race is a brand new race, the system has not recorded it. You can name it, and the name cannot be changed after being set. Level, first stage. Note: pets do not have levels and cannot gain experience. Skill 1: Symbiosis, passive level 1, inherits 30% of the owner's total attributes and their derived attributes. Note: this skill is a universal skill for all pets. Note: pets can only inherit the basic attributes of their owner. Additional attributes such as equipment skills cannot be inherited. Skill 2, Automatic Pickup, passive automatically picks up items dropped by monsters and places them directly into the profession's storage space. Collection range, a diameter of 100 meters centered around the pet. This skill is passive, so the pet does not need to pick up items one by one. Skill 3, Breath Concealment, active. This pet can curl up and cover its entire body with metal from within, hiding its biological aura, making it extremely difficult to detect. Skill 4, Phantom Ride. Transformation, active. This pet can transform into various ground forms of mounts, and after transformation, it can be ridden as a mount. When in riding state and attacked, the pet's owner will take damage first. When the owner's health drops to 50, the pet will then bear the damage. When the pet's health drops to 30%, it will automatically. Skill 5, Fearless Charge, active after activating. This skill, the pet's movement speed increases by 500% for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. After carefully reviewing all the attributes and skill descriptions of the puppy, Xiao Feng closed the pet panel. Before today, he had never heard of the existence of companion pets, so he naturally did not know whether this pet was better or worse compared to those obtained by others. However, he was quite satisfied with several of the skills. The automatic pickup skill is very practical. They are currently beginners, and the system has granted them the ability to automatically pick up items. Once they advance to the second tier, this function will disappear. At that time, lying down to grind monsters and level up would mean they couldn't pick up the items dropped by monsters, which would undoubtedly be a hassle. Given Xiao Feng's speed in killing monsters, it would probably exhaust him just to pick up items. He wondered how other high-level professionals solved this problem. Pets cannot gain experience points, so they naturally cannot level up, but fortunately, there is the symbiosis skill, which eliminates the worry of the pet leveling up. Moreover, this skill has levels, indicating that it can be upgraded, and the proportion of inherited attributes will surely increase after upgrading. He just didn't know how pet skills could be upgraded. The breath concealment skill is quite interesting and very useful for stealthily gathering intelligence. Of course, what intrigued Xiao Feng the most was skill 4, Phantom Ride Transformation. This skill allows the puppy to transform into a ground mount. Judging by the name, it should be able to change into various forms of mounts. If it is as Xiao Feng imagined, then he has essentially obtained various styles of mounts. Coupled with the fearless charge skill, whether charging into battle or fleeing, it would be a very good choice. However, Xiao Feng did not intend to test the puppy's skills here. Putting down the puppy, Xiao Feng thought for a moment and said, "He has become my pet and is no longer a threat." Upon hearing this, Brother Xiaosao was shocked. "What? You mean he has become your pet, like a contracted pet?" Xiao Feng nodded, "Yes." Brother Xiaosao laughed heartily. "Brother Heiyi, you are really lucky. Do you know how hard it is to obtain a pet? Even my father hasn't gotten one yet." Although Brother Xiaosao's father was unknown in terms of strength, it should not be too low, and he held great power. Even he had not been able to obtain a pet, which shows how rare they truly are. None of them asked Xiao Feng about the specific strength of the pet, as that was considered private. However, the envy on their faces was hard to conceal. "So what do we do now?" Tianzai asked. "Yes, all the monsters and regenerative resources in this dungeon have been used by the little devils to create this terrifying weapon. Who would have thought it would ultimately benefit Xiao Feng, becoming his pet?" Xiao Feng looked around the environment and sighed helplessly. "Although the danger has been resolved, we still can't restore the trial dungeon to normal. This trial dungeon is considered abandoned. If the monster respawn issue cannot be resolved, it means that the Dragon Kingdom will permanently lose a first-tier trial dungeon. Although the advancing practitioners can still go to other trial dungeons for their advancement trials, what if the little devils use this method to turn all the advancement trial dungeons into such dead zones?" Just thinking about this made the few realize that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. The consequences of this are not comparable to turning a few novice dungeons into forbidden zones. Once all first-tier trial dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom are destroyed, it means that the new generation of practitioners will be unable to obtain genetic evolution agents through trial tasks. In that case, all new generation practitioners will be stuck at the first tier, unable to advance. The root-cutting plan, this is the real root-cutting plan. Listening to Xiao Saji's mumbling, everyone finally understood the severity of the situation. "Let's go." Xiao Feng led the little dog back to the place they had just entered and used the battle soul charge skill to break through a passage. After leaving the dungeon, Xiao Sago briefly explained the situation to Long Gu and the leader of the Practitioner Alliance team, Zheng Chen. Although Long Gu was surprised by Xiao Feng's abilities, his main focus was on the root-cutting plan. He immediately reported this news to the Academy's higher-ups. At the same time, Zhang Chen also reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Practitioner Alliance. However, before this, Xiao Sago had already informed his father. Thus, the mission of Xiao Feng and the others came to an end. The follow-up and aftermath would naturally be handled by the Practitioner Alliance. The 5 of them, led by Long Gu, boarded a helicopter heading to the academy. On the plane, Long Gu spoke up. "You are all top students from the Shijing Warrior Academy, and you've all reached level 100. What are your plans next? Continue to challenge the trial tower or quickly level up?" This question was clearly not directed at Xiao Feng, as he had already reached the end of the trial tower. Xiao Sago smiled and said, "I don't mind. Anyway, I'll just follow Brother Heiyi from now on. Wherever he goes, I go. Whenever he advances, I advance." Xiao Feng, Tianzai, Jin San, and Ouyang Feng had also reached level 100 for some time now, and they had been challenging the trial tower for the past few days. Although they successfully passed the 100th level, their strength was not comprehensive, and they still couldn't get through some specific levels. After multiple attempts, they found that it was not about strength, but rather about class deficiencies. For example, Tianzai's weakness was his poor constitution. Facing high-output attacks for extended periods, once his defensive skills went on cooldown, he was left with no way out. Jian San's shortcomings were equally obvious. His attacks were almost all physical. Although he had some magical attacks, their power was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary mage. He truly had no way to deal with monsters that were immune to physical damage. On the other hand, Ouyang Feng was the opposite of Jin Sanshur-san. His poison attacks were fierce, but they were also magical attacks. Facing monsters that were immune to magic, he felt even more powerless than Jin Sanshur-san did against monsters immune to physical damage. Among the four, it was actually Xiao Sugu who had cleared the most levels. Although he was a summoner, his strength was more balanced. With solid skills in both defense and offense, and with support from his father, his base attributes had also reached their peak, which led to this result. In response to Long Ji's inquiry, everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, Long Gu smiled and said, "I have a suggestion, you can consider it, and if you think it's not feasible, just treat it as a joke." Everyone looked up at Long Gu, curious about what kind of suggestion he would offer. Seeing that no one opposed, Brother Long looked at Xiao Feng and said, "If classmate Heiyi is willing, you can all join the Dragon Seed team." The other three were top-tier geniuses, each with their own supporters, and naturally knew about the Dragon Seed team. Although they yearned for it, they also had self-awareness and did not dare to hope for the Dragon Seed team. Upon hearing Brother Long's words, their minds began to stir. They understood that to follow Xiao Feng into the Dragon Seed team, they must become his attendants. Although the term attendant was merely what the Dragon Seed team called it, the system did not recognize it. Each of them aspired to reach the pinnacle of power, and becoming someone else's attendant would undoubtedly leave a psychological shadow of inferiority in their hearts. This psychological shadow might not manifest at lower levels, but once they reached higher levels, it would become apparent during breakthroughs. This was the fundamental reason for their hesitation. Before they could speak, Xiao Feng voiced his thoughts. "You are all exceptional geniuses with limitless futures. If you become my attendants, it will surely leave a psychological shadow of inferiority in your hearts. I have an idea that can prevent this situation, but it requires you to pay a price." Upon hearing this, they all looked up at Xiao Feng simultaneously. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng continued, "You will only be my nominal attendants, joining the Dragon Seed team under this identity. After that, I will not interfere with anything. You will have absolute freedom, even the option to act against me." Xiao Feng's words truly moved them. Not only could they join the Dragon Seed team and gain all the benefits of being a member, but they would also have no restrictions. This was indeed a good thing for them. Tianzai was the first to ask, "What price do we need to pay?" Jian San and Ouyang Feng were also quite tempted. It would be a lie to say they didn't want to join the Dragon Seed team. Just looking at Brother Xiao and Grandma Jiang made it clear how important joining the Dragon Seed team was for their future development. Otherwise, with the status of these two, there would be no need to lower themselves and be so polite to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng did not answer directly. "There's no rush on this matter, you can take your time to consider it. After all, I have not yet officially become a member of the Dragon Seed team." The others nodded silently, knowing that Xiao Feng was giving them time to discuss this matter with their families or supporters. The specific price they would offer also needed to be determined by themselves. Whether it would succeed or not was not solely up to Xiao Feng's words. This was even more difficult to handle than if Xiao Feng had directly stated a price. In the personal exclusive room of the Shijing Warrior Academy. Originally, it was just Xiao Feng and the intelligent robot, but now there was a little dog. At this moment, the little dog and the intelligent robot were engaging in friendly interaction. The so-called interaction involved the little dog lying on top of the intelligent robot's head, while the robot was bumping around like a headless fly. The reason was, of course, that the little dog was blocking the robot's recognition system. Watching the little dog being mischievous, Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly. He opened the pet panel. Looking at the pet's name and species section, Xiao Feng fell into deep thought. What name should he give it? Suddenly, he remembered the local dog he had raised at his grandmother's house when he was very young. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Prompt, yes/no to name your pet Bebe? Confirm. Prompt, naming successful. Prompt, yes/no to name your pet species as Chinese rural dog? Confirm. Prompt, naming successful. Xiao Feng waved at the little dog, which obediently came to his side. From now on, you will be called Bebe. Woof woof, the little dog barked twice, its dark metallic tail wagging rapidly. It was very fond of this name. Bebe, show me your retraction of breath. After checking around the room, Bebe squatted in the corner, and the metal on its surface gradually extended to cover its entire body. Then, he transformed into a covered metal trash can, which matched the tone of the entire room perfectly. Xiao Feng had been living in this room for a long time, and it was hard to notice that a trash can had suddenly appeared without careful observation. Moreover, there was no trace of Bebe's presence at all. Bebe's concealment skill was indeed impressive. If used in an unfamiliar environment, others would not be able to detect its existence at all. Alright, change back. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's command, Bei transformed back into a puppy from the metal trash can. Next, Xiao Feng had Bei change forms several more times, and without exception, each time it found a suitable place to perfectly blend in with the surrounding environment, appearing completely harmonious. Change into a mount. Receiving Xiao Feng's instruction, Bei's body suddenly swelled up, and the metal on its surface began to ripple. Moments later, Bei transformed into a giant dog about 1.5 meters tall. Indeed, Bei had only grown in size, its overall shape had not changed at all. Xiao Feng was speechless, he did not want to be a dog knight. Although Bei looked quite cool now, it was still a dog after all. Change again. After thinking for a moment, Bei finally transformed into a half-metal, half-flesh black horse. This horse was much taller than an ordinary horse and looked equally imposing. Xiao Feng was quite satisfied with this. He then had Bei change into several more forms, and without exception, each form was very impressive. Just as Xiao Feng was about to end this session, he had a thought and instructed the smart robot to select an image of a motorcycle and project it. Bei curiously looked at the three-dimensional projection produced by the smart robot and then looked back at Xiao Feng in confusion. Can this kind of mount change? Woof woof. After spending several hours together, Xiao Feng had gained some understanding of Bei's barks. 2 barks indicated affirmation, while 3 barks indicated denial. Now, Bei barked twice, indicating it could change. This filled Xiao Feng with anticipation. While staring at the three-dimensional projection, Bei began to change its form, but the speed of transformation was much slower than when it turned into an animal. In the end, it really did turn into a flashy Harley motorcycle. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Feng noticed something was off. What were those 4 metal legs? Under the tires? After several attempts, Xiao Feng gave up on the idea of having Bei transform into a motorcycle. Currently, Bei could only turn into a 4-legged mount. As for other modern mounts, it could only produce a rough shape, and walking still required 4 legs. Whether it could successfully transform in the future remained uncertain. Letting Bei play by itself, Xiao Feng half lay on the sofa. In 4 days, he would report to the Dragon Seed team, and whether he could level up to the 2nd tier in these 4 days would depend on luck. If no new trial dungeons appeared in these 4 days, there would be nothing he could do. With nothing to do, Xiao Feng took out an old notebook. Through this incident, Xiao Feng confirmed that writing down wishes had a chance of being realized. However, the success rate was indeed quite low. According to the wishes recorded in the notebook, the greater the cost paid, the smaller the wish realized, thus the higher the success rate. Xiao Feng looked at his remaining 25 gold coins and shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to put away the notebook, a sudden idea struck him. He wrote in the notebook, "I am willing to exchange the lives of all those who harbor hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom for 1 gold coin." After waiting for a long time, there was no change at the end of the text in the notebook. It seemed it didn't work. The cost of wishing must be something one possessed. What high-value items or props did he have? After thinking it over, it seemed that this set of equipment on him was worth a decent amount. Apart from that, Xiao Feng didn't seem to have any other high-value items. Putting away the old notebook, before he could finish his cup of coffee, Longu sent a message. "Longu, there has been a change in the mission, and the difficulty has decreased significantly. The Academy and the Practitioner Alliance have still awarded you 5 a reward. Longu, I have already sent the reward to you via email. He opened the email to check. Inside the email was a scroll granting 100 attribute enhancement points. Not bad, he not only got Bei from this trip but also received 100 attribute points. His current attributes were already quite extraordinary, so this amount wouldn't add much to his stats. Along with the 69 points he earned from killing the little devils in the novice dungeon, he now had a total of 169 attribute points left. Everything was in order now. He just needed to wait for the trial dungeon to appear again, and once he successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, he could head to the Imperial capital to report to the Dragon Seed team. The next day, Xiao Feng found himself with rare free time. Today, he planned to take a good stroll around the Western Capital Warrior Academy. He had been at the academy for a long time, and now that he was about to leave, he had yet to explore it. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly received a message. The sender was actually Fu Bo from the Dragon Seed team. He opened the message to read. "The final test for the Dragon Seed team member qualification assessment has begun. Assessment content: go to Sakura Country and enter any first-tier trial dungeon, kill all the Sakura Country trialists who enter the dungeon, and guard it for 3 days. You can choose 4 teammates to complete this task with you, and the teammates can only be first-tier practitioners. I will only be responsible for sending you there. After you complete the task, I will bring you back. During the trial, you can only rely on yourselves. Life and death are your own responsibility, and the Dragon Seed will not provide any assistance. Of course, you can also choose to give up the task. Giving up means giving up your identity as a member of the Dragon Seed team. You have 1 hour to prepare. After 1 hour, I will use special means to open a teleportation channel to Sakura country for you. Going to Sakura country to complete the final assessment? Xiaofeng was not surprised at all. Sakura country had been causing havoc in Long country recently, and he absolutely did not believe that Long country had no corresponding measures. With Long country's vengeful nature, how could they let the little devils off the hook? Xiaofeng believed this was just one of many counterattack measures from Long country. Teleportation? The Dragon Seed team actually had control over teleportation. This completely overturned Xiaofeng's imagination. Was this kind of ability something that current humans could master? But thinking about how he could possess the so-called power of rules, it wasn't surprising that the Dragon Seed team, as the top team of Long country, could do so. The portal would open in an hour. There was only 1 hour of preparation time. At the same time, he could choose 5 teammates to accompany him on the mission. After some thought, Xiaofeng ultimately decided to bring a few people along. If it were just him alone, he would inevitably encounter the awkward situation of being unable to kill due to the cooldown time after being ruthlessly mocked. Xiaofeng sent messages to the 5 individuals. The content of the messages was almost identical to what Fu Bo had sent him, except he gave them the power to decide for themselves. Whether to go or not was up to them. The first to reply was Xiao Sagu. Upon learning that they were going to the Little Devil's base for revenge, he was incredibly excited. Judging by the time he took to respond, he didn't hesitate at all. Tianzai, Jian Sanshi, San, and Ouyang Feng also sent messages one after another, expressing their willingness to accompany Xiaofeng to Sakura country. However, they were not joining the team as Xiaofeng's subordinates but as residents of Long country seeking revenge. Xiaofeng had no objections to this. The group agreed to meet in an empty classroom at the academy in 40 minutes. Xiaofeng had nothing much to prepare. The only thing he needed to do before leaving was to head to the cafeteria for a big meal. After all, this mission would last for 3 days, and the biggest problem during those 3 days would likely be hunger. Arriving at the cafeteria, Xiaofeng had a hearty meal before asking the chef to prepare some food that was easy to store and pack it into his backpack before heading to the agreed location. By the time Xiaofeng arrived, the other 4 were already there. Hey Yi, what are you carrying on your back? Food and water. Brother Xiaoxia wiped his forehead and said helplessly, Hey Yi, I forgot to tell you, I prepared food for everyone. Xiaofeng looked at Brother Xiaoxia, who was empty-handed and had no backpack. Where was the food? Brother Xiaoxia noticed Xiaofeng's confusion and explained, Do you remember the food we had last time? Mutated creatures? Brother Xiaoxia laughed. Yes, monsters above the 3rd tier are called mutated creatures, and their blood and flesh can be certified by the system, so they can naturally be stored in the storage space? I see. Xiaofeng looked at the other few, all empty-handed as well, and judging by their expressions, it seemed they had all prepared mutated creature meat. This made Xiaofeng marvel. Having a solid foundation makes a difference. Seeing that everyone was well prepared, there was no need for Xiaofeng to worry. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng spoke up. The difficulty of this mission is to quickly find and enter the 1st-tier trial dungeon. Once we enter the trial dungeon, with our strength, holding out for 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Do you have any good ideas for quickly finding the trial dungeon? Tianzai smiled slightly. Kill and capture souls, just ask and you'll know. Indeed, this method should be the simplest and most effective, and the accuracy of the information obtained through this method is very high, unless the person being questioned has completely wrong information. This skill is used by professionals from the Dragon Country, and they still have psychological burdens. Using it against the little days is just smooth sailing. When we go this time, we shouldn't make too much noise before entering the trial dungeon, it would be troublesome if we attract high-tier professionals from Sakura Country. The others nodded in succession. This was also the biggest difficulty of this mission, especially for Xiaofeng, as he had been on the global announcement list. Sakura Country would definitely pay special attention to him. Once his identity was exposed, it was likely that 3rd-tier or even higher-level professionals from Sakura Country would come to assassinate him. Allowing someone like Xiaofeng to grow would be a nightmare for Sakura Country. After a while, the space not far from them suddenly twisted, and a portal appeared moments later. An old man walked out of the portal. It was the same Uncle Fu that Xiaofeng had met last time. Uncle Fu was still wearing a tattered shirt and holding a fan. If he hadn't walked out of the portal, the others would have thought he was just an ordinary old man. Xiaofeng stepped forward to greet him. Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu looked at Xiaofeng and the few people behind him, nodding slightly. Ready? Ready. I've already told you the rules. I'm only responsible for taking you there. During this time, you won't receive any help, even in death, understood? Understood. Through this portal, you will be randomly teleported to a random area within Sakura country. Where exactly you end up depends on your luck. Random? This was not good news if they were teleported to the base of Sakura country's professionals. However, the chances of that were very low, as although Sakura country's territory was small, uninhabited areas still occupied a large part. Since you're ready, let's set off. Xiaofeng turned to look at the others. Then took out his gear, fully armed, and led Bebe to step into the portal first. The other four, as agreed, waited 30 seconds after Xiaofeng entered the portal before entering themselves, ensuring he hadn't died. The 30 seconds passed quickly, and the other four also stepped into the portal. Once everyone had entered the portal, Uncle Fu muttered to himself thoughtfully, "That dog is quite interesting." Immediately, he stepped into the portal, which then vanished from sight as if it had never existed. After passing through the portal, Xiaofeng was fortunate enough to find himself in a desolate area in the wild. After looking around, he did not find any signs of human activity. This place should be just as dangerous for ordinary people as the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom. After waiting for more than half a minute, the other four appeared one by one. Once they saw their surroundings, they all breathed a sigh of relief, for now, this was the best outcome they could hope for. After the arrival of the Universal Paradise, the entire blue star was enveloped by some mysterious energy, and the previously infinite communication mediums were affected, limiting their use to a small area. Even with more advanced technology, humans could only communicate within a radius of about 50 kilometers. To transmit signals over longer distances, such as between cities, wired communication was the only option. This led to the failure of functions like long-distance phone calls, satellite communications, and satellite positioning. Fortunately, professionals could still contact each other through the system. Communicating through the system was not only more convenient and faster but also free from issues like poor signal. This caused most professionals to abandon the existing technological communication methods. Now, without positioning, it was very difficult to accurately determine their current location. Xiaofeng knew it was time for him to take action. He summoned a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 2 meters to soar into the sky. This is a new skill I've learned. With it, aerial reconnaissance is no longer a problem. Now we just need to wait patiently. Xiaofeng's summoned mouse and eagle were indeed excellent means of reconnaissance. More than 10 minutes later, Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "We need to leave this place quickly." "What's wrong?" "I've spotted a large swarm of hornets rapidly approaching us." "Oh Yang." Feng scoffed, "What's so scary about a swarm of hornets? We're professionals, not ordinary people." Xiaofeng said anxiously, "These aren't ordinary hornets, each one is bigger than a sparrow. My summoned eagle, while not very strong, is still more powerful than an ordinary first-tier professional, but it would be instantly killed by them. I estimate their strength is at least second-tier. Hurry, or it will be too late." "What? A second-tier hornet swarm? Then what are we waiting for? Run!" Ouyang Feng was the first to take off. Xiaofeng scanned the area and spotted a cave not far away. The entrance was small and perfect for hiding. "This way." As soon as they entered the cave, they saw a massive swarm of hornets rushing towards them. At first glance, one might think it was just a rapidly approaching dark cloud. Countless mutated hornets surged towards the cave where Xiaofeng and the others were. "Step back!" Xiaofeng shouted, raising 2 shields in front of him. The cave entrance was small, and the 2 shields nearly filled it. Xiaofeng didn't know the exact strength of these hornets, but he figured they wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. As long as he wasn't killed outright, he had a chance to escape. As for the others, they would have to rely on their own abilities. Clang, 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 the hornets struck the shields like bullets, producing a crisp sound of impact. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. Seeing the damage values displayed above the hornets' heads, Xiaofeng felt relieved. This indicated that the hornets' attack power was only around 2,500 points, far from breaking through his defenses. Regardless of whether they were mutated or not, hornets always shared the same life characteristics: high attack and low health. They could attack Xiaofeng 3 times in a row at most before suffering fatal rebound damage. The hornets fell like raindrops, and fortunately, they hadn't reached the 3rd tier. Their bodies would still disappear upon death. Otherwise, they would likely be buried under a pile of hornet corpses by now. Looking at the constantly disappearing wasp corpses, Xiaofeng showed a look of regret. If he had already advanced to the 2nd tier, how much experience could he have gained in just these short 10 minutes? If it weren't for the little devils causing trouble in the last trial dungeon, he would have already advanced to the 2nd tier. It's all the fault of those little devils that he suffered such great losses. After more than 10 minutes, all the wasps were dead. Xiaofeng put away his shield, and the group walked out of the cave. With Xiaofeng around, the other 4 felt incredibly safe. Earlier, due to time Constraints, Brother Xiaosa hadn't had the chance to share the intelligence he had gathered. Now that the WASP crisis was over, Brother Xiaosa finally had time to speak. Just now, I discovered through summoning an eagle that there is a team of professionals fighting monsters 3 kilometers to the southwest. From their battle situation, they should be first-tier professionals, at most just low-level second-tier. Let's go take a look. 20 minutes later. A translucent soul shattered. Brother Xiaosa eagerly asked, how is it? Natural Disaster shook his head. Currently, there are no first-tier trial dungeons appearing in the vicinity. Do you know when the trial dungeon will appear? It should be in the next day or two. It's not realistic to look for trial dungeons in unfamiliar territory. Waiting for this one to appear is the best choice. However, we need to grasp the news of where the dungeon appears as soon as possible. It seems we need to catch a live one. 2 hours later, the group of 5 arrived at a dilapidated house. In front of them was a little devil, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Brother Ouyang, he won't be poisoned to death, will he? Ouyang Feng smiled. I may not be good at other things, but I have some confidence in using poison. If he doesn't want to die, he will naturally listen to me. Otherwise, with just a thought, he will wish he were dead. Make sure he doesn't leak the news of our arrival here. Don't worry, he's currently in a dazed state and can't control the system at all. I let him wake up for a moment every so often, and if he receives news about the trial dungeon opening, he will naturally tell the truth. Hearing this, everyone finally felt at ease. Controlling the system as a professional also requires manual or voice control. Currently, it cannot be directly controlled by thought. It is said that only at higher levels will professionals be granted this function. 3 hours later, when the little devil lying on the ground woke up for the 6th time, he could no longer endure the pain and finally revealed the truth. It turned out that the first-tier trial dungeon had already opened more than an hour ago. Moreover, it was not far from their current location, only about 10 kilometers away. Alright, you can sleep now. Ouyang Feng pointed, and a strand of green liquid appeared on the man's forehead, completely freeing him from pain. 10 kilometers isn't far, but after more than 10 years. Without ordinary human activity, the roads had long been abandoned. It would take some effort to get there. Fortunately, with Brother Xiaoso around, they quickly found a clear path through his summoning. Exploration. The group of 5 smoothly arrived near the entrance of the trial dungeon. The people from Sakura country placed great importance on the first-tier trial dungeon, assigning many high-tier professionals to guard the entrance. Every person passing through had to have their identity checked in detail before being allowed to enter the dungeon. It seems they were worried that Long Country would use the same method against them, hence this action. What should we do? Those guarding are at least second tier, and there are even third-tier strong ones. Look, the person lying under that big tree, judging by the respect others show him, he is likely a top-tier third or even fourth-tier strongman. If we charge indirectly, the probability is that we will only need a dead end. As they spoke, several people turned to look at Xiao Feng. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng nodded. Alright, then let's charge in. Brother Xiaosa quickly reminded, Hey Yi, you heard wrong, I said we can't charge in. Xiao Feng looked towards the distant entrance of the trial dungeon. Do you think they will leave this place anytime soon? Well, this place is relatively remote, and there are experts stationed here. Do you think other places will be any different? Hey Yi, just tell us your plan. Xiao Feng took out 2 large shields, donned them, and then turned to the others, saying, I'll go first to attract their attention, and you take the opportunity to head towards the dungeon entrance. I will draw all their firepower, and you can enter the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Hey Yi, no. Although your strength is formidable, there are at least 3rd tier and even 4th tier experts there. Do you know how terrifying their attack power is? Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have confidence. Since you say so, Hey Yi, I believe you, but you must pay attention to your safety. The mission can be incomplete, but life is only one. Xiao Feng nodded. Let's go. The group pretended to be nonchalant as they moved forward, all wearing professional gear, making it difficult for others to judge their origin from Longwa based on their attire. Before setting off, they had all learned the Sakura language through the system, so they wouldn't expose their identities due to accent issues. The only concern was the identity verification issue. You guys, line up at the back. Seeing Xiao Feng and the others bypass the crowd towards the dungeon entrance, some little devils shouted to stop them. Xiao Feng halted and glanced at their position. This spot was quite good, almost able to cover most of the little devils, including a high-tier professional lounging under a nearby tree. A smile gradually appeared on Xiao Feng's face as he slowly spoke, a bunch of trash. Xiao Feng didn't say this in Japanese, but in Longwa language. Over the years, as Longwa grew stronger, more and more people across Blue Star learned Longwa language. The little devils even regarded Longwa language as a mandatory subject. Most of the little devils present understood this statement. Looking at Xiao Feng's appearance, which had distinct Longwei characteristics, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Xiao Feng continued, I am here today representing Longwei to collect interest. Just then, many little devils had already launched attacks against Xiao Feng, including several second-tier and third-tier professionals. The suspected fourth-tier expert lounging under the trees suddenly opened his eyes. A strong sense of oppression surged towards Xiao Feng. At the same time, it also locked onto brother Xiaosa and the other three. This aura descended, instantly immobilizing the others. The terror of a fourth-tier expert was evident, just the released pressure was enough to render them motionless. Battle Soul Awakening, Relentless Taunt. Xiao Feng used two skills in succession. Battle Soul Awakening was naturally used on Rock Solid, and under the enhancement of Battle Soul Awakening, Rock Solid's damage reduction reached 100%. Although the duration was only 20 seconds, during this time, he was invincible. The Relentless Taunt further fueled the already enraged little devils. You all go in. Hurry! With Xiao Feng's roar, brother Xiaosa and the other three quickly rushed towards the trial dungeon entrance. Everyone present was enveloped by the Relentless Taunt, so naturally, no one paid attention to brother Xiaosa and the others. A series of attacks landed on Xiao Feng, causing him no harm at all. Instead, many little devils suffered casualties from the rebound damage. The duration of the Relentless Taunt was only 10 seconds. Once those 10 seconds passed, the little devils who weren't killed by the rebound would surely attack brother Xiaosa and the others. They certainly didn't have Xiao Feng's abnormal defensive capabilities. Once attacked by a third or even fourth tier powerhouse, it was likely that one would be instantly killed. In just 5 seconds, more than a third of the little devils on the scene had already suffered casualties. At that moment, the suspected fourth tier powerhouse suddenly shook, his expression clearing. His health was now less than half, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The person before him, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, was clearly just a first-tier professional. Why, as a fourth-tier powerhouse, did his attack on the other party cause no damage at all, while his own health had dropped by more than half? Could it be that the other party was hiding their strength, disguising themselves as a first-tier professional? Seeing that brother Xiao Shui and his group were about to enter the dungeon, the fourth-tier little devil hesitated for only a moment before charging towards them. Not understanding Xiao Feng's situation, he dared not act recklessly, but the other four did not display any formidable combat power. It was better to eliminate them first. The speed of a fourth-tier powerhouse was incredibly fast. Just as his attack was about to land in front of brother Xiao Shui and the others, Xiao Feng used his battle spirit to charge to the entrance of the dungeon, blocking the attack from the fourth-tier powerhouse for his companions. The fourth-tier powerhouse suffered rebound damage from Xiao Feng again, causing his health to drop below 30%. Seeing this, the fourth-tier powerhouse was horrified. He could confirm that Xiao Feng was not using a special item to achieve this effect. Such a powerful item could not possibly last this long, otherwise, wouldn't possessing such an item make one invincible? After seeing brother Xiao Shui and the others successfully enter the dungeon, Xiao Feng had no more concerns. He stood at the entrance of the trial dungeon, just a step away from entering. However, he did not intend to do so. With about 10 seconds left for his battle spirit awakening, he was invincible during this time. The Ruthless Taunt's strong control. Time had passed, but he still had mental taunts. Xiao Feng faced dozens of little devils, including several third and fourth tier experts, yet remained utterly fearless. A strong disdain appeared on his face as he casually uttered two words, trash. This time, Xiao Feng did not use the dragon language but instead spoke in standard Sakura language. The little devils present, who had not learned the dragon language, understood him completely. On their territory, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom dared to mock them so brazenly. How could they tolerate it? Of course, they could not. A group of little devils, with eyes blazing like beasts, launched a fierce attack on Xiao Feng. Yet at that moment, the smile on Xiao Feng's face grew even wider. As the last 10 seconds were about to end, Xiao Feng sighed helplessly and retreated into the trial dungeon. His sigh was because that fourth-tier little devil was so close to being killed by his rebound damage. However, he ultimately held back. If the Ruthless Taunt skill could be used once more, he would have created an unprecedented record, a first-tier professional killing a fourth-tier powerhouse. Unfortunately, this goal could not be achieved. After entering the trial dungeon, the other four stood at the entrance and did not act. They were momentarily worried about Xiao Feng's safety. After all, there were many strong opponents outside, and they did not know if Xiao Feng could truly withstand it. Secondly, as long as they held the entrance, none of the little devils inside the dungeon would escape. Acting recklessly might allow other trial participants to flee. Seeing Xiao Feng safely enter the dungeon, they finally felt relieved. With their combined strength, entering the trial dungeon was equivalent to entering a safe zone. They no longer had to worry about high-tier powerhouses from Sakura country coming in to attack. Now was the time for them to reap the rewards. Hint, you have entered a first-tier trial dungeon and the trial task has been triggered. Click for details. Entering the trial dungeon of Sakura Country actually triggered a trial task, which saved them a lot of trouble. They could complete the Dragon Seed Team assessment task while also accomplishing the trial breakthrough task. It was truly a 2-for-1 deal. No need to rush the task, let's first kill all the little devils in the dungeon. We have 3 days, which is enough time to complete the task. Green hair, check the situation. Inside the dungeon first. Brother Knight, don't worry, as soon as I entered, I released my summoned beast to scout. We should have results soon. Xiaofeng nodded, not taking action yet. It was better to understand how many enemies were inside the dungeon first. Checking the system prompt, in those 20 seconds, he had killed a total of 45 people, and the drop rate was still disappointing. He only obtained 5 blood contract treasure chests, but it was still decent. Better than nothing. Before long, Brother Carefree spoke up, we have results. Speak. There are about 100 trial takers in the dungeon, and so far, I haven't seen any particularly powerful professionals. I guess it has to do with this place being relatively remote. Over 100 is already quite a lot. Here's the plan, I'll guard the entrance here, and you all go and take them out. Alright. The 4 of them quickly dashed in one direction. With their combined strength, they could sweep through the entire dungeon. At this time, 3 trial dungeons in Sakura Country were attacked one after another. During this period, to prevent retaliation from Dragon Country, they had stationed 3rd-tier experts at each major trial dungeon as soon as they appeared. One team, caught off guard by the defenders, entered the dungeon at an extremely fast speed. In another instance, it was even more bizarre, they didn't even notice how the Dragon Country professionals entered. As for the last location, the 3rd-tier defender had an urgent matter and specifically called in a 4th-tier expert to take over, but unexpectedly, the Dragon Country professionals still succeeded. Moreover, it was said that the 4th-tier professional almost died. This made the people of Sakura Country suspect that Dragon Country had sent even more powerful professionals to invade. When they learned the truth, they were even more shocked. Because the person who nearly killed the 4th-tier defender had actually entered the trial dungeon. This indicated that he was merely a 1st-tier professional, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the trial dungeon at all. No one could break the rules set by the Paradise of 10,000 Realms. This was an ironclad rule, at least so far, no one in the world had been able to break it. After analyzing the video footage from the scene, they reached a conclusion. The invader must have used a powerful one-time item, which likely lasted only about 20 seconds. Otherwise, he could have easily waited until after killing the 4th-tier defender to enter the dungeon. At that time, the 4th-tier defender's health would have already dropped below 10%. In this situation, retreating into the dungeon could only mean that the invader's item was about to expire. Without that powerful item, he certainly wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from others. Later, the news relayed back from inside the trial dungeon confirmed this point. The Dragon Country professional who had contended with the 4th-tier defender did not appear to participate in the slaughter of the Sakura Country professionals inside the dungeon. This indicated that after losing that item, his strength was not very formidable. On the contrary, the 4 Dragon Country professionals who entered the dungeon early were extraordinarily strong. They slaughtered the Sakura Country professionals who entered the trial dungeon without any resistance. Some of the stronger Sakura Country professionals had no power to fight back against them at all. In this light, the person who nearly killed the 4th-tier defender became less conspicuous. Upon learning this result, the higher-ups of Sakura Country were first shocked, then angry, and finally happy. Yes, happy. Whether it was the one who contended with the 4th-tier defender or the other 4, they were all considered top-tier geniuses in Dragon Country. As long as they killed them, it would be a huge profit, not to mention the death of 100 professionals. Even the death of 1,000 would be a big gain. Similarly, the Dragon Country professionals appearing in the other 2 trial dungeons were also very formidable. Judging from the news relayed from inside the trial dungeons, the Dragon Country invaders in the other 2 dungeons were even stronger than Xiaofeng and his group. After all, as the main force, Xiaofeng had not yet made a move inside the dungeon. The high-ranking officials of Sakura Country immediately issued orders to seal off these 3 trial dungeons, while also announcing a nationwide bounty for hunting down the invaders from Dragon Country. Anyone who kills a Dragon Country invader by any means will receive a staggering reward. Once this bounty was announced, it stirred up a huge uproar in Sakura Country. People felt that Dragon Country was being excessively arrogant, actually invading the homeland of Sakura Country with only 1st-tier professionals. In their eyes, this was not just an invasion but a blatant act of contempt and insult. For the people of Sakura Country, who were accustomed to invading other nations and rarely being invaded themselves, this was an immense humiliation. Countless Professionals from Sakura country were filled with righteous indignation, vowing to eliminate all invaders. Just as they were preparing to take action, a piece of news pushed the anger of all professionals in Sakura country to its peak. Another first-tier professional from Dragon country had broken through heavy defenses and entered the trial dungeon despite their strong guard. This news quickly spread among the professionals of Sakura country, further escalating their fury. Many professionals from Sakura country rushed to the nearest trial dungeon occupied by the Dragon country invaders. At the same time, the Sakura country government was recruiting top first-tier experts. They knew that these Dragon country people must have great confidence in their own strength to dare to come. Ordinary first-tier professionals would not be their match. At this moment, the actions of Xiao Feng and his companions caused a huge stir within Sakura country. Xiao Feng stood alone at the entrance of the trial dungeon, during which only a few Sakura country trialists entered. However, they were all easily dealt with by Xiao Feng. Half an hour passed, and the Sakura country professionals inside the dungeon were completely cleared out by the four of them. Soon after, the four gathered again at the entrance of the dungeon. Brother Cool asked, "What should we do now?" Xiao Feng thought for a moment and replied, "It seems our strength has been exposed. The professionals of Sakura country are not fools, they definitely won't let ordinary professionals come to their deaths. Those who dare to enter the dungeon must be strong, otherwise, it would just be a death sentence. So are we just going to wait here?" Natural Disaster suggested, "How about we complete the trial task first?" Xiao Feng thought for a moment and nodded, "That's fine, but after completing it, don't promote to second tier. Once we promote to second tier, we will be forcibly expelled from the trial dungeon, and that would be dangerous. Alright, then I and Ouyang Feng will guard here, and you three go complete the task first, then come back to switch with us. Okay, be careful. If you can't handle it, retreat first and wait for us to return." Natural Disaster and Ouyang Feng were both extremely powerful. Their strength in occupying territory was outrageous. Whether it was the Undead Legion or toxic fog attacks, as long as they set up formations in advance, it wouldn't matter how many people came. With the two of them guarding the entrance, unless they encountered an absolute freak, it would be nearly impossible to break through the defensive formations they set up. Just imagine, a large group of professionals entering the trial dungeon would be hit by dozens of poisons. These poisons would not only deal high damage but also have various debuff effects, followed by countless powerful undead creatures swarming in. How many could withstand such a situation? This was also why Xiao Feng felt at ease letting the two guard the entrance. The content of the trial task remained unchanged. They still needed to kill monsters in the dungeon within 24 hours to obtain genetic energy. Collecting 1,000 points of genetic energy would complete the task. If they failed to collect 1,000 points of genetic energy within 24 hours, it would be considered a failure, and any genetic energy already collected would be reset to 0. After testing, Brother Cool found that each monster killed in the trial dungeon would yield 1 point of genetic energy. This meant they only needed to successfully kill 1,000 monsters to complete the task. The strength of the monsters in the trial dungeon was not too high, of course, this was only in comparison to people like Xiao Feng and his companions. For ordinary first-tier professionals, the difficulty remains considerable. In the trial dungeon, players can form teams, but only the monsters killed by oneself can yield gene energy, which puts some less aggressive professionals at a disadvantage. To complete the trial task as quickly as possible, the three chose to split up to hunt monsters. Xiao Feng did not rush to kill monsters but instead wandered around the dungeon. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Finding a suitable spot to hunt monsters can greatly improve efficiency. When Xiao Feng arrived at a relatively spacious dead end in the trial dungeon, he stopped. The monsters here are about 1 meter tall, resembling a smaller version of night elves. They are slender and agile, covered in deep blue-black scales that shimmer slightly in the dim light, as if they can absorb the surrounding light. Their heads are slightly flattened, and their eyes gleam with a ghostly green light, capable of piercing the darkness to accurately locate their targets. Most strikingly, they have 2 pairs of transparent, gossamer-like wings on their backs, allowing them to fly silently in the air. The ends of each hand have evolved into 3 long, tentacle-like structures, with tiny suckers at the tips, enabling them to grasp objects flexibly and serving as key organs for their ranged attacks. Xiao Feng chose this place to farm monsters because the creatures here met all his requirements for hunting, ranged attacks and the ability to fly. These 2 points perfectly avoided the problem of having too few monsters able to attack him simultaneously due to their overwhelming numbers. After testing, the attack speed of these monsters was also quite good, almost reaching an attack frequency of once per second. Such an attack speed is already considered fast among monsters. At this moment, the system also provided the relevant attributes of the monsters: monster name, Shadow Archer, Trial Monster, level 100. Health points, 99999 physical attack, 499 magical attack, 499 physical defense, 388 magical defense, 388 skill 1 precise throw. The Shadow Archer can precisely control the shadow darts launched by its tentacles, hitting targets accurately even at long distances. The darts can slightly alter their trajectory during flight to avoid obstacles. Skill 2 variable effects, depending on the needs of the battle, the Shadow Archer can change the effects of the shadow darts. For example, they can poison the target, slow them down, or deal continuous damage. In specific situations, the darts can also explode, causing area damage to surrounding enemies. Skill 3 Phantom Trap sets up traps made of phantom light that trigger when enemies step on them, potentially causing explosions, bindings, or slowing effects, creating opportunities for the Shadow Archer to attack. Xiaofeng was too lazy to look at the remaining skills. The Shadow Archer has a health of up to 100,000, but its attack and defense are too weak. Even if their attack power increased tenfold, it would pose no threat to Xiaofeng. Do the Shadow Archers seem too weak? Not really, they are social monsters, and once one is provoked, a large number of Shadow Archers will attack simultaneously. Ordinary professionals would not dare to approach here. Once focused on, they would be instantly killed, except for some tank-type warriors. However, Xiaofeng far surpassed ordinary professionals, making these monsters appear overly weak in his eyes. Xiaofeng went straight to the center of the monsters. Here, he didn't even need to move to attract the attacks of most of the surrounding Shadow Archers. -998, -998, -998. A series of damage prompts appeared above the heads of the Shadow Archers attacking him. It was a sight to behold. With 100,000 health points, under the Shadow Archer's attack frequency of once per second, he was killed by the rebound in just over a minute. You have defeated the Shadow Archer, gaining Gene Energy Point times 1. You have defeated the Shadow Archer and gained 1 Gene Energy Point. You have defeated the Shadow Archer and gained 1 Gene Energy Point. Watching the system notifications flood the screen, Xiaofeng was quite satisfied with the monster respawn rate here. Roughly estimating, the number of monsters that could attack him simultaneously had reached over 300. If it were another tank-type profession, they would likely be killed instantly. In just 5 minutes, Xiaofeng's Gene Energy Points had reached 1,000. Notification: you have obtained 1,000 Gene Energy Points, and the trial task is complete. Submit task? Yes/no. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and did not submit the task directly. He had heard from teacher Bai Jiangxue that there was a chance to trigger hidden tasks within the trial dungeon, which could yield more gene evolution agents. Although no one knew how to trigger the hidden tasks, Xiaofeng planned to give it a try. His biggest difference from others in the trial dungeon should be his resilience and monster-killing speed. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well continue farming monsters here. He could always rush over when needed. The distance from his current location to the dungeon entrance was not far, it would only take 3 to 4 minutes to get there, so it was no problem at all. Thus, Xiaofeng sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the Shadow Archers to attack him. An hour later, Xiaofeng received another system notification. Notification: you have killed 10,000 trial monsters, and you receive an additional 1,000 Gene Energy Points as a reward. Submit task? Yes/no. Not submitting. Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. Could this be the so-called hidden task? Within 24 hours, an ordinary professional might not even manage to kill 1,000 monsters, let alone 10,000. Farming monsters here yielded nothing but gene energy. This also meant that no one would be bored enough to kill 10,000 monsters without any rewards. Xiaofeng's eyes brightened even more. He shared this news with a few others. After learning about it, they also joined the monster farming camp. As for guarding the entrance of the trial dungeon, let it be. First, they would secure the tangible benefits. Moreover, the assessment task for the Dragon Seed team required them to stay in the trial dungeon for a sufficient amount of time, without any clear stipulation on how many enemies they needed to kill. Temporarily letting go of the entrance and allowing them to come in might even confuse the enemy, making them think that their team members couldn't sustain themselves, which could lead to more people entering the dungeon. 10 hours later, Xiaofeng received another system notification. Notification: you have killed 100,000 trial monsters, and you receive an additional 2,000 Gene Energy Points as a reward. You have now accumulated 4,000 Gene Energy Points. Submit task? Yes/no. Not submitting. Xiaofeng chose not to submit the task again. He wanted to see what the limit here was. When the others learned that the third reward required killing 100,000 monsters, they gave up on continuing to farm after reaching 10,000. With their monster-killing speed, reaching 10,000 within 24 hours was already quite a stretch. 100,000 was something they couldn't even dare to imagine. At this point, they realized the true terror of Xiaofeng. Even Ouyang Feng, who had killed the most monsters among them, had only killed over 8,000, while Xiao Feng had already killed 100,000. The efficiency was simply unimaginable. Recalling the scene when Xiao Feng killed the mutated wasps, they understood why his monster killing speed was so fast. Because he didn't even need to lift a finger to easily kill the monsters attacking him. Looking at their own ultra-rare professions, they suddenly felt it was just average. Compared to Xiao Feng's useless profession, the reverse-scale battle soul, it felt too ordinary. The first reward was for killing 1,000 trial monsters. For the second time, he received a reward, and the number of monsters killed increased tenfold, reaching 10,000. For the third time, the number of monsters killed again increased tenfold, reaching 100,000. However, the quantity of the third reward also doubled, reaching 2,000 points of genetic energy. By this calculation, the fourth reward is likely to require killing 1 million monsters. Xiao Feng's current monster killing speed is about 10,000 per hour. They have been in the dungeon for over 11 hours since accepting the mission. There are less than 13 hours left until the mission ends. It is almost impossible to kill another 900,000 monsters within 13 hours. From the map information feedback provided by Brother Xiaosa, Xiao Feng discovered that this is already the most suitable place for him to level up, and it is nearly impossible to increase his speed by 8 or 9 times. Xiao Feng felt helpless about this. He could only wait to see if there would be any rewards when he reached 200,000 kills. During this time, some fearless professionals from Sakura country entered the trial dungeon, but they were all instantly killed by the poison fog bombs set up by Ouyang Feng. It wasn't until 15 hours after they entered the dungeon that a large group of powerful professionals entered. By this time, Brother Xiaosa and his 3 companions had already completed the task of killing 10,000 monsters. After completing the hidden task of killing 10,000 monsters, the next reward would require killing 100,000 monsters. With their current monster killing speed, it was simply impossible to achieve. After completing the task of killing 10,000 monsters, the group submitted the task and each received 2 bottles of genetic evolution essence. After taking turns to wail and howl, their strength was greatly enhanced. The 4 of them were already very strong, and after consuming the 2 bottles of genetic evolution essence, their power was further boosted. Not to mention ordinary professionals from Sakura country. Even the top-tier first-level professionals from Sakura country might not be their match. Seeing this, Xiao Feng completely relaxed and focused on grinding monsters. While grinding monsters became boring, Xiao Feng pondered how the people of Sakura country turned the trial dungeon into a dead zone, preventing monsters from respawning. If he could find this method, perhaps he could replicate it and turn the trial dungeon of Sakura country into a dead zone as well. The land area of Sakura country is relatively small, so the number of trial dungeons is naturally fewer. In the case of the same amount of loss, it would definitely cause greater damage to Sakura country. How did they manage to achieve this? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Feng still couldn't figure out how the little devils did it. Suddenly, he recalled that every time the other side stopped the dungeon from respawning monsters, they seemed to create a terrifying presence within it. Could it be that they couldn't take away that energy? Did they have to resort to this method to prevent the energy from being wasted or reset? The more Xiao Feng thought about it, the more he felt it should be this way. What exactly is the substance that allows monsters to respawn infinitely, and where is it hidden? Xiao Feng suddenly looked towards the ground. If there really is something here that allows monsters to respawn infinitely, then the most likely storage location would be beneath the ground. The dungeon is protected by the power of rules, and without the power of rules, no damage can be inflicted on any part of the dungeon. These monsters continuously emerged from the ground, so the thing that allows monsters to respawn infinitely is most likely hidden underground. Thinking of this, he acted. Xiao Feng stood up, found the center of this monster spawning area, and then used the Battle Soul Charge skill to rush deep into the ground. Boom, the Battle Soul Charge skill can ignore rules, nothing can obstruct it. Not even the hardest objects. Xiao Feng dove into the ground without any hindrance. Suddenly, in the pitch-black depths of the ground, a heart emitting a faint green light, resembling a crystal, appeared before Xiao Feng's eyes. Yes, it was a heart. A heart that was still beating. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that this item was capable of allowing monsters to respawn infinitely. Boom, Xiao Feng suddenly looked up. Not good. He saw that the hole created by his soul charge was slowly closing. This was likely due to the power of the rules repairing the damaged ground. Grabbing the light green crystal heart, Xiao Feng quickly climbed towards the ground. Just as he reached the surface, the cave he had created underground closed up again. If he had been even a moment later, he would have been trapped deep underground. His soul charge skill had a cooldown of 30 minutes. Given Xiao Feng's physique, holding his breath for 30 minutes was completely manageable, but he feared that the power of the rules would restore the ground, crushing him into a puddle of blood, and There might not even be any blood left. Warning, this item is the core item for the infinite respawn of monsters. Once removed, this area will permanently lose the function of infinite monster respawn. Warning, detected that the practitioner is intentionally destroying the secondary item of the 10,000 Realms Paradise trial. System is determination complete, you have violated the rules of the 10,000 Realms Paradise system, threatening the operational rules of the 10,000 Realms Paradise, threat level 1 star. The system will execute you forcibly. Seeing this system prompt, Xiao Feng was shocked. Damn it, it was just taking an item, it shouldn't warrant such a harsh punishment. A terrifying pressure suddenly appeared above Xiao Feng's head. Looking up, he saw nothing. But he could feel that terrifying pressure rapidly approaching. He had no choice but to fight back. Immediately, Xiao Feng used the soul revival skill on himself. Since the soul charge skill could disrupt the rules, it was likely that these two skills could also resist the power of the rules. As soon as Xiao Feng used the soul revival skill, that terrifying energy enveloped his entire body. At that moment, he could clearly feel a certain energy within him clashing with that terrifying energy. The clash of the two energies began to distort the surrounding space, demonstrating just how powerful they were. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Feng was sweating profusely. He had no idea how long this execution power would last. If it exceeded 20 seconds, the effect of the soul revival skill would disappear, and he would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, this force did not last long. After 10 seconds, the terrifying strangling power slowly receded. Hint, forced execution has been carried out. Seeing this system prompt, Xiao Feng was bewildered. Was that it? He quickly checked his body in the system panel, finding no other abnormalities. Only then did he feel relieved. It seemed that the system was merely a program, executing commands without caring about the specific results. Carefully observing the system prompt that had just appeared, Xiao Feng discovered that the system's threat assessment of his actions was only 1 star. Did this mean that the punishment level was also just 1 star? If that were the case, would the punishments for 2-star and 3-star threats be stronger? Would he still be able to resist then? Forget it, he should try to avoid such things in the future. Hint, you have obtained the Heart of the Shadow Archer. Heart of the Shadow Archer contains a large amount of life energy. Unexpectedly, after surviving the system's forced execution, this item was actually recognized by the system as his. Containing a large amount of life energy, this item should be what the little devils used to mutate the boss. Just as Xiao Feng was carefully observing this heart, the mysterious energy within him revived once again. Then, the heart of the Shadow Archer slowly melted in his hand, transforming into a light green energy that was rapidly absorbed by his body. In just a moment, the heart of the Shadow Archer completely disappeared from his hand, as if it had never existed. What was going on? The duck he had caught flew away? He carefully felt his body and opened his personal attribute panel to check, only to find that there were still no changes. He only felt that his body was lighter and more transparent than before. Xiao Feng suddenly thought of his abnormal potential limit. The potential limit for an ordinary first-tier professional is generally around 700 points, and most geniuses do not exceed 1000 points. Reaching level 100 grants 500 attribute enhancement points. Most people, after enhancing these 500 points, can use at most 200 attribute enhancement scrolls before reaching their limit and being unable to improve further. However, Xiao Feng had used at least 1,500 attribute enhancement scrolls. His total of the 4 basic attributes now exceeded 2,000 points. Yet, he had not felt the so-called potential limit bottleneck. Based on the time calculations, Xiao Feng realized that there was indeed a possibility. Although he had not felt that kind of energy before, he noticed his body became much lighter when he first encountered the mutated boss, the bloodthirsty tree demon. It seemed that he had gained this mysterious energy at that time, which significantly raised his potential limit. After that, he also killed the forest overlord, and he felt the same way then. Following that, he continuously killed 8 mutated bosses, and each time he did, his body felt much lighter. Looking back now, he realized he had this feeling every time he killed a mutated boss created with special energy. If this speculation were true, then the monster heart would naturally be more beneficial. Regardless, after absorbing that special substance, his body felt no discomfort. Instead, it became even more relaxed. Just based on this, Xiao Feng would not give up on continuing to acquire this substance. The only concern was whether the punishment from the Wanjia Paradise system would intensify. After the last batch of Shadow Archers was killed by Xiao Feng's reflected damage, no new monsters had spawned here. It seemed that the plan to turn this dungeon into a dead zone might actually be achievable. According to the information provided by Brother Xiaosa, there were about 60 monster spawn points in this trial dungeon. As long as he extracted all the monster hearts from this dungeon, it would become a dead zone. However, his soul awakening skill had a cooldown of 30 minutes. He could use it a maximum of 2 times in an hour. To extract all 60 monster hearts would take at least 30 hours. 30 hours, that's enough. They had only been in this dungeon for a little over 10 hours, and there were still more than 50 hours left until the 72-hour deadline given by the Dragon Seed team. Since he had decided to turn this dungeon into a dead zone, there was no need to continue farming monsters. Xiaofeng simply submitted the trial task. Prompt: yes/no to submit the task. Submit. Prompt: first tier trial task completed, recovering Gene energy recovery complete. You have gained a total of 4,000 gene energy points. You have received task rewards, gene evolution elixir times 4. Seeing the system prompt, a smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. 4 bottles of gene evolution elixir would surely allow him to enhance his strength once again, surpassing any previous improvements. Prompt: yes/no to use the gene evolution elixir now. Prompt: using this elixir will undergo deep transformation of the body, causing certain pain to the user. Please choose a safe place to use this elixir. With no monsters respawning and the entrance to the dungeon guarded by Brother Xiaosa and his 3 companions, this had become the best place to take the elixir. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng directly used 1 bottle of gene evolution elixir. Use. The crystal bottle in his hand exploded, and an invisible energy instantly surged into Xiaofeng's body. This energy entered his body and rapidly spread to every part of his being. In just a moment, every cell in Xiaofeng's body was enveloped by this energy. With the experience from the previous uses, and the fact that his physical strength had improved significantly compared to before, the pain brought on by the potion was manageable. At this level of pain, he could sit still and endure it. Tip: genetic modification completed, current genetic strength 300 points, for basic attributes provide a 150% bonus to derived attributes. Tip: you have met the minimum requirements for promotion to the 2nd tier. Do you wish to promote to the 2nd tier? Yes/no. No promotion. Xiaofeng did not continue using the genetic evolution potion, as the soul charge skill had finished its cooldown. A few minutes later, Xiaofeng obtained another monster heart. The same system warning appeared again. Warning: this item is the core item for the infinite respawn of monsters. If removed from this area, the infinite respawn function will be permanently lost. Warning: detected that the practitioner is intentionally destroying the secondary trial item of the Infinite Realm Paradise. System judgment in progress, judgment complete. You have violated the rules of the Infinite Realm Paradise system, threatening the operational rules of the Infinite Realm Paradise, threat level 1 star. The system will execute you forcibly. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaofeng felt relieved. The threat level was still only 1 star. At the first moment he received the system prompt, Xiaofeng used the Soul Awakening skill on the rock solid again. 10 seconds passed, and that terrifying power slowly faded. Xiaofeng once again withstood the system's forced execution. The monster heart he had just obtained was also absorbed by his body. During the cooldown of the Soul Awakening skill, Xiaofeng used another bottle of genetic evolution potion. Thus, after the cooldown of the Soul Awakening skill, Xiaofeng went to collect the monster heart and used the genetic evolution potion during the skill's cooldown. An hour and a half later, Xiaofeng had obtained and absorbed 4 monster hearts. Similarly, he had used all 4 bottles of genetic purification potions. Tip: genetic modification completed, current genetic strength 450 points, for basic attributes provide a 225% bonus to derived attributes. A 225% attribute bonus means that for every point of strength he enhances, the derived attributes increase by 3.25 times compared to before. He opened the attribute panel to check. Name: Knight Profession, Reverse Scale Soul, Rare Profession, Level, 1st Tier, Level 100, Health Points, 120483 Mana Points, 471 Constitution, 3661 Strength, 29 Agility, 15 Intelligence, 15 Physical Defense, 9898 Magical Defense, 9687 Combat Power Assessment, 5306. After continuously consuming 4 bottles of genetic evolution potions, his health points finally broke through the 100,000 mark, reaching 120,000. Both defenses were also close to 10,000 points. The health recovery speed reached a terrifying 12,819 points per second. Such attributes appearing on a 1st-tier practitioner were simply unimaginable. At this moment, Brother Xiaosa sent a message, asking Xiaofeng to come for a meal. When Xiaofeng arrived at the dungeon entrance, he was stunned by the scene before him. The 4 of them were actually feasting at the dungeon entrance. Upon closer inspection, everything they were eating and drinking was actually public items. Seeing the smile on Brother Xiaosa's face, Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is truly wonderful. When the others noticed Xiaofeng's arrival, their expressions were filled with oddity. The calamity even directly covered his nose. It was then that Xiaofeng remembered. After consuming 4 bottles of genetic purification potions, his body had expelled a large amount of dirt and he had been too focused to pay attention before. He only recalled this now. Xiao Feng wondered. Hadn't these people also consumed genetic evolution potions? How could they be so clean? Brother Xiaosa, covering his nose, quickly walked up to Xiao Feng. Brother Knight, come with me. Xiao Feng followed. Brother Xiao saw deeper into the dungeon and discovered that there was actually a deep pool inside the dungeon, with crystal clear spring water. We're washing up here. You should wash too, the smell is quite overwhelming. Alright. After the suave guy left, Xiao Feng leaped into the pool. After washing off the dirt, he felt refreshed. Just then, a professional suddenly lunged out of the water and launched a deadly attack on Xiao Feng. One must admit, the assassin had perfect timing. At that moment, Xiao Feng had removed all his gear, and without the equipment bonuses, his strength had dropped significantly. Moreover, he was completely relaxed, making it even easier to be caught off guard. -8,000 Tip, you have killed the professional Yuzhen. The assassin's attack power was indeed formidable, dealing 4,000 points of damage in a single strike. But little did he know how abnormal Xiao Feng was. Even without any gear, his defenses were still as high as 6,000 points. The assassin's 4,000-point critical hit was not enough to breach Xiao Feng's defenses. After enduring 2 instances of double damage reflection from Xiao Feng, the assassin died instantly. In his final moments, he couldn't even fathom the sight before him. Was this person, who wore no equipment, really just a first tier? Of course, this was merely a small episode. Returning to the entrance of the dungeon, Xiao Feng watched as the suave guy prepared various delicacies made from mutated creature meat, and he began to eat. This time, the food brought by the suave guy had a higher caloric content than what Xiao Feng had during his last meal with the suave guy's father. The others, even after genetic enhancement, could only eat a few small pieces before feeling stuffed. Yet Xiao Feng consumed more than the total amount eaten by the other 4 combined. Seeing this, the suave guy and the others were left agape. They all knew Xiao Feng had a strong physique, but they never expected it to be to such an extent. After eating and drinking to their fill, Xiao Feng spoke up. I've found a way to turn the trial dungeon into a dead zone. What? The others looked at Xiao Feng in shock simultaneously. Brother Knight, quickly tell us how you did it. Xiao Feng did not hold back and recounted the events. After hearing Xiao Feng's account, Ouyang Feng murmured, so, one must master a kind of rule power to extract the monster's heart? Yes, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy the ground. Let alone extract the monster's heart from deep underground. The ground outside the dungeon lacks the protection of rule power, so those monster hearts can be easily taken, which is why many places in the outside world cannot respawn monsters. Only in places that are hard to find or guarded by powerful mutated creatures can monsters continue to respawn. Jian San asked, the little devils must be using the monster's heart to create mutated bosses, right? Yes, but the specific functions of the monster's heart are unclear. Brother Knight, didn't you obtain a monster's heart? Show it to us. Xiao Feng shrugged. It's gone. Gone? What does that mean? Xiao Feng had no intention of revealing to them that he could absorb the monster's heart. It wasn't because he was worried about the others becoming stronger. Rather, he himself didn't understand why his body would actively absorb such things. Faced with their inquiries, Xiao Feng thought for a moment and said, it disappeared shortly after I took it out. This wasn't really a lie, as it had indeed vanished. The suave guy pondered, this kind of thing is protected by rule power, even if taken out, it should still be affected by the rule power and might have been directly reclaimed by the system. Yes, that must be it. Upon hearing the suave guy's explanation, everyone felt it made sense. Even Xiao Feng thought the suave guy's reasoning was quite logical. So what do we do next? Xiao Feng turned to look deeper into the dungeon. You all keep guarding, I'll collect some interest first and turn this dungeon into a dead zone. That made sense. If this group of little devils didn't dare to come in, their gains from this operation would be too little. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't worth it. Destroying a trial dungeon first could be considered collecting some interest. As Xiao Feng continuously extracted the monster hearts, 2 more batches of little devils broke into the dungeon, their strength even greater than the previous groups. However, after taking the gene evolution elixirs, Xiao Feng and his companions' strength surged, making it easy for them to handle the situation. The 4 of them now belonged to the top tier of professionals in Sakura country, and ordinary strong individuals naturally couldn't do anything to them. As time passed, fewer and fewer people entered the trial dungeon, but those who did were becoming stronger. One 5-person team even managed to fight with Xiao Feng and his companions for over 10 minutes before one of them left safely. From them, they learned that a large number of professionals from Sakura country had gathered outside the dungeon, including even 4th-tier strong individuals. This made Xiao Feng and his companions start to worry about how they would leave. Once the time limit for the dungeon was up, they would be forcibly expelled. At that time, without the protection of the dungeon, how would they escape from so many experts from Sakura country? Time flew by. Xiaofeng finally extracted the last monster heart from the dungeon. In these 30+ hours, his body had absorbed over 60 monster hearts. Besides feeling lighter and more comfortable, he still felt no other changes. He didn't know what the purpose of absorbing these monster hearts was. After reuniting with the others and hearing their concerns, Xiaofeng also realized the seriousness of the situation. Uncle Fu only told them he would come to pick them up after it was over. He never mentioned how or where he would pick them up. Seeing Xiaofeng approach, the others knew that this trial dungeon had already turned into a dead zone, and no new monsters could respawn. Naturally, professionals from Sakura country could no longer complete their trial tasks in this dungeon to level up. This could be considered recovering a bit of interest. Xiaofeng spoke up, "Brother Heiyi, what should we do now? They've been guarding the entrance without coming in, this can't go on." Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. Uncle Fu had sent all 5 teams of the Dragon Seed Squad to Sakura country for trials, and he certainly wouldn't disregard their lives. These 5 teams could be said to be the true top geniuses of this generation from Dragon country. If all 25 of them died in Sakura country, it wouldn't be a trial. It would be treason. Looking at it this way, Uncle Fu must have a way to safely take them away. He just hadn't told them what to do yet. Ouyang Feng slammed his fist on the ground, angrily saying, "If it weren't for so many high-tier strong individuals outside, I really want to go out and kill a bunch." Hearing Ouyang Feng's words, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Going out and causing chaos seemed feasible. No matter if they were 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even 5th tier strong individuals, Xiaofeng wasn't afraid at all. He could withstand even the forced execution of the Wanjia Paradise system, so why would he fear those professionals? However, his heartless taunt skill only lasted for 10 seconds, and the control time over some high-tier strong individuals would be even shorter. When he entered the dungeon, his control time over that 4th-tier strong individual was only 5 seconds. Such a short time was not enough for them to rebound and die. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and decided not to hold back his strength any longer. At this moment, he still had 95 unused skill enhancement points. He decided to upgrade his Heartless Taunt skill. Prompt, yes/no to consume 10 skill enhancement points to upgrade Heartless Taunt? Confirm. Prompt, skill enhancement complete. Heartless Taunt has been upgraded to level 11. View skill description. Skill name, Ruthless Taunt skill level 11 skill type, active skill. Cost, each use of this skill requires 50 mana points. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes skill effect. Using this skill will ruthlessly taunt all enemy units within a 30-meter diameter around you. The taunted enemy units will be forced to attack you for a duration of 11 seconds. After upgrading the Ruthless Taunt skill to level 10, the cooldown time remains unchanged. However, the coverage range increases by 10 meters, and the duration extends by 1 second. Seeing this, Xiaofeng smiled, it worked. Prompt, do you want to consume 85 skill enhancement points to upgrade the Ruthless Taunt skill? Confirm. Xiaofeng directly allocated all 95 skill enhancement points to the Ruthless Taunt skill. At this point, the Ruthless Taunt skill has reached level 96. The cooldown time for the level 96 Ruthless Taunt remains 30 minutes. However, the skill's release range has reached a radius of 125 meters, and the duration has extended to 19.5 seconds. It almost perfectly matches his Battle Soul Awakening skill. At this moment, the Battle Soul Awakening skill has recovered from cooldown. A smile crept onto Xiaofeng's lips. Guarding the entrance, are you? Let's give you something fierce. After equipping his gear, Xiaofeng stood up and walked towards the dungeon exit. Brother Knight, what are you going to do? Seeing Xiaofeng about to exit the dungeon, Brother Handsome was startled, and the others also stood up, nervously watching Xiaofeng. They knew that outside there were a large number of high-level powerhouses. Although Xiaofeng had withstood many strong attacks before, that was when they were caught off guard. Now the opponents were well prepared, and there were even more experts. Walking out like this was tantamount to seeking death. Looking back at the others, he smiled, it's fine, trust me. Although Xiaofeng said this, Brother Handsome and the others were still filled with worry. Brother Knight, is it really necessary to be this reckless? It's fine, these people can't do anything to me. Seeing that Xiaofeng had made up his mind, the others no longer tried to stop him. Watching Xiaofeng resolutely walk out of the dungeon, the four exchanged glances, remaining silent. Although their own strength was also rapidly increasing, the gap between them and Xiaofeng was only growing larger. This dealt a significant blow to their confidence. Brother Handsome noticed their disappointment and comforted them, we can't compare to Brother Knight. He's the 4th freak to pass the 1200th floor of the trial tower since the arrival of the Paradise of All Realms. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but marvel at Xiaofeng's abnormality once again. Outside the trial dungeon, many high-ranking officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation had gathered. Of course, there were even more first-tier prodigies from various regions of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Only first-tier professionals could enter the trial dungeon. This was the best stage for them to showcase their strength and potential to the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation. As long as they entered the trial dungeon and slayed the Dragon Kingdom invaders inside, they could achieve fame in one fell swoop, with limitless prospects ahead. Sir, let us go. With our team's strength, we can definitely slay them all. Looking at a short man who volunteered, the elder in charge was quite pleased with his bravery. However, he ultimately shook his head slightly. Your team has great potential, but you are not their match yet. How is that possible? Each member of our team has the strength to defeat second-tier powerhouses individually. The elder still shook his head. Do you think they don't? For a moment, the short man was at a loss for words. Indeed, with the strength of 5, they could easily kill all the challengers in the dungeon without any casualties. If it were their team, they would definitely suffer significant losses. Let's wait, the Amaterasu team is already on their way. Once they arrive, none of the invaders in the dungeon will escape. What? The Amaterasu team was a national team formed in imitation of the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon-type team. It is the strongest rookie team formed in the land of cherry blossoms. Among them, the strength of the Amaterasu team even surpasses that of the Dragon Nation's Dragon Seed team. The reputation of the Amaterasu team is already well known throughout the land of cherry blossoms. In their eyes, as long as the Amaterasu team takes action, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. When this news spread, everyone present was filled with excitement. Even if they could not personally deal with the invaders, witnessing the grace of the Amaterasu team made the trip worthwhile. Just then, ripples appeared on the light screen at the entrance of the trial dungeon. A figure stepped out from within. The previously injured fourth-tier powerhouse was filled with rage upon seeing that the newcomer was the Dragon Nation's practitioner who had nearly killed him. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a pin drop could be heard. This Dragon Nation person must be crazy. Knowing that a large number of high-level practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms had gathered outside the dungeon, he, a first-tier practitioner, dared to come out. Inside the dungeon, these high-tier practitioners could not enter, but once he left the dungeon, there would be no restrictions. Xiao Feng scanned the crowd. Faced with a group of high-level practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms, Xiao Feng showed no fear. Heartless taunt. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of the fourth-tier practitioner changed dramatically. Here we go again. In an instant, all the practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms within a 125-meter radius of Xiao Feng displayed extreme anger. Countless attacks surged toward Xiao Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was quite pleased. That's right, he was happy to be attacked. The harder the enemy hit him, the happier he became. Not to mention those third and fourth-tier practitioners. Even the elder at the forefront, a fifth-tier powerhouse, showed anger on his face and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Feng after he used the Heartless Taunt skill. The elder appeared frail, but his strength was incredibly powerful, as a fist made of energy slammed toward Xiao Feng. This move could not be withstood even by an ordinary fifth-tier practitioner. However, his opponent was Xiao Feng, who was immune to all damage. No matter how strong the attack, it was of no use. Before obtaining the Cloud Hidden set, Xiao Feng would not have dared to be so arrogant even if he could be 100% immune to damage. With the Immovable King set skill from the Cloud Hidden set, he could be immune to all knockbacks and control effects. No matter how strong the elder's power was, he could not make Xiao Feng retreat an inch. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Feng dared to come out. Without the Immovable King's immunity to knockbacks and control effects, some powerful practitioners could easily blast him away, preventing him from returning to the dungeon. At that time, when the Soul Awakening skill ended, he would truly be sending himself to his death. Various sounds of attacks accompanied by roars of anger and screams echoed around, like a melodious symphony. Yet to the practitioners of the land of cherry blossoms, this sound was like a death knell from hell. One by one, they first felt anger, then fear, and finally despair. They realized that their attacks on the invader could not be stopped. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed by their own attacks. A large number of practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms fell one after another. The first to break free from the Heartless Taunt skill was the elder, who managed to escape the control in less than 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds nearly cost him his life. This was the first time since becoming a fifth-tier powerhouse that he truly felt the threat of death. At this moment, he had no time for regret. Looking at the practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms dying around him, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. "Wake up!" the elder roared, and his voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing some practitioners on the verge of death to suddenly regain their senses. However, most of the weak-willed individuals still could not break free from that control and continued to attack Xiao Feng. Among them was the earlier fourth-tier powerhouse who had nearly died. Seeing this, the elder could only stand there in a daze. He dared not continue attacking Xiaofeng. At this point, his health had already dropped by more than half. And he could not guarantee that he would not be killed by the backlash if he struck again. At this moment, he, as a powerful 5th-tier warrior, was overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. This was the first time in his 10 years as a professional that he felt fear towards a 1st-tier professional. Yes, fear. Xiaofeng was also taken aback as he watched many people break free from the control of the merciless taunt at the old man's loud shout. After all, merciless taunt was not his professional skill, it lacked the power of rules, and enemies had many ways to counter it, especially high-tier warriors. He must pay attention to this in the future, otherwise, a miscalculation could lead to irreparable serious consequences. As the Battle Soul Awakening skill was about to end, a hint of disdain appeared on Xiaofeng's face. A bunch of trash. Then he slowly retreated until his entire body was enveloped by the trial instance's light curtain. After Xiaofeng's figure disappeared, the old man looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and let out an extremely unwilling roar. Now, apart from the government staff of Sakura country at the entrance of the trial instance, most were newly risen 1st-tier geniuses. These geniuses had come here to kill the invaders at their summons. Unexpectedly, this action led to the deaths of more than half of them. In just those 10 seconds, the number of dead 1st-tier trialists had reached over 200. Moreover, more than 30 staff members from the 2nd and 3rd tiers had also died. Even 3 4th-tier warriors had perished. The losses from this small-scale battle were perhaps greater than any they had seen before. Yet, they had no way to deal with it. What on earth was that Dragon Country professional? Not only could he completely immunize against all damage, but he could also resist all control and knockback effects. He even had a terrifying counterattack of up to 200%. Was he really a 1st-tier professional? At this moment, the old man began to doubt the facts he had witnessed with his own eyes. Xiaofeng re-entered the trial instance. When the suave brother and the others saw Xiaofeng return unscathed, they finally felt relieved. "Brother Black Knight, how was it?" the suave brother asked eagerly. Xiaofeng spread his hands, and over 20 blood contract chests floated before everyone. Seeing these more than 20 blood contract chests, the suave brother laughed heartily. "Brother Black Knight, you're amazing. You went out and killed 4 or 5 dozen little devils in front of so many high-tier warriors, and you didn't even get a scratch. I wouldn't be able to do that, even if I reached the 4th tier." Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "Not more than 20, but over 200. "What? You killed over 200? Xiaofeng nodded and said, "To be precise, 232 1st-tier professionals, 33 2nd and 3rd tier, and 3 4th tier. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the 4 were so astonished that they couldn't close their mouths. It had only been about 20 seconds, and Xiaofeng had actually killed so many. "Brother Black Knight, you're not joking, are you?" the suave brother asked uncertainly. Xiaofeng shot him a glance and remained silent. This time, he had obtained 26 blood contract chests from killing enemies, but he did not plan to open them now. He should be able to acquire quite a few more blood contract chests later. Xiaofeng indeed had little interest in opening blood contract chests, as most of what came out were trash. He wasn't particularly interested in that. After the shock, the group began to discuss their next steps. The main focus was on how to escape after they were forcibly ejected from the instance when it disappeared. At this point, it had been 35 hours since they arrived in Sakura country, and they had been in the instance for over 32 hours. There were still more than 30 hours left until the 3-day deadline given by Uncle Fu. The trial task given by Uncle Fu was to eliminate all Sakura country professionals within the trial instance. This task had already been completed. After Xiaofeng was ambushed at the pool, the group had conducted multiple searches within the instance, even involving Bei. Ouyang Feng had even released large-scale poison gas in various areas to clear them out. If there were still people they hadn't found after all this, then they had no better options left. This can be considered the completion of the first task assigned by Uncle Fu. The second task is to guard the instance for 3 days. Only by completing these 2 tasks will Uncle Fu come to pick them up. There are still over 30 hours left until the goal of guarding for 3 days. I cannot leave during this time, but you can. In the meantime, I will find a way to let you leave the instance early. Brother Hey. Yi, how can that be? We are a team, and we should naturally advance and retreat together. Xiaofeng waved his hand and said, "I'm not asking you to run away, but to go outside and hide. This has 2 benefits. First, you can observe the situation outside the instance and inform me through the friend system, allowing me to find the right moment to go out and clean up. The second is that if the instance ends early and we are pushed out, I can still protect myself, but you will be in danger." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the others no longer opposed him. His plan was indeed the most reasonable for safety. They were currently inside the instance, completely unaware of the situation outside. If the little devils had set any traps outside. Knowing about them in advance would help them avoid some danger. It was better than a group of people sitting idle inside the instance. Alright, brother Heiyi, we will listen to you. But with so many people guarding outside, and you mentioned there are 5th tier experts, how are we supposed to get out? There's no rush. I will go out and kill a few more times, and they will naturally not dare to come close. At that time, you can look for an opportunity to escape. Then it can only be this way. After the previous painful experience, the little devils had also become smarter. They no longer gathered at the entrance of the instance but retreated to a farther location. At the same time, they set up a large number of devices at the exit of the instance. Once Xiaofeng stepped out, these traps would automatically activate. According to their estimated trap damage, even a 5th tier expert would be instantly killed if they stepped on them. An hour later, Xiaofeng stepped out of the trial instance again. As soon as he stepped out, various traps beneath his feet activated instantly. Explosions, poisonous fog, flying arrows, falling rocks, flames, and ice traps all triggered one after another. The various trap attacks completely enveloped Xiaofeng. They thought that by not directly attacking Xiaofeng, they could avoid being hit by his rebound damage. But they underestimated the skill Thorn of Thorns. A group of practitioners from Sakura country hiding in the distance suddenly changed their expressions drastically. Many fell to the ground dead. This was not due to a ruthless taunt forcing them to use normal attacks against Xiaofeng, but rather the instant detonation of the traps they had stacked for a long time. The greatest advantage of trap skills is that they can be stacked in large numbers and then detonated simultaneously, causing extremely high output damage to the enemy. However, they did not expect that Xiaofeng could 100% immunize all damage. Even hiding several kilometers away, they could not escape the fate of being killed by the rebound. Among them, 5 4th tier experts also bled from their mouths and noses and fell to the ground one after another. Seeing this scene, the earlier 5th tier elder felt a mix of rage and a hint of fear. Fortunately, he had not set up any trap skills, otherwise he would have ended up like the others, killed by the rebound damage of his own traps. At this moment, he truly felt a bit scared. What kind of monster is this? Completely immune to damage, rebounding any attribute attack. As the dust settled, Xiaofeng's tall figure emerged. Looking at the continuously flashing kill notifications, a broader smile appeared on his face. Then, under the tense and terrified gaze of the Sakura country practitioners, Xiaofeng took another step forward. Boom, countless traps activated. Again. Accompanying this were more Sakura country practitioners exploding and dying. Just like that, Xiaofeng moved quickly at the entrance of the instance. Wherever he went, countless traps would trigger, causing those who had set the traps to suffer rebound damage. Some who had only set up control traps felt a sense of relief at this moment, as the control traps caused no harm or very little harm, and the rebound damage was not enough to kill them. Those who had set up poison fog traps relaxed as they found the rebound damage to be manageable. However, as time passed, they began to sense something was off. The poison fog traps they had set did not explode instantly but inflicted continuous damage. This meant they were suffering from the ongoing rebound damage of the poison fog. Moreover, this damage was twice as high as the damage they had inflicted with their poison fog traps. Boom! Just as Xiaofeng's soul awakening skill was about to end, he finally triggered the last trap he could find and slowly walked into the dungeon. He did not forget to glance back disdainfully at the surviving practitioners from the Sakura country in the distance. That glance sent a shiver down the spines of the Sakura country practitioners. Finally, Xiaofeng's voice echoed from the dungeon entrance, "Traps? The more, the better." As soon as Xiaofeng entered the dungeon, a group of Sakura country practitioners rushed towards the dungeon entrance. They were certainly not there to chase Xiaofeng. Instead, they aimed to dismantle the traps they had previously set that had not yet been triggered. Who knew when that freak would come out again? If they accidentally triggered their own traps, wouldn't that be equivalent to signing their own death warrant? These traps were not aimed at the enemy, they were clearly aimed at themselves. The 5th tier elder did not stop them. He truly could not bring himself to let others die for no reason. After all the traps were dismantled, a group of Sakura country practitioners approached the elder and asked him what to do next. The elder sighed and said, "What else can we do? We can only wait. With the trial dungeon as a natural barrier, high-tier practitioners cannot enter, and ordinary practitioners cannot do anything to them. My lord, when will the Amaterasu team arrive? These dragon country practitioners are too arrogant, I can't stand it for even a second." Soon, Xiaofeng returned to the dungeon. The others immediately asked him about the situation outside. This time, I didn't kill as many as before. I killed a total of 53 first-tier practitioners, 45 second-tier, 26 third-tier, and 6 fourth-tier. Upon hearing the numbers Xiaofeng reported, the others were already numb. It wasn't as many as last time, but this time he had killed more high-tier practitioners. not to mention the first and second tiers. He had killed 26 third-tier practitioners and directly eliminated 6 fourth-tier experts. Such achievements should be unprecedented. The most talented person they had heard of had only managed to kill a top third-tier expert with great difficulty, when he was still first tier. But Xiaofeng, on the other hand, killed dozens of third-tier experts. He had already taken down 9 fourth-tier experts, and if luck was on his side, he might even kill a fifth-tier expert. If this record were to spread back to the Dragon Country, not many would believe it. This time out, Xiaofeng also obtained 12 blood contract treasure chests. Adding the previous 26, he now had a total of 38 blood contract treasure chests. After this ambush, the enemy should be too afraid to set traps outside for a while. This cleared quite a few obstacles for Xiaofeng and his companions to retreat smoothly. In the following time, Xiaofeng would go out every so often. Of course, the timing was not fixed. Sometimes he would go out every 40 minutes, sometimes it would be an hour and a half. There was even one time he went out again in less than 10 minutes. He did this to prevent the enemy from accurately knowing that his invincible skill needed 30 minutes to be used again. Fortunately, the practitioners from the Sakura country had already been scared out of their wits by Xiaofeng. They did not gather at the entrance, and the traps with damaging properties were completely removed. This led to Xiaofeng wandering back and forth at the dungeon entrance as if it were an uninhabited realm. Later, Xiaofeng simply decided not to go back into the dungeon. He even swaggered into the dungeon entrance and started eating. The reason, of course, was that the soul awakening had already cooled down. He could enter an invincible state at any time. If he could lure that fifth-tier elder over and kill him, it would be a huge gain. A group of professionals from Sakura country stood at a distance, watching Xiaofeng's arrogant demeanor, gritting their teeth in anger, yet feeling helpless. Besides provoking, Xiaofeng was also observing the surroundings for any potential traps and layouts. With Beibei around, he could hop on Beibei at any moment and use Beibei's fifth skill, Fearless Charge, to quickly return to the dungeon. Moreover, once in riding mode, any damage taken would first be absorbed by Xiaofeng, and only when his health dropped to 50% would Beibei start taking damage. This meant that after using the Soul Awakening skill while riding Beibei, both he and the dog would enter an invincible state. The duration of the Soul Awakening was only 19.5 seconds, but if Beibei activated the Fearless Charge skill, it could increase his already fast speed by another 500%. 19.5 seconds was enough for them to run a long distance. With this in mind, Xiaofeng retreated back into the trial dungeon. Upon seeing Xiaofeng retreat into the trial dungeon, the group of Sakura country professionals finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that the calamity would suddenly rush over to them and use a taunt skill. "Sir, this Dragon country person is too arrogant, do we have no way to deal with him?" The fifth-tier elder's face was ashen. He had never suffered such a humiliation from a first-tier junior. But he truly had no way to counter it. A few times, he had been frightened by Xiaofeng's rebound damage. If Xiaofeng didn't have that invincible skill, he was confident he could crush him in one go. But if Xiaofeng's invincible skill was still usable, and he couldn't crush the opponent, but instead got hit by the taunt skill, his old life might really be at stake here. Just then, that Dragon country person actually walked out of the dungeon again. Unlike before, this time the man had somehow acquired a pitch-black steed, part of its body made of metal. The Dragon country man rode the black horse, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Charge!" With Xiaofeng's loud shout, the black horse reared up and let out a long whinny, charging swiftly towards them. At that moment, not only did the low-tier professionals gathered around the elder change their expressions drastically, but even the fifth-tier elder quickly leaped back. Beibei's speed was incredibly fast. Along the way, it triggered countless traps again. These traps had not been dismantled to prevent these few from escaping after the dungeon disappeared. Who would have thought that this Dragon country person would actually dare to move away from the dungeon entrance and charge towards the gathering of high-tier professionals? Professionals setting traps around continuously screamed in agony. Xiaofeng didn't pay them any mind. Instead, he urged Beibei to charge towards the densest part of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, they reached the spot where the fifth-tier elder had previously stayed, which naturally had gathered a large number of professionals due to his presence. This was exactly the effect Xiaofeng wanted. He was worried that these people would be too scattered, making it difficult for him to take action. Relentless taunt. With Beibei using the Fearless Charge skill, the speed was so fast that most professionals didn't have time to escape. Xiaofeng charged directly into the center of the crowd and unleashed the Relentless Taunt. As soon as this skill was activated, the faces of the Sakura country professionals were filled with anger and fear, ultimately leading them to despairingly attack each other to their deaths. 1. Particularly unfortunate Sakura country professional was hit by Xiaofeng's Relentless Taunt skill 3 times in a row. Yet, he remained unscathed. It wasn't that he was particularly strong, rather, he was a low-damage tank. The rebound Damage from his attacks on Xiao Feng wasn't enough to take his life. This made him secretly relieved. Having low attack but high health had its benefits. Looking at the bodies of several high attack classes he had envied before, he secretly felt relieved. Relieved that he was not a high attack class. At this moment, he realized that being a low attack tank class was also quite good. Xiao Feng lingered in the crowd for 10 seconds before directing Bebe to rush towards the dungeon entrance. Of course, he took a big detour. During this time, he triggered more than 10 traps. After this round, Xiao Feng had killed dozens of practitioners from Sakura country. At the same time, his blood contract treasure chest increased by 8. After these several ambushes, the practitioners from Sakura country had roughly understood some of Xiao Feng's abilities. My lord, this is the result of our collection and analysis. A document filled with text appeared in the hands of the 5th tier elder. Among them was detailed information about Xiao Feng. From his birth to elementary school, middle school, and then to the awakening of the reverse scale battle soul, all kinds of information were clearly presented before the elder. The elder finally stopped at the page introducing his strength, watching it carefully and seriously. After reading Xiao Feng's information, a serious expression appeared on the elder's face. This practitioner from the dragon country named Black Knight is actually the one who passed the 1200th floor of the first tier trial tower a few days ago. Does the dragon country really dare to send him to our Sakura country to take risks? It's actually him? The people around were filled with surprise upon learning Xiao Feng's identity. Such a genius of this level is treasured by any country. It is impossible to let them fall into such dangerous situations before they have fully grown. But the dragon country, on the other hand, directly threw him into the enemy's stronghold. Are they really not afraid that this top genius who passed the 1200th floor of the trial tower might perish? A nearby support class practitioner quietly asked, My lord, were the members of the Amaterasu team his opponents that day? As soon as this was said, the surroundings fell silent. Indeed, that practitioner from the dragon country who had killed countless people was a top genius who had passed the 1200th floor of the first tier trial tower, while the Amaterasu team, although strong, seemed to have their strongest member only reach the 999th floor. The gap between the two was evident. The 5th tier elder coughed before speaking. What you don't know is that while passing the trial tower can reflect personal strength, it is not absolute. The trial tower tests a person's comprehensive strength, but it does not represent absolute strength. Some classes are inherently unsuitable for passing the trial tower, but that does not affect their power. Do you know Lord Sato? Are you talking about our Sakura country's 7th tier legendary master, Sato Kosuka? The elder nodded. Yes, he once attempted the first tier trial tower and couldn't even pass the 100th floor, yet those who passed the 500th, 600th, or even 900th floors still fell to his hands. This is enough to show that the height of passing the trial tower does not truly prove the strength of one's power. Hearing you say this reassures us. At this moment, a helicopter slowly descended in the distance. The crowd's eyes showed excitement and enthusiasm. The Amaterasu team is here. In no time, 3 men and 2 women, all very young, probably just over 18, walked down from the plane. It's them. The person walking in the front is someone I've seen before, named Kobayashi Ichiro. He is the legendary rookie king who passed the 999th floor of the first tier trial tower. The 5 talented members of the Amaterasu team, dressed in matching black combat uniforms, slowly walked towards the dungeon. The crowd had been waiting for a long time, and cheers and applause intertwined, their eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence for the genius. However, the members of the Amaterasu team seemed to be in another world, deaf to everything around them, oblivious to their surroundings. They walked through the crowd with their heads held high, their steps firm and powerful, each step seemingly declaring their extraordinary nature and pride. When the few of them saw the bodies of Sakura country's people scattered all around, and then looked at the survivors hiding far away, their faces showed even more disdain. Seeing the crowd gathering, the leader revealed a hint of disdain on his face and lightly uttered 2 words. Waste. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were preparing to welcome them immediately stopped in their tracks. The speaker was one of the official members of this year's Sakura country Amaterasu team. He was also the creator of the highest record of 999 levels in the first tier trial tower of Sakura country, Kobayashi Aikiru. Among those being insulted were not only 2nd and 3rd tier practitioners but also a few 4th tier powerhouses. If it weren't for the special status of these individuals, they would have likely rushed forward to teach the Amaterasu team a lesson. Finally, a 5th tier elder approached Kobayashi Aikiru, which made these individuals slightly retract their arrogance. A 5th tier powerhouse is already considered a top figure in some small countries. Although this elder had repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of Xiao Feng, a 5th tier is still a 5th tier, not someone like Kobayashi Aikiru can look down upon. Even if he is a member of the Amaterasu team, it doesn't matter. Mr. Yamazaki. Kobayashi Aikiru. slightly bent his waist, as a form of greeting. The elder nodded slightly and then, with a serious expression, advised, "The identity of the person inside has been confirmed. Mr. Yamazaki, please tell me. It should be the Dragon Country practitioner, Heiyi, who passed the 1200th level of the first-tier trial tower a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Kobayashi Aikiru's expression also became solemn. He had exerted all his effort to only reach the 999th level. There was no way he could pass the 1000th level. Yet, the Dragon Country actually had 2 people who could pass the 1200th level. He then turned his head to scan the area, looking at the corpses of the Sakura Country practitioners scattered on the ground. His expression grew even heavier. "Mr. Yamazaki, these people should have been killed before you arrived, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 5th-tier elder's face turned beet red, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Kobayashi Aikiru sensed that something was off. He hesitantly asked, "Could it be that he killed these people in front of you?" After a moment, the 5th-tier elder, like a deflated balloon, sighed and slowly spoke. "Sigh, too. Tell you the truth, these people all died in front of me. Among the first-tier practitioners, over 300 were killed or injured, more than 60 second and third-tier practitioners also died, and over 10 fourth-tier powerhouses were killed. Even I almost died at his hands." What? Kobayashi Aikiru could hardly believe the words of the 5th-tier elder. "Mr. Yamazaki, you can't be sick, right?" The elder shook his head and said, "Sigh, this Dragon Country practitioner named Heiyi is very formidable. Not only does he possess a defensive skill that makes him absolutely invincible for a short time, but he also has a perverse skill that can rebound any attack. It is precisely because of these 2 points that we suffered heavy losses. Absolutely invincible, rebounding damage? Yes." After a brief analysis, Kobayashi Aikiru understood what had happened to these deceased individuals. He asked a core question: how long can his invincible defense last? The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. "It should be within 20 seconds, but I can't guarantee it. After all, no one knows if he is hiding his true abilities. 20 seconds of absolute invincibility, plus the ability to rebound 200% of any damage, is indeed formidable. But it is not unsolvable. As long as one avoids his invincibility and rebound time, it would be fine. Mr. Yamazaki, how long can his rebound skill last?" The elder shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Don't know?" "Yes, because every time we attacked him, he activated his invincibility skill and rebound skill. Once the skill ended, he would hide in the trial instance." Kobayashi Aikiru nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. That kind of skill that can rebound any attack cannot possibly last for a long time. The Myriad Realms Paradise system would never allow such a perverse skill to exist. As long as I avoid the activation time of his invincibility and rebound skills, I am confident I can kill him." Looking at the confident Ichiro Kobayashi, the old man did not stop him. A genius is a genius because of the pride in their heart and their fearless nature in the face of difficulties. If one shrinks back even when encountering strong opponents of the same level, how can they become the strongest? However, he still reminded, besides him, there are 4 other professionals from the Dragon Country who have also entered the trial dungeon. Those 4 have only acted within the dungeon, and according to the information relayed back before the trialists died, their strength is not weak either. A 5-person team? It seems they are like us. They are the Dragon Seed team of this generation from the Dragon Country. When combined with the other several trial dungeons that have been invaded, all the official members of this generation's Dragon Seed team have come to our Sakura Country. They are all mobilized." Upon hearing this, the 5th-tier-old man was greatly shocked. "Isn't it 4 places? When did another one appear?" Ichiro Kobayashi thought for a moment and did not hide the truth, telling the old man the reality. "On the surface, it is 4 places, but one of them has just had its information sealed. Since the news from the other 4 places has been reported, why is one place hidden? There must be some reason behind it." Ichiro Kobayashi glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, leaned closer to the old man's ear and whispered, "Because that trial dungeon is inside the Kyoto Warrior Academy." What? This news was like a bolt from the blue. The Kyoto Warrior Academy is the strongest warrior academy in Sakura Country. It is filled with countless strong individuals, and there are even rumors of a 7th-tier powerhouse stationed there. A 1st-tier team from the Dragon Country actually dares to cause trouble there. They must have eaten 10 bowls of bear heart and leopard gall. The 5th-tier-old man was now shocked beyond measure. "Then they must have been killed by now, right?" Ichiro Kobayashi shook his head and said, "No, but it should be soon. Our captain personally led the team to deal with them. The Amaterasu team is the strongest team in Sakura Country, and the person who can serve as the captain of the Amaterasu team must be unparalleled among his peers. This generation's captain of the Amaterasu team is even extraordinarily strong. No one knows what profession he has awakened. To keep his strength hidden, Sakura Country didn't even let him challenge the trial tower. This shows how much Sakura Country values him. Ichiro Kobayashi wore a confident smile and said, with the captain taking action, those few will find it hard to die. He looked at the time and then called to the 4 people behind him, let's quickly resolve things here, we can't fall behind the other teams. The 5 of them walked towards the trial dungeon where Xiao Feng was located. Seeing the confident smile on Ichiro Kobayashi's face, Yamazaki did not stop him. Once their figures disappeared into the trial dungeon, the old man slowly sighed, youth is wonderful. Reflecting on when he was at the first tier, he too was fearless like them. Now that his strength has increased, his courage has diminished. I just hope they can smoothly deal with those invaders from the dragon country. At this moment, Xiao Feng and the others were discussing what to do next while eating. Suddenly, the light curtain at the entrance of the trial dungeon rippled. The 5 turned their heads to look at the dungeon entrance. Someone actually dares to come in? Brother. Xiaosa's face was filled with ease and comfort. However, Tianzai reminded, don't be careless, knowing our strength and still daring to enter, these people are probably not simple. A 5-person team appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, locking eyes with Xiao Feng's group. Since Xiao Feng turned this dungeon into a dead zone, Ouyang Feng had removed the poisonous mist traps buried at the entrance to make it more convenient for Xiao Feng to come and go. This allowed Ichiro Kobayashi and his group to safely enter the dungeon. The 10 people did not speak, just sizing each other up. Brother Shiosa jokingly said, this time it should be my turn, right? Due to the small number of practitioners from Sakura country entering the instance, the 4 of them had previously agreed that if any more practitioners from Sakura country entered, they would take turns to deal with them. It just happened to be Shiosa Ji's turn now, which led to this scene. The disaster. In the back laughed and said, be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. Xiaosagu, unfazed, replied, don't worry, although I can't compare to you few freaks, dealing with these little devils is more than enough for me. Kobayashi Aikiru saw that the few people were completely indifferent to their arrival, even discussing who would kill them, not taking them seriously at all. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. Good, I've never seen anyone so arrogant in front of me. Xiaosagu was not in a hurry, they had been hiding in the trial instance and were almost bored to death. Finally, a team of practitioners from Sakura country arrived, how could he not have some fun? He looked at Kobayashi Aikiru with great interest, curious like a child watching animals at the zoo. He directly ignored the 3 men standing in front and turned to the 2 female practitioners from Sakura country behind, teasingly saying, the men from Sakura country aren't much, but the women are indeed quite good. As soon as these words came out, the 5 practitioners from Sakura country instantly resembled a lit powder keg. Baka looking for death. One of the women in the back immediately drew her bow and shot 3 arrows at Xiaosagu in quick succession. The first arrow was engulfed in blue flames, the second was covered in frost, and the third arrow was infused with the power of lightning. 3 arrows, 3 completely different powers. Upon seeing these 3 arrows, Xiaosagu and the others realized that this woman was not simple. She was definitely a rare practitioner. Seeing this, Xiaosagu did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned 3 large yellow dogs, 2 of which lunged at the archer woman, while the other pounced towards Xiaosagu. When the large yellow dog that charged at Xiaosagu made contact with him, it melted away instantly, transforming into a set of earthy yellow rock armor. In the blink of an eye, the 2 large yellow dogs were repelled by the incoming fire and ice arrows. The last arrow, charged with lightning, struck directly at Xiaosagu. With a tremendous thunderous roar, it exploded upon impact with Xiaosagu. The attack from the Sakura country female archer was quite fierce. Xiao Feng had seen the defensive power of Xiaosagu's 3 large yellow dogs during their first collaboration, when Xiaosagu and Jian San Tianzai teamed up to battle the Blood Shadow Demon. These 3 large yellow dogs served as the meat shields. They had withstood over 10 minutes of continuous attacks from the Blood Shadow Demon and were still lively, which was enough to demonstrate their strong defense. After such a long period of enhancement, Xiaosagu's strength was no longer comparable. As his summoned beasts, their power had also greatly increased. Yet even so, the 2 large yellow dogs hit by the ice and fire arrows had their bodies pierced through, collapsing to the ground in pain. Seeing this, a hint of seriousness appeared on Xiaosagu's face. Before the lightning arrow reached him, Xiaosagu cast another skill on himself. As the skill activated, a layer of earthy yellow aura climbed up the surface of the rock armor formed from the large yellow dogs. Boom! The lightning arrow, carrying an unstoppable force, struck Xiaosagu. It produced a tremendous roar, mixed with the squeaking sound of being struck by lightning. This arrow broke through the yellow aura on Xiaosagu's body but was blocked by the earthy yellow rock armor. Looking at Xiaosagu, he was completely unharmed. Seeing this, everyone finally felt relieved. Xiaosagu checked his own status and let out a sigh of relief, brushing off the non-existent dust on his body. He raised his head to look at the Sakura country archer opposite him, a smile appearing on his face. Little girl, my defense isn't bad, right? Now it's my turn. As he spoke, a faint halo appeared around the two large yellow dogs struggling on the ground, and then, just like the previous yellow dog, they transformed into a form of energy that merged into the body of Xiaoxuage. With the fusion of the two energies, the armor on Xiaoxuage's body became even more magnificent, subtly reflecting a dazzling diamond-like luster. He looked just like a golden warrior. The change in appearance also caused Xiaoxuage's strength to surge dramatically, and his entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation. This is my first time using the Beast Soul Fusion skill in actual combat. My lady, today I will show you what a real man is like. At this moment, Xiaoxuage's aura was filled with a majestic dominance, contrasting sharply with his previous self. The archer from Sakura country let out a soft cry, and the bow in her hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A giant arrow, 2 to 3 meters long, took shape on the bow. However, she did not release the bowstring immediately. Instead, she continued to gather power, and as the gathering time increased, the might of the light arrow became even more formidable. Xiaoxuage no longer waited, and his entire being shot forward like a cannonball. He charged straight at the archer from Sakura country without dodging or avoiding. At the same time, the archer from Sakura country released the bowstring. The terrifyingly powerful light arrow shot towards Xiaoxuage. Boom boom, the dazzling light exploded between Xiaoxuage and the light arrow, obscuring the situation. In just a moment, the light dissipated, and the light arrow had vanished, yet Xiaoxuage's offensive momentum remained undiminished. He continued to assault the archer from Sakura country. How dare you! Suddenly, another female practitioner from Sakura country shouted, and a terrifying fireball with a diameter of 1 meter was hurled at Xiaoxuage. Xiaoxuage's expression turned cold, and he punched out. Just a second before his fist made contact with the fireball, it exploded with a bang. The flames did not dissipate immediately, instead, they transformed into flowing fire that clung to Xiaoxuage's armor, rapidly corroding it. A hint of disdain appeared on the mage's face. This is not an ordinary fireball spell, it's called the Flame of Bone Corruption. Once this flame touches your body, you will be burned to a pile of white bones. No. Not even a bone will remain, only a trace of black soil. At that moment, Ouyang Feng stepped out from behind. While I believe you can handle both of them on your own, I'm feeling a bit restless right now. Green-haired brother, could you leave this mage to me? Xiaoxuage shook off the flame of bone corruption that clung to him, causing a layer of material on the surface of his armor to fall away. He turned to look at Ouyang Feng and smiled. I'm not one to hog all the fun, this little mage is for you to enjoy, brother Ouyang. Meanwhile, the other two practitioners from Sakura country were also preparing to join the battle but were blocked by Tianzai and Jen Sanchisen. Seeing this, Xiaoxuage laughed heartily. Let's see which of us four can take down our opponent first. That's exactly what I intend, Tianzai said, waving his over 2-meter-long necromancer staff, causing countless undead soldiers to materialize out of thin air. Jen Sanchisen was even more direct, as a red flying sword shot straight towards the opposing practitioner from Sakura country. The chaotic battle commenced. However, Kobayashi Ichiro and Xiao Feng did not take action, remaining in place. Xiao Feng wasn't unwilling to attack, it was just that his merciless taunt skill still had over 3 minutes of cooldown time. Right now, he truly had no way to strike. But in Kobayashi Ichiro's eyes, it was interpreted differently. He believed that the only reason Xiao Feng wasn't attacking was that he was wary of him. This suggested that the other party had also sensed his threat and dared not act recklessly. With this thought, Kobayashi Ichiro's previous worries dissipated somewhat. This indicated that the other party was equally cautious of him. Thus, Xiao Feng smiled at Kobayashi Ichiro, while Kobayashi Ichiro stared back at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was not worried at all about the battle with the other four. Although the strength of the four from Sakura country was not weak, after Brother Xiao and the others consumed the gene evolution elixir, their power had significantly increased, making it relatively easy to deal with these few. The fact that they were fighting while chatting indicated that they were not using their full strength at all. Kobayashi Aikiru was the first to break the silence. You are the one from Dragon Country who has passed the 1200th floor of the first level trial tower, right? Xiao Feng was not surprised that Kobayashi Aikiru knew this, as it had triggered a global announcement at the time. Moreover, he had continuously ambushed others outside, and there were not many who could possess such strength at the first level. Given that he was from Dragon Country, it was not surprising that he was the one being referred to. Xiao Feng had no intention of making a move, chatting for a while was fine too. He looked at Kobayashi Aikiru with great interest. This person was less than 1.6 meters tall, looking like a minor, but the fact that he was only 18 years old and could potentially awaken to become a professional already indicated that he was an adult. How tall are you? Kobayashi Aikiru was slightly taken aback by Xiao Feng's question. Shouldn't they be exchanging harsh words and then engaging in a thrilling duel? Why ask about his height? Suddenly, he thought of something and became furious. Do you dare to mock my height? No, I'm just curious about this matter. Stop wasting time, make your move. I want to see just how strong someone who has passed the 1200th floor of the first level trial tower really is. Xiaofeng waved his hand, no need to rush. Tell me, are all the people from Sakura country about your height? Kobayashi Aikiru could no longer endure Xiaofeng's teasing. The topic of height was a taboo for most people from Sakura country. For him, it was the ultimate taboo. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and a long knife, about the same height as him, appeared in his hand. The style of the long knife was almost identical to that of the ancient Tang knife from Dragon Country. A halo flashed briefly on the blade. This long knife was definitely of high quality, at least a red quality equipment, or even higher. How strong could a first-level professional's attack be? Xiaofeng really wanted to find out. Therefore, he put away his two shields and beckoned to Kobayashi Aikiru with his fingers. Come facing him, a formal member of the strongest team from Sakura country, the Amaterasu team, actually dared to put away two shields. How arrogant was that? It was as if he didn't take him seriously at all. At that moment, Kobayashi Aikiru's anger had reached its peak. Kobayashi Aikiru gripped the knife with both hands and slashed out several times in quick succession, so fast that after images appeared. Ultimately, all the knife shadows converged into a single blade of light and slashed towards Xiaofeng. 100 blades unite / of course, the 100 blades uniting was just a bluff. It was at most 15 blades combined. Xiaofeng had no habit of dodging. Moreover, with his agility, he couldn't dodge anyway. Even after taking off the two shields, his defense was still as high as 8,600 points. It was reasonable to think that no matter how strong the opponent's move was, it could at most break through his defense, but it wouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. After all, Xiaofeng's health was as high as 120,000 points. Not to mention a first-level professional, even a third or fourth-level professional might not be able to kill him in one blow. Boom, the blade of light struck Xiaofeng, and then, there was nothing more. Xiaofeng remained motionless, his health still full. His defense had not been broken. In contrast, Kobayashi Aikiru's health had decreased by 14,000 points. Just one strike had caused his own health to drop by 50%. This meant that Kobayashi Aikiru's attack power from that strike reached 7,000 points, while his health was as high as 28,000 points. Such strength was already incredibly formidable at the first level. The reason Xiaofeng's health could reach a terrifying 120,000 was that he had allocated all his attributes to his physique. However, Kobayashi Aikiru clearly did not do so. It seems that Kobayashi Aikiru's potential limit is indeed somewhat terrifying, otherwise, he would not have such formidable attack power and health. That strike filled Kobayashi Aikiru with shock. At that moment, he finally came to his senses and recalled what Yamazaki had said earlier. The Dragon Kingdom powerhouse across from him could not be judged by common sense. An attack of 7,000 points could not break through the opponent's defense. He absolutely did not believe it. How could a first-tier powerhouse defend against more than 7,000 points without wearing the strongest defensive shield? He wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. This could only mean one thing: the opponent had activated that invincible mode with a rebound skill. Thinking of this, Kobayashi Aikiru was not in a hurry to strike. Instead, he sheathed his long knife and quietly watched Xiaofeng. While using a life recovery potion, he calmly spoke. I assume you have already used the god-level skill that grants temporary invincibility and rebounds damage, right? Such a skill cannot last for long. Let me think, is the duration 20 seconds or 30 seconds? Or maybe a minute? According to Mr. Yamazaki, the cooldown for your skill is at least 30 minutes. While your god-level skill is in cooldown, I wonder how much strength you have left. Xiaofeng was stunned. What god-level skill? What cooldown? His skill was currently on cooldown, but he hadn't even used it yet. Kobayashi Aikiru hadn't dealt him any damage, he was simply too weak and hadn't broken through his defense. However, Xiaofeng couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, this was fine. He didn't have to think of a way to stall for time. Now it was the opponent who was stalling for time. His merciless taunt skill would be ready to recover in 1 minute. By then, he could take him out in an instant. From these few battles, Xiaofeng realized he was too reliant on the merciless taunt skill. Once that skill was on cooldown, he had no way to deal with enemies who did not attack him. If breaking through to the second tier could not change this situation, he would have to find some other skills to compensate for this flaw. As he fought more battles, more information would become known to the world. If everyone knew his flaw, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing enemies later on. He had to find a way to solve this problem. Around them, the other 8 were engaged in fierce battles. Yet, Xiaofeng and Kobayashi Aikiru were caught in an eerie silence. The two stared at each other without making a move. One was not attacking because it would be useless, while the other was waiting for the other's god-level skill to expire. During the waiting period, Kobayashi Aikiru's smile grew wider. Based on the information provided by Mr. Yamazaki combined with your current situation, once you use that god-level skill, you won't be able to attack anyone else, right? Let me think, if you attack others while using the skill, your skill will lose its effect. It should be like that. Xiao Feng listened to Kobayashi Aikiru's words and almost laughed out loud. However, he forced himself to hold it in. He still had to maintain the demeanor of a master. He was currently the strongest first tier in the open. 1 minute later, the merciless taunt skill had finished its cooldown. Kobayashi Aikiru also drew his long knife again. Knight, your skill has ended, hasn't it? It's time to die. He saw Xiao Feng equip 2 shields again, further confirming this guess. After more than a minute of recovery, Kobayashi Aikiru's health had returned to over 70%. He had already felt Xiao Feng's rebound damage from that previous strike, which was about 200%. Even if his skill had not yet expired, as long as he controlled his strength well, he wouldn't be killed by the rebound. Moreover, he still had 2 instant life recovery potions. If Xiao Feng attacked him after cancelling that god-level skill, he could instantly recover to full health. At that time, without the god-level skills, is Xiao Feng still his own opponent? His current health is around 20,000, as long as his attack with this knife does not exceed 10,000, he won't die from the rebound. Kobayashi Aikiru's long knife continues to slash. The speed is at its peak. In the blink of an eye, he has already swung at least 20 times. It must be said that this move is indeed powerful, as long as the person using it has enough physical strength to withstand it. Theoretically, it can be stacked infinitely and then fused into one strike. The power would surely be outrageous. But in real combat, who besides Xiao Feng would give him the time to stack his knives? 100 blades unite slash. Looking at the massive blade light extending 5 to 6 meters, Xiao Feng's mind stirred. The damage from Kobayashi Aikiru's previous strike was only 6,000 points. Now, after equipping his gear, his defense has reached nearly 10,000 points. Even if his attack doubled, it wouldn't cause him much harm. Instead, Xiao Feng directly used the Soul Awakening skill on the Thorn of Thorns. With the enhancement of Soul Awakening, the rebound damage of Thorn of Thorns directly increased from 200% to 400%. Boom! As the blade light fell, Xiao Feng still suffered no damage at all. This indicates that Kobayashi Aikiru's attack did not reach 10,000 points. In fact, this was intentional on Kobayashi Aikiru's part, as he feared that Xiao Feng's rebound skill had not yet disappeared, and one move could lead to his own demise. What he did not expect, however, was that Xiao Feng's rebound damage could still be enhanced. Minus 39,862 with that strike, he directly suffered nearly 40,000 points of rebound damage. No! Accompanied by a scream, Kobayashi Aikiru died in extreme unwillingness. Hint, you have killed the first-tier practitioner Kobayashi Aikiru. With Kobayashi Aikiru's death, a blood-red treasure chest emerged from his body. Not bad luck, eh? Blood contract treasure chest dropped. After putting away the chest, Xiao Feng looked towards the other 4 battlefields and said lightly, "Stop playing around, finish them off quickly." While Xiao Feng was fighting Kobayashi Aikiru, the other 4 practitioners from Sakura country were constantly watching their strange battle. They did not understand why these two stopped attacking after one move. Now seeing Kobayashi Aikiru unleash a powerful strike only to die, before Sakura country practitioners were thrown into disarray. Coupled with Xiao Feng's words, it further instilled fear in them. One male practitioner from Sakura country immediately stopped attacking and attempted to retreat outside the instance. But Jian San would never give him that chance. The 5 flying swords surrounding Jian San instantly merged into one heavenly break slash. The massive flying sword slashed down directly, and the fleeing male practitioner from Sakura country was cleaved in two. At the same time, the other 3 Sakura country practitioners were also successively slain by their opponents. The lively trial instance returned to silence once more. Brother Xiaosa retracted his skills and approached Xiao Feng, complaining, "Brother Knight, it's not easy to find a few opponents to spar with, and I haven't had enough fun yet." Xiao Feng became serious. Uncle Fu has sent new news. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, waiting for Xiao Feng to continue. He had received a new message from Uncle Fu during his battle with Kobayashi Aikiru, but had not yet had the chance to check it. Checking the message. Uncle Fu, 1 hour later, gather at the mountaintop 5 kilometers southwest of the instance entrance. I will only wait for you for 3 minutes. If you are late, I will not wait. Seeing this message, Xiao Feng realized something was off. There are still over 20 hours left until the 3-day deadline. Did Uncle Fu send a message to comfort them and arrange for an early departure? There must have been some unforeseen changes. What did Uncle Fu say? Evacuate within 1 hour. Brother Xiaoso looked at the time, puzzled, and asked, "But it hasn't even been 3 days yet? Why are we evacuating early?" Xiao Feng shook his head, "I don't know. However, something must have happened. Let's evacuate as soon as possible." There are so many people guarding outside, how should we evacuate? Xiao Feng looked towards the entrance of the instance, pondering for a moment before speaking. We can only take a gamble. A gamble? How do we gamble? Xiao Feng explained his plan to the others. After listening to Xiao Feng's plan, Tianzai pondered for a moment and said, this plan is a bit risky, but if it's really as Heiyi said, the success rate should be quite high. Xiao Feng's plan was praised by Xiao Sagu and Ouyang Feng. Jin Sanshur even stated directly, since everyone has no other options, then the only option is the best option. Alright, everyone has experienced battles, some skills are still on cooldown. We'll start the plan in half an hour. Okay. 30 minutes passed in a flash. All of Xiao Feng's skills had cooled down. He stood up and looked at the others. Are you ready? Let's start, I'm a bit eager. Xiao Sagu appeared very relaxed, while the other three looked somewhat serious. Once they left the instance, they would not be facing first or second tier enemies, but a large number of third and fourth tier, and even fifth tier powerhouses. Xiao Feng knew just how terrifying fifth tier powerhouses could be. But how could there be no fifth tier powerhouses in the families or factions of the four of them? There were even fifth tier powerhouses who had personally demonstrated their immense attack power to them. Facing a single strike from a fifth tier powerhouse with their current strength, there was no doubt they would surely die. Wait for my news. Xiao Feng donned his equipment and transformed Bei into a black horse. After mounting, he walked towards the exit of the instance. I hope everything goes smoothly. Ouyang Feng showed a worried expression. Among the four, he had the weakest ability to escape. A slight misstep could cost him his life here. Outside the instance, a group of professionals from Sakura country dared to approach the fifth tier elder only after the Tianzhao team entered the instance. After learning from Elder Yamazaki that Kobayashi Ichiro was confident in killing the invaders inside the instance, they were filled with anticipation. This tension had been unbearable. Now, finally, a strong person was stepping up to resolve the matter. Although Elder Yamazaki said so, others were still filled with worry. After all, Xiao Feng's performance was too outstanding, leaving them skeptical about whether Kobayashi Ichiro could resolve the issue. Before long, news spread through the crowd that Kobayashi Ichiro had been killed. I received news from my friend that Kobayashi Ichiro is dead. His friend Icon has turned gray. As soon as this news broke, it caused a huge uproar. The others present confirmed this news through various channels, and the crowd immediately fell into chaos. Let's go, that Black Knight from Dragon Country is a calamity. Not only is the Tianzhao team no match for him, but even third and fourth tier powerhouses can be easily wiped out by him. Yes, he is definitely not a first-tier professional. He must have disguised himself as a first-tier professional through some means, fooling the system's judgment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do all this. Didn't you see earlier? Even Mr. Yamazaki, as a fifth-tier powerhouse, almost died at his hands. This is something a first-tier professional could never achieve. The brother earlier was right, he is definitely a high-tier professional, just hiding and modifying his tier through some means. We should leave quickly. Once that calamity comes out, we won't even know how we died. With Kobayashi Ichiro's death, most of the Sakura country professionals waiting for revenge dissipated, leaving only Elder Yamazaki and some surviving meat shield-type warriors. In just a few minutes, the number of people on site had decreased by more than half. This news quickly spread among the professionals of Sakura country, and some who were on their way also turned back. In just a moment, there were fewer than 30 people left on site. The reason the remaining 30 people did not leave was not only because they had survived the previous attacks by Xiao Feng. It was also due to the high bounty issued by the Sakura nation. This news had only been released recently, and not many were aware of it. Moreover, there was a fifth-tier expert, Elder Yamazaki, present at the scene, which gave them confidence that they could survive Xiao Feng's taunting attacks once again. Lord Yamazaki, what should we do if he comes out again? Elder Yamazaki, as a member of the Sakura nation's government agency, could not leave like the others. If he left without permission, he would face severe punishment. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Here, not only could he not kill those invaders from the Dragon Nation, but there was also a risk to his life if he was not careful. Most importantly, the opponent was merely a first-tier professional. If he were killed by a first-tier professional, it would become a historical joke. After pondering for a moment, Elder Yamazaki spoke, based on my observations, the invincible and rebound skill of that Dragon Nation professional named Knight lasts at most a little over 20 seconds. As long as we can make that skill disappear, I am confident I can eliminate him in one strike. He looked around and continued, most of you who remain are those with thick blood and low attack power. 20 seconds is not enough to cause you fatal rebound damage. If he comes out again, you all attack him to deplete his skills. Once his invincibility and rebound damage skill time ends, I will immediately appear and slay him. After hearing Elder Yamazaki's plan, the others felt it was feasible. Look, someone is coming out. The entrance to the instance rippled again. The person who emerged was the powerful yet seemingly weak first-tier professional who instilled fear in them. Xiaofeng rode on the black horse transformed by Bebe, scanning the area and noticing that more than half of the people were gone. He was stunned for a while before realizing what had happened. However, this was exactly the result he wanted. It would be even better if all these people left. Xiaofeng looked into the distance, where only over 30 professionals and Elder Yamazaki remained. Upon seeing the remaining individuals, Xiaofeng sensed that something was off. The ones who stayed were mostly high-attack, thick-blooded tank warriors and support classes with extremely low attack power. He recognized a few among them, including those who had been hit by his ruthless taunts twice and had survived his 200% rebound damage for 20 seconds. This group included several third-tier tank warriors, but he was unsure if there were any fourth-tier ones. This meant Xiaofeng would have to take a risk. Judging by the appearance of the fifth-tier elder, it seemed likely that these people would take the lead, waiting for him to finish his skill cooldown before turning their attention to him. Once he lost the 100% damage reduction from his rock-solid skill, he could very well be killed by that fifth-tier elder. During the previous skirmishes, he hadn't paid much attention to the specific attack power of these individuals due to their large numbers. However, those who could withstand his 200% rebound damage for 20 seconds should not have overly strong attacks. Although he was currently a first-tier professional, he had learned from the information provided by Xiaoshui that his current defenses and health were comparable to a third-tier tank warrior. Tank warriors could endure for a long time against professionals of the same tier, and they could even withstand damage and counterattack. Given similar attributes, Xiaofeng was confident he could endure better than a third-tier tank class. Not only did he have a solid 50% overall damage reduction, but he also had a health recovery rate of up to 12,819 per second. Even a fourth-tier ordinary attacker would not be able to kill him instantly. As long as he was not killed instantly, he could quickly activate his invincibility mode and then escape. As long as he did not use his soul awakening skill before the fifth-tier elder made his move, he would remain invincible. After figuring all this out, a smile gradually appeared on Xiaofeng's face. He remained still on Bebe's back, aiming to trigger the effect of the mountain-like stillness skill. Immovable as a mountain, when the wearer is in a combat state and remains still, this buff is activated, increasing base defense by 10% every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50%. Before understanding the specific attack power of these individuals, Xiaofeng dared not be careless. Enhancing his defense to the maximum was never a bad thing. At this moment, he already had 3 layers of buffs. First was the permanently existing rock solid, which reduced damage by 50%. Then there was the immovable king, which granted immunity to all control and knockback effects. The power of cloud concealment provided immunity to all armor-breaking effects. Other passive skills that did not require activation were not counted. At this point, Xiaofeng's dual defenses were close to 10,000, with a health pool of 120,000, plus immunity to knockback, armor-breaking, control, and a 50% reduction in all damage. In such a state, being taken down by some support and tank-type warriors would be the biggest joke. Looking at the crowd in the distance that dared not approach, Xiaofeng laughed and said, "What's wrong? A group of high-level professionals afraid to attack a first-level professional like me?" This statement was filled with heavy provocation. "The plan begins," Elder Yamazaki announced, and a group of Sakura country professionals quickly charged at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was already prepared. Not only was he holding a bottle of instant health recovery potion in his mouth, but he was also ready to unleash his soul awakening skill at any moment. Boom! A barrage of skills rushed towards Xiaofeng. He kept a close eye on his health. If it dropped too quickly, he would not hesitate to use his skills. Moments later, Xiaofeng looked at his health bar, which had not decreased at all, revealing a look of disbelief. Were these people's attack powers so weak? They couldn't even break through the defense of a first-level professional like himself? Upon closer inspection, Xiaofeng realized that these individuals were all using basic attacks and hadn't even exerted their full strength. This was a classic case of working without effort. Moreover, those who dared to attack him now were quite confident in their attack power and health, which led to this situation. After a moment, Xiaofeng figured out the key. This group of people should be the cannon fodder sent by the 5th-level elder to deplete his skills. Once his skills were gone, they would surely launch a thunderous attack on him. But the attack power of this group was too weak to break through his defenses. In the eyes of the Sakura country professionals, Xiaofeng had already activated some invincible skill. Otherwise, a first-level professional, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. At least, they shouldn't be able to break through his defenses. This sparked a bold idea in Xiaofeng's mind. However, this plan was somewhat too risky. After struggling for a moment, he decided to take a gamble. He was betting that the 5th-level elder couldn't take him down in one hit. After waiting for about 15 seconds, the 5th-level elder could no longer hold Back. He saw the 5th level elder from Sakura country rushing towards him at high speed. Xiao Feng focused all his attention, constantly monitoring his health. If it dropped too quickly, he would not hesitate to use the soul awakening skill. After all, nothing was more important than life. Here it comes. Boom, the elder's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The impact struck Xiao Feng, and all the other professionals were knocked back by the elder's punch. Minus 52,341 minus 209,364. Just one punch caused Xiao Feng's health to drop by over 52,000. Meanwhile, the elders suffered around 210,000 in reflected damage. Looking at the elder's health, it was still over 90%. This meant the elder's health was at least over 2 million. Is this what it means to be a 5th level powerhouse? Over 50,000 in attack, over 2 million in health, this 5th level elder turned out to be a tank warrior. Seeing that he was left with only 57% of his health, Xiao Feng decided to go all in. Elder Yamazaki was delighted to see Xiao Feng's health drop for the first time. This kid's invincible skill had indeed been consumed. To prevent Xiao Feng from escaping, he threw another punch. Tip: your health has fallen below 30%. The equipped skill Life Resonance has been triggered. Life Resonance, passive skill. When the holder's health is below 30%, the shield will automatically release a faint healing glow, restoring 2% of the holder's maximum health per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Tip: your health has fallen below 30%. The equipped skill Blood Soul Shield has been triggered. Blood Soul Shield, passive skill. When the wearer's health is below 30%, it automatically triggers a Blood Soul Shield that absorbs 50% of all damage taken in the next 5 seconds. During the shield's duration, the wearer cannot move but is immune to control effects. After the shield ends, the wearer gains a brief movement speed boost for 3 seconds to help escape danger, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The Life Resonance skill significantly increased Xiao Feng's recovery speed per second. What truly gave him the confidence to face the old man's punch was the Blood Soul Shield skill. On top of the reduced damage from the rock shield, it further decreased damage by 50%, bringing his damage reduction effect to 75%. Xiao Feng suppressed the urge to use the Battle Soul Awakening skill and swallowed a bottle of instant health recovery potion. As the potion took effect, his health surged from 10% back to 60%. Seeing Xiao Feng's health instantly recover by half, the old man Yamazaki not only remained calm but even smiled. In his view, with such a precious potion used, Xiao Feng should have run out of life-saving skills. Without any hesitation, the old man threw another punch. This time, however, the effect was not the same as before. Xiao Feng's health only dropped by about 23%. Principal Xiao Feng's recovery speed had reached about 13% of his maximum health per second. By the time the old man unleashed his 4th punch, his own health had dwindled to 60%. In contrast, Xiao Feng still had around 27% health left. At this moment, Yamazaki was also shocked by Xiao Feng's defense and health. He was certain that Xiao Feng was not using any invincible skills now. This was his true defensive power. A first-tier fighter had actually withstood 4 of his punches. It was simply unbelievable. The shock did not make him stop. At this rate, after at most 3 more punches, Xiao Feng would undoubtedly die. Xiao Feng was also watching the old man's health. His merciless taunt controlled the old man for 5 seconds. He needed to wait until the old man's health dropped to 40% before using the merciless taunt to completely kill him. Boom, the old man threw his 5th punch. Xiao Feng's health dropped to just 13, which was after his own recovery. Without the terrifying recovery speed of 13% per second, he would have already been dead. Bring it on! After throwing the 5th punch, the old man had only 50% health left. Just before the old man's 6th punch landed, Xiao Feng used the skill Battle Soul Revival. Battle Soul Revival, active skill immediately restore 20% health upon using this skill. After the 6th punch landed, Xiao Feng still stood in place, not dead. Meanwhile, the old man's health had dropped to 40%. At this moment, a smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face. Are you enjoying the fight? Then let me make it even better for you. Battle Soul Awakening Merciless Taunt. The moment the old man saw the smile on Xiao Feng's face, he knew something was wrong. Just as he planned to retreat, an inexplicable rage surged in his chest. The thought of escape vanished in an instant. He turned and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Feng. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. In terror and despair, Yamazaki threw his 5th punch. No, with a desperate roar from Yamazaki, he finally collapsed slowly. At the same time, a blood-packed treasure chest slowly floated out from Yamazaki's corpse. This signified that he had truly died. Only those who have truly died would drop a blood-packed treasure chest. If there are resurrection items or resurrection skills, the chance of dropping a blood contract treasure chest after being killed will decrease several times. Xiao Feng was well aware of his own luck. If he killed someone with a resurrection item, the probability of dropping a blood contract treasure chest was extremely low. The onlookers from Sakura country, upon seeing the old man Yamazaki killed by Xiaofeng, had their last glimmer of hope extinguished. They all scattered like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. In just over 10 seconds, no Sakura country practitioners could be seen around. After recovering, Xiaofeng's health was back to full. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. A 5th-tier powerhouse had been slain. Hint, you have killed the 5th-tier practitioner Yamazaki. Looking at the empty surroundings, Xiaofeng did not rush to let the others out but instead arranged for Bebe to patrol the area. Only after confirming that there were no threats hiding nearby did he send a message to the others. When the others learned that Xiaofeng had successfully killed a 5th-tier powerhouse, they were already numb. Xiaofeng's repeated crossfire kills had long since ceased to surprise them. The impact Xiaofeng had on them over the past few days was simply too great. This had completely overturned their understanding of 1st-tier practitioners. After exiting the dungeon, the shock of seeing corpses everywhere and the empty surroundings was even more intense. Brother Xiaosa said nothing, just gave Xiaofeng a thumbs up. Let's go, it will be difficult to leave once the real experts arrive. Sakura country was not without true experts, they just thought that having a 5th-tier powerhouse station to deal with these 1st-tier little guys was already sufficient, not to mention there were dozens of 4th-tier powerhouses as well. But they never expected to end up with a total defeat. Xiaofeng's shocking achievements were destined to be sealed by Sakura country, unable to spread across this land. Determined, Xiaofeng rode on Bebe's transformed, cool-looking black steed, leading the 4 towards the direction provided by the dungeon. Just after they left, 2 old men rushed over. Upon seeing Yamazaki's corpse, their brows furrowed tightly. They showed confusion when they noticed Yamazaki's friend icon had turned gray. Yamazaki was of mid to low strength among 5th-tier practitioners, but even so, he was still 5th-tier. Unless facing a mid to upper tier or even top-tier powerhouse, it was unlikely he wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Could it be that Long Country sent out experts? But from the messages sent by the survivors who fled the scene, it didn't seem so. Among this batch of invaders from Long Country, there were only 1st-tier practitioners. They had never seen any high-tier practitioners from start to finish. At this moment, another old man received a message. After checking, his expression grew even more serious. Yamazaki was killed by that Long Country practitioner, Knight, who has passed the 1st-tier trial tower's 1200th floor. What? Yamazaki was actually killed by a 1st-tier practitioner? His face was filled with disbelief. This completely shattered the limits of his imagination. A 1st-tier practitioner crossing 4 tiers to kill a 5th tier? Is this real? The 5 of them faced no obstacles as they arrived at the area designated by Uncle Fu. However, after looking around, they did not find Uncle Fu's figure. Brother Knight, is this the place? Xiaofeng opened the message sent by Uncle Fu again to check. That's right. Then where is Uncle Fu? Maybe we arrived too early. Just then, a ripple suddenly appeared in the nearby space. Moments later, a familiar portal appeared, and Uncle Fu stepped out from the portal. He looked completely relaxed, as if taking a stroll in his own backyard. Uncle Fu looked at Xiaofeng and the others standing before him, all unharmed, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Xiaofeng took a few steps forward and asked Uncle Fu, "Uncle Fu, the 3 days aren't up yet. Is there some change that requires us to evacuate early?" Uncle Fu nodded and said, "Yes." "What change?" Uncle Fu did not answer but looked into the distance. "Let's leave here first, a few old fellows are on their way." Xiaofeng and the others turned back but did not sense anything unusual. However, that was normal. No matter how talented they were only at the 1st level. Their perception could not compare to that of higher-level professionals. After following Uncle Fu into the teleportation portal, the portal vanished from sight. Just as they left, 4 old men arrived at the spot where they had just stood. One of the elders sensed for a moment and then spoke, "Spatial fluctuations, we are a step too late. They have already left through spatial teleportation." The power of space? It seems the Dragon Kingdom has used that forbidden item. With that item in play, capturing them is almost impossible. Don't let others gain the upper hand while losing your own prestige. Yes. According to our long-term observation and analysis, this item cannot be used continuously. After each use, it will enter a cooldown period, and that is the best time for us to eliminate them. As he spoke, the elder turned to another elder. "Rest assured, I have recorded the time and synchronized it with the others. As long as we foresee them during the cooldown period of that item, we will definitely not let them escape again." In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng and the others found themselves in a cozy Japanese-style house. In the center of the room was a tea set with steaming fragrant tea inside. Uncle Fu casually sat cross-legged and poured a cup of fragrant tea for the others. Just moments ago, they had been on a battlefield fighting for their lives, and now they were in such a warm and comfortable environment, which felt quite unusual. However, with Uncle Fu around, they did not have to worry about their safety, so they all sat down and slowly savored their tea. The tea was rich in flavor and had a unique taste. Xiao Feng had never tasted such delicious tea before. Brother Xiao Xiao leaned close to Xiao Feng's ear and explained, "This is tea made from the leaves of the 6th-level mutated plant, the black wind ancient tree. It's extremely rare. It not only helps relieve physical fatigue quickly but also has many benefits for the body. I've seen it with my old man, but the quantity is very limited." Looking at the cup of tea again, Xiao Feng felt the taste was even better. After finishing a cup of tea, Uncle Fu finally spoke softly, "The reason I had you end your guard duty in the dungeon early is that a trial team has encountered a problem and needs your support." Xiao Feng was not surprised. The Dragon Seed team consisted of 5 people, and if nothing unexpected happened, all 5, including him, had been sent by Uncle Fu to the Cherry Blossom country to carry out the final assessment task. He was unsure about the strength of the other 3, but he knew about Feng's strength. Feng, like him, had cleared the 1200th level of the trial tower, which was enough to demonstrate his strength. Bozai had even cleared 1000 levels before Xiao Feng, so he was likely not weak either. As for why he hadn't cleared higher levels, that remained unknown. The other 2 were probably even stronger, as they didn't need to clear the trial tower to prove their strength and were directly recruited by the Dragon Seed team. It was surprising that a team led by such strong individuals had encountered problems requiring their support. The situation must be quite urgent. If it were so urgent, why were they still leisurely drinking tea here? However, Xiao Feng did not voice this question. He simply continued to drink tea, waiting for Uncle Fu's next words. After finishing his tea, Uncle Fu set down his cup and continued, "One member of the Dragon Seed team went alone. His name is Bai. This time, he did not team up with anyone and went alone to the Kyoto Warrior Academy's trial dungeon." Upon hearing this, Brother Xiao Xia exclaimed, "Is he crazy? The Kyoto Warrior Academy is equivalent to the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy, and in some aspects, it is even stronger than the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. Isn't going there for a trial just asking for death?" Suddenly, the carefree brother realized he had overreacted and fell silent. Uncle Fu didn't mind this. He turned to Xiao Feng and said, "Bai's ability is quite special. With his strength, he shouldn't have any problems, but for some reason, he sent me a distress signal, specifically requesting you for rescue. The Sakura country has a geographical advantage, and there are continuous reinforcements heading there. If Bai doesn't receive support, it will be very difficult for him to retreat." Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "Uncle Fu, can't we just use the teleportation array to bring him back?" Uncle Fu shook his head and sighed, "This teleportation ability isn't my own, it relies on a special item. Moreover, this item cannot be used indefinitely, each use consumes a large amount of resources, but that's not the most important part. The most crucial limitation is that the area where the portal appears must be in a stable spatial state. If that area experiences chaotic spatial fluctuations, the portal cannot be opened. Therefore, I can only wait for you outside the area of spatial fluctuations. Your mission this time is to enter the trial dungeon of the Kyoto Warrior Academy, rescue Bai, and then retreat to the location I specify." Uncle Fu detailed the specific requirements and difficulties of this rescue mission to Xiao Feng. Finally, Uncle Fu reminded him, "Of course, this is not an assessment task, it's completely voluntary. You can opt out of this mission without any impact on your team assessment. However, if you take on this task and successfully complete it, you will receive an additional reward. Little guy, trust me, this reward is very important for you." Uncle Fu's almost enticing words made Xiao Feng realize that this reward must be quite valuable. After much contemplation, Xiao Feng decided to accept the task. Accepting the task didn't mean he had to complete it, he just needed to wait for the right moment. If he found the situation untenable, he would decisively abandon it. What reward could be more important than his own life? Xiao Feng looked at the carefree brother and the others, then turned to Uncle Fu and said, "Uncle Fu, please send these 4 back, I can go alone." The 4 didn't object, they knew this journey was too dangerous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Following Xiao Feng would not only be unhelpful but could also hold him back. Thus, the 4 did not oppose. Uncle Fu nodded, "No problem." With a wave of his hand, a teleportation portal appeared in the room. The carefree brother and the others looked at Xiao Feng with concern. "Brother Hei, we're waiting for your good news." Xiao Feng nodded at the 4, "Don't worry." After the 4 passed through the portal and left, Xiao Feng looked at Uncle Fu and said solemnly, "Uncle Fu, I can only do my best. As for whether I can succeed, I can't guarantee it." Uncle Fu nodded slightly, "Go ahead. If possible, try to rescue Bai. He is very important for the future of Long Country." Xiao Feng's heart trembled. Bai, what kind of profession is he? How could he be linked to the future of Long Country? He became increasingly interested in this Bai. Remember, you must ensure Bai's safety. He is very important to you and to Long Country. After you rescue Bai, contact me, and I will provide the location of the teleportation portal. Under Uncle Fu's instructions, Xiao Feng stepped into the portal leading to the Shijing Warrior Academy. The space rippled, and after stepping out of the portal, Xiao Feng found himself in a small alley filled with garbage. Based on the information provided by Uncle Fu, Xiao Feng knew that he was still over 2 kilometers away from the Kyoto Warrior Academy. To rescue Bai, there were 2 main difficulties. The first was how to enter the trial dungeon, which was relatively simple. He just needed to blend into the academy and then launch his invincible skill. When they were unprepared to break in, the real challenge lay in how to retreat. The importance of white is something that the Sakura country must already be aware of, and with myself also entering the instance, there are 2 big fish in the instance. No one would easily let the 2 of us leave. Moreover, since I had already exposed some of my strength earlier, they must have taken precautions here. Let's take a step and see. After learning the Sakura language through the system, I can no longer judge Xiao Feng's identity by language alone, plus the appearance of people from Long Country and Sakura Country is not that different. Xiao Feng walked down the street without attracting the attention of others. The Kyoto Warrior Academy is different from the Warrior Academy of Long Country. It is an open academy where anyone can enter and visit. Only some core areas require identity verification. Xiao Feng easily entered the academy. Along the way, through the conversations of others, Xiao Feng learned that the trial instance of the Kyoto Warrior Academy is quite extraordinary. This instance is an extremely rare fixed trial instance. A fixed trial instance is one that has a fixed location and does not disappear. Having such an instance is an extremely valuable resource for both the academy and the country. It is even more precious than the trial tower, as only a few can challenge the trial tower, while most professionals do not even qualify to enter, especially for support roles like healers, who can only experience it. However, the advanced trial instance is completely different. Every professional must complete the trial tasks in the advanced trial instance to be promoted. Its value far exceeds that of the trial tower, at least for most professionals. Currently, there are only 5 confirmed fixed first-tier trial instances globally, 2 of which are in places that are difficult for low-tier professionals to reach. The only 3 fixed instances that ordinary first-tier professionals can access globally are just 3. And Sakura Country is extremely fortunate to have obtained one. This is also the main reason why Sakura Country built its highest Warrior Academy in this location. Why did Bai choose this instance? Does he, like me, have the ability to destroy instances? If this fixed instance can be turned into a dead zone, then thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt a surge of blood. This is the true root severing. Those randomly appearing trial instances before can only be considered weeds, while the trial instance within the Kyoto Warrior Academy is definitely a main root. As long as this main root is severed, it is equivalent to killing hundreds of thousands of Sakura Country professionals. Xiao Feng stopped not far from the trial instance square. Looking at the tightly guarded crowd, Xiao Feng knew that it was impossible to sneak in quietly. Among the crowd, he faintly sensed many powerful auras, some of which were even far beyond Yamazaki 6th-tier powerhouses, or even higher. No wonder it is the highest warrior academy in Sakura Country. Their level of importance here far exceeds that of other instances. Since sneaking in is not an option, there is only one way: charge in. The people of Sakura Country must have already anticipated that someone might rush in. Therefore, not only have they arranged many high-tier professionals to guard the entrance of the instance, but they have also set up numerous obstacles. The purpose is to delay anyone attempting to rush in, allowing the guards to kill or capture them. Upon reaching the crowd, Xiao Feng found that the closest distance to the instance was nearly 200 meters. Those seemingly solid barricades are nothing but a joke in front of Xiao Feng's relentless charge. Even the instance's rock walls, protected by the power of rules, can be shattered, let alone these ordinary objects. The distance for the Battle Soul charge is only 100 meters, but if the Battle Soul awakening skill is added, it can reach 200 meters. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Feng decided to charge over. If he swaggered in with invincibility, more people would know he had arrived. When leaving, they would definitely take targeted defensive measures against him. The more information about his strength is revealed, the more disadvantageous it is for him. After observing for a moment, Xiao Feng quietly squeezed to the front of the crowd. Just as everyone was unaware of him, Xiao Feng charged forward with his Battle Soul. At the same time he activated the Battle Soul charge, he also added the Battle Soul awakening skill. The onlookers were taken aback to see someone attempting to break through. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure emanated from a distance. This pressure was so overwhelming that it could rival the confrontation between the Water Dragon Chant and the Catastrophe Mage. At that moment, Xiao Feng was greatly alarmed. However, the skill had already been used, and there was no turning back. If he could successfully enter the dungeon, he would live; if not, he would die. In the blink of an eye, rows of hard metal barriers erupted from the ground before the dungeon entrance. Just by looking with the naked eye, one could tell that these barriers were extremely tough, and it would be difficult for any practitioner below the 4th tier to break through them in a short time. Yet, these hard barriers crumbled like tofu upon contact with the battle soul charge. They posed no obstacle to Xiao Feng whatsoever. As the practitioners from the Sakura Nation stared in disbelief, Xiao Feng charged straight into the trial dungeon. Just as his figure disappeared, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the ground at the dungeon entrance. The hard stone surface was blasted into a massive pit several meters deep, and the surrounding ground shook continuously, as if a localized earthquake had occurred. The power of this lightning was evident. Just as Xiao Feng's figure vanished, a blurred silhouette appeared at the dungeon entrance. The blurriness was caused by the speed being so fast that it created a visual distortion. However, he was still a step too late, allowing Xiao Feng to enter the dungeon. At that moment, a man in a magic robe also arrived at the dungeon entrance. The two looked at the barriers that Xiao Feng had smashed through, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The strength of this barrier material is such that even a 5th-tier strong attack practitioner couldn't easily break through it. How could he, as a 1st-tier practitioner, achieve this? The mage also gazed at the damaged barriers, uttering 4 words, power of rules. Inside the dungeon, a man dressed in white was sitting cross-legged on the ground. This was the target Xiao Feng aimed to rescue, one of the members of the dragon species team Bai. His body was covered by a layer of transparent crystal. Flames of red, blue, and even purple were burning around this crystal layer, slowly eroding the protective barrier around Bai. Surrounding him were dozens of people unleashing various skills in a frenzied assault on the crystal layer. Dragon Kingdom Invader, let's see how long you can hold out. Once I break through your protective layer, I will make you wish you were dead. Daring to cause trouble in our great Sakura nation is a path to self-destruction. Stop wasting words with him, let's break through his defensive shell first. At that moment, a well-built girl stood up from the back of the crowd. As she rose, everyone surrounding Bai instinctively parted, creating a path for her. The girl looked at the transparent crystal layer with a gentle smile on her face. Although the smile was soft, it gave off an extremely chilling feeling. She was Chiyo Mako, the first genius of the Amaterasu team from the Sakura Nation. The profession that Chiyo Mako felt was known only to a few in the Sakura Nation. Moreover, she had never revealed her skills in public. Even when she leveled up, she needed to clear dungeons alone to avoid exposing her information. However, today, the Sakura Nation government acted unusually, not only allowing her to step forward to resolve this matter but also permitting other 1st-tier practitioners to accompany her. Chiyo Mako slowly walked up to Bai, maintaining a slight smile, her voice soft and pleasant. Bai, the captain of this generation's dragon species team from the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the awakened profession is very special, even hailed as one of the most important figures for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. I really look forward to you becoming powerful, to see just how strong you are in your strongest state. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era and met me. Bai, I'll give you one last chance to sign a contract with me and become my retainer. As long as you agree, I will definitely take you to the highest peak of strength. I don't want to be standing alone at the top years from now, with no one behind me. Chiyo Hazuko spoke with overwhelming dominance, but it was uncertain whether her strength matched her words. As she spoke, her delicate, fair fingers gently tapped on the transparent crystal layer. The crystal layer, which had withstood various attacks without a scratch, suddenly showed some cracks at that moment. Inside the transparent crystal layer, Bai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chiyo Hazuko. One must admit that this woman, in terms of both figure and appearance, belonged to the top tier, yet she paled in comparison to Bai. Bai, dressed in white, with fair skin and exquisitely delicate features, exuded an untainted aura, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Ahem, don't get it wrong. Bai is a man more beautiful than any woman. When Chiyo Hazuko saw Bai's perfect face, she was momentarily stunned. Is there really such a perfect face in this world? More perfect than any man she had ever seen, even surpassing anything she had ever imagined. For a moment, Chiyo Hazuko was completely captivated. She was indeed a genius, a top-tier genius, but she was also a girl who had just turned 18. Any normal woman would react this way upon seeing Bai's perfect face. At that moment, she was just a normal woman. But just a moment later, she forcibly collected her thoughts, and her expression returned to arrogance. There was even a hint of anger on her face, though she didn't know where that anger came from. The transparent crystal layer did not block the transmission of sound. Bai's gentle voice came from within the crystal. 5 what? Chiyo Hazuko was confused by the number Bai suddenly announced. 4. What are you talking about? I'll give you one last chance to become my retainer, otherwise. 3. Stop with the tricks. 2. In that case, die. just as Chiyo Hazuko was about to shatter. The crystal layer, I spoke again. He's coming, your opponent is him. Chiyo Hazuko turned her head sharply, and the entrance to the instance rippled, revealing a man holding two shields. The newcomer was Xiao Feng. As soon as Xiao Feng entered, he saw this bizarre scene. A stunningly beautiful woman was caressing a person trapped inside a transparent crystal. Indeed, from Xiao Feng's perspective, it looked like she was caressing him. Moreover, the woman inside the transparent crystal was even more beautiful. Xiao Feng had never seen such a gorgeous woman. Wait, what's that Adam's apple? Chiyo Hazuko noticed Xiao Feng's unabashed scrutiny and immediately showed an ugly expression. If you keep looking, I guarantee you won't see anything ever again. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, yeah, if I don't look now, I won't see it later. At least you have some self-awareness. Clearly, Chiyo Hazuko did not truly understand the meaning behind Xiao Feng's words. Suddenly, Chiyo Hazuko realized something was off. Since she had already entered the trial instance, it meant she was safe. In the first stage, Xiao Feng was confident that no one could kill him, at least not instantly. Therefore, Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what kind of person Bai really was, to warrant such high praise from Fu Bo. At the same time, he wanted to see who could trap Bai. White clothes, white face, you are Bai. Xiao Feng directly ignored Chiyo Hazuko and looked at the incredibly handsome man inside the transparent crystal layer. Hearing such rude words from Xiao Feng, Bai was not angry, he simply said lightly, Xiao Chang. At first, Xiao Feng thought nothing of it, just feeling a bit strange about how Bai knew his name and why he would call him by his real name in this situation. Suddenly, Xiao Feng was jolted. Chen and Chang, the pronunciations were slightly different. Xiao Chang was his name before he crossed over, while Xiao Feng was his name in this world. The secret of his crossing over was known only to him. Did Bai really know, or was it just an inaccurate pronunciation? Seeing Xiao Feng's serious expression, Bai revealed a faint smile. When that smile appeared, it was as if the whole world brightened. It was truly beautiful. However, Xiao Feng was not captivated by his looks. He saw a meaningful smile on Bai's face. Could it be that he really knew about his identity as a traveler? At that moment, Chiyo Hazuko suddenly received a series of messages. After checking, she looked at Xiao Feng with a grave expression. You are an invader? It was only then that she realized this suddenly appearing man was not a Sakura country practitioner at all, but a powerful dragon country invader who might possess the power of rules. The power of rules, ordinary practitioners might not be aware of its strength. But Chiyo Hazuko was also a genius with the power of rules. It was precisely because she possessed the power of rules that she was hailed as the strongest prodigy of this generation in Sakura country. One could say that there were very few people in the entire Blue Star who understood the power of rules better than her at the first level. The power of rules that Chiyo Hazuko obtained was an extremely rare offensive ability. It ignored defenses. This meant that all the attacks she launched dealt real damage, no matter how strong the defense, it was useless in front of her. This was also why other practitioners could do nothing against the transparent crystal layer, while she could easily break through it. Only then did Xiao Feng face Chiyo Hazuko. This woman was extremely beautiful, but her condescending arrogance made Xiao Feng very uncomfortable. After surveying the area, he found that besides Chiyo Hazuko, there were 23 others in the instance. Moreover, they were all within the range of his merciless taunt. Without any nonsense, Xiao Feng directly activated the skill Merciless Taunt. As soon as the skill was activated, everyone looked at Xiao Feng and launched attacks against him, including Chiyo Hazuko. Suddenly, Xiao Feng sensed something was wrong. His health points had dropped a level. This shocked him. Minus 8,000. Looking at the source of this 8,000 points of damage, it turned out to be that extremely beautiful girl. With just one strike, she dealt 8,000 points of damage to Xiao Feng. It was important to note that his defense was around 10,000, and he also had the skill Rock Solid, which reduced damage by 50%. Calculating this, her attack power was nearly 30,000? How could a first-level practitioner possess such formidable attack power? However, fortunately, Xiao Feng's recovery rate had now reached 12,819 points per second. This amount of damage could be easily withstood by his own recovery. The scene was filled with continuous screams, and after a few seconds, the screams gradually faded. The Sakura country practitioners surrounding him were dying one after another. Chiyo Hazuko came to her senses, but she could not resist the merciless taunt, her body uncontrollably attacking Xiao Feng. Each strike dealt high damage to Xiao Feng, but she herself suffered even greater damage. With each attack, she would receive 200% rebound damage. If it weren't for her extremely high health points, she would have already died by now. The only relief was that her normal attack speed was not fast, otherwise, she would have died by now. Watching her health points continuously decrease, she let out a roar, a red glow emanating from her body, and with A jolt, she broke free from the control of merciless taunt. At this moment, there was no longer the pride she had earlier in her eyes, only endless fear. She was just a step away from being killed by her own rebound damage. In the end, Shio Hazuko glanced helplessly at Xiao Feng and quickly ran towards the exit of the dungeon. Xiao Feng did not stop her. Because even if he blocked her, it would be of no use. His only attack skill had already been used, and it was nearly impossible to kill her. This made Xiao Feng yearn even more for other similar taunting skills. Within just a few seconds, only Xiao Feng and Bai remained in the dungeon. After putting away the 2 blood contract treasure chests, Xiao Feng approached Bai. "Aren't you coming out?" "I can't come out." Xiao Feng was puzzled. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Bai's face. "Once I use this skill, I can only wait for the skill duration to end unless external forces break it. Otherwise, I can't break it from the inside." This bizarre skill was something Xiao Feng had never seen before. It truly blurred the lines between friend and foe. However, Xiao Feng couldn't help him, as with only 1 point of attack power, he couldn't break this crystal layer. In fact, Xiao Feng had a way to break it, which was the battle soul charge, but it was still on cooldown. Moreover, he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, as it was one of his life-saving abilities. Since Bai couldn't come out for the time being, Xiao Feng had nothing to do, so he tentatively asked, "How do you know my name?" Bai looked at Xiao Feng, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The smile almost made Xiao Feng lose his composure. This was still a man. If Bai were a woman, he didn't know if he could withstand the temptation. After forcibly driving away the distracting thoughts, he carefully stared into Bai's eyes, trying to discern whether he really knew something. Bai looked around and, finding no one else besides the 2 of them, finally spoke. "My ability is a bit special. To put it simply, I can foresee the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's heart shook violently. A professional actually had such an ability? This ability was simply too overpowered. Seeing Xiao Feng's shocked expression, Bai shook his head and said, "It's not as powerful as you think. With my current strength, I can only vaguely sense a general idea. For example, I only know your real name is Xiao Chang, with Chang meaning honesty, and..." He paused for a moment before continuing, "And you have a layer of mist around you. I can see very little of it. I've only seen this situation in Fate-type professionals and high-level professionals. In this world, ever since the arrival of the universal paradise, nothing that happened was surprising anymore. The appearance of a trivial and powerless transmigrator like him seemed less significant. Moreover, the world he originally came from was almost the predecessor of this world, nearly identical except for the absence of the universal paradise. This further diminished any reference value. However, this secret should not be exposed. Ever since he learned of the existence of the infinite system, Xiao Feng always felt that his transmigration shouldn't be that simple. Looking at Bai, it seemed he truly didn't know his secret. Xiao Feng looked at Bai, who was frozen in the crystal layer, and asked, "Since you can foresee the future, why are you trapped here?" Bai displayed a confident expression. "If I weren't trapped, how would you come here?" Xiao Feng's heart jolted. "Are you saying you deliberately got trapped to lure me here?" After receiving a positive answer from Bai, Xiao Feng asked nonchalantly, "Why?" "Because, in my foresight, I discovered that only by luring you here can this dungeon be completely turned into a dead zone." Only at this moment did Xiao Feng fully believe Bai's words. The news that he could turn the dungeon into a dead zone was known only to the 5 of them. Even Uncle Fu didn't know, so Bai couldn't possibly know. Since Bai was aware of this, he must have sensed that something would definitely happen after he arrived. This dungeon is quite special. Unlike other trial dungeons that forcibly expel the trial takers once the time limit is up, this dungeon will always exist. This means that Xiao Feng has enough time within this dungeon to extract the monster's heart, turning this trial dungeon into a dead zone. And inside the dungeon, he wouldn't say he's invincible, but at least so far, he hasn't seen anyone who could truly kill him. No, wait. That woman who just ran away, why was her attack so strong despite being a first-tier professional? Xiao Feng asked, "What ability did that woman from Sakura country have to break through my defenses?" Bai was momentarily taken aback. He wasn't sure how high Xiao Feng's defenses were, but from Xiao Feng's tone, it seemed he was quite surprised that the captain of Sakura country's strongest team could break through his defenses. Bai was also very curious about how high Xiao Feng's defense really was. After hesitating for a moment, Bai revealed the identity information of Chiyo Kazuko. That woman was the captain of the Amaterasu team from Sakura country, named Chiyo Kazuko. Captain of the Amaterasu team? Equivalent to the captain of the Dragon Seed team in Long Country? In that case, it wasn't surprising that she could break through his defenses. After all, how could someone become the strongest first-tier team captain of a country without real strength? Bai continued, "I don't know how high your defense is, but her ability to break through your defenses and injure you isn't because her attack is particularly high, but because of the uniqueness of her attack." Xiao Feng remained silent, waiting for Bai's explanation. I don't know much about her, but I can sense that she must possess the power of rules, which allows her to ignore defenses. Simply put, every attack she makes can deal 100% true damage. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng was shocked. Such a terrifying ability exists? Doesn't that mean that as long as her attack is high enough, she could kill any boss without recovery abilities? This kind of power is far more formidable than his soul charge. Nonchio Kazuko's attacks on him just now dealt 8,000 points of damage each. Even if her attacks could ignore defenses, his rock solid also possessed the power of rules, which should have provided a damage reduction effect. If that's the case, didn't her attack power reach 16,000? Can a first-tier professional's attack really be that terrifying? Even more frightening is that with 16,000 attack power, under his 200% Thorn Spike rebound damage, wouldn't each of her attacks cause her to receive around 32,000 rebound damage? Reflecting on the battle just now, Chio Kazuko attacked Xiaofeng at least 6 times. By this calculation, didn't her health reach around 200,000? Upon calculating this result, Xiaofeng couldn't help but frown. His health reaching the current 120,000 was already due to a combination of luck and extreme point allocation. And Chio Kazuko clearly wasn't relying on extreme point allocation. Otherwise, her attack power couldn't be so high. It seems this woman is not simple. If his health and attack are all built up through attribute points, then her potential limit is simply outrageous. This made Xiaofeng feel a hint of threat. Setting aside his thoughts, Xiaofeng asked, "You think about how we should leave this place? I'll go collect some interest first." As he spoke, Xiaofeng walked deeper into the dungeon. The purpose, of course, was to collect the monster's heart. 3 hours later, Xiaofeng had already extracted 6 monster hearts, all of which had been devoured by his body. When he was collecting the 8th monster heart, the crystal layer enveloping Bai finally dissipated on its own. When Bai saw Xiaofeng breaking through the ground to extract the monster's heart while ignoring the dungeon rules, she was also filled with surprise. "Indeed, you also possess the power of rules." At this moment, the soul charge skill had also fallen into cooldown. With nothing else to do, Xiaofeng asked, "What profession did you awaken?" White, without concealment, said, "From now on, we will be teammates, so it doesn't hurt to tell you that my awakened profession is Grand Prophet." This answer was similar to what Xiaofeng had guessed, but there was still one question that didn't add up. "Since you are a Grand Prophet, how do you know my name, or rather, my past?" "I don't know your past." "Then how do you know my name?" White smiled and said, "Who said you need to know someone's past to know their name?" Xiaofeng was taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind White's words. "I saw this name in a fragment of the future." Future? Xiaofeng fell into confusion. Could it be that in the future he would still use this name? Or perhaps some event would occur that would expose his identity as a traveler, thus bringing this name back into the world. However, thinking about these things now was pointless. "Do you have any ideas on how to get out?" White looked at Xiaofeng and said lightly, "Before you came, I only knew that through you, we could leave safely, but I didn't know how we would leave. But seeing you able to ignore the rules and break through the rock layers within the instance, I think I might know how to leave now." Xiaofeng pressed on, "How do we leave?" He didn't believe that just the two of them, as first-tier professionals, could charge out of the most heavily guarded place in Sakura country. The reason Xiaofeng was able to enter smoothly was that the other side didn't know his identity, catching them off guard. But wanting to get out was a completely different matter. Through the battle with Chio, his identity had already been exposed without a doubt. A Grand Prophet plus him, who could defeat Chio and also possess the power of rules, with both of them trapped in the instance, how could they possibly be allowed to leave easily? At this moment, the outside of the instance must have been set with a net of traps. Once the two of them stepped out of the instance, Xiaofeng believed that at least several 5th-tier experts would come after them, and there might even be 6th-tier or higher-level experts. It was almost impossible for the two of them to leave smoothly. White didn't elaborate on how to leave, only telling Xiaofeng to collect all the monster hearts from the trial instance first before discussing it further. Xiaofeng didn't continue to ask. At least within the instance, the two of them were safe. This instance wouldn't disappear and expel them. This meant that as long as they didn't actively leave the instance, no one could do anything to them. The only problem now was food. Previously, with the presence of the carefree brother, there was naturally no shortage of food and drink, but now without him, the rations Xiaofeng had prepared would probably only be enough for one meal. After finishing the last meal, he would likely have to go hungry. Of course, given his current physique, going hungry for 10 days or half a month wouldn't kill him. It was just that the feeling of hunger was really unpleasant. Previously, he had fought with the Thunder Serpent for over 40 hours without eating, and at that time, the most uncomfortable part wasn't the constant threat of death, but hunger. Xiaofeng didn't want to experience that heart-pounding feeling of hunger again. For the time that followed, White stayed quietly behind Xiaofeng, watching him use his battle soul to charge and collect one monster heart after another. During this time, White contacted Uncle Fu through the system friends. and informed him that Xiao Feng was using the power of rules to destroy the trial instance. Their safety was temporarily assured, and White had already thought of a way to leave. Uncle Fu was very happy to hear this news. At the same time, his attention towards Xiao Feng began to increase. In fact, before this, he wasn't very satisfied with Xiao Feng. A profession with no offensive power seemed to him to have very limited potential for future achievements. Initially, he had gained some fortuitous encounters that made him powerful in a short time, but at higher tiers, his weaknesses would be known to more people, and by then, there would be too many ways to target Xiao Feng. Once targeted, Xiao Feng would find himself in a very awkward position. The shortcomings of not having an attack would be exposed without a doubt. This was also the reason he had not been paying much attention to Xiao Feng's small team in recent days. The reason for sending Xiao Feng to rescue Bai was actually Bai's own request. He had even refused Bai's plea until Bai mentioned that only Xiao Feng could resolve his current predicament, after which Uncle Fu reluctantly allowed Xiao Feng to go for the rescue. Bai, as the great prophet, must have seen a fragment of the future to make such a request. That's why he started to pay attention to Xiao Feng. Through some channels, he truly learned how incredible Xiao Feng's actions were in the last Sakura Country trial dungeon. Not long ago, he had heard from some intelligence organizations in Sakura Country that the trial dungeon had turned into a dead zone and had marveled at Xiao Feng's good luck in being chosen for a dead zone dungeon. But later he discovered that it was not the case, rather, it was after Xiao Feng entered that the dungeon turned into a dead zone. Initially, he did not believe that it was Xiao Feng's doing, but now, having received concrete information from Bai, he was convinced. Another person with the power of rules had appeared, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for the Dragon Country. Possessing the power of rules was enough to compensate for his inability to enhance his attack. At least, that was the case for the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country did not lack high-level combat power. There were quite a few practitioners above the 7th rank. However, practitioners with the power of rules were extremely rare. Each person with the power of rules was a tremendous asset at the national strategic level. Moreover, the power of rules that Xiao Feng possessed could directly turn the opponent's dungeon into a dead zone, making such power of rules akin to a nuclear bomb before the arrival of paradise in terms of national strategy. At this moment, Uncle Fu's level of attention towards Xiao Feng had even risen to a level comparable to that of Bai. Watching the monster hearts dissolve in Xiao Feng's hands and be absorbed by his body, Bai remained silent, simply observing. It wasn't until Xiao Feng absorbed more than 30 monster hearts that Bai could no longer hold back and spoke up. Can your body handle devouring so many biological energies? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's body trembled. Biological energy, this was the second time he had heard this term. The last one to mention it was the infinite system. The infinite system required biological energy to activate and awaken. Ever since he forcibly increased the limit of his Thorn of Thorns skill last time, it had depleted his biological energy and then fell into a deep sleep. Hearing the term biological energy from Bai again made it impossible for him not to feel excited. If these monster hearts contained a large amount of biological energy, then it made sense that his body was actively absorbing them. It seemed that the infinite system residing in his body was actively devouring this biological energy. What exactly was biological energy? What was its purpose? Xiao Feng had no idea. Before this, he had not dared to casually ask others about biological energy. If the existence of the infinite system were exposed, it would be troublesome. Now, encountering someone who knew about biological energy made it impossible for Xiao Feng not to feel thrilled. He suppressed his excitement and calmly asked, "What is biological energy?" Bai showed a thoughtful expression. "It seems you don't understand your own body." "How so?" "I assume you must have used quite a few potential limit scrolls, right?" In fact, Xiao Feng had not used many potential limit scrolls. He didn't even know why his potential limit was so high. However, he did not deny it. Yes. After receiving Xiao Feng's affirmative answer, Bai seemed to confirm his thoughts and continued, "That's right, everyone has a potential limit, but the bodies of ordinary people are not developed to the extreme, so they need to use potential limit scrolls to develop their bodies and reach their limits. However, there are still limits beyond this limit. Simply put, everyone's physical endurance has an ultimate limit at different stages. Once this ultimate limit is reached, even using the potential limit scroll cannot continue to break through and improve. This is where biological energy comes into play. Only by transforming the body with biological energy can one surpass this limit, allowing practitioners to continue using the potential limit scroll to break through, thus enabling the use of more attribute enhancement points. Your current defense and health have already far exceeded this limit. Aside from using a large amount of biological energy to transform your body, I can't think of any other explanation." After hearing Bai's words, Xiao Feng pondered silently in his heart. Could it be that the reason his potential is so high is indeed due to the massive consumption of biological energy? Xiaofeng spoke up, since there is such a method, can't this method be used to infinitely create strong individuals? Bai shook his head and said, it's not as simple as you think. First of all, biological energy is extremely difficult to obtain. Killing ordinary monsters does not yield biological energy at all, or rather, there is currently no way to extract the biological energy from killing ordinary monsters. Ultimately, this biological energy will return to the monster's heart through the rules set by the Wanjia Paradise system, giving birth to new monsters again. This is also why monsters can infinitely respawn in areas where there is a monster's heart. The only way to obtain biological energy is to plunder the monster's heart. But the monster's heart is not so easily obtained. In the wild, most monster hearts have been taken by predecessors, which is why most areas in the wild no longer refresh monsters after they are killed. And the places where monster hearts have not been taken, which can still infinitely refresh monsters, are either within dungeons or some areas guarded by powerful mutated creatures. These places are either protected by rule power or guarded by strong mutated creatures. The difficulty of obtaining monster hearts in these two types of places is evident. At this point, he looked at Xiaofeng and smiled, but you, on the other hand, directly possess the power to break the rules of the dungeon, which has given you the illusion that obtaining monster hearts is quite easy. Moreover, each dungeon is a very precious resource for the country it is located in. No government would allow anyone to take the monster hearts from within the dungeon, turning their country's dungeon into a dead zone. That would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Furthermore, breaking the rules of the Wanjia system and taking the monster hearts would also result in a forced execution punishment from the system. Not only can you break the rules to take the monster hearts, but you can also withstand the system's punishment. I must say, your talent is truly abnormal. Now do you understand how abnormal this skill of yours is? After listening to Bai's words, Xiaofeng finally had a clear answer regarding the relationship between biological energy, monster hearts, and monster respawning. If the monster hearts were to be sold, they would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Unfortunately, once the monster hearts are in his possession, they would be uncontrollably devoured by his body or the infinite system within his body. It is simply impossible to take them out and sell them. From the beginning until now, he has devoured nearly 100 monster hearts, and it seems the infinite system should be awakening soon. He wondered if it could once again enhance the limit of the Thorn of Thorns skill after awakening. 40, 50, 60, over time, Xiaofeng continuously plundered the monster hearts within the dungeon. With each monster heart taken, there was one less area in the dungeon that could infinitely refresh monsters. This dungeon is quite different from other trial dungeons. Ordinary trial dungeons have only about 60 monster respawn points. Yet this dungeon has as many as 88 monster respawn points. Xiaofeng was quite satisfied with this. Time flew by, and 40 hours passed. After Xiaofeng took the last monster heart from the trial dungeon, this trial dungeon had already turned into a dead zone. No new monsters could possibly respawn. This also meant that the thickest main route of the Kyoto Warriors Academy had been severed by Xiaofeng. I glanced at the time and smiled. The timing is just right. What time? Xiaofeng was puzzled. Of course, it's the assessment time given by Uncle Fu. We have now exceeded the time he assigned. Only then did Xiaofeng remember that they had come to Sakura country to undergo the final assessment of the Dragon Seed team. So how do we leave now? I pondered for a moment and said, I've been observing you for a while. Your skill of charging through rules probably has a cooldown of about 30 minutes, right? Yes. 30 minutes? That should be enough. Do you know what a dungeon is? Xiaofeng was very curious. Tell me. A dungeon is a separate space that has no interaction with the real world. The Buddhist scripture saying one sand, one world can well explain the existence of a dungeon. A dungeon is an independent space hidden in the crevices of space. As long as we can break through the spatial barrier of the dungeon, we can leave the dungeon and reach the outside world. Xiaofeng interrupted Bai and asked, you want me to use the battle soul charging skill to break through the dungeon's spatial barrier and then escape? Yes, if it were any other dungeon, doing so would be extremely risky. After all, other trial dungeons constantly change their locations, and if we rashly charge out, we might fall into the void's turbulence. And this dungeon is a fixed dungeon, which means the surrounding space is very stable, and there are no spatial turbulence. We can completely break through the dungeon's spatial barrier and leave this place. Then where will we appear after leaving the dungeon? Do I need to ask? Of course, it's outside the dungeon. Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. Then what's the difference from just walking out the dungeon's exit? I smiled. Of course there's a difference. What difference? Leaving through the dungeon entrance will only place you in a fixed location, while breaking the dungeon's spatial barrier will randomly place you anywhere within 1,000 meters of the dungeon. Any location within a kilometer could indeed avoid the traps set in the dungeon entrance area, but it was still full of unknowns and uncertainties. Unknown? Xiaofeng suddenly realized that there seemed to be no such thing as the unknown in front of the great prophet. At least, it shouldn't exist. In the short term. If this couldn't be done, it wouldn't be worth the attention that the Dragon Kingdom and Uncle Fu had given him. I asked, "Do you know how I got in here?" How could Xiaofeng possibly know how he entered the dungeon? He assumed it was similar to him, directly entering the dungeon when it was unguarded. But hearing Bai's question, it seemed it wasn't that simple. I have a special ability that allows me to walk between the present and the future. During this time, no one can see me or detect me. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng was astonished. There was actually such a perverse skill. With this skill, could he go anywhere? Bai shook his head. This skill isn't as powerful as you think. Once I am hit by a strong energy attack, I will be forced out of that state. I imagine they have already set up a net outside. Even if they can't see me, they will have laid countless traps outside. Although I can see through those traps, what if they are already filled? So, the best way to leave this place is to take a route they wouldn't expect. You think they would think of us using the method of breaking the dungeon's spatial barrier to leave? Looking at Bai's confident demeanor, Xiaofeng asked, "Once we go out, they can't see you, but they can see me. What should we do?" "This is simple. As long as I hold your hand and walk, it will be fine." Bai seemed to realize that this statement was somewhat inappropriate, and quickly changed his words. "Before I activate my skill, as long as you are in contact with me, and I am not actively rejecting you, you can also enter that state with me." "Then let's go." Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "Just leaving? Like this is a bit too easy for those little devils." Bai was slightly taken aback. "You've turned their best trial dungeon into a dead zone, and you're still not satisfied?" Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Aren't you able to sense the future?" Bai slowly closed his eyes, and after sensing for a long time, he spoke, "I told you, there is a layer of mist around you that I cannot see through. I only know that your future will be incredibly powerful." Xiaofeng did not respond and walked straight towards the dungeon entrance. Bai hurriedly called out to Xiaofeng, "What are you going to do?" "You wait for me inside, I'll go out and collect some interest and come back." After saying that, Xiaofeng walked towards the dungeon exit without looking back. Outside the dungeon. This was originally the highest warrior academy in Sakura country, and the number of people was already large. Now that they learned that their most important trial dungeon was invaded by professionals from Long country, how could they not come to watch? If it weren't for the strict control by the Sakura country government and the academy, which prohibited everyone from entering, countless passionate youths would have rushed in to fight the invaders. At this moment, the government and high-level officials of Sakura country were also in a state of panic. Their strongest team, the Amaterasu team, had almost lost their captain inside, allowing other first-tier professionals to enter would only lead to death. This made them feel extremely frustrated, an unprecedented frustration. The high-level professionals were even more furious, gritting their teeth. If there were no restrictions that only first-tier professionals could enter, they would have rushed in and crushed those two first-tier professionals from Long country. This dungeon was unlike other trial dungeons, there was no time limit. If those two kept hiding inside and didn't come out, they had no way to deal with it. As the news spread, more and more professionals from Sakura country arrived. Among them were some powerful first-tier professionals who had not been discovered by the government. This allowed the Sakura country government to find quite a few good candidates. When these people learned that the captain of the Amaterasu team had been defeated by Xiaofeng, they all believed that it was because the Amaterasu team was weak and did not represent the true strongest first tier of Sakura country. Therefore, many self-proclaimed exceptional first-tier professionals wanted to enter the dungeon to kill the invaders from Long country. However, they were still blocked by the Sakura country government and the Kyoto Warrior Academy, because these people had no understanding of Chiyo Hazuki's true strength. Even Chiyo Hazuki had almost died inside. Although some of these people were not weak, there was still a significant gap compared to horror. Letting them in would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Just as they were clamoring to enter the dungeon to kill the invaders from Long country, a ripple appeared on the light curtain at the dungeon entrance. The crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone held their breath, and at the same time, everyone drew their weapons. As soon as the invaders from Long country appeared, they would not hesitate to unleash various skills, ensuring the invaders would be left with nothing. The high-level professionals were even more so. They knew better than anyone how powerful these two first-tier professionals from Long country could become if they grew stronger. If these two were allowed to successfully leave and return to Long country, it would be an unprecedented enemy for Sakura country in the future. Now was the best time to kill them. The ripples on the light curtain at the dungeon entrance stopped, and a young figure holding two shields walked out of the dungeon. Many who had seen Xiaofeng rush into the dungeon earlier naturally recognized him as the invader from Long country. "He is the invader from Long country, kill!" With a loud shout from the crowd, countless attacks were hurled at Xiaofeng. Xiao Feng was also slightly taken aback. He hadn't even activated his merciless taunt, yet everyone was attacking him? A series of screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. Stop, he has an invincible and counterattack skill. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted. But it was still useless, because Xiao Feng had already activated the ruthless taunt skill. Once the skill was unleashed, the Sakura country professionals who had intended to hold back suddenly had red eyes, completely disregarding their already depleted health points, and crazily attacked Xiao Feng. At this time, a group of high-ranking officials from Sakura country sitting on a distant platform watched the scene. Their hearts bleeding. These people were the future hope of Sakura country. Among them were some exceptionally talented first-tier newcomers, as well as many high-ranking members of the Kyoto Warriors Academy and law enforcers sent by the government. Watching the Sakura country professionals fall in droves while attacking Xiao Feng, they were helpless. Was he really just a first-tier professional? Why was he not dying under the attacks of so many strong opponents? Among them were even top-tier fifth-tier experts. Release. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the sky, like thunder crashing. Everyone who heard this voice trembled, waking up from their furious state. One by one, the Sakura country professionals who regained their senses looked at their nearly empty health bars with a sense of dread. They were so close, just a little bit away from death. If it weren't for that voice, they would have ended up like the corpses scattered around them. Xiao Feng suddenly looked up. In the sky, a middle-aged man stood suspended in midair. He locked eyes with Xiao Feng. Just one glance sent a shock through Xiao Feng's mind. If he hadn't had a rock-solid 100% damage reduction at that moment, his soul would have been extinguished. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Feng scanned the area, feeling quite satisfied with the results of this outing. Then he turned and entered the dungeon. Yet no one dared to step forward to stop him. First tier? Terrifying indeed. Once Xiao Feng's figure completely disappeared, the group of Sakura country professionals finally relaxed. They were truly afraid that if Xiao Feng unleashed another large-scale taunt skill, it would really be a dead end for them. The man in the sky slowly descended. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his face showed no expression. At this moment, the people on the distant platform quickly approached the man, their expressions extremely respectful. Director, it is our negligence. The man waved his hand and said, "This is not your fault. Who could have known that a first-tier professional not only possesses an invincible defense skill but also such a high counterattack damage?" As he spoke, his expression turned cold. This person must die. But, Director, he is hiding in the trial dungeon, and high-tier professionals cannot enter, while first-tier professionals. The man hesitated for a moment, as if he had made a certain decision. He looked at a group of high-ranking members of the Kyoto Warriors Academy and slowly spoke. "Let Chio use the Sword of Judgment." Director, do we really want to waste the durability of the Sword of Judgment on him? The Sword of Judgment is not a weapon in the traditional sense. It is an extremely rare item. This item is very special. It can ignore any defense and directly kill target units with 100% health below 6th tier, regardless of level. This item was obtained by a legendary professional from Sakura country during a chance encounter in the multiverse paradise. However, this equipment has 3 major flaws. First, this equipment cannot be placed in any storage space and must be carried like a regular item. Second, this item has an extremely long cooldown time, usable only once every 10 days. The main reason they were reluctant to use the Sword of Judgment was that its durability was down to just 3 points. Each use consumes 1 point of durability, and once durability is consumed, it cannot be repaired by any means. Even in the multiverse paradise, they have yet to find a way to repair it. Therefore, each time the Sword of Judgment is used, its durability permanently decreases by 1 point. Although this Sword of Judgment can only kill beings below the 6th tier, it has never failed to date. Therefore, this weapon would hardly be used, but rather preserved as a strategic resource. It would only be deployed when even high-level professionals could not resolve the situation. Clearly, now was the most appropriate time to use this weapon. Consuming a bit of durability to slay a powerful future existence of the Dragon Kingdom was, in his view, completely worth it. After a short while, an old man carefully approached the Dean, holding an ancient-looking box in both hands. "Dean, the Sword of Judgment has been retrieved, but it will take another half an hour to cool down." The Dean nodded slightly, then turned to the dejected Chiyo Hako and softly said, "Hako, come here." Chiyo Hako was no longer the proud person she once was. Since becoming a professional, she had never been defeated. Even during the selection for the Amaterasu team, she had managed to win continuously against many talented individuals from the Sakura Kingdom, ultimately becoming the captain of the Amaterasu team. After becoming the captain, she received full support from the Sakura Kingdom, with endless resources pouring in. This caused her strength to surge rapidly. Now, her power was no longer comparable to when she first became the captain of the Amaterasu team. She was confident she could defeat any first-tier professional. However, facing off against Xiao Feng had shattered all her pride into bubbles. She even felt fear towards him. With her strength, she couldn't even harm Xiao Feng in the slightest, and she had barely escaped death at his hands. Throughout the encounter, he hadn't even made a move. This had completely collapsed her belief in invincibility. Now, the dean of the Kyoto Warrior Academy wanted her to kill Xiao Feng, thereby reclaiming that sense of invincibility. Only by regaining that belief could she continue to lead the Amaterasu team to climb to greater heights. If she couldn't achieve this, not only would she be rendered useless, but her future accomplishments would also be limited. How could someone without a strong heart and an invincible spirit become a true powerhouse? Chiyo Hako numbly accepted the sword of judgment handed to her by the dean, still lost in thought. The dean looked at her, his brow slightly furrowed, and said, "Hako, kill him and reclaim your heart of invincibility." Chiyo Hako hesitated, but the dean's gaze sharpened as he turned to her seriously and coldly said, "If you cannot slay him and reclaim your heart of invincibility, then you should resign from your position as captain of the Amaterasu team." Upon hearing this, Chiyo Hako trembled all over. Losing this identity meant she would lose the resources provided to her by the Sakura Kingdom. The path to becoming stronger would become incredibly difficult. More importantly, she would become a laughingstock in the entire Sakura Kingdom. How could such a proud person as her endure such humiliation? It would be no different from asking her to die. Gradually, Chiyo Hako's gaze became increasingly resolute. A closer look would reveal a look of defiance against death in her eyes. Seeing this, the dean nodded. After a moment's thought, he took out another item from the service space and handed it to Chiyo Hako. Upon receiving the item and seeing its attributes, her eyes brightened even more. She believed that with this item, along with the Sword of Judgment, she would surely be able to slay the Dragon Kingdom invader. As for Xiao Feng, after returning to the trial dungeon, he was in high spirits. Through the system prompts, he discovered that this time he had killed over 500 Sakura Kingdom professionals, most of whom were students from the Kyoto Warrior Academy. Of course, there were also quite a few high-ranking members of the Kyoto Warrior Academy and law enforcement personnel from the Sakura Kingdom, including a number of mid to high-tier professionals. If it hadn't been for that loud shout at the last moment, he could have certainly killed even more Sakura Kingdom professionals, and it wouldn't have been impossible to take down a few fifth-tier professionals again. Watching Xiao Feng return unscathed, a look of relief appeared on his otherwise calm face. He knew well what awaited him after stepping out of the dungeon exit. The night was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him, not only possessing the power of rules but also able to withstand the system's forced execution. Although he didn't know the true circumstances of Xiao Feng's departure, he could imagine that he must have faced countless fierce attacks. Could this really be something a first-tier professional could achieve? With a casual wave, Xiao Feng summoned over 50 blood contract treasure chests. Even Bai was shocked at this scene. How long had it been since he left? Not even half a minute, right? Not only did he return unscathed, but he also killed at least 100 people. After putting away the blood contract treasure chests, Xiao Feng sat cross-legged and slowly took out the last bit of water and food from the backpack on the ground. This little bit was completely insufficient for his body's needs, only slightly alleviating his hunger. While eating, he turned to Bai and said, "We'll set off in half an hour. This time, the goal can be considered preliminarily achieved." "What goal?" Xiao Feng smiled slightly. "I have been assassinated by the Sakura country's assassins several times, and besides completing Uncle Fu's assessment task, I also came here to collect some interest." "So how's the interest collection going?" Xiao Feng calculated carefully and replied, "Not bad, over 1,000 first-tier professionals, and there should be about 100 second and third-tier ones." Before Bai could express her surprise, Xiao Feng continued, "There should be more than 30 fourth-tier ones, and as for the fifth tier, I've only killed one so far." Upon hearing this, Bai was stunned on the spot. He had already regarded Xiao Feng highly, but he hadn't expected to underestimate him. He could hardly believe that this was something a first-tier professional could achieve. Looking at Bai's shocked expression, Xiao Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. This person, who seemed to have everything under control, could also be surprised? If she knew he had almost killed a sixth-tier powerhouse just now, he wondered what she would think. Just then, ripples appeared on the shimmering screen of the dungeon entrance. Someone was coming in. Both of them turned to look at the dungeon entrance. At this moment, anyone daring to enter the dungeon must have come prepared. The entrance flickered, and an exceptionally outstanding woman appeared. It was Chiyo Hazuko. Seeing this, Xiao Feng did not let his guard down. Although this woman had nearly died at his hands, she was the only first-tier professional who could threaten him. Both her attack power and health were absurdly high. Coupled with her ability to ignore defensive rules, she posed a significant threat to Xiao Feng. The fact that she dared to step into the dungeon now indicated she had some kind of support. In such a short time, her strength couldn't have increased significantly, so there was only one possibility. She must have obtained some powerful external support. This external force should be some kind of powerful item. Bai retreated behind Xiao Feng and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said, "She carries some kind of powerful item that poses a great threat to me." As she spoke, Bai's body vanished, and her voice floated. "From behind Xiao Feng, I'll go ahead." This Xiao Feng was utterly speechless. Bai was too decisive. Selling out a teammate wasn't supposed to be done like this. Putting Bai aside, Xiao Feng focused on Chiyo Hazuko ahead. His expression grew serious. At this moment, his battle spirit awakening had just been used and was already in cooldown. This meant he currently had no invincible skills. If this woman really used some powerful one-time item, Xiao Feng might indeed face a setback. Chiyo Hazuko did not rush to attack. Instead, she walked slowly forward, stopping 10 meters in front of Xiao Feng. "Knight, member of the Dragon Seed team. You're strong, at least in my eyes, much stronger than your captain." Xiao Feng remained non-committal. Xiao Feng was not clear about Bai's true combat power, but the fact that she could be appointed as the captain of the Dragon Seed team already indicated her strength. This strength might not lie in combat ability, but more in her foresight of the future. The team did not care much about who would be the captain. What mattered more to him was the specific benefits he could gain after becoming a member of the Dragon Seed team. The title held no value for Xiao Feng. Chiyo Hazuko wasted no time. She took down the long sword, over a meter in length, from her back and pointed it at Xiao Feng. "In the dark of night, no matter how exceptional your talent is, you can only die beneath my judgment." Sword. From the moment Chiyo Hazuko appeared, Xiao Feng had locked onto the large sword on her back. In the previous battle, Chiyo Hazuko had not used this sword. It seemed this large sword was the powerful item Bai had mentioned. Xiao Feng took out the last remaining bottle of instant life recovery potion and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he stood still to trigger the set skill Immovable as a Mountain. Immovable as a mountain, when the wearer is in combat and remains still, this buff is activated, increasing base defense by 10% every 10 seconds, with a maximum increase of 50%. With Bai's departure, only he and Chiyo Hazuko remained on the scene. He activated another buff, Thunder Abyss Warrior Skill Lone Walker. Title effect 1 Lone Walker. After equipping this title, if there is only one enemy within a 100-meter radius, your 4 basic attributes increase by 10%. With the enhancement of these two buffs, Xiao Feng's health and defense were greatly increased. At this moment, Xiao Feng did not hold out hope for killing Chiyo Hazuko. After all, the Ruthless Taunt skill was on cooldown. Without the Ruthless Taunt skill, Xiao Feng was like a stone that could only reflect damage, leaving the opponent with no way to deal with him. Chiyo Hazuko raised the Judgment Sword, which emitted a dazzling light, blindingly bright. Judgment. With a loud shout from Chiyo Hazuko, the Judgment Sword transformed into a giant light arrow over 10 meters long, slashing towards Xiao Feng. A faint sense of crisis surged in Xiao Feng's heart. Boom! As the light sword struck down, Xiao Feng was horrified. With just one strike, his health dropped by over 60,000. His health plummeted to 50%. The power of this strike even exceeded the attacks launched by the old man Yamazaki against him. However, Xiao Feng did not take the instant life recovery potion. If Chiyo Hazuko's attack was limited to this, he could endure it a bit longer. His own health recovery rate had reached 10.64%. But Xiao Feng did not wait for the second strike. Looking up, he found Chiyo Hazuko frozen in place, muttering to herself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The Judgment Sword can kill any 6th tier or lower practitioner with 100% certainty. You cannot withstand it. 100% kill? Xiao Feng was shocked. Was there such a weapon? If he could obtain this weapon, wouldn't that be something? But why hadn't he been killed? 100% kill. And now his health was exactly at 50%. This was not a coincidence. It should be that Immovable as a Mountain had reduced the damage by 50%. Immovable as a Mountain, Thorn of Thorns, and Battle Soul Charge all belonged to the same tier of skills. Since Battle Soul Charge was a rule skill, then Immovable as a Mountain and Thorn of Thorns should logically also be rule skills. Moreover, through this period of understanding, he found that several of his skills had extremely high priority. Chiyo Hazuko also possessed rule skills that ignored any defense to deal true damage to enemies. Yet, she still experienced the damage reduction effect of Immovable as a Mountain. This was enough to show that the priority of Immovable as a Mountain was above Chiyo Hazuko's rule skills. Just as Xiao Feng prepared to face Chiyo Hazuko's second strike, her body suddenly cracked open with fissures like shattered glass. A dazzling light burst forth from the crack. Immediately, Chiyo Masako's body transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated into the air. Clang! After Chiyo Masako's body vanished, the giant sword did not disappear with her but fell to the ground instead. What was going on? Chiyo Masako's body did not leave a corpse like others who had died. Instead, it turned into light and scattered. In the end, only this large sword remained. Is this some kind of trap? Just as Xiao Feng hesitated whether to step forward and pick up the giant sword, a white figure appeared beside him. Looking at the sword on the ground, he slowly spoke. This is the sword of judgment. What is the sword of judgment? A good thing, go pick it up quickly. Bai seemed very excited. Since Bai said so, this item should not be a trap. Xiao Feng stepped forward and picked up the giant sword. Hint, you have obtained the sword of judgment. Holding this sword felt a bit strange. Such a massive sword felt weightless in his hand, as if even an ordinary person could easily lift it. This was too contrary to common sense. At that moment, Bai reminded him, you can check its attributes. Following Bai's reminder, Xiao Feng opened the attribute panel of the Sword of Judgment. Equipment name, Sword of Judgment, special equipment/item, equipment quality, not viewable. Wearing requirement, none. Equipment durability, 2/9. Note, each use decreases durability by 1, and it cannot be repaired in any way. Equipment slot, main weapon slot. Physical attack, 1, magical attack, 1, additional attribute, judgment execution. Using this weapon can deal 100% of the target's health as damage, cooldown. Time 239 hours 57 minutes 32 seconds. Note, this skill is only effective against units below level 6. See, this equipment is an extremely special item. It is both an equipment and an item. By the way, how many uses of durability does it have left? 2. Fortunately, they have had this equipment for so many years and it still has 2 uses of durability left. You are very lucky. This equipment was quite good. At least it was for Xiao Feng. The Sword of Judgment had no wearing requirements, and both attack values were only 1 point, which was quite similar to him. It only had one additional skill, Judgment Execution. This was an additional skill of the equipment, and its damage did not come from the equipment's attack attributes or the user's base attack attributes. This gave Xiao Feng a high probability of being able to use this sword to activate the Judgment Execution killing skill. This was enough to compensate for Xiao Feng's lack of attack. However, this equipment also had quite a few drawbacks. First was the long cooldown time of 10 days. For 10 days, he could only swing the sword once, making it nearly impossible to use this weapon as a main weapon. Secondly, each time this sword was used, it would decrease durability by 1, and this durability could not be repaired in any way. Use it once, lose it once. After reading the equipment attribute introduction, Xiao Feng habitually tried to store the equipment in his storage space. However, after several attempts, it didn't work. What was going on? Bai watched Xiao Feng's attempts to store the Sword of Judgment and shook his head with a smile. This equipment cannot be stored in the storage space. And once the wielder dies, this sword will also drop. Otherwise, do you think this sword would end up in your hands? Xiao Feng was taken aback. There was such a peculiar weapon? After trying a few more times, Xiao Feng confirmed Bai's words. It really couldn't be stored in the storage space. In the end, Xiao Feng could only helplessly strap the giant sword to his back. At this moment, Xiao Feng looked even more normal. Each hand held a giant shield, and a giant sword was strapped to his back. He looked like a typical neat shield warrior. After securing the equipment, Xiao Feng asked, what was that woman all about? Bai smiled and said, the Sakura country really values her. They even gave her a resurrection scroll. As we all know, a first-tier professional truly dies upon death. Only by breaking through to become a second-tier system can one be granted a resurrection privilege. It seems this is the system's way of eliminating those with weaker survival abilities and potential, to avoid wasting training resources. A resurrection scroll, a precious item that allows a professional to come back to life after death, is extremely rare. Its price is exorbitantly high, making it difficult for first-tier professionals to obtain. Every time a resurrection scroll appears, it is snatched up in a frenzy. It is a scarce commodity that is valuable yet hard to find, even for those with money. Is there anything more important than one's own life? The Sakura country is indeed generous, willing to give her a resurrection scroll. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng finally understood why Chio had left no corpse after her death. This woman was quite lucky. She had nearly died at his hands twice but managed to escape both times. Half an hour later, the two stood up. At this point, all of Xiao Feng's skills had cooled down, and it was time to end this journey. Let's go. I've contacted Uncle Fu, and he will open the portal at the agreed location in 10 minutes. Under Bai's guidance, Xiao Feng arrived at a corner deep within the dungeon. Bai pointed at the rock wall and said, right here, about 50 meters behind this rock wall is the dungeon's spatial barrier. As long as we break through the barrier, we can leave the dungeon. Xiao Feng glanced at it, said nothing, and directly activated his skill, Soul Charge, towards the rock wall. Boom, the indestructible rock wall crumbled like tofu under the impact of the Soul Charge skill, creating a large hole. As he approached the rock wall, about 50 meters in, Xiaofeng felt the soul charge skill momentarily pause, as if encountering some kind of obstruction. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation since using the soul charge skill. However, the obstruction was fleeting, and the soul charge remained unstoppable. Xiaofeng easily broke through that layer of barrier. As a sensation of spatial pulling emerged, a hand rested on Xiaofeng's shoulder. The time limit began to rotate. Once he saw the surroundings clearly, Xiaofeng and Bai found themselves outside the dungeon. They were now approximately 800 meters behind the dungeon entrance. Although this location was not far from the entrance, there were not many guards present. The main reason was that to enter or exit the dungeon, one had to circumvent the towering steel wall ahead, which stood several dozen meters high. Overall, the two were quite lucky. With Bai's arm draped over Xiaofeng's shoulder, a strange feeling arose. Xiaofeng could see all the scenery and pedestrians around him, but others seemed unable to see the two of them. Walk slowly. Once my hand leaves contact with your body, you will exit this state. Thus, the two strolled through the Kyoto Warrior Academy. Watching the crowd pass by was a unique experience. The two moved as if invisible, slowly making their way toward the academy's exit. Since the Kyoto Warrior Academy is an open institution, entering is relatively loose and free. The dungeon entrance here was also crowded with many high-tier warriors from the Sakura country. Not to mention 2 living people. Even a fly would find it hard to pass through there. At this moment, the dungeon entrance of the Kyoto Warrior Academy had become one of the most tightly guarded places in the entire Sakura country. But who would have thought that Xiaofeng and Bai had already left the trial dungeon? Thus, the two strolled leisurely through the cherry blossom-filled Kyoto Warrior Academy. If anyone could see them, they certainly wouldn't think of them as a loving couple. After more than 10 minutes, the two successfully arrived at the place agreed upon with Uncle Fu. When Uncle Fu saw that they had arrived safely, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, very good. Let's go, we can talk later. A portal slowly appeared. Bai was the first to step into the portal, just as Xiaofeng was about to enter. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Upon seeing this, the usually calm Fu Bo's expression changed dramatically. Go, quickly, Xiaofeng did not hesitate. And stepped directly into the portal. After passing through the portal, Xiaofeng's body did not appear in the imperial capital but instead in the western capital Warrior Academy. Looking up, he saw Bai standing not far away. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered Fu Bo and turned to look, but did not see Fu Bo's figure. The portal had already vanished. Bai quickly walked over to Xiaofeng and asked, "What happened?" Xiaofeng recounted what had just occurred. After hearing this, Bai closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them, and the worry on his face had dissipated. Don't worry, Fu Bo will be fine. Xiaofeng knew that Bai had the ability to glimpse a part of the future, so he must have seen that Fu Bo would return safely to say that. With that thought, Xiaofeng also felt relieved. Arriving at the Western Capital Warrior Academy, Xiaofeng, being the local, naturally would not be stingy. After days without a proper meal, he was now so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. The most urgent thing to do now was to head to the cafeteria for a big meal. Let's go, I'll treat you to a feast. Xiaofeng walked with Bai through the Western Capital Warrior Academy, attracting quite a bit of attention. The reason was, of course, Bai's appearance. This led many to mistakenly think that Bai was Xiaofeng's girlfriend. Thus, Xiaofeng had to keep his distance from Bai. Bai was completely unconcerned, he had long been immune to such worldly, odd stares. Amidst the strange looks from passers-by, Xiaofeng endured an extremely difficult journey and finally arrived at the cafeteria for core members of the Meat Shield department. It was only a little past 3 p.m. and there were no other students in the cafeteria. The chef, seeing Xiaofeng arrive, greeted him warmly. "Classmate Hei, what would you like to eat today?" "Roast suckling pig, braised pork knuckle." Bai listened in shock as Xiaofeng rattled off a dozen dish names. When he thought about Xiaofeng's monstrous physique, it all made sense. A few minutes later, various dishes were served one after another. Upon seeing these dishes, Bai frowned. "Do you usually eat this?" Xiaofeng was taken aback, stopping his movements to carefully inspect the food on the table, finding nothing wrong. "What's wrong with this food? Shouldn't we, as professionals, eat some higher calorie food? How much of this do we need to eat to feel full?" Xiaofeng was speechless. Who wouldn't want to eat higher grade food? But that costs money. He only had a little over 20 gold coins left, so he couldn't afford it. Moreover, while the ingredients made from mutated creatures had high energy content, their taste wasn't much better than this food. The main point was that the meals here were free, and Xiaofeng didn't have to spend a single coin. There was no need to waste money just to eat quickly. Bai's words made Xiaofeng even more curious about his background. He was only a first-tier professional now. Had he been eating those ridiculously expensive mutated creature foods before? The two did not delve deeper into this issue and simply enjoyed their meals in silence. However, one person ate ravenously while the other ate gracefully. An hour later, the plates on the table had piled up to over half a meter high. Only then did Xiaofeng put down his chopsticks. Looking at the towering stack of plates, Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. It seemed that in the future, he would have to find some mutated creature meat ingredients, otherwise, he would spend a lot of time eating every day. As his strength continued to grow, the time spent on meals would only increase. It was even possible that he could spend an entire day eating and still not meet his body's needs. But eating costs money. Thinking back to the last meal that had cost him 8 million, Xiaofeng felt a pang of heartache, even though that money wasn't his own. At that moment, Bai received a friend request notification. After checking it, he completely relaxed. Uncle Fu has safely returned, but there were some issues, so we can't use the portal to pick us up for now. We'll have to go to the imperial capital ourselves to report. Since Uncle Fu had temporarily added a third assessment, they had already exceeded the gathering time he mentioned. Is there a time limit? No, but we should hurry to the imperial capital. Why? You'll know when you get there. Xiaofeng still had unfinished business in Shijing and couldn't leave now. How about we set off tomorrow? I still have some matters to handle. All right. Then we'll set off together tomorrow. After saying that, I stood up and walked towards the door. He paused at the entrance and reminded, by the way, it's best not to advance to the second tier in the next couple of days. Xiaofeng didn't try to keep him, he was just a student here and couldn't arrange accommodation for Bai. Sharing a room with him? Absolutely impossible, that would tarnish Xiaofeng's reputation. Returning to his personal exclusive room, Xiaofeng didn't rush to sleep, even though he was extremely tired. Over the past 3 days, he had hardly slept at all. If it weren't for multiple gene enhancements, he would have collapsed by now. Lying on the sofa, hundreds of blood contract treasure chests appeared before him. To be precise, there were 118 of them. This indicated that he had killed over 1,000 enemies, as the drop rate for blood contract treasure chests from killing professionals was only about 10%. Prompt: do you want to open blood contract treasure chests times 118? That's right, Xiaofeng was too lazy to open them one by one, there were just too many chests. He decided to open them all at once. Open. Prompt: you have opened blood contract treasure chests times 118. You have obtained iron sword times 1, blood pattern lion meat bun times 1, sexy stockings times 1, moldy bread times 1. Looking at the various strange items that appeared in the system prompt, Xiaofeng felt a headache coming on. After checking the various items one by one, he found that some good things did indeed come out. Sexy stockings, wearing them increases charm by 1 point. This piece of equipment is similar to the charm bra obtained from the last blood contract treasure chest. Aside from increasing charm attributes by 1 point, it adds no other attributes. Moreover, it only takes effect if more than 90% of the stockings are exposed. Is this really something that can drop from monsters? Xiaofeng was skeptical about this. In addition, he also obtained a rather bizarre item. Rotting banana peel. Any creature stepping on this item will definitely fall. Can be used 2/3 times. The words any creature and definitely fall appearing on a system-certified item made it particularly special. Only rule items could invoke such terms from the system. He didn't expect this somewhat disgusting banana peel to actually be a rule item. Although its function was too peculiar, aside from pranking, Xiaofeng couldn't think of any other use for it. He decided to keep it, it might play a significant role under certain specific conditions. Then Xiaofeng looked at another item. Lucky treasure chest. Upon opening, you can randomly obtain 1 to 10,000 gold coins. With 5 out of 10 openings remaining, and a cooldown of 24 hours after each opening. This item was quite good. Xiaofeng was in dire need of money right now. Without hesitation, he opened the lucky treasure chest. Prompt: do you want to open the lucky treasure chest? Open. The chest opened, and it was empty. No, there was a single gold coin in the corner of the chest. Prompt: you have opened the lucky treasure chest and obtained 1 gold coin. Goodness, where's the promised 1 to 10,000 gold coins? His luck couldn't be that bad, could it? Did it really only give him the minimum of 1 gold coin? This was reminiscent of the salary offers on those job recruitment websites before he crossed over. 5 to 8,000, not 5,000. To 8,000, but 5 yuan. That's right, any number after 5 doesn't need to be looked at, the number at the very front, the smallest one, is the true salary for that position. This treasure chest perfectly illustrates the salary meaning of the signature website. Putting away the lucky treasure chest, Xiaofeng looked at the next item. Duel invitation letter. Use this item to invite a professional to enter the duel space for a fight to the death, which will only end when one party dies. The duel has a maximum time limit of 24 hours. If the duel exceeds 24 hours and both parties are still alive, the system will directly execute the one with the lower health points. Note, this item has a high priority, the invited party cannot refuse. This thing is quite good, it's an enhanced version of a one-time dual space skill. With this scroll, there's no need to use the dual space skill with only about a 25% success rate in critical situations. However, the dual invitation letter requires that one party must die for it to end. This makes the choice of target very crucial. If the wrong target is chosen, it could be disastrous. Besides that, Xiaofeng surprisingly also opened a bottle of Gene Evolution Essence. This was something Xiaofeng never expected. The only two channels he knew for obtaining Gene Evolution Essence were bound items. They cannot be traded or discarded, and naturally, they couldn't be drawn from the Blood Pact treasure chest. He didn't expect that the little devils could also obtain such tradable Gene Evolution Essence. He wondered where they got it from. The rest were just some scrap metal, of no value. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofeng opened his friend list. He sent all this scrap metal along with some useless equipment items to Qian Duoduo via mail. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. He was now so poor that he only had 25 coins left, no, adding the one coin just drawn from the lucky treasure chest, he had a total of 26 coins. When Chen Duoduo received the email from Xiaofeng, he was ready to make a big move. But after seeing the items in the email, he was dumbfounded. Chen Duoduo, brother He Yi. Where did you get so many strange items? Every single one is a notarized item. He Yi killed for them. Looking at the hundreds of various notarized items, Chen Duoduo was stunned. How many professionals had to be killed to get so many useless things? However, as a professional merchant, he still had basic professional ethics. He wouldn't refuse a client just because the items they provided were a bit unusual. Moreover, although these things were unusual, they might still sell for a good price if they encountered someone in need. The premise is to meet the right person. Chen Duoduo, brother He Yi, these items are quite special. It might take a lot of time to sell them. What do you think? Xiaofeng knew that it was indeed a bit difficult for Chen Duoduo to handle these items. He Yi, you handle it as you see fit, no rush. After receiving this message from Xiaofeng, Chen Duoduo finally felt relieved. Closing the chat with Chen Duoduo, Xiaofeng sent messages to the 4 members of the Xiaosa brother group. Hey Yi, I will be heading to the imperial capital tomorrow. If you are interested in going with me, bring your sincerity and come find me at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Closing the chat interface, he turned on Do Not Disturb mode. After taking a hot shower, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when Xiaofeng arrived at the restaurant, Xiaosa brother, Tianzai, Jiansan Shisan, and Ouyang Feng were already there. Seeing the few of them, Xiaofeng nodded and invited them to have breakfast together. Most of the core members of the Meat Shield Warrior class had already been promoted to the 2nd tier and had gone to level up in new areas. Meanwhile, the former first echelon, including Xiaofeng and the others, were still at the 1st tier. Even the 4 of Xiaosa brother had not been promoted to the 2nd tier. It seemed they must have received some news from their family forces, which made them not rush to advance. Xiao Sago was the first to speak. Brother He Yi, I'll be straightforward. I want to follow you, and I have no objections to signing a vassal contract. Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Sago, feeling perplexed. Xiao Saji's identity, background, and status in Longguo were not just top tier. In Xijing, he was undoubtedly one of the most elite young masters. He never expected him to be willing to take this step. It seemed this decision had the support of his father as well. Xiao Sago took out a box and pushed it in front of Xiaofeng. Brother He Yi, this is a small token of my sincerity. From now on, I am your man. Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What did he mean by I am your man? It could easily lead to misunderstandings from others. Xiaofeng did not refuse and nodded as he accepted the box. Upon opening it, he found 200 attribute enhancement scrolls. He had to admit that Xiao Saji's family was indeed wealthy, far more generous than the Xijing Warrior Academy. Xiaofeng was very satisfied with this. Seeing this, Jian Sansan also took out a box and pushed it in front of Xiaofeng. Sorry, I come from an ordinary family and can't offer anything too good. This is what I borrowed from the Swordsman Guild. Jian Sansan paused and continued, my profession is a mine swordmaster, and I cannot become your vassal. A swordmaster values the clarity of thought. Once I become your vassal, I will never have the chance to reach the peak of strength in my life. Xiaofeng nodded at Jian Sansan as he accepted the wooden box. This is your choice, and I respect it. Upon opening the box, he found 100 enhancement attribute scrolls, which were also quite good. After all, he was only bringing them into the Dragon Seed team. What happened afterward was not much of his concern. Ouyang Feng also took out a box and handed it to Xiaofeng, but this box was much larger than the others. Xiaofeng was very curious about what was inside. Brother He Yi, like Jian Sansan, this is a small token of my sincerity, and it should be useful to you. Upon opening the box, he found 10 crystal vials neatly arranged. Inside, 5 containing red liquid and the other 5 containing green liquid. Ouyang Feng explained, these potions were all concocted by my master. The red liquid is a perfect quality life recovery potion, which can immediately restore 20% of health upon use, and will continue to restore another 30% of health over the next 5 minutes, totaling about 50% recovery. He then looked at the crystal vials filled with green liquid, a smile appearing on his face. The recovery effect of the perfect quality life recovery potion could not be compared to that of an instant life recovery potion, but its efficacy was already very powerful. Although Xiaofeng did not yet know the selling price of this potion, it was likely to be quite expensive. After all, there were very few potions on the market that could restore health, at least none that Xiaofeng had seen through his channels. These few potions could save lives at critical moments. From Ouyang Fang's words, Xiaofeng understood that his teacher was likely a powerful alchemist, and these potions were probably made by his teacher personally. Alchemists and poison masters were two sides of the same coin. Poison masters generally also concoct potions, while alchemists could relatively easily create poisons. These two professions might be slightly inferior to others on the front lines, but they were not to be trifled with in the eyes of other practitioners. Ouyang Feng pointed to the crystal vials containing green liquid and said, "Brother Heiyi, you lack offensive capabilities, and your means of attack are relatively singular. This is the poison I sought from my teacher." Xiaofeng looked at Ouyang Feng, his eyes lighting up. Poison. How had he not thought of this before? This kind of thing did not belong to equipment that enhanced one's own strength, it was an external item and should be effective. This is a high-intensity poison that only needs to be thrown at the enemy. Once the enemy is contaminated with this poison, they will suffer 3,000 points of damage per second for up to 2 minutes. Of course, this is under the condition that the opponent has no defenses. If their defenses and poison resistance are relatively high, the effect will be reduced. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. 3,000 points per second, lasting for 120 seconds. That totals to 360,000 damage. Even if the damage is halved, it would still be 180,000 points. Most first-tier professionals wouldn't be able to withstand that. Moreover, this potion is a group attack. Anyone contaminated by the green liquid will take damage. Xiaofeng looked at Ouyang Feng and asked in confusion, "With something like this, wouldn't we be invincible in the first-tier dungeon?" Ouyang Feng shook his head and said, "Brother Heiyi, you may not know, but both the novice dungeon and the first-tier trial dungeon are considered novice areas under the system's judgment. In novice areas, many high-tier items cannot be used, and even within the dungeon, these items cannot be taken out at all. Otherwise, do you think those invaders from Sakura country would be so arrogant?" Xiao Feng's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected such a restriction to exist. It made sense, though. Without such limitations, they wouldn't have been able to handle the situation so easily after breaking into the Sakura country's warrior academy dungeon. It was fortunate there were these restrictions, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would have died. It seems he needs to be less high-profile in the future. Besides that, at the bottom of the box, Xiaofeng also discovered 50 attribute enhancement scrolls. Ouyang Feng's price was indeed not small, which also reflected the wealth of the alchemist. Finally, the disaster also took out a box and pushed it to Xiaofeng. "Brother Heiyi, my profession is necromancer, which isn't very suitable for teaming up with others, so I hope you can understand, this is a small token of my appreciation." Xiaofeng took the box and opened it to check. Inside were only 3 scrolls, each emitting a faint black and white glow. Hint, you have obtained Soul Attribute Enhancement Scroll times 3. Soul Attribute Enhancement Scroll, after use, you can gain 1 point of Soul Power Attribute. Note, Soul Attribute is a rare attribute. Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. This was his first time obtaining a rare attribute scroll. The Soul Attribute is extremely rare, as can be seen from the exchange quantity and price within the trial tower. Overall, Xiaofeng was very satisfied with what the 4 of them had offered, except for Jian San. However, he didn't mind. It was just a casual matter, and besides, these people had limitless potential for future achievements. Although it wasn't a follower relationship, it was certain that they owed him a favor. When the time came to need their help, they likely wouldn't refuse. After putting everything into his storage space, the group chatted and ate. "Brother Heiyi, when are we setting off?" Brother Xiaosa had been eager to head to the Dragon Seed team for a while, waiting for someone. Brother Xiaosa looked around, puzzled. "Everyone is here, is there someone else joining us for the Dragon Seed team?" Xiaofeng nodded slightly. "Yes, he will be here soon." This made Jian San furrow his brows. Could it be that what he offered was too little, causing Xiaofeng to abandon him? But that didn't make sense. Xiaofeng had already accepted his items, which meant he had agreed to let him join the team. So who was he waiting for? And why did he want to go to the Dragon Seed team with them? Not long after, a person dressed in white, stunningly beautiful, walked slowly into the dining hall. At that moment, the sunlight shone directly into the dining hall, illuminating the figure in white, making them look like an angel descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaofeng had already witnessed the power of Bai's appearance, and at this moment he couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinarily good-looking this person was. But for the other four, this was their first time seeing Bai. At this moment, everyone gaped, completely mesmerized. Even the usually serious Jian San was staring intently at Bai. Is this your team? Bai's voice was soft and pleasant. Upon hearing this voice, the others became even more entranced. Ahem. Xiaofeng coughed loudly a couple of times, and only then did the others react. Yes, they are all my teammates. Bai glanced at a few of them without commenting, simply saying, "It's getting late, let's set off. Let's go." The others finally seemed to awaken from their daze. Xiao Shago hurried over to Xiaofeng to inquire about Bai's identity. Although the other three didn't ask as directly as Xiao Shago, they all perked up their ears to listen carefully to the answer Xiaofeng would provide. Hey Yi, who is this angel sister? Sister? Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. Open your eyes and see clearly, he is a man. At that moment, Xiao Shago was struck like a bolt from the blue, standing there in shock. He muttered to himself, impossible, how could such a beautiful person be a man? This is too unreasonable. Tian Zai shook his head and looked at Jian San. Brother Jian, you don't look that great either. Jian San was taken aback. What did this have to do with him? Why was he saying this? Before Bai appeared, Jian San was indeed the most handsome among them, and his cold demeanor had a strong appeal to the opposite sex. But compared to Bai, he seemed somewhat overshadowed. As for the other few, they were even less comparable. Hey Yi, tell me, who exactly is he, and why is he going to the imperial capital with us? Xiao Shagu kept chattering beside Xiaofeng. Eventually, when they learned that this incredibly beautiful person was actually a formal member of the Longzhong team, just like Xiaofeng, they were left dumbfounded. After finding out this result, Xiao Shagu sighed, this is too unreasonable. Not only does he look so good, but his strength is also so formidable. How can others live with this? Bai, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned to ask, how do we get to the imperial capital? Xiaofeng turned to look at Xiao Shagu. Xiao Shagu was slightly taken aback, finally understanding what Xiaofeng meant. To the imperial capital, the journey is too far. Currently, the only way is to take the intercity train. I'll buy the tickets now. At this point, he paused and looked at Bai. This Mr. Bai, could you please tell me your identity card information so I can buy your ticket as well? Bai looked at them as if they were fools. You plan to take a train to the imperial capital with a pet and a big sword on your back? Only then did everyone remember that Xiaofeng not only had his pet Bei with him but was also carrying a strange large sword on his back. They had previously wondered why Xiaofeng didn't store this sword in his storage space but chose to carry it instead. Xiaofeng helplessly waved his hand. Bei should be able to buy a pet ticket, but this sword? He hadn't anticipated encountering this problem. Whether ordinary people or professionals, taking the intercity train required strict security checks. Other professionals would store their weapons and items in their storage spaces to comply with security checks. But Xiaofeng couldn't store this giant sword in his storage space, and it clearly fell under the category of controlled weapons. There was no way it would pass the security check. Did he have to check it in? Just as Xiao Feng was hesitating, a few people approached. Among them was the vice president of the West Capital Warrior Academy, Granny Jiang, along with her granddaughter, Yu Ling. The five of them were all students of the West Capital Warrior Academy. At least for now. Hello, Director Jiang. Director Jiang. Seeing them bow, Granny Jiang waved her hand. No need for formalities. From today onwards, you are no longer students of the West Capital Warrior Academy, and I am no longer your director. Xiao Shuaigu quickly walked to Grandma Jiang's side, holding one of her arms with a smile and saying, Grandma Jiang, what are you talking about? No matter where we go, we are always students of the West Capital Warrior Academy, and you will forever be our respected dean. Hearing Xiao Shuaiji's words, a satisfied smile appeared on Grandma Jiang's face. Beside her, Yu Ling rolled her eyes, flatterer. At that moment, Grandma Jiang noticed that besides Xiaofeng and his group of five, there was another person. When she clearly saw the fair face, she was momentarily taken aback. Then Grandma Jiang spoke, who is this? Bai stepped forward from the back and politely said to Grandma Jiang, hello, Dean Jiang, my name is Bai, and I am from the Bai family in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang's expression froze. The Bai family in the imperial capital was a powerful legendary family. Before the arrival of the multiverse paradise, the Bai family was already a well-known martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom. When the multiverse paradise descended, more than a third of the Bai family awakened to become professionals. The Bai family members practiced martial arts year-round. Their physiques were already significantly stronger than ordinary people, and their basic attributes after awakening were even higher than those of other professionals. Moreover, the Bai family was skilled in combat, giving them an inherent advantage after becoming professionals. Later, several powerful professionals emerged from the Bai family, and one of them had already advanced to a 7th-tier powerhouse, with some even speculating that he was not far from the 8th tier. Thus, the Bai family became one of the 4 most powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom. However, this exceptionally handsome young man did not look like a member of the Bai family at all. The Bai family valued martial arts. Every member was strong and robust, yet this young man, while well-proportioned, did not seem like someone who had practiced martial arts since childhood. However, in this era, not many dared to use the Bai family's name to swindle others. 1. Could only say that the Bai family had produced an oddity. Moreover, the fact that Bai dared to use Bai as his name and was accepted was enough to show the Bai family's importance placed on him. Being a Bai in the Bai family was certainly not simple. Seeing Bai walking alongside Xiao Feng, Grandma Jiang thought for a moment and had a rough idea of what was going on. When Yu Ling saw Bai's unbelievably beautiful face, she was first surprised, then filled with jealousy. But upon hearing Bai's voice, she instantly turned into a lovesick admirer, her face full of infatuation. Noticing this, Grandma Jiang's mind stirred, and she asked, "Little Bai, you should also be a core member of the Dragon Seed team, right?" I did not deny it and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes." Grandma Jiang glanced at Yu Ling beside her and then asked, "I wonder if your retinue is gathered?" Xiao Feng frowned slightly. Yu Ling had previously refused to join his team, and she must have found other core members of the Dragon Seed team to negotiate this matter, otherwise, Grandma Jiang would have sought him out again. According to what Xiao Shuaigu and the others said, Grandma Jiang would never give up the opportunity to have Yu Ling join the Dragon Seed team. But since she had already found a channel, why did she want to switch teams immediately? He didn't believe it was just because Bai was good-looking and her granddaughter happened to be infatuated. Excluding that reason, only one possibility remained. That was because of Bai's identity, in other words, because of the Bai family. What kind of background did the Bai family have that even someone of Grandma Jiang's status felt the need to curry favor? Upon hearing that Bai was from the Bai family, Xiao Shuaigu also widened his mouth in surprise. He quietly approached Xiao Feng and whispered about the situation of the Bai family. After learning about the Bai family's influence, Xiao Feng was also astonished. No wonder Bai was so surprised to eat ordinary food. He must usually eat delicacies made from mutated biological ingredients. Bai looked at Grandma Jiang and shook his head, saying, "I don't need teammates." Indeed, since Xiao Feng met Bai, he had not seen any teammates appear by his side. Thinking back to Bai's abilities, it must be that she saw some future situation that led her to make this decision. Since Bai said so, Grandma Jiang did not insist, only watching her granddaughter with a sigh. "By the way, you all are heading to the imperial capital, right? A few of us from the academy's management are also going there for a meeting. How about we go together?" The group, including brother Xiaosa, did not immediately agree but turned to look at Xiao Feng. After a moment of thought, Xiao Feng spoke up, "Then I'll trouble you, Director Jiang." Yu Ling wanted to refuse, but thinking that Bai would also be going with them to the imperial capital, a starry-eyed smile appeared on her face. Under Grandma Jiang's lead, they boarded the academy's special vehicle to the station. Upon arriving at the station, guided by the staff, they faced no obstacles and entered a dedicated carriage. This carriage was incomparable to ordinary ones. Not only did it have specially designed reclining chairs, but it also featured individual dining tables, and even a professional chef to prepare gourmet meals. For the VIP carriage, this made Xiao Feng marvel at the existence of a privileged class in any world. In this era, trains were the only means of long-distance travel. This was thanks to a legendary practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom, who had brought back a special energy source from the paradise of all realms, allowing trains to traverse the monster-infested wilderness. This substance emitted a unique odor that most mutated creatures found extremely unpleasant or even feared. Once this smell appeared, most mutated beasts would steer clear. Coupled with another substance that could rapidly spread on metal, the combination allowed this mixture to quickly extend along the tracks throughout the entire railway network. This was what enabled the smooth operation of the Dragon Kingdom's railways. However, nothing is absolute. Some top-tier high-level creatures were not afraid of this smell. There had been instances of railways being attacked by monsters. The Practitioner Alliance had thus conducted several concentrated exterminations of high-level mutated creatures that had settled near the railways, allowing the railway network of the Dragon Kingdom to operate smoothly thereafter. As time passed, the number of powerful practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom increased, and later the government simply involved ordinary practitioners in clearing monsters along the railway through missions. With high rewards, more people joined the ranks of maintaining the rail lines, ensuring the smooth operation of the Dragon Kingdom's transportation arteries. Traveling from Shijing to the imperial capital took over 20 hours even by intercity train. This was already the fastest speed. Of course, excluding teleportation portals. Time passed swiftly. At the west station of the imperial capital, Xiao Feng and his group exited the station through the VIP passage. Grandma Jiang and the few from the Shijing Warrior Academy were in the imperial capital for official business, so they naturally would not accompany Xiao Feng's group. After bidding farewell to Grandma Jiang and her group, Xiao Feng turned to Bai. Are you coming with us to the Dragon Seed team's base? You go ahead, I'll return home first. As she spoke, a luxury convoy arrived in front of them. More than 10 individuals in uniform stepped out of the vehicles and lined up neatly. An elderly man then hurried over to Bai, uncle. Before he could finish, Bai interrupted, Uncle Tong, I'm already an adult, no need to come pick me up. Then looking at the 5 or 6 luxury cars, even Bai couldn't help but cover her forehead in exasperation. Even if you want to pick me up, there's no need to make such a big fuss. The old man still wore a smile. I understand, I won't do this next time. Uncle Tong, you say that every time, but you still do it anyway. I don't know what to say to you. At this moment, the old man finally noticed Xiao Feng and the others, turning to Bai and asking, are they your friends? Are they coming to our house as guests? Xiao Sago glanced at Xiao Feng, and after receiving a nod from him, he spoke, we have important matters to attend to, so we won't be visiting today. We will definitely come by next time when we have the chance. The Bai family welcomes you anytime. With that, Bai and the others exchanged greetings with Xiao Feng before getting into their car and leaving. As they departed, the old man cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Feng before getting in the car. Xiao Feng felt perplexed. He hadn't said anything or done anything, yet the old man's gaze felt as if he were guarding against a wolf. Hey Yi, where are we going now? Xiao Feng opened the message sent by Fu Bo, confirmed the address, and the group hailed 2 taxis to leave. An hour later, Xiao Feng and the others were kicked out of the taxi. Yes, kicked out. The reason was, of course, that the place they were heading to was too hard to find. The group had no choice but to get out. The address Fu Bo provided was in an old courtyard within the second ring of the capital, specifically at Longting Street No. 749, however, they had circled Longting Street several times and still couldn't find the so-called number 749. Even some nearby residents had no idea that number 749 existed. This left the group speechless. Just as Xiao Feng was about to contact Fu Bo through the friend system, he suddenly paused. In an inconspicuous corner not far away, he spotted a familiar large gate. That gate looked exactly like the one he had seen when he first met Fu Bo. Let's go, we found it. Under Xiao Feng's lead, the group approached the dilapidated gate. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they found a thick ginkgo tree inside. The leaves of the ginkgo tree had turned yellow, and many had fallen onto the bluestone paved ground, forming a golden lawn. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves, and the golden leaves swayed in the wind, exuding a unique Chinese charm. Beneath the large tree, there was a bamboo lounge chair covered in fallen leaves, indicating that it had not been used for a long time. Bang! The group suddenly turned around, realizing that the large gate behind them had closed automatically. This small courtyard was filled with an eerie atmosphere. When they turned back, they found a person sitting on the leaf-covered lounge chair. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Fu Bo. The group stepped forward to stand before Fu Bo. He glanced at them and finally turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, looking quite pleased. Not bad, very good. Xiao Feng was somewhat at a loss for words. Was he complimenting himself, or his team, or something else entirely? Fu Bo, after we left, you. Fu Bo waved his hand, saying, it's nothing serious. That person is the president of the Kyoto Warriors Academy from Sakura country, and also the manager of the Amaterasu team. He's an old fellow about to break through to the 8th tier. 8th tier. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Xiao Feng, was shocked. Xiao Feng had seen Shui Longyin in action in Shijing, who had also reached the 7th tier, and had killed a powerful mage capable of unleashing divine punishment with just 2 strikes. Achieving such a level of power was akin to that of legendary immortals. Yet, Xiao Feng and Bai had almost been targeted by such a powerful individual. If it weren't for Fu Bo, their only outcome would have been death. Looking at this seemingly ordinary old man, who could actually contend with such strong opponents, and apparently without injury, at least for now, it was only then that Xiao Feng gained a direct understanding of Fu Bo's strength. What role did Fu Bo play in the Dragon Seed team? Was he the actual manager of the Dragon Seed team or merely a recruitment teacher? However, this question would soon find its answer. Xiao Sagu approached Fu Bo, curiously asking, Fu Bo, is this the headquarters of the Dragon Seed team? Uncle Fu revealed a hint of a smile on his face. To be precise, this is just one of the countless entrances to the Dragon Seed team. Just one entrance? Looking around, this was merely a standard dilapidated courtyard. It was impossible for all the members of the Dragon Seed team to fit here, even if their numbers were few. Under the curious gazes of the others, Uncle Fu stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. With a casual wave of his hand, a portal appeared. Upon seeing the portal, a few of them suddenly realized. It turned out that the Dragon Seed team was not even in the capital. Until Uncle Fu spoke, none of them stepped into the portal. Seeing this, Uncle Fu nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing 5 tokens to appear in the hands of Xiao Feng and the others. However, Xiao Feng's token was somewhat different from the others. His token was entirely golden, with a dragon-shaped pattern representing the Dragon Kingdom's totem carved on the front. The back of the token bore the number 54. The tokens of the other 4 were silver, with the pattern changing from a dragon to a tiger, and the backs displayed the numbers 5401, 5402, 5403, and 5404. Upon seeing these 4 numbers, Xiao Feng understood their significance. The number 54 on his token indicated that he was the 54th official member since the establishment of the Dragon Seed Team, which matched the timeline perfectly. They happened to be the 11th Dragon Seed Team, with 5 official members each session. As the 4th confirmed member of this session, Xiao Feng was indeed number 54. As for the tokens of brothers Xiaosao and the others, their numbers indicated they were Xiao Feng's attendants. Uncle Fu reminded them, only those holding tokens can enter the true base of the Dragon Seed Team. Without this token, stepping into the Dragon Seed base will result in immediate attacks from the base, and there is no chance of survival for anyone below the 6th rank. At this point, he glanced at Xiao Feng and added, at least for now, no 6th rank or lower practitioner can withstand the base's automatic attacks. Alright, you can go in now, someone will be there to welcome you. After saying this, Uncle Fu sat back down, half reclining in his chair, leisurely closing his eyes. It was as if he were just an ordinary old man. After bidding farewell to Uncle Fu, the group stepped into the portal. Crossing through the portal, they found themselves on a patch of grass. In the center of the grass stood a ginkgo tree, similar to the one in Uncle Fu's courtyard, but this one was much taller. The ground was covered with golden ginkgo leaves, looking quite beautiful. Surrounding the grass were neatly constructed dozens of 3-story buildings. Further away were vast mountains, making this place seem like a paradise. However, those mountains looked strange, as if they did not belong to this spacetime. Look at the sky, brother. Xiaosao reminded from the side. The group looked up, and the sky was pitch black, devoid of clouds, blue sky, sun, moon, or stars. The entire sky was void of anything. Xiao Feng suddenly turned around, scanning the surroundings, and found that the distant area of the Dragon Seed Team's base was the same. Even behind those faintly visible mountains, it was all like this. This space was very peculiar. There was no sun or moon in the sky, yet the entire area was illuminated. If one did not look up, it was indistinguishable from daytime. What exactly is this place? It doesn't seem like a real world, it feels more like natural disaster interjected, more like an unfinished game space. Exactly, that's the feeling. The others were deeply shocked by the wonders of this space. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat with a scruffy beard suddenly appeared under the ginkgo tree. The man looked as if he had just woken up, still in a daze. He squinted at the group and casually said, "Are you the 54th team?" Xiao Feng glanced at the token in his hand, stepped forward, and replied, "Yes." He glanced at Xiao Feng and nodded, saying, "Not bad, kid. Bring it on." Before his words faded, his figure had already walked far away. This person was definitely not simple. He could appear beside them without a sound and could cover dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. It made sense to think that anyone who could appear here was not ordinary. Of course, this excluded the new recruits of their current batch. Under the man's lead, Xiao Feng and his group of 5 arrived in front of a 3-story small building located in the far corner. The man pointed with his chin at the small building ahead. "This is your team's residence. Let's leave it at that for today. We'll discuss other matters tomorrow when everyone is here." After saying this, the man's figure vanished into thin air. The group was left standing there. "Let's go." Xiao Feng took the lead and walked forward. The door of the small building also bore the number 54. As Xiao Feng approached the small building, the token in his hand flickered, and the door opened automatically. He didn't expect that this token was not only the key to enter the space but also the key to their room. Entering the small building, the intelligent door closed silently behind them. Inside the living room, the smart lights gradually brightened, allowing everyone to see the environment inside. The first floor was spacious, featuring a large living room, dining room, and a fully automated kitchen. The living room was surrounded by a circle of large, comfortable leather sofas, and there was a fireplace burning brightly against one wall. It looked very cozy. At that moment, a gentle female voice sounded from the corner of the living room. "Welcome home, I am your intelligent assistant robot. You can ask me anything." Looking around, they saw a footstool-like object in the corner of the living room rapidly transforming, and in a moment, it became a female robot. "Hello everyone, my name is Aju, and I am the smart housekeeper of this building. Would you like me to introduce the layout and functions of this house?" Seeing this transforming robot, Xiao Feng couldn't help but marvel. Just this intelligent robot was far superior to the one at the Western Capital Warrior Academy, which resembled a trash can. Brother Xiaoshu looked at the robot with shining eyes. "This robot is incredible. The others turned to Brother Xiaoshu simultaneously. What do you mean? Don't you think the technological development on Blue Star is a bit strange? It is indeed quite strange. Even long-distance communication and transportation are extremely difficult, yet these robots are overly advanced, completely unlike products of this world. Exactly. Brother Xiaoshu circled around A. Shu twice and slowly spoke, because these robots are not products of Blue Star itself. What? Upon hearing this, not only was Xiaofeng shocked, but even Tianzai was quite surprised. This robot, including the intelligent robot in the personal exclusive room of the Western Capital Warrior Academy, actually comes from another world. To be precise, it comes from a technological world, which is said to have reached the 5th tier. A 5th tier technological world, what does that represent? Forget it, I don't really understand this either. Someone should explain it to us in detail tomorrow. Brother Xiaoshu changed the subject. Let's take a tour of this small building, this will be our home for a while. Under Aju's guidance, the group explored the entire small building. The layout of this small building was designed and constructed for 5 people to live in. The second floor was the living area, with a total of 5 rooms, each fully equipped. Comparable to the personal exclusive rooms of core members at the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Not only did it come with all the necessary living facilities, but it also had a fully automated management system and virtual windows. Unlike those, the windows here could not only simulate any scene but could also actually be opened. Opening the window reveals the tall, golden ginkgo tree against the pitch-black sky. The third floor is an expansive training room, devoid of anything but various training equipment. This small building serves multiple functions, including living and training. After selecting their rooms, everyone returned to the living room on the first floor. A few of them reclined on a large, comfortable leather sofa, half of their bodies sinking into it, feeling indescribably relaxed. At that moment, the intelligent butler, Aju, thoughtfully prepared a cup of hot tea for each person. The aroma of the tea filled the entire living room. This tea was undoubtedly special, and just the scent was enough to make one feel mentally relaxed. Brother Xiaosa's eyes sparkled. The Dragon Seed team is really extravagant. This tea alone is worth 5 cups. Yang Feng sniffed the fragrance and said lightly, although I don't know what kind of tea this is, I can sense that it contains some life force. Long-term consumption would be very beneficial for our bodies. Upon hearing this, everyone picked up their teacups and slowly savored the tea. The tea was not bitter, instead, it had a sweet flavor, and as it slid down into the stomach, a warm current swirled within, making one feel very comfortable. At that moment, Aju also presented a plate of exquisite pastries. The pastries were made from unknown ingredients, but they were equally delicious and unique. As they enjoyed their afternoon tea, the group began to chat casually. Brother Xiaosa was the first to speak. Brother Hai, do you know who the other official members of the Dragon Seed team are? Aside from Bai, Xiaofeng had not met anyone else, but he had heard of 2 of them. Both of these individuals, like him, had joined the Dragon Seed team by conquering the trial tower. One of them was named Bozai. He had cleared the 1000th floor of the trial tower before Xiaofeng and Feng, but after that, there had been no announcements of him challenging higher floors. The other was naturally Feng from the Imperial Capital Warrior Academy. Like Xiaofeng, he had cleared the 1200th floor of the trial tower. As for the last member, like Bai, he was a specially recruited individual who was directly absorbed into the Dragon Seed team without needing to undergo the trial tower assessment. From Bai's comparative abilities, it was evident that he was not an ordinary person. We'll find out tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and glancing at the clock, it was already past 7 p.m. However, the light outside showed no signs of dimming, remaining just as it was when they arrived. It felt as if time was eternally frozen at this moment. At this time, the intelligent robot Aju had prepared a lavish dinner. The group looked at the delicious food on the table, their appetites whetted. Yang Feng looked up at Aju and asked, Aju, this amount of food should not be enough for the 5 of us, right? Your personal data has already been transmitted to my database through the token. This meal is the best configuration calculated based on your body data. Xiaofeng toyed with the token in his hand, realizing that it was not just a simple item. It was not only the key to enter this place and a symbol of their identity in the Dragon Seed team, but it also had the capability to monitor their body data. However, Xiaofeng did not care much about that. As the food entered their mouths, everyone's eyes lit up. The taste of the dishes was surprisingly good. After only a few bites, they felt a subtle warmth spreading through their bodies, a surge of energy coursing within. Looking at the food, it turned out that everything was made from the flesh and blood of mutated creatures. Compared to the lavish feast he had with Brother Xiaosa's father before, this meal was worth at least 1 million. Not to mention the other benefits of joining the Dragon Seed team, just the daily consumption of food, tea, pastries, and so on amounted to several million. Even someone of Brother Xiaosa's status probably couldn't enjoy such a luxurious lifestyle every day. It seemed that joining the Dragon Seed team was indeed the right choice. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms. After a simple wash-up, Xiao Feng lay down on the large, comfortable bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiao Feng was awakened by the gentle sound of soft music. The few carefree brothers had already gotten up and trained for quite a while on the third floor. Just after finishing breakfast, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The intelligent butler kindly transmitted the real-time footage from outside. It was still that scruffy middle-aged man from yesterday. Gather under the tree in 5 minutes. After saying this, the man's figure vanished, just as mysteriously as he had appeared. The group quickly finished their breakfast and made their way to the big tree. Upon arriving, they noticed that quite a few people had already gathered. Among them was Bai. Bai was still alone, without any other team members accompanying him. Seeing Xiao Feng and the others arrive, Bai gave them a slight nod, acknowledging their presence. Xiao Feng returned the gesture with a nod. On the other side stood a 5-member team, with a young man in a floral short-sleeve shirt and shorts, covered in tattoos, standing at the front, exuding a strong street vibe. The others behind him were dressed similarly. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from the southern seas. If guessed correctly, he was Bo Zai, who had passed the 1000th floor of the trial tower just a step ahead of Xiao Feng. While Xiao Feng was sizing them up, the others were also observing him and his group. However, no one spoke. Looking at another group, there were only 3 people. One of them was known to Xiao Feng and the others, the granddaughter of the vice president of the Western capital. Warrior Academy, Jiang Baba Yuling. In front of her stood a tall man in a long trench coat. If it weren't for the comparison with Bai, he would definitely be considered a handsome man. Seeing Yuling's infatuated gaze, Xiao Feng understood what was going on. Just then, the door to room 52 slowly opened. A cute girl walked out. She was not very tall, probably under 1.60 m, wearing a floral long dress, with slightly curly long hair cascading down her fair neck. She looked vibrant and full of youthful energy. She should be the last member of the Dragon Seed team, and like Bai, she was also a specially recruited member. Among the 5 teams, only Xiao Feng's and Bo Zai's teams were at full capacity. In Feng's team, besides Yuling, there was another member, also a girl, whose figure and looks were no less than Yuling's. The wary glances exchanged between the two suggested they were rivals in love. The 2 specially recruited members were both alone, without any teammates. At that moment, the scruffy middle-aged man appeared before everyone without warning. His sudden appearance did not surprise anyone, they had long since gotten used to it. In this formal setting, the man remained nonchalant, even conjuring a lounge chair out of thin air. He lay back in the chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as golden ginkgo leaves fell around him, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Everyone remained silent, simply watching. After a cigarette burned out, the man finally looked up at the crowd. His cold gaze swept over everyone one by one. Then, he spoke weakly, "Do you know where this place is?" No one answered his question. Was there even a need to? Wasn't this the base of the Dragon Seed team? This is an independent space, you can think of it as a kind of instance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Although they had suspected it, the confirmation still shocked them. They couldn't help but marvel at the profound background of the Dragon Seed team. Even their base was an independent space. This independent space comes from the first captain of the Dragon Seed team, Long Tian. I won't elaborate on his legend here. You'll learn about it later. Such small spaces suitable for long-term human habitation are extremely precious, almost no one can force their way in unless they are high-level spatial practitioners. This is one of the safest places in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As long as you do not betray the country or humanity, this will be your permanent home. By the way, if you have the chance to encounter spatial fragments in the future, remember to bring them back. Spatial fragments can help this world grow. This space originally had less than 100 square meters, and after so many years of collecting and merging spatial fragments, it has become what it is now. Of course, it's not just a free submission, you will naturally receive corresponding benefits. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Meng Yi, you can call me Instructor Meng. I will guide you until you reach the 4th tier. Like you, I am also a member of the Dragon Seed Squad. But I am from the 4th cohort. There is no graduation from the Dragon Seed Squad. Once you become a member, this identity will follow you for life. Even in death, your status and residence will be permanently preserved. As he spoke, Meng Yi turned to look at the houses behind him, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. Alright, enough of that. As members of the 11th cohort of the Dragon Seed Squad, let's get to know each other. He raised his right hand, pointing at Bo Zai. You start. Bo Zai ruffled his hair and looked at everyone, saying, I'm Bo Zai, from the South Seas, 18 years old, I like beaches and beautiful women. Meng Yi interrupted Bo Zai's dating-style self-introduction. What nonsense. Just your name, profession, level, and specialties will do. Reluctantly, Bo Zai reintroduced himself. Bo Zai, profession, water spirit warrior, level, 1st tier, 100 level. I can control any liquid for my use, including human blood. Upon hearing Bozai's introduction, everyone turned to look at him. This ability was too incredible. To be able to control any liquid, even the blood within a human body, was nothing short of invincible. No, it shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped after clearing just 1,000 levels. At that moment, Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that levels 1001 to 1100 were filled with dry corpse warriors, who might not even have blood in their bodies. This should be the main reason Bozai couldn't continue clearing levels. Seeing everyone looking at him, Bozai sighed and added, well, actually, it's not that strong, I can't control the blood of those stronger than me. So that's how it is, but even so, it's still quite overpowered, at least against those weaker than him, he is practically invincible. Feng, Wind Fury Warrior, 1st tier, 100 level, can control air. Feng's self-introduction was very brief, but the 4 words, can control air, were enough to indicate his strength. Water Spirit Warrior, Wind Fury Warrior. One can control wind, the other can control water. Their professions were very similar, just different in what they controlled. Controlling air, in a sense, is even more terrifying than controlling water. No wonder he was second only to Xiaofeng in clearing the 1st tier trial tower's 1200th level. Next, the curly-haired girl stepped forward to introduce herself. Her voice was very sweet, and combined with her petite and cute figure, it easily won people over. Hello everyone, I'm Guigua, as in the fruit of candy. My awakened profession is Steel Warrior, and I'm currently at 1st tier, 100 level. My specialty is that I can control all metals and can also transform into a Steel Warrior. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a sweet and cute girl could turn into a steel robot? Then everyone turned their gaze to Xiaofeng. They were all guessing, hoping he wouldn't be another warrior. Among the 5 official members, 3 were already warriors. Xiaofeng stepped forward and said, Hey Yi, awakened profession, reverse scale battle soul, 1st tier, 100 level, specialty. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before uttering 2 words, tough as nails. Everyone thought they must have misheard. What kind of special skill is taking a beating? And then there was Xiaofeng's profession, reverse scale battle soul. Although it only differed by 1 character from the other team members' profession names, the difference was significant. No one spoke up to ask. Since they were all members of the Dragon Seed team, there would be plenty of opportunities to get to know each other later. They could take their time to understand one another. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Bai. Although Bai was just one person, quietly standing in the corner, his brilliance was impossible to hide. The two infatuated girls behind Feng occasionally stole glances at Bai. The few men behind Bozai repeatedly eyed Bai's Adam's apple and chest during this time. Confirming that Bai was a man, they felt disappointed yet somewhat envious, even jealous. I'm Bai, awakened profession great prophet, level 100, same as you all, and I can glimpse parts of the future. Except for Bozai, no one was surprised, as they had all had some prior exposure and understanding of each other's abilities. Once everyone finished their self-introductions, Mangi put down the cigarette he had just lit and added, by the way, he is your captain for this session, no objections, right? Although everyone had some grievances about the appointed captain. Upon learning that he was a powerful individual capable of glimpsing the future, they all kept silent. After all, sometimes a single decision from the captain could lead the entire team into an irretrievable situation. Is there anyone more suitable to be captain than someone who can see the future? The introductions of the 5 official members of the 11th Dragon Seed team were complete. 3 warriors, 1 who could take a beating, and 1 great prophet. This configuration wasn't exactly great, but it wasn't bad either. Alright, since everyone is acquainted, we are teammates from now on. Next, it's time to announce the assessment results and distribute rewards. What, there are results and rewards for the assessment? Uncle Fu hadn't mentioned this at all when he sent them to Sakura country for the final assessment. Seeing the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Mangi sneered, you must give your all at all times to achieve the greatest results. How can those who are content with the status quo climb to the highest peaks? How can they become true strong ones? Moreover, do we need to conserve our strength to kill little devils? Seeing the guilt on Bozai and the others' faces, Mangi continued, 5th place, Team 53, a total of 128 first-tier enemies killed, earning 128 points, plus 100 base points for completing the task, totaling 228 points. Upon hearing the results announced by Mangi, everyone realized that besides completing the guarding task, they could also earn extra points by killing enemies. Had they known this earlier, they would have killed more little devils at the time. But now, it was too late to regret, there was no use in lamenting. 4th place, Team 55, a total of 148 first-tier enemies killed, 3 second-tier enemies, totaling 278 points. Oh, I forgot to tell you, killing a first-tier enemy earns 1 point, killing a second-tier enemy earns 10 points. Killing a Third tier enemy earns 50 points, killing a fourth tier enemy earns 200 points, and killing a fifth tier enemy earns 1000 points. Bozai, Feng, and the others didn't pay much attention to Mengyi's later words. In their view, the rewards for killing third, fourth, and fifth tier enemies had nothing to do with them, at least not for now. They were all only first tier. Killing second or third tier enemies was still possible, but how could they possibly kill fourth or fifth tier enemies? Mengyi was probably saying this to motivate them to strive in that direction to gain more benefits. Third place, Team 52, killed 228 first tier enemies, 18 second tier enemies, and 1 third tier enemy, earning 558 points. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the sweet girl. Unexpectedly, she was able to achieve such results on her own, not only killing 18 second tier enemies but also taking down a third tier enemy. The difference between first tier and third tier is a leap of 2 tiers, and the disparity in strength is indeed like heaven and earth. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor can the sea be measured by a single bucket. Now only the first and second places remain, and everyone looked towards Xiaofeng and Bai. Who among these two is first? Who is second? Mengyi glanced at Xiaofeng before continuing. Second place, Team 51, killed 278 first-tier enemies, total score 2,378 points. Upon hearing this, Bozai immediately became displeased. Instructor Meng, you must have miscalculated, it should be 378 points, not 2,378 points. Mengyi was not angry, he simply waved his hand and said, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet. Completing the garrison task gives 100 points, assisting teammates in destroying the Kyoto Warrior Academy's fixed trial dungeon adds 2,000 points, totaling 2,378 points. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Assisting teammates? Bai was alone. Where did the teammates come from? Moreover, even if he had teammates, they would be assisting him. What kind of person needed his assistance? Bozai was even more puzzled and directly asked, Instructor Meng, what does assisting in destroying the dungeon mean? Good question, haha. Assisting in destroying the dungeon means they turned the fixed trial dungeon of the highest institution of the Little Devils into a dead zone, where monsters can no longer respawn. In other words, they can no longer undergo trials through that dungeon. Everyone looked at Bai in astonishment, not expecting him to have such ability to make a dungeon permanently unable to respawn monsters. Could this be one of the great prophets' abilities? No, Mengyi said that Bai was just assisting. The one who truly accomplished this was not Bai. Who could it be? Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Xiaofeng. If even Bai, with a score of 2,378, could only rank second, how high would Xiaofeng's score be? Bozai did not continue to ask but waited for Mengyi to announce the final results. At this moment, Mengyi was no longer lazy. He extinguished the cigarette but that had burned to the end, stood up, and looked at Xiaofeng. Seriously, he said, first place, Team 54, killed 938 first-tier enemies. What? 938 people, impossible, there can't be that many people in the dungeon, even the fixed dungeon of the Kyoto Warrior Academy doesn't have that many. Mengyi merely glanced at Bozai and ignored him, continuing, killed 136 second-tier enemies. Upon hearing this, Bozai fell silent, while Feng and Guiguo frowned at the number. Xiaofeng's team was fully staffed with 5 members. And under normal circumstances, killing 136 second-tier professionals was possible, even they could achieve that in an ideal situation. But the difficulty lay in the fact that to kill second-tier professionals, they had to leave the dungeon. Without the protection of the dungeon, they could be killed by high-tier professionals at any time. How did the Night Squad manage to do it? Before they could figure out the key, Mengyi spoke again, killed 78 third-tier enemies, 23 fourth-tier enemies. Upon hearing this, the few of them were already numb. It felt like they were listening to a celestial book. Such achievements, could they really be accomplished by 5 first-tier professionals? Just when they thought this was all of Xiaofeng's achievements, Mengyi spoke again, killed 1 fifth-tier powerhouse. What? 5th tier, Instructor Meng, you must be mistaken, that's a 5th tier powerhouse. Even if they just stand there, we 1st tier professionals wouldn't be able to kill them. Facing the number announced by Mengyi, Bozai was the first to disagree. This was cheating, it was too obvious. Such an absurd reason had even been fabricated. Suddenly, Mengyi's expression turned cold, and a chilling aura of killing intent erupted from his body. At that moment, Bozai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, Mengyi finally retracted the killing intent that surrounded him, and Bozai's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. At this point, he was drenched in sweat. Until this moment, few had realized that the seemingly lazy man before them harbored such a terrifying scene. Mengyi scanned the crowd. Remember, my words are not to be doubted. He then returned to his reclining chair, transforming back into that lazy man, and slowly spoke, unless you can defeat me. From that moment on, no one dared to question the truth of Mengyi's words. The crowd then looked at Xiaofeng, their expressions having changed. What kind of freak could achieve such monstrous results? 938 first tier, 136 second tier, 78 third tier, 23 fourth tier, and even 1 fifth tier. Even if these people did not resist and allowed themselves to be killed, it would take more than a few days to achieve such a death toll. Although Meng Yi had said this, a few others still remained skeptical. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't fathom how a first tier professional could accomplish such a feat. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Meng Yi continued. At the same time, it completely turned the 2 trial instances of Sakura country into dead zones. Although the crowd had long speculated about who had turned the trial instances of Sakura country into dead zones, hearing the definitive answer still felt unbelievable. It wasn't just 1 trial instance, but 2 trial instances that had been completely turned into dead zones. The crowd was at a loss for words to describe their feelings at that moment. If all of this was accomplished by Xiaofeng, they didn't even feel jealousy anymore. Meng Yi began counting on his fingers, muttering to himself, "Let me calculate, 938. First tier equals 938 points, 136 second tier equals 1360 points, adding it all up, you have a total of 11,898 points. By the way, there has never been a precedent for completely destroying the opponent's trial instance. This time, after discussions among the higher-ups of the team, it was unanimously decided to grant an additional reward of 5,000 points for completely destroying the opponent's trial instance. As for the trial instance of the Kyoto Warrior Academy, it's quite special, so an extra reward of 10,000 points is given. Of course, the trial instance of the Kyoto Warrior Academy also has a share of credit for buy, so you can only receive 8,000 points. So, adding it all up, you have a total of 24,898 points. Upon hearing this number, not only were the others astonished, but even Meng Yi himself was taken aback. This kid is much stronger than I was back in the day, ugh. I just didn't know the rules back then, otherwise. The crowd had long since become numb to Meng Yi's muttering. Suddenly, Meng Yi seemed to remember something, raising his head sharply to look at Xiaofeng. By the way, you haven't completed the task of guarding the instance for 3 days. Although there are reasons for it, the basic 100 points for completing the trial will be directly deducted. Therefore, your team's final score is 24,798. Xiaofeng thought there would be other penalties, but it turned out to be just a deduction of 100 points. In the face of his more than 20,000 points, 100 points was nothing. Alright, the results have been announced, and the points have been credited to your tokens. As for how your team distributes them, that's your own business. Oh, I forgot to tell you how to use this token. The Dragon Seed team, like the 4 major warrior academies, has its own internal system, but it's not as complicated as those academies. You just need to store the token in your storage space, and after identity verification, it will automatically activate the internal system of the Dragon Seed team. Currently, the internal system of the Dragon Seed team has only 2 functions, the Dragon Seed Point Small and the Dragon Seed Task function. This function, I believe you are all familiar with. I'll give you 5 minutes to activate the system now. The crowd followed Meng Yi's instructions to activate the internal system of the Dragon Seed team. The first thing to check was the Dragon Seed Point Small. When they saw the items available for exchange inside, everyone was shaken to the core. Attribute Enhancement Scrolls, Skill Enhancement Scrolls, Skill Cap Breakthrough Scrolls, Gene Evolution Essence, Special Attribute Scrolls, and so on were all available, and the exchange quantity was astonishingly 999 plus. This indicated that as long as they had enough points, they could exchange for anything they wanted. This was far more generous than the Western Capital Warrior Academy. Moreover, the exchange prices were not outrageous, at least that's how Xiaofeng felt. Since the quantities were ample, Xiaofeng didn't rush to exchange. He closed the Dragon Seed Mall and opened the task list. He found the task list completely empty. It seemed that this generation of the Dragon Seed team had just been established and hadn't had the chance to issue tasks yet. After checking the points mall, everyone was filled with excitement. As long as they had enough points, they could quickly become stronger here. The only thing limiting their rapid growth was the points. They had no idea how difficult it would be to earn points. In fact, they didn't know that the easiest time to earn points was during the trials in Sakura country. However, they had already missed that opportunity. In the future, obtaining points for the Dragon Seed team would become significantly more challenging. Seeing the expressions of everyone after looking at the exchangeable items in the mall, Meng Yi was quite satisfied. The initial motivational effect had been achieved. What they didn't know was that the items available for exchange in the mall were not actually that many. It was just a little trick Meng Yi had played using the internal system backend. Of course, the real quantity was still considerable, and at least with their points, they were far from being able to exchange for even one of those items. Alright, you should now understand the importance of points. That's right, points are one of the shortcuts for you to quickly become stronger in the Dragon Seed team in the future. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for all the items in the mall and thus become stronger rapidly. Next, the Dragon Seed team will issue various tasks in the task system. As long as you complete these tasks, you will earn points. Meng scanned everyone and nodded slightly. You are all still at the first level. It seems you have received news from your elders or academy leaders. It was a wise choice not to rush to break through to the second level. Next, I will tell you what must be completed before breaking through to the second level. You should all know about the concept of potential limits. Those who can come here must have used potential limit scrolls. Potential limit scrolls can break through the potential limits of practitioners. But have you ever thought that gene modification also has its limits? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Bai was deeply captivated by Meng Yi's words. Gene modification also has limits? This was not hard to understand. Everything has its limits, it's just that most limits cannot be touched. The limit of gene modification is just like that. Gene evolution essence is extremely rare. Aside from the advancement trial tasks, obtaining an extra bottle of gene purification essence is already as difficult as climbing to the sky. Let alone using gene evolution essence in large quantities to reach the limit of the gene plan. It's not that everyone is afraid or unwilling, but that it's simply impossible. Everyone looked at Meng Yi with hope. Since he said this, he must have a way to help everyone reach the limit of gene modification. Seeing the hopeful gazes of everyone, Meng Yi was very pleased. With a wave of his hand, everyone, including Xiaofeng, received a bottle of gene evolution essence. Consider this your welcome gift. Xiaofeng and the other attendants felt it was almost unreal as they received the gene evolution essence. Such good fortune. Just a welcome gift was a bottle of gene evolution essence for each person. The rarity of this item was such that even money couldn't buy it. Yet Meng Yi gave it to them as a welcome gift, and even the attendants like Xiaofeng received a bottle. At this moment, everyone had a new understanding of the wealth of the Dragon Seed team. Where was I just now? Brother Xiaosa, unfazed, raised his hand and answered, Instructor Meng, you were just talking about the limits of genetic modification. Meng Yi nodded and said, everyone has a limit to genetic modification. For most different professions, the genetic modification limit at the first level is between 200 to 300 genetic points. Exceeding this number will render the genetic evolution agent ineffective. Of course, you are not ordinary people, so your genetic modification limits are likely to be higher than those of ordinary individuals. How much higher depends on luck. The highest genetic limit I have seen at the first level is 500 points. I wonder how high you can reach. Xiaofeng checked his own attribute panel. He found that his genetic evolution strength had actually reached 450 points. Until the last time, he had not received a system prompt indicating that his genetic enhancement had reached its limit. This suggested that his genetic evolution strength could very well reach 500 points, or even exceed it. Could it be that he was truly a genius? His potential limit and genetic modification limit were inexplicably high. What was going on? Before your genes reach their limit, it's best not to break through to the second level. Each level has a limited genetic limit that can be broken through, and once you reach the second level or even higher, it's basically impossible to make up for it. Therefore, to become the strongest, it's best to enhance your genes to the limit at each level before breaking through to the next stage. Remember, if you want to grow stronger, you must accumulate bit by bit, step by step. Haste makes waste. Do you understand? Understood, everyone replied in unison. Meng Yi was very satisfied with their attitude. This batch of students was much more obedient than previous ones, at least for now. Alright, that's it for today. Starting tomorrow, I will assign you tasks. Those whose genetic strength has not reached the limit should go do tasks to earn points, and only when your genetic strength reaches the limit can you advance to the second level. If I find anyone who breaks through to the second level without reaching the genetic strength limit, they will be directly kicked out of the Dragon Seed team. This only applies to main team members, excluding deputy members. By the way, all items exchanged in the Dragon Seed Mall can only be used by yourself and cannot be traded. After saying this, Meng Yi's figure vanished into thin air. This instructor Meng really comes and goes without a trace. The group exchanged glances, then returned to their respective small buildings. Xiaofeng and the others also returned to Building 54. On the first floor, in the living room, the five of them sat on the sofa, with steaming fragrant tea in front of them. After taking a sip of hot tea, Xiaofeng spoke, I have done what I promised you. From now on, you are my teammates in name, but in reality, you are completely free. I will not impose any restrictions on you. Xiaofeng paused and continued, of course, your earnings will also belong entirely to you. Green hair, report the data on the enemies you killed during your last trip to Sakura country. Brother Xiaosa hesitated for a moment, glanced at Ouyang. Feng and the others then turned to Xiao Feng. Brother Heiyi, today each of us has already received a bottle of genetic evolution agent, which is worth even more than the items we gave you. Moreover, with the Dragon Seed Points Mall, the benefits we gain far exceed what we can compare to those few things you have. So I have a suggestion. I wonder if everyone is interested. Xiao Feng and the others remained silent, watching Brother Xiaosa, waiting for his proposal. We all joined the Dragon Seed team by borrowing Brother Heiye's identity, but the benefits he receives are completely insufficient to compensate for his contributions. If he were to auction this spot, I believe you should know its value. Everyone was taken aback. Joining the team would grant them a bottle of gene evolution essence, and completing tasks would allow them to continuously exchange for endless benefits. If the outside world knew about this, they would surely fight to get in. Therefore, I propose that we allocate 20% of the points we earn from completing tasks to Brother Knight as a reward for bringing us into the Dragon Seed team. What do you all think? Natural Disaster spoke up first. I have no objections. Ouyang Feng also did not oppose. Finally, everyone looked at Jian San. After a moment of contemplation, Jian San said, "To achieve ultimate strength, one must have the heart of a strong person. This is also why I am unwilling to be a subordinate. Owing too many favors can tarnish the heart of a strong person. Your proposal is excellent." Brother Carefree's suggestion received unanimous approval. In this regard, Xiao Feng did not refuse. To gain benefits, one must pay the corresponding price. This was the cost of their joining the Dragon Seed team. Brother Carefree then reported the number of enemies they had killed in Sakura country. Based on the figures provided by Brother Carefree, Xiao Feng allocated the corresponding points to each person. Of course, this time Xiao Feng was very generous and did not deduct the entry fee from them. In the end, Brother Carefree received 28 points, Ouyang Feng got 32 points, Natural Disaster earned 29 points, and Jian San received 38 points. The four totaled 127 points. After a brief conversation, they each returned to their rooms. Upon receiving the gene evolution essence, the first priority was, of course, to enhance their strength. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to exchange items within the Dragon Seed team. He still had 2 bottles of gene evolution essence that he had not used. One bottle came from the blood contract treasure chest. This potion was special, being one of the few that could be traded. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and decided not to use it right now. He could obtain a large amount of non-tradable gene evolution essence through Dragon Seed points. This tradable gene evolution essence could serve as reserve funds and would surely sell for a good price. He took out another bottle of gene evolution essence from his storage space, which was given to everyone as a meeting gift by Instructor Meng Yi. Xiao Feng's gene strength had already reached 450 points. After taking this bottle, his gene strength would reach 500 points. According to Instructor Meng Yi, a gene evolution strength of 500 points was currently the highest known strength. He wondered if he could break this record. Let's begin. With a slight exertion, the crystal bottle in his hand shattered, and the liquid inside transformed into a stream of energy that drilled into Xiao Feng's body. The familiar pain came as expected. After more than 10 minutes, the pain subsided, and a system prompt appeared. Prompt: Gene modification complete. Current gene strength 500 points. For basic attributes provide a 250% bonus to derived attributes. The system still did not show a prompt indicating that he had reached the limit. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the Dragon Seed Points Mall. The points required for exchange were as follows: Attribute Enhancement Scroll, 10 points each, stock 999 plus, Skill Enhancement Scroll, 100 points each, stock 999 plus, Skill Limit Breakthrough Scroll, 500 points each, stock 999 plus, Gene Evolution Essence, 100 points bottle, stock 999 plus. Note: the original price of this item is 1000 points bottle. This is a limited time special price, with a purchase limit of 3 bottles per person. After exceeding 3 bottles, the price will revert to the original. Note: all items in the mall, once exchanged, will be bound to the exchanger and cannot be traded after. Binding. Gene Evolution Essence: the first 3 bottles only require 100 points each, which can be considered a benefit provided by the Dragon Seed team. Xiao Feng did not know what his gene evolution limit truly was. I'll exchange for 1 bottle to try it out first. Prompt: yes/no to consume 100 points to exchange for 1 bottle of Gene Evolution Essence? Exchange. After more than 10 minutes. Tip: genetic modification completed. Current gene strength 550 points. For basic attributes provide a 275% bonus to derived attributes. Hasn't it reached the limit yet? Never mind, continue. Half an hour later. Xiao Feng used 2 more bottles of genetic evolution essence, thus, all 3 bottles of discounted genetic evolution essence had been exchanged. Tip: genetic modification completed. Current gene strength 650 points. The 4 basic attributes provide a 325% bonus to derived attributes. How high could his gene evolution strength actually be? Xiaofeng began to doubt whether there was a limit to his gene evolution. The discounted genetic evolution essence had been completely exchanged, and now the price had returned to 1,000 points per bottle. Gritting his teeth, Xiaofeng continued. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Watching the dragon species points decrease while seeing his strength continuously rise, Xiaofeng was both pained and delighted. He spent another 7,000 points to exchange for 7 bottles of genetic evolution essence. Tip: genetic modification completed. Current gene strength 1,000 points. The 4 basic attributes provide a 500% bonus to derived attributes. Tip: your genetic modification has reached the perfect state of first-tier humanity. Further genetic modification is not possible. Upon seeing this prompt, Xiaofeng finally stopped exchanging. Perfect state of first-tier humanity? This prompt contained 2 important pieces of information. It indicated that the upper limit for first-tier human genetic modification was 1,000 points, and 1,000 points represented the perfect state. Humanity? This meant that different species had different limits. Some powerful species could even exceed 1,000 points in genetic modification, reaching even higher and more terrifying levels. In the trial tower of all realms, one would likely encounter such beings. This time, the dragon species team had indeed come to the right place. If it weren't for joining the dragon species team, how could he have obtained so many genetic evolution essences? Achieving a perfect first-tier genetic state was almost impossible. After 11 consecutive genetic modifications, he was now enveloped in a foul, viscous substance that resembled milk, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He could only rely on the butler, who had already activated the ventilation and aromatherapy systems, otherwise, he estimated he wouldn't have been able to endure the stench. After washing from head to toe in the bathing room, he finally felt incredibly refreshed. As Xiaofeng was about to leave the bathing room, he inadvertently glanced at the mirror. At that moment, he was stunned. The person in the mirror bore a resemblance to the previous Xiaofeng, about 70 to 80% similar. But whether it was his features, skin, or aura, everything was completely different from before. Although he couldn't be considered a handsome man at that moment, the transcendent aura radiating from within made him captivating. Is this the change after reaching genetic perfection? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiaofeng returned to the sofa. During his wash, the intelligent robot had already cleaned the room. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, making Xiaofeng feel incredibly refreshed. He now had 17,371 points left. After some thought, Xiaofeng directly spent 10,000 points to exchange for a scroll of 1,000 attribute enhancement points. The 4 basic attributes were the foundation for any professional. Tip: yes/no to use attribute enhancement point scroll times 1,000? Use. Opening the attribute panel to check, he now had 1519 unallocated attribute points. Among them, 169 points were previously reserved and unused, while another 350 points were the rewards contributed by Xiaofeng and his companions for joining the dragon species team. How to allocate the points? There was no need to think, he allocated all of them to physique. After donning all his equipment, he checked his personal attribute panel again. Even Xiaofeng couldn't help but gasp, was this panel something a first-tier professional could possess? Name, Knight Occupation, Reverse Scale. Battle Soul, Rare Occupation, Level, First Order, Level 100, Gene Evolution Strength, 1000 points, Reached Perfect State, Derived Attribute Bonus 500%. Health points, 380655 mana points, 870 Constitution, 6319 Strength, 29 Agility, 15 Intelligence, 15 Physical Defense, 23401 Magical Defense, 23038 Combat Power Assessment. 8,132 health points have directly broken through 300,000, reaching over 380,000. Both sides have also surpassed 23,000. Not to mention the First Order, even against Third or Fourth Order strong opponents, Xiaofeng now has the confidence to fight. His attributes have not yet reached the limit. Theoretically, they can still be further enhanced. However, Xiaofeng did not do this. As long as the attribute limit and gene limit are raised, attribute points can be replenished at any time, so there is no rush. First Order, Second Order. After careful consideration for a moment, Xiaofeng decided to break through to the Second Order. He had stayed at the First Order for too long. There were no resources left for him to acquire. Moreover, he had already reached the limit of the First Order, only by quickly leveling up and defeating stronger monsters. Could his strength rapidly increase again? Prompt, yes/no to promote to Second Order? Prompt, promotion will be irreversible to First Order, please consider carefully. Promote. Suddenly, countless energies surged towards Xiaofeng and flowed into his body. This energy could not be felt by ordinary practitioners, but some high-level practitioners could sense it. At this moment, Meng Yi, who was lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, suddenly turned his gaze towards building 54, watching as countless energies crazily poured into Xiao Feng's room. A smile appeared on his face. This kid is really eager, promoting to the second order so quickly. It seems his gene evolution limit isn't high. But moments later, he changed his mind. Meng Yi, as the top genius of the 4th Dragon Seed team, was that super genius whose gene limit reached 500 points at the first order. He vaguely remembered that when he broke through to the second order, this kind of energy lasted no more than 3 minutes. But the energy infusion on Xiao Feng's side had already exceeded 3 minutes and was still ongoing. This indicated that Xiao Feng's gene strength had completely surpassed his 550 points? Or perhaps 600 points? This energy infusion lasted for over 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Meng Yi shook his head with a smile and said, "This kid, not bad, very good." Then, several other rooms began to receive energy, but the duration was often only 1 or 2 minutes, with the longest not exceeding 3 minutes. Only in Building 51, where Bai was located, did the energy infusion time exceed 3 minutes, slowly stopping just before reaching 4 minutes. The potential of this year's Dragon Seed team was indeed beyond his expectations. Moments later, Xiao Feng's body seemed to break through some kind of barrier, and some shackles within his body were also shattered. The system prompt followed closely. Prompt: you have successfully broken through to the second order. Prompt: you have reached the second order. The main space of the 10,000 Realms Paradise has been opened for you, and you can be teleported to the main space through the system. Prompt: you have gained 1 resurrection chance. Note: only effective at the second order. If this function is used at the second order, it will automatically convert to a gene strength of 100 points upon breaking through to the third order. Prompt: you have reached the second order, and the novice privilege has been cancelled. Prompt: you have lost the automatic collection function, you have lost the monster information prompt function, you have lost the equipment nowhere function. Prompt: after the second order, killing monsters will no longer yield experience points, but will instead yield biological energy from within the monsters. Once a certain amount of biological energy is reached, you can break through to the third order. After carefully reading the system prompts, Xiao Feng closed the prompt page. Significant changes occurred after promoting to the second order. The privileges granted by the novice system have all been revoked. This significantly increases the difficulty of leveling up. Without the automatic loot feature, other players must spend time collecting items dropped by monsters while fighting them. Of course, if you are wealthy enough, you can choose not to pick up items, but that is something only a very few would do. Fortunately, he has Bebe, one of whose skills is passive item collection. This saves him a lot of trouble. Spending 5,000 gold coins to contract with Bebe now seems like a wise decision. The absence of monster information prompts is quite troublesome. Some powerful monsters cannot be identified by their appearance alone, and encountering one that looks weak but is actually very strong could lead to being killed in an instant. Therefore, he must be extra cautious when seeing unusual monsters in the future. What troubles Xiao Feng the most is the loss of the no durability loss feature for equipment. With his leveling method, these pieces of equipment will likely wear out quickly. To resolve all of this, he must go to the main space of the Infinite Paradise. As his strength increases, he encounters more high-level players and learns more about matters related to them. Second-tier and above players are rare on Blue Star, mainly because there are no supporting services needed by players on Blue Star. This includes equipment repairs, potion purchases, and so on. Previously, he had only heard occasional mentions of the existence of the main space of the Infinite Paradise, but no details about it had been revealed. Now that he finally has the opportunity to go, he cannot miss it. He opens the system page. Indeed, there is now an option for the main space. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng confirms his decision to go. Prompt: do you want to go to the main space of the Infinite Paradise now? Warning: you cannot teleport while in combat, and you cannot teleport if a non-player is monitoring you in any way. Warning: to go to the main space of the Infinite Paradise, you must use spatial teleportation. Please ensure that your current location is safe. After leaving the main space, you will be teleported back to your original location. Xiao Feng scans his surroundings. Safe? Is there a place safer than this? Confirmed teleportation. The sensation of spatial teleportation washes over him. When he opens his eyes again, Xiao Feng finds himself in an independent space of about 3 by 3 meters. This space is empty except for 6 white walls made of an unknown material. Welcome to the main space of the Infinite Paradise. Prompt: this is your personal exclusive room. No one can enter this room without your permission. This area is an absolute safe zone. Prompt: the only universal currency in the Infinite Paradise is the Paradise Coin, with an exchange rate of 1 gold coin equal to 1 Paradise Coin. Note, only gold coins can be exchanged for paradise coins. Paradise coins cannot be exchanged back into gold coins, so please exchange carefully. Prompt, only notarized items can be brought into the main space of the infinite paradise. Non-notarized items will automatically drop at the location from which you teleport. Warning, players must not disclose any information about the main space of the infinite paradise to non-second tier players or ordinary people, or they will face forced execution by the system. Upon seeing the last warning, Xiaofeng finally understands why they had previously known nothing about the infinite paradise. It turns out that the system has blocked information about the main space from first-tier players and ordinary people. But what is the purpose and significance of doing this? Woof woof. Suddenly, two barks interrupted Xiaofeng's thoughts. Looking down, he sees that Bebe has also been teleported into the main space. Prompt, it has been detected that you have obtained a companion pet, and your companion pet has gained some of your permissions. Click for details. View. Companion pet permissions 1. Can follow the owner into the main space of the infinite paradise and can move freely. 2. Can replace the master. 2. Conduct transactions with other professionals. 3. Can freely enter and exit the master's personal exclusive room. Note, the actions and words of your companion pet will represent your own actions and words, so please restrain its behavior to avoid unnecessary losses. Tip, the personal exclusive mall has been opened, and professionals can purchase daily necessities through the personal exclusive mall. Tip, detected that the professional has entered the main space of the Wanjia Paradise for the first time. The system grants a stay time of 2 hours in the main space. Xiaofeng carefully read all the system prompts before closing them. The main space of Wanjia Paradise is the hub for all professionals belonging to the Wanjia Paradise system. Here, everyone has an absolutely safe exclusive room. As for other situations in the main space, Xiaofeng needs to explore further. However, the stay time in the main space is limited. He successfully advanced to the second tier, gaining the right to stay in the main space for 2 hours. This means that after reaching the 2-hour limit, he will be forcibly expelled from the main space. Time is tight, and Xiaofeng must quickly understand the various functions within the main space. At the same time, he needs to find ways to increase his stay duration in the main space. Wang Bebe discovered a display screen on one wall of the room. The homepage of the display screen prominently stated Personal Exclusive Mall. Click to view. The Personal Exclusive Mall has 3 main sections. They are Daily Necessities Mall, Special Services, and a Privilege Mall that cannot be accessed due to lack of permissions. The Daily Necessities Mall contains everything needed for daily life. From large items like beds, bathrooms, coffee tables, and sofas, to small items like pots, bowls, ointments, and toothbrushes, it has it all. Looking at the empty Personal Exclusive room, Xiaofeng understood what was going on. It turns out this is just a bare shell of a house. Everything needs to be purchased with money. Moreover, the prices are not cheap. A bed measuring 1.8 meters costs 10 paradise coins. Converted to Manhwa currency, that's 100,000 yuan. What kind of bed costs so much? Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. After all, the stay time in the main space is limited. Closing the Daily Necessities Mall, Xiaofeng looked at the Special Services Mall, and some unpleasant images flashed through his mind. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the Special Services Mall. After seeing the contents of the Special Services Mall, Xiaofeng realized he had overthought it. Main space daytime, 100 paradise coins/hour. Each person is limited to purchasing 100 hours. Note, this is the exclusive price for second-tier professionals, and the price will increase as the tier rises. So it turns out you can buy stay time in the main space from here, but the price is indeed unaffordable. Converted to Manhwa currency, that's 1 million for an hour. Who can afford that? Xiaofeng directly ignored this item and looked at the next one. Equipment Repair Crystal. 1,000 paradise coins each. Each person is limited to purchasing 10. Using this item will immediately restore the durability of the equipped gear to full and will not reduce its durability limit. The items are indeed good, but the prices are even more outrageous. Just to repair once costs 10 million? This made Xiaofeng doubt whether the prices here were misprinted. Even if he sold all his gear except for a few overlord-level items, it wouldn't be worth that price. He continued to ignore it. Equipment Enhancement Stone, 100 paradise coins each, limited to 100 per person. This item is necessary for enhancing equipment. Enhance equipment? All of Xiaofeng's current gear is decent quality whiteboard equipment. If enhanced, who knows how much the attributes would increase. But looking at the 25 gold coins in his pocket, Xiaofeng could only helplessly close them all. There was no need to look at the rest, as with his current financial situation, he couldn't afford anything. Closing the personal exclusive mall, Xiaofeng decided to go outside and take a look. When he previously observed the room, he noticed a doorframe-like pattern on one of the walls. It was rather discreet and not easy to spot without careful inspection. As his palm touched the invisible doorframe, a sensation of teleportation washed over him. As his vision shifted, Xiaofeng found himself in a bustling square. There were many people in the square, most of whom were dressed in attire that was completely different from that of Blue Star humans. They retained some characteristics of their own worlds. For instance, a girl who had just walked past Xiaofeng was entirely wrapped in vines, with various colors of vines draping over her like a fitted garment, creating an oddly beautiful appearance. There were also some individuals dressed in animal skins, resembling primitive tribes, and of course, there were those clad in alloy battle armor, equipped with high-tech gear. It felt as if he were in a more diverse version of a film studio in Hengdian. Yes, that was the feeling. Looking up, he saw several tall buildings neatly standing around the square. These buildings had very peculiar styles, making it hard to discern their architectural design. The large characters at the top of the buildings made Xiaofeng understand their internal functions. Equipment Enhancement Hall. Looking at the other buildings, there were the Equipment Repair Hall, Potion Supply Hall, and Guild Hall in succession. Some buildings were shrouded in the void, making them hard to see clearly. It seemed that his current rank or permissions were insufficient to enter those buildings. On the other side of the square were some open-air shops, displaying various equipment and items. People were continuously hawking their wares, resembling a rural market. Behind the stalls were relatively low buildings, featuring various shop signs similar to those on Blue Star. The content on the signs was bizarre and dazzling. Devil's Restaurant, Third Brothers Pawnshop, Adventurer Mercenary Corps, Soft Sister Bathhouse. Among the various strange buildings, Xiaofeng spotted a familiar Chinese-style structure. The advertisement on the side of the building boldly proclaimed Wanbao Commercial Firm. Wanbao Commercial Firm? It can't be the same as the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce where Chen Duo is, right? After a while, Xiaofeng received a confirmed answer from Chen Duo. The Wanbao Commercial Firm in the main space of the Multiverse Paradise was indeed the headquarters of their Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Previously, due to system rules, Chen Duo couldn't elaborate to Xiaofeng. Now that Xiaofeng took the initiative to ask, Chen Duo was quite pleased and boasted about it to him. If Xiaofeng hadn't seen the small building himself and only heard Chen Duo was bragging, he might have thought that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was the #1 commercial entity in the multiverse. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng returned to the real world through the system. After wandering for half an hour, he gained a general understanding of the main space of the Multiverse Paradise. At the same time, he had a completely new perception of the Multiverse Paradise. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, those matters felt too distant for Xiaofeng at the moment. What he needed to do now was to quickly enhance his strength. Of course, he also needed to make money. He currently had only 25 gold coins, which meant he had only 25 paradise coins. This amount of money couldn't buy anything in the Multiverse Paradise. Staying in the main space of the Multiverse Paradise was also consuming his funds. This was why Xiaofeng was so eager to return to the real world. He had only 88 minutes left in the main space, and once the time was up, he wouldn't be able to enter the main space again, making even equipment repairs a serious issue. Make money? This need had even surpassed the desire to enhance his strength. The word poor seemed to be a fate he could never escape. It was true before his crossing, and it remained true after. Now, as a professional, and still the top-tier first-level professional in all of Blue Star, it was still the same. Checking the dragon species squads mission system, there were still no tasks released. I can only wait until tomorrow to see if there are suitable money-making tasks. If not, then I have only one way left to make money, which is to hunt monsters for equipment to sell. Commonly known as farming gold. The next day, the knock on the door came as expected. After a few minutes, everyone stood again under the ginkgo tree. In front of them was still that lazy Meng Yi. Meng Yi glanced at the crowd and then nodded slightly. Not bad, 3 people have entered the second tier. Of course, he directly skipped over the accompanying team members. Besides Xiaofeng and Bai, Feng also entered the second tier. Guoguo and Bo Zai were still in the first tier. Either the two had too high genetic potential, or they were just too poor. It's also possible that both factors were at play. Meng Yi looked at the others who had not entered the second tier and said, those who have not entered the second tier can now accept tasks through the Dragon Seed Team task system to earn points, striving to promote to the second tier as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, he continued, I'll give you a week. If you haven't entered the second tier by then, you will be directly expelled from the Dragon Seed Team. Bozai immediately became unhappy. Instructor Meng, that's not fair. Everyone's genetic strength limit is different, so the difficulty of advancement is naturally different. You also said that we should try to reach the genetic evolution limit before breaking through to the second tier. But you only give us a week. If we don't reach the genetic strength limit within a week, are we supposed to forcefully advance? Meng Yi was quite displeased with Bo's eye. That's your problem, what does it have to do with me? The path has been pointed out to you, if you can't do it, don't blame the rules. And also, use your brain a bit. I only said that items exchanged in the Dragon Seed shop cannot be traded, but I never said that points cannot be traded. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiao Feng. Everyone immediately understood Meng Yi's meaning. Xiao Feng had over 20,000 Dragon Seed points, which he definitely wouldn't use up in a short time. At this moment, couldn't he just borrow or buy some from him? Xiao Feng thought for a moment, right, he could sell these points directly now. Wouldn't that temporarily solve his financial troubles? Moreover, points could be continuously earned. There was no need to waste them here, even lending them out would be better than leaving them here. However, he did not show any interest in this matter, instead appearing somewhat troubled. Alright, you all handle these matters yourselves. Since you few have already reached the second tier, let me tell you some precautions after reaching the second tier. Almost forgot, there are some things that first tier professionals cannot hear, so those of you who haven't reached the second tier should go do your own things. In the end, only 5 people remained on site besides Meng Yi. These 5 were Xiao Feng, Bai Feng, Yuling, and Xiao Sa Gu. Xiao Feng realized that, besides himself, the other 4 had powerful families and backgrounds. It seemed they had obtained quite a few genetic evolution agents through their family channels before coming here. Coupled with the rewards from this task and the genetic evolution agents Meng Yi had given out yesterday, they all reached the genetic enhancement limit, which allowed them to break through to the second tier. So, what are your genetic strengths? Xiao Sa Gu spoke first. My genetic limit is relatively low, only 350 points. 350 points, not bad for a deputy team member. What about that little girl? Meng Yi pointed to Yuling. My genetic limit is only 250 points. Her voice grew smaller as she spoke. In this place, 250 points was indeed very low, not much different from an ordinary professional. In response, Meng Yi said nothing and turned his gaze to Feng. Feng was taken aback. This meant that in Meng Yi's mind, his genetic strength should be inferior to Xiao Feng and Bai. After all, the stronger ones usually appeared later. This was an unwritten rule. 400 points. Not bad, I only had 500 points back then, so there's not much difference between us. Then, Meng Yi's gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Feng and Bai. Seeing this, Bai took the initiative to speak. I'm the same as you, 500 points. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi's eyes lit up. Good, finally someone can keep up with my pace, there's someone to follow me. If Bai hadn't recovered well, he might have been cursing by now. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Feng. 1,000 points. 1,000 points, not bad. What? 1,000 points? Kid, you didn't misspeak, did you? Although Meng Yi knew that Xiao Feng's genetic strength might exceed his, he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. His previous words were somewhat exaggerated, but 500 points was indeed the highest record among the practitioners of Blue Star at the moment. At least, that's what he understood. As for practitioners from other worlds, he did know of some who exceeded 500 points, even 600 or 700 points. But 1,000 points of genetic evolution strength? He had never seen that before. What kind of monster was this Black Knight? The genetic evolution strength had reached such a terrifying level. He thought he had already regarded this kid highly enough, but he didn't expect to underestimate him in the end. As a senior and a teacher, he naturally couldn't lose his composure at this moment. He coughed twice and said, Ahem. Not bad, very good, everyone should learn from classmate Black Knight. Everyone was speechless. This upper limit was not something they could control, so what was there to learn? Meng Yi had been boasting about his glorious achievements earlier, and now he felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and continued, reaching the second tier is when you truly become a member of the 10,000 Realms Paradise. The first tier is just the system's experience for newcomers, or you could say it's a selection. If you can't successfully advance to the second tier, then the system naturally has no need to cultivate you. As for why the 10,000 Realms Paradise wants to cultivate practitioners, there is a mainstream saying among practitioners that the system cultivates practitioners to become strong in order to deal with the potential calamities of the 10,000 realms in the future. Of course, those matters are still too far away for you, just consider it a story to listen to. Your main task now is to quickly become strong, whether for your dragon, country, Blue Star, or for yourselves. Only by becoming powerful can you protect yourselves amidst the uncertainties of the future. You 5 have all advanced to the second tier. I assume you've already been to the main space of the 10,000 Realms Paradise? Seeing everyone nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Yi slightly nodded. The main space is a magical place. There, how should I put it? You've all played games, right? That's right, it's like a game. The main space is like the main city in a game, where all practitioners of the 10,000 Realms Paradise have their base. There, you can not only enhance equipment, buy equipment, repair equipment, and purchase potions, but everything a practitioner needs can be satisfied there. But, the prerequisite is that you need to have money. While speaking, Mang Yi pointed a few times in the air. Everyone was familiar with this action. It seemed like random tapping in the air, but in fact, he was controlling the personal system page. Before long, everyone received an email from instructor Mang Yi. Opening it to check, Xiao Feng was pleasantly surprised to find 1,000 paradise coins inside. This 1,000 paradise coins is considered the startup capital from the Dragon Seed team for you, so you won't be unable to repair your equipment due to lack of money. However, there won't be such good fortune in the future. Everything needs to be fought for on your own. The other few didn't care about this. They were all wealthy individuals, and this 1,000 paradise coins shouldn't mean much to them. But for Xiao Feng at the moment, this money was like a timely help. Alright, next I'll talk to you about leveling up to the second tier. I believe you received a system message when you advanced to the second tier. After advancing to the second tier, defeating monsters will no longer grant experience points, but instead will yield biological energy. Biological energy, in a sense, is actually attribute points. When you kill monsters, the system extracts biological energy from within the monsters. This biological energy will accumulate in your bodies, and after reaching a certain level, it will convert into attribute enhancement points. This process is called leveling up. Have you noticed that on Blue Star, aside from the novice and first tier trial dungeons, there are no other dungeons? With this question from Meng Yi, Xiao Feng quickly reviewed all the dungeon information he had gathered in his mind. It was indeed as Meng Yi said, he had never heard of dungeons at the second tier or above. He had previously thought it was just because his strength wasn't sufficient, and the system had blocked this information, but now it seemed there was more to it. As for the emergence of the main space, I believe you have already guessed that dungeons at the second tier and above do not exist on Blue Star. What? At this moment, not only Xiao Feng but even Feng and the others were shocked, with only by remaining calm. Not on Earth? Did that mean they had to go to other worlds to fight monsters and level up? Soon, they received a confirmation from Meng Yi. After the second tier, there are no more dungeons. To level up, you must go to other worlds that suit your strength. Other worlds are somewhat similar to dungeons, except that they are real worlds. The monsters, or rather, the alien beings there are all living creatures. Once they die, it is real death, with no possibility of resurrection. Currently, there are quite a few second-tier worlds, at least over 100. The overall strength of these worlds varies. Some are suitable for weaker individuals, while others are for those with stronger abilities. I have already sent you the information about these worlds via email, and you can choose which world to level up in based on your own strength. However, one thing to note. No matter which world's mutated creatures you encounter, they will have a very strong hostility towards humans. At the same time, do not let your guard down when encountering other human professionals in the other world. These people may not necessarily be your teammates, they could very well be your greatest threat. With so many hostile factions on Blue Star, let alone professionals from different worlds. By the way, it's best not to reveal your identity as members of the dragon species team in other worlds. Feng frowned slightly, a bad premonition rising in his heart. What do you mean? Ahem, the dragon species team, every member is extremely powerful, at least among the same tier, so they have offended quite a few people. In short, it's best to keep a low profile. Quite a few people. How many? Xiao Sa-gu asked weakly. Ha, what a lovely day it is today. That's how it is, you all go about your business. If you have any issues, you can contact me through the friend system, but I hope you won't come to me for trivial matters. After saying this, Meng Yi's figure abruptly disappeared, along with his ever-present recliner. The few of them exchanged glances, a very bad premonition surging in their hearts. They simply nodded to each other and then returned to their respective small buildings where their teams were located. When the disaster team saw Xiao Feng return, they hesitated. For a moment before speaking, Brother Black Knight, could you sell us some dragon species points? How many do you need? We haven't reached the genetic strength limit yet, so we want to buy all 3 bottles of the 100 value genetic evolution essence from the points shop. However, we won't take your points for free. How about this, we are willing to buy them at 10 gold coins per point. What do you think? Attribute enhancement points cost 10 credits each. If they exchange 10 gold coins for 1 credit, it would cost 100 gold coins to purchase 1 attribute enhancement point. This price is considered quite high even in the outside world. However, credits can be used to buy gene evolution essence, so this price is still acceptable for them. Xiao Feng happened to be short on money and had a chance to earn, so he had no reason to refuse. In the end, Ouyang Feng purchased 268 credits from Xiao Feng, Tianzai bought 271 credits, and Zhen San bought 262 credits. Xiao Feng's total income amounted to 8,010 gold coins. Adding the remaining 25 gold coins and the 1,000 gold coins that Meng Yi had just gifted him, his total gold coins reached 9035. In an instant, Xiao Feng felt his wallet swell. At that moment, Bo Zai sent a message to him, wanting to buy dragon seed credits. However, the offered price was not high, only 5 gold coins per credit. Xiao Feng could not agree to this price. After all, selling to his own people was 10 gold coins per credit. After some bargaining, Xiao Feng sold 1272 credits to Bo Zai at 15 gold coins per credit. Looking at the 1272 credits, Xiao Feng thought about how Bo Zai's team only had 228 trial credits. Their purchase of 1272 credits brought their total to exactly 1,500 points. With 1,500 points, it was just enough for the 5 of them to buy 3 bottles of Gene Evolution Essence each. If all this money came from Bo Zai, then this person was not bad. Selling 1,272 credits. At 15 gold coins per credit, the total income was 19,080 gold coins. Xiao Feng's gold coins jumped from 25 just half an hour ago to 28115. The speed of earning money was indeed fast. He still had 5,298 credits left, and if he sold them all at 15 gold coins each. Xiao Feng shook his head. Wealth is important, but strength is even more important. He opened the information sent by Meng Yi. The information contained details about the second-tier worlds, numbering in the hundreds. However, there were textual notes at the end of several world descriptions. Upon seeing these world introductions, Xiao Feng's eyes brightened even more. This was the true paradise of all worlds. Resident Evil World difficulty 2 to 5 tiers. Note, monsters are dense, suitable for practitioners with large area attack skills to enter. Zerg Battlefield World difficulty 2 to 6 tiers. Note, monsters are dense, suitable for practitioners with large area attack skills to enter. Jurassic World difficulty 2 to 7 tiers. Note, monsters are relatively sparse, suitable for practitioners with strong single kill abilities to enter. These worlds were some that Xiao Feng was quite familiar with. It turned out that the so-called legendary stories from Blue Star were not all false. Such worlds actually existed. Could it be that before the paradise of all worlds descended, someone from Blue Star had already traveled to those worlds? Or were those worlds created by the paradise system based on the legendary stories from Blue Star? Regardless of the reason, this was good news for practitioners from Blue Star. At least they knew what kind of monsters and dangers they would face in the worlds they were heading to. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng locked onto the Zerg Battlefield world. The reason for choosing this world was naturally because the monsters were denser there. Compared to the Resident Evil world, most Zerg had flying and ranged attack capabilities. This would undoubtedly make leveling up much easier for Xiao Feng. After selecting the world, he reopened the Dragon Seed Team task system. Meng Yi had just mentioned that new tasks had been issued. And if he could complete the tasks while leveling up, he could earn some extra income. The task list did not have many tasks. The tasks included 2 main sections, Blue Star World tasks and other world tasks. Most of the tasks in the Blue Star World are related to clearing monster nests in the wild or combating hostile forces. Among them, there is one task that Xiao Feng is very interested in. It involves clearing a monster nest deep in the mountains, 300 kilometers northwest of the Imperial capital, and ensuring that monsters can no longer respawn there. The only way for monsters to respawn infinitely is if there is a monster heart in that location. All he needs to do is extract the monster heart hidden in the surroundings and then kill all the surrounding monsters to complete the task. The point reward for this task is also quite good, reaching 1,000 points. He has absorbed at least 100 monster hearts so far, but they have not brought him any visible benefits. Compared to this task, Xiao Feng is more interested in a task from the Insect War world. Task content: collect tiger head insect tail needles, quantity unlimited. Task reward: each tail needle can be exchanged for 1 dragon species point. Task hint: the tiger head insect is a type of highly powerful ranged flying insect in the Insect War world, and its tail needle possesses strong toxins, making it an excellent material for crafting arrows. It is a relatively common type of insect. Ranged attack, flying, strong attack power, common. These 4 words combined are exactly what Xiao Feng considers ideal for leveling up by farming monsters, right? But the premise is that he can withstand the attacks of the tiger head insect. Looking at his slightly inadequate attribute panel, Xiao Feng decided to head to the Insect War world. However, before going to the Insect War world, he needed to make some preparations. The first thing to do is to maximize his strength. He currently has 5,298 dragon species points left. After some thought, Xiao Feng decided to exchange for Gene Evolution Essence. This item is the hardest to obtain among those that can enhance one's strength. As Xiao Feng prepared to exchange, a system prompt appeared. Prompt: this item is limited to first-tier professionals, second-tier and above professionals cannot use this essence to modify gene strength. Prompt: you can use 10 bottles of gene evolution essence to synthesize 1 bottle of second-tier gene evolution essence. Seeing this prompt, Xiaofeng was stunned. After reaching the second tier, ordinary gene evolution essence can no longer be used, only second-tier gene evolution essence can be utilized. 1 bottle of second-tier gene evolution essence requires 10 bottles of first-tier gene evolution essence to synthesize. Calculating this, doesn't it mean that 1 bottle of second-tier gene evolution essence requires 10,000 dragon species points? If calculated at 10 gold coins for 1 dragon species point, 1 bottle of second-tier gene evolution essence would cost 100,000 gold coins. After calculating this price, Xiaofeng secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, his gene evolution strength had already reached its limit at the first tier, otherwise, if he had to make up for it at the second tier, the loss would have been significant. With such an outrageous price, Xiaofeng naturally would not exchange it, at least not for now. His ruthless taunt skill has already reached level 96, and he is only 5 levels away from maxing it out. Xiaofeng exchanged 5 skill points to raise the ruthless taunt skill to level 101, max level. Surprisingly, after reaching max level, the duration of the taunt increased to 20 seconds, and the cooldown time was halved, changing from the previous 30 minutes to now 15 minutes. Thus, Xiaofeng now has 4 skills at max level: Thorny Spike, Rock Solid, Silver Moon Power, and Ruthless Taunt. The skills that can still be upgraded are only Soul Revival, Soul Charge, Blood Pact Shockwave, and Dual Space. These 4 skills have little direct impact on combat, and since there are no extra skill points, he temporarily gave up on upgrading them. Finally, Xiaofeng exchanged all his points for attribute enhancement points. Basic attributes are the powerful foundation. He now has 4,798 dragon species points left, and attribute enhancement point scrolls cost 10 points each, allowing him to exchange for only 479 points. Xiaofeng decided to exchange all of them. Prompt: do you want to consume 4,790 points to exchange for attribute enhancement scroll times 479? Exchange. Prompt: you have obtained attribute enhancement scroll times 479. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng allocated all 479 attribute points to his constitution, and also used the 3 soul attribute enhancement scrolls obtained from the last blood contract. Treasure chest. After reaching the second tier, the long-sealed second-tier overlord level treasure chest in his backpack could finally be opened. This chest was obtained during the first outing with Brother Xiao Sa and others to hunt the Sanluo overlord in the wild. However, due to level restrictions, it had never been opened. Now, it could finally be opened. Prompt: do you want to open the second-tier overlord level treasure chest? Open. At that moment, Brother Xiao Sa and the others happened to come down from upstairs and saw the living room on the first floor illuminated by a golden red light, the dazzling brightness making it hard to open their eyes. When they realized that the light was emanating from the treasure chest, everyone became interested. Opening treasure chests was the moment all professionals looked forward to, and they were no exception. Brother Knight, what good stuff did you get? The group quickly approached Xiaofeng, all curiously staring at him. Prompt: you have obtained the Eye of Sanluo. Looking at the name, Xiaofeng felt that the item should be good, but it probably wasn't suitable for him, leaning more towards intelligence. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Xiaofeng clicked to check the attributes of the Eye of Sanluo. Equipment name: Eye of Sanluo. Equipment quality: none. Wearing requirement: none. Durability: 100/100. Equipment position: no need to wear, can be used directly. Additional skill: Life Insight, can perceive information about all living beings. This item requires reconcentration of power after each use, with a cooldown time of 30 minutes. Note: this skill is an all-attribute judgment skill. All-attribute judgment is the sum of the 4 basic attributes, determining the completeness of the target information based on the comparison of both parties' attributes. Rather than being an equipment, it is more like a reusable item. This item has no quality, does not need to be worn, has no attributes, and only has 1 additional skill. And this is exactly the skill Xiaofeng needed. With this skill, there was no need to risk his life to clash with unknown enemies. It was like a pillow meeting a sleepy head, arriving at just the right time. On this equipment, Xiaofeng also discovered a new term: durability. It reminded him that after reaching the second tier, the system had reclaimed the durability immunity feature of the equipment. He wondered if there was a place to repair equipment in the Zergwar world. If not, that would be troublesome. Given his leveling state, it was likely that the equipment's durability would run out quickly. It seemed he needed to prepare some equipment repair crystals for emergencies. The price was indeed a bit high, 1,000 paradise coins each, which converted to 10 million dragon country coins. Fortunately, he still had sufficient funds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaofeng showcased the attributes of this equipment to the others. When they saw the attributes of the Eye of Sanluo, they couldn't help but show strong envy. All of them had successfully advanced to the second tier. And the novice functions granted by the system had been reclaimed, so they naturally faced the issue of not knowing the strength of the monsters. However, compared to Xiaofeng, they were not as urgent about this equipment. The necromancer and summoned beasts could use summoned creatures to test the monsters. The same went for ranged attacks. Only Xiaofeng, as a pure melee professional, had to probe with his body. A careless move could easily cost him his life. After putting away the eye of Sunluo, Xiaofeng looked at the other two pieces of equipment in his backpack. Both of these pieces came from the Sunluo overlord. Equipment name, Sunluo gloves. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirement. Level must reach second tier, and constitution must be 500 points to use. Equipment durability, 200/200. Equipment slot, gloves. Physical defense, plus 388. Magical defense, plus 388. Additional skill equipment resonance, after equipping this item, the base attributes of the weapon held increase by 30%. Additional skill power of technique, after equipping this item, the requirements for wielding the weapon are reduced by 30%. Note, only the attribute requirements for equipping can be reduced, level requirements cannot be lowered. The reason Xiaofeng is still wearing a piece of trash gloves is that he is waiting to reach the second tier, so he can directly switch to this equipment. As for the other piece of equipment, the Sunluo armor, Xiaofeng began to hesitate. Equipment name, Sunluo armor. Equipment quality, red equipment. Wearing requirement, level must reach second tier, and constitution must be 800 points to use. Equipment durability, 200/200. Equipment slot, armor. Physical defense, plus 588. Magical defense, plus 588. Health points, plus 4,000. Additional skill wild growth, after equipping this item, base health points increase by 20%. Additional skill breath convergence, after equipping this item, enemies find it harder to detect your presence, reducing their perception range of you by 50%. The attributes of this equipment are also quite good, but it cannot compare to the Yunin treasure armor he is currently wearing. Previously, Xiaofeng had tried that these two pieces of equipment also have set effects, and the set attributes are quite good, but they are not very practical for him. If the Sunluo armor were sold separately, it would lose its set attributes, and the price would drop significantly. After thinking it over, Xiaofeng decided to sell these two pieces of equipment together. As for the gloves, he was not in a hurry. With his current strength, even without one piece of equipment, he should be able to walk through the second-tier world with ease. Looking at the few people around him, Xiaofeng thought for a moment and displayed the attributes of these two pieces of equipment. If you need them, I can sell them to you at a discount. After seeing the attributes of these two pieces of equipment, everyone's eyes lit up. However, in the end, they all gave up. The reason was simple: none of them met the requirements to wear these two pieces of equipment. Especially the Sunluo armor, which required 800 points of constitution to wear. Helpless, Xiaofeng could only contact Xian Duo to help sell these two pieces of equipment. When Xian Duo received these two pieces of equipment, he was overjoyed. During this time, a large number of newcomers were advancing to the second tier, and it was the perfect time for them to change equipment and level up in the other world. Whether for survival or to increase leveling speed, suitable equipment is essential. These two pieces of second-tier red quality set equipment are definitely the targets that all tank-type and melee warrior-type players are scrambling for. Xian Duo assured Xiaofeng that he could sell these two pieces of equipment for a sky-high price. If before meeting the main space's Wanbao Trading Company, Xiaofeng would still hesitate whether to let Xian Duo help sell, now he no longer needs to worry about this matter. Having the financial power to open a mobile independent building for a trading company in the main space is still considerable. After Xiaofeng finished his tasks, Chen Duo and the others each shared their plans with him. Brother Xiaosa planned to go to the biohazard world to level up with Ouyang Feng. One excels at group attacks, while the other is skilled in reconnaissance and reporting, perfectly complementing each other, and they had also received a suitable mission for both of them in the Dragon Seed Team task system. The disaster decided to go to a relatively niche undead world to level up, where he could unleash his strongest power. Jian Sancher, as the most outstanding duelist among the thought swordsmen, chose to go alone to the Jurassic world. Xiaofeng said nothing about their choices, only reminding them to pay attention to safety. Brother Xiaosa then asked, "Hey Yi, where are you planning to go?" "To the Zerg War world." Hearing Xiaofeng's response, Brother Xiaosa reminded him, "Brother Hai, the world of the insect war is much more difficult than the worlds we have chosen. Those insects are social creatures and possess extremely high intelligence. Under the unified command of the mother insect, their combat power often surpasses that of ordinary insect races by a large margin. You must be careful." Xiaofeng nodded slightly. "Aren't you all confident in my strength?" Upon hearing this, everyone finally smiled. Indeed, they had witnessed Xiaofeng's strength, how could they worry? Alright then, let's set off. Hopefully, by the next time we meet, we will all have reached the 3rd tier. After finishing lunch, brothers Xiaosa and the others left one after another, leaving only Xiao Feng behind. After everyone left, Xiao Feng did not rush to set off. He still had a lot of preparations to complete. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Every bit of preparation now increases his chances of survival when facing danger. After advancing to the 2nd tier, his 2 pieces of growth-type equipment also entered the advancement state, and it seemed that the upgrade was about to be completed. Before he had finished his cup of tea, Xiao Feng received a system notification. Notification: Rock Battle Boots have successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. Notification: Rock Belt has successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. One piece of equipment was a gift from Long Gu when he reached level 100, while the other was obtained by winning a bet against Jian Wu. These were the only 2 pieces of growth-type equipment Xiao Feng possessed, and they were also set equipment. They provided significant help to Xiao Feng, and now that these 2 pieces of equipment had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, he was filled with anticipation for their upgraded attributes. Checking the attributes. Equipment name: Rock Battle Boots. Growth-type equipment: Equipment quality: 2nd tier golden equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 400 points of constitution to use. Equipment durability: 150/150. Equipment position: boots. Physical defense: 299. Magical defense: 299. Additional skill: wind speed resilience, movement speed plus 20%, resilience plus 20. Additional skill: traceless passage. Wearing this equipment will leave no traces while walking. Attachment: attribute power of advancement. Once bound, this equipment will advance with the professionals tier, and upon advancement, it will gain an additional new attribute. Equipment name: Rock Belt. Growth type equipment: Equipment quality: 2nd tier golden equipment. Wearing requirement: requires 400 points of constitution to use. Equipment durability: 150/150. Equipment position: belt. Physical defense: 299. Magical defense: 299. Additional skill: power of rock, restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. Additional skill: cooldown reduction, reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 10%. Attachment: attribute power of advancement. Once bound, this equipment will advance with the professionals tier, and upon advancement, it will gain an additional new attribute. After both pieces of equipment advanced to the 2nd tier, their base attributes received a significant boost, and they also gained 2 new additional skills. The boots gained a new skill: traceless passage. This skill is very useful for stealth or anti-tracking. The new skill obtained from the belt reduces the cooldown time of all skills. Reducing skill cooldown time is an extremely valuable attribute for all professionals, and Xiao Feng is no exception. With this skill, his combat power will be significantly enhanced. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the 2 pieces of equipment after their advancement. All items that could enhance his strength had been fully utilized. And now, apart from over 28,000 gold coins, he only had items that could not directly enhance his strength. Click to view attributes. Name: Night Occupation, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Occupation, Level, 2nd Tier, Level 0, Gene. Evolution Strength, 1000 points, 500% bonus from the 4 basic attributes. Derived attributes: Health points, 430950 Mana points, 870 Constitution, 7158 Strength, 29 Agility, 15 Intelligence, 15 Soul Power, 3 Physical Defense, 26471 Magical Defense, 26060 Combat Power Assessment, 9183. These attributes are not just impressive for a 1st tier, they are quite explosive even for 2nd or 3rd tier occupations. Xiao Feng was filled with confidence for the upcoming journey to the Zerd War world. Before leaving, Xiao Feng had one last thing to do. He headed to his personal exclusive room in the main space to purchase equipment repair crystals. As for recovery potions, aside from those that could instantly restore health, Xiao Feng did not need any. His own health recovery speed far exceeded the effects of most recovery potions available at his level. Instant health recovery potions were not only extremely rare but also incredibly expensive. Not to mention whether he could afford them. Even if he could, Xiao Feng had no intention of buying them. After all, making money was not easy, and a 2nd tier otherworld should not require him to use instant health recovery potions. After pondering for a moment and realizing that everything in the real world was already taken care of, it was time to set off. To reach the other world, he first needed to arrive at the main space and then use the teleportation array. To proceed. Prompt: Do you want to go to the main space of the Paradise of All Realms now? Go! With a shift of his gaze, Xiao Feng reappeared in his personal exclusive room in the main space. The exclusive room was still empty. Prompt: Do you want to convert 20,000 gold coins into Paradise coins? Convert. Prompt: Conversion successful, you now have 20,000 Paradise coins. He went straight to the personal exclusive mall, opened the special service mall, and found the equipment. Repair crystals inside. Prompt: do you want to spend 10,000 paradise coins to purchase equipment repair crystals times 10? Purchase. Prompt: 10,000 paradise coins have been deducted, you have received equipment repair crystals times 10. With 10,000 paradise coins remaining, Xiaofeng did not continue shopping as he did not see any items he needed. After checking everything, he found that all was ready. It was time to set off. Main space of the paradise of all realms, timespace station. To reach the other world, one must go through the teleportation at the timespace station. As Xiaofeng carried the sword of judgment in his little dog Bebe through the crowd to the timespace station, he noticed that quite a few people were already waiting for the teleportation. Although there were many people in line, the teleportation efficiency was not slow, and soon it was Xiaofeng's turn. Prompt: please select the world you want to teleport to. Zerg War World. Selection complete. The teleportation fee of 1,000 paradise coins has been automatically deducted, and the teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare for teleportation, adventurer. Prompt: this teleportation is quite far. Spatial teleportation will cause some damage to adventurers with weak constitution. It is advised that adventurers with a constitution below 200 proceed with caution. Teleportation initiating. Seeing these prompts, Xiaofeng skipped over them. The only thing that surprised him was that the teleportation actually required paradise coins. Moreover, the price was not cheap, reaching 1,000 paradise coins. Connecting this to the 1,000 gold coins that instructor Meng Yi had given them, he began to understand the situation. Without selling the dragon's total points, he wouldn't even have enough for the teleportation fee. Sigh, indeed. Money is needed everywhere. Teleportation starting. A sensation of spatial pulling surged. A feeling of being tugged from all directions emerged. It was as if the force was trying to tear Xiaofeng apart, but with a physique exceeding 7,000 points, this level of pulling power had little effect on him. It was just that the experience was not particularly pleasant. After an unknown amount of time, the pulling sensation disappeared. Xiaofeng found himself in a room. The facilities in the room resembled those of a frontline military camp. There were only 4 iron beds, along with a long iron table in the middle and a few daily necessities. Aside from that, there was nothing else. If this was a military camp, it should be the quarters for the lowest-ranking soldiers. A system prompt appeared. Welcome to the Zerg War World. You have temporarily mastered the language of this world. This function will automatically deactivate upon leaving this world. World difficulty level 2 to 6. Note, the upper limit of world difficulty depends on the highest tier of local discovered lifeforms. This data is for reference only and does not represent the absence of lifeforms above the world difficulty. World introduction. 500 years ago, this world was a magnificent stage of human civilization, with cities rising and technology flourishing. However, a sudden disaster completely changed the fate of this land. A Zerg queen from another realm unexpectedly arrived, rapidly taking root in this land with her incredible reproductive speed and adaptability, constructing a vast nest. Initially, humanity did not pay enough attention to this sudden threat, until the Zerg tide surged like a flood, devouring town after town, forcing humanity to realize the severity of this war. In order to survive, humanity gathered its last forces and engaged in a desperate struggle against the Zerg. For 500 years, the flames of war have never extinguished. Humanity continuously launched counterattacks against the Zerg, while the Zerg, under the command of the Queen, displayed astonishing adaptability and evolutionary capabilities, constantly producing new forms to meet humanity's challenges. This war is both a test of human wisdom and courage and an ultimate challenge to the survival will of the Zerg. Today, the Zerg battle world has become a symbol of the coexistence yet endless struggle between humans and Zerg, with every piece of ruin hiding past glories and future hopes, while the ultimate direction of the war remains undecided. The system prompt closed. Through the system prompt, Xiaofeng gained a preliminary understanding of the Zerg war world. In simple terms, this world had been invaded by the Zerg, and the native humans of this world launched a counterattack. This battlefield had been ongoing for 500 years. This made Xiaofeng ponder. What is the purpose of this world's existence? In other words, what use does this world have for the paradise of all realms? A 2 to 6 tier world, with the highest combat power being tier 6, even if there are hidden powerful beings, it shouldn't be difficult for the paradise of all realms to deal with them. Why has the Zerg continued to exist? This made Xiaofeng think of the instances on Blue Star. Could this world be a type of instance that the paradise of all realms intentionally cultivated? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain all of this. At that moment, Xiaofeng received several more system prompts. Prompt: welcome to the Zerg War World, Human Alliance Camp number 1032. Prompt: you can choose to join the Human Alliance or become a monster hunter. Prompt: after joining the human alliance, you will fight alongside the Legion, and the rewards will be distributed based on individual military achievements. The risk is relatively low. Prompt: becoming a monster hunter does not require following the Legion into battle, and all rewards will belong to the individual. The risk is relatively high. Two choices: the former is more suitable for those with obvious shortcomings, such as support roles, healers, archers, mages, etc. The latter is more suitable for powerful practitioners with comprehensive abilities. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng chose to become a monster hunter. Profit is one aspect, but mainly, by following the Legion into battle, he cannot autonomously choose suitable monster spawning locations. Hint: you have chosen to become a monster hunter. You have received a monster hunter badge. Monster Hunter Badge, no stars. With this badge you can freely enter and exit the major cities of the human race. It will be your only identity proof in the Zerg War world. Note: this badge is only effective within the Zerg War world. Once you leave the Zerg War world, the badge's effectiveness will be frozen. Upon returning to the Zerg War world, the badge's effectiveness will be automatically activated. Hint: you are currently a novice monster hunter, with no bonuses. As your monster hunter star level increases, you will receive additional bonuses. Hint: killing Zerg will be automatically recorded by this badge, and once the number of kills reaches a certain amount, the badge will automatically level up. Close system prompts. He got up and walked out of the room. After passing through a dark, narrow corridor, Xiaofeng arrived at a military camp square. The square was bustling with people, dressed in various styles. It was not hard to tell from their attire that most of these people were natives of this world, with a small number being professionals from the multiverse paradise. On one side of the square, Xiaofeng also discovered several street stalls similar to those in the multiverse paradise. Upon closer inspection, he found that this place had clearly become a miniature version of the multiverse paradise. Here, not only were professionals selling various items, but there were also some individuals with special abilities offering equipment repair services, and even some who could accept employment from other professionals. In short, as long as you have enough money, you can almost buy most of the services or items you want here. Xiaofeng wandered around the market, buying a lot of food and water that could fit into his storage space. With this food and water, he could engage in long battles in the wild without having to return to the city too soon to deal with hunger. Finally, Xiaofeng purchased a self-made regional map from a professional. In the frontline military camp, only high-ranking military officials could possess detailed maps of the surrounding areas and monster distribution. Ordinary soldiers were not allowed to obtain maps privately. This was likely to prevent ordinary soldiers from seeing the severe situation around them, which could affect their morale. However, this regulation had no binding force on professionals. Although professionals could not obtain complete maps from the military, they could gradually improve the maps through exploration. Such maps were often more suitable for professionals than those provided by the military. The map even indicated which areas were suitable for which types of professions to hunt monsters. However, this map was not cheap, costing a full 500 paradise coins. In Blue Star terms, that's 5 million Dragon Country coins. Once everything was ready, Xiaofeng strapped on his heavy sword and set out towards the city gates with Bei. The city guards at the gate did not stop him upon seeing his monster hunter badge. The man and his dog smoothly left the city. The terrain of this planet was quite similar to Blue Star. A larger sun hung in the sky, but its light was not as glaring and scorching as that of the sun. Instead, it resembled the sunset on Blue Star just before it sets in the evening. The area around the city, after years of war, had long been devoid of any vegetation, revealing a reddish-brown rocky ground that appeared particularly desolate under the warm red sunlight. The gravity in this world was also slightly stronger than that of Blue Star, making it relatively more strenuous for ordinary professionals to walk. But for Xiaofeng, who weighed over 7,000, this slight increase in gravity had no effect at all. After importing the purchased map into the system, he could view it directly through the system, which was much more convenient than a paper map. The map did not indicate the tiger headworm from the dragon species team mission. Ultimately, Xiaofeng chose a monster nest located about 100 kilometers southeast of the military camp. The map marked a location where a small, flying insectoid species was entrenched. It was also specifically noted that professionals had previously discovered top-tier equipment and items here, and there was a high probability of encountering some rare monsters, making it a great place for farming gold. After selecting the target, Xiaofeng no longer hesitated. Bei understood immediately and transformed into a tall black warhorse. Climbing onto the horse, the pair quickly galloped towards their destination. In the wild, in a dark valley, a team of 5 professionals was standing in front of a cave. An unpleasant, nauseating odor occasionally wafted from within the cave. One of the frail men jumped down from a tree. "Boss, the location marked on the map is right here. The leader of this team was a towering man, 2 meters tall, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. At this moment, he stood still, staring deep into the cave. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were actually closed, yet his feet were shaking rhythmically. The giant was observing the situation inside the cave through the vibrations of the ground. The other team members remained silent, watching him. After a moment, the giant opened his eyes and spoke. The internal space of the cave is quite large, with many passages. If we enter and encounter danger, we could easily get trapped inside. Then how can we kill the monsters inside? Another fire mage asked. Can we use fire to smoke them out? The giant shook his head. That won't work. The cave is too spacious. Your firepower wouldn't even ignite the whole cave, let alone cause any significant damage. Besides, these insectoids aren't stupid, they must have left other exit passages. The mage's face turned red from the giant's words, but he couldn't refute them. What do we do now? The giant hesitated for a moment, his gaze sharpening as he spoke heavily. If we want to kill the insectoids inside, we can't avoid taking risks. If the intel is correct, the strongest insectoid inside shouldn't exceed the second tier. With the strength of our 5-man team, as long as we are careful, it should be manageable. The others exchanged glances and ultimately agreed with the giant's proposal. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the cave. A sensing-type professional's expression changed dramatically. They're coming out. Get ready for battle. The group immediately braced themselves for combat. The buzzing grew louder, eventually deafening like a tsunami. The giant at the front could only see a black torrent surging out of the cave. Seeing this scene, his face turned ashen. He cursed loudly. Which scoundrel sold a fake map? Who said there weren't many monsters in here? However, his curses were drowned out. Countless black flying insects swarmed past, and the group vanished without even having time to cast a single skill, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. If they still had the resurrection chances granted by the system upon advancing to the second tier, they could have revived. But if they had already used them, then more than an hour later, a person and a dog appeared in front of the cave. The newcomer was Xiao Feng. After checking the map for a while, he confirmed that this was indeed the place. If it was as described on the map, it would be his ideal leveling ground. Although Xiao Feng was very confident in his strength, he did not recklessly enter the cave. The world introduction had mentioned that there were 6th tier and even higher level beings in this world, and acting carelessly could indeed lead to disaster. After observing for a while and finding nothing unusual, he said, "Bebe, you wait for me outside." Woof woof, Bebe's symbiotic skill granted it 30% of Xiao Feng's overall attributes and derived attributes, making it quite powerful among second-tier beings. As Xiao Feng's strength continued to rise, Bebe's power also grew steadily. Before understanding the specific situation inside the cave, it was undoubtedly the safest choice to let Bebe wait outside. Bebe was extremely intelligent and naturally knew how to avoid powerful creatures, so Xiao Feng wasn't too worried about its safety. Holding dual shields, Xiao Feng walked into the cave. The initial stretch was quite dark, but as he went deeper, he found that although the cave remained dim, he could see clearly after getting used to it. There were many substances resembling fluorescent powder randomly distributed on the cave walls, and it was these glowing materials that provided a faint light within the cave. It prevented him from being completely in the dark, unable to see anything. After passing through the narrow and long cave, his vision suddenly opened up. Ahead was a vast space comparable to a gymnasium. In the center of this space was a lake. The lake was filled with a liquid that emitted a green glow, illuminating the entire area. Scanning the surroundings, he found no creatures at all. Just as Xiao Feng was puzzled, he suddenly sensed something was off. The black walls around him seemed to have wriggled a moment ago. Focusing his gaze, Xiao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Those were not black rock walls, but rather a mass of black insects. These insects were not large, slightly smaller than pigeons. They were pitch black and had no sheen at all. They all clung to the rock walls, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Feng did not retreat. Although these insects were not the type described on the map, if they were not strong, they would be more suitable for him to level up. He took out the Eye of Sunluo from his storage space. He had never used it since obtaining it. Now was just the right time to test it on these insects. The Eye of Sunluo came with the skill, Life Insight. It could perceive all information about living beings, and this item required a cooldown of 30 minutes after each use to gather power again. As he activated the Eye of Sunluo, a fist-sized eyeball floated automatically in front of Xiao Feng. An invisible ripple shot out from the eyeball. Comparing both parties' attributes. Your total of 4 basic attributes overwhelmingly crushes the opponent, obtaining 92% of their data. Note, even if all attributes overwhelmingly crush the opponent, it is not possible to obtain 100% of the data. Insight results are as Follows, monster name, flying spike black insect, common insect species, strength level, second tier, health points, 110000/110000, physical attack, 1358, magical attack, 998, physical defense, 688, magical defense, 588, skill 1. Shadow evasion. The black spike flying insect can use the cover of night or darkness to quickly blend into the surrounding environment, achieving nearly invisible movement. This skill is particularly effective at night or in dim environments, making it a difficult opponent to catch or a perfect scout. Skill 2, spike projection. Sharp black spikes grow on both sides of its body, which can be quickly shot out in emergencies, injecting a liquid containing paralysis or mild toxins into the target, slowing the enemy's speed or causing temporary incapacitation. Skill 3, group resonance. As a social insect, the black spike flying insect can communicate with its companions through specific vibration frequencies, triggering a resonance effect within the group, enhancing the entire colony's speed, aggression, or defense, forming a powerful collective force. Skill 4, shell hardening. When threatened, the shell of the black spike flying insect can quickly harden, forming a layer of nearly impenetrable defense, effectively resisting physical attacks and increasing survival ability. After seeing the attributes of the flying spike black insect, Xiao Feng was stunned for quite a while. It had been a long time since he had seen such weak mutated creatures. After reaching level 100, he had either been challenging the trial tower or killing people in Sakura country. Normal monster grinding for leveling up? He felt that was something from a long time ago. Now that he thinks about it, the last time he killed a regular monster seemed to be, perhaps, the Decayed Treant. The Decayed Treant is a level 99 first-tier monster, not far from the second tier. However, the Decayed Treant only has 22,000 health points and an attack power of just over 400. In this light, the flying thorn black insects before him are indeed much stronger than the level 99 Decayed Treant. But such attributes are simply no match for Xiao Feng. It's a wonder he had been so cautious around so many flying thorn black insects just moments ago. Thud thud, a piece of rubble rolled underfoot, the sound echoing loudly in the silent cave. At the same time, all the sleeping flying thorn black insects opened their eyes, and the cave walls seemed to be adorned with countless small gems glowing green. Squeak squeak squeak, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from their mouths, and the swarm of flying thorn black insects surged towards Xiao Feng like a black mist. Having already understood the attributes of the flying thorn black insects through the eye of Sun Luo, he naturally wouldn't take their attacks to heart. After all, their attack power was still far from breaking through his defenses. -2235, -2432, -1987. A series of damage numbers appeared above the flying thorn black insects. Seeing these familiar numbers appearing densely made Xiao Feng feel quite pleased. Each time the flying thorn black insects used their stinger spray, they needed to pause for a few seconds to allow new tail spikes to grow before launching their next attack. This also resulted in their attack frequency not being too high, about every 3 seconds. But the flying thorn black insects not only had the ability to fly but also the capability for ranged attacks, which sufficiently compensated for their lower attack frequency. It was nearly 3 minutes before the first flying thorn black insect was killed by the rebound. After the flying thorn black insect died, its body fell to the ground, rotting away in an instant, ultimately melting into a pool of green liquid. These green liquids gathered together and flowed into the lake at the center of the area. Looking at the lake, Xiao Feng squinted slightly. If the green liquid in the lake came from this way, how many flying thorn black insects must have died? No, wait, upon closer inspection, he noticed that there were vaguely egg-sized larvae wriggling in the green lake. Before long, creatures broke out of the eggs, and the newly hatched worms voraciously consumed the green liquid, growing at a visible speed. Eventually, they transformed into new flying thorn black insects that flew into the air and attacked Xiao Feng. This is the formidable reproductive ability of the insect race. It's not much different from the infinite respawning monsters in a first-tier dungeon. Seeing this, Xiao Feng felt increasingly satisfied. This is the ideal place for farming monsters. If it weren't for the insect race's infinite recycling and hatching ability, it wouldn't be long before he killed all the flying thorn black insects, at which point he would need to find a new farming spot. Moreover, these flying thorn black insects lacked automatic hatching and recycling abilities, and it wouldn't be long before he was buried under a mountain of insect corpses. Just thinking about it was distressing. The insect race's automatic recycling and hatching abilities perfectly matched Xiao Feng's leveling needs. The green lake can automatically hatch flying thorn black insects, indicating that there should be a mother insect present in the lake. However, Xiao Feng had no intention of disturbing it at this moment. Once he killed the mother insect, he wouldn't be able to continuously hatch new flying thorn black insects. How would he level up then? You have killed a flying thorn black insect and gained 1 point of biological energy. Immediately after, a flurry of system notifications appeared. You have killed a flying thorn black insect and gained 1 point of biological energy. You have killed a flying thorn black insect and gained 1 point of biological energy. You have killed a flying thorn black insect and gained 1 point of biological energy. You have killed a flying thorn black insect and gained 1 point of biological energy. Looking at these system prompts, Xiaofeng always felt that something was missing. It wasn't until he saw a few gold coins drop not far away that he understood what was going on. After being promoted to the second tier, the system retracted the automatic looting function, and now he had to pick up the equipment dropped by monsters himself. However, he still had Bebe. Looking around, he found that there were no monsters here that could harm Bebe. After testing, it seemed that Bebe possessed a hidden skill or talent, which was an extremely low presence. As long as Bebe did not enter the writing state or combat mode, it was easy for both people and monsters to overlook him. Additionally, with Xiaofeng nearby, attracting fire, he could pick up items without drawing the attention of monsters, unless hit by AoE damage. Through the pet system, Xiaofeng summoned Bebe directly. With Bebe's automatic looting function, he could level up while lying down. When Bebe arrived at Xiaofeng's leveling spot, Xiaofeng was already surrounded by the flying spiked black worms, which from a distance looked like a black sphere writhing on the ground. Hint, you have gained 1 gold coin. Hint, you have gained 1 gold coin. Hint, you have gained 1 gold coin. Checking the loot records, Xiaofeng discovered that the flying spiked black worms seemed not to drop silver or copper coins, with the minimum currency dropped being gold coins. This was undoubtedly good news. It would significantly increase their monster killing income. However, the downside was that Xiaofeng found the drop rate of these monsters to be extremely low. In just a short while, he had killed at least a couple of hundred flying spiked black worms but had only obtained 2 gold coins. The drop rate was indeed not great. Calculating, it seemed that he would need to kill about 100 monsters to drop 1 gold coin. If it were an ordinary professional facing this, they would definitely find it very low, but Xiaofeng thought it was acceptable. Mainly because his monster killing speed was too fast. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. Hint, your biological energy has reached 500 points, and your level has been upgraded to second tier, level 1, gaining 10 free attribute points. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaofeng realized something was off. Previously, after killing monsters and leveling up, he not only gained 5 attribute points but also 1 skill enhancement point. Now, after being promoted to the second tier, the attribute points gained from leveling up had changed from 5 to 10. However, he no longer received skill points. It made sense, this was likely intentional by the Wanjie Paradise system. The purpose was to allow professionals to quickly master basic skills to adapt to their own combat. Most professionals at the second tier would not have too many skills. The 100 skill points gained from leveling up at the first tier were already sufficient for basic needs. That should be considered one of the beginner benefits. After reaching the second tier, the system not only retracted the beginner privileges but also stopped giving skill points to professionals. Everything earned had to be obtained by the professionals themselves. This made it difficult for those who had just been promoted to the second tier to adapt in a short time. However, Xiaofeng did not care much about this. His main skills were already at max level, and he could also obtain skill points through other channels. This change did not have much impact on him. To level up from second tier level 0 to level 1, only 500 biological energy was needed. Killing 1 flying spike blackworm would yield 1 point of biological energy. This was good news for Xiaofeng. After a few minutes of analysis, Xiaofeng had a preliminary understanding of the monster respawn efficiency here. The flying spike blackworm had 110,000 health points, attacked approximately every 3 seconds, and on average, each attack would deal about 2,100 rebound damage to them. This meant Xiaofeng could deal 700 points of damage to them per second. With 110,000 health points, he could cause them to die from rebound damage in about 3 minutes. The number of flying spike black worms that could simultaneously attack Xiaofeng was around 300. Calculating this way, Xiaofeng could kill about 100 of them per minute. This efficiency was already quite good. 10 minutes later. Hint, your biological energy has reached 1,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to second tier, level 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. 15 minutes later. Tip, your biological energy has reached 1,500 points, and your level has been upgraded to second stage, level 3, gaining 10 free attribute points. With that, Xiaofeng began his easy journey of monster grinding and leveling up once again. 5 hours after entering the cave, his level finally reached 10. Tip, your biological energy has reached 5,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to second stage, level 10, gaining 10 free attribute points. It took him just 5 hours to rise from second stage level 0 to second stage level 10. If other professionals knew about this speed, they would probably be shocked. For ordinary professionals, it would take at least 10 to 20 days to level up from second stage level 0 to level 10. but Xiaofeng managed to achieve such an upgrade in less than 5 hours. At this moment, Xiaofeng noticed that the number of flying thorn black insects attacking him had decreased compared to before. Looking at the green lake, the green liquid in the lake had dropped significantly. Indeed, perfect balance cannot be achieved. When the mother insect hatches ordinary insect species, it still loses some energy, which leads to the decreasing amount of green liquid in the lake. Judging by the remaining capacity of the green liquid in the lake, it should last for quite a while. However, the hatching speed was slowing down, which was hard for Xiaofeng to accept. If the mother insect knew Xiaofeng's thoughts at this moment, it would probably be furious. It was one thing to guard its lair and kill, but to complain about the slow hatching speed was unacceptable. This, without sunlight in the cave, one naturally cannot feel the passage of time. After another 2 hours, the system prompt appeared again. Tip: your biological energy has reached 11,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to second stage, level 11, gaining 10 free attribute points. As the level increased, the amount of biological energy required for leveling up also grew. However, this amount was still within Xiaofeng's acceptable range. When Xiaofeng reached level 12, a system prompt caught his attention. Tip: the durability of the Dragon Scale Guardian Shield is too low, please repair it in time. Once durability reaches 0, this equipment will break and disappear. The Dragon Scale Guardian was a first-stage red quality shield that had accompanied Xiaofeng for a long time. Its durability limit reached 300 points, which was quite high compared to other equipment. However, it was the first piece of equipment to reach the brink of breaking. The reason was simple: this piece of equipment was the most frequently used among all his gear, enduring the most attacks from monsters. Checking his other equipment, Xiaofeng found that most of them had their durability reduced to below 20%. After pondering for a moment, he took out an equipment repair crystal from his storage space. Equipment repair crystal: using this item will immediately restore the equipped gear to full durability without lowering its durability limit. Tip: do you want to use the equipment repair crystal? Now. Use. The equipment repair crystal cracked open in Xiaofeng's hand, and a pure energy enveloped his entire body. This energy flowed over the equipment, instantly rejuvenating it. In just a moment, the durability of all his equipment was fully restored. This finally put Xiaofeng's mind at ease. Although leveling here was easy, and he could even take a short break, he couldn't eat or drink. Just as he took out food, he was struck by the tail needle of a flying thorn black insect, and a faint toxin spread over the food. With Xiaofeng's physique, these toxins posed no harm to him, but the food quickly spoiled and deteriorated under the influence of the toxins. In the blink of an eye, the originally delicious food turned into a sticky substance glowing with green light, looking as disgusting as it could be. Before setting out, he had replenished ample energy, and now it had been less than 10 hours, so he wasn't very hungry. Continuing to hold out for another 10 hours or so was not a big problem. As time passed, the green liquid in the lake decreased further, and the hatching speed of the flying thorn black insects slowed down even more. This greatly reduced Xiaofeng's monster farming efficiency. Xiaofeng still did not go to kill the mother worm. Finding such an ideal monster farming spot was indeed not easy. Before he had fully drained it, Xiaofeng was reluctant to destroy this place. Another 6 hours passed. Tip: your biological energy has reached 14,000 points, and your level has increased to Tier 2, level 14, gaining 10 free attribute points. His level reached 14. At this time, the green liquid in the lake had run dry. After more than 10 hours of slaughter, the Monster Hunter medal finally leveled up. Tip: your Monster Hunter medal has been upgraded to 1 star. Click to view the attributes of the Monster Hunter medal. Equipment name: Monster Hunter medal. Equipment quality: 1 star. Wearing requirement: become a monster hunter. Equipment durability: 1:1, cannot be discarded, cannot be traded, cannot be damaged in any way. Equipment position: no need to wear, it will automatically take effect in the insect world. Additional skill: Monster Hunter, increases the 4 basic attributes by 5% when fighting against the insect race. This medal has decent attributes, quite similar to the all-purpose medal that Xiaofeng wears. Both enhance the 4 basic attributes and do not need to be worn. However, there are many restrictions. It only takes effect in the insect world and when fighting against the insect race. This greatly diminishes the value of the medal. But it's still better than nothing. After more than 10 hours of slaughter, the mother worm's reproduction rate had decreased by over 60%, and the green liquid in the lake had also run dry. The bottom of the dried-up lake revealed a giant worm over 3 meters long, covered in holes. From these holes, egg-sized larvae were continuously being pushed out. These larvae quickly hatched in the green liquid, with each worm breaking free from its shell. The newly hatched worms rapidly devoured in the green liquid, growing into new flying stingers in just a moment. After the flying stingers died, they transformed into a pool of green liquid flowing back into the lake. This cycle continued. As long as the green liquid was sufficient, the mother worm could continuously hatch new flying stingers. This is the insect race, a species with an incredibly strong reproductive ability. While enduring the attacks of the flying stingers, Xiaofeng approached the edge of the lake and looked at the mother worm at the bottom of the pool. With a thought, he took out the eye of Sun Luo from his storage space. Insight, comparing dual defense attributes. Attribute comparison completed, obtaining 45% data from the opponent. Insight results are as follows: monster name, Flying Stinger Motherworm, boss level unit, strength tier 2 health points, 5-800-000/5-800-000 physical attack, 299 magical attack, 4,872 physical defense, 1,236. Magical defense, skill 1 mental link. The motherworm can establish a deep mental link with every member of its group, allowing it to sense the emotional state, health status, and changes in the surrounding environment of its group members. This ability enables the motherworm to respond quickly and adjust strategies to counter threats. Skill 2 Insect Summon. The motherworm can summon nearby insect units to quickly gather and form a powerful swarm attack. This summoning is limited to existing insect members. Skill 3 Biological Shield. The motherworm can release a shield made of biological energy to protect itself and surrounding insect members from physical and energy attacks. The strength and duration of the shield depend on the motherworm's own energy reserves and focus. Skill 4 Rapid Reproduction. Other attributes are not visible. The Flying Stinger motherworm is still just a tier 2 boss. Looking at its attributes, it's nothing special. Although it was much stronger than the ordinary second tier Flying Thorn Black insect, it was nothing compared to the Thunder Snake that Xiaofeng had killed. The physical defense and physical attack of the Flying Thorn mother insect were not high. To be precise, they were somewhat weak. However, its magical attack was excessively high, reaching 4,872 points. Compared to all the monsters he had seen before, only the Thunder Dragon could match it. Even the second-tier pseudo-overlord level boss, the Forest Overlord at its peak, only had 4,000 points of magical attack. 4,872 points of magical attack was indeed high, but Xiaofeng's magical defense exceeded 26,000. Even a tickle wouldn't be enough to affect him. As the green liquid in the pool gradually dried up, the mother insect sensed a crisis. However, its massive body, combined with its severely degenerated limbs, made it difficult for it to move on its own. The mother insect was a highly intelligent creature. It felt threatened when Xiaofeng began to kill the first batch of Flying Thorn Black insects. But due to its limited attack capability and range, it never rashly attacked Xiaofeng. Instead, it employed the method that all mother insects excelled at, summoning soldiers, allowing the powerful attacking insect tribe to fight. But this tactic had no effect on Xiaofeng. As the green liquid continued to decrease, it began to panic. After using the eye of all things to probe the information of the Flying Thorn mother insect, Xiaofeng completely relaxed. The various attributes of the mother insect posed no threat to him at all. Approaching the pool, just as he was thinking about how to provoke the mother insect into attacking him, a series of numbers suddenly appeared above its head. Minus 19,488. Minus 19,432. Seeing these two lines of numbers, Xiaofeng's expression tightened. The mother insect's panel magical attack was only 4,872 points. And the thorn's rebound damage was 200%, which calculated to only about 9,600 points of rebound damage. Now, however, it had rebounded over 19,000 points of damage. There could only be one reason for this: the Flying Thorn mother insect possessed a skill that increased magical attack. From the rebound damage, it was easy to calculate that the mother insect's skill damage increase had reached 100%. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's magical defense was high enough, otherwise, he could have been caught off guard and truly faced a disaster. The mother insect had no system, so it naturally wouldn't notice that Xiaofeng's health had not decreased at all. Even if it did notice, instinctively, it would not give up on attacking. Minus 19,488. Minus 19,432. Minus 19,853. Watching the numbers continuously jumping above the Flying Thorn mother insect's head, a smile gradually appeared on Xiaofeng's face. At this rate, the Flying Thorn mother insect would be killed by his rebound in just a minute or two. When the mother insect's health dropped to about 15%, it suddenly stopped attacking. At that moment, a gasp came from not far away. Turning around, Xiaofeng saw more than 10 professionals standing nearby, all staring at him and the mother insect in the dried-up pool. Xiaofeng did not rush to use the merciless taunt skill to kill the mother insect. He wanted to see what this sudden group of professionals intended to do. From their attire, it was hard to tell whether they were from Blue Star. They were all just wearing equipment without any ordinary clothing over it. Thus, more than 10 people quietly locked eyes with Xiaofeng. After a moment, a plump man stepped out from the crowd. He glanced at Xiao Feng and then at the mother insect in the pool. He smiled and said, "Brother, you really have good luck finding a mother insect without the protection of ordinary insect tribes." Xiao Feng was slightly taken aback and turned to check, only to find that all the flying thorn black insects had died and transformed into green liquid, returning to the pool. Just now, the mother insect was fighting Xiao Feng and had no time to hatch new flying thorn black insects. Now, there were no other insect tribes in the entire cave except for the mother insect. This led the newly arrived group of professionals to believe that Xiao Feng was lucky. Xiao Feng was too lazy to explain. Looking at the newcomers, he asked expressionlessly, "What do you want?" The fat man smiled and said, "Brother, this mother bug currently has no other insect tribe protecting it. It's very likely because this mother bug is in the process of advancing. Once it successfully advances, its strength will greatly increase, and at that time, we will miss the best opportunity to kill it." Xiao Feng remained noncommittal. "So what? Little brother, the insect tribe's mother bug may seem docile, but its attack power is not weak. You alone will find it difficult to deal with it, and instead, you will put yourself in danger. The best method right now is for us to quickly kill it. Are you trying to steal the kill?" As soon as these words were spoken, the fat man hadn't said anything yet, but the people behind him couldn't hold back. "Boss, why waste so much breath with him? Just kill him directly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng not only didn't get angry, but instead showed a faint smile on his face. The fat man noticed the smile on Xiao Feng's face and immediately felt that Xiao Feng was not simple. Faced with the predatory gazes of more than 10 professionals, he remained unfazed, even somewhat indifferent. Such a person was either too naive, commonly referred to as foolish, or had real skills. He leaned more towards the latter. If he were truly a fool, he wouldn't have come here. Although the fat man understood this logic, the ragtag group behind him did not think the same way. In their view, more than 10 of them couldn't possibly be unable to deal with one person, especially since the equipment on the opposite side clearly indicated he was a shield warrior not good at offense. To them, a shield warrior could at most withstand some attacks. Facing their barrage, even the strongest meat shield would only meet a dead end. "Kid, are you scared, silly? You're still smiling at a time like this. Get lost right now, or don't blame us for being rude." Xiao Feng said nothing, only beckoned them with his finger. The meaning was clear: "Feel free to come at me." In response to Xiao Feng's provocation, several professionals directly launched an attack on him. Wait, at this point, it was clearly too late for the fat man to stop them. Their attacks had already been unleashed. At that moment, the smile on Xiao Feng's face grew even more pronounced. Seeing this, the fat man felt a tremor in his heart. A very bad premonition surged within him. At that moment, he did not attack Xiao Feng like the other professionals. Instead, he quickly retreated. Some quick-witted individuals followed the fat man and also retreated. Ruthless taunt. As the ruthless taunt skill was unleashed, all professionals within a 125-meter radius, including the mother bug, suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Feng. They involuntarily launched attacks against him. A few professionals who were slower to escape also turned around to attack Xiao Feng. More than 10 seconds passed, and Xiao Feng stood still, unyielding. Meanwhile, all those professionals had fallen to the ground, dead, along with the flying spike mother bug. Although the fat man was corpulent, his speed in fleeing was indeed not slow. When Xiao Feng activated the ruthless taunt, he was already over 150 meters away from Xiao Feng, which allowed him to escape disaster. The fat man looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, a wave of fear washing over him. What kind of monster was this man holding 2 shields and carrying a giant sword? Not only did he not suffer any damage from the attacks of more than 10 people, but all those who attacked him ended up dead. He didn't even see how he made his move. No, he was definitely not a second-tier professional. He was very likely a third-tier or even fourth-tier professional. This world accommodates second to sixth-tier professionals, meaning that professionals from Tier 2 to Tier 6 can enter. However, those of Tier 3 and above have better places to go, so higher-tier professionals are relatively fewer. Few does not mean none. This ruthless person before him was very likely one of them. After advancing to the second tier, his exposure remained unchanged, and killing more than 10 professionals only yielded a single blood contract treasure chest. After putting away the treasure chest, Xiao Feng looked at the fat man and beckoned him with his finger. The fat man saw this gesture from Xiao Feng and was so frightened that his legs went weak, causing him to sit down on the ground. Big boss, I really didn't do anything. Seeing this scene, Xiao Feng was utterly speechless. He just wanted the fatty to come over and ask them why they were here. He didn't expect that such a small action would scare the fatty like this. "Come here quickly, or I'll kill you." Upon hearing this, the fatty's face instantly turned pale. Trembling, he crawled up from the ground and struggled to move his feet. It took him several minutes to cover the more than 100 meters distance to Xiao Feng's side. Looking at the fatty's fawning expression, Xiao Feng didn't scare. him anymore, genuinely afraid that if he did, the fatty would faint right there. He couldn't help but wonder how the dead professionals from earlier had managed to trick the fatty into coming here. Why are you here? Hearing Xiao Fang's words, the fatty was momentarily stunned. Boss, you're not going to kill me, right? That's good, that's good. Speak. Seeing that Xiao Feng had no intention of killing him for the moment, the fatty's eyes darted around. If you tell one lie, your fate won't be better than theirs. Boss, even if you give me 10 burdens, I wouldn't dare lie in front of you. Xiao Feng merely looked at him coldly, waiting for the fatty's answer. He did this because the fatty looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, Xiao Feng realized that this fatty was the one who sold him the map. That's why he spared his life, wanting to know why the fatty sold fake maps and why he brought people here at this time. The fatty seemed to recognize Xiao Feng as well, his expression changing several times. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said to Xiao Feng, Boss, let me tell you the truth. I came here before with others, and our little team was almost wiped out by the black flying insects here. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have died here. Seeing that Xiao Feng remained silent and just looked at him, the fatty continued. At that time, there was a reconnaissance professional in our team who discovered through his skills that there should be a second-tier mother insect here. Mother insects are a very special type of boss. Not only is their drop rate much higher than other creatures, but they also have a chance to drop a special item. What item? The spirit core. Spirit core? What is that? The fatty was slightly taken aback. In his eyes, a powerhouse like Xiao Feng shouldn't know about such things. However, he didn't dare to question Xiao Feng. He answered honestly. The spirit core is a special substance that can enhance a professional's mental power. Mental power is a rare attribute, just like soul power and luck. Rare attributes are called rare because they are extremely scarce and very difficult to obtain. Since becoming a professional, Xiao Feng had only seen it in the trial tower. Not only is the qualification for exchange very hard to obtain, but the price is also extremely high. He had never seen anyone selling such items in the outside world. If it weren't for the natural disaster giving him 3 rare attribute scrolls, Xiao Feng wouldn't have any rare attributes at all by now. This shows just how precious rare attributes are. He didn't expect that killing the mother insect would actually have a chance to obtain an item that could enhance mental power. When he used Ruthless Taunt earlier, the mother insect was also affected by the skill. Under Ruthless Taunt, the mother insect was killed by the reflected damage. Previously, his attention was focused on the group of invading professionals, and he hadn't had time to check the kill notification. He opened the system prompt to check. You have killed the flying spike mother insect, gaining 1000 biological energy. Hint, you have obtained gold coins times 138, spirit core times 1, venomous hook scythe times 1. Hint, you have obtained warrior metal times 100. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he actually dropped a spirit core. He checked the attributes. Spirit core can increase mental power by 1 to 3 points when used. Killing the mother bug not only yielded a mental core but also a weapon, the venomous hook scythe. This weapon has decent attributes, being a second-tier golden quality weapon. However, the hook scythe is quite niche. If it were a sword or dagger, it would surely fetch a good price. Closing the system prompt, Xiao Feng turned to the fat man and asked, the mental core should sell for a good price, right? Of course, rare attributes are extremely hard to come by, and anything that appears on the market is snatched up immediately. Otherwise, we wouldn't be risking our lives to venture. Here, the fat man replied. What kind of price are we talking about? After a moment of thought, the fat man answered, it's hard to say because there's simply no stock on the market. The last time one appeared was 3 months ago, and someone offered 5,000 paradise coins for it but couldn't close the deal. The final transaction price is unknown. 5,000 paradise coins? That price is indeed not low. After learning about the price of the mental core, Xiao Feng suddenly felt something was off. Although the fat man's group was not weak, it was nearly impossible for them to take down the flying mother bug with just this few people. This didn't align with their selling of fake maps to lure people here either. You think this small group can take down the mother bug? The fat man scanned the area and noticed that aside from the corpses of their own group, there were no other adventurers' bodies on the ground. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. Not good, huh? The fat man hurriedly said, Boss, the reason we dared to come here now is that a few hours ago, I sold a map to a mercenary team and hinted that there might be a boss-level unit in this area. This mercenary team is quite well known in this region. They have previously teamed up to kill multiple bosses. And according to our informants, their target is precisely this place. That's why we came here, hoping to. The fat man didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. They wanted to be the yellow sparrow. They just didn't expect that what they encountered was not a mantis but a fierce tiger. This fierce tiger effortlessly killed all of them. If he hadn't quickly retreated when he sensed danger, he would have been dead by now. Xiao Feng looked at the fat man with great interest and smiled, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, the mantis catching the cicada. You're quite skilled at this. Hearing this, the fat man immediately showed a helpless expression. Boss, I just wanted to make a little money, I didn't expect to run into you. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly said, Boss, look, since you weren't harmed and successfully killed the mother bug, it wouldn't have been easy for you to find this place without my map, right? This place might be a forbidden zone for ordinary adventurers, but for someone like you, isn't it a blessed land? This fat man was indeed a talent, managing to frame his scheme to profit from others' lives as if he had done a great deed. Just then, a commotion came from the cave corridor. Captain, we didn't go the wrong way again, did we? There's not a single ghost here, where's the boss? Yeah. Captain, a place with a boss shouldn't be this safe, this doesn't look like a boss's lair at all. Do you think we were tricked by that fat man selling the map? Do you think the captain is as foolish as you? How could he be easily deceived by a few words from that fat man? That's true, with the captain's wisdom, how could he be easily fooled? Hey, do you see there are two people over there? Oh wow, there really are two people, it seems they also got the intel about the boss and are waiting here. Wait, that fat man seems to be the one who sold us the map. It really does seem so. Why is he here? At this moment, Xiao Feng also saw this group of clowns. If there was a person with normal intelligence among them, they would never have taken the wrong path, unless it was intentional. But no matter how you look at it, they didn't seem like people with brains. If they hadn't figured out what was going on, they dared to recklessly charge in. If it weren't for Xiao Feng having already wiped out the insect race here, they would probably have become food in the mouths of the insects by now. The leader was a knight, currently riding on a black panther, his entire outfit radiating a faint golden glow, looking quite imposing. Upon seeing the fat man, he frowned, as if pondering something. After a moment, his brow relaxed. I see, this must be a trap. You lured us here to kill us and seize our treasures, am I right? He scanned the surroundings, a look of confidence on his face. Come out, no need to hide, your plan has been exposed. The fat man looked around, then at the knight across from him, his face full of confusion. What was going on? After waiting for a moment, none of the hidden people came out. This made the knight's face a bit awkward. Not coming out, huh? Then I'll kill you all, and let's see if they still dare to show up. As he spoke, the knight waved his hand and shouted, Kill them. Seeing this, Xiao Feng took a step back. The retreat wasn't out of fear, but because he wanted to see what the fat man was capable of to dare to act as the yellow sparrow. When he saw the attack being launched directly, the fat man was already scared silly. Just as he was about to hide behind Xiao Feng, he found that Xiao Feng had already retreated to a distance. Big boss, save me. Xiao Feng naturally wouldn't pay attention to the fat man. Just as countless attacks were about to fall, a scroll suddenly appeared in the fat man's hand. The scroll emitted a brilliant light, and then a light curtain enveloped the fat man. All the attacks that landed on the light curtain were blocked. This scroll turned out to be a rare defensive barrier scroll. As the attacks continued to rain down, the light curtain grew dimmer. The fat man anxiously shouted, You've got it wrong. I didn't set a trap to harm you, I was just passing through here. But the mercenary group didn't listen to his explanation at all. Damn it, this fat man actually has such good stuff. Kill him and loot the treasure. Seeing that the fat man had such good items, the mercenaries attacked even more fiercely. It seemed they had done a lot of killing and looting before. Just as the defensive light curtain was about to shatter, two more items appeared in the fat man's hands. As these two items emerged, the mercenaries' attacks came to a halt. Each of them looked at the fat man with tense expressions. In the fat man's left hand was a stack of defensive barrier scrolls, and in his right hand was a bomb with terrifying energy. This type of bomb was a powerful notarized item crafted by a refiner. The power of the bomb varied depending on its quality. The bomb in the fat man's hand emitted a terrifying pressure that made one's hair stand on end. Even Xiao Feng felt a hint of threat, though just a hint, nothing more. Seeing the mercenaries stop their attacks, the fat man finally let out a long breath. Go on, keep attacking. The knight leading the mercenary group showed a hint of a forced smile. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. By the way, we're just passing through here like you, we have things to do, so we won't disturb you. As he spoke, he made a retreat gesture to the people behind him. The mercenaries cautiously began to back away slowly. Stop. The fat man weighed the bomb in his hand and casually said, You can come and go as you please? Is there such a good thing? Hearing this, the knight of the mercenary group wanted to get angry, but seeing the bomb in the fat man's hand, he could only force a smile and say, Friend, we were a bit impulsive just now. Tell us, how can we resolve this matter? The fat man hesitated for a moment before speaking. You each hand over 10,000 paradise coins, and consider it compensation for my mental distress. What? Each of us has to pay 10,000 paradise coins? Impossible. Even if you kill us, we can't come up with that much. Mercenaries live their lives with their lives on the line. For them, wealth is everything. According to their words, every penny is earned through risking their lives. Now asking them to produce this much paradise coins is almost like asking for their lives. Seeing their resolute attitude, the fat man knew he had indeed set the price too high. There was a real possibility that these people, who valued money over life, would fight to the death. At that point, he would not only gain nothing but also waste extremely precious defensive barrier scrolls and bombs. Then how about this, you each hand over 5,000 paradise coins, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll just kill you, and blowing up the treasure chest might yield even better items. No way, at most 3,000, we can't come up with more. Otherwise, let's just fight to the death. Seeing the knight's firm stance, the fat man could only nod in agreement. Soon, the mercenary group transferred the money to the fat man through the system. After receiving the money, the fat man nodded slightly, "Get lost." The mercenary group then left, cursing. After seeing the mercenaries leave, the fat man did not put away the bombs but turned to look at Xiao Feng, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Xiao Feng also smiled back. "Boss, they've given you compensation for mental distress, shouldn't you show some appreciation too?" Xiao Feng's smile grew even wider. Seeing the fat man so easily obtain tens of thousands of paradise coins, Xiao Feng was already tempted. He didn't expect the fat man to even rob him. A smile gradually appeared on Xiao Feng's face. At this moment, he looked at the fat man as if he were a moving treasure chest. "Oh? Tell me, how do you want me to compensate for your mental distress?" The fat man saw that Xiao Feng still showed no signs of fear, and his heart couldn't help but race. His bomb was indeed powerful enough to pose a life threat to top-tier third-level experts. But he really didn't have much confidence in being able to kill this person with just one bomb. The fat man steeled himself and produced 2 more bombs. With 3 bombs in hand, Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 3 bombs made Xiao Feng's heart race. This was indeed a good item. Xiao Feng lacked effective means of attack, and if he could obtain a large quantity of these bombs, it would sufficiently make up for his lack of offensive capabilities. However, Xiao Feng remained unfazed. He looked at the fat man and said, "Tell me, how do you want me to compensate?" The fat man glanced at the decaying corpse of the flying sting mother bug and said, "I assume you killed the mother bug and it must have dropped a mental core, right? Hand that over to me, and I'll let you leave." "How can you be sure it dropped a mental core?" "It's simple, we sign a contract, and the contract will naturally prove whether it dropped one." "A contract can be used like this?" Learn something new. It seems the contract has many hidden effects. I need to study it thoroughly when I have time. Xiao Feng did not respond but instead asked, "How many of these bombs do you have? Where did you get them?" The fat man was taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Feng to be completely unbothered by his threat and even have the leisure to inquire about the bombs. The fat man felt increasingly uncertain. "You are indeed powerful, but these 3 bombs detonated simultaneously are enough to kill a top-tier third-level expert. If you are confident you can withstand 3 bombs and survive, then I will concede." Xiao Feng had long lost patience for idle chatter and walked straight towards the fat man. Seeing this, the fat man was alarmed. "Take another step, and I'll detonate the bombs." Xiao Feng still did not stop. The fat man knew he had hit a dead end today. With a determined heart, 3 bombs flew towards Xiao Feng simultaneously, while he crushed more than a dozen defensive barrier scrolls in his hand. "What a loss this is. I just hope you can drop a blood contract treasure chest." Boom! The massive explosion echoed throughout the cave, shaking it violently, with stones continuously collapsing from the ceiling. The power of 3 bombs detonating at once was incredibly formidable, a terrifying destructive force that could even rival the powerful magic of a 4th-tier mage. The members of the mercenary group who had just left paused at the sound of the terrifying explosion from deep within the cave, their faces showing a hint of fear. "Goodness, if the captain hadn't acted decisively just now, we would probably be minced meat by now." "Who says otherwise? The captain is brilliant. We've all left. Why? Is he still detonating the bombs? Could they be having an internal conflict?" Upon hearing this, the knight of the mercenary group halted. He then issued a command to stop the retreat. At the moment the explosion sounded, the several layers of light barriers surrounding him shattered instantly. Seeing this, the fat man was taken aback. Although he was also within the explosion range of the bombs, he knew the true power of the bombs. According to his estimation, 6 layers of energy barriers should be enough to offset the explosion's power. But that was not the case. The 6 layers of light barriers were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and once again crushed a large stack of defensive barrier scrolls in his hand. More than 10 layers of defensive light barriers appeared and shattered almost immediately. When the explosion finally ceased, the defensive light barriers stabilized. This turn of events nearly scared the fat man to death. He had used this type of bomb many times and was well aware of its power, but today, for some reason, it was different. Previously, 2 layers of defensive barriers were enough to withstand the explosion of a single bomb. Just now, he detonated 3 bombs simultaneously, and logically, 6 layers of defensive light barriers should have been able to withstand the damage from the explosion. Yet, his barriers had shattered 12 layers in succession. This nearly made him wet himself. This time it wasn't an act, he truly almost lost control. The massive dust cloud from the explosion obscured his vision, making it impossible to see Xiaofeng's specific situation. He kept staring at the system prompts. After waiting for a moment, he still did not see a kill notification appear. This made his already tense mood even more anxious. If it weren't for his absolute confidence in the bombs, he would have already turned and run. Although he couldn't see the kill notification, he assumed that the person must be severely injured by now, and with a little pressure, they would surely yield. The fat man fixed his gaze ahead. The dust from the explosion slowly dissipated. A figure emerged from the dust. Xiaofeng activated his skill, Soul Awakening, the moment the fat man threw the bombs. With a 100% damage immunity effect activated, he was invincible. When the fat man saw Xiaofeng emerge unscathed from the dust, his face was filled with disbelief. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. As the dust cleared, Xiaofeng was shocked to see the fat man still standing unharmed within the light barrier. He had a deep understanding of how terrifying the power of that bomb was. The fat man was also within the explosion range, which meant he should have taken damage from the explosion, and with his 200% rebound damage, the fat man actually managed to withstand it. This put Xiaofeng in a bit of a dilemma. At this moment, both the Heartless Taunt and Soul Awakening were on cooldown. The Sword of Judgment was also still on cooldown, but even if it had finished cooling down, Xiaofeng was reluctant to use it. After all, the durability of the Sword of Judgment only increased by 2 points and could not be repaired in any way. This meant he only had 2 opportunities to use the Sword of Judgment, each use would reduce that number. This was quite awkward. It meant he really couldn't do anything about this fat man right now. And so, the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Xiaofeng quietly watched the fat man. At this moment, the fat man was already so scared that he couldn't speak. After a moment, Xiaofeng coldly said, "Go on, how much do you want for mental damages?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited on the fat man's despairing face. Boss. I think I was controlled by the Zerg just now. Attacking you was never my intention. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. You have to believe me. Seeing the fat man with tears and snot, Xiaofeng almost believed him. The fat man had already been scared out of his wits by Xiaofeng, and now he had no mind to worry about whether Xiaofeng could kill him. Who would think that such a powerful being would not attack? Watching Xiaofeng gaze at him with interest and a smile, the fat man gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, although I was controlled and made a mistake is a mistake, and I won't evade it. How about I compensate you with 50,000 paradise coins?" 50,000 paradise coins was roughly the same amount the fat man had just extorted. Xiaofeng still said nothing, just quietly watching the fat man. When the fat man mentioned 50,000 paradise coins, he was already feeling the pain in his flesh. Seeing that Xiaofeng still didn't nod, he felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and said a number, 100,000 paradise coins, that's all my savings. If that's still not enough, boss, just kill me. A second-tier resurrection ticket is about this price. Resurrection ticket? Xiaofeng almost forgot about that. After reaching the second tier, practitioners would receive a resurrection opportunity granted by the system. For those who had just advanced to the second tier, most should not have used it yet. No. The bodies of those he had just killed were still lying on the ground. This showed that they had not been resurrected but had truly died. Were these people so reckless? They had just advanced to the second tier and had already used up their resurrection chances? Actually, it wasn't like that. Although these people were not high level, only in their 20s at the second tier, their leveling speed could not compare to Xiaofeng's. Generally, practitioners in the early second tier could level up once a day, which was already considered quite good. Some slower leveling professions might take 2 or 3 days to level up once. They had managed to reach this level after at least 1 or 2 months of effort. In 1 or 2 months, most people would have already used up their resurrection chances. From the fat man, Xiaofeng learned 2 important pieces of information. Resurrection tickets have tier restrictions. Second-tier practitioners can use second-tier resurrection tickets, but it's unknown if third-tier and above resurrection tickets can be used by second-tier practitioners. The other piece of information was that the price of a second-tier resurrection ticket was about 100,000 paradise coins each. Dying once costs 100,000 paradise coins, which is indeed not a low price. Xiaofeng initially wanted to agree immediately, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "That bomb of yours is not bad, give me 100 of them." What? 100? Boss, this stuff isn't common goods. I had to go through a lot of effort to get these few bombs. It made sense, if the fat man had many bombs, he wouldn't be compromising with him at this moment. 50 bombs. Boss, I beg you to spare me. I only have 2 bombs left. If you want me to give you all of them, I really can't produce any more. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng finally nodded, bring them here. The fat man did not immediately hand over the items but cautiously said, Boss, if I give you the items, you won't kill me, right? Xiaofeng did want to, but he couldn't do it. Unless the cooldown for his ruthless taunt skill ended. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who goes back on my word. Although Xiaofeng said this, it indeed had little credibility. The fat man weakly asked, Boss, how about we sign a contract? The terms are simple, I hand over the items, and you don't kill me, how does that sound? Xiaofeng thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed to the fat man's proposal. After signing the contract, the fat man transferred 100,000 paradise coins to Xiaofeng as per the agreement, and also gave him 2 bombs. Hint, you have obtained magic bomb times 2. Magic bomb. Tier 2 item, only usable by Tier 2 and above practitioners, can deal 100,000 to 200,000 magic damage to enemies within a 30-meter explosion radius. The damage from these bombs is simply outrageous, no wonder Xiaofeng felt threatened before. His current health reached 430,000, and if all 3 bombs hit their maximum damage, they could indeed pose a certain threat to him. But it was still far from enough to kill him. With 100,000 paradise coins in hand, Xiaofeng's previously depleted wallet was once again filled. He had spent 20,000 gold coins to exchange for 20,000 paradise coins, and after purchasing 10 equipment repair taxes, he was left with only 10,000. After buying some supplies and maps, he was down to 9,173 paradise coins. Now, with the income of 100,000, his total paradise coins reached 109,173. Additionally, after more than 10 hours of monster grinding, although the drop rate was low, he also earned 775 gold coins. His gold coin count had reached 8,890. Converting everything into paradise coins, his total paradise coins now amounted to 125,038. This was the wealthiest moment since he became a practitioner, without a doubt. After receiving the items, Xiaofeng looked at the fat man. This guy was not simple, whether it was selling maps or extorting, he had quite the skill. He needed to find a way to extract more benefits from him. However, this couldn't be rushed, it had to be done slowly. After signing the contract, the fat man no longer feared Xiaofeng. With the constraints of the contract, no matter how strong a practitioner was, they could not violate it. This was a lesson learned through the lives of countless newcomers. Boss, what tier of practitioner are you? Tier 2. Impossible, how could a Tier 2 be so strong? Xiaofeng was already used to such reactions. After the shock, the fat man tentatively asked, Boss, are you really only Tier 2? Seeing that Xiaofeng did not respond, the fat man felt reassured. His eyes kept darting around, and finally, as if he had made a certain decision, he spoke, Boss, I have a commission here, I wonder if you might be interested? A commission is equivalent to a privately posted task. This fat man was wealthy, if it didn't affect his leveling, taking on a job wouldn't be a bad idea. Go ahead, I'm listening. Seeing that Xiaofeng was interested, the fat man hesitated for a moment before saying, I know a place where there is an extremely rare material. As long as you can help me get that material, I am willing to buy it at a high price. What material? Have you heard of fire crystal? I haven't. The fat man was no longer surprised by this. This boss was a bit too peculiar. With such strength, he was still just a Tier 2 practitioner, not only completely unaware of the insect war world but also lacking knowledge about some common Tier 2 items and props. Yet, he was so eager for wealth, which didn't seem like the behavior of someone cultivated by a major power. The fat man truly couldn't see through Xiaofeng. Fire crystal is an extremely rare forging material that can sell for a considerable price in the market. Oh? What price? Hearing that it could make money, Xiaofeng immediately became interested. Without waiting for the fat man to answer, he continued, I am a VIP customer of Wanbao Trading. Once these words were spoken, the fat man knew that it was unlikely for him to profit through information disparity. He could only helplessly say, Boss, to be honest, the market price for this item is about 100 paradise coins each. If you can get it, I am willing to buy it at market price. He is currently in the world of the insect war, not in the same world as Chen Duo, and cannot contact him directly through the system. Therefore, he cannot learn about prices from Chen Duo. Just because Chen Duo is not here does not mean that the Wanbao Trading Company has no business in this world. Previously, Xiaofeng had seen the Wanbao Trading Company's shop in the military camp. That is why he made that statement. His intention was to prevent the fat man from using the information gap to drive down prices. The fire crystal is priced at 100 paradise coins each, which seems inexpensive, but that is not the case. One must know that equipment repair crystals are also priced at 1000 paradise coins each. The fact that the fat man knows where to find this item but dares not go himself indicates that the place is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to let someone else pick up money for them? Where is it? Boss, to be honest, that place is very dangerous. Of course, the danger is only for ordinary second-tier professionals like us, it poses no threat to you at all. What kind of danger is there? There is a type of extremely powerful second-tier top insect, tiger head insect occupying that area, and it is very likely that there is a tiger head insect queen present as well. Previously, a powerful second-tier adventurer group went to that place for an adventure, and not a single one returned alive. However, one of them still has a chance to be resurrected, and I learned about the existence of fire crystals from him. I have signed a contract with him, and he cannot disclose the information about the fire crystals to anyone. So currently, I am the only one who knows this news. When Xiaofeng heard that there were tiger head insects and possibly a queen in that place, he had already decided to go there. Moreover, with the existence of fire crystals, leveling up by defeating monsters, earning dragon species points, and making a large amount of paradise coins all at once, how could Xiaofeng let such an opportunity slip away? Xiaofeng did not show any urgency, instead, he appeared somewhat indifferent. A third-tier queen insect? That sounds interesting. We can go take a look. Seeing Xiaofeng's interest, the fat man immediately perked up. Boss, shall we agree on this? Xiaofeng nodded slightly, sure. The fat man, seeing Xiaofeng's straightforward agreement, hesitated instead. While drafting the contract, he thought about how to maximize the benefits of this transaction. Moments later, a contract appeared in Xiaofeng's system mailbox. After opening it, Xiaofeng glanced at the fat man. This fat man truly is a businessman. He had written almost everything he could think of into it. With this contract, any fire crystals Xiaofeng obtains from that place must be sold to him at the price of 100 paradise coins each. Of course, the fat man also specified in the contract that his price must not differ from the market price by more than 10%, or the contract would be void. After carefully reading the contract, Xiaofeng signed his name on it. The contract is established. Seeing the contract signed, the fat man finally broke into a smile. Boss, generous. Then the fat man sent an electronic map through the system. The map marked the exact location of the tiger head insects, along with some notes. That place is not too far from here, only a little over 500 kilometers away. At Beibei's speed, it would take just over 3 hours to reach, provided there are no setbacks along the way. Everything is in order. Xiaofeng does not plan to return to the city for supplies. He is well prepared for this trip outside the city, with everything he needs for eating, drinking, and other necessities. Moreover, with Beibei around, sleeping is not a problem. Xiaofeng looked around at the environment. Staying overnight here is quite good. Although the smell is a bit unpleasant, the lingering presence of the flying thorn black insects and the queen insect keeps ordinary creatures at bay. Resting here for the night is the most suitable option. Seeing that Xiaofeng had no intention of leaving, the fat man could only greet him and leave alone. As he left, the fat man glanced at the more than 10 corpses on the ground and could only shake his head helplessly. There were more than 10 people when they arrived, full of ambition. But now, he was leaving all alone. Not only had he used a large number of defensive shield scrolls and magic bombs, but he had also spent tens of thousands of paradise coins. This trip could be said to have cost him dearly. However, if this big shot named Knight could gather enough fire crystal stones, it would be enough to make up for his losses. The reason he dared to buy fire crystal stones at market price was that others could only use them for ordinary forging. But he knew another wonderful use for fire crystal stones. Using his newly discovered method, the value of fire crystal stones would surely increase by more than 10 times. After the fat man left, a smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. He had just carefully reviewed the contract signed with the fat man, which, to the average person, was an extremely rigorous contract. But there was one major loophole. That is, if either party to the contract died, the contract would automatically be voided. And the contract did not stipulate that the parties could not kill each other. The peace coexistence contract he signed with the fat man was only valid for 1 day, after which he could act against the fat man without restraint. If the price the fat man offered was reasonable, that would be fine, but if it did not satisfy Xiaofeng, he would not mind killing the fat man. Just as Xiaofeng was about to take out food from his storage space to enjoy, the sound of the fat man wailing like a ghost came again from the cave entrance. Helpless, he could only put away the food. As he stood up, he saw the fat man rushing towards him in a panic, followed by a group of people. That group was precisely the ones who had just been extorted by the fat man. Brothers, let's kill that bastard. He doesn't have those bombs anymore, let's finish him off. How dare he extort us? Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Kill him. A crowd of people surged back in. Big shot knight, save me. Xiaofeng stood up and looked at the fat man, frowning. The peace coexistence contract he signed with the fat man was still valid, otherwise, he wouldn't be sending him off now. Now the fat man was sticking to him like a plaster, and he couldn't act against him, leaving Xiaofeng speechless. Xiaofeng glanced at his heartless taunt skill, which was about to cool down. He looked at the fat man and said, I'll help you deal with them for 100,000 paradise coins. What? Another 100,000? Xiaofeng waved his hand and said, if you don't have the money, don't bother me. The fat man became anxious, seeing that he only had 2 defensive shield scrolls left in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, at most 50,000, I can waste a resurrection opportunity. Deal. Seeing Xiaofeng agree so readily, the fat man knew he had set the price too high. If he lowered it a bit more, the big shot knight would agree. The fat man quickly drafted a contract. After Xiaofeng signed the contract, he immediately transferred 50,000 paradise coins to Xiaofeng. After receiving the money, Xiaofeng walked forward, blocking the fat man behind him. At this moment, the mercenaries stopped their attack, cautiously looking at Xiaofeng. They had all witnessed the process of the fat man seeking help from Xiaofeng. For someone to make the fat man so polite and willing to pay such a high price for his help, this person must be extraordinary. The leading knight stepped forward and said to Xiaofeng, brother, this matter has nothing to do with you, please step aside. Xiaofeng waved his hand and said, you all saw me sign a contract with him, I really can't ignore this. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Boys, attack. With the captain's command, the others naturally dared not disobey. Moreover, they had never seen Xiaofeng make a move and had no idea of his terror. Attacks came pouring down towards Xiaofeng. But Xiaofeng still did not draw the great sword on his back, quietly watching them. The cries of agony rose and fell. In just a moment, several people had already died. The others, sensing the situation was not right, immediately withdrew. Relentless taunt. As soon as this skill was unleashed, not only did those who had retreated begin to attack Xiaofeng again, but even a Black Panther Knight who had not yet engaged joined the fray. However, this Black Panther Knight, despite appearing somewhat imposing, had an attack power that was far too low. A heavy sword, about 1.5 meters long, struck Xiaofeng, only dealing a little over 3,000 points of damage. This meant that his earlier fierce strike had only dealt a little over 1,500 points. It was unclear whether his teammates were aware of how underwhelming their captain's attack was. In less than 10 seconds, aside from the Black Panther Knight still trying to attack Xiaofeng, all the other teammates had fallen to the ground, dead. However, only about half of the bodies remained. This indicated that nearly half of them still had a chance to resurrect. 20 seconds passed in a flash. The effect of the relentless taunt skill faded. The Black Panther Knight stopped attacking. He looked at Xiaofeng with a face full of terror. In his eyes, Xiaofeng had never struck back, allowing them to attack freely. Yet the final result was that everyone on his side, except for him, was dead. Looking at the opponent's health bar, it was still full, without a single point reduced, none at all. What kind of terrifying existence was this? With his companions dead, the Black Panther Knight no longer needed to maintain his composure in front of his subordinates. With a thud, he knelt down. Yes, he knelt down. Xiaofeng had seen people kneel and beg for mercy, but this was the first time he had seen someone do it so cleanly and decisively. Today was truly an eye-opener for him. Big shot, I was blind to not recognize your greatness, please spare my life. Xiaofeng was just troubled about how to kill this knight, and now it was perfect. The other party was actively begging for mercy, and he could take advantage of the situation. Seeing that Xiaofeng had no intention of attacking, the Black Panther Knight felt hopeful. Remembering how the fat man had begged Xiaofeng for help earlier, he immediately spoke up, I have money, I can give you money, I hope the big shot can spare my life. Xiaofeng did not expect such a good fortune. He immediately became interested. Let's hear it, how much is your life worth? Just as the Black Panther Knight was about to quote a price, Xiaofeng casually said, think it over before you speak. This sentence made the Black Panther Knight perk up. And finally, gritting his teeth, he said, 50,000. Xiaofeng's expression changed, are you sure? The Black Panther Knight immediately pleaded with a mournful face, big shot, I really only have this much, I can't take out anymore. How about I give you an IOU? An IOU did pique Xiaofeng's interest. An IOU between professionals was not merely based on personal trust. With the multiverse system in place, no one could violate it. Once an IOU was issued, as long as one did not die, they had to fulfill the contract. If the debtor failed to repay within the stipulated time, the system would execute the defaulter. Looking at it this way, an IOU seemed quite good. After collecting the 50,000 paradise coins and the IOU, Xiaofeng felt very pleased. These two were both his financial benefactors, each bringing him 100,000 paradise coins. His once empty wallet was suddenly filled. Alright, you two can leave now. The Fat Man and the Black Panther Knight exchanged glances, sighed helplessly, and quickly walked towards the cave exit. They had initially hoped to make a big profit on this trip, but unexpectedly, not only had all their subordinates died, but they themselves had also paid a heavy price just to survive. After the two left, Xiaofeng found a relatively comfortable spot to take out food and enjoy it slowly, naturally not forgetting a portion for Bebe. One person and one dog, in this otherworldly cave, felt like they were camping. There was not a hint of fear, instead, they were having a very pleasant time. A night without incident. The next day, one person and one dog walked out of the cave. The scarlet sun had already risen. The entire land, under the illumination of the red sun, appeared to have a strange beauty. Bebe, let's go. Xiaofeng rode on the black steed transformed by Bebe, galloping towards the direction of the tiger head bug. With the enhancement of Xiaofeng's strength, Bebe's symbiotic ability had also greatly increased its power. Although it did not increase speed, the significant boost in physicality would similarly enhance the movement speed for a creature like Bebe. After running for more than an hour, Xiaofeng and Bebe came to a halt, as two individuals blocked Xiaofeng's path ahead. Both were young men around 18 or 19 years old, tall and strikingly similar in appearance, likely a pair of twin brothers. However, their attire was completely different. One was dressed in all white, with white shoes and a tall white hat, while the other was clad in all black, with black boots and a half-meter-long black hat. They looked just like the legendary figures of Black and White Impermanence from the myths of Blue Star. Xiaofeng dismounted, and Bebe transformed back into a small dog, following Xiaofeng closely and appearing exceptionally obedient. Xiaofeng quietly observed the two without speaking, but his ruthless mocking skill was already prepared, ready to bring death to the two at any moment. The White Impermanence let out a strange, cackling laugh. My brother and I, the Black and White Impermanence, have our eyes on that sword on your back. Hand it over, and we won't kill you. The massive sword on Xiaofeng's back was, of course, the Sword of Judgment. This weapon could not be stored in a storage space, so it had to be carried on his back until its cooldown was restored. This sword was merely a decorative item for Xiaofeng, completely useless. Well, not entirely useless. At least it could paralyze enemies, making them believe Xiaofeng was a powerful heavy sword warrior. Seeing the two interested in the Sword of Judgment, could it be that they recognized it? Do you know the attributes of this sword? The Black Impermanence laughed. Of course we do, otherwise how could we ask you to hand it over? Xiaofeng also smiled, since you know what kind of weapon it is, how dare you block my way? The Black and White Impermanence laughed in unison. No one in this world can kill us brothers. Even if you possess the Sword of Judgment, it won't work. Xiaofeng laughed as well. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the two were taken aback. They came from a bizarre world, which had also been graced by the universal paradise system over a decade ago. They awakened an extremely rare physique, allowing them to infinitely resurrect as long as their souls remained intact. Among the recently awakened professionals in that world, they were considered the top-tier geniuses. They had built a formidable reputation using their immortality. Previously, they had encountered the Sword of Judgment and were well aware of its attributes. They had long coveted the power of this sword. Although they possessed immortality, they lacked strong means of inflicting damage. If they could obtain this sword, they would be like tigers with wings. And now, they had encountered Xiaofeng. Although they did not know Xiaofeng's exact strength, the chances of encountering a high-level opponent in the Bug War world were slim. Both possessed immortality and were not afraid even when facing a fourth-tier professional. As long as they could wear down their opponent, the weapon would surely fall into their hands. Xiaofeng felt no threat from the two, and naturally, he was unafraid. Hearing Xiaofeng's words, the Black and White Impermanence laughed, thinking that immortality was not something so common. How could they just randomly encounter someone with it? Stop the nonsense, let's finish this quickly. At the same time, each of them produced a massive scythe. The sides were engulfed in eerie green flames, exuding a chilling aura. Xiaofeng stood still, unmoving. Seeing this scene, the brothers of Black and White Impermanence laughed in anger, daring to be so arrogant in front of us, seeking death. The two sides sliced through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe, sending forth two beams of icy light towards Xiaofeng. Clang, clang, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. -8,000, -8,000, -32,000, -32,000. Seeing the damage numbers, Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. The attacks from these two were actually true damage. The two strikes had reduced his health by 16,000 points. This was the second time he had encountered true damage. The last time was against Chio from Sakura country. True damage is one of the most unique and domineering forms of attack, capable of ignoring any defense and dealing 100% damage directly to the target. -8,000 indicates that the two had just dealt a total of 16,000 points of true damage, which isn't considered top tier among second tier fighters. But if all the damage was true damage, it would be quite terrifying. Of course, that was only true for ordinary people. Xiaofeng was no ordinary practitioner. The 16,000 points of damage were fully restored in the blink of an eye. Xiaofeng's current self-recovery rate had exceeded 45,000 per second. For him, this damage was almost like not breaking through his defenses at all. The brothers Heibai Wuchang were even more shocked than Xiaofeng. They had just seen Xiaofeng's health bar. The true damage they had dealt together had only reduced his health by less than 5%, and it had fully recovered in an instant. Calculating this, didn't that mean his health had reached over 800,000? This person before them was definitely not a second-tier practitioner. A second-tier practitioner could not possibly have such high health. They guessed correctly. Xiaofeng indeed did not have over 800,000 health, but around 430,000. However, they could never have imagined that Xiaofeng could also reduce their true damage by half. This was what led them to mistakenly believe that Xiaofeng's health was as high as 800,000. What terrified them even more was Xiaofeng's horrifying recovery speed. Such a terrifying recovery rate left the two in despair. I don't believe you can maintain this state for long. He just used a skill, and now it's in cooldown. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Attack. Both were decisive individuals, accurately assessing the current situation. They wouldn't give Xiaofeng time to recover his skills and launched another fierce attack on him. Clang clang clang, a series of metallic clashing sounds rang out. -8,000, -8,000, -32,000, -32,000 damage notifications kept popping up above the three heads. After 3 consecutive strikes, Xiaofeng's health remained full. Meanwhile, the health of Heibai Wuchang had dropped to below 30%. From the start of the battle until now, they had struck Xiaofeng 4 times. Each strike had received 32,000 points of rebound damage, totaling 128,000 points of rebound damage from the 4 strikes. Even so, their health still remained at about 30%. This indicated that their total health was around 180,000. Although it couldn't compare to Xiaofeng's 430,000, such health was already quite extraordinary among second-tier practitioners. From the attacks of the two, it was clear they had not only enhanced their physique. In this light, they indeed had the capital to be proud. The vast majority of second-tier geniuses would end up bitterly defeated against these two. Unfortunately, they had encountered Xiaofeng, a being even more monstrous than they were. Upon realizing this, the two stopped their attacks. A smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. Did you enjoy hitting me? Now it's my turn. Ruthless taunt. Once the ruthless taunt was unleashed, Heibai Wuchang found it impossible to stop. A series of attacks came rushing towards Xiaofeng. -48,000, -48,000, -48,000. Under the ruthless taunt, the attacks from the two turned into normal attacks against Xiaofeng. Normal attacks only dealt around 24,000 damage. Although that was quite high, it still fell short of breaking through Xiaofeng's defenses. At this moment, both sides had reached 26,000 points. The two were unable to inflict harm on Xiaofeng, but the rebound damage was even higher than before. In less than 5 seconds, both of them collapsed to the ground, dead. However, Xiaofeng did not receive a kill notification from the system, which made him furrow his brows. After a short while, the two corpses stood up again. The two messengers of death actually revived right before Xiaofeng's eyes. This kind of resurrection was different from using the resurrection opportunities or items granted by the system. With conventional resurrection methods, one would appear in the resurrection hall of the universal paradise. Yet these two simply came back to life. This should be due to their innate skills. Such a talent was indeed somewhat overpowered, but it also had a fatal flaw. Reviving on the spot meant that those who killed them could kill them again, even infinitely. It was unclear whether the two messengers of death had any corresponding countermeasures for this. After reviving, the two looked at Xiaofeng, whose expression had become extremely serious. They had encountered and fought against enemies even stronger than Xiaofeng, and had even defeated them. But the premise was that they could lower the opponent's health before using resurrection tactics to wear them down. Yet Xiaofeng stood before them, allowing their attacks, while his health remained full, which truly left them feeling uncertain. Xiaofeng was also in a difficult position. With the ruthless taunt in cooldown, he had no means of attack. It seemed he had to find a frequently usable taunt skill as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would often find himself in such a predicament. For a moment, the three of them stood still, staring at each other, unsure of what to do. After a while, Heibai Wuchang spoke up. His recovery skill should be on cooldown now. Let's continue attacking. I still don't believe we can't kill him. Bai Wuchang shook his head and said, it's useless. Our normal attacks just now couldn't even break through his defenses. This person should be a tier 4 or above practitioner. We've hit a brick wall. Heibai Wuchang recalled the scene when he was hit by the ruthless taunt, and his expression grew even more serious. A tier 4 practitioner? It seems we won't be able to obtain the sword of judgment today. After pondering for a moment, Bai Wuchang looked at Xiaofeng and said, "We admit we underestimated you, but you also cannot truly kill us. Since that's the case, how about we make a deal?" Seeing the confident demeanor of the two messengers of death, Xiaofeng did not doubt their words. If they could be easily killed, they certainly wouldn't be wearing such expressions now. With their help, Xiaofeng would need to use 2 magic bombs from the fat man simultaneously to kill them. But what would that accomplish? Moments later, the two would revive again, which would be a waste. Now that the other party had proactively proposed a deal, Xiaofeng did not refuse. "Let's hear it." Bai Wuchang, seeing Xiaofeng's relaxed demeanor, became even more convinced of his thoughts. "We urgently need the sword of judgment in your possession. If you are willing to part with it, we are willing to pay an equivalent price." Although this weapon could only be used twice and could not be repaired in any way, for others, it was merely 2 powerful moves that could instantly kill enemies. For Xiaofeng, its value was not just in being able to strike twice, but in proving to the outside world that he was not without means of attack, but simply disdainful of using them. Its symbolic significance far outweighed its practical value. To trade it away? What a joke! However, it was still worth hearing what price they could offer. "Let's hear it." Hei Wuchang hesitated slightly. "I wonder how much durability your sword of judgment has." Laughed. "We are willing to buy it at 100,000 paradise coins per point of durability." 100,000 paradise coins per point of durability meant that if the sword of judgment was at full durability, it could be sold for a high price of 900,000 paradise coins. That was quite a price. Before today, Xiaofeng might have truly been tempted. But now, although he felt that this amount of money was considerable, it didn't seem that much after all. There are still 2 points of durability left. 500,000, no negotiation. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's response, both of them were taken aback. This price was indeed higher than their psychological bottom line, but after exchanging glances, Hei and Bai Wuchang decided to buy the weapon. They only needed 1 sword to kill their target. Having an extra sword might deal. After signing the contract, the 500,000 paradise coins were transferred, and Xiaofeng tossed the sword of judgment to Bai Wuchang. When Bai Wuchang saw that the cooldown time for the sword of judgment was still 7 days, he immediately realized the plan had fallen through. In an instant, he understood why the other party dared to think about trading this sword with them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xiaofeng understood that the two of them bought this sword not only to deal with a strong enemy but also to keep a bit of durability for themselves. If it weren't for the fact that this sword was still in cooldown, they would have already attacked him by now. Xiaofeng had anticipated this. Why did Xiaofeng sell this sword? Of course, he had his own plan. These two had come to him directly to attack. Although he couldn't kill them both, it was necessary to gain some benefits from them. How could he bear to sell such an important sword so easily? The reason he sold it to them was that this sword couldn't be stored in a storage space and would drop 100% upon death. Since that was the case, killing them and taking it back would work. Now, the mocking taunt still had more than 10 minutes left to cool down, so he needed to buy some time. "Are you buying this sword to deal with some strong enemy?" Bai Wuchang glanced at Xiaofeng and coldly said, "That's not something you should be concerned about. Tell me about it, maybe I can help." Bai Wuchang turned around and looked at Xiaofeng seriously. "Your strength is not bad, you might really be able to help." "Big brother?" Bai Wuchang waved his hand to interrupt Hei Wuchang and continued to speak to Xiaofeng. "What we are dealing with is a 4th stage insect king. Are you brave enough to go?" "A 4th stage insect king?" Xiaofeng was indeed interested. He wondered if his current strength could match up against a 4th stage insect king. "Where is it?" Seeing that Xiaofeng was interested, Hei Wuchang smiled. "Do you really want to come with us? It wouldn't hurt to take a look, maybe I can really take it down." "Alright, since I have the confidence to tell you, consider it a favor for you buying the sword of judgment for us. But if you can't handle it and die, don't blame me." Then Bai Wuchang sent Xiaofeng a map through the system. After checking the map, Xiaofeng found that the coordinates Bai Wuchang provided were surprisingly not far from where he wanted to go. Bai Wuchang casually sending him the coordinates definitely raised some questions. But with his absolute invincibility, it should be fine to take a look. If he couldn't win, at least he could escape. "The coordinates have been given to you, you can leave now." Xiaofeng checked his skills. The cooldown time for the taunt was still over 3 minutes. He absolutely couldn't let them leave like this. Although selling the sword of judgment for 500,000 wasn't a loss, how could he let them take away something he could retrieve? Seeing the two of them walking away quickly, Xiaofeng directly activated his skill on Bai Wuchang, Dual Space. Dual Space, using this skill can pull an enemy into a dual space, which is an independent space unaffected by any external interference. This space lasts for 5 minutes, during which one side dies. Or the dual space is lifted after 5 minutes, and the duelists will return to their original positions. Note, activating this skill will conduct a basic attribute random determination. Skill Determination Attribute Selection Clock. Selection complete. This determination attribute is intelligence. Your intelligence attribute has been crushed by the opponent. Skill casting failed. At the same time, Bai Wuchang paused. He also received the system's skill judgment. Prompt: You want to kill us? Xiao Feng said nothing. He just looked at the two. Bai Wuchang was about to speak when he suddenly saw the judgment sword in his hand and understood what was happening. Run! Bai Wuchang was also a decisive person. Although they could respawn infinitely once dead, the judgment sword might drop unpredictably. At that time, retrieving the sword from Xiao Feng would be nearly impossible. Want to run? I can't let you. Blood Chi Shock. Blood Chi Shock. By consuming one's own health points, release a Blood Chi shockwave with a radius of 50 meters centered on oneself. Targets hit by the shock will be stunned for 1 to 3 seconds. Consuming 100 health points results in 1 second of stun. Consuming 1000 health points results in 2 seconds of stun. Consuming 10,000 health points results in 3 seconds of stun. It will also reduce the opponent's attack power by 1 to 1000 points. The reduction depends on the amount of health points consumed. For every 100 health points consumed, the opponent's attack power decreases by 1 point. Upon casting Blood Chi Shock, Xiao Feng's health points dropped by 10%, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. His total health points now reached 430,000, so 10% of his health points was 43,000. This completely satisfied the strongest control time, 3 seconds. Blood Chi Shock had appeared, and the black and white Wuchang were instantly frozen in place, unable to move. The 3 seconds passed in a flash. As the black and white Wuchang regained their freedom, just as they were about to flee again. Blood Chi Shock. Xiao Feng used Blood Chi Shock once more. After 3 seconds, the two regained their freedom, just as they were about to run again. Blood Chi Shock. What is this? Playing around? If you want to kill us, just do it directly, no need for this. Thus, Xiao Feng used Blood Chi Shock every 3 seconds, firmly controlling the two in place. Eventually, the two grew too lazy to escape and simply watched to see what Xiao Feng intended to do. After continuously casting Blood Chi Shock dozens of times, the Ruthless Taunt skill finally came off cooldown. Ruthless Taunt. What the hell? At this moment, the black and white Wuchang finally reacted. Although they didn't understand why Xiao Feng didn't attack them directly, it was clear that he was waiting for his skill to cool down. Once the Ruthless Taunt skill was unleashed, the two, with red eyes, launched an attack on Xiao Feng. A few seconds later, the two finally fell to the ground dead again. Xiao Feng approached Bai Wuchang and easily retrieved the Judgment Blade. Just as he took back the Judgment Sword, the black and white Wuchang brothers resurrected again. Bai Wuchang looked at the Judgment Sword in Xiao Feng's hand, knowing that 500,000 had gone to waste. Looking at the resentful gazes of the black and white Wuchang, Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Are you still buying? I can lower the price a bit. Buy your big-headed ghost." However, the two never managed to voice this thought. Today, they had experienced the helplessness of others fighting against them. Finally, Xiao Feng waved his hand and said, "You can go. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you." Hei Wuchang angrily retorted, "You need to have that ability." Xiao Feng turned to look at Hei Wuchang. "I don't believe you can respawn infinitely, you just haven't reached a certain limit yet. If you don't disappear from my sight within 10 seconds, I won't mind throwing you into the Zerg mother nest." Upon hearing this, the black and white Wuchang exchanged glances, no longer making threats, and quickly left. It was only after their figures completely disappeared that Xiao Feng, smiling, rode on the tall horse transformed by Bebe and rushed towards the location of the tiger head bug. After Xiao Feng left, the figures of the black and white Wuchang reappeared at the original spot. "Brother, are we just going to let him leave like this? We've never suffered such a big loss." Bai Wuchang looked in the direction Xiao Feng had left, a helpless expression on his face. "What can we do? Without using rule weapons, we can't even break through his defenses." He continued, "I just hope that mutated insect king can kill him. Yeah, ordinary insect tribes might not be able to do anything to him, but that mutated insect king is definitely no match for him." Following the map provided by the fat man, Xiao Feng smoothly arrived at a dense jungle. Deep within the jungle, various strange plants blocked out the sun, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, creating a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. The closer he got to the marked location on the map, the fewer animals he encountered. Eventually, apart from the strange plants, he could no longer see any animals at all. Even the sounds of insects and birds were absent, leaving only the rustling of plants as the wind blew through. This made the already dark jungle feel even more desolate. After walking a few more kilometers, Xiao Feng finally reached the location marked on the map. Here, he still did not see any animals, let alone the tiger-headed insect. However, a giant tree appeared before him. This tree was taller than all the others. Its trunk was at least several dozen meters high, resembling a small mountain. The tree crown overshadowed the surrounding area for several kilometers, making it an extremely rare sight even in this world of insect wars. Looking up, Xiao Feng was suddenly stunned. The crown of the giant tree was covered with a dense mass of insects, all huddled together as if they were sleeping. This scene felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. It was likely because of these insects that other creatures dared not approach this place. Or perhaps all the other animals that came close had been turned into excrement by these insects. Xiao Feng calmly took out the eye of Sun Luo to inspect. Comparing both parties' attributes, your 4 basic attributes overwhelmingly crush the opponent, obtaining 85% of their data. The insight results are as follows: monster name, tiger-headed insect, ordinary insect type, strength level, second tier, health points, 180,000/180,000, physical attack, 2,200, magical attack, 1,978, physical defense, 899, magical defense, 768, skill 1, death tail spike. The tail spike of the tiger-headed insect not only contains potent poison but also harbors powerful magical energy. When it launches its tail spike with full force, the spike explodes in mid-air, releasing a powerful energy wave that can instantly paralyze the target and cause area damage to the surroundings. Skill 2, Shadow Assault. The tiger-headed insect lord can use the vibration of its wings and the special structure of its body to blend into the shadows of the surrounding environment for a short time, achieving near invisibility in movement. In this state, its speed is significantly increased while the chance of being detected is reduced, allowing it to silently approach prey or enemies for a deadly strike. Skill 3, Domain Guardian. The tiger-headed insect lord can set up a special magical domain within its territory. In this domain, its power is significantly enhanced while the enemy's power is weakened. Additionally, the domain can automatically resist attacks from external invaders, providing a safe habitat for the tiger-headed insect tribe. Monster description: the tiger-headed insect is a type of insect tribe that combines features of both insects and ferocious beasts. Its body structure is adapted for rapid movement on the ground while also granting it excellent flying abilities. Its body is covered with a hard and smooth shell, displaying dark green and black stripes that faintly glow at night, serving to camouflage and confuse its natural enemies. Its head is broad, resembling that of a fierce tiger, embedded with a pair of glimmering compound eyes and sharp tusks, instilling fear in those who gaze upon it. The most striking feature is the 2 pairs of enormous transparent wings extending from its back, which emit a faint buzzing sound as they flap, allowing them to maneuver nimbly through the air. Other than that, nothing else is visible. The overall strength of the tiger-headed insect is significantly greater than that of the flying stinger black insect. However, it still pales in comparison to Xiao Feng. To be precise, creatures below the 4th tier rarely pose a threat to Xiao Feng. He did not rush to take action but instead looked around. He wanted to locate the mother insect. There seemed to be many tiger-headed insects here, but they wouldn't withstand Xiao Feng's onslaught. Without the mother insect, new ordinary insect species could not be continuously born. It wouldn't be long before he wiped out all these tiger-headed insects. At that time, he would need to find a suitable spot to farm monsters again. Just as Xiao Feng was searching for the mother insect, a nearby tiger-headed insect suddenly opened its eyes. Then it emitted an extremely sharp and piercing sound. With the sound, all the tiger-headed insects clinging to the tree trunk woke up. If it were any other practitioners witnessing this scene, they would surely turn and run. But this was not the case for Xiao Feng. Since they had already discovered him, it was time to fight. In an instant, all the tiger-headed insects clinging to the trunk took flight and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Feng. The attack method of the tiger-headed insects was similar to that of the flying stinger black insects, using the sharp stinger at their tails for ranged attacks like wasps. The stinger struck against his shield, producing a crisp metallic clanging sound, causing the previously silent jungle to become noisy. -4,232 -4,324 -4,123 damage numbers continuously floated above the tiger-headed insects' heads. Of course, this was only visible from Xiao Feng's perspective. Non-practitioners nearby would not see these numbers. The attack frequency of the tiger-headed insects was considerably slower compared to the flying stinger black insects, as they required more time to regenerate new stingers. It took about 10 seconds for them to attack once. However, compared to the flying stinger black insects, the attack range of the tiger-headed insects was greater. This also meant that more tiger-headed insects could simultaneously attack Xiao Feng. The increased number was enough to compensate for the difference in attack frequency. The tiger-headed insects had a health value of up to 180,000 points. At this attack frequency, it would take over 7 minutes to kill them. Thus, Xiao Feng stood still, allowing the swarm of tiger-headed insects to attack him. After more than 7 minutes, the system finally prompted him. You have killed a tiger-headed insect, gaining 1 point of biological energy. You have killed a tiger-headed insect, gaining 1 point of biological energy. You have killed a tiger-headed insect, gaining 1 point of biological energy. Seeing the system prompts, Xiaofeng couldn't help but frown. The various stats of the tiger-headed insects were significantly higher than those of the flying stinger black insects, yet the biological energy gained from killing them was the same. Could it be that killing second-tier mutated creatures only yielded 1 point of biological energy? No, he clearly remembered that he had gained 1,000 points of biological energy when he killed the flying stinger mother. This could only mean that the biological energy contained within the flying stinger black insects and tiger-headed insects, or the biological energy that the system could recover, was only 1 point. If that were the case, then this insect species with a social attribute was indeed not an ideal leveling ground for most practitioners. The risks did not match the rewards at all. The first batch of tiger-headed insects that attacked Xiaofeng was completely wiped out. Xiaofeng would gain over 800 points of biological energy in total. This indicated that the maximum number of tiger-headed insects attacking him simultaneously reached over 800. Calculating the gains, it seemed quite good. Killing over 800 tiger-headed insects in 7 minutes meant he could kill about 115 tiger-headed insects per minute. This was slightly faster than killing flying stinger black insects. Xiaofeng was quite satisfied with this. He had been in the insect war world for several days now. Through various channels, he had learned a bit about the insect war world. Most people found some small insect nests and then teamed up to launch attacks. There must be a profession capable of wide-range attacks, otherwise, the efficiency of monster farming would be quite poor when shared among everyone. People like Xiaofeng, who solo farm the insect nests, are not only rare but also far from being efficient or enduring compared to him. At this moment, he received several system notifications. You have gained gold times 1. You have gained gold times 1. You have gained gold times 1. You have gained tiger headworm tail needle times 1. Checking the records. After killing over 800 tiger headworms, he had earned a total of 8 gold coins, which was similar to the drop rate from killing the flying spike blackworms. However, he had only obtained 16 tiger headworm tail needles. This indicated that he needed to kill over 50 tiger headworms to get just 1 tiger headworm tail needle. The drop rate was simply outrageous. At this point, Xiaofeng looked down at the ground. The corpses of the tiger headworms he had killed were immediately pulled underground by red tentacles that sprang up from the earth, disappearing from sight. The appearance of those red tentacles was quite similar to tree roots. Xiaofeng suddenly looked up at the large tree ahead. Could it be that this tree was the location of the tiger headworm mother? It was very likely. Otherwise, these tiger headworms wouldn't be clinging to this tree. As per usual, he decided to farm monsters and level up first. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a perfect monster farming spot. How could he let it slip away? As for the tiger headworm mother, it couldn't escape dealing with. It was just a matter of time. Xiaofeng's current level was second order level 14. To level up from 14 to 15, he needed 15,000 health points. At his current monster killing speed, it would take about 2 hours to level up by 1 level. After advancing to the second order, leveling up became significantly more difficult compared to the first order. It was only natural, otherwise, those who had been professionals for many years would have already reached level 8 or 9. It's common knowledge that leveling up becomes harder in the later stages. This place was much better than the previous location where he killed the flying spike blackworms. The air was much fresher, and he didn't have to witness the disgusting process of the worms rotting into liquid after death. Just as Xiaofeng was crazily farming monsters, his information had already spread within a small circle in the insect war world. In these circulated messages, Xiaofeng was depicted as an incredibly powerful fourth-order professional. He was said to enjoy playing dumb to deceive others, bullying newcomers, being extremely greedy, and showing off, carrying a giant sword but never using it. At the same time, a high bounty had been placed on him for his elimination. Of course, this was merely a way to express dissatisfaction. Who would be foolish enough to go after a powerful fourth-order professional? At least in the insect war world, there weren't many professionals with such strength. Moreover, the bounty offered was indeed quite low. Only 50,000 paradise coins. At such a price, not to mention killing a powerful fourth-order professional, even taking down an ordinary third-order professional would cost significantly more. This was clearly just a means to annoy people. However, this news caught the attention of a niche group. These individuals were all aiming to join a mysterious assassination organization in the 10,000 realms. Paradise, the Shadow Society. To join the Shadow Society, one must complete a commission to kill a fourth-order professional. In their view, this bounty was just right. Most fourth-order professionals had gone to stronger worlds for training, and those who came here were mostly relatively weaker fourth-order professionals. Based on what they had learned, this fourth-order professional didn't even spare the money of some newcomers, suggesting he was not a top-tier expert. Only those fourth-order professionals lacking strength would come to the insect war world to trouble newly promoted second-order newcomers. This was undoubtedly their best choice. Xiao Feng was completely unaware of this. 2 hours later, he finally succeeded in leveling up to level 15. Tip: your bioenergy has reached 15,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, level 15, gaining 10 free attribute points. After more than 2 hours of battling, he had also obtained over 150 gold coins and more than 290 tiger head worm tail needles. The 290 tail needles only amounted to over 290 dragon species points. The rewards for this task were too low. It seems that the points sold to Bozy earlier were still too cheap. However, that is not the case. Although the drop rate for tiger head worm tail needles is not great, most people do not have a selling channel after obtaining them, which leads to a low market price. Many people even find it hard to pick them up. The dragon species team is willing to collect such items because arrows made from these items can also be used by ordinary people. This is an extremely important strategic resource for a country. For professionals, it is not very useful. Perhaps it is still decent in a world like Blue Star, which has low technology and evolution levels, but it holds no attraction for other worlds. Even the natives of the Zerg War world disdain using these tail needles to make weapons. This shows that this material is not particularly powerful. The price offered by the dragon species team is already quite fair. Through more than 2 hours of fighting, Xiao Feng confirmed that there was a mother worm here. Moreover, the mother worm's hiding place should be within the tree trunk. Otherwise, the tiger head worms here would not have remained so numerous until now. In over 2 hours, he had killed at least 15,000 tiger head worms, yet they still swarmed without any signs of reduction. This was exactly what Xiao Feng wanted. Tip: the durability of the Dragon Scale Guardian Shield is too low, please repair it in time. Once the durability reaches 0, this equipment will shatter and disappear. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Feng helplessly used another equipment repair crystal. At this point, he had already used 4 repair crystals. At this rate of consumption, 10 equipment crystals wouldn't last long. Fortunately, this time he had gained quite a lot, so this level of consumption was not a big deal. Previously, Xiao Feng had also seen people selling equipment repair crystals in the market, but the price was more than double that of the personal exclusive mall. The market price was about 2,500 paradise coins per crystal. This price is hard for ordinary professionals to afford. Repairing equipment through an equipment repair craftsman is much cheaper, but there is a prerequisite: the equipment being repaired must be of a relatively low grade. For someone like Xiao Feng, whose equipment is mostly of golden quality or above, and even includes overlord level equipment, the repair costs are more expensive than using equipment repair crystals. Therefore, for Xiao Feng, using equipment repair crystals to repair equipment is actually more cost effective. Time flew by, and Xiao Feng had been here for over 15 hours. His level had also risen from level 15 to level 20. Tip: your bioenergy has reached 20,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, level 20, gaining 10 free attribute points. It had been over 17 hours since he arrived here to farm monsters. He had killed over 100,000 monsters in total. During this time, his monster hunter medal had been upgraded to 2 stars, and the attribute bonus had reached 10%. Killing 100,000 tiger headworms had earned him over 1,000 gold coins, and the drop rate was indeed touching. Xiao Feng's luck was quite strange. If one were to say he was lucky, the drop rate for small monsters was extremely low. Whether it was gold coins, ordinary equipment, or treasure chests, the drop rates were significantly lower than those for ordinary professionals, even only about 20% of theirs. However, when it came to killing boss-level units and opening treasure chests, his luck was relatively normal, even better than most professionals. This kind of fortune is indeed rare. Killing 100,000 tiger headworms also yielded over 2,000 tiger head worm tail needles, which equated to over 2,000 dragon species points. As for the equipment, it's better not to mention it. Previously, after killing 70 to 80,000 flying thorn black bugs, only 7 pieces of equipment dropped, all of which were below second-tier green quality. Calculating it out, it was roughly 1 piece of equipment for every 10,000 bugs killed. Now it was about the same. After killing nearly 100,000 tiger-headed bugs, only 9 pieces of equipment had dropped. Among these 9 pieces, 6 were second-tier white quality, 2 were green quality, and only 1 reached blue quality. Moreover, they were all equipment for relatively obscure professions. Xiao Feng had long since grown accustomed to this. The real treasures could only be dropped by boss-level units, the mother bug. The mother bug was right there, and he wasn't in a hurry. Leveling up was the most important thing. It was rare to find such a good monster spawning location, so how could he easily miss it? Unlike the flying thorn black bugs, tiger-headed bugs did not turn into liquid and return to the mother bug upon death. Instead, they transformed into nutrients. In another way, becoming sustenance for the mother bug to cultivate new bugs. After more than 10 hours of slaughter, Xiaofeng noticed something unusual about the big tree. The originally lush green tree had begun to turn yellow. It seemed to be slowly withering. He wondered if this was related to his excessive killing of tiger-headed bugs. With such a pleasant monster spawning experience, how could Xiaofeng bear to rest? Continue. Just like before, the biological energy required for leveling from 1 to 10 was on one scale. But for leveling from 11 to 20, the required biological energy doubled or more. After reaching level 20, the biological energy needed for leveling doubled again. To go from level 20 to 21 required a staggering 42,000 points of biological energy. Looking at the biological energy needed for leveling, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. If this trend continued, how much biological energy would be needed to level up to 30, 40, or even 80 and 90? Even with his killing efficiency, how could ordinary players level up? Did it really take years to go from second tier to third tier? This question could only be answered once he returned to the city and asked around. After all, he had very few friends, and none had come to the insect war world with him. Without being in the same world, he couldn't transmit information through the system. Another 19 hours passed, and Xiaofeng had been here for over 36 hours. Hint. Your biological energy has reached 46,000 points, and your level has increased to second tier, level 23, gaining free attribute points times 10. His level finally reached 23. The drop rate hadn't changed much. In these 19 hours, he had killed over 130,000 tiger-headed bugs, earning 1,320 gold coins, over 2,600 tiger-headed bug tails, and 12 pieces of equipment. All 12 pieces of equipment were, without exception, trash. After 36 continuous hours of battle, Xiaofeng was feeling somewhat fatigued. He could persist for so long mainly because he was leveling up while lying down, even taking a short nap in between. However, he still couldn't manage to go without food and sleep for long periods. Looking up, the once lush green tree had now lost more than half of its leaves. At this rate, in no more than 2 days, the entire tree would shed all its leaves. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that not only were the leaves falling, but the bark on the trunk was also beginning to show signs of withering and decay. This big tree felt increasingly strange to Xiaofeng. It was clearly not just a simple hiding place for the mother bug, it seemed to be deeply bound to the mother bug. In other words, this big tree was very likely a part of the mother bug. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why killing tiger-headed bugs would have such an effect on the tree. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng decided to continue grinding monsters. Although he had been fighting for over 37 hours straight, he only felt slightly tired and could easily continue for several more hours. To conserve energy, Xiaofeng even found a soft patch of grass to lie down on. This was truly leveling up. While lying down, he lay there for 22 hours. Tip: your bioenergy has reached 52,000 points, and your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, level 26, gaining free attribute points times 10. His level had already reached 26. It's worth noting that he had only been in the Zerg War world for less than 80 hours. Excluding travel time, his actual monster grinding time was only about 70 hours. Leveling up from Tier 0 to level 26 in 70 hours is a speed that ordinary professionals wouldn't even dare to imagine. After dozens of hours of frenzied slaughter, the number of tiger head bugs finally decreased. Previously surrounded tightly, he couldn't see any situation outside. Now, through the gaps that had opened up, he could finally see the dark red sky. At this moment, the towering tree that reached the sky had completely shed its leaves. The dry trunk showed no signs of life. It looked as if it had been dead for many years. After the last tiger head bug was killed by the rebound, no living creatures could be seen in the vicinity. This round of leveling could be considered over. He didn't know how long it would take to find such a suitable leveling place again. It was now time to deal with the tiger head bug queen hidden within the trunk. Xiaofeng carefully observed around the giant tree. On the back of the tree, he discovered a crack that had just opened. Xiaofeng slowly approached and reached inside. He saw a massive tiger head staring back at him. A tiger? Of course not, that was the head of the tiger head bug queen. The tiger head bug was named so because its head closely resembled that of a tiger. Upon seeing the tiger head bug queen inside, a smile appeared on Xiaofeng's face. To his surprise, the tiger head bug queen showed a hint of fear in response to his smile. It shrank back, as if it didn't want to engage in battle with Xiaofeng. For the past several hours, it had been commanding the tiger head bugs to attack Xiaofeng continuously. How could it not know the terror of this human before it? Comparing both parties' attributes. Attribute comparison complete, obtaining 55% data from the opponent. Insight results are as follows: Monster. Name, Tiger Head Bug Queen, Female Bug, Boss Level Unit, Strength Tier, Tier 3 Health Points, 18 million/18 million Physical Attack, 2344 Magical Attack, 9732 Physical Defense, 1820 Magical Defense, 4321 Skill 1 Tiger Roaring Bug. Cry, the Tiger Head Bug Queen emits a deafening roar and sharp bug cries, creating a soundwave attack that deals physical damage to surrounding enemies and has a certain probability of stunning them for several seconds. Skill 2 Tiger Striked. Carapace, the Tiger Head Bug Queen activates her carapace, making it incredibly hard, significantly increasing her defense and impact resistance. In carapace state, the Tiger Head Bug Queen's attacks will also carry additional armor-piercing effects. Skill 3 Tiger Might shakes the heavens. The Tiger Head Bug Queen emits a powerful aura, causing surrounding enemies to fall into a state of fear, reducing their attack power and movement speed. At the same time, the Tiger Head Bug Queen herself gains a brief invincibility state. Skill 4 Rapid Reproduction. Other effects are not visible. Indeed, it's a Tier 3 Bug Queen. Putting away the eye of all-seeing, Xiaofeng felt somewhat helpless. This Tiger Head Bug Queen, with a strength reaching Tier 3, was not weak, but her courage was too small. She didn't attack him at all. What to do now? The Heartless Taunt skill could only make her attack him for 20 seconds. 20 seconds was not enough to rebound. 18 million damage. Did that mean every time he used Heartless Taunt, he would have to wait over 10 minutes for the cooldown before using it again? If the Bug Queen didn't have recovery skills, that would be fine, but if she did, who knew how long they would have to fight to kill her? In any case, he had to try it first. Heartless Taunt. After being subjected to the skill of Ruthless Taunt, the fear in the eyes of the tiger-headed bug mother gradually turned to anger, and then it transformed back into fear. It did not launch an attack on Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Xiaofeng's expression grew even more serious. Even when facing a 5th-tier professional, Ruthless Taunt usually only reduced the control time. There had never been a case of the skill failing. This tiger-headed bug mother was the first existence immune to the Ruthless Taunt skill. After all, Ruthless Taunt was just a generic skill, lacking the rule power of his professional skills. Generic skills are like that, they can be interfered with by many external factors, thus diminishing or losing their original effects. That was the situation now. After some thought, Xiaofeng used the skill dual space on the tiger-headed bug mother. Skill Judgment Attribute Selection Clock. Selection complete. This judgment attribute is Constitution. Your Constitution attribute is higher than the opponent's. Skill successfully cast. As his gaze shifted, a sense of spatial distortion emerged. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng and the tiger-headed bug mother found themselves in a circular arena. The circular arena had a diameter of about 2 kilometers, and aside from the incredibly smooth ground, it was empty. Outside the circular arena was an impenetrable light curtain. This was the dual space. Once inside the dual space, a massive countdown appeared in the sky: 300, 299, 298. The 5-minute countdown had begun. If no victor emerged within 5 minutes, both the person and the bug would return to their original positions. Previously, the tiger-headed bug mother had been in a tree trunk cave, and due to the dim lighting, Xiaofeng had not been able to see its full form. Now, the tiger-headed bug mother had nowhere to hide. The tiger-headed bug mother was not large, its overall shape resembled that of a giant pupa, with yellow-brown patterns visible on its surface. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a tiger. This was the true physical characteristic of the tiger-headed bug mother. Without the obstruction of the tree trunk, the tiger-headed bug mother appeared even more terrified, its entire body nearly curling into a ball. From a distance, it looked like a small dog trembling in fear. Seeing this scene, Xiaofeng felt quite helpless. Every monster he had encountered had charged at him with ferocious roars, eager to tear him apart. Yet this tiger-headed bug mother, instead of attacking him, was cowering in fear. In the end, Xiaofeng could only stare in disbelief. Time passed second by second, and neither the person nor the bug made a move. The tiger-headed bug mother refrained from attacking out of fear, while Xiaofeng did not attack because he simply had no offensive power. Striking would be futile. This left Xiaofeng in a difficult position. Ruthless Taunt was ineffective, and Dual Space was also useless. Other skills lacked both offensive and taunting capabilities. He opened his backpack to check. The magic energy bombs were somewhat useful, but he only had 2, each could deal 100,000 to 200,000 damage to a target, which was negligible against the tiger-headed bug mother's 18 million health points. The 5 bottles of high-intensity poison given to him by Ouyang Feng dealt even less damage, only 3,000 points per second, this amount of damage. In the end, there were only a few odd items obtained from the blood pact treasure chest. The magic cigarette could only reduce his own suffering, useless. The charming bra and sexy stockings, was he supposed to wear these 2 items to disgust the tiger-headed bug mother? Just thinking about that image made Xiao Feng shudder. Then there was a piece of rotten banana peel. These items were nearly useless in combat. Finally, Xiaofeng turned his attention to the duel invitation. Duel invitation: use this item to invite a professional into the duel. Space for a fight to the death: the duel will only end when one party dies. The maximum duration of the duel is 24 hours. If the duel exceeds 24 hours and both parties are still alive, the system will directly execute the one with the lower health points. Note, this item has a high priority, and the invitee cannot refuse. Xiaofeng glanced at the 18 million health points of the tiger-headed mother bug and decisively gave up on using it. What a joke! If neither the person nor the bug made a move, the outcome would be determined by their health points. His 400,000 health was quite exaggerated among professionals, but compared to the 18 million of the tiger-headed mother bug, it was just asking for death. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The duel space faded away, and both the person and the bug returned to reality. In the end, Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. There had never been a moment when he wanted powerful offensive means more than now. He had no way to deal with this tiger-headed mother bug. A few minutes later, the person and the dog began to eat and drink just outside the tree where the tiger-headed mother bug resided. Having not eaten for nearly 40 hours, both were already starving, their stomachs pressed against their backs. Since the tiger-headed mother bug showed no intention of attacking them, this was one of the safest places around. In this world, the insect race was the absolute overlord, and the mother bug was a nightmare for all living beings. Other creatures naturally did not dare to approach. Woof 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 woof. While they were eating, Bebe suddenly started barking. Bebe was very well behaved and almost never barked randomly. But now it was barking continuously, which was unusual. Xiaofeng stood up and looked around. Besides him and Bebe, there was only a timid tiger-headed mother bug. The tiger-headed mother bug remained obediently in the tree trunk, showing no signs of abnormality. What's wrong with Bebe? Woof woof. Xiaofeng turned to look in the direction Bebe was focused on. That area looked no different from the other parts of the jungle, just more plants of various styles. Not even a single moving creature was seen. After putting away the unfinished food, Xiaofeng glanced at the huge dead tree behind him and followed Bebe deeper into the jungle. After walking about 3 or 4 kilometers, guided by Bebe, Xiaofeng arrived at a place deep in the jungle with no vegetation at all. This place was extremely strange. In a jungle full of vegetation, there was actually no plant life present, not even a blade of grass or a speck of moss. Woof woof. Bebe kept barking. At the barren land. Xiaofeng understood Bebe's meaning. The abnormal area sensed by Bebe should be this place. At that moment, Xiaofeng suddenly remembered the coordinates given to him by the black and white impermanents. He opened the map to check. Sure enough, it was this place. According to what Bai Wuchang said, there was a 4th-tier insect king here. The insect king was different from the mother bug. Mother bugs generally did not possess strong combat power, they were more inclined towards command and reproduction. But the insect king was different. It did not have reproductive capabilities but was better at combat. In an insect race, the mother bug was undoubtedly the highest queen, while the insect king was the general of the group, the strongest individual in terms of combat power. In the hierarchy, the highest was the mother bug, followed by the insect king. If this insect king's strength reached the 4th tier, then it definitely was not a tiger-headed bug, because its level had already surpassed that of the tiger-headed mother bug. The insect race birthed by the mother bug could not exceed the mother bug's level. This was common knowledge and a rule. At this moment, all skills had fully recovered from cooldown, so Xiaofeng did not need to worry too much. Holding 2 shields, he walked forward slowly. As soon as he entered the scorched earth, Xiaofeng felt a wave of heat hit him. The temperature in this place was several times higher than in other areas. -288, -288, -288. Looking at the damage numbers appearing above his head, Xiaofeng realized that this damage did not come from some mutated creature but from the ground beneath his feet. His double defenses had reached over 26,000 points. If this was not real damage, then this place was too terrifying. Xiaofeng continued to walk forward. The diameter of this scorched earth is about 1 kilometer, and in the center of this barren land, there is a small raised mound. The color of the mound is almost the same as the ground here. If one does not observe closely, they might think it is just a small hill. As Xiaofeng approached the mound, several piercing sounds cut through the air. Dang dang dang, a few sharp spikes collided with his shield. The force was tremendous. If it weren't for the effect of the immovable king, Xiaofeng would have been knocked back long ago. -11,034, -10,587, -9,998. A series of damage notifications appeared. At the same time, the small mound began to tremble, and a layer of dirt-colored wings wrapped around its surface slowly unfolded. The form of this mutated creature presented itself before Xiaofeng. It was a gigantic insect covered in a hard, pitch-black shell, with countless tiny, sharp black spines embedded in its surface, glinting coldly in the light. Its head was broad, with two compound eyes flashing a ghostly blue light capable of piercing through darkness to lock onto targets. 6 strong forelimbs had evolved into massive side-like claws, each covered in barbs and sharp edges. A pair of thin, transparent wings extended from its back, resembling a giant mutated mantis. Its body length reached over 3 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters. The crimson eyes were fixed intently on Xiaofeng. A sense of crisis surged in Xiaofeng's heart. He did not panic, he took out the eye of Sun Luo and used insight. Comparing both parties' attributes, attribute comparison complete, obtained 35% data from the opponent. Insight results are as follows: monster name, Spike Shadow Insect King Zark, Insect King, mutated boss level unit, strength level, tier. For physical attack, 48354 skill 1 flying spike attack, Zark's most lethal attack method. It can rapidly secrete a highly viscous liquid from specific glands on its back, which hardens into sharp flying spikes upon contact with air. By contracting its powerful back muscles, Zark can launch these spikes at high speed like projectiles, each capable of penetrating heavy armor and exploding within the target, releasing paralyzing toxins. Skill 2 Scythe Claw Strike. In close combat, Zark uses its massive scythe claws for fierce physical attacks, each swing accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, easily tearing through rock and metal. Other information not visible. Although the insight was successful, the information obtained was limited. Tier 4, Mutated Insect King. Physical attack as high as 48354. If this level of attack alone is not enough to pose a significant threat to Xiaofeng, his current physical defense is as high as 26471. After breaking through the defense, the remaining damage, even after the rock-like reduction, would only deal about 10,000 points of damage to him. His current recovery rate is 45,853 points per second. He can fully recover. However, this time, insight only yielded 35% of the opponent's data. Xiaofeng was unclear about the specific health points and magical damage. Whether there are skills to increase attack power remained uncertain. This left too many unknowns in this battle. The sound of wind howling passed by, and 2 massive scythes slashed towards Xiaofeng. 2 large shields stood before him, blocking the attack of the giant scythes. The tremendous force transmitted through the shield to Xiaofeng's hands, causing a slight pain in his arms. Minus 35,324, minus 34,875. The 2 consecutive strikes caused Xiaofeng's health to drop by about 70,000. But in the blink of an eye, his health was back to full. Looking at the damage values of the Insect King. Minus 122,642. Minus 124,352. These 2 strikes dealt about 250,000 points of rebound damage to the Insect King. Yet the health bar above the Insect King's head had barely decreased by less than 0.5%. This indicates that the Bug King's health points are at least several million. This made Xiaofeng start to take things seriously. These 2 attacks have already exceeded the Bug King's panel attack damage, which suggests that the Bug King possesses other skills that can increase damage. As for the 2 skills that have already been discerned, Xiaofeng was not particularly concerned. Armor breaking, debuffing, and control skills were of no use to him. This is the terrifying aspect of the Overlord level equipment. The Bug King is an extremely combat-savvy creature, and it has a very strong territorial awareness. This is also why there are no other creatures present around it. According to Xiaofeng's speculation, the Bug King likely has at least one area-type skill that deals true damage. The dead zone with a diameter of about 1 kilometer is caused by this area damage. Minus 288, minus 288, minus 288. This value is constant, indicating that the damage from this area skill is very likely true damage. Otherwise, it wouldn't remain unchanged. Such low damage should not be enough to leave the area barren. As a 4th-tier Bug King, its area-type skill cannot be this weak, which only suggests that the true strength of this area does not lie in its damage. The most likely aspect is control or debuffing. Xiaofeng is completely immune to control and debuff effects, which is why he cannot feel the true terror of this area. Xiaofeng's speculation was correct. The area of the stabbing Shadow Bug King is called the slow field. Any life form within the slow field not only suffers continuous true damage but also has its movement speed and attack speed reduced by about 50%. However, all these negative states are completely exempted by Xiaofeng's Overlord level. Set attribute, the Unmoved King. This is why Xiaofeng feels that the Bug King's area is so lackluster. The stabbing Shadow Bug King continuously attacked Xiaofeng. Each strike could deal considerable damage to him. After observation, Xiaofeng discovered that whenever the scythe of the stabbing Shadow Bug King glowed, its attack would increase significantly. When the glow extinguished, it was a normal attack. Although normal attacks could also deal damage to Xiaofeng, that amount of damage was negligible against his high recovery rate. Next, Xiaofeng only needed to focus on the scythe of the stabbing Shadow Bug King. As long as there was no glow flickering on the scythe, he didn't need to worry at all. The stabbing Shadow Bug King was extremely fast, circling around Xiaofeng, and would dive down to launch fierce attacks at intervals. Xiaofeng was too lazy to use other skills for defense. As long as his life was not in danger, he actually hoped the Bug King would deal as much damage as possible. That way, he could kill the Bug King faster. Time passed second by second. Xiaofeng couldn't afford to be as leisurely as he was when farming the Tiger Head Bug. He needed to keep an eye on his health points at all times. Once his health dropped too low, he would have to take measures to recover. After more than 10 minutes of battle, the stabbing Shadow Bug King's health dropped to about 60%. Xiaofeng thought this relaxed state would last until the end of the fight. Unexpectedly, the Bug King suddenly spread its enormous wings, emitting a bright glow. Before Xiaofeng could react, two light blades struck him. Minus 107,737. Just one hit caused Xiaofeng's health to drop by over 100,000. This hit scared Xiaofeng quite a bit. He still did not use a healing skill. Although 100,000 damage was high, it could be recovered in just over 2 seconds. But what left Xiaofeng dumbfounded was that the Bug King actually fell to the ground and lay still. It wasn't until the system prompt appeared that Xiaofeng incredulously discovered that he had actually killed the stabbing Shadow Bug King. How could this be possible? Based on the earlier battle, it was speculated that the Bug King's health was at least several million. That last hit only dealt 100,000 damage to him. The Thorn Spike's rebound was only 200%, so at most it could rebound several 100,000 damage. But the stabbing Shadow Bug King still had over 60% of its health left. How could it be killed in one hit? Flipping through the system damage prompts. -65424A51, he discovered that the previous strike had actually dealt over 65 million damage to the Shadow Insect King. How was this possible? Did the Thorn Spike skill have hidden attributes? Was it capable of reflecting hundreds of times the damage in one go? Xiaofeng was skeptical that this was the reason. After the Thorn Spike skill reached 200% damage reflection, he had killed at least hundreds of thousands of monsters. Such a situation had never occurred before. Wait. Xiaofeng checked the damage prompt from the Insect King that had just hit him. -107,737. His current health was 430950, dividing 107737 by 430,950 gives exactly 25%. Could it be that the Insect King had used some skill with a percentage-based true damage? If that were the case, it would make sense. If the Shadow Insect King possessed such a skill, then its execution percentage should be at 50%. After the rock-solid damage reduction, it only dealt 25% of its own health as execution damage to Xiaofeng. Therefore, based on the 200% reflection property of Thorn Spike, the reflected damage to the Insect King would reach up to 100%. The premise is that the reflected damage is a percentage of the Insect King's own health limit. If that were true, then the Thorn Spike skill would be incredibly powerful. Not only could it reflect execution damage, but it also reflected it as a percentage to the opponent. This discovery greatly increased Xiaofeng's evaluation of the Thorn Spike skill. This was truly a divine skill. It seemed he had not fully understood the Thorn Spike skill yet. He must find a target to test it thoroughly when he gets the chance. In any case, this powerful mutated boss had fallen to Xiaofeng. You have killed the Shadow Insect King Zalt, gaining 2000 bioenergy. Tip, you have received 200 warrior medals. Tip, you have received gold coins times 1241, shadow wings times 1, crimson blade times 1, and the skill scroll, contempt of shadows times 1. Closing the system prompt. Killing the Shadow Insect King actually awarded him 200 warrior medals. Truly worthy of a tier 4 Insect King. At this moment, his warrior medals had reached 500, and he was just a bit away from advancing the universal medal further. At the same time, he had received 2 pieces of equipment and a skill scroll from killing the Shadow Insect King. It could be considered a big haul. Checking the equipment. Equipment name, Shadow Wings, rare equipment quality, tier 2 red quality. Wearing requirement, gene strength must reach 500 points. To wear. Equipment durability, 300 equipment position, back. Physical defense, 1355. Magical defense, 1355. Additional skill, flight, allows the wearer to fly in the air. The flying state consumes 100 mana points per second. Insufficient mana will automatically disengage the flying state. Flight speed equals agility times 1 plus strength times 10% plus constitution times 10% times 1% per second. Seeing the attributes of the Shadow Wings, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. After advancing to tier 2, he had gained 2 more equipment slots, specifically for the back and cloak. And this Shadow Wings just happened to be a very rare back equipment. The wearing requirement was something Xiaofeng had never seen before. It was not based on level attributes, but rather determined by gene strength. A requirement of 500 gene strength was not low even among Tier 2, but it was completely manageable for Xiaofeng. As a Tier 2 red quality equipment, the dual defense attributes were not particularly high. However, the additional attribute was a very practical and extremely rare flying ability. This equipment was great in every way, except that flying required consuming 100 mana points per second, and Xiaofeng's total mana was only 870 points. This meant he could only sustain flight for 8 seconds. The Shadow Wings were an extremely rare and practical piece of equipment. However, for someone like Xiaofeng, who only develops a single type of physique as a professional, this was not suitable. This piece of equipment provided a rare flying speed calculation formula. According to this formula, after wearing it, Xiaofeng's flying speed was only about 7.3 meters per second, which was not much faster than his running speed on the ground. If this equipment were sold to agility or intelligence-based classes, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. However, Xiaofeng did not plan to sell it for now. Sometimes, a brief ability to fly could be very useful. After putting on the Shadow Wings, the equipment immediately became invisible, making it impossible to see from the outside. With a thought, he activated the flying ability of the Shadow Wings. Suddenly, a pair of translucent energy wings grew from Xiaofeng's back, almost identical in shape to the wings of the Shadow Insect King. As the wings flapped, Xiaofeng slowly lifted off the ground. "Let's go!" Xiaofeng transformed into a bird and flew away into the distance. However, the speed was not particularly fast. A few seconds later, Xiaofeng returned and landed back on the ground. The feeling of flying was wonderful, a sense of freedom and unrestrained joy. But the experience was too short, lasting only a few seconds. He was now at level 26 of the second tier, and after reaching the second tier, he gained 10 attribute points for each level up. He still had 260 attribute points left to allocate. Looking at the 260 available free attribute points, Xiaofeng resisted the urge and closed the attribute page. It was absolutely unacceptable to waste attribute points just to fly a little longer. As for mana, he could find ways to manage it through equipment or other items. Health and defense were the foundation of his strength and should not be carelessly increased. In addition to the Shadow Wings, another piece of equipment dropped, the Crimson Shadow Blade. Rather than a long knife, the Crimson Shadow Blade resembled the front claws of the Shadow Insect King. Its overall shape was not just similar to the front claws of the Shadow Insect King, it was identical. Checking the equipment. Equipment name, Crimson Shadow Blade, rare equipment, equipment. Quality, second tier red quality. Wearing requirement, gene strength must reach 500 points to wear. Equipment durability, 300/300 equipment position, main weapon. Physical attack, 1488. Magical attack, 988. Additional skill. Armor break, after hitting an enemy, can reduce the enemy's physical defense by 30% for 5 seconds, not stackable. Passive skill has no cooldown time. Additional skill, heavy strike, using the Crimson Shadow Blade to perform a fierce physical attack on the target, with a chance to deal an additional 50% physical damage to the target. Passive skill has no cooldown time. This equipment is quite good for a second-tier weapon. It looks cool, and its physical attack power is not weak. It also has 2 very practical passive skills. Whether it's armor break or heavy strike, both are very powerful attributes for melee classes. The only regret is that although Xiaofeng could wear it, it did not increase any attack power. After equipping it, he could only put it away for now and see if he could exchange it for something more suitable. Finally, Xiaofeng turned his attention to the skill scroll. He clicked to view it. Contempt Shadow Skill Scroll. After use, it allows learning the skill Contempt Shadow. Contempt Shadow, a single target taunt skill that forces a single target to attack him. Seeing the skill description, Xiaofeng's heart surged with excitement. It was finally here. He had waited too long for this skill, and now it had finally arrived. Without any hesitation, Xiaofeng directly used the skill scroll. Prompt, yes/no to use Contempt Shadow Skill Scroll? Use. The Contempt Shadow Skill Scroll shattered, transforming into a stream of energy that infused into Xiaofeng's mind. Knowledge related to the Contempt Shadow Skill was injected into his brain. In just a moment, he had already mastered the usage and techniques of Contempt Shadow. He opened the skill panel to check. Skill name, Shadow of Contempt. Skill level, level 1. Skill type, active. Skill cost, 500 mana points. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. Note, upgrading skill level can reduce cooldown time. Duration, 30 seconds. Note, upgrading skill level can extend duration. Skill effect, contempt for enemies, putting them into a state of rage, causing them to lose their sanity and attack themselves forcefully. Note, once the target loses sanity, they will randomly unleash all skills they have learned to attack the target. This skill is excellent, truly excellent. For Xiaofeng, it is a god-level skill. Firstly, its cooldown time is only 30 minutes, and it can be reduced further by upgrading the level. The initial duration is already a high 30 seconds, and it can also be extended by upgrading the level. Based on the results of other skills upgrades, the maximum level can at least double the duration, reaching 1 minute. This skill has another extremely bizarre aspect. The taunted target does not merely use normal attacks but will randomly unleash all learned skills. This undoubtedly causes them to deal higher damage to themselves, naturally resulting in greater rebound damage. However, this also increases a lot of uncertainty. For example, just when it seems the enemy healer is about to be killed by the rebound, they suddenly unleash a bunch of healing or shielding skills. Or a tank-type character might randomly release a bunch of defensive skills, etc. In any case, this skill gives Xiaofeng a powerful means of attack, so he is not entirely reliant on ruthless taunts. The only problem now is that he has no skill enhancement points. After advancing to the second tier, leveling up no longer grants skill enhancement points, he needs to gather and purchase them in the market. Looking at the 660,000 paradise coins in his backpack, this should not be a problem. The successful kill of the Shadow Insect King has indeed yielded good rewards. This has greatly improved Xiaofeng's mood. Then, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Previously, he had no means to attack the Tiger Head Insect Queen, but now that he has learned Shadow of Contempt, he can give it a try. Bei. Bei understood immediately and transformed into a Black Panther. This must have been influenced by that silly knight. It probably thinks a Black Panther is cooler than a black horse. After mounting the Black Panther, it felt quite different. If riding a horse is like driving a sedan, then riding a Black Panther is like driving a sports car. After all, the chassis is lower. After transforming into a Black Panther, Bei's speed was even faster than that of the black horse, not due to attribute enhancement, but purely because the panther's physique is more suited for rapid running. In just a few kilometers, with Bei's speed, Xiaofeng quickly returned to the base of the giant dead tree. As he approached, Xiaofeng sensed something was off. This dead tree had actually begun to show signs of life again. He had been gone for less than half an hour. If nothing special had happened, this tree could not have revived so quickly. There must have been some kind of change. New tender green branches had already sprouted from the dead tree, with a few green leaves growing on them. The bark on the trunk had also gradually begun to regain its vitality, shifting from a withered yellow to a deep green. Xiaofeng donned his two large shields again and walked towards the dead tree. Upon reaching the trunk, the previously cracked gaps had begun to close. Now, only a crack less than 10 centimeters wide remained. As he got closer and looked inside, a massive tiger head insect was staring at him in fear. But no matter how Xiaofeng looked at it, he found that the tiger head insect queen's gaze was even more fearful than before. Could it be that the tiger head insect queen sensed the aura of the shadow insect king on him? If that's the case, it would make sense. The red shadow insect king is a 4th-tier mutated insect king, more powerful in rank and combat strength than the tiger head insect queen. Even so, it was still killed by Xiaofeng. It was only natural for the tiger head bug mother to fear Xiaofeng. There was no time to think too much. Xiaofeng directly activated his newly acquired skill, Shadow of Contempt. 2 beams of energy shot out from Xiaofeng's eyes. Once the energy beam struck the tiger head bug mother, the expression in that space turned exceptionally fierce and angry. Roar, with a thunderous howl echoing from the tree hole. The piercing sound wave attack caused Xiaofeng's health to drop by over 30,000 points. Ignoring defenses? In the next moment, countless dark red plant roots surged out from the tree hole in the ground, stabbing towards Xiaofeng. Clang! 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 The plant roots were incredibly sharp, striking the shield and producing a sound like metal clashing. These plant root attacks were limited and couldn't break through Xiaofeng's defenses. However, the frequency of these root attacks was extremely fast, dealing damage to Xiaofeng dozens of times every second. Boom! Suddenly, a massive green liquid shot out from the tree hole, adhering to the tree hole and rapidly corroding the already withered trunk. It's revealed the tiger head bug mother's true form seen earlier in the duel space. Following that, several more masses of green liquid shot out, clinging to the large shield, emitting a foul smell of metal corrosion. Just this one hit caused the shield's durability to decrease by 1 point. Minus 77,856, minus 77,856, minus 77,856. Watching the series of damage values, Xiaofeng realized that this green liquid was actually a type of toxin causing continuous damage. Of course, this damage was not what Xiaofeng received, but rather the rebound damage suffered by the tiger head bug mother herself. After 10 seconds, the tiger head bug mother's health had actually dropped by about 5%. At this rate, it would be impossible to kill the bug mother. However, Xiaofeng had no better options. Time passed second by second, and the tiger head bug mother hurled various skills at Xiaofeng. At the 25-second mark, the anger in the tiger head bug mother's eyes faded, replaced by fear. Its body curled back into the tree hole, trying hard to keep itself entirely within it. The skill description of Shadow of Contempt mentioned that it could force the opponent to attack for 30 seconds. Now, only 25 seconds had passed and the skill's effect was about to end. This indicated that the Tiger Head Bug Mother had a partial resistance to taunt skills. This was not hard to understand. The Shadow of Contempt skill was a common skill and did not possess absolute effects. If the opponent had attributes like resilience, they could reduce some control effects. Bug mothers generally had high mental strength, so it was very normal for them to have partial resistance to such mental taunt skills. Seeing the fear return to the Tiger Head Bug Mother's expression, Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. It seemed that this Bug Mother could not be killed. Just as Xiaofeng was about to give up, he suddenly remembered that when the Bug Mother attacked him, there seemed to be something beneath it. Upon careful reflection, Xiaofeng felt that it resembled an egg that was very similar in color to the Tiger Head Bug Mother. Could it be that the Bug Mother was reluctant to fight him because of that egg? It was normal for Bug Mothers to lay eggs. Those ordinary Tiger Head bugs should have been born from her eggs. But why was the Bug Mother so concerned about this particular egg? Moreover, given the Bug Mother's hatching speed, this egg should have already hatched by now. Why had it not hatched yet? There must be a problem. In the earlier battle, the trunk had already been corroded by the green liquid sprayed by the Tiger Head Bug Mother, creating a large hole. Now, it was possible to see the full form of the Tiger Head Bug Mother clearly. Beneath her body, an oval-shaped egg was faintly visible. It was it. The Tiger Head Bug Mother seemed to realize that Xiaofeng had discovered the egg beneath her, and the fear in her eyes turned to pleading. Bug mothers possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, and it was indeed true. For a moment, Xiaofeng found it hard to harden his heart. Woof, woof! Suddenly, Bebe's barking brought Xiaofeng back to his senses. That sense of pity instantly vanished. The insect race is extremely dangerous across all realms. How could they possibly be so docile? Any world they occupy ultimately becomes a realm solely inhabited by insects. Other creatures have no chance of survival. This is also why there are no other life forms in the areas surrounding the insect race. The insect race and humans are both among the top races in all realms, naturally sworn enemies. How could he possibly feel pity for a mother insect? He must have been affected by some kind of mental interference from the mother insect earlier. He took out the eye of Senra and focused on the egg. Hint, insight failed. Xiaofeng frowned. Even a fourth-tier insect king could be perceived, yet this unhatched egg had failed the insight. Either this egg was of too high a tier, or it had not yet hatched and was not a separate life form. According to the system description of the Eye of Senra, only independently surviving life forms can be targeted for insight. For a moment, Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. The tiger-headed mother insect was so concerned about that egg. If he took it away, would it attack him? If he wanted to do it, he would. Xiaofeng stepped forward, one step at a time. The fear and pleading in the tiger-headed mother insect's eyes grew stronger. Xiaofeng simply ignored the mother insect's gaze and focused intently on the egg beneath her. As Xiaofeng approached the mother insect, the fear and pleading in her eyes vanished in an instant. What replaced it was anger, an overwhelming and intense anger. This anger was different from the previous disdainful shadow skill. It felt more like a deep-seated rage. Perhaps this was her true emotion. Xiaofeng paid no mind to the mother insect, and just as he prepared to reach for the insect egg, a massive roar of a tiger echoed in his ears. It shook his eardrums painfully. -77,856 -77,856 -77,856. A long string of damage numbers appeared above the tiger-headed mother insect's head, yet Xiaofeng remained unscathed. Seeing that the sound wave attack was ineffective against Xiaofeng, the tiger-headed mother insect suddenly opened countless flesh holes on her body. Each hole shot out a long stream of green liquid. Xiaofeng had seen this green liquid before. It was highly corrosive. Countless streams of green liquid sprayed onto Xiaofeng, while the damage numbers above the tiger-headed mother insect's head went wild. -14,584 -15,621 -13,546. Looking at the tiger-headed mother insect's health bar, it was rapidly decreasing at a visible rate. She was fighting desperately. However, the tiger-headed mother insect's attack power had no effect against Xiaofeng's extremely high defense. Ultimately, Xiaofeng's hand touched the basketball-sized egg covered in tiger stripes. Hint, you have obtained a mutated insect egg. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaofeng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that by directly touching it, the egg would receive system validation and become his personal item. Upon seeing Xiaofeng take the egg, the tiger-headed mother insect's anger reached its peak, as if she had lost her mind. She launched a frenzied attack on Xiaofeng. Sound wave attacks, venom attacks, and tentacle attacks resembling tree roots came crashing down on Xiaofeng like a storm. Some of these attacks were even able to break through Xiaofeng's defenses. One of the attacks actually dealt over 80,000 damage to Xiaofeng. According to Xiaofeng's analysis, that must be a skill of the tiger-headed mother insect that had not been detected by the eye of Senra. This skill likely dealt true damage. Otherwise, with the tiger-headed mother insect's base attack, it would be impossible to inflict such high damage on Xiaofeng. Under the tiger-headed mother insect's reckless and desperate attacks, her health was rapidly depleting. After several minutes, the tiger-headed mother insect's health bar was empty. You have killed the tiger-headed mother insect, gaining 3,000 biological energy. Hint, you have obtained 150 warrior medals. Tip, you have obtained gold times 532, spirit core times 2, heart of compassion times 1, skill enhancement chest times 1. The items dropped by the tiger head bug mother are much stronger than those from the flying stinger bug mother. 2 spirit cores dropped, plus the one from before, giving Xiaofeng a total of 3 spirit cores. Additionally, a skill enhancement chest was dropped. Skill enhancement chest, opening the chest can yield 1 to 10 skill enhancement scrolls. A good item. After advancing to the second tier, leveling up no longer grants skill enhancement points. This has made skill enhancement scrolls quite valuable. Tip, do you want to open the skill enhancement chest? Yes/no open. Tip, you have obtained skill enhancement scroll times 8. 8 skill enhancement scrolls, not bad luck. Finally, Xiaofeng checked the only piece of equipment that dropped. Equipment name, Heart of Compassion equipment quality, Tier 3 golden quality. Wearing. Requirement, Intelligence 500 points to equip equipment durability, 240 equipment slot, necklace. Physical attack, 188. Magical attack, 588. Additional skill, Confusion, active skill, activating this skill can make enemies feel compassion towards you, thereby reducing their hostility. Cooldown time 30 minutes, skill, 200 points of mana. Additional skill, Mana Amplification, passive skill, increases your maximum mana by 30%. This piece of equipment is quite standard, it should sell for a good price to someone who needs it. Stowing away the equipment, Xiaofeng looked at the basketball-sized bug egg in his hand. Since it had become Xiaofeng's item and received the system's notarization, he could check its attributes through the system. Checking attributes. Mutated bug egg, it contains a mutated bug species, with 528 days remaining until hatching in the current environment. This bug egg can actually hatch a mutated bug species. If this bug egg hatches, will this mutated bug species become his pet like Bebe? Xiaofeng quickly dismissed this thought. When signing the contract with Bebe, the system had clearly stated that each practitioner could only have one companion pet. So what should he do after it hatches? Kill it directly? Or sell it before it hatches? Xiaofeng wasn't quite sure about these things. He would ask Instructor Meng Yi when he returned to Blue Star. Before the bug egg hatches, it cannot be considered a living entity, so it can be placed in storage space. He looked up at the completely dead tree. Just as Xiaofeng was about to leave, he remembered the fire crystal that the fat guy mentioned. However, after searching carefully, he did not find the fire crystal the fat guy spoke of. After comparing the map and the surrounding environment multiple times, Xiaofeng confirmed that the place the fat guy mentioned was indeed here, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single fire crystal. Ultimately, Xiaofeng had no choice but to give up. The contract he signed with the fat guy stated that he must sell the fire crystal to him after obtaining it here. If he couldn't find the fire crystal, the transaction naturally couldn't be completed, and the contract would be void. Confirming that there were no fire crystals here, Xiaofeng mounted Bebe's transformed Black Panther without looking back and headed back to the city. This time out of the city for 3 days, he had gained a lot. He had killed over 460,000 monsters, leveling up from level 0 of the second tier to level 26. He gained 260 attribute enhancement points from leveling up. He also obtained 8,000 tiger head bugtail needles, equivalent to 8,000 dragon species squad merit points. Additionally, he acquired dozens of pieces of equipment and 3 spirit cores. Most importantly, he obtained a second taunt skill. Facing enemies, he no longer had just one ruthless taunt. Of course, there was also extortion, cough cough. It should be said that he received over 600,000 paradise coins from kind-hearted people. Overall, this trip out of the city was very rewarding. At the same time, his monster hunter medal had also risen to a 3-star hunter. The 4 basic attributes had increased by 15%. Closing the equipment information panel, he and his dog began their journey back. The return trip was exceptionally smooth. Along the way, Xiaofeng didn't encounter a single stray insectoid. Checking the map, when they were less than 50 kilometers from the military camp, Xiaofeng instructed Bebe to stop. He had suddenly received several system notifications. He clicked to view them. Announcement: Military Camp 1032 is currently under attack by a large insectoid army. Please rush to Military Camp 1032 to assist in defense. Announcement: War mission has been activated, and you have automatically Accepted the war mission. Click to view details. Announcement: Military Merit System has been activated, and the Quartermaster has arrived at Military Camp 1032. Announcement: Military Merit Ranking has been activated. After the mission ends, the system will distribute corresponding rewards based on the rankings of the professionals. Click to view rankings and rewards. Tip: Killing siege insectoids will earn military merit, which can be exchanged for various rare items at the Quartermaster. Tip: The public channel for the 1032 military camp area has been opened. All professionals who receive the city defense mission can communicate through the public channel. After carefully reviewing each system message, Xiaofeng pondered deeply. In the insectoid war world, war was indeed inevitable. According to the system announcements, this should only be a small-scale war, limited to the area of military camp 1032. Of course, it was also possible that being in the area of military camp 1032 meant he could only receive war announcements for that region. Regardless, this was an opportunity for professionals. However, if one's own strength was lacking, it could also be a disaster. This was the second time Xiaofeng had received a task actively assigned by the system. The last time was during the Trial Tower's 1000th floor when the Thunder Dragon descended. Tasks actively assigned by the system generally had a degree of compulsion. He wondered how difficult this war mission would be. Xiaofeng's expression grew serious as he opened the task details. Task category: War mission/compulsory task. Task content: Assist in defending military camp 1032 and earn no less than 1000 points of military merit. Task difficulty: SSS level. Note: task difficulty ranges from E to SSS level, with SSS being the highest difficulty. Task deadline: until the end of this war. Task reward: based on your performance in this mission. Failure penalty: execution. The task penalty was, as Xiaofeng had guessed, still execution. The system's assessment of the task difficulty as ASSS level indicated that there might be variables in the mission. A-level difficulty was relatively ordinary, most normal professionals could complete it with full effort, while 3S level difficulty was hellish. 99% of professionals would not be able to complete it. The last task Xiaofeng received, to kill the Thunder Dragon, was at 3S level difficulty, which highlighted just how challenging this task could be. This time, the system did not provide a clear reward indication. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the difficulty of this task had yet to be determined, and different task difficulties would naturally yield different rewards. Closing the task details page, he opened the military merit system. The military merit ranking system was empty, with only one line of text. Currently, no one is on the list. Requirement to be listed: military merit must reach 10,000. The military merit ranking rewards were also not announced. To be listed, one needed 10,000 points, which already eliminated most ordinary professionals. Xiaofeng slowed his pace on Bebe's transformed Black Panther as he headed toward military camp 1032. Along the way, he did not encounter a single insectoid, they were likely all summoned by the powerful Insect King to attack the city, which explained why there were no scattered insectoids around military camp 1032. As he traveled, Xiaofeng thought about the possibility of encountering powerful enemies in this mission. There could be 4th or even 5th tier foes. First, let's improve our strength. The 260 attribute enhancement points will all be added to physique as per usual. With 3 mental cores, after some thought, Xiaofeng decided to use them directly. During the previous battle with the Tiger Head Bug Mother, he had nearly fallen into a trap. Enhancing mental power would surely have a good effect against enemies like the Mother Bug that possess mental attacks. Prompt: use mental core times 3. Use. You gain mental power times 6 points. Each mental core can provide 1 to 3 points of mental power, and using 3 cores to gain 6 points is quite good, at least there's no minimum guarantee. As for the 8 skill enhancement points, Xiaofeng thought for a moment and finally decided to add them to the newly acquired skill, Contempt Shadow. Prompt: Contempt Shadow skill has been upgraded to level 9. Click to view skill. Skill name: Contempt Shadow skill level 9 skill type, active skill cost 500 mana points. Skill cooldown 28 minutes 24 seconds. Note: upgrading skill level can reduce cooldown time. Duration 32.4 seconds. Note: upgrading skill level can extend duration. Skill effect: contempt for enemies, putting them into a state of rage, causing them to lose their sanity and attack themselves forcibly. Note: once the target loses sanity, they will randomly unleash all skills they have learned to attack the target. The level has increased by 8 levels. And the cooldown time has been reduced by 96 seconds, which means for every level increased, the cooldown time decreases by 12 seconds. If this skill can be upgraded 100 times, then after reaching max level, the cooldown time will be reduced by 1200 seconds. This means that after the skill reaches max level, the cooldown time will only be 10 minutes. Additionally, with a 10% cooldown reduction, it will only take 9 minutes to cast again. By then, the skill duration will also reach 60 seconds. Overall, it's quite good. After killing the Tiger Head Bug Mother, he gained 150 warrior medals, bringing his total to 650 medals, allowing him to synthesize another 7-star all-purpose medal. 2 7-star all-purpose medals can be synthesized into 1 8-star all-purpose medal. Prompt: use 640 warrior medals to exchange for 64 1-star all-purpose medals. Exchange. Prompt: synthesize 32 2-star all-purpose medals. Synthesize. Prompt: synthesize 16 3-star all-purpose medals. Prompt: you have synthesized a 7-star all-purpose medal. Prompt: use 2 7-star all-purpose medals to synthesize 1 8-star all-purpose medal. Synthesize. Prompt: you have obtained an 8-star all-purpose medal. After upgrading the all-purpose medal to 8 stars, the 4 basic attributes increased by 40%. He opened the attribute panel again to check. Name: Night Occupation, Reverse Scale Battle Soul, Rare Occupation, Level, Second Stage, Level 26, Gene Evolution Strength, 1000 points Health Points, 510450 Mana Points, 990 Physique, 8483 Strength, 33 Agility, 17 Intelligence, 17 Soul Power, 3 Mental Power, 6 Physical Defense, 31886 Magical Defense, 31449 Combat. Power Assessment, 11086. Of course, this is the peak state after activating the Monster Hunter title, Thunder Abyss Warrior title, and the effect of Unmovable as a Mountain. Health points have finally broken through the 500,000 barrier, reaching 510,000. Both defenses have also surpassed 30,000, and the combat power assessment has exceeded 11,000. This configuration gives Xiaofeng confidence in gaining more benefits during this monster siege battle. When he was about 10 kilometers away from Camp 1032, Bebe stopped. The scene ahead left Xiaofeng stunned on the spot. At the end of the line of sight was the 1032 military camp, which was currently enveloped by a hemispherical energy shield. Surrounding the camp was a dense swarm of insectoid armies, with the entire yellow-brown earth filled with various ground-dwelling insects. The sky was similarly occupied by numerous flying insects. The scene before him was beyond description, more shocking than any war movie Xiaofeng had ever seen on Blue Star. Seeing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but wonder in his heart, if humanity had not obtained the universal paradise system, could they really withstand such a large-scale insect attack? If it weren't for that layer of energy shield, the 1032 military camp would have long since fallen. Boom! As suddenly, a beam of energy over 2 meters in diameter shot out from within the 1032 military camp. The speed of light was unstoppable, and wherever it passed, the insect army was reduced to ashes. After just one shot, a straight gap was left in the ground filled with insects. However, this gap lasted only a moment before being filled again by other insects. On the other side of the camp, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds. Countless bolts of lightning then struck down. Under the thunder, numerous flying insects fell from the sky in droves. From a distance, it looked as if it were raining insects. Near the glow of the 1032 military camp, besides the native soldiers of this world fighting the insects, even the professionals were fully mobilized. This scene left Xiaofeng in awe. At that moment, a large group of insects spotted Xiaofeng and charged towards him. Xiaofeng, riding on the Black Panther transformed by Bebe, did not dismount. As long as there were no high-level insects attacking, he was unafraid of the ordinary ones, no matter how many came. You have gained military merit times 1. You have gained biological energy times 1. You have gained military merit times 1. You have gained biological energy times 1. You have gained military merit times 1. You have gained biological energy times 1. As the insects attacking Xiaofeng were killed, the notifications of military merit began to flood the screen. Through the system prompts, Xiaofeng discovered that killing these ordinary insects not only granted biological energy but also military merit. This gradually brought a smile to Xiaofeng's face. Encountering a queen insect depended on luck. In places without a queen, the scattered insects were simply not enough for Xiaofeng to kill. Besides the nests of the queen insects, where else would there be more monsters than in a monster siege? This was undoubtedly the best leveling ground for Xiaofeng, provided there were no high-level insects that could threaten his life. Bebe, go! Xiaofeng, riding on the Black Panther transformed by Bebe, charged boldly into the sea of insects. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by countless insects. Following that, swaths of insects began to fall. Since there was no energy recycling from a queen insect here, Xiaofeng had to change positions after killing each batch of insects to avoid being overwhelmed by the corpses. On the walls of the 1032 military camp, a young man wearing tactical smart glasses had an excited expression on his face. So exhilarating! So damn exhilarating, he shouted while controlling a massive cannon, continuously firing energy shells down at the wall. Each shot created a crater over 20 meters in diameter where the shells landed. All insects within the explosion radius were killed without exception. With my monster killing speed, who can compete with me for first place? On the other side of the wall, a wizard stood at the forefront, his wand glowing red above his head as he muttered incantations that ordinary people could not understand. As the incantations continued, the clouds in the sky gathered once more. Lightning storm. Following that, countless bolts of lightning ravaged the air accompanied by a hurricane. The lightning storm was a massive area attack skill of the Thunder Mage, which was not particularly effective against bosses or individually powerful monsters. This skill, when used on the battlefield, is the most powerful means of a mage. On the other end of the battlefield, a man wielding a long knife is surrounded by the insect swarm, yet he shows no fear. Lightblade / a brilliant light bursts forth from the long knife, and a giant light blade over 10 meters long sweeps around with unstoppable force. Every insect struck by the blade is cleaved in two. With just one strike, he has killed over 100 ordinary insects. Such an attack method is absolutely top tier among melee professions. On the walls near the light barrier, archers, gunners, and mages are pouring their strongest outputs towards the outside of the city. At the same time, the native soldiers on the walls, some wielding energy firearms and others operating laser turrets, are methodically launching attacks against the besieging insects. Their skilled movements reveal that they are already accustomed to such combat. Their calmness stems not only from their rich combat experience but also from their trust in the protective energy barrier of the city. Previously, they had faced monster sieges even larger than this insect tide, and they ultimately achieved victory thanks to the powerful protective capabilities of the energy barrier. In their view, this time would be no exception. However, they are unaware that this insect siege is different from any before. This time, the insects have rarely deployed a 6th-tier mother insect. The insect race has a strict hierarchy if a higher-tier mother insect appears nearby. Without their own race's mother insect present, the ordinary insects must obey the commands of the higher-tier mother insect. Otherwise, they would be killed and become nutrients for the mother insect to hatch new offspring. Previous monster sieges were led by relatively lower-tier mother insects attacking human military camps. But this time, with a 6th-tier mother insect leading, both the combat power and coordination far surpassed those of before. The intelligence of insect mother insects is not inferior to that of humans, and a 6th-tier mother insect possesses even greater intelligence than ordinary mother insects. It naturally understands that to capture this human military camp, it must break the energy barrier surrounding the camp. To this end, the insects have made many preparations. One of these preparations includes a brand new 6th-tier insect that the 6th-tier mother insect has spent decades cultivating. This type of insect lacks powerful offensive capabilities, has no strong defensive abilities, and even its lifespan is only 1% of that of ordinary insects. Their strength is completely unworthy of a 6th-tier insect. However, they possess one ability, and it is precisely because they have this ability that they can exist, otherwise, the mother insect would have long abandoned them to nurture new insects. Their only ability is to devour energy. The energy barrier enveloping the military camp is composed entirely of pure energy, and the sole purpose of these 6th-tier insects is to consume the energy barrier. Once the energy shield of the camp is breached, the human military camp will be instantly devoured by countless insects. None of this is known to the humans. At this moment, Xiaofeng is both pained and joyful. He is fighting alone in the sea of insects far from the military camp. The speed of killing monsters here is much faster than in the insect nest. It's not that there aren't enough insects in the nest, but rather that there are more varieties of insects here. Some even tiny insects can slip through narrow gaps to attack Xiaofeng. This results in his monster killing speed far exceeding that of before. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of insects, a smile gradually appears on Xiaofeng's face. This is all biological energy and military merit. However, at this moment, his equipment repair crystals have dwindled to just 2. At the current rate, he can only last a few more hours at most. He must quickly find a way to purchase more equipment repair crystals to continue fighting. After more than an hour of joining the defense of Camp 1032, Xiaofeng's military merit finally reaches 10,000 points. A system notification arrives. Tip: your military merit has reached 10,000 points, and you have entered the military merit ranking, currently ranked 142nd. Click for details. Seeing this prompt, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. His monster killing speed was already fast enough, why was he only ranked 142nd? After thinking it over, he felt relieved. He had arrived on the battlefield later than other professionals, and most of them had joined a legion, making it easier for them to find suitable attack locations in team battles. Thus, it was reasonable for these people to temporarily take the lead. As Xiaofeng shifted his position to avoid being overwhelmed by the corpses of the insect race, he opened the military merit ranking system to check. The military merit ranking is as follows. Real-time updates. First, Stardust, military merit 55,842. Second, Flowing Light, military merit 48,432. Third, Taylor, military merit 44,321. Fourth, Illusory Moon, military merit 31,231. Fifth, Chio Kazuko, military merit 29,820. Eighth, Zheng San, military merit 28,321. 10th, D. Kuan, military merit 28,541. 142nd, Knight, military merit 10,135. After seeing this ranking and the corresponding military merit, Xiaofeng felt increasingly uneasy. Even though he had joined the battle much later than others, the gap in merit was too vast. The first place, Stardust, had even surpassed 50,000 in military merit. If, like him, they only earned 1 point of merit for each ordinary insect killed, then Stardust must have killed over 50,000 insects. Since he had received the war mission, it had only been a little over 2 hours. How could anyone kill that many insects? Unless they had killed a large number of boss-level units or had some other way to gain military merit. Xiaofeng had no idea what methods they used to obtain such a large amount of military merit. Among the top 10 professionals in the military merit ranking, Xiaofeng saw 3 familiar names. The first genius of the Amaterasu team from Sakura country, Chio Kazuko. This person had almost died at Xiaofeng's hands twice, which made him feel quite regretful. Chio Kazuko possessed the power of rules like him, and if allowed to grow, she would surely become a great enemy of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Moreover, she had a grudge against Xiaofeng, and if given the chance, she would definitely seek to kill him. Another acquaintance was D. Kuan, a team member who had been invited by the higher-ups of the Professional Alliance to clear the mutated boss in the dungeon. At that time, he had lagged far behind Xiaofeng in their competition to clear the mutated boss. Unexpectedly, after advancing to the second tier, he had become so fierce. The last familiar name, Zheng San, was a member of the Abyss team that Xiaofeng had previously joined. He had seen this person speak in the Abyss group chat before. It was evident that those who could join the Abyss team were quite capable, as he managed to rank 8th among so many powerful professionals. This was enough to demonstrate his strength. After the military merit ranking system was activated, the ranking rewards finally appeared. He clicked to view the ranking rewards. The military merit ranking rewards are as follows. First, military merit set ×1, gene evolution essence, second tier, ×5, rare. Attribute chest ×3, skill enhancement scroll chest, large, ×3, attribute enhancement scroll chest, large, ×3. Second, gene evolution essence, second tier, ×2, rare attribute chest ×2, skill enhancement scroll chest, large, ×2, attribute enhancement scroll chest, large, ×2. Third, gene evolution essence, second tier, ×1, rare attribute chest ×1, skill enhancement scroll chest, large, ×1, attribute enhancement scroll chest, large, ×1. Fourth, equipment advancement stone, second tier, ×3, skill enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1, attribute enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1. Fifth, equipment advancement stone, second tier, ×1, skill enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1, attribute enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1. 6th to 10th place, skill enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1, attribute enhancement scroll chest, medium, ×1, paradise coins ×10,000. 11th to 50th place, skill enhancement scroll chest, small, ×1, attribute enhancement scroll chest, small, ×1. Paradise coins ×5,000. 51st to 100th place, attribute enhancement scroll chest, small, ×1, paradise coins ×2,000. Reward details are as follows. Military merit set contains a second tier red quality set, including 1 selected weapon, 1 piece of armor, 1 helmet, and 1 pair of boots. Gene evolution agent, second tier, can be used for gene modification of second tier professionals. Rare attribute chest, opening it grants 10 points of random rare attributes. Skill enhancement scroll chest, large, opening it grants 30 to 50 skill enhancement scrolls. Skill enhancement scroll chest, medium, opening it grants 10 to 20 skill enhancement scrolls. Skill enhancement scroll chest, small, opening it grants 1 to 10 skill enhancement scrolls. Attribute enhancement scroll chest, large, opening it grants 101 to 200 attribute enhancement scrolls. Attribute enhancement scroll chest, medium, opening it grants 51 to 100 attribute enhancement scrolls. Attribute enhancement scroll chest, small, opening it grants 1 to 50 attribute enhancement scrolls. After seeing the ranking rewards, Xiaofeng's heart raced violently. The rewards given by the system this time are quite generous. The first place not only receives a complete set of 4 second-tier red quality equipment but also 5 bottles of second-tier gene evolution agents, equivalent to 50 bottles of first-tier gene evolution agents. Just this reward alone is worth a fortune. Not To mention the rare attributes, skill enhancement scrolls, and attribute enhancement scrolls. If he could secure first place, he would take off right from the spot. However, achieving first place is challenging, and the difficulty is immense. The gap between him and the first place is too large, catching up is no easy task. Standing atop a mountain of insectoid corpses, looking at the endless swarm of insects around him, Xiaofeng let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems this siege battle won't end anytime soon. That means he has enough time to catch up. If this siege battle were about to end, there would be no hope of catching up. The urgent task now is to quickly purchase equipment repair crystals. Once his equipment is damaged, his combat power will significantly decrease. Although it won't affect his monster killing efficiency, his personal safety will be at risk. However, in the insectoid war world, he has no purchasing channels. If only Chen Duo were in this world. He could easily buy from the Wanbao trading company behind him through Chen Duo. Suddenly, Xiaofeng thought of someone. Perhaps he could buy equipment repair crystals from him. In the insectoid war world, Xiaofeng has had very few contacts. The only person he could think of who might have a channel to obtain a large number of equipment repair crystals is the Fatty. His first meeting with Fatty was at the stall he set up, which shows that Fatty is a businessman. Although this businessman is not very trustworthy, he is still a businessman. Xiaofeng then opened his friend list and found Fatty. Fatty's name is quite interesting. He is called Qian Sanpang. When Xiaofeng learned this name, he immediately thought of Qian Duo. This person not only has a name somewhat similar to Qian Duo but is also a businessman. He wonders if there is any relation between the two. Black Knight, are you there? Qian Sanpang, boss, did you get the fire crystal? Black Knight, no. Qian Sanpang, I thought you got the fire crystal, and now I feel disappointed for nothing. Qian Sanpang, boss, since you didn't get the fire crystal, what do you want from me? Qian Sanpang is quite disappointed that Xiaofeng didn't get the fire crystal. The more this was the case, the more Xiaofeng doubted the true value of the fire crystal. However, since he hadn't obtained any, there was no need to worry about the price. Knight, do you have equipment repair crystals? Qian Sanpang, yes, but Knight, speak. Qian Sanpang, right now, it's the time for monsters to attack the city, and the wear and tear on professional equipment is significant, so the price of equipment repair crystals is much higher than usual. Knight, what price? Qian Sanpang, 10,000 paradise coins each. Knight, so expensive? Qian Sanpang, it's usually not this expensive, probably around 3,000 to 5,000 paradise coins.